I just helped my brother handcraft a Xianyao airplane model toy during the winter break, and it was surprisingly taken by his sister and the school beauties team to pretend at the exhibition. At the moment the Xianbird fighter model took to the sky, the spectacular show officially began. The cluster death ray swept across the entire venue, and the model's pulse attacked the Eagle Sauce SB-256th generation fighter as if striking at the soul, causing the entire airshow center to be thrown into chaos. At the moment the Xianbird fighter jet landed, all the big names in the scientific community present were stunned. My god! 3.2 Mach vertical takeoff, dark matter energy engine. Even the coating sprayed on the fuselage is a stealth wave-absorbing temperature-controlled black technology. How could this precious fighter jet possibly be the handiwork of a freshman's toy workshop? It turned out that a spendthrift-rich second generation had broken his sister's airplane model, which reminded him that my family has a toy workshop. At this time, Lin Tianyu had just sent an order. Good brother, is your toy factory still in operation? Can you help me make an airplane model? The kind that can fly. And it must look cool. The labor fee is 50,000. Just make it according to the picture. The moment I opened the picture, I was so angry that I almost spat blood. Goodness. It was all sci-fi web images with no scientific basis whatsoever. I couldn't help but complain. Dude, do you know what aerodynamics is? Do you understand what a quantum leap engine is? He replied, if I knew, I wouldn't be looking for you. As long as it makes my sister happy, there are no limits on materials or budget. Sigh. This prodigal's reputation is truly well-deserved. Considering the 50,000 yuan labor fee, I'll help him out. Ever since my parents went missing, I often take on large toy orders at my grandmother's toy workshop during the holidays to help with household expenses. This 50,000 yuan would cover my college expenses for 4 years. I rode my electric donkey directly to the toy workshop, opened my computer, and carefully selected a cool-looking fighter jet. After several rounds of selection, I finally settled on a relatively creative fighter jet called Xin Nu from a PPT. This appearance barely caught my eye, but it was the one. To be honest, the requirements of a spendthrift are not a big problem for me. A genius with system assistance, it's just that a few main materials are a bit hard to obtain, and some are even rare metals. After listing the materials, I sent it to him, hoping he could lower his demands and back down. But who would have thought that the second generation of the Beijing Circle is indeed powerful? By early the next morning, all the materials were already gathered. 15 days later, in a luxurious villa, the butler, dressed in a sharp suit, stood in front of Lin Tianyu and said, young master, if Miss Yi finds out that you outsourced her competition entry, she will definitely be angry. Lin Tianyu, however, laughed and said, ha ha ha, don't worry. My old classmate has inherited skills that are definitely dozens of times better than what they can do. I've already called him to deliver it. It won't delay their competition at all. Let's go. Let's also take a look at the competition. I heard that Yi's best friend Lin Qingxue is going too. At this time, in the Daxia University Science and Technology Model Aircraft Competition venue. Since this competition is hosted by the Daxia official, almost all universities have representatives coming to participate. And major platforms have entered early to start live broadcasting. Many contestants clearly came prepared, and their entries were scaled to replicate the aerodynamic layout of active military aircraft. Several university contestants have already begun their final adjustments while closely watching their competitors from other colleges, each one wishing they could secretly go and loosen their opponent's screws. However, the two beautiful girls in the competition venue appeared very anxious. The shorter girl muttered unhappily, Sister Qingxue, the competition is about to start. Why hasn't that guy Lin Tianyu arrived yet? He broke our model aircraft and then disappeared. It's simply too unreliable. I should have known better than to believe his grand promises. The girl referred to as Sister Qingxue also frowned and said, knowing that your brother is unreliable, you should have prepared in advance. If it weren't for the fact that our families are close friends, I wouldn't cooperate with this troublemaker. Don't worry, I already knew this guy was unreliable and have prepared a backup plan. After saying that, Li Qingxue took out a model airplane over a meter long with a wingspan of more than 80 centimeters from the trunk of the off-road vehicle. Judging by the aerodynamic layout, it should be a replica of the 8th Master. Lin Yi saw the model airplane in Li Qingxue's hand and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Sister Qingxue, I love you to death. Just then, after a sudden break, Lin Tianyu got out of the sports car, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and yawned. Lin Yi was immediately furious and stomped her feet. Lin Tianyu, you actually know to come here. This competition will directly affect my future. In response to the questioning, Lin Tianyu said impatiently, are you annoying? Didn't I come here? Don't worry, everything is under my control. Lin Yi was also helpless against this unyielding guy. As for Li Qingxue, she never looked at Lin Tianyu directly from beginning to end and disdainfully said, you useless guy, what time do you think it is to come here? At that moment, a serious-looking old man walked over and scolded Lin Tianyu with a face full of disappointment. Seeing the visitor, Lin Tianyu immediately became obedient. Grandpa, what brings you here? Old Lin glared at Lin Tianyu again and turned to Li Qingxue. Qingxue, you're here too. My useless grandson and granddaughter have caused you trouble. Li Qingxue said half-jokingly. Grandpa Lin, what are you talking about? What trouble? This pair of siblings is already a headache on their own. Old Lin looked embarrassed and could only glare at Lin Tianyu again before turning to walk towards the podium. At this moment, another elderly man with gray hair was surrounded by the crowd and sat down at the podium. On the podium, the host's loud voice rang out. It is a great honor that Elder Lin and Elder Xia have come to our competition to provide comments for our contestants. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyu's body stiffened, and he secretly thought, Elder Xia is here too. This is bad. Grandpa values his reputation the most. If I embarrass him in front of Elder Xie. At this moment, Lin Tianyu already felt a burning sensation on his backside. Now we can only hope that my French and Shang skills can improve a bit. Lin Yi looked at Lin Tianyu's empty hands and asked, Lin Tianyu, where is our model airplane? You didn't leave it at home, did you? Soon, many participating students gathered around. As Lin Yi and Lin Tianyu were known as the unreliable elements in the circle, everyone couldn't help but come to mock them a little. Someone sarcastically said, Miss Lin, don't hide it anymore. Hurry up and take out your model airplane for everyone to see. I know, Miss Lin's model airplane is too advanced to be displayed. Ha ha, Miss Lin is also doing this for our own good. She is afraid that after we see her model aircraft, we won't be able to finish signing the confidentiality agreement. At this moment, Lin Yi also felt extremely embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lin Tianyu saw all of this and quickly took out his phone, locating the fighter jet according to the position I sent. When he saw the model, the anxiety that had been hanging in his heart completely dissipated. What are we going to do? Can such a big thing actually fly? In front of him, the fighter jet, which was wrapped up tightly, had a tail fin that was twice the size of an entire plane from others. Someone mocked, no way. Miss Lin, are you planning to compare sizes with us by bringing such a big thing? Others joined in the ridicule. What do you know? The Lin family has plenty of money. It's not impossible for them to buy a real plane to compete. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, and Lin Yi and Li Qingxue felt their faces flush. It was really embarrassing to know this guy. On the podium, Old Xie saw what was happening over here and strolled over to join the fun. Old Lin, are you planning to show off your skills? Old Lin shot Old Xie a glare. You're the one who's a grandson. You old lecher. Secretly taking advantage of me with your words. Old Xie, isn't your 6th generation fighter project at a critical moment? How can you still have the leisure to come here and join the fun? Old Xie smiled mysteriously, tugging at a few sparse hairs on his head. Our 6th generation fighter has long been built, and Old Hua's 6th generation fighter project in the south has also been completed. Now we just need a mature AI combat system to be put into use. Upon hearing that Daxia had already built 2 6th generation fighters, Old Lin was greatly shocked, thinking, it seems that the day of Daxia's rise is not far off. At this moment, Lin Tianyu stood in front of the tightly wrapped fighter jet. Feeling stuck, he muttered to himself, you've really put me in a tough spot. The people around him kept urging, what are you hesitating for? Young Master Lin? Hurry up and open it. It's going to be embarrassing sooner or later. So why not just get it over with and let everyone have a good laugh? Listening to the crowd's mocking voices again. At this time, Lin Tianyu's eyes were also closed. Reach out and grab the hood on the fighter. Master has been swinging for the fences for a long time, and I'm not afraid of your jokes. Love it or leave it. Bear. As Lin Tianyu exerted force in his hands, a huge object with a dark body and sharp edges appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The long shuttle-shaped fuselage, like a sharp sword with cold light, seems to be about to stab the sky in the next second. The huge body gives a sense of total oppression. Stare at it long enough and it's as if your soul will be consumed by it. This is nifty. Someone in the crowd shouted this. The people who were originally waiting to see Lin Tianyu's siblings laugh were all shocked by the cool appearance of the Shin bird fighter at this moment. Is this what a heartbeat feels like? Mom, I'm in love. Someone marveled. How is this shape so similar to the Xian Nui fighter from the Southern Heavenly Gate program? Everyone has complimented it. No boy can stand the shock of such violent aesthetics. What's the point of being handsome? It's only a model airplane if it can fly. Isn't this an imitation of the Southern Heavenly Sex Xian Nu war machine? It is. It's a model airplane contest, not a COS. It's an air show, not a comic book convention. Some people are dismissive. They simply didn't believe that the big guy could actually fly. Lin Tianyu didn't pay any attention to these black children. He hugged and kissed the model of the plane in front of him. Whether it can fly or not. Just the texture. The workmanship. It's almost as good as a fake. It's so true that he's a good brother. It's just dependable. Lin Yi on the side also opened her mouth wide with an unbelievable expression. Is this a model? It's a work of art. Li Qingxue also nodded. But to be able to sand the surface so smooth, it should be made of plasterboard or PVC material or something. Surely such a material cannot support the strength required for flight. On the other side, Elder Xie, who had been chatting on the podium, was also attracted by the commotion over here and put on his glasses to look over this way. Young people nowadays can really live a whole life. They made some kind of Southern Heavenly Gate program before, and this time they don't know what they're up to. Elder Lin sniffed and looked over, realizing that Elder Xia was talking about none other than his own grandson, and his face instantly drooped. This sinful animal will disgrace himself. On the side, Elder Xia said to his entourage, let's go and see what kind of airplane this grandson of old Lin has gotten himself into. You're the grandson. Lin Lao took the lead with a flutter of his sleeve. At this moment, a group of students were surrounding Lin Tianyu in the center and frantically taking pictures. Surely it wasn't filming him. Gento fighters are so cool. Don't care if it's a look-alike or not. Filming it and posting it on your own short-form video account is sure to attract a wave of fans. Seeing Elder Lin and Elder Xia arrive, the crowd made way. After seeing the Xian bird fighter up close, Elder Xia was immediately shocked by the big guy in front of him. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Elder Xia inwardly praised it repeatedly. That's about the same level of craftsmanship as their R&D group's polishing. I just don't know what it's made of. Elder Xia reached out and touched it, and it was cold to the touch. It's actually a special alloy. At the same time all the details of the fuselage were presented to him. If he hadn't been so close, and with the markings on the paint job, he really wouldn't have been able to see that the model was actually designed with a built-in magazine, and the seams are almost invisible to the naked eye. Elder Xia reached out and touched it. Smooth and flat. You can't feel any stitching. It's actually finer than the new Gen CXS they've developed. You built this? Elder Xia's eyes burned as he looked towards Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu raised his head high and proudly said, I paid my good buddy Chen Shang to build it for me. Lin Tianyu has no other advantages, but he is honest. The crowd had a black face. Don't be so justified in cheating. Chen Shang? What does he do? Freshman. Family owns a toy workshop. Xia old silence. Now the toy industry are so roll? Looks like the next big industrial mapping exercise is going to include a few more industries. Warning! Warning! As the piercing alarm sounded, the crowd snapped their heads up. I can't believe someone has already climbed up to the cockpit cover of the Genta fighter. Lin Tianyu was instantly anxious. You aces, don't step on it for me. Step on it and I'll be with you for 10. Apparently the other party's family is well off. Lin Tianyu pulled his opponent down directly with his hands and feet. There was a sudden sour note in the crowd. This model is still burglar-proof? Netting some fancy useless features. Exactly. The point of a model airplane contest is to be able to fly. Those words had woken Lin Tianyu up. Maybe it can actually fly? How do you know if you don't try? What if? Lin Tianyu once again pulled out his cell phone and opened the app that Chen Shang had sent him. Before he could react, a line of messages popped up on his cell phone. Fingerprint verification successful. Face recognition successful. Iris matching successful. Lin Tianyu was dumbfounded. Iris verification? Who are you fooling? Why don't I remember that feature on my phone? After a series of complicated verifications, the app's interface was finally opened. Genbird Fighter 1.0 operating system, fighter activated. The operator interface is only 2 lines long, and there is only one clickable option. That's it? Lin Tianyu's heart was instantly cold. The testing and commissioning of an airplane before takeoff can be very complex. How can you just say start? It seems that I was overthinking it and it really is just a good-looking model. But it's all here. It's not like it's going to be a piece of meat if you order it. Lin Tianyu decisively pressed the Fighter Start button. Gento Fighter in progress. Please check the password. Palace Jade Wine? Lin Tianyu froze for a long time. What does that mean? Looked around at the crowd. Lin Tianyu said stiffly, 181 cups. The originally noisy booth was instantly quiet. This dude is crazy. Isn't he the one who isn't embarrassed? At least I'm embarrassed to hear it. How could Lin Tianyu not be embarrassed? He was dying of embarrassment. Just when Lin Tianyu thought it was over, a line of text popped up on the phone screen again. Who is the best chef to learn how to cook? Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and replied, quickly go to Qilu to find Lan Xiang. Don't wash your feet in the spring? Mosquito bites everywhere. How much for the sledgehammer? 80. What's the name of the owner of Jiangnan Leather Factory? Lin Tianyu, Chen Shang I Blanche your grandfather. Dropping. The password is correct. Pedigree is correct. Intelligence slightly flawed. Genta Fighter is successfully activated. Chapter 4 This is going to ride on your faces. Can't you see the radar? Fighter self-check normal. Ready for takeoff. Please be at a safe distance. As the Genta fighter emitted an icy electronic tone, there was a roar of laughter from the crowd in the room. Lin Tianyu, your friend, if you have not seen the real airplane take off like, is to check the information online to learn. This hole with the old man music like a fire. Laughing dead. It is. Seriously. I'm embarrassed to hear it. Hey, that's what happens when you've never seen the world. Maybe they think they're quite professional. Lin Tianyu ignored these people. He doesn't give a damn about this kind of self-righteousness. They also may not know what a real warplane looks like when it takes off. Excuse me, please, I'm not responsible for any accidents. Although Lin Tianyu himself didn't believe that this big guy could really fly, he still warned the surrounding students just in case. Good. We'll get out of the way for you. But we don't dare delay young Master Lin's takeoff. Let's see how long he can pretend. Don't forget to give us an aerial ballet later. Mr. Lin. Ha, maybe he's some kind of Iron Man reincarnated. Mr. Lin. Apparently no one believed that the behemoth in front of them could fly. A guy that big trying to take off would have to be at least professionally run to. Yet here it is not. Elder Xie, Elder Lin, let's step back as well. The entourage advised promptly. Though everyone didn't believe the lump of iron in front of them could fly. But these two are the pillars of the country and there is no room for error. See the crowd disperse. Lin Tianyu decisively pressed the last key on the cell phone screen. At this time, he was also holding his breath in his heart. Now he also hoped that the model would actually fly so that he could open the eyes of this group of unseen guys. Dropping. Takeoff privileges acquired. A slight flaw in operator IQ has been detected. Autonomous flight mode has been activated. Lin Tianyu had a black face. Before he could spit, buzz, a loud buzzing sound rang out. The skeletonized part in the middle of the Genbird's fuselage trembled slightly. Pale blue light flickered in it. The aircraft's tail vectoring nozzle began to adjust back and forth, up and down, left and right. All movable wings on the fuselage are fully deployed. The swing test then began. The crowd boiled again. I blanch. And morph? Full action wings? Naya. Is this for real? Is that Rara brother from earlier still around? Now it's just that the people who are being tough talkers have begun to believe it a little bit. This thing might actually fly. The question now is how far it can fly. Brother, make it fly and open the eyes of those stupid bai. At this time, Lin Yi's address to Lin Tianyu had also changed to brother. The title of dummy was thrown to the guys who had just taunted them. On the side, Li Qingxue was incredulous. She was very aware of the amount of skill required to get such a large model to fly. You could build a real airplane at that level. Watch as the behemoth in front of you seems to actually take off. Elder Xie and Elder Lin were also anxious at this time. Isn't this nonsense? It's not far from the downtown area. So if such a big guy falls out of the sky, something big could happen. Stop it. Elder Lin directly shouted angrily at Lin Tianyu. Grandpa, there's no stop option on here either. Besides, you just watched from the sidelines and didn't say you couldn't fly. And now it's all my fault if something happens. Lin Tianyu simply handed his cell phone to Lin Lao and directly laid it out. Lin Lao took the cell phone and froze, looking at the screen full of unbelief. At this time, the interface of Lin Tianyu's phone was already a 360-degree view centered on the Shinbird fighter. With just a swipe of your finger you can see the view of the fighter in any direction. Elder Xie's voice couldn't help but tremble. This is the joint display system. Lin Tianyu, your friend's family really just runs a toy workshop? Lin Tianyu said weakly. Occasionally, I also weld an iron fence or something for people. Elder Lin and Elder Xie were instantly silent. This is just outrageous. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There were several booms in a row, which alarmed the crowd in the room. Holy, the spout is blue. This is outrageous. I'm not supposed to be awake, am I? The problem is there's no runway here either. So how is it going to take off? Boom. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the gravity engine in the belly of the Genbird fighter erupted with an intense light. The entire fighter pulled up in an uncanny parallel stance. Vertical takeoff and landing? Someone marveled. The rest of them looked dumbfounded. This is what a college student can do. Elder Xie's eyes went straight. The fighter's tail nozzle isn't rotating down. How is this flying? Lin Lao laughed and scolded. If you, an airplane researcher, can't see it, who else can figure it out? At this point the Genta fighter was still gaining altitude. It was now several hundred meters above the ground. You can only see a rough outline with the naked eye at this height. Not bad. A model that can take off vertically to this height is already impressive. Elder Xie praised from the bottom of his heart. After all, the vertical takeoff and landing system had also just been realized by their institute not long ago, and had not yet begun practical application. Lin Lao nodded his head in agreement, then said, but a model flying to this height should be the limit. Almost as soon as Elder Lin's words fell, boom, an ear-piercing sonic boom sounded. A mock ring appeared behind the fuselage of the Gentoo. It soon completely disappeared from view. Elder Xie and Elder Lin looked at each other. What just happened? Is this a sonic boom? Breaking the sound barrier in 1 second while hovering? The Sango movie wouldn't even dare to do that, as the Genta fighter was now completely out of sight. Elder Xie simply dropped his gaze on Lin Tianyu's cell phone screen, but just this glance almost made Xie Lao throw his cell phone on the ground. The screen of the branched cell phone was at that moment printed with a line of small, densely packed letters. HQ-10 Air Defense System found 12 degrees 197 kilometers southwest. Coordinates. DF Courier found at 03 degrees 781 kilometers due north. Coordinates. Elder Lin's face was solemn after seeing the words on it. No one is allowed to leave the show from now on. Contact General Yu immediately to begin martial law throughout the city. At the same time, contact the Theater Air Defense Command for me immediately and tell them that the prototype we have developed is flying on a test flight today, with the approximate bearing. Please pay attention to the identification. As a series of orders were issued from the mouths of Elder Lin and Elder Xie, the entourage immediately got busy. A few minutes later, a large number of military police surrounded the show. That's when the people watching realized something was wrong. This is going to be big. Why is there no signal on my cell phone? Mine too. That's not right. We're not far from the city. Before the crowd could figure out the situation, a single special soldier armed with a 191 rushed into the venue. Some sharp-eyed military fans even noticed that all these soldiers were loaded. Unlike the special forces of a certain kimchi country who go out on missions without bullets. Ring ring ring. Elder Xie's phone rang. It's the Theater Air Defense Command getting back to us. What? There's no target in sight. Elder Xie looked at the coordinates of the Xianbird fighter on his cell phone screen at this moment with an unbelievable face. This is going to ride on your faces. And you're telling me you can't see it? Chapter 5, actually getting locked up by a toy. Look harder. The operator on the other end of the line assured. Don't worry, old Xie. Even if Eagle Jam's F-35s and F-22s come, they won't be able to evade our radar. Elder Xie hung up the phone. A bold idea emerged from his mind. Is it possible that the model of this fighter has surpassed the stealth technology of the 5th generation? Vertical takeoff and landing. Unmanned autonomous pilot. Breaking the sound barrier from zero instantly. All of these technologies put together. Elder Xie didn't even dare to think back. This fighter has already reached the level of the newly developed 6th generation aircraft they have been working on. Or even say it's going to be stronger. It's unbelievable. Currently, he and Hua Lao were the only ones in the entire Blue Star who had successfully developed a Generation 6 aircraft. As for Eagle Sauce's 250 SB fighters, they are at best a 5th and a half generation. Is it hard to believe that a toy factory in the folklore of Daxia is more powerful than Eagle Sauce? There was no way Xie Lao had to call again. Since we can't see it on radar, let the fighters lift off and go look for it in the sky. It can't be allowed to go rampant in the sky by any means. Inside the Theater Air Force headquarters, Li Changfeng picked up the phone and frowned for a moment. A model that can't be detected by the most advanced radar in the theater? How could it be? Elder Xie, don't you dare joke with me. Elder Xie's tone on the other end of the phone was serious. I'm not kidding you. Now send the fighters up right now to bring it back to me. Hanging up the phone, Li Changfeng's expression also became serious. A warplane out of control is no small thing. Not to mention an unmanned stealth fighter with the ability to operate autonomously. It's like the plot of an Eagle Jam sci-fi movie come to life. 5 minutes later, a J-20 is poised on the runway. Prepare to slide out. It can slide out. Checking in. Requesting takeoff. Ready for takeoff. Soon the pilot Feng Weiguo followed the real-time coordinates provided by Lin Lao's side and arrived at the airspace where the Xianbird fighter was located. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration after seeing the cool shape of the Genbird unmanned fighter outside the window. The look is too sci-fi. The craft in front of us is a bit smaller, but the level of craftsmanship is nothing short of a work of art. Feng Weiguo looked again at the calm radar in his cabin and couldn't believe his eyes. He had fought against the opposite generation of 5s during his mission. Even the radar refracted area of a 5th generation aircraft can't be zero. In real combat, if the radar hadn't reacted at that distance, he would have had a flag over him. Just as Feng Weiguo was planning to get closer to see what was going on, the Genbird drone fighter in front of him suddenly accelerated. The speed went directly from Mach 1.6 directly to Mach 3.2 instantly. Is this an ejection start? Feng Weiguo could only call command helplessly in the end. Dragon Hunter to command. The target's too fast for me to catch up. Inside the command center, Li Changfeng had an incredulous look on his face. What nonsense are you talking about? You're flying a Veyron, the strongest fighter in the Daxia Air Force, and you can't even catch up with a model? Feng Weiguo was also helpless. It's useless even if it's the strongest in the universe. Can't catch up means you can't catch up. But he didn't dare talk back. Chief, the target speed has exceeded Mach 4 and it's still accelerating. Chief, it's heading towards our base. do you realize what you're saying? Li Changfeng looked at the green radar and didn't believe his bull at all. This class of pilots is so hard to lead. Suddenly a dark shadow instantly swept through the airfield over the base at speedy passes. The quick-reacting ground crew looked up, only to see a jet with a ghostly black body sail away. Boom! Almost a second later, a deafening whine rang out. All the glass windows in the command room emitted a violent shudder. Li Changfeng unbelievably looked out a fiery face. This must be Xiao Lao and the others attacking the technical difficulties. In the meantime, Elder Xiao looked at the text at the bottom of the cell phone screen with a complicated expression. Simulated attack complete. Simulation results in loss of combat power in 72 hours at Jiangcheng's western suburb airbase. Old Man Xia and Old Man Lin sucked in a breath of cool air. Too bold. This really dares to simulate an attack on any target. Young people nowadays, how outrageous. Dare they be more arrogant? Arrogant? What would have happened if this fighter had just been loaded with ammunition? Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the cell phone screen suddenly flashed a red alert. Warning! 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 Threatening targets are detected to have entered our air defense identification zone, and the identification system is automatically retrieved in. Search complete. Target is Eagle Sauce 5 Generation Fighter 250 SB. It has been determined that the target poses a threat to our territory and people's lives and property. Annihilation mode activated. The crowd was confused. Automatic enemy recognition? And what's with the Eagle Jam fighters in Daxia airspace? And isn't the 250 SB still in the validation phase? Why is it in Daxia's airspace? And annihilate? How? Li Qingshue's heart was pounding at this moment as she looked at the picture in her cell phone. Was such a model of a fighter plane really built by a freshman just like her? This was difficult for Li Qingxue, who had always been high-minded among her peers, to accept. Elder Xia hurriedly pulled out his phone to call Li Changfeng at the airbase once again. Old Li, Eagle Jam fighters are suspected to be seen over the Jinhat air defense base. Go and confirm it. Li Changfeng didn't dare to be careless when he received the call and hurriedly contacted the nearby air defense base. However, they were told that no targets were found. Old Xie, I've just asked. The sky is clear. There are no enemy planes at all. The crowd rushed to sigh in relief at the reply. Is it really a malfunction? It's just a toy after all. Just something a college student came up with. It's normal for it to malfunction a bit. If you ask me, it's these students who are making a deliberate bluff. Hearing the entourage's comments, Elder Xia responded sternly. Have you guys ever seen a toy break the sound barrier? The eastern coastline of Daxia, a sci-fi-shaped silver-gray warplane was hovering at 20,000 meters. Tom, the pilot, was looking out the porthole at the horizon with a cozy face. Reporting to command. The test is complete. Daxia has no ability to detect 250 SB fighters at all. Very well, proceed as planned. Tom received the order to immediately begin reconnaissance of military installations on the ground to gather information. Today's task was far easier than he thought it would be. Lockdown warning. Lockdown warning. Lockdown warning. Suddenly the 250 SB fighter's console flashed a red alert. Wang Defa, what's going on here? The sudden lockdown instantly caused Tom to panic. Raven to command. I'm locked on fire control radar. And I'm not picking up the target at all. An incredulous voice came over the comm channel. How is that possible? Even our Eagle Sauce's most advanced AWACS couldn't detect the 250 SB fighter. How could it be locked on by an enemy aircraft in Daxia? Tom was, after all, Eagle Jam's ace pilot. After a brief moment of panic, a super exciting maneuver was accomplished by taking direct control of the fighter. Wow! The 250 SB fighter turned its nose 180 degrees straight up in an attitude beyond common sense. Phew! Almost simultaneously Tom's vision blurred briefly. The aerial maneuver just reached human limits. He was the only one in his ace flying squadron who could pull off such a maneuver. Just moments after Tom's vision returned, he finally got a good look at the guy who had just locked himself in. A drone with a ghostly black body appeared in his field of vision. Tom looked incredulous. It's actually a drone? And it doesn't seem like a very big head. All Tom could feel at this point was a rush of heat in his face. Just got myself actually locked up by a toy. Looked down at the radar. Tom was instantly in a cold sweat. Voila! I can't believe it's not on my radar. Raven requesting a return flight. Chapter 6 Command, they wouldn't dare shoot you down. Tom, Zundu fake do. See the 250 SB fighter appear on your cell phone screen. Elder Xie and Elder Lin and the others instantly felt as uncomfortable as having fish spikes stuck in their throats. Eagle Jam actually had the guts to actually send fighter jets into Daxia airspace. The most frightening thing was that Daxia's airbase actually took the other side's exact coordinates and couldn't even detect the other side. If we can't find a countermeasure, then in the future won't Daxia's airspace be a place where Eagle Sauce can come and go as it pleases? This is something they will never allow. At this time General Li Changfeng from the airbase also arrived at the scene. He had to figure out what was going on today. He froze in place when he saw the two fighters entangled on his cell phone screen. I can't believe there really are Eagle Jam fighters. And it's the 250SB that was just recently developed. He could not be blamed for the fact that the airspace he was responsible for actually did have Eagle Jam fighters intruding into it. But fortunately, there were new airplanes that Xia Lao and the others had researched that spotted each other in time. Elder Xie, if you've got new equipment, why don't you give me a heads up beforehand, so I can plan my deployment in advance? Elder Xie shook his head inside. We didn't develop this. Li Changfeng froze. It wasn't developed by Elder Xie? Could it be Elder Hua in the south? At this time, Lin Lao directly interrupted his brainstorming and said with a proud face, "This fighter plane was built by my grandson paying for a college student to build it." All the people in the room wiped off their sweat. So what are you so proud of? Li Changfeng almost fell over when he heard this. The guy who got their base in a tizzy this morning was actually built by a college student? It's a crazy world. Well, let's put this matter aside for a while. Right now it's how to solve the trouble at hand. The conversation got back on track and everyone was silent once again. At this point, someone said with a worried look on their face, "This model shouldn't really bring down Eagle Sauce's fighters. Should it? Beat it down? Are you kidding me? Let's not talk about whether a toy airplane has that capability. Even if we do have the ability, who will bear the consequences of fighting it down?" Li Changfeng felt at this time that Elder Xie and the others were making a bit of a fuss. What are you guys afraid of? This is just a model made by college students. It's true that the performance is a bit more impressive, but it's not like it's actually equipped with missiles. This is Daxia. Ordinary citizens are not allowed to possess weapons. It's common sense. That's when Lin Lao poured cold water on him. Do you think the man who could build one of these fighters would be a law-abiding, ordinary citizen? Elder Lin's words just fell. The next second, the warning popped up again on the phone screen. Fire control system is locked on target. Pulse weapon system is ready. Close-range hypersonic missiles are ready. Please make your next instruction within 180 seconds. If you exceed the time limit, you will destroy the enemy's fighters by default. Li Changfeng almost fell head over heels. Nima, there really are missiles. Are college students so arrogant nowadays? Lin Lao looked at the message that popped up over and over again on his cell phone screen with a complex expression. This old thank you thing is asking us to make our next instructions. What instructions? Old man Xia was speechless. I don't know. You might as well ask your grandson if you ask me. This. Lin Lao looked at Lin Tianyu and said seriously, "Contact that friend of yours immediately and ask him if he has a remedy now." Lin Tianyu hesitated for a moment, but still dialed Chen Shang. In fact, he mentally expected the fighter to actually bring down the Eagle Jam fighter, but surely Grandpa and the others had their reasons, and he'd just be good and listen. Chen Shang, who was napping in the van at the moment, was dreaming that he was piloting a mech and standing over the Sakura Imperial residence. Countless young girls from the Sakura country became his captives. Just when he was planning to torture these delicate cherry blossom girls to make them confess. The phone is ringing. I see millions of lovely you not looking back running deeper into the smoke. Being half asleep, Chen Shang heard his phone ringing. Who the hell is disturbing my good dreams? The phone was connected and Lin Tianyu's anxious voice came from the microphone. Chen Shang is not good. Something big has happened. Chen Shang subconsciously asked. What's the big deal? Can you get to the point? Something happened to the model airplane you built. The model you built locked onto Eagle Jam's fighters in the sky and yelled that the missiles were ready to launch. Bye. Chen Shang immediately intended to hang up the phone and run away with the bucket. At this time, Lin Lao hurriedly grabbed the phone. Little friend, don't worry, no matter what happens we won't hold you responsible. In the end, only after Lin Lao's repeated assurances did Chen Shang relax a little. In fact, the operation interface of the Genbird fighter has no buttons and is fully voice intelligent. Just have the person who first activated the fighter by password say a word to terminate autonomous operation, and you'll be able to regain control of the fighter. When the time comes, we may have to match the password, but don't worry, the password is very simple. As long as you're a Dasha person, you'll be able to answer it. Almost as soon as Chen Shang's words fell, Lin Tianyu decisively shouted into his cell phone, "Terminate the autonomous operation. Advanced commands detected. Please check the password." Almost everyone was relieved to see the prompt. The countdown was now over 50 seconds away, perfectly in time. However, the dialogue box that popped up the next second made them spit blood in place. Is the Tiger Wusung fought in water margin a male or female? Holy, is this OS decent? This ING Schneebly doesn't even know for sure. Okay. At this time, only Lin Tianyu has already figured out the pissiness of this operating system, hastily replied. It's either a male or a female. Answer correctly. Please check the second password. Hearing the system prompted the crowd to fall absolutely flat on their faces. That's a question that can only be answered by the brain circuits of the Dasha people. Catch 30 seconds left. Elder Lin reminded in time.
Don't worry, Grandpa. Your grandson I can still be questioned by an AI?
Lin Tianyu patted his chest with a calm face. At this point the operating system also gives a second password.
How many calories did Zhao Yun burn in his 7 entries and 7 exits at Changbanpa?
Hearing the contents of the password, he was so angry that Lin Tianyu directly slammed his cell phone on the ground.
You might as well just fire the missiles. Command received. Missiles ready for launch. The scene was instantly and horribly quiet. Lin Tianyu had an egg on his face. Bullying? Ha? You don't need to respond to a password to launch a missile?
Lin Lao, I told you to study hard.
But you didn't listen? Lin Tianyu, Grandpa is reasonable. Is this a problem that can be solved by studying?
Elder Shay,
Li Changfeng. By now Tom,
who was flying the 250 SB fighter, had already taken the Gentoo around the sky several times. Tom had displayed all his life's knowledge, but still couldn't get away from the mysterious fighter behind him for a fraction of a second.
Shat, what the hell is going on with this fighter? Not only could his opponent make maneuvers that were beyond the pale, he was able to anticipate all of his actions. It just doesn't make sense. The key thing was that the other person was dead right behind him, and his radar picture showed no sign of the other side at all. Could this be the latest generation of warplanes from Daxia? But I've never heard of it. Command! I can't get rid of it. At this point Tom's words were no longer muted. A timely reply came back over the comm channel. No need to worry about it. I know the Daxia people. They wouldn't dare shoot you down. You can just follow your original route back. Receiving the order, Tom was noticeably more calm. That's right. What are you afraid of? These scalawags wouldn't dare shoot themselves down. Chapter 7, Can I still ride this? Yet not before Tom had relaxed for 2 seconds. A red alert began to flash continuously on the center screen of the 250 SB fighter. Missile warning! Missile warning! Missile warning! Damn! The Chinese actually dare to fire missiles at me. At this point Tom had long since lost the composure he had just had. The hands holding the joystick were sweaty. Don't panic. Have you forgotten that you are now flying our Hawk Jam's most advanced 250 SB fighter? The other side only has one drone, and it's probably at its limit to carry M2 missiles. Turn up the thrust to maximum. Break Mach 3, and the missiles won't be able to catch you then. Hearing the command over the comm channel, Tom was slightly more at ease. He had almost forgotten that he was now flying a fighter that could break Mach 3. Keep in mind that most air-to-air missiles don't reach that speed either. The missiles that could reach that speed were huge in size. Not something that could be carried by a drone in front of you. Push the throttle lever all the way to the floor. The 250 SB fighter accelerated abruptly. Though accelerating to Mach 3 in a short period of time was a lot of load on his body, but now he couldn't care less. The 250 SB quickly accelerated from Mach 1.4 to Mach 1.9 and the speed continued to increase. Tom was slightly relieved when the fighter reached Mach 3 speed. Silly by Daxia people. They probably died not realizing that my warplanes would be faster than missiles. At Mach 3.2, I'll see how you knock me down. However, the next second Tom's ears kept ringing drip, drip, drip. The sound of the alarm. This is a missile approach alert. Looking at the radar screen, the missile behind him was still approaching at a rapid pace. How does such a small missile fly so fast? Oh, shit. How can this missile be so fast? I can't get rid of it even though my fighter is going Mach 3. Now he was completely flustered. As an ace pilot he knew it very well in his heart. Air-to-air missiles are very advanced these days. In air combat, shoot down as soon as you lock on. It's not at all like the movies where you can just maneuver around 2 corners haphazardly and get rid of it. If missiles were that easy to dodge, everyone would be using machine guns. Also, don't mention any bull ***** maneuvers. He was now up to Mach 3. At this speed, performing maneuvers aircraft can easily disintegrate. Even if the plane doesn't disintegrate, he can't stand it. Take it easy, Captain Tom. Concentrate on finding the right moment to release the jamming bomb. Almost as soon as the command was given over the comm channel, Tom decisively released all jamming rounds. The timing was perfect. Releasing a jamming bomb now would probably work in accordance with the missile's inertia. Unless Daxia's missiles can swerve to circumvent obstacles. The next image, however, struck Tom like a thunderbolt, only to see the missile behind him do a very unorthodox maneuver at nearly a right angle to avoid the jamming projectile he had just released. Then another unmartialized right angle maneuver continued towards him. Wang Defa. This is not scientific. Tom looked desperate. The crotch of his pants under his anti-load suit had long been soaked. Boom! It was accompanied by a violent explosion. Hawk Jam has one more hero. Yes. Silly Hawk Jam people. They should be made to pay something. Lin Tianyu, who was squeezed on the outskirts of the crowd, looked at the images uploaded back from his cell phone and exclaimed, "He's been wanting to do this for a long time. Today was finally as good as it could have been." Lin Lao glared at him. Lin Tianyu immediately shriveled up.
Soon Li Changfeng's phone rang. What? Traces of explosions found over the eastern seaboard? Li Changfeng hung up the phone to look at Elder Xie and Elder Lin. Looks like we just really brought down Eagle Jam's fighter. This is going to be big. Xia Lao quickly said. Old Li, you should quickly get a word with the foreign ministry so that they can have a prior preparation. Grandpa Li, what are you afraid of? They were the ones who trespassed into our airspace first. We were acting in self-defense. At this moment, Lin Tianyu was still full of defiance. Lin Lao picked up Lin Tianyu's ears. What the hell do you kid know? Do you think your Master Li is made of clay? Have you ever thought about how many ordinary people's lives will be affected once we and Eagle Sauce really clash? You now quickly let this warplane return to the flight. In case encountered malfunction in the sky, that is our great summer huge loss. Grandpa, people can even up Eagle Jam fighters. How can they malfunction that easily? Elder Lin didn't pick up on Lin Tianyu's words, but instead explained another matter to him. Xiao Yu you call that friend of yours right now and tell him to come over. Lin Tianyu directly played dumb. What friend? Grandpa, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Changfeng laughed. Ha ha, the little guy is still protective. Don't worry, we won't do anything to your friend. Elder Xia hurriedly stopped the crowd. If we call him over at this juncture, it's inevitable that he won't think too much. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it's better not to be too hasty. Old Lin, you grandson, go appease this young man. Our Daxia is losing too much talent. Definitely can't let such a talent chill out. Lin Lao scolded angrily. You're the grandson. At this time, Lin Tianyu also heard Elder Xia's words. His eyes rolled. Grandpa has to spend money to enlist cutting-edge talents. I can't do it without money. The boy. The crowd erupted in laughter. At this moment, Lin Yi and Li Qing Shui, who were on the periphery of the crowd, were sitting in front of a half-meter high confidentiality agreement. My hands are numb from signing. Sister Qing Shui, the words I've signed in my life combined aren't as many as today. It's all because of stupid by Lin Tianyu. And is there any need to keep a secret about something this big? Li Qing Shui comforted. Just be content. Haven't you heard that Eagle Jam's warplanes have been shot down? I'm afraid that any problems with our ancestors would have been taken to tea by now. At this time, Li Changfeng came to Li Qing Shui in large strides. Good granddaughter, don't sign it. Grandpa has a difficult task for you. Li Changfeng then pointed at Lin Tianyu and said, this fighter plane is a matter of great importance. I'm afraid that punk from the old Lin family will mess things up. You follow him. Before Li Qing Shui could reply, next to him, Lin Tianyu's face instantly dropped. Grandpa Li, are you polite? At this time, Elder Xia and Elder Lin also looked shocked. Old Li is precious about this granddaughter of his. I can't believe I let her reach out to a college student today. At this point Lin Yi, who was sitting on the sidelines signing a confidentiality agreement, quit again. If Sister Qing Shui goes, then I'll go too. Jiang Chang, in front of an old processing workshop, Chen Shang jumped out of the heavy truck. Home at last. My old back. Wave goodbye to the driver. It wasn't until I saw the Star Dome workbench again that I believed it wasn't a dream. Beep. Congratulations to the host for creating a weapon that creates despair. Awarding 100 technology points. Tech points? What's the point? Hearing the sudden system prompt, Chen Shang asked in confusion. As long as the host creates a weapon that creates despair in the alien race, he will gain tech points, which can be used to develop or modify any item. After the system gave the prompt, Chen Shang glanced at his little electric donkey, decidedly tried to throw it in the Star Dome workbench for a makeover. First of all, he was not happy with the range of this little donkey. Just change it to unlimited range and forget about it. There was also the fact that now that he was able to build such a weapon himself, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. So the weapon system must also be arranged. The weapon system was there, so the ability to turn into a humanoid and serve tea and water when you're not doing anything had to be there as well. Beep. The transformation order has been executed. 100 technology points deducted. Estimated completion time 12 hours. It actually takes this long to change a small electric donkey? Might as well get some sleep first. 12 hours later, Chen Shang woke up with a start. A cup of coffee was handed to him. Master, you're awake. Chen Shang took the coffee and thanked him. Then it felt as if something wasn't quite right. Looking up at the young girl with delicate features in front of her, she asked, wait, who are you? Master, I am your little electric donkey. Did you forget to make me like this before you went to bed? Chen Shang scratched his head. He just wanted to modify it, but he didn't say he wanted to modify it like this. Is this even writable? Chapter 8, the state scholar himself comes to meet. Bang! 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 There was a knock at the door. Who is it at this time? Chen Shang walked towards the door suspiciously. Outside the door, Lin Yi looked at the dilapidated plant in front of her and asked doubtfully, brother, are you sure this is it? Lin Tianyu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "It's been a few years since I've been here. I can't call some of them." "I told you, how could such an advanced fighter be built in such a place?" At that moment the iron door of the storehouse was opened, and a young man with a handsome sunny face walked out. "Chen Shang, it's really you." Lin Tianyu recognized Chen Shang at once. "Did you really build that Gen bird fighter?" "Nonsense, you didn't pay me to build it." "What? Come to deliver the final payment to me in person?" At this time, Lin Yi behind her pushed the useless old brother away. "Hello, my name is Lin Yi. I'm this punk's cousin. I heard that we are from the same school. Please teach me more in the future." After saying that, Lin Yi even extended her right hand enthusiastically. Chen Shang was also adored by the cute little girl in front of him. Politely, he extended his right hand for a shake. "I didn't realize that this trash Lin Tianyu actually had such a beautiful and cute cousin." Lin Yi pulled Li Qingxue, who was on the side, over as well. "This is Sister Qingxue. We're all model airplane enthusiasts just like you." Chen Shang took another look at Li Qingxue, whose appearance was not inferior to Yi Yi's in the slightest. Very eye-catching. It's just that the expression is cooler. There's something about an iceberg beauty. Not at all the same type as Yui Lin. But what's the deal with model airplane enthusiasts? I think you guys are mistaken. I'm not a model airplane enthusiast. Chen Shang said truthfully. After all, he'd only ever modeled one Gen bird fighter. 2. Or maybe that doesn't count as a model at all. Lin Yi instantly misunderstood Chen Shang's meaning. And yeah, how can Chen Shang count as an enthusiast? He's obviously a god. Okay? Inside. Can the great god Chen Shang invite us in for a seat? It was only then that Chen Shang noticed that several people had been chatting at the door for half a day. Hastily, he stepped aside to invite Li Qingxue and Lin Yi to walk in. Boo! The iron door closed again with a bang. The spotlights in the warehouse are lit in sequence. The incredibly precise star dome workbench comes into view. Instantly Lin Yi let out a gasp. The precision of this machine tool is higher than what I saw when I studied abroad. There's so much more equipment I've never seen. At this moment, Li Qingxue's gaze towards Chen Shang became more and more hopeful. Until just now, she hadn't believed that the Xian bird fighter was built by Chen Shang alone. In her perception, such a fighter couldn't have been accomplished without a huge R&D team. However, it was only after seeing the equipment that she began to believe that Xian bird fighter was really built by the man in front of him with his own strength. What kind of demon is he? Guests, please have tea. At this time, the young girl like little donkey appeared in front of several people with a tea tray. With its exquisite features, even Li Qingxue and Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. This is too beautiful. Chen Shang, you're good. You're actually hiding such a big beauty at home. The dangling Lin Tianyu was the first to let out an exclamation. Chen Shang smiled and explained. This is my robot assistant. I haven't thought of a name yet. Just call Bunny. Chen Shang also felt that it was really inconvenient to not have a name, so he casually gave the little electric donkey a name. Thank you, Master. Bunny seemed very happy with the name. I blanch. Master? Chen Shang, you are committing a crime. Accept my just punishment, said Lin Tianyu as he strangled Chen Shang's neck. Lin Yi and Li Qingxue also blushed when they heard Little Rabbit address Chen Shang. That's too shy. Seeing that there was a misunderstanding, Chen Shang directly ordered the bunny to transform on the spot into a writing form. Ka-ching! A mechanical biting sound came. Bunny's originally snow-white and playful face instantly cracked, exposing the metal parts inside. Not a moment later, a sci-fi cool-looking motorcycle appeared in front of several people. Holy, big change. Lin Tianyu was immediately startled. Chen Shang, I'm not dreaming. This has already surpassed scientific common sense. Okay? Lin Yi was even more daring, actually reaching out to touch the bunny. Tick, tick. The bunny chirped twice to show his shyness. Okay, bunny, you change back. Receiving Chen Shang's order, the little rabbit once again turned into human form. At this time, Chen Shang turned his head to Lin Tianyu and said, Say what, you guys came all the way here to find me. Although Lin Tianyu had just said that it was a catch-up, Chen Shang didn't believe it at all. Lin Tianyu's sudden visit at this time was bound to have something to do with the Xian bird fighter. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Lin Tianyu scratched his head and became somewhat embarrassed. Now he had the feeling that he had betrayed his friend. Chen Shang, I didn't mean to betray you. You built the model it. Chen Shang frowned, having a bad feeling. What happened to the model I built? Once the item is sold, no responsibility for any problems. Lin Tianyu was sweating. You've picked yourself clean enough. Seeing Lin Tianyu stammering, Lin Yi pushed her useless brother away. Actually, that unmanned fighter you built blew away Eagle Jam's fighter. Put. The coffee that Chen Shang had just drank into his mouth spewed out in one gulp. Sure enough, this guy came to see himself for no good reason. What fighter plane? Don't you bloody dare. It's just a toy. And didn't I tell you how to unlock it?
You can't make the automaker pay for someone you hit with a technically inept car, can you?
Li Qingxue covered her forehead with a helpless face.
Sure enough, none of the siblings are reliable. We're here just to say hello to you.
My grandfather and the others intend to purchase a batch of Xianbird unmanned fighters from you on behalf of the Daxia military.
Daxia seeks me out to purchase fighters? Chen Shang's face was puzzled. His expression seemed to say, can you guys have any say in national armament orders?
At this time, the small rabbit that was originally standing aside with incomparable elegance suddenly changed its form once again.
The hands twisted for a moment into two ghostly black gunports.
The electromagnetic tracks on either side of the muzzle had begun to recharge.
There was even a continuous warning from his mouth. Danger warning.
2 helicopter gunships detected approaching.
Retrieving target is ZW-10 helicopter gunships. Belonging to Daxia, purpose unknown. Threat level low. Checking 6 armored infantry vehicles approaching. Retrieved target is VN-20 armored infantry vehicles. Attributed to Daxia, purpose unknown. Threat level low. Checking 800 armed men approaching. Retrieved target as Daxia bloodline.
Attributed to Daxia for unknown purposes.
Warning. This soldier is extremely dangerous. Strength unknown, please treat with caution.
When Chen Shang heard the bunny's series of warnings, cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
This Nima. What's the big deal? Is there a need to make such a big deal out of it?
Li Qingxue hurriedly explained.
Don't misunderstand me.
Although I don't know why my grandfather and the others are making such a big fuss.
They are definitely not coming over to arrest you.
My grandfather and old man Xie from the northern military industry are right outside.
They can come in any time as long as you nod your head.
Chen Shang froze at his words.
There's really no need to make such a big deal out of arresting a college student. He wasn't though clear on who Li Qingxue's grandfather was, but Xia Lao of the northern military industry is his idol. That's a national scholar. If the one who came was really Elder Xie, then he really wasn't here to arrest him. The probability is that it's for the design drawings of the Genta fighter. The nationalist is unrivaled. Chen Shang can't lose his manners. Hastily, he instructed Bunny to open the big iron door of the warehouse.
Here Chen Shang also left an eye out and did not personally go over.
After all, there is an eventuality in everything. Crunch!
As the iron door was opened, sure enough the alley that had been empty just moments ago was already surrounded by military police. The sound of helicopter gunship engines could be faintly heard in the distance.
Chapter 9, 50 billion. That's when the nearby neighbors came running out to join in the fun. Which family's doll has committed a crime? It's not a small case. I guess it's that kid from old Chen's family.
I told you that kid must not be doing anything good by clanking around every day.
Isn't this enough for old Mrs. Jiang to choke?
Her son and daughter-in-law have been missing for so many years, and now her grandson has committed a crime.
Ha ha! Didn't she say her grandson was the best?
I'm going to tell her now that her precious grandson has committed a crime.
Elder Xie and Elder Lin,
as well as Qingfeng Li and the others, directly ignored the murmuring neighbors.
Chen Shan's identity must not be publicized. Even if it is misunderstood, then it can only be condescended to first.
Elder Xie waved his hand for the guards to wait outside,
and walked towards the interior of Chen Shan's workshop with large strides. Upon seeing the star dome workbench in the warehouse,
Elder Xie immediately froze on the spot. As one of the country's top researchers, he had seen a lot of the world,
but many of the equipment in Chen Shan's studio he couldn't even name.
Seeing that the atmosphere was slightly serious, the playful Lin Yi took the lead in breaking the awkwardness and pulled Chen Shang forward.
This is Grandpa Xie from the Northern Military Industrialization, and the other fierce one is my grandfather, who builds tanks.
Chen Shang stood with his back straight. The two of you are all heavyweights in Daxia. Without Xie Lao and the others breaking through the difficulties of catching up with the century-long technological gap between Daxia and the West, where would he have gotten his current happy days?
Good on the lad.
Elder Xie patted Chen Shang's shoulder. With young people like you in Daxia, we old bones can retire early.
Lin Yi's little face came over and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. He's a great god. Chen Shang. He's awesome. Great god?"
Chen Shang was instantly somewhat embarrassed by the compliment.
Lin girl is right. Great god.
Elder Xie once again looked at Chen Shang with a scrutinizing gaze.
Did you really do everything from the development to the manufacturing of the Xianbird unmanned combat aircraft all by yourself?
Although the facts were in front of him,
Elder Xie still wanted to confirm them in person. That's right. I did it alone.
Things have come to this point. Chen Shang also has no need to hide.
Directly admitted it.
Although he already knew the answer, but Elder Xie was still a bit surprised. But on second thought, although there are fewer R&D members,
maybe there is more R&D time?
A person working on such a big project must consume a lot of energy,
right? Chen Shang nodded. That's right. From the beginning of the research and development until now,
I haven't had much rest in these 2 weeks.
Elder Xie nodded,
which was more or less the same.
Wait, 2 weeks? Elder Xie couldn't believe his ears.
2 years for a project of this magnitude was barely enough for him. but 2 weeks is too much. At this time, Lin Lao next to him coughed dryly. Cough cough. Old Xie, you're being meaningless, aren't you? Comrade Xiao Chen can still cheat us. He even gave a look to Elder Xie after saying that. Shay got it in seconds. What young man doesn't love to show off? Blowing a little awesome doesn't hurt. Rather, he had just taken himself too seriously. Whether it's 2 weeks or 2 years, it's a big deal to build an unmanned fighter like that. That little brother Chen. There are many things I don't understand about the Xian bird fighter that I would like to ask you about. Would you be interested in coming to work at our office so that we can easily communicate in the future? As for treatment, you'll come straight in as deputy director and take my place in a couple years. Chen Shang instantly understood that Elder Xie and the others were really running towards the Xian bird unmanned fighter. But let him enter the system to work. Chen Shang is naturally reluctant. Become a frontline researcher. Nothing else, and you can't sign a confidentiality agreement from morning to night. He's long been used to being comfortable. Doesn't like to be constrained. But the state will certainly not be comfortable with a refusal now. The best thing to do now is to hand over the information related to the technology of the Gen 2. It's not like the Gen 2 fighter is a high-end item at Star Dome Tech anyway. And these technologies nowadays Blue Star without a decade or two no one can eat through. Xia Lao Xian bird fighters, all the information is in there. You take it back and study it yourself. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. Chen Shang was so generous that he took out a special piece of storage. Instantly, Elder Xie felt like the storage device in his hand weighed 1,000,000 pounds. The technical data of such a fighter. And the young man in front of him just took it out? Elder Xie hastily returned the storage device. I can't accept this. I'll apply for the patent rights for the Gen bird fighter directly for you later. And if you want, I can also report to the state to buy this technical information and use it in other fields. As for the price, as long as it's not too exaggerated, I can do it straight away. Chen Shang was not pretentious, and this program was good for both sides. The country needs technology. He needs money. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yet stretched out 5 fingers. 500. The figure of $5 million is a huge amount of money for many young people, and Chen Shang is no exception. After all, the first prize in many lotteries is $5 million. Elder Xie was visibly relieved to hear Chen Shang's offer. Such advanced technical data only cost 50 billion Chinese dollars, so he is really a great patriotic youth. If this were to be sold to the West, adding 2 more zeros to the other side would not be hesitant. What a great bargain the country has made him. I must make it up to him from somewhere else in the future. Okay, just 50 billion Chinese dollars, but it will take some time to approve such a large amount. At the same time, please rest assured that this information will only be used in other fields, and the patent rights for the production of the Xian bird fighter will still belong to you. Hearing Elder Xie's words, Chen Shang felt his blood pressure rise a bit. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I'm afraid I won't be able to spend $50 billion until I die. At this time, Lin Tianyu, who was on the sidelines, heard that the eyes of 50 billion instantly flamed up. Grandpa, I got credit for this too. Where's my reward? Elder Lin glared at his untalented grandson. I'll make you a banner later and give you a $500 bonus. Ah, Lin Tianyu looked dejected. At this time, Lin Lao continued to add, of course the bonus and banner can't be taken for nothing. This time the Eagle Jam fighter plane was shot down, there has to be someone to take the blame. I think it's you. Anyway, you swung for the fences, so you're not afraid to leave the bottom of the case. Don't worry, when the time comes, it's just a walk in the park. We won't really do anything to you. Lin Tianyu was shocked. I'm your own grandson, right? Just then a military jeep pulled up outside the door. Boo! The car door was opened. An officer with a stoic face and 2 stars on a golden branch and leaf on his shoulder walked in. It's none other than Li Changfeng, the commander of the Air Force in the theater. Elder Lin asked suspiciously. Old Li, aren't you dealing with the aftermath of the incident? Why did you follow me here too? Also, have the Gen 2 drone fighters settled in yet? Li Changfeng said with a depressed face. Don't mention it. I had prepared a speech on the foreign ministry's side, but it turned out that Eagle Jam's side didn't recognize that a warplane had been shot down. We've been working for nothing. As for the Gen 2 unmanned fighter, I've got a pilot who can memorize the 4 great books backwards watching over it, so it's guaranteed to be foolproof. Elder Lin and Elder Xie froze at his words. No? What the hell is Eagle Sauce up to? Everyone's eyes widened. This result was truly unexpected. Whatever. Li Changfeng waved his hand, then came straight to Chen Shang and took Chen Shang's hand. Your little brother Chen Shang, aren't you? How old are you and are you seeing anyone? Li Changfeng's hand grip was tight, momentarily making Chen Shang a little embarrassed. At this time, Li Qingxue beside her said in a rare and delicate manner, Grandpa, what are you asking blindly? Ahem, wasn't Grandpa also thinking of drawing a closer relationship, so that he could purchase the warplanes cheaper in the future? Chen Shang was appalled in his heart. Sure enough,
This beauty's background isn't simple either. Dang, dang, dang. At that moment a trained soldier outside the door knocked and entered. Report! There's an old man outside, trying to force his way in. Chapter 10, a second-generation government official named Lin was jumped by a fairy. Chen Shang froze at his words. Immediately, he said, "That should be my grandmother out there. Hurry up and invite in." Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng immediately ordered the soldiers to invite the old man outside in. Soon an old man with white hair walked in accompanied by soldiers. It was none other than Chen Shang's grandmother. "Elder Jiang, how come it's you?" Before Chen Shang could speak, Old Man Xia and Old Man Lin as well as Li Changfeng instantly stood upright facing the old man. Chen Shang was instantly confused. What's going on here? Elder Xia and the others actually know Grandma? Grandma Jiang looked at the room of people and waved her hand. "Don't call me that. I'm just an ordinary old man now." Elder Xia and the others hurriedly bowed their heads and said, "The country will never forget what you have done. We know that incident hit you hard." But Grandma Jiang didn't even look at a few people and directly interrupted. "It's all in the past, so don't mention it again. I don't want to cause trouble for the country or have my life disturbed. So you guys go back, and you guys stay away from my grandson. If anything happens to him, don't blame me for fighting you." Old lady. At this time, Lin Yi, who was on the side, immediately pulled Grandma Jiang's hand and pouted. "Grandma, your grandson is awesome. The fighter he built blew away Eagle Sauce's fighters." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Grandma Jiang's hand involuntarily trembled. Looking back at Chen Shang nodded without saying anything more. The shock that the scene in front of him gave him was no less than the shock he felt when he obtained the system. Grandma actually knew all of them with Elder Xie, and it looked as if she was familiar with them. And what the hell was going on back then? Could it have something to do with the disappearance of the parents? When Grandma Jiang saw Chen Shang nodding in acknowledgement, she seemed to have instantly aged a few points. "It's all life." Li Changfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Jiang, don't worry. Today's country is strong enough to not allow them to mess around. I promise you, anyone who dares to harm Chen Shang will cross over my corpse." Instead of answering Li Changfeng, Grandma Jiang turned her head to Chen Shang. "Chen Shang, you go out first. Grandma has something to say to them." Although Chen Shang was also curious about what Grandma was going to say to Elder Xia and the others, Grandma's eyes did not allow him to refuse. He could only give Lin Tianyu a wink to walk out of the plant. Lin Tianyu returned a wise look to him. "Don't worry brother, to come to eat this big melon for you." The next second Lin Lao glared at him and said, "Xiao Yu, you all go out too. Surely these old guys aren't confused yet." Outside the door, Lin Tianyu said with certainty, "There's definitely a big secret here." He and Chen Shang were so close as children, but he knew nothing about Chen Shang's family. Chen Shang's parents even seemed to be like invisible people. This is clearly not normal. At this time, Chen Shang was also preoccupied. Ever since he was a kid, he envied other kids for having a mom and dad. Yet he can't even remember what his parents look like. That's when a warm, slippery hand grabbed his cold palm. Chen Shang looked up to see that it was actually Li Qingxue, who hadn't been talking much. "I didn't realize you grew up alone like me." It wasn't hard to guess what had happened to Chen Shang's parents from the conversation they had just had with Grandma Jiang and Grandpa. This is something that Qingxue Li, who also lost her parents when she was a child, empathizes with. "When I was 5 years old, the airliner my parents were traveling on with important information was lost, and to this day not even the wreckage of the plane has been found." Li Qingxue's eyes moistened as she spoke. She didn't say anything about the latter, but everyone in the room guessed it. There are things that we all know happened. We just don't have proof. That's why I want to build the most powerful fighter in the world, so no one will dare to bully us anymore. Chen Shang also didn't think that the young lady in front of him was actually brought up by her grandparents. Just like himself, carefully wiping away her tears, he softly consoled, "As long as we work together, Daxia will inevitably become the strongest country in the Blue Star. By then, Hawk Jam and his traders will surely not dare to mess with us anymore." 30 minutes later, Grandma Jiang and Elder Xie and the others walked out of the plant. "This time it's because we were too eager to make such a big fuss. But don't worry, Elder Jiang, there definitely won't be a next time. And we'll definitely find a way to round up the past afterward, ensuring that absolutely no one will know about Chen Shang and your identity." Grandma Jiang still didn't feel relieved. "I only have this one grandson. If something happens to him, then I won't live. Even in tight protection there are lapses. You claim to protect, but we have scientists in Daxia who are successfully assassinated every year. You should know that scientists are human beings with their own lives. And what's the point of living if a person has to be followed when he goes to the bathroom? You guys must use your brains to do things in the future. And stop making such a big show out of it. Hiding in the shadows and not revealing your identity is going to be safer than you sending a division to protect it." Li Changfeng patted his chest. "We have memorized your words. Promise there won't be a next time." If anything happens to Chen Sheng in the future, I'll carry my head. If you really can't trust me, I'll bet my granddaughter here for you. Chen Sheng looked at the few people who walked out and wanted to speak. Since grandma didn't tell him about his parents, it proved that there was a reason why she didn't want him to know. Or maybe it's the feeling that the truth will bring him danger. It seems that the only way to touch the truth is to make both yourself and Dasha strong through hard work. A few minutes later, the large number of military and police were all withdrawn. It comes and goes quickly. It was as if it had never been there. The only change was that a few nearby village bullies were taken along in the military vehicles. The operation also became a blackout operation externally. Only after inquiring did I realize that there was a second-generation government official named Lin who was looking for a massage from a young lady in this area and got jumped by someone. His grandfather was furious and got a few officers to arrest all the repeat offenders in the area. Lin Tianyu had a depressed look on his face at this moment. After all, I'm the one who carried it all. Lin Yi heatedly smiled. Don't worry, the country won't forget the contribution you've made. Besides, you should contribute to society. After all, that's all you're good for. It's called utilizing waste. At this time, Elder Xie said to Grandma Jiang with some embarrassment, regarding the Xian bird fighter, there are some details that we still want to understand with Chen Shang. Let him go with you. Mark my words, it's safer not to reveal your identity than a division protecting it. Grandma Jiang took Chen Shang's hand and said, Grandma is getting old. You'll be on your own in the future. Chen Shang held his grandmother's hand and said solemnly, Grandma, I won't let you down. At the same time he made up his mind. He'll follow up on his parents. 2. Chapter 11, that's even worse. Inside the conference room, with Elder Lin and Elder Xie as the center, a dozen researchers surrounded Chen Shang, listening to the lecture with a serious face. So how the hell does an anti-gravity engine accomplish that? A middle-aged researcher yanked the last hair off his head. It's a special electromagnetic drive technology that generates thrust through electromagnetic waves in an enclosed metallic space to produce propulsive power in a spacecraft. Chen Shang knows all about it, but it still left everyone in the room confused in the face of technology that is hundreds of years ahead of today's science. The group of experts at the conference table were wide-eyed at this point. We know every word you say, but I can't understand a word of it when you put it together. At this time, Li Changfeng walked inside the conference room with large strides. Ha ha, can't understand it is right. Elder Xie glared at him. What are you doing here to make a scene? Li Changfeng was not willing to show weakness. It's all ducks listening to thunder anyway. So what difference does it make if you listen and I listen? Elder Xie was instantly infuriated and glared. But there's no way to refute it. How's it going over at Eagle Jam? Still not admitting that a fighter was shot down? Li Changfeng spread his hands. That's right. I'm also surprised. This isn't like Eagle Jam's side at all. Soon there were doubts among the researchers sitting there. Is it possible that it was a misunderstanding from the start? There wasn't really any Hawksbane fighter that was shot down, after all, nor did anyone witness that so-called unmanned fighter shoot down a Hawksbane fighter. With all due respect, our Dasha's current technology is still a bit of a gap with Eagle Sauce. All along, our technological research and development has been groping the stones of the West to cross the river, and these technologies have not even been conquered by Eagle Sauce. So who are we in Dasha to research them? There is time to engage in PPT. It is better to put your feet on the ground and work hard. In addition, the technology that this little brother just mentioned is too unbelievable, or simply nonsense. How can a private workshop do something that even our northern industry can't do? So what exactly did the country buy back by spending $50 billion? A bunch of unintelligible data? The speaker was a young researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It's little known throughout the northern military industry. To be mixed up at this age to be able to sit at a table with Elder Xia was already considered a supreme talent. So when he saw Old Man Xia and Old Man Lin treating Chen Shang in that star-studded manner, his heart was very upset. In his opinion, how could a folk workshop do everything that Xia Lao and the others were talking about? It must have been the young man in front of me who used the video to fudge the situation. Xia Lao and the others were in the end too old to distinguish the AI synthesized video and fell for this young man's trick. Luckily, he's the one who understands. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Shang was not angry. It's not worth it to get angry with this kind of knee-jerk who's been on his knees for a long time. It just opened its mouth and said faintly, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because Eagle Sauce can't be built doesn't mean we can't build it in Dasha. There are many areas in which our Dasha surpasses the West. It's just that you don't know it. And the fact that we went down this path of science to explore the unknown, not to delve into things that others have already researched and tucked away, which would only lead to forever looking at other people's taillights. If you want to bend the rules, you have to explore. Well said. Elder Xie and Elder Lin hastily applauded. The eyes that looked at Chen Shang once again had a few more moments of appreciation in them. If you want to bend the rules, you have to explore. Dr. 1.
I assure you that it's absolutely true that the Genta fighter jet shot down the Hawk Jam fighter jet. The young researcher sat down indignantly. You want me to believe that unless you let me see with my own eyes what so-called Genta drone fighter shot down the Hawk Jam fighter? The other researchers didn't say anything, but the skepticism was evident in their expressions. It's a waste of life to be here with a college kid babbling. Someone soon got up and gathered up the materials. Elder CA. There's nothing else, I'm going to go watch a movie with my daughter. Elder CA. My brother-in-law is celebrating his 30th birthday today. You know I'm afraid of my wife. It's not good to be absent. Elder CA. These techniques are just too unbelievable. I'd better go back and catch up on my theoretical knowledge before listening. At this time, Xia Lao also understands that these guys will not be convinced without revealing some real skills. But there is really no way that these techniques provided by Qin Shang can be proven in a short period of time. Just as he hesitated to show them the Xian bird fighter, Li Changfeng's phone rang. Hey, what did you say? Eagle Jam's carrier battle group approaching our waters? Asterisk. What did I tell you? Eagle Sauce has always been a no-frills winner. Why are you so honest this time? So these guys are waiting here. The phone hung up and facing the inquiring gaze cast by Elder Xie, Li Changfeng explained. Hawk Jam has sailed one of the carrier formations docked at the footbath directly over this time, supposedly to recover for the downing of the fighters. Upon hearing this, Lin Lao fell silent. Eagle Sauce. This shameless thing. Isn't this a blatant bully? Elder Xia nodded and said. They're deliberately making things difficult for us by bringing their carrier battle group over at this time to cause trouble. This is outright blackmail. And if we react, they'll surely take the downing of the fighter plane along with it for good measure. Dr. Wang pushed down his glasses once again. I've said it all. There was no Eagle Sauce's fighter jet shot down at all. You've all been fooled by this young man. He then even looked straight at Chen Shang and said, you confess before it's too late. Elder Xia was just about to lecture Dr. Wang, when Li Changfeng's phone rang again. Li Changfeng picked up the phone again. This time the frown was deeper than when he heard the Eagle Jam carrier battle group was coming. What do you mean? The Gentoo drone fighter is out of control. The pilot guarding the hangar on the other end of the phone said anxiously. That's right. It was fine just now, but somehow the Genbird unmanned fighter's engine suddenly started on its own. It says something about recognizing an incursion by an enemy carrier battle group. Please make your command within 10 minutes or annihilation mode will be activated. Since the conference room was relatively quiet, everyone present heard the voice on the other end of the line. Dr. Wang was the first to snort. Ha, really great. People also sink the Eagle Jam carrier battle group. If they really take the initiative to attack the Eagle Jam carriers, estimated that Blue Star will directly open the S3 season. Hearing the words S3 season, Lin Lao and the others slapped their thighs at the same time. It's going to be bad. With that said in unison they stood up and ran outside. The rest of the researchers, including Dr. Wang, could only follow reluctantly. Chen Shang also followed behind and comforted. Actually, you guys don't have to worry so much. There's still 10 minutes left. As long as you answer the AI commands of the Genta fighter within 10 minutes, you'll be able to deactivate the annihilation mode. When Li Changfeng and Elder Xie and the others heard the words muzzle, they instantly evoked a flash of bad memories. That's worse. Chapter 12 The Strongest Brain Champion vs Genbird Fighter Mantra. 5 minutes later, the crowd finally arrived at the hangar where the Gentoo unmanned fighter was parked. By now the Genta fighter had slid out of the hangar. The engine hums. It seems ready to take off at any moment. Li Changfeng immediately scolded the personnel guarding the hangar. Who told you to open the hangar door? The hangar's watchman looked innocent. Reporting, sir. You may not believe us when we tell you. This door was opened by this drone itself. 3 minutes ago it hacked the hangar's access door. Li Changfeng rolled his eyes at the words and almost fainted. This drone is afraid of becoming a man. It was at this point that the Genta fighter sent out another warning alert. Local carrier formation detected approaching to pose a significant threat to our territory. 260 seconds to annihilation mode. Li Changfeng pulled Chen Shang over. Chen Shang, is there any way to terminate the annihilation mode? The way Chen Shang naturally has. In fact, all that was needed was a word from him. Not even a verbal command. To make the Genta fighter completely lay down. After all, he had produced all these fighters, and he had absolute priority control over them. Before Chen Shang could open his mouth, an icy system beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Beep. To trigger the system mission. Mission 1. Long live peace. Deactivate fighter annihilation mode. Reward, Biodog cloning technology. Mission 2. Nuclear leveling of 10,000 shattered. Conceal the method of disarming. Mission reward, 100 technology points. Mission 3. Long live nuclear peace. Provide only the method of deactivation and leave it free. Mission reward, portable star dome industrial mother. Neither can I choose to watch a commercial? Faced with 3 options, Chen Shang hesitated for half a day.
Ultimately, it was task 3 that was chosen. Having a mobile industrial master is definitely useful when orders increase in the future. He only provides the method of lifting it, and whether it works or not depends on God's will. He's not afraid to really knock the Eagle sauce carrier out of the water. So many high-tech weapons in the Star Vault system teach Eagle Jam to be human in minutes. It's actually very simple to solve the annihilation mode. All that's required is a voice build by the person who currently has control of the fighter, which is done by shouting out the phrase disengage annihilation mode. Beep. Completed system mission. Reward, portable Star Dome industrial mother. Note, can be unfolded or retracted in any location. The rewards arrived. Qin Shang did not move, intending to wait for no one to slowly study it. As soon as Qin Shang's words fell, Li Changfeng gave a wink to the current operator of the Xian bird fighter. Disengage annihilation mode. The operator's voice was loud and clear, not at all as lazy as Lin Tianyu. It gives a very reliable feeling. Advanced commands detected. Please check the password. Hearing that they had to check their passwords again, Elder Lin and Elder Xia revealed worried looks. Li Changfeng, on the other hand, said with a calm face, "Don't worry guys, with the previous lesson, I've specially found a pilot in the army this time who can memorize the 4 great masterpieces backwards. And he's been on the brain and been a champion." When I heard about this program, Lin Lao Gan Xia Lao instantly felt much more at ease. Only a group of researchers were unimpressed. Do you have to get so worked up over a kid's bluff? They didn't believe until now that this guy in front of them, who was 2 circles smaller than AJ-10, could do anything to someone else's Eagle Jam carrier battle group. That was when an icy electronic tone finally sounded from inside the Gen Bird fighter. Palace Jade Liquor plus Sledgehammer Small Hammer equals 220. The operator gave the answer with barely a second's hesitation. Yes. Lin Lao subconsciously cheered out. Sure enough, it wasn't that the gag was too hard. It was just that his grandson was so useless. Answer correctly. Please check the second password. No one noticed. At this moment, the electronic voice of the Genta fighter revealed a bit of dissatisfaction. Say pi to 600 decimal places. I'm a ninny. Isn't this a game? The group of researchers who came with Elder Xia and the others were speechless. 600 bits. It's hard to even read it as it is without making a mistake. The operator of the Genta fighter, however, had the corners of his mouth turned up. 3, 141, 5926, 58,209, 48,111, 4,564, 7,892, 0744. Answer correctly. Please check the third password. The crowd in the room was in an uproar. Is this the strength of the strongest brain champion? 600 digits. I could mispronounce it as it is, and he actually memorized it. The Genta fighter operator interrupted the man. Actually, I did the math. The crowd was again appalled. Too strong. Li Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. It looks like this S3 season can't be played. This was also when the Genta fighter finally gave its third password. Bald head cuts down in the bear. 43. The operator is confident. Even the Xian bird drone fighter gave an answer without reading the question. Baldknobber managed to cut down a total of 43 trees in the entire show in Bear's Bounty. Don't ask me how I know. I've been very sensitive to numbers since I was a child, and that sensitivity has sometimes caused great distress in my life. I can pass over anything that has to do with numbers. I even know how many sparrows there are in the neighborhood I live in. Sometimes I even fall into confusion in the face of the people around me looking at me differently. What exactly is the use of this ability of mine? It wasn't until today that I finally realized that this ability of mine was used to save world peace. Snap. Wow. Instantly the arena erupted in fierce applause. For no other reason than this obsession of the Genta fighter operators. Yes. Worthy of the strongest brain. Great God, please accept my knee. However, at that moment an icy electronic tone interrupted the cheering. Wrong password. Please recheck. 2 responses remaining. How much will Boss Lee pay Bald Eagle after he cuts down the tree and bears? Instantly the air was deathly quiet. Gah! The operator of the Genta drone fighter's brain buzzed. Then frantically retrieve the memory in your brain. No. How could it not? Countdown has ended. No valid orders received. Genta fighter is in annihilation mode. Target, all threatening hostile units in Daxia. Buzz. As the readout ends, the anti-gravity engine of the Genta drone fighter instantly activated. The invisible gravity made the distant onlookers straighten up. This. Is it really an anti-gravity engine? At this moment, some of the researchers who followed Elder Xie over were dumbfounded. Only Dr. Wang remained stiff-lipped. Impossible. This kind of thing that only exists in sci-fi movies can't even be researched by Hawk Sauce. How can a small folk workshop do it? This must be a fake. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were all attracted by the Xian bird unmanned fighter that had already floated in the air, and no one paid any attention to him. Li Changfeng glared at Dr. Wang. This kid is just in time. In the past, I'd have given you a red shirt for saying such a thing. He then turned his head to look at the operator, who was already staring blankly, and decisively asked Chen Shang for help. Does Chen Shang have another way? Chen Shang shook his head. He didn't want to expose his absolute control over the fighter. At this point the disoriented operator shouted to the Genbird fighter in the air. I'm not convinced. Your question has no answer at all. Unless you come up with the perfect answer, I'll never be convinced. Li Changfeng shook his head as he looked at the stubborn operator. The boy is so pathetic. I'm sure it must have just hit him hard. However, to everyone's surprise, the already floated Gen-2 drone fighter actually gave a response. The correct answer is it's up to Mr. Li how much he pays. I'm a fool for not knowing. A realization dawned on the Gen-2 fighter operator. Yeah, Boss Li can give as much as he wants. Why didn't I think of that just now? Chapter 13 Eagle Sauce people are going numb. At this time, the Gen-2 unmanned fighter had already climbed to a few hundred meters in the air. As the tail of the fighter erupted into a blue-colored plasma plume, a Mach ring exploded around the fuselage of the fighter jet and lifted off. Boom! An ear-piercing sonic boom echoed back to the ground 2 seconds later. The researchers who were originally still questioning the technology of the Xianbird unmanned combat aircraft were completely silent at this time. It seems that I'm not well educated. Experts are in the folklore. I've gained insight today. If all these technologies have been realized, it is indeed possible to shoot down Hawk Jam fighters by chance. That does explain it in that case. But isn't it a bit too much for an unmanned fighter to take on an aircraft carrier battle group? It's a shame that such good technology is paired with an artificially retarded operating system. Others retorted. Ha! An artificial retard can beat the strongest brain winner? Li Changfeng looked at the direction where the Xianbird drone fighter had disappeared, and then looked at the operator who was still in the same place, and directly called out to the psychiatrist accompanying the army. Then to the adjutant beside him he ordered, replace the operating authority of the Gen-2 drone fighter immediately now. The adjutant replied with some difficulty, reporting sir, replacing operating privileges requires the right password, but he is currently in this state. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng turned his head to Chen Shang and complained. Chen Shang isn't the difficulty of these passwords a bit too high? Chen Shang said unconcernedly, General Li, the muzzle is very necessary, and this is to prevent our weapons from falling into the hands of the enemy. After all, these questions can be answered by any native Daxia person. AI. Li Changfeng sighed. This time, he wasn't worried about the Xianbird unmanned fighter jet causing trouble for the Daxia military again. Rather, they were worried about the safety of the Gen-2 unmanned fighter itself. It was a carrier battle group. After all, for the amount of ammo a drone can carry, at most, it's going to rub some paint off someone's deck. Immediately notify the Navy to head to the target sea to grab the Genbird wreckage. I hope the wreckage of the Genbird fighter doesn't fall into Hawk Jam's hands. The eastern high seas of Daxia. Inside the island of the carrier USS Hooker, General Ryder took a selfie with his coffee cup. What a beautiful horizon for a great eastern country. The copy was then attached and posted to his social accounts and geolocation was shared. Sharp-eyed netizens immediately saw the signs. Eagle Jam, long live Eagle Jam. We're the superpower of the blue planet. And Eagle Jam is absolutely free to go wherever she wants on the blue planet. Kangaroo, viva la libertad. Kimchi, hahaha, an ally of our cosmic power is a bully. Footnote, dead rabbit. Scared. Ryder was very pleased to see the comments section. This group of Daxia people hit a dead rat with a blind cat, and actually dared to shoot down our warplanes. Now let's see how they'll end up. Now if they dare to stop us, we'll take advantage of the situation. If we don't intercept us, then we'll publicize this voyage route in a big way, so that the whole world will know that Daxia's waters are our Eagle Sauce's backyard. At this point the carrier Hooker suddenly stopped advancing. General Ryder leisurely asked, have we reached the Daxia's territorial sea identification zone? Captain Johnson of the carrier Hooker came to Admiral Ryder with an embarrassed look on his face. No, sir. It's that further on you're within the business of the Wind 31 courier. I suggest stopping the advance for now and sending a couple 250 SBs to harass them first. Ahem. General Ryder forced a demonstration of inner embarrassment. Just do as you say. It's not that I'm actually afraid of couriers. It's just that we're civilized people and we can't behave in a way that crosses the line. Captain Johnson, trust me. Even so, the initiative is still in our hands. Captain Johnson, still a little uneasy, asked, what if our fighters are shot down again this time? General Ryder said unconcernedly, ha ha, it was just an accident before. The damnable Daxia people can't be that lucky forever. And later on I'll inform them directly that our fighters will go over to exchange, so that by then they'll have no reason to shoot down the 250 SB fighters even if they spot them. Dear Captain Johnson, imagine the funny looks on the faces of those Daxians later when they know our fighters are overhead but can't find them. A few minutes later, for 250 SBs lifted off one by one, led by a 250 DSB electronic warfare model. Northern Theater Air Force Training Grounds. An adjutant handed the encrypted communication device to Li Changfeng. What? This is just too much bullying. Li Changfeng hung up the phone angrily. Xia Lao frowned and asked, "What's wrong with old Li? Why are you so angry?" Those grandsons at Eagle Jam actually called the Department of Defense directly to say that their 250 SB fighters were coming to our country for a flight exchange. When they heard what happened, the researchers in the room were outraged. This is too much of a bully. Eagle Jam. Let's get our ground air defenses to turn on their fire control radar and shine it on them. Scare the hell out of them. Li Changfeng shook his head inside. The air defense bases along the coast have turned up their radar power to the maximum, but not even a shadow has been touched. Eagle Sauce is clearly trying to dumb us down this time. Some people are upset. Is there really nothing we can do about Eagle Jam? At least for a while. Right now, we don't even know if Hawk Jam's fighters are actually coming. It was at a time when everyone was looking frustrated. A piercing alarm came from the operation terminal of the Gen 2 drone fighter. Warning! 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 Multiple threatening targets are detected entering our air defense identification zone, and the identification system is automatically retrieved in the retrieval complete. Targets are Eagle Sauce 250 SB, 4 sorties, and 250 DSB, 1 electronic warfare sortie. The target has been determined to pose a threat to our territory and to the safety of human life and property. Detecting the operator's poor mental condition, the system will bypass the operation command and proceed directly to annihilation. The crowd clamored again. Eagle Jam really dared to send fighters into our airspace. And 5 of them at that. The problem is that a fighter plane that our air defense bases can't even detect is outrageously detected by a contraption built by a small civilian workshop. This could be a miracle of great strength. Hearing that the Xianbird unmanned fighter intended to go it alone, Elder Xia was a little less than assured. This time the 250 SB is deployed in a formation of 5 aircraft. The Gen 2 fighter is only a drone. No matter how strong it is, how can it deal with so many of the same generation of fighters at once? And one of them is a 250 DSB electronic warfare model. Knowing that our military's electronic warfare model fighters are capable of crushing fighters a generation ahead in combat. Seeing Li Qingfeng and Old Man Xia's worried expressions on their faces, Chen Shang comforted. Don't worry, with the Xianbird here, we'll just tell them to have no return. Chapter 14, After all, the dead are the greatest. Soon several 250 SB fighters entered Daxia's airspace one after another. 5 fighter internal channels. Ha, that rookie Tom would actually get blown up in this hole of Daxia. It's so disgraceful to our SB fighters. He even told me before that he was possessed by Adam, and laughed my ass off. He must have mimicked Adam in the air battle to get shot down. Keep your voices down, you guys, and don't forget what you've been told from above. Tom died of a marijuana overdose. I'm going to personally console his wife when I'm on vacation. I thought his wife had a crush on me at the last party. So true, but I hear his daughter is an adult and seems to be attending school in Michigan. Ha, tick, tick, tick. That's when ear-piercing alarms sounded simultaneously in the cockpits of the 5 SB fighters. Instantly all avionics in the 5 fighters failed. Straight up, he planted himself out of the air. Oh, shit, my fighter is out of control. Oh, what the hell is going on? Well, 3 seconds later, the 5 fighters were instantly back to normal. What just happened? Several pilots were distraught. Take it easy, it should be a malfunction in the WB electrical system. The flight formation leader's mouth was comforting, but his legs had been shaking for a long time. If he hadn't been in Daxia's airspace just now, he would have parachuted out and escaped. Captain, look out the window. Lister forced himself to look out the window with nervousness, only to see a slim and black unmanned fighter appear in front of the right side of the SB fighter formation. Hell, when did it come over? Captain, I can't believe it's not showing up on my radar. I can't see it on my radar either. Don't panic. It must have been caused by the malfunction just now, because I can't see it on my radar either. Realize that my radar detection capability is far superior to yours. Even a sparrow can't possibly escape the radar scanning of a DSB fighter. The gutless Daxians, sending a drone to follow us. Gray, you go give it some color. Slap it right off. On command, an SB fighter approached the Genbird drone directly in front of it. Intending to utilize the advantages of their heavy fighters, they created air currents to make the Genbird unmanned fighters go out of control. Wow! The 250 SB fighter practically skimmed against the fuselage of the Gen 2 unmanned fighter. Such a dangerous maneuver is extremely unfriendly to small fighters. A single slip could result in the loss of control of a small airplane. After flying over the head of the Gen 2 drone fighter, Gray looked behind him with a proud face. Realizing that there was no sign of the Genbird fighter, he directly taunted. Ha, that cute little toy won't just disintegrate in the air. However,
He didn't see the look of surprise in the eyes of the pilots of the same formation of fighters behind him. Gray, what are you talking about, stupid? He's right under your stomach. Get out of the way. Hearing the captain's order, Gray's brain seemed to go down. Despite not quite believing it, instinctive reactions led him to maneuver in his fighter. Upon seeing the fighter plane piloted by Gray make an aerial flip, the mouths of several 250 fighter pilots following behind had opened so wide they could have swallowed eggs. All of this was only because they saw that the small black drone was now like a retro maggot absorbed a meter away from the fighter piloted by Gray. No matter what agitated gestures Gray made, this distance is all splitting hairs. It was as if there was an invisible alloy kickstand between the meters welding the two fighters tightly together. Just when they were at a complete loss as to what to do, finally the black drone fighter finally broke away from the 250 fighter that Gray was piloting. However, the 250 fighter piloted by Gray looked like it was in free fall, with its big head sticking straight down towards the ground. Hell, I think I've lost control of my fighter. Boo! Gray barely hesitated for a second and simply opened his ejection seat to parachute out and escape. Lister glanced out the window at the parachute that had opened. Mad. Silly B. Gray. Losing a multi-billion-dollar fighter jet? Wait for a court-martial when you get back home. That's when an eerie electronic tone sounded within his comm channel. This is Daxia territory. Even if it's court-martialed, it'll be remodeled here. An instantly eerie atmosphere pervaded the flight formation. Mud. Who's talking? Don't play God. Warning, you've invaded our Daxia territory. Please drop your weapons and parachute in immediately. We'll try not to mistreat the prisoners. By this time the few remaining pilots had also reacted to who was talking to them. Is Daxia's AI already this advanced? And what do you mean try not to mistreat prisoners? Is this the normal process of removal? I don't know. But if anything happens to you here, it'll be the temp's responsibility. What do you mean? I'm a fool for not knowing that. Although the Xian bird fighters were communicating in the eagle language, there were many vocabulary words that only Daxia people could understand. Seeing that things were beyond his capabilities, Lister reported directly to the carrier formation. This is Vulture, we were attacked by Daxia fighters. A 250 SB crashed and Vulture Chicken has parachuted out. General Ryder rose from his chair with a sniff of miso in the Eagle Jam carrier operations room. We just lost a 250 SB fighter yesterday and another one today. In the face of a $10 billion loss this time around, if he doesn't have a substantial war chest, he may have to retire early with humiliation. Take it out at all costs. When the time comes, say that Daxia started the fire. Understood, said Lister, decisively turned on the DSB fighter's electronic jamming device. Even Eagle Jam's F-22s coming in to face the DSB fighter's electronic jamming device would have to be defeated. The three wingmen then wrapped up towards the Genta drone fighter from three different directions. On the other side, the 360-degree holographic image surrounding the Genta unmanned fighter was being displayed in real time on the operation terminal screen. At the same time, the conversation that had just taken place between the Genta fighter and the Hawk Jam pilot was transmitted back together. Everyone felt righteous indignation. Silly Behawk sauce. Always one to distort the truth. It's obvious that it was their warplanes that malfunctioned and crashed on their own. And they're actually dumping the blame on us. We must get the foreign ministry to condemn them severely later. Chen Sheng, who was on the side, could only secretly spit in his heart. You guys are still thinking of condemning people. Wait a minute, the foreign office will be lucky not to be condemned by people. This time it was Eagle Jam who provoked the first, but after all, the dead are the greatest. Chapter 15, Don't We Know How to Be Hooligans? At this time, 10,000 meters above the sky, three 250 SB fighters had surrounded the Genta drone fighters, led by the DSB fighters. A touch of mockery appeared at the corner of Lister's mouth. AI is AI. It doesn't know anything about tactics. It was surrounded so easily. Although I don't know what kind of technology this fighter is using that it doesn't show up on the radar. But I've turned on signal jamming, and now it's just like us, with radar failure. Now we just need to use the machine guns to bring it down. At this time, the icy voice of the Genta fighter once again sounded in List's headset. Please don't discuss tactics in the public channel. Besides, you talk too much. Once again mocked by the AI. Lister's face reddened and he hurriedly ordered, Daniel, George, fire. Roger that. Roger that. The two pilots were ordered to lasso the Genbird rangeless fighter directly into the alignment. Buzz. The Vulcan cannon, with a rate of fire of 300 rounds per minute, instantly fired with a buzz. Buzz. The sound was instantaneous. Instantly 2 tongues of orange and red fire crossed towards the Genbird drone fighter. Daxia Northern Theater Air Base. The hearts of Elder Xie and Qingfengli and the others were in their throats when they saw the oncoming tongues of fire. It's over. At this time, Elder Xie associated the size of the Xianbird unmanned fighter with the thought that the Xianbird unmanned fighter had just launched a supersonic air-to-air missile yesterday, and asked Chen Sheng, this Xianbird unmanned combat aircraft's ammunition capacity is not good.
It's been taking a beating for half a day, but it's not fighting back? Elder Lin and Li Changfeng also nodded repeatedly. After all, the more powerful the performance, the larger the size of the missile. Maybe that missile the Genbird fired earlier was all the ammunition it had. After all, the Genbird as a drone itself is not very big. Plus, in order to pursue stealth performance cannot use the external hangars. Can bring a supersonic air-to-air missile is already the limit. Right, Chen Shang patiently explained. Don't worry about the ammunition. The air-to-air missiles used by the Xianbird unmanned fighter use nanomodularization technology. They're not too big, and there are still 17 of them after removing the one that was used up earlier. Also, the main weapon of the Genta fighter is not a missile. Elder Xia's eyes widened at once. 17? Or one of those hypersonic missiles that can catch up with Mach 3 fighters? Li Changfeng asked, the doubt in his heart. If they have weapons, then why haven't they been fighting back? This is to allow the Genta to test the functional data in real combat so that it can be improved for the later mass-produced models. After all, it's hard to find such a good free chaperone as Hawk Jam beating the bushes. At this moment, Old Man Xia and Old Man Lin, who were on the side, had some difficulty digesting the information content of Chen Shang's words. You're really planning to validate the technique in the real world. The thing is, your fighter is no more bulletproof than it is capable. At this time, the Xianbird unmanned fighter in the cell phone screen had been completely crosslocked by two fire snakes, one left and one right. It looked like the situation was already unavoidable. Poof, put, poof. However, just as the two fire snakes swept into the fuselage of the Xianbird's fighter, there was no image of the fighter crashing. The moment the cannon shells hit the Genbird, it was as if they were pushed away by an invisible force field. The Genta fighter, on the other hand, soared through the air unharmed. Point defense force field shield has been tested. Test result, success. At this moment, Xia Lao's hand holding the Xianbird operation terminal was already involuntarily trembling. That's a 25mm machine gun. What's the point of just bouncing it off? Chen Shang, explain to me how exactly this bulletproof effect works. Chen Shang explained with a disinterested face. It's nothing rare, but it's just compressing the reaction force of the force field drive engine used by the Xianbird unmanned fighter jet when it takes off vertically to a pointer plane. In fact, this function is not invincible. Just that one time just now, it has consumed 1/3 of the energy of the Genbird unmanned fighter. After hearing Chen Shang's words, Elder Xia took a long time to react. Nothing unusual? Isn't that unusual? Tell the cafeteria to watch what they cook at night. He doesn't eat beef. In the meantime, 10,000 meters above the ground, Lister, who was piloting the 250 DSB fighter, was not well throughout. Oh by God, what do I see? The pilots of several other 250 SB fighters were beginning to wonder about life. Could it be that Halai Taint has mutinied? I must not be ing awake. Asterisk. That fighter's gone. It was then that the four pilots simultaneously noticed that the unmanned fighter had just disappeared from their view. Warning, you've been targeted by fire control radar. Warning, you've been targeted by fire control radar. Warning, you've been targeted by fire control radar. Almost instantly a piercing alarm sounded in the cockpits of all four fighters. Oh hell! Where is it? Calling HQ. Condor requesting a return flight. Before HQ could give a response, however, another series of piercing alarms sounded. Beep, 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 missile warning. Beep, 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 missile warning. Beep, 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 missile warning. Several pilots were performing different operations on the airplane. However, due to the panic, these maneuvers were useless against the supersonic air-to-air missiles. Oh, I saw my tits. Boo, boo. Miles of sky exploded, one fireball after another. Countless airplane wrecks fell like rain. Gen 2 combat complete. Target airspace is unoccupied. No evacuation required. The crowd looked at the last image and prompts that came back from the operation terminal for a long time, and did not return to their senses. This is outrageous. Honestly, I still have a hard time accepting that it's true. I have been the same. It's just too unbelievable. Unless we see airplane wreckage in the target area. Elder Xie and the others didn't say much. After all, such a thing would be hard for even them to accept for a moment. Not to mention these researchers who just learned about the Gen 2 unmanned fighter. At this point, Li Changfeng finally reacted. Immediately send people to the target area to collect the wreckage, and bring back that parachuting pilot as well. Though he had gotten off on it when the Gen 2 had just shot down the Hawk Jam fighter. But now that the fun is over, it's time to consider the consequences. This time Hawk Jam went rogue. Their fighters notified us before entering our airspace. And now the Gen 2 unmanned fighters even shot their fighters down. Public opinion is not in our favor. Chen Shang directly comforted. Grandpa Li, as you said, the Xianbird is an unmanned combat aircraft. It's normal for the AI to malfunction. What's wrong with a little malfunction in our experiments on our own turf?
As for hawk sauce, that's just their fault for showing up uninvited. When the time comes, we can compensate the pilot's pensions in a humanitarian spirit. After all, our dacia is not so bad. Hawk sauce plays dirty. Don't we play dirty? Chapter 16. Some attacks don't necessarily do a lot of damage, but are extremely insulting. Report. The Condor squad has been completely lost. Inside the captain's office on the island of the carrier Hooker, General Ryder looked grim. That's impossible. How could 5 SB fighters be shot down by a single drone? And are the dacia people crazy? How dare they really dare to shoot down our warplanes again? Bring the carrier to dacia waters for me. General Ryder was obviously getting a little antsy. Eagle Sauce has always been a Blue Star overlord. How can he stand this holding back? Johnson hastily cautioned. General Ryder, please calm down. At that moment a commander knocked on the door. Report. Unidentified flying objects have appeared ahead. It is suspected to be the dacia unmanned combat aircraft that just engaged the Condor bird flight formation. General Ryder rose from his chair in misery and stormed out. The dacia people are simply too deceitful. How dare they follow us here? Have the frigate shoot it down. At this point there was no longer a trace of sanity visible on his face. Reporting to Admiral Ryder. This unmanned fighter we spotted with the naked eye. All radars within the fleet were unable to detect it. Pop. General Ryder slammed the table hard. How can it be? What nonsense are you talking about? This fleet is the pride of the Eagle Sauce Free Federation Navy. How is it possible that they can't detect a single drone? Dacia Northern Theater Air Base. Li Changfeng looked at the Eagle Sauce carrier formation on his cell phone screen. The whole person was not good. This isn't really going to with someone else's carrier formation, is it? Elder Xie also shook his head repeatedly. Hey, this Xian bird unmanned fighter is good in every way, but it's just too uncontrollable. Now that we've sent ourselves to someone else's carrier formation, I'm afraid we're going to suffer. Other researchers have chimed in. Or maybe the AI hasn't fed yet. Most likely that's the reason. It seems like there's still a long way to go for a fully autonomous and conscious combat system. The biggest problem now is that other people's Eagle Jam's carrier formation is on the high seas. It's none of our business. Chen Sheng hurriedly smiled and replied. It's you guys who are too worried. What are you afraid of? You said it's the open sea. If Eagle Jam's carrier fleet can go, why can't our Genbird UAVs go? It's all normal sailing. It's just a chance encounter. Just don't mess with anyone and be done with it. The crowd was speechless. Don't you know what we're afraid of? The fear is not that your Gen 2 unmanned warplanes are messing with people. The high seas. By now the entire Eagle Sauce carrier formation had begun to slowly head in the direction of Sakurajima. Inside the carrier island, General Ryder watched through a glass porthole as the Genbird drone fighters following far behind were incredibly stifled. An entire carrier group led by myself was driven off by a drone? At this point Ryder was enduring the more he thought about it. But this is the high seas. The act of firing on a dacia drone on the high seas is no less than a declaration of war. But the thought of today's losses made Ryder reluctant. Shoot it down with the ship's close defense guns manually aimed at it. That's when Captain Johnson quit. General Ryder, you are playing with fire. I can't take orders from you unless I have authorization from the four-legged building. Johnson, you coward. Ryder looked resigned. But now how could he have the face to call the four-legged building? Ring ring ring. The phone rang. The four-legged building actually reached out to them at this point in time. Admiral Ryder, I'd like you to explain why your fleet is sailing further into the opposite area of the target. Mr. Minister, we are being evicted. Which destroyer was it that drove you off? I can apply for reinforcements for you on my side. Ryder explained stiffly. Mr. Minister, we were driven off by a drone. The voice on the other end of the line drew up. What? Ryder, I think you're done as a fleet commander. It's just a drone. Why don't you send your fighters up to intercept it? Are the 5 SB fighters I've specially installed for you just for show? Mr. Minister, those 5 SB fighters have been shot down by the drones behind me. Boom! A muffled sound. Ryder could clearly hear the voice on the other end of the line rummaging through pill bottles. A few minutes later, instructions came again from the other end of the line. Shoot it down and salvage it in place to bring the wreckage back. If it goes wrong, you're prepared to go to court. Dash. The phone was hung up. This time Johnson could only take orders with a stiff upper lip. Soon, several warships in the carrier formation with close-in defense guns were simultaneously manually targeting the Genbird UAVs, although the radar couldn't track the target. But the powerful firepower of the close defense guns at this distance was enough to cover the target. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, close-in defense cannons with a firing rate of 6,000 per minute poured fire from several angles toward the thin form of the Genbird drone fighter. The rain of bullets in the sky soon formed a net of firepower, firmly covering the Genbird drone fighter. Northern Theater Air Base. Elder Xie's eyes rounded. Not good. It's a shipboard close defense gun. The remaining energy of the Genbird fighter shouldn't be able to stop so many shells.
Now he felt as anxious as if his little grandson had fallen into the hands of kidnappers. The rest of the officers were also very angry. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare Hawk Jam do it to us on the high seas? It should be in retaliation for the fact that we just shot down their fighter jet. Looks like they're planning to get back at us here. Even if we come after them afterward, they'll pass it off as the SB fighters being shot down. But what's in it for them? Wouldn't it be wiser to maximize the benefits of this situation at the negotiating table? At this time, Li Changfeng suddenly reacted. Not good. They're targeting the wreckage of the Gen 2 drone fighter. Everyone in the room changed their faces at the same time when they heard this. To be suffered. It would be bad if the Gen Bird fighter's technology fell into Hawk Jam's hands. Hey, we were just way ahead. At this time, Chen Shang confidently reassured the crowd. Don't worry, the Shenbird unmanned fighter isn't that easy to shoot down. Sure enough, Chen Shang's words just fell. The Gen 2 drone fighter then instantly moved across a distance of 2 kilometers in an unthinkable gesture. Escaped straight out of the opponent's fire net. Elder Xie was immediately dumbfounded. Is this maneuver scientific? How many Gs did that just take? I can't count how many Gs, but I know that a normal airplane flying like this would have exploded in place. Li Changfeng wiped a handful of sweat and complained. This unmanned combat system is really something. With such a means, why don't you use it in advance? You have to wait for Eagle Sauce to fire, causing us to worry for nothing. Chen Shang laughed and said, how can there be a proper reason to counterattack without waiting for Eagle Jam to take the lead in firing? Hearing Chen Shang's words, the crowd felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Wait, what do you mean? Waiting for Eagle Sauce to fire first so there's a counterattack? No. What is one of your drones planning to do to one of their carriers? Do you realize how much firepower it takes to sink an aircraft carrier? How is a drone like you going to sink it? Chen Shang did not overall explain, but smiled. Some attacks don't necessarily do a lot of damage, but they are extremely insulting. Chapter 17. 5% of the energy is enough for it to cruise for 5,000 kilometers. The high seas. Oh shatter. Hooker Carrier Island. Captain Johnson and Admiral Ryder had glazed over at the sight of the Gen 2 unmanned fighter suddenly moving sideways in the air. Could it be true what is written in the novels of the Dasha people? Do aliens really exist? General Ryder responded with a quick order. Turn the guns and keep aiming. But where could manual aiming keep up with the maneuvering speed of a Gen 2 drone fighter? Damn flies. General Ryder cursed. In his eyes, the Shenbird unmanned fighter was sent by Xia to disgust him. After all, its size was there, and it would be hard to do damage to a 100,000 ton megaship at its feet. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly flashed in the island of the ship. Warning! Our ship has been locked by fire control radar. Source unknown. Warning! Our ship has been locked by fire control radar. Source unknown. Warning! Our ship has been locked by fire control radar. Source unknown. Instantly all the members of the ship all panicked. Ryder looked into the air at the Gen 2 drone fighter. The nearly 100,000 ton displacement steel behemoth beneath his feet gave him a great sense of security. I'd like to see what you little guy can do to me. Almost immediately after Ryder's words, the belly of the Gen 2 drone fighter slowly opened. The next moment a gun port shaped like a tuning fork was exposed. On the inside of the muzzle are transistors made up of countless special materials. After a flash of electricity, these transistors instantly erupted with a blinding light. In the meantime, a line of information flashed continuously on the operation terminal of the Gen 2 fighter at the Northern Theater Air Base. Small pulse particle cannon ready for firing. Charge completed at 40%. Charge completed at 55%. Charging completed 70%. Detected insufficient remaining energy. This charging is complete. Charge exceeds 30% and launch conditions have been met. Requesting operator approval for launch authority. It has been detected that the operator's mental state is poor. Will be autonomously determined by the system whether to launch or not. Determination complete. Launch authority authorized. Whoosh! The screen of the operation terminal of the Gen 2 fighter. A blinding blue light shot straight at Eagle Jam's hooker carrier. Boo! The blue light exploded violently the moment it made contact with the carrier's deck. After the smoke cleared, a large hole nearly 50 centimeters in diameter was seen on the deck of the carrier hooker. The dark hole was deep. The structure inside the below-deck hangar can be vaguely seen through this hole. Fighters with only 5% energy left. This operation is over. Prepare to return to the ship. Li Changfeng wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Little Ancestor to come back. Now he was just glad the fighter was not nuclear-powered at his expense. Otherwise, with the piss-poor nature of this artificial combat system, it wouldn't have lifted Blue Star? A group of officers and researchers also reacted from their shock. What kind of weapon is this that can even penetrate an aircraft carrier? That's how powerful it is when it's 70% charged. I can't imagine what it would be like when it's 100% charged. What kind of ghostwriter could have conceived such a theory? Chen Shang spat in his heart. Isn't this just a copy of the pulse weapon from the Southern Heavenly Gates Xian Nui fighter? Awesome, are you guys blowing it? I'm just responsible for realizing it. The Genta UAVs are now almost 1,000 kilometers away from us, 5% energy. Is that enough for the return flight? At this time, Xiao Lao looked at the screen to reveal a worried look. Chen Shang shook his head helplessly. This Xiao Lao really took the Xian bird unmanned fighter as his grandson. All day long you're either afraid of this or that. Elder Xie, just rest assured. The Xian bird fighter uses metal hydrogen energy, and 5% of its energy is enough for it to cruise for 5,000 kilometers. Almost all of the consumption of the Genta fighter just now was consumed on the force field shield and pulse particle cannon. If these two functions were not used, the Genta unmanned fighter would be perfectly capable of global cruising. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Elder Xie put away his worries. Your kid actually even researched greenhouse superconductor technology? This, if true, is not just for the military industry in the future. The entire Blue Star industrial system is about to change. Unlike the northern theater of war where there was a lot of laughter, by now the command room of the carrier Hooker was a mess. Report. The deck takeoff runway is severely damaged and the ship's aircraft can no longer land or take off properly. Report. Carrier maintenance hangar damaged. Fighter elevator platforms have lost power. Report. Compartment C7 has been leaking badly and all connections to other compartments have been closed. Report. Compartment E2 has been leaking badly. All connections to other compartments have been closed. Report. Carrier's port bilge has been penetrated. Port 2 engine has lost power. Report. A barrage of bad news struck both Ryder and Captain Johnson like a thunderbolt. This time, no surprise, both of their careers are completely at an end. As soon as the fleet docks, the Eagle Jam Navy will dismiss the duo without mercy. If you don't get it right, you could go to jail. Jingle bells. The phone in the command room rang. General Ryder picked up the phone stiffly. Well, was the drone shot down? Apparently the four-legged building is very attached to the Genta unmanned fighter. Ryder said stiffly. No, it burned a big hole in our carrier. Aha! Salvage it as soon as possible and bring it back to. Soon the caller realized something was wrong. What did you say? Ryder said mechanically. It ran from the right deck all the way through to the left bilge and destroyed a turbine. Ryder, do you have any idea what you're talking about? A drone shot through your carrier? Is today April Fool's Day? 10 minutes later, the Genta unmanned fighter jet landed smoothly at the airfield of the Northern War Zone. All the researchers and Air Force commanders looked at the Genta unmanned fighter with a fiery face. I can't imagine that the slim drone in front of me just single-handedly stiff-armed a carrier battle group. The scene just now was enough to haunt them for life. The shot through the carrier in particular just screams blood. A young commander said excitedly. Just this video, I'm going to post it on the internet and I'll be an internet sensation in minutes. The words fell. The colleagues next to him immediately took a step back in unison, maintaining a 1-meter distance from him. Ha! You're still a Netflix star? Halfway through uploading the video, the NSA will give you a 10-foot red first, and you'll have something to look forward to in the future. I'll send you 2 sisters to zap you every day. I just made a joke off the top of my head. Did you guys have to? And this joke is messed up? Chiefly, I caught a spy. See when that $500,000 will be honored. Unlike these playful young men, Li Changfeng's face was filled with a grave expression. He was now loving and hating the Genta unmanned fighter in front of him. The Genta drone fighters look like ace pilots under his hand. Able but also loves to get into trouble. It's definitely no use running away when something like this happens. Now all he has to do is take all the blame. At least we can't let Chen Shan take the blame for this incident. Xiao Lao consoled. It's better to talk to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs first, so as to avoid them being asked to rub their hands together by the Eagle Saw side. Lin Lao also nodded. Don't look so sad. The toughest days have all been overcome. We'll carry the burden together if there are difficulties. Chapter 18, Hawk Jam, don't spit blood on your dasha. An hour later, Li Changfeng finally received a reply from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. General Li, are you sure that your military district really penetrated the carrier Eagle Sawshooker? Li Changfeng was silent for 2 seconds to organize his words. Here's the thing. First in the morning 5 Eagle Jam fighters came to mess with our airspace and we shot them down. But I have proof that they were the first to fire before our fighters returned fire. As for Eagle Jam's carriers as well, they fired first before we were forced to return fire. This is something that our fighters have full video recordings of their flights. It's possible to reconstruct the incident in its entirety. At this moment, Li Changfeng looked like a kid who fought with someone at school, desperately trying to dump on each other in front of their own adults. Soon there was a puzzled voice on the other end of the line. But Hawk Jam only admits that a fighter plane was shot down over our side. Not the fact that the carrier was shot through on the high seas. They are bloodthirsty. Halfway through his words, Li Changfeng suddenly felt that something was not right. What do you mean? Hawk Jam doesn't recognize that the carrier was penetrated? This sudden contrast gave Lee Changfeng a whole won't. It's amazing that Eagle Jam didn't say anything after such a big loss of an aircraft carrier getting a hole blown in the high seas. Instead, it only acknowledges the fact that the warplane incursion was shot down. That's roughly what happened. I'll contact you if there are any updates. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. The phone hung up. Old Man Xia and Old Man Lin immediately gathered around. What the hell is an Eagle Sauce's gourd? I can't believe they only recognized the controversial warplane incursion. Their own carrier got a hole punched in it on the high seas and they're dead set on denying it. At this point a young staff officer spoke up. A god would not dare to shed blood in front of mortals. The people present immediately understood the meaning of his words. It looks like Hawksbane is taking this dumb loss in order to maintain its position as a hegemon in the minds of its allies. So it looks like the previous claim by a certain organization that they wounded the Eagle Jam carrier might be true too. Whatever. It's a good thing Eagle Jam won't admit it. They're the ones who suffer anyway. So what's our hurry? But what about the shooting down of the fighter plane? At the mention of this issue Lee Changfeng once again got a headache. Unless we publicize the combat footage of the Gen-2 drone fighter, there's no way to prove that Hawk Jam started it. There was a moment of silence. Obviously this is not a good idea. Setting the record straight in this way would require exposing the Gen-2 unmanned combat aircraft to the public. In accordance with the practice of the 3 generations of Daxia. 1 generation of production, 1 generation of development and finally 1 generation of pre-research. Of the 3, only equipment that has already been produced and installed can be publicly displayed. Apparently the Gen-2 unmanned combat aircraft is not in the publicizable category. At this time, Elder Xia said in a serious tone, "Old Lee, I think we were just too conservative before. Now that times have changed, we should think differently too. To tell you the truth, 2 days from now, me and Hua Lao from the southern military industry will publicize 2 Generation 6 fighters at the same time. Times have changed. Even the Bureau has retired. The time for cover-ups is over." Elder Lin also chimed in. "That's right. Before we tucked and hid because the gap between us and the West was too great and we were afraid of being seen by them to see the bottom of the deck. That's why we've been hiding it. Now we're far ahead. Even if we play our cards right with them, what can they do to me?" Li Changfeng also felt that what the 2 old fellows said was very reasonable, and turned his gaze towards Chen Shang, as if he wanted to hear his opinion. Chen Shang was instantly flattered. This kind of national affairs, usually just brag and discuss with classmates. I didn't think I'd actually get him involved today. Seeing Elder Xia and their expectant gazes, Chen Shang organized his thoughts. I think what Elder Xia and Elder Lin said makes sense. Times have changed now. Offense and defense have long since changed shape. We should also keep up with the times. I think if we make the truth of the incident public, the general public will surely be proud of the strength of our country as well. Snap! Chen Shang finished his speech. Some of the younger officers in the room were the first to applaud. It should have been posted online and slapped Eagle Jam in the face. If you ask me, the video of blowing up the aircraft carrier was sent out to him as well. Let Eagle Jam completely fire out of the circle. Li Changfeng nodded. I can't make a decision on this matter. I'll have to react with the top. A few hours later, a video exploded on all of Blue Star's online platforms. The video footage was shot by a drone in a first-person perspective. The video clearly shows that 5 of Eagle Jam's most advanced SB fighters were the first to fire on the unmanned fighters within the video, then were countered one by one. Fast fight video, in the face of unjustifiable provocations. The great powers are furious. 90 million views plus. Comments section. Is this CG or real footage? I can't believe my eyes. I'm a professional editor. I can tell you responsibly. This melon is cooked. Good job. It's about time we taught Eagle Sauce a lesson. Am I the only one who cares what model of drone is actually in the video? Too advanced to show. Forced Station, the true dragon awakens. All of you in here, the dragon's voice, 30 million views plus. Comments section. Awesome. Up master, you pussy got it. It's so cool. It makes my blood boil. Damn it. I've quit smoking for 3 years and I'm addicted again. This must be celebrated with a whole article. Uncle Face, shocker. Suspected Eagle Jam fighters invade Daxia airspace and get shot down. 200 million views plus. Comments section. Oh, my god. That's terrible. I don't think S3 is far off. Eagle Jam Baka. Can you stop messing with that rabbit next to me? Anixia, the evil dragon, finally leaks its claws. Blue Star's dominance is uncertain, has 1,000,000 views plus. Comments section. Imperial is professional. This copywriter likes it too. At Defense Propaganda Department, learn from others. You're a brave man upstairs. The impact on the internet is ultimately limited. That is, until a spokesman for the Eagle Jam Foreign Ministry himself admitted the authenticity of the video, strongly condemned Daxia's crude and abusive behavior, and expressed silence for the pilots who were killed. This completely blew up the military fan circles. Nima means that video is real? Dacia is mighty. Dacia is great. Walter? This seems to be the official number of our Eagle Jam foreign ministry. Why is it full of Dacia people speaking? 1 hour later. Blue Star Quarrel's strongest team. Responding strongly. Today, Eagle Sauce, in defiance of international conventions, sent warplanes into our air defense identification zone without authorization, posing a great threat to the lives and property of our people. We sent our drones to carry out the normal and reasonable removal process. However, the Hawk Jam pilot openly opened fire on our fighters, so our unmanned fighters had to open fire in return. During the whole process, we handled the whole thing properly, and the cause of the accident was all due to the unprofessional behavior of the pilot of the Hawk Jam fighter, and Hawk Jam deserves to take the main responsibility for this incident. Well said. Hawk Sauce makes a fool of himself. Our mom's getting tough now. Our unmanned warplanes are awesome. Far ahead. Far ahead. Now the pressure has all gone to the bureau chief's side. Ha! This time, the bureau chief says he can't do anything about it either. Officially confirmed. This unbelievably explosive news instantly made all military fans feel like it was New Year's Eve. Inside a military hobbyist group. This nifty movie wouldn't dare do that. Exciting. I tell you, there's more excitement yet. I hear there's more to this story. The upstairs unfolds to tell the story. This was taken by my second uncle's old man's cousin's kid while he was out fishing. A video of only 2 minutes was then posted online. The image is a little blurry, but you can still make out a general idea. A small, sci-fi shaped craft was seen firing a beam at the Eagle Sauce carrier before heading off. Is this a alien flying saucer? What the hell? It's Eagle Jam's carrier that's doing the work anyway. I heard that the one that wounded the Eagle Sauce carrier was our Dacia's newest generation of fighter planes. Chapter 19. I think it can still be salvaged. Soon the video went viral all over the internet. The number of hits has already surpassed the video of the Genta UAV shooting down the introduction of the 250 SB. Carrier battle groups are the strongest battle force on paper for the Blue Star hegemony. Just get bared by a small flying machine? And the lack of any response from Hawksbane so far makes it seem out of the ordinary. The netizens are trying to find out the truth. It has dry paralyzed the official Eagle Jam Navy number. The high seas, the carrier Hooker, which had lost a quarter of its power, was sailing slowly. Now the Hooker was in a dilemma. Back to Sakurajima? I guess a bunch of journalists from different countries on the island had their cameras ready and waiting to see the joke. Back to the Eagle Jam Free Federation? With the Hooker's current power situation, there would have to be several times more people on board when the carrier docks. But you can't take an aircraft carrier to Dacia, can you? Inside the ship's island, General Ryder shouted hysterically. Damn! When the hell is that damn hole going to get fixed? The logistics commander mentally spat. Fix it? You're thinking about fart eating. With that level of damage it could have gone straight out of service when it was driven back. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Ryder looked much more shriveled when he saw it was from the four-legged building. Stiffly, he picked up the phone. Soon there was a sound on the other end of the line that was even more hysterical than he was. Admiral Ryder. And Captain Johnson. I don't care what you have to do. Prove to everyone right now that our carrier is safe and sound. If this thing gets screwed up, then I'll show you that there is hell on this earth. Boo! The phone was hung up. General Ryder looked resentful. For the sake of his wife and children, he had to do something. Dear Captain Johnson, do you usually post social updates? Johnson looked to Ryder momentarily surging with a bad feeling. A few minutes later, a dynamic from the official captain of the aircraft carrier Eagle Jam Hooker is on fire all over the internet. Johnson is seen in the photo standing on the deck of the aircraft carrier fully dressed with a stiff smile. The background is exactly the corner of the carrier deck. A guy who never posts updates this time. It's hard not to give the impression that you're trying to cover your ass. Everyone is not a cutie pie. Instantly all understood what was going on. I don't know what master artisan was idle. Soon Johnson's emoji was all over the internet. The netizens below the comments section even started a series of tawdry maneuvers. Big brother, aren't you just being a bit of an ass here? Not sick, record a video and walk a couple steps. VU50 see if the deck dares. Ha! Seeing this picture, I believe the previous video is solid. Silly B Hawk Sauce. Stealing a chicken. Chen Shang put down his cell phone. It was just as he had expected. The tide of public opinion is almost lopsided. Even those allies of Eagle Sauce were rare in not speaking out this time. Ha ha, this time, Hawk Jam has suffered a dumb loss. Li Changfeng hadn't been this happy in a long time. Nowadays, I only feel relaxed, and the whole person seems to be 10 years younger. Chen Sheng. The military is very satisfied with the Xianbird unmanned combat aircraft, and our Northern Theater Air Force intends to purchase 100 of them within 5 years. You must prioritize supplying us. As for the other military regions, they must come behind us.
Chen Shang was shocked in his heart. 100? Nice guy or a big order? No problem. It's my honor to contribute to my country. Chen Shang roughly estimated that there were 52 weeks in a year, so if he could barely fulfill the order at the rate of 2 weeks of production of one. As for the portable Star Dome industrial mother machine, Chen Shang still has to keep it for research and development of new weapons, so naturally it cannot be used as a production line. It seems necessary to find a way to get a few more Star Dome workbenches, or else there won't be enough capacity to develop new weapons in the future. Li Changfeng nodded. How much do you intend to sell one? Name a number so I can apply to the top. Chen Shang silently estimated in his mind that due to the fact that Star Dome Workbench produced equipment all from scratch with raw materials, that means he produces weaponry exactly by the pound. So the material cost of a Gen 2 unmanned fighter is just a few million. But since ancient times there is no business that does not make money. With his advanced technology, it's not too much to ask for $30 million a pop, right? After all, doing business well. After he quoted Li Changfeng also want a counteroffer. The final price of the transaction may also be in the 20 million or so. After having a number in mind, Chen Shang decisively stretched out 3 fingers. Li Changfeng was visibly relieved after seeing Chen Shang's gesture. What a good boy. Grandpa Li wasn't wrong about you, but 300 million is a bit too little. Even 16G are sold 800 million apiece. Give you 300 million is really a bit unreasonable. Grandpa Li knows that you are patriotic, but Grandpa Li cannot let you suffer. A price of 500 million a. You see how? Hearing Li Changfeng's words, Chen Shang almost didn't let his saliva choke him to death. A few million cost. You give me 500 million a rack. If this gets out, people are afraid that you'll think you're taking kickbacks. At this time, Xia Lao also came over and advised Chen Shang, if the price is lower than this, in the future, the 2 airplane manufacturing institutes in the north and south of our country may have to close down. Chen Shang immediately understood the meaning of Elder Xia's words. If the purchase price of the Xianbird unmanned combat aircraft is less than 500 million, that would indeed cut off the other aircraft manufacturing institutes in Daxia. The future of Daxia can't rely on him alone, so it's money he's going to have to earn no matter what. Seeing Chen Shang acquiesce, Li Changfeng patted his shoulder. No further questions, let's sign the contract. I only have one prerequisite though. This autonomous combat module has to be improved. Chen Shang nodded, okay, no problem. But such a large workload, I am really a bit overwhelmed alone. Can you help me arrange an assistant? Although the Star Dome workbench is fully automated, someone has to be responsible for feeding material inside the plant. It's a simple job, but it's really too boring. Chen Shang doesn't want to be chained to the production line for the rest of his days. The best solution would be to get an assistant to help him with the job. The main reason why he asked Xia Lao and the others for people was because Chen Shang felt that the people screened out by the state were definitely more reliable than the ones he hired by posting job advertisements himself. Xia Lao nodded. It's true that you can't fulfill such a big order by yourself. See if there's any in our institute that looks satisfactory. The meaning of Xia Lao's words was obvious. Take your pick of people. As soon as the words left his mouth, the researchers present all cast eager gazes at Chen Shang. They had all seen the strength of the Xianbird drone fighter. To be involved in the production process of the Gen 2 unmanned combat aircraft would undoubtedly be a perfect end to his career. Or maybe it's a supreme honor. Hello, I have 20 years of experience working in the field of aerodynamics and have been involved in several of our fighter aircraft development programs. Pick me. I've won several international awards for my published papers in aerospace materials science. I'm very knowledgeable in the engine field. Chen Shang was a bit at a loss as he looked at the group of scientific bigwigs in front of him whose faces were about to have more wrinkles than hair. Can you move a lump of iron in this physical condition? That actually I just need a delivery man to move materials and can drive a forklift. You guys are way overqualified to come to my place. The people present froze for a long time. It's not that they don't want to be porters. Rather, they really can't drive a forklift. The last expert in the aerospace field said outright. Forklifts. Ha, I can learn that. Chen Shang shook his head decisively and refused. Why don't I just let Lin Tianyu come? After all, I've known him for so many years. It'll be easier to communicate. But, hearing Chen Shang's request, Lin Lao hesitated. He really didn't have much faith in his grandson. Don't worry, Elder Lin. This job, little cutie. It's all doable. Seeing Chen Shang's insistence, Elder Xia said decisively, Old Lin, have you forgotten what we promised Elder Jiang before? To give Chen Shang enough autonomy. Moreover, this grandson of yours is not as bad as you see him. His brain is a bit stupid, but his patriotic heart is not fake. You're the grandson. Lin Lao laughed in cursed, sort of agreeing. He also felt that his grandson would more or less grow up if he could follow Chen Shang for a long time. But Chen Shang, you a person day and night labor, I worry about a long time, you body certainly cannot be. So let that girl also with you as an apprentice. By the way, can also take care of your life. Chen Shang was speechless in his heart. You old man should not be so polite.
At this point, Li Changfeng immediately quit. That girl is too willful. How can she take care of people? If you ask me, it's better to let Xingxue be this apprentice. Old Li, do you really think I don't dare to beat you? At this time, Xia Lao played a round game on the side. You two don't argue. Who is this apprentice still depends on whether Qin Shang is willing or not. If you ask me to say that each according to his ability. At that moment a burly, straight-backed officer walked into the conference room. What's all this hilarious chatter about? Li Changfeng hurriedly rose to greet him. Zhao Tianming, why are you free to come over? Have you found the wreckage of the Eagle Jam fighter jet? Found it. Even the pilot that jumped out of Eagle Jam was captured and is now being sent for rehabilitation. As for me, of course I'm here to plug Elder Lin. Li Changfeng froze at the words. What's the point of blocking Lin Lao? Zhao Tianming grinned broadly as he sat next to Chen Shang. It's still not urging Lin Lao to develop a new main battle tank for us. Lin Lao said without any good humor. It's useless for you to look for me. The meaning of the above is already very clear. The future main battle tanks intend to use Old Sun's lower version of the program. As for my project, odds are it will be cut. Zhao Tianming's eyes instantly glazed over. What? Low-end version? How dare you call it a tank with Old Sun's thing? Lin Lao shook his head inside. These times are changing too fast. Tanks have long since ceased to be the protagonists on the battlefield. So Sun Lao's proposal was adopted. I heard it was this thing. The people present instantly understood what was going on. Due to the localized war in the northern part of the Blue Planet. As a result, the tank research and development work of all the countries in the Blue Planet has been put on hold. The reason is simple. As the battlefield changes, now a tank worth tens of millions of dollars can be destroyed in minutes by a drone costing a few $1,000s. Since everyone can't carry a drone, why not buy a cheaper one? It's just poor old Lin. He had been competing with Sun Lao for his whole life, not expecting to lose in the end. Chen Shang heard these words in his ears and memorized them in his heart. The program may yet salvage a wave. Chapter 20, let me modify it a little. Inner Lin, can I take a look at the tank you're talking about? It was then that Zhao Tianming noticed Chen Shang beside him. And this little brother is? Li Changfeng joked. Old Zhao, if you want to know who he is, I'm afraid you'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement first. Zhao Tianming instantly reacted. You're the chief engineer of the Gentoo unmanned fighter? Such a big reaction from the other party also made Chen Shang feel a little embarrassed. But there's nothing wrong with saying he's the chief engineer. After all, the Gentoo drone fighter was built by him alone from start to finish. At this time, when Lin Lao heard that Chen Shang was planning to look at the tank, he gently advised. Chen Shang, I can understand your feelings, but a person's energy is limited. A different line of work is like a mountain. Double-mindedness is not advisable. You've already made the greatest contribution to the country by building the Genbird fighter. After saying that, Lin Lao was afraid that Chen Shang would feel that he had treated him as an outsider and chilled his heart. It's only a matter of time before this tank gets chopped up from above anyway, so you can look at it if you want. When the time comes, I'll say hello to the depot, and you can go over and look at it anytime you want. Chen Shang nodded in agreement. I'll go back if there's nothing else. After Chen Shang walked out of the conference room, Li Changfeng gave a wink to the adjutant behind him. Protect in secret, don't let anyone find out. Day 2. Chen Shang returned to his toy workshop. The order for 100 Gentoos and the bits and pieces were enough to keep him busy for a while. But Chen Shang always felt that the whole village was strange today. Not a soul on the empty streets. Is it a zombie infestation? Auntie Li, what are you doing with that big bag? Finally catching someone. Chen Shang was ready to ask for clarification. It's Chen Shang. You still don't know? Ha! Our village has developed. A big boss is planning to open a large agricultural machinery factory here, and several nearby villages have all been taken over. My family lost over $2 million. Chen Shang was shocked. Is that a good thing? But he's not short of money now, is he? And I'm afraid that if the Star Dome workbench were to be damaged during handling, the current Blue Star wouldn't be capable of fixing it. Chen Shang decisively called Elder Xie. Let's see if we can use the power of the state to negotiate with others to open an agricultural machinery factory in a different place. Soon the call was answered. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Xia Lao smiled and said, this is something you don't need to worry about at all. In fact, all of your place was demolished because of you. The farm factory is just covering for you. After all, it's better for you and those neighbors of yours. From now on, this area wherever you fancy, say the word and I'll make sure that place is turned into a factory building the next day. Hanging up the phone, Chen Shang has some melancholy in his heart. It seems one is destined to be alone on this path. Coming inside his own toy workshop, Chen Shang simply organized himself. Not a moment later, brakes sounded outside the door. Lin Tianyu stepped down from the sports car with awesome coaxing. He was also wearing a white lab coat that he had gotten from somewhere. It also has a few large letters printed on it. Daxia Top Secret Scientific Research Unit.
Upon closer inspection there is a small line below this large line. The staff. Lin Yi, on the other hand, followed behind him with a disgusted look on her face. Chen Shang frowned. Not just a porter. Why, we're so clean. What are you up to dressed like that? Lin Tianyu scratched his head. I'm not looking for it. In the future at least I'll be a scientist. I mustn't pay attention to my image. Chen Shang didn't explain that much to him. Take him directly to the plant. From now on you'll be in charge of moving the materials here. Lin Tianyu waited for half a day and saw that Chen Shang stopped talking. So he asked, and then? No more then. That's all you do. Lin Tianyu muttered in dissatisfaction. This is too simple, isn't it? Lin Yi covered her mouth and laughed lightly. With your IQ, it's too complicated to use you. Lin Tianyu froze for a long time before finally reacting to the fact that he was actually a porter. But it doesn't matter. Even if they're sweeping the floor here, that's a staff member who was involved in the manufacture of the Gen 2 unmanned fighter. What about my paycheck? Lin Tianyu asked the question he was most concerned about. After all, when he came here his family cut off all his allowance on the grounds that he was working independently to make him support himself in the future. But it doesn't matter. Producing fighter jets must be a profitable industry. Chen Shang shouldn't be too stingy. Salary? You actually want a paycheck for your service to the country? Chen Shang gave him a blank look. Didn't he pick this rich kid to whore out his labor for nothing? Lin Tianyu also felt a bit ashamed at once when Chen Shang said so. He had also heard that Chen Shang had only sold one Xianbird unmanned fighter for $500 million. The Gen 2 unmanned fighter is so advanced that it doesn't seem like it should make any money. Chen Shang has such a big pattern. I can't believe I'm thinking of asking him for wages. The pattern is too low. Looks like that's the difference between himself and him. I'll leave if there's nothing else. So you can start work today. The materials will be shipped over later. The workbench is fully automated. So you just feed the material and don't worry about anything else. You don't even need to categorize the material. By the way, we need a forklift for this job. Go figure? Lin Tianyu was instantly confused. Think of what? Chen Shang said without any good humor. Ask me everything what I'm looking for you for? Leave the plant. Lin Yi asked with a playful face. What can I do? Chen Shang remembered the tank that Lin Lao and the others had mentioned earlier. You drive me to your grandfather's office. 3 hours later, Lin Yi drove the sports car that belonged to Lin Tianyu to where Lin Lao worked. As Lin Yi often came to see Lin Lao, the duo registered and entered the institute's compound unimpeded. As the project stalled, the researchers at the institute are on vacation. Only the guards on duty now. After asking for instructions from Lin Lao, Chen Shang finally met Lin Lao's prototype AV-12 for his tank development program. As the door to the warehouse was opened, the behemoth underneath the camouflage cloth instantly came into view. As soon as he did, Chen Shang pulled off the sheeting. The mighty and dominating tanks instantly came into view. Chen Shang picked up the data table next to him and looked at it carefully. 135mm tank gun that fires tungsten alloy stripped armor-piercing rounds. The 700 horsepower diesel engine has an on-road speed of 80 km per hour and an off-road speed of 65 km per hour. Special material armor with frontal armor-piercing resistance up to 1200mm homogeneous steel standard. Not bad, already a world leader. It's a shame that such an advanced tank can't do more than $1,000 drone now. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned red. Brother Chen Shang, do you have a way to help Grandpa? This tank was Grandpa's life's work, and he treated it like his own son. But now the advent of drones has led to the decision by the top to abandon this tank because it's more expensive. I can obviously feel that Grandpa is smiling a lot less these days. Chen Shang nodded. Okay, I got it. In that case I'll give him a little modification. Chapter 21. What if it sells? This time, the Xianbird unmanned fighter forced back the Eagle Sauce carrier, giving Chen Shang a total of 800 technology points. So much. It should be enough to change a tank. Chen Shang casually pulled a few items of data full on the operation panel, and then clicked to start the transformation. Remodeling plan being generated. Chariot defense module in design. Power system recalculations in progress. The transformation program has been completed. A total of 350 technology points are required. It is expected to take 9 days. Chen Shang then got a super long list of items. It looks like all the materials needed for tank conversions. Go and purchase a batch of materials for me according to this list. Chen Shang exported the list of materials and sent it to Yi. Chen Shang was more or less bored after Yi left. Waiting is waiting. Let's finish the dismantling first. Star Dome industrial matrix unfolding. Ka-ching! With a mechanical biting sound came. What about a sci-fi shaped workbench that appears out of thin air in the warehouse and wraps the AV-12? Zip! With a few laser flashes, the AV-12 that originally towered over the center of the depot was instantly cut into countless pieces. I blanch. Is the Star Dome industrial mother machine so violent in taking things apart? Now Chen Shan was a little worried about how he would put it back together later when it was dismantled like this. Ka-ching! After AV-12 was sliced into countless small pieces, the Star Dome industrial mother machine morphed again. A small metal smelting unit appeared in the storage room. Looking at the AV-12 that turned into iron water in front of him and was cooled into a metal ingot, Chen Shang muttered, "This might be the case of unbreakable." Crunch! At that moment there was a sound of brakes outside the door. Chen Shan walked out to see that it was Lin Yi returning with a heavy truck pulling a load of materials. "Brother Chen Shang, how's my grandpa's tank conversion going? Can I go in and take a look?" Chen Shan's scalp went numb. "You'd better not go in there and look. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Inside, classified technology. No visitors allowed." Chen Shang found a reason to put it off. "Che, petty. If you don't read it, you don't read it. I don't want to be dragged into signing another non-disclosure agreement." Lin Yi muttered, her little mouth looking extremely cute. "There's nothing going on inside, you go back first. I'm enough here on my own." "Then good blah. Brother Chen Shang, you have to take care of your rest. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll personally bring it to you." Send Lin Yi away. Chen Shang returned to the storehouse. At this point in time the AV-12 has completely finished fractionating. The original alloy body was now neatly yards in the order of the periodic table of elements. Each metal is ridiculously pure. Chen Shang instantly had a big head. Should we dismantle it so completely? Now we have to finish reassembling it quickly and hope that Elder Lin or any of the researchers at his institute don't suddenly show up for work. When it comes to people's own tanks, I can't stop them from calling to see them. Central Sea City. Inside a vacation lodge, Elder Lin was filled with sadness. It looks like AV-12 is really going to be cold. At this time a middle-aged man next to him said, "Teacher that you have paid for so many years?" Elder Lin shook his head. "Times have changed. The purchase price of the tanks is now the key to selection. And this project being cut may not affect all of our firms. Xiao Su, your future can't be cut short just like that. Didn't old son look for you 2 days ago? You take AV-12's information and go join him." You don't see him disparaging my skills, but in his heart he does beg for the AV-12. Su Zhiliang immediately shook his head. "Teacher, what are you talking about? Once a teacher always a father. Am I that kind of person?" Lin Lao sighed. "Both are contributing to Daxia. It's better for AV-12 to be that good than to be buried." Ring ring ring. Elder Lin's phone rang. One look at the caller ID. It was actually none other than his nemesis old son. Lin Lao frowned and picked up the phone. "Old son, what are you fooling around with by calling me again?" Old son smiled smugly. "Ha ha, why is old Lin on fire? What a big deal. But now we have more than 30 heavy armored synthetic brigades in Daxia. If your program is cut this time, half of your institute may not have orders. It's not like there's no chance of your institute being disbanded over time. How about it? Do you want to come to me as deputy director?" Lin Lao's face was ugly, and he was redundant in answering this call. Asterisk 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 off. I'm hanging up without a good fart. Old son became even more complacent. "Look at you, old classmate. There's an emergency. Can haste solve the problem? You have to be calm and objective like me to get orders. You've seen that I've been invited to the International Defense Exhibition that's being held in a couple of days as well. I've heard that the prince of some big dog family, the princess of the Durian Nation and the Baba Sheep Minister of War are all going to be there. The demand for tanks in these countries can be very high. When the time comes, the orders will surely be signed to the hilt." "Old Lin, didn't the organizers invite you this time?" Lin Lao was already in a bad mood. Coupled with the fact that old son was so dejected in front of him, it was inevitable that the fire was a little too big. "Old son, are you idle? I'll hang up if there's nothing else." "Old Lin, these grandchildren, did they not invite you?" Sun Lao asked knowingly. "These boys are too snobby. They don't know how to give people a hand even when they're at a low ebb." "Don't worry, Old Lin. I'll take care of this. I'll talk to the top, and leave you a booth in case someone from a third world country doesn't know what they're doing and falls for your tank. When the time comes to order 3 or 5 units to go back to the supply, you cannot live another 2 years. Boo! Not waiting for Sun Lao to finish, Lin Lao hung up the phone. Has this grandson forgotten the fear of being dominated by me back then? Su Zhiliang shook his head and sighed. Sun Lao did go overboard. The organizer of that defense exhibition was even more excessive, actually not taking the initiative to invite Lin Lao to participate. Xiao Su, in a few days you'll go back to the office and pull up the AV-12. Su Zhiliang was shocked at his words. Teacher, you're really planning to go? Lin Lao's face was firm. Go. Why don't you go? Is my face more important than the future of the institute and your futures? All that money spent on developing the AV-12 can't go down the drain. What if it sells? Northern Industries Research Institute, NIRI. Sparks flashed in the storage room where the AV-12 was originally parked. At this point the AV-12 has been altered beyond recognition.
Now even if they called Lin Lao to it, they probably wouldn't recognize it. Chen Shang has been in the workshop for 9 days and 9 nights. By this time the main body of the tank had been largely assembled. The flat electromagnetic railgun turret is also ready. Mom, yeah, finally made it through. It's a good thing no one has been working at the old Lin's office for the past few days, or else they'll all be easy to beat up. Chapter 22, The Second Star Dome Workbench. With the final parts of the tank assembled, Chen Shang carefully wrapped the incomparably hideous-looking tank. It's full of technology far beyond today's, so it's not good if someone accidentally sees it. Early the next morning, Chen Shang returned to the production plant of the Xianbird unmanned fighter. Seeing that the second Xianbird unmanned fighter had already been mostly completed, he knew that Lin Tianyu hadn't been lazy these past few days. And at that moment, Chen Shang also noticed a detail. The light was no longer in Lin Tianyu's eyes. Lin Tianyu's state. Chen Shang looked at it and remembered it. Looks like he's too bored with his job. Chen Shang glanced at the newly built-up plant next to him and directly unfolded the Star Dome industrial mother machine once again. Produce me a Star Dome workbench. I thought you deducted 400 technology points. Construction has begun on the Star Dome Level 1 Civilization workbench. Estimated time, 20 days. I didn't realize it would take 400 tech points to replicate a Star Dome workbench. It's more expensive than developing a new weapon, but it's all worth it for more fulfilling days ahead for your good buddy. Not having had much rest for 9 consecutive days, Chen Shang returned home and greeted his grandmother and fell asleep. I don't know if Elder Lin and the others will be satisfied with their remodeled tanks. 1 hour later, a special truck with an AV-12 set off towards the housing venue. On the way, the driver called Su Zhiliang and complained, "Old Su, are you sure this tank is 50 tons? Why do I feel something is wrong?" Su Zhiliang frowned. "Why is it wrong? It's not like this is some kind of confidential data. Can I still lie to you?" The driver didn't ask any more questions. It's not like it costs him any money to fill up the tank anyway. The car is also owned by the state and it's none of his business if it breaks down. Why do you care so much? Northern Theater. Army Armor Training Range. The original humble command chair had obviously been carefully set up. A dozen foreign guests and a host of military-industrial bigwigs gathered here. A dozen tightly wrapped tanks were parked in the distance. Su Zhiliang came to the booth, planning to pack it up so I can park the tank later. At this time, Elder Lin and Elder Xia took a step forward. "Teacher, didn't I say I didn't need you to come over?" Su Zhiliang said with a worried face. Lin Lao said without a care in the world. "What? Are you afraid that I won't be able to keep my face up later?" Su Zhiliang did not answer back in his heart acquiescence. Before the exhibition even started, representatives from several major military regions and foreign guests had already gathered around Sun's booth. It had represented a complete loss for them. Those foreign guests he's not sure about, but it was clear that the representatives of several major military regions had already selected Sun's project. I'm not sure they've even discussed the details of the requirements. If Sun Lao took down a few more foreign guests today, he might even be able to directly annex their institute. At that moment several special bulletproof commercial vehicles drove straight to the center of the venue. The originally noisy crowd was instantly quiet. Almost everyone's eyes were all focused. Zhang Guodong, the head of the Northern Military Industrialization Bureau, NMIB, came down from his car and entered the venue with several heavyweight foreign guests. Next to Zhang Guodong was a middle-aged man with a piece of cloth on his head, and his whole person looked golden. An instant gasp came from the crowd. "It's Prince Amir, Dog Dawood's own brother, one of the most powerful princes in the desert." Then a young girl, about 18 years old, stepped out of another bulletproof car. The young girl has a head of black hair, straight and slender, and her body is full of noble and elegant temperament. Dressed in a gorgeous gown, her slender waist was full, the eyes were as bright as stars, a great beauty in every sense of the word. May Abe, Princess Valiant, this is the most popular princess of the royal family of the Durian Kingdom, and Baba Sheep's Undersecretary of State for the Army. Geez, what kind of divine lineup is this? It's not because of that mysterious warplane from Ardashia earlier. Now everyone on the blue planet who has much heart is already on their way to Ardashia. Zhang, the director of the Northern Military Industrialization Bureau, looked around the venue and nodded slightly to Sun Lao before leading the foreign guests into the podium. A few heavyweights sat afterward. Soon the exhibited chariots began to be displayed in order. To highlight Sun Lao's tank, the organizers put it at the end for the finale. As for most of the products of the 5-pair wheel conversion in front of them, they were allowed to be exhibited today just to accompany them. Sure enough, the first few tanks were tested and completed to an average response. Although these chariots were also excellent, at best they could only catch the eye of the representatives of some small countries. After all, most of what they buy tanks to deal with are pickup trucks. A cannon on top of a backhoe is a heavy weapon for them all. But heavyweight foreign guests such as the Prince of the Great House of Dogs and the Princess of the Durian Kingdom were a different story. They may not have the same level of technology as Dasha, But people have money after all. That's seen the world. So for the troops to hunt for weapons in the future, that is also a requirement. These chariots are clearly not up to their standards. At this point a look of disappointment was evident on the face of Prince Amir of the Dog Dato. He had come to Dasha to seek a substitute for the Eagle Sauce equipment, to avoid being constrained at critical moments. But the tanks in front of us did perform somewhat poorly. It's not even in the same league as the M1A2. He felt that Dasha must have something good, just not bring it out. Is it because you think you can't pay for it? Chang, are you sure you brought me here today just to see this? We've got the money, but we're also tech savvy. The meaning is obvious. If you don't show some real skill, I'm leaving. Princess Valiant of the Durian Kingdom, though she looked like she was sitting with her back straight and dignified, but in reality it's also long since been harumphing. If it weren't for father's trust, she wouldn't come to such a boring venue. Taking in the expressions of the several honored guests, Zhang Bureaus sat without the slightest panic. He's got a killer weapon on his hands. Wait until you guys see Sun's tanks for fear of walking away. Quietly, he winked at the staff member beside him. Tank testing after Ken's fast starts to get easier. The original 30-minute test program for each tank was reduced to 10 minutes. Elder Lin looked at the obviously accelerated process and asked Su Zhiliang somewhat uneasily, Xiao Su, has our AV-12 not been shipped over yet? Since they were temporary exhibitors, they were scheduled to appear at the end. But at this rate, even if you make an appearance at the end, there's no time to lose. After all, tanks have to be debugged before they are tested. Su Zhiliang looked at his watch and frowned. It shouldn't be. I set out with AV-12. Even if the truck is slow, it can't be that much slower. He decisively picked up the phone and called the driver. Master Zhang, why haven't our tanks been delivered yet? The driver on the other end of the phone complained. Xiao Su, I told you that this tank of yours is more than 50 tons. It's hard for me to pull it up a hill now. Master Zhang, our tank is indeed 50 tons. Is there something wrong with the truck's power? And look, can you hurry up? I'm running out of time here. Hanging up the phone, Su Zhiliang looked at Lin Lao with an apologetic face. The driver said it's still an hour away. Hey, Elder Lin sighed. Chapter 23. I'm old enough to lose this one. Time is quickly approaching noon. It was early winter. It's a cold day in the north. Several of the foreign guests were visibly feeling a bit chilly, especially the princess of the Durian country. In order to be beautiful, two straight white long legs are still exposed. By now it was frozen to scarlet. It is good that it is finally Sun Lao's FD66 test turn at this time. As the king of the show's finale, both Sun himself and Zhang Bureau said and the show organizers are confident in this tank. The FD66 was designed to be the benchmark Eagle Sauce M1A2. It can be said that all attributes are better than Eagle Sauce's M1A2 and slightly inferior to Lin Lao's AV-12. But the manufacturing cost is less than half that of the M1A2 and AV-12. The advanced level of its technology, the value for money, the well-deserved king of land warfare. Even the host's voice was much higher pitched at this point. Foreign guests such as Prince Amir, who had been drowsy, also came to their senses. Looks like Dasha is finally going to pull the big baby out and dislike them in the face. The grand finale is coming up. The venue staff member sitting next to Bureau Zhang also had a proud face as he took the data panel of FD66 into his hands. A grand introduction was made to several foreign guests. FD66, with a 130mm tank gun. With the automatic targeting system, it is possible to hit a stationary target at a distance of 200 meters while on the move. Frontal penetration of 1,000 mm of homogeneous steel horizontal armor with armor-piercing rounds, while its armor is made of state-of-the-art ceramic. The venue staff spoke with excitement, but several foreign guests were visibly disappointed after hearing this. How boring. That's when Princess Valiant of the Durian Kingdom interrupted the staff's gushing. At that moment, everyone in the room had an ugly look on their faces. So that's what it's all about? Obviously the elegance and generosity of this country lord just now was indeed feigned. At the same time Prince Amir of the Dog Dato said to Zhang Guodong with great disappointment, Zhan, if this is your grand finale, then I can only say sorry. Bureau Chief Zhan looked at Prince Amir with some disbelief. The reason they chose Sun's project for the finale is because the FD66 is all stepping on the M1A2 state line to beef up the design by 10%. The knife was so precise that it was impossible for Prince Amir not to be moved. At this point the Baba Sheep Undersecretary of the Army, who had been silent, kindly reminded, actually, Eagle Sauce showed us their new generation of tanks before, and all the stats are almost 30% higher than your FD66, and they also utilize a lot of new technology never seen before. It was very hard to see the faces of the staff present when they heard this. There is a 30% difference in all stats. This is going to meet on the battlefield. The latter words they did not say or dare to think. While Dacia has been growing, Eagle Jam isn't standing still. Looks like Hawk Jam is sincere about rolling with Dasha. Chang, is there a better one in the back? If not, Prince Amir has apparently lost interest in this defense exhibition. He didn't come here for the tanks per se. Instead, it's that mysterious fighter plane from Daxia. At this moment, Zhang Guodong's face was very ugly. And not just because of the impending loss of a major client. More reason why their state-of-the-art tanks these foreign guests actually don't even bother to look at. It made his old face a little hard to bear, but the stats of other people's Eagle Jam tanks were there, and there was nothing he could do about it. Finally, I had to ask the venue staff in a slightly embarrassed manner, are there any more exhibiting tanks back there? If not, I'll take the foreign guests back to the hotel first. The staff looked over the form and then answered truthfully, there's an old Lin AV-12 in the back. It's a temporary exhibitor. Oh my god, it's not over yet. Princess Valiant of the Durian Kingdom muttered a disgruntled remark. I don't know if it was intentional or not. She still uses Chinese in this one. It wasn't loud, but all those present could hear it. Instantly the atmosphere on the field was unusually awkward. The other party clearly didn't bring a single dirty word, but he rubbed the faces of all the Daxia people present all over the ground. Countless representatives of college students invited to visit glared at her. You're still a princess with this quality? You don't have any manners at all. Why is this woman's mouth so poisonous? For nothing this good-looking face. It's not a big deal if she's good-looking. I'll pay for an operation to turn her into a man if I'm in a hurry. Princess Valiant raised her head proudly, oblivious to the discontent around her. If he dared to talk about her like that in the Durian Kingdom, his father would have gotten those people killed long ago. Zhang had no choice but to bring the foreign guests to watch it with a stiff upper lip. At this time in the booth of AV-12, Su Zhilian was in an urgent cold sweat. Xiao Su, we're next. How come the tanks haven't been delivered yet? Elder Lin's voice was clearly a bit more stern. If the tanks don't arrive today, he'll be disgraced abroad. Well, at that point, the truckers finally delivered the tanks. Su Zhiliang hurriedly directed the unloading of the car. Debugging is too late. I hope nothing goes wrong later. What the hell? At this time, Lin Lao looked at the ground wrapped tightly AV-12 frowned and asked. Su Zhiliang was stunned by the teacher's question. Taking a closer look at the shape of the AV-12 under the masking cloth, this reveals the end. The look doesn't seem right. The flat, low body is a good deal shorter than an unusual tank. The turret in particular is uncharacteristically thin. It's almost as if it's been flattened with a knife. It's not possible that the driver made a mistake when loading the truck and brought up the empty shell next door. Is it? Teacher. Elder Lin shook his head inside. If people are bad, then everything is really bad. Something like this he never dreamed of. It's useless to say anything at this point. Admit your mistake. Princess Valiant on the podium looked at the tank that had just been delivered. Is this a tank you've improvised to make up the numbers? Zhang Guodong was also dumbfounded by the question. But it's not good to have a seizure. What's going on with old Lin? I can't believe he made such a big mess of it. Looks like he was right not to invite him. Finally, he could only give a wink to his entourage and say quietly, I'll give him 5 minutes. At this moment, Lin Lao's palms were sweating when he saw everyone's gazes looking his way. I'm old enough to lose this one. It's a sin. Teacher. Su Zhilian was ashamed. He clearly explained that the driver had led it from the AV-12 depot. Maybe he should have taken his responsibility a little more seriously at the time and watched from the sidelines. But it's too late to say anything now. It's not just him and his teachers who are disgraced by this today. There's also the entire northern military industry to lose face. Even Daxia will become an international laughingstock in the near future. Things are as they are. Let's be brave. There's no use dwelling on it so much now. Elder Lin placed his hand on the rope that bound the chariot. Right now he just wanted to apologize and get out of here as soon as possible. And he's definitely not going to go out and see anyone for a year. Brush. As Elder Lin exerted his hands, the AV-12's masking was ripped away with one hand. The modified AV-12 is exposed for all to see. Moment. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly. The steel behemoth in front of us. The muscular, smooth lines with the black and gray paint job look hideous and terrifying. The extremely flat turret with tuning fork-like electromagnetic railguns made the eyeballs explode with a click. Click. Sound. Chapter 24, Pedigree Error. All the spectators in the audience all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yet. What the? This is a monster. This is a tank? Are you kidding? From a distance, the flat shape of the modified AV-12 turret looks unusually unique. Above the turret, a tuning fork-shaped electromagnetic railgun loomed large, its cold metal surface glinting with a chilling light, as if it was staring from the depths of hell. Where tracks should have been mounted, they were now replaced by 8 wheels that blended perfectly with the body. It is difficult to tell with the naked eye whether these wheels are made of metal or rubber. The body's smooth lines, sharp edges and complex and sophisticated mechanical structure seem to contain endless power and energy. The whole body looks sci-fi and incredibly hideous. It's like a ferocious beast that's going to charge into the crowd the next second and devour them.
Some of the media authorized by the exhibition even swarmed up, taking long shots at AV-12 with short cannons. For his part, Elder Lin was standing in place, simply unable to believe his eyes. Xiao Su, what the hell is this? Su Zhiliang was even more confused. It was the first time he'd seen this thing. 2. I'm not building it. At this time, a female reporter from a CCTV military program took the microphone and asked Lin Lao. Lin Lao, may I ask you, as the chief engineer, can you give us an introduction to the performance of this tank? Elder Lin was instantly stumped by the question. He also wanted someone to find out what the tank could do. At this time, Zhang Guodong, who originally had a sad face, was also not going to be whole by the sudden situation. Princess Valiant of the Durian Kingdom taunted. Hey, it turned out to be a model, causing me to look forward to it for nothing. Even the whole electromagnetic cannon. Prince Amir of Dog Dato also said in dissatisfaction. Zhang, I don't know what's the point of you showing us this. Facing questions from foreign guests, Zhang had no words to retort. To say that others don't know, he, a director of the Northern Military Industrialization Bureau, NMIB, has full knowledge of the current level of the NMIB. With their current technology, they couldn't have built the guy in front of them. Then there is only one possibility. The sci-fi shaped tank in front of you is just a model. Hey, is Elder Lin mistaken? Today is the Defense Expo, not a model show. Why don't you put a laser weapon on your tank? See, the crowd gathered around. Elder Lin was also a bit embarrassed. This tank is just a model. Everyone disperse. Hearing that it was a model, everyone felt a bit disinterested. I told you, there's a process to scientific progress. How can it develop to such a degree all at once? Exactly. Electromagnetic cannons can't even be carried by a destroyer with a displacement of 10,000 tons. How can a tank have enough energy for it to fire? That's right. Anyone with 9 years of compulsory education knows that electromagnetic cannons can't be carried on tanks. I'll put my word on it today. If this tank is real, I'll eat the electromagnetic cannon on it. I really can't understand when a military industrialist like Lin Lao started to engage in cultural and creative works as well. In the face of the crowd around him, Elder Lin was instantly humiliated and angry. Late in the day, it's so humiliating, he'd skin him if he knew who was behind it. At this time, Lin Lao's body was unsteady and nearly fell to the ground. Luckily, I was able to hold onto the body of the AV-12 in time to stabilize it. However, just the moment Lin Lao's fingers touched the AV-12 body, he seemed to visibly feel a slight shudder in the body of the AV-12. Combat Vehicle Startup Authority Detection in. Startup instructions from AV-12 Chief Designer Lin Zhenhua. Meet Startup Authority. Chariot activated successfully. Then in the midst of the crowd's eyes widening to the point of protruding, the hatch of the AV-12 slowly opens to reveal the driver's seat inside. Please ask the driver to get into the car to test. If the driver does not get into the car within 10 minutes, this chariot will start AI autonomous operation and complete the test autonomously. The sudden change once again shocked the people present. Jiao. And the cockpit. Is this for real? Bluffing? I guess. After all, it's not impossible to get a mechanism on the model. But anyway, the model is really exquisitely done. Worthy of a national team. At this point, Zhang Guodong on the podium could no longer sit still. Straight to the AV-12 booth. He had to ask Elder Lin what this was all about. Old Lin, what the hell is wrong with you? Elder Lin, on the other hand, had an innocent expression on his face. I'd like to ask someone too. At this point, the AV-12, which is as hideous as a giant beast, once again sounded an electronic warning. Please ask the driver to get into the car to test. If the driver does not get into the car within 5 minutes, this chariot will start AI autonomous operation and complete the test autonomously. At this time, the nearby Elder Xia suddenly felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Old Lin, why do I feel like I've heard that voice somewhere before? And I don't know why, but every time this voice urges me on, I feel my right eyelid jumping. Why don't we listen to it and find a driver to sit in it? After what Elder Xia said, Elder Lin seemed to feel the same way. But the most advanced tanks now require 3 members to successfully navigate. But this cockpit actually only has 1 seat. For a moment, it left Lin Lao at a loss as to what to do. LOL, LOL, LOL. At that moment a petulant laugh came. Princess Valiant walked over accompanied by several escorts. Is this future technology? The workmanship is quite fine. Then it even pointed at the sci-fi styled cab and asked Zhang Guodong, Director Zhang, can I go in and experience it? Seeing the VIP make the request, Zhang Guodong hurriedly gave Elder Lin a wink. Elder Lin, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant, but it's hard to say no. Had to nod my head in agreement. Princess Valiant finally got into the driver's seat of the AV-12 with the help of several escorts. Instantly Princess Valiant only felt a blinding flash before her eyes. Lines of data appeared before her eyes in a holographic projection.
yet not before she let out an exclamation of admiration. The AV-12 emits a piercing alarm tone. Warning, pedigree error. Warning, pedigree error. Warning, pedigree error. This pedigree has not been authorized by the High Authority Administrator for driving qualifications. The system will eject the driver in 3 seconds. The sudden unexpectedness of the situation left the people present unprepared. Soon the 3-second countdown ended. Whoosh! Princess Valiant was directly ejected 3 meters away. 2 rows of white incisors stuck halfway out. Wow! The cried out. It didn't look like it could be coaxed at all without a couple of bells. The crowd rushed to help him up, not even waiting to finish digesting what just happened. There was a mechanical biting sound from the direction of AV-12. Ka-ching! The cockpit of the tank closed automatically, due to checking the intrusion of an unauthorized driver. This chariot will activate AI autonomous operation and complete the test autonomously. If you have any questions, please contact the highest authority administrator. Buzz. A loud buzzing sound followed. The main engine of the AV-12 completes its startup instantly. The huge metal body automatically drove towards the testing ground, avoiding the crowds in its way. The body, weighing nearly 100 tons, is like a mobile steel fortress. When it began to travel, the tremendous pressure it generated caused the hard ground to sink downward as it couldn't bear the weight. It was like the shaking of the ground triggered by an ancient beast running wild on the earth, which made people tremble with fear. Looking at the steel behemoth that had suddenly come to life in front of him, all the people present at the visit had their jaws dropped. Yet. It's true. Chapter 25. It's 36G stuck as an airfield in Dacia that has to be endured. At this time, Princess Valiant, who was halfway through crying, was also shocked and forcefully drew back her tears. Seeing the sci-fi styled model in front of you actually drove it. There were loud shouts from the floor. This trip was not in vain. I've made a lot of money. Unmanned? Advanced. Cars are driverless. Tanks more what? The AV-12 accelerated abruptly amidst the commotion of the crowd. There was a violent roar from the motor. 8 tires of unreadable material instantly rubbed violently against the ground. Zip! A brief sound of burning tires passed. The ferocious steel behemoth instantly sprinted out like an arrow off the string. The crowd of onlookers felt their years of knowledge instantly crumble. Holy just absolutely broke 100. From 0 to 100 in less than 2 seconds. Is this a tank or a top-of-the-line sports car? Nah, yet it's still accelerating. Somebody piss yellow and wake me up. By this time the AV-12 had accelerated to 200 km per hour. Have come to the off-road testing area. Not far ahead is a 3-meter deep mound. The slopes on the sides of the barrow had exceeded 60 degrees. At this rate, the tank will definitely flip over in there and won't be able to get out. Why isn't this slowing down? I told you the autopilot wasn't reliable. At this speed over a 3-meter deep dirt pit, even a tank would have to roll over. Hey! Driving irregularities. Loved ones. 2 lines of tears. However, the image of the crowd imagining a rollover didn't happen. The AV-12's 8 wheels seem as nimble as crab legs. The moment it enters the dirt pit, it begins to automatically adapt to changes in the ground, and each wheel begins to individually and automatically adjust its height. Whoosh! The huge steel behemoth drove over the mound as if it were a flat surface. Only the knees of the crowd were left shattered in shock, followed by climbing, swamping, wading. Upon seeing the AV-12 breeze through the swamp and sand, the college students in the audience balked again. Nima, does that make sense? It's outrageous that a tank this heavy can drive through a mud puddle with such ease. Exactly. It doesn't even have tracks. What's the point of not getting stuck in the desert? All the next tests were passed by the AV-12 with the skill of a powerful flying brick, then drove straight to the range. The flattened turret with its tuning fork-like electromagnetic cannons began to adjust its angle. It soon took aim at the target vehicle with 1,000 holes in the distance. This is a 5 pair of weighted wheels that have lost their repair value. 59. One of the family patriarchs. Retirement is here to shine for our country. At this time, Lin Lao was a bit confused when he saw this ready-to-fire stance of AV-12. What's it doing? Could that electromagnetic cannon on its turret be real? Zhang Guodong was speechless. You built the tank. Who are you asking? Lin Lao was full of innocence. Would you believe me if I said this is the first time I've ever seen one of these? I'll believe the hell out of you. Zip! Zip! That's when the 2 tuning fork-shaped rails began to flash with clean white arcs of electricity, as if a halberd in the hands of the god of thunder. It wants to pierce the sky. As the arc grew denser, the rails on both sides began to glow with an eye-catching light. The brilliance of this light. Even the old blind man who had been blind for years didn't dare to look directly at it. At this time, the electromagnetic railgun's energy was finally full. Kata. A special alloy ammunition was pushed into the rail. The bow was drawn like a full moon. Boom. A loud bang came. It's like a huge thunderstorm. It cuts through the sky. The thunder has passed. But the tinnitus is more than that. This loud noise that shook heaven and earth. Even the congenitally deaf are awakened in their sleep.
the wave of air raised by the firing of the gun. It nearly toppled the FD-66 that had not been withdrawn from the next gun position. Giggling. After the thunder, the alloy munition in the guideway was instantly accelerated to Mach 25 speed and shot toward the target. The arrow goes, like a meteor crashing to the ground. Boom. It was as if time stood still in this moment. Next, a small mushroom cloud rose from the location of the target. Everyone just felt the earth tremble under their feet. Elder Lin's nemesis, Elder Sun, was so scared by the shot that he sat on his butt. Tailbone fell in 8 halves. At this time Prince Amir on the podium was also shocked to the point that the white cloth over his head was lifted off. Sneak it back in when no one is around. Baba Sheep's Deputy Minister of War has already made up his mind that this tank will come to one even if it smashes the pot. And when it arrives, he will directly assign Sand to one of their provinces. Princess Valiant was even more shocked to the point that her throat moved and she swallowed the incisor she had just stuck out. As the dust settles, all of them secretly picked up their jaws, which had just been dropped to the ground in shock. I chow, this is too outrageous? Is this the power of an electromagnetic cannon? Let's have an educated one to describe it. Awesome. Zhang Guodong at this time looked at the rolling smoke at the target and complained to Lin Lao. Old Lin, you hid it from me so bitterly. If I had known that you had this kind of business ability, I would have allocated all the funds of our bureau to your office. At this moment, Elder Lin was equally shocked, but he didn't bother to explain. No one would believe me even if I explained. At this time, Xiao Lao, who was on the side, suddenly said, I remember. The electronic sound of that tank is exactly the same as that of the Xianbird unmanned fighter. Hearing Old Man Xia say this, Old Man Lin also came to a realization. It does sound just like the electronic tones coming from the Genta drone fighter. That's when a bold idea surfaced in his mind. About 10 days ago, Chen Shang told me he wanted to see my AV-12. Could it be? This is crazy. A genius at building fighter jets took 10 days to turn his AV-12. Nope, it has nothing to do with his AV-12 anymore. Chen Shang actually took 10 days to develop such a tank. Collecting their shock, Elder Lin and Elder Xie exchanged glances. This must never get out. Otherwise Chen Shang will be in danger. Let's see how the mark is doing. That's when it was suggested. Though that cannon just made a lot of noise. But the most critical aspect of tank combat is the ability to penetrate armor. For the work of destruction, it is enough to have 155 equality of beings artifacts. When the smoke clears, the target inspector was on the watchtower with binoculars looking in the direction of the target. Ka! The sight in front of them instantly startled the inspectors until their binoculars shattered. The glass ballast fell all over the place. Report. Mark it. Zhang Guodong was a little dissatisfied to see the inspector stuttering. Come on, tell me how badly the targets are destroyed. The inspector then stammered. The target had melted into iron. Hiss. Zhang Guodong sucked in a breath of cold air. Get a bellyful of cool air. A shocked face followed. How? Do you realize what you're saying? Even if it was more powerful, it wouldn't be able to melt a 5 pair of weighted wheels into iron. At that moment an adjutant was very good at his job and handed a telescope to the VIP table. Zhang took the binoculars, looked over at the bearing of the mark. It's a good thing the binoculars were in the way, or else my eyes would have had to fall to the ground. The 5 pairs of weighted wheels at the original marking position had been reduced to a puddle of iron. It looks like it's still hot. Inside, if there is a driver, the walk should be peaceful. That's not all. The mountain behind the target was also blasted with a large crater about 100 meters in diameter. It looks like the shell went through the tank marker and then flew some distance to hit the mountain. Daxiao's technology is truly impressive. That's when Prince Amir also started to get brainless compliments. If this thing is bought back, no one in the entire desert will dare to fool around with them anymore. When the tanks arrive, the first thing they are going to do is tell Hawksbane to just stop producing oil next year. The little princess of the Durian Kingdom was also much more honest at this point. Don't dare make a move. Don't say you're stuck with your teeth out today. It's 36G stuck as an airfield in Daxia, and she has to honestly put up with it. In case Daxia gets angry and doesn't sell them this tank, going back to father might make her kneel on a durian. Chapter 26, blowing a hole in floating world mountain in front of all the foreign guests. More than a few heavyweight foreign guests were shocked at this point. The army representatives from several of the major military regions in Daxia were also completely dumbfounded. The world is changing so fast. Damn it. Old me now feels like the stuff I'm holding is nothing but broken brass. I really want to find a wrongdoer to take over. The representative of the Western Theater quietly said to the adjutant behind him, I have a box of Maoist iron lids in my trunk, so you can quietly deliver them to Lin Lao later. Apparently everyone's minds were all alive. Whoever is first in line with this weapon, that's bound to be the hottest kid in all of Blue Star. At this time, Zhang Guodong also reacted in shock. Hurriedly, he ordered, immediately block all electronic signals at the show, and blockade the site. At the same time, he quietly said to Elder Lin, Elder Lin, this kind of weapon is too advanced. How can you just display it? Can we terminate the test right now? Lin Lao looked at the steel behemoth with its engines roaring ahead. Somehow the image of the deck of the Eagle jam carrier being pierced comes to mind. I'll try. That's when the voice prompt came again from the AV-12 tank. Close range targets have been tested. Now testing 2,000 kilometer targets. This mode is too dangerous. It requires administrator's authorization to open. Zhang, who heard the electronic beep, was dumbfounded. No, what's the meaning of the old forest? Elder Lin also had an ugly expression on his face at this time. Literally, Zhang only felt a moment of downtime as the core of his brain was overheated. Cannon? 2,000 kilometers. If this is true, wouldn't it be possible to Sakura Toto in this one shot? Whether it's true or not, this cannon should never be fired indiscriminately. Otherwise, if this shot goes sideways, it might be a hair trigger for S3. Old Lin can't fire. Lin Lao naturally knew that he couldn't fire the gun and immediately pulled out his cell phone. The only one who could stop this beast from going haywire now was Chen Shang. How many youthful backs disappeared into the night? For the morning sun. River City. Chen Shang picked up the phone in a sleepy daze. Hey Chen Shang, I'm your grandpa Lin. Let me ask you something. Did you modify my AV-12? Hearing that it was this matter, Chen Shang nodded decisively. How about it? Elder Lin, are you still satisfied with my modifications? Elder Lin nodded repeatedly. Satisfied. So satisfied. But now there is a problem of how to make it stop. Upon hearing that it was this question, Chen Shang immediately replied, Elder Lin, don't worry. With the previous experience of the Xianbird fighter, the automatic tank combat system I designed is still relatively safe. There will be no automatic annihilation like that of the Genta drone fighter. Now I'll send you an app, so you can operate it remotely first. Lin Lao tapped the app that Chen Shang had sent. Soon an app that doesn't belong to any programming language is automatically installed. Fingerprinting complete. Face scanning successful. Iris checking complete. After a complex series of checks were completed, the phone screen is a 2,000 km radius map of the blue star centered on AV-12. The information on the map has surpassed any worldly navigation map. Elder Lin, the interface you're seeing now is the remote targeting interface for the AV-12's main fire electromagnetic cannon. As soon as you select any target on the map, the AV-12's main fire EM gun will instantly consume 80% of the chariot's remaining energy to fire the EM gun and then hit the target with a margin of error of 0.01 meters. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Lin Lao was so frightened that his hands trembled and he almost dropped his cell phone on the ground. Just now, he had thought that this was just an ordinary navigation map, and had already aimed his aim at the Sakura Kingdom's royal residence. It's a good thing I didn't just yawn and fidget. Otherwise it would have been the end of the world. Inur. Chen Shang, you teach me how to undo this mode. This time, not to mention Elder Lin. Next to him, Zhang Guodan's legs began to shake. This gun can hit 2,000 kilometers? Originally he didn't believe it. But when he heard the other party say that it would instantly consume 80% of the energy, he believed it instead. This is because the main characteristic of EM guns for long-range attacks is the extreme instantaneous energy consumption. Just now, if Lin Lao had fired a shot, all the foreign guests here today would have to be in a car accident. Soon Chen Shang's voice on the other end of the phone rang again. Elder Lin, take it easy. See that blinking dot on the op screen? Lin Lao took a look at the cell phone screen and found a blinking button. Zhang Guodong was afraid that Xia Lao would be too nervous, so he decisively helped to press down. That's the firing button for the main fire EM gun in the AV-12 remote targeting state. As long as you don't touch it, it's perfectly safe. Zhang Guodong looked at the cell phone screen that was aiming at the collimator of the floating mountain. Electromagnetic cannon at an angle of elevation to the long-range muzzle and charging. The face was white. I suspect this kid definitely did it on purpose. The words just fell. An icy electronic tone came from the terminal in Lin Lao's hand. Electromagnetic gun long-range attack authorized. The remaining energy of the chariot is above 80% to meet the firing conditions. Starts charging. Buzz. As the gun's electromagnetic track bar hummed, AV-12's remaining energy is drained by the EM guns. Only the energy necessary for the operation is left. Electromagnetic cannons complete recharge. The whole tank looks like an ancient general with a bent bow and arrow. The bow is like the full moon and the arrow is like a shock. The muzzles of the guns rose to the sky and roared. Straight to the east. Whoosh! The special alloy ammunition was instantly accelerated to Mach 38, bursting through the air in a ripple that stabbed straight into the sky. In the twinkling of an eye it disappeared. That's when Princess Valiant of the Durian Kingdom asked in a four-way leaky accent, "May I ask where the mark is this time?" She had just seen the AV-12 fired at an elevated angle and had judged it to be a test of long-range attack capability. So then there was some curiosity as to how far the EM guns could attack at long range. Maybe it's possible to reach 100 kilometers. Ahem.
Zhang forced himself to be calm, thinking to myself, this is something you're better off not knowing. I really can't bear to see you guys get into a car accident in Dacia until it's absolutely necessary. The shot just now was an accidental malfunction and did not fire ammunition. Valiant was clearly not convinced. Isn't that an obvious lie? Everyone saw that ripple just now. The trajectory formed in the sky hasn't dissipated by now. With this kind of accident, Zhang Guodong obviously no longer had the heart to entertain foreign guests. Immediately report what happened. The event was taken extremely seriously at a high level. Soon, a reasonable solution was obtained. 5 minutes later, the Meteorological Department of Sakura Province received a kind reminder from the Dacha Astronomical Observatory. We have observed a meteor traveling at Mach 38 towards Fusher Mountain. Please evacuate the neighborhood as soon as possible. The head of the Cherry Blossom Provincial Meteorological Office hung up the phone, though not quite convinced. But it was a big deal, and they didn't dare to be careless. Immediately contacted the Cherry Blossom Astronomical Observatory. The staff of the Sakura Province Astronomical Observatory was filled with disdain when they heard the description. Goddamn Mach 38 meteor. If that's true, how come our astronomical facilities in Sakura Nation can't observe it? The Dacia people are really getting cocky now. Isn't it just a trip to the moon? What's so awesome about that? We, Sakura, are behind them in the field of aerospace, but we won't be this bad. This must be a prank by the Dacia people. No need to pay attention to it. In the meantime, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky above Southpaw. All of the air defense radars let out a piercing screech. Green Tile House. A commander reported with a shaky voice. Report. A UFO traveling at Mach 38 miles per hour has appeared over our heads. Suspected to be a meteor from the sky. The South Stick Chancellor immediately picked up the phone at that. Contact the United Nations Intangible Cultural Heritage Organization immediately. I don't care what you use. This meteor belongs to us, Southpaw. We have to own it. Naming rights. Chapter 27. It's time to remeasure the height of Floating Mountain. Sakura Province. The ear-piercing sounds of air raid sirens rang out simultaneously in several cities throughout the vicinity of the floating mountain. The sound is harsh, as if roaring from hell. People who were working or shopping at this time were suddenly alarmed. Why is the air raid siren going off for good reason? Did the rabbit hit? Mom, I don't want to die yet. What was once an orderly street became chaotic. The expressions on people's faces quickly changed from initial shock to panic. Everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to the sky. A scene that they would never forget appeared before their eyes. Only a crimson meteor in the air was seen cutting through the sky. It was as if the gods had sent down a heavenly punishment. Ask the world about the offense. The speed of over Mach 30 in the atmosphere caused the air in the airspace it passed through to burn. It formed a trailing tail several kilometers long, like a burning dragon tearing through the sky. The blazing light illuminated the surrounding clouds in red, like a gorgeous burning cloud. The officials of the Meteorological Department of Sakura Province, on the other hand, were greeting the ancestors of the Astronomical Department at this time. These self-righteous guys. It's simply abominable. It's obvious that Dacia has been kind enough to help with the warning, and they actually don't believe it. Now that they've missed the best time to evacuate, they'll be waiting to commit harakiri when the time comes. The other side, the carrier Hooker, which had been hiding all the way to the east, finally traveled to a secret military dock in Shizugang Prefecture, Sakurajima Island, for resupply. From this position, if you look up to the north, you can see the floating mountains in the distance. The viewing position is excellent. It is said that a famous painting was made here. Look how beautiful. On deck, Ryder pointed to the floating mountains in the distance and said to Captain Johnson, who was tearing up the internet with various countries in his own public. Captain Johnson rubbed his sore eyes, also looking up at the floating mountains in the distance. When I retire, I'll buy a house at the bottom of the hill to retire. Find another 20-something-year-old partner. Yet as his words fell, a crimson beam of light, trailing a long trail of light, smashed straight towards the floating world mountain. It poured straight into the mountain like a meteor. Moment. The mountains shattered. The earth collapsed. All things wail. Yet with the unmistakable blast of sight before them, Admiral Ryder and Captain Johnson could only see the image. Can't hear anything. All this is only because sound travels at only 343 meters per second at 20 degrees Celsius. Can't hear the sound though. But it didn't affect the shock in the duo's hearts in the slightest. They had been frozen in place for several minutes without realizing it. Until suddenly I heard a sound like thunder, coming from the northwest and going southeast. Deafening. Stirring the heartstrings. General Ryder came back to his senses. Now that doesn't seem like a good place to retire. Under the floating mountain, the earth turned over. The river pours and splashes. The chickens are crowing and the dogs are barking. The little days saw their sacred mountain crumble. At this point there were eyes wider than their mouths and mouths open wider than their heads. Dumbfounded, he stared at the scene that would last a lifetime. All of them wet their pants except for the kids in diapers.
Some even forgot to run away and just stood dumbfounded, completely shocked by the spectacular sight to the point of losing their ability to think. The bold ones are pulling out their cell phones to record this astronomical spectacle. The global media was instantly dominated by this event for a minute. Oil can astronomical wonders. Sins of the gods. Views 10 million plus. Comments section. Sakura. Oh my god. Is this the end of the world? Eagle Jam. I wonder why such a small meteor wasn't rubbed in the atmosphere until it disappeared. South Bar. This meteor was the first to be observed by our #1 country in the universe. A.S. Netizen, it must be retribution for making you dump nuclear wastewater indiscriminately. Force station. A meteorite from the sky descends. The floating mountain is afraid to remeasure its height. 8 million views. Plus. Comments section. Today is the day. Up Lord. You pushed to have it. If this is true, I'll take care of the Up Masters food for a year. In the meantime, Northern Theater Defense Fair site. An urgent news item suddenly popped up on Princess Valiant's cell phone in the Durian Kingdom. The shock. Sakura Fushur Mountain was hit by an extraterrestrial meteorite. Local rescue efforts are underway. Exact casualties are unknown. At first Valiant only thought it was a prank. You can't joke about something this big. But as she picks at her phone, she grows more and more shocked inside. Sakura Province Astronomical Observation Center executives collectively kneel down and apologize. Pickle country's application to the United Nations Astronomical Organization for the right to name the meteor has been successful. Every story on this is unbelievable. But connected together they all swore a truth to her. Now she just thought the world was crazy. Looking at Zhang Guodong, who was not far out in front of him with a gloomy face, Valiant felt like utilizing this topic to make some small talk with Zhang. Relieve yourself of the negative effects of your own adventurousness just now. After all, people in Daxia hate cherry blossoms. Director Zhang, did you see the news about the hit on Floating Mountain in Sakura Province? Zhang Guodong was instantly jolted by the question. We didn't blow it up. The reaction left Valiant confused. Is there a need for such a reaction? At that moment Valiant's entourage ran up to her and whispered something in her ear. At once Valiant blushed very hard. The venue she was in was surrounded. Nearly 1,000 heavily armed combatants have surrounded the place. Combine that with the news just now and Zhang Guodong's reaction. A counterintuitive thought surfaced in his mind. River City. Seeing that Lin Lao and the others didn't say anything for half a day, Chen Shang asked worriedly, Elder Lin, did something happen on your side? Only then did Lin Lao come back to his senses. No, that, Chen Shang what would happen if I just accidentally fired a shot at Sakura's floating mountain? Chen Shang was speechless. What else? Just straight up declare S3 opening success for Sakura. At this point, Chen Shang also guessed the general idea. Sure enough, it was still safer to have the autonomous combat system he had developed. After a slight hesitation, he said decisively, then, of course, you can't admit it to death. After all, this whole thing is so unbelievable. As long as we don't admit it, no one can associate it with us. Anyway, everyone in the room is one of us. So the big deal is to get them all to sign a non-disclosure agreement. At this time, Lin Lao said with a very ugly face, but now there are still more than 20 foreign guests here. Chen Shang hesitated for a long time. Why don't we arrange for a large transport and give them a lift? Of course, that's all I'm saying. It's up to you guys to make the decisions. Lin Lao was instantly silent, weighing the situation repeatedly for a moment. Sending it away is definitely not an option. The Prince of the Dog Dato and the Princess of the Durian Kingdom would be enough to give the Ministry of Foreign Affairs a headache even if they had an accident in the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Lin, you don't have to worry too much. Continue testing the tanks first to stabilize the foreign guests. I'll send you a fake tank data report later. Fill in the rest of the features as they are only the maximum range is changed to over 200 kilometers. When the time comes, I'll also develop an export version of the tank with a maximum range cut to the aorta so no one will suspect a thing. Elder Lin also felt that the method Chen Shang said was feasible. After all, from Daxia to Sakura Province's floating mountain in one shot. Even if you actively admit it, someone has to believe it. The most important thing at the moment was to continue testing the chariot's data so as to hide the embarrassment inside. Chapter 28 Unmanned Automatic Flying Bombs. Ahem. Elder Lin coughed lightly twice to hide his inner embarrassment after getting the tank data sent over by Chen Shang. Just had a little malfunction. Caused the EM gun to drag the target. Let's continue the test. At that moment Princess Valiant of the Durian Kingdom asked, may I ask what the maximum range of this electromagnetic cannon is? She always felt that Sakura floating mountain being hit by a meteorite had something to do with the shelling just now. How can a tank this advanced be off target? Even if it was really off target, it was impossible to admit it in front of so many outsiders. There must be a secret. Her instincts had always been spot on. It was as if she had expected it every time her father changed his royal consort. The maximum range of this AV-12 main fire EM gun is about 200 plus kilometers. Of course, now that the tank is still in the validation stage and not in mass production, there is some error in this data. Zhang Guodong, who was on the side, saw that Lin Lao was full of nonsense. Quietly, he wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Oh, over 200 kilometers? Remaining 1,800 kilometers right. Slight error? The error is 1,800 kilometers right. It's still got to be the old forest. Never blush when you lie. Hiss. When he heard Lin Lao say the maximum range of 200 kilometers, everyone present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of the foreign guests were desperately tapping on their translator headsets. It is suspected that the translator is malfunctioning. They all stared in disbelief when they repeatedly determined that the maximum range of the AV-12 was just over 200 kilometers. What a concept! Many countries have territories that are not so large in diameter. This is a direct territory-wide coverage if you buy it back. Some powerful country representatives have already picked up their cell phones to desperately sway their own bosses to hurry up and call the money. This exhibition today may turn into an auction. Elder Lin was very pleased to see the expressions of the people present. Even though he didn't build the tank, it still follows his AV-12 number, doesn't it? Based on this alone, it would be enough for him to brag about being awesome for the rest of his life. At this time, someone asked, Elder Lin has finished testing all the items that should be tested. What else should be tested? Elder Lin didn't sell himself short. Directly following the data sent by Qin Shang, he read, now I'm sure the biggest headache for everyone is the threat of drones against tanks. So this tank carries a very sophisticated defense system. It can target the threat of drones. It's not just drones. Even helicopter gunships, attack planes can't pose a threat to him. The crowd clamored again. Vehicle-mounted anti-drone system? Zundu Fodu? This stuff has really popped up quite a bit in the last 2 years. Some of them use signals to intercept. Some simply weld an iron frame on a tank. But the real-world results are all very mediocre. That's right. The weapon with the highest kill record so far on the battlefield north of Blue Star is still a drone. Those so-called anti-drone systems are either too bulky to move at all, or they simply don't have the desired interception effect. I wonder what kind of countermeasures such an advanced tank would come up with to defend against drones. Don't be as theoretically strong as before and useless in real combat. Amidst the murmurs, soon the venue staff took out a drone specializing in filming for a well-known brand. As soon as Su Zhiliang received the drone controller, he immediately operated it skillfully. If a soldier saw this logo on the battlefield, he would wet his pants. Buzz! The drone's motors made a crisp rattling sound. Soon the speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, shining a light on the AV-12's hideous, horrible bodywork. It sped away. In the blink of an eye, the drone came within a kilometer of AV-12. Woo! With a subtle motor sound, a sleekly shaped convex mirror rises from the end of the AV-12 turret. A convex mirror is like a basketball cut in half, inverted on the turret of the AV-12. Its surface is far smoother than commonly understood. With the convex mirror fully raised, a flash of dazzling light immediately followed. A laser shot straight at the drone's fuselage. With a puff of black smoke rising, tens of thousands of dollars worth of drones burst into flames in midair. Boo! Countless metal parts were scattered all over the place. Before Elder Lin had time to be shocked, 2 commands popped up consecutively on his cell phone. As the chariot is now in test mode and accompanied by a voice announcement. Checking for drone infestation. Fire control system has begun automatically tracking the drone operator's position. Drone operator locked and loaded with homing bombs. This command is extremely dangerous. Please exercise caution. At that moment, Lin Lao's cell phone screen turned. Su Zhiliang, who was operating a drone beside him, appeared on his cell phone screen. A red collimator was firmly centering it. In the meantime, one of the weapon unit covers on the side of the AV-12 combat vehicle opens. Several thermals with propellers on their heads lifted off at breakneck speed. The subtle sound of the motor was extremely nimble in the form of several thermoses. This stuff may be unfamiliar to others, but the insiders of the Dragon Kingdom's military were incredibly familiar with it. Unmanned cruise bombs, a modified version of the suicide drone. I didn't realize this chariot was loaded with this. When Su Zhiliang saw the scene in front of him, his entire body was bad. He was one of the few people in the know when Elder Lin and the others had just made an operational error that caused this tank to blow up Floating World Mountain. Watching the online news, that shot was pretty powerful. I'm told Sakura has lowered her flag to half-mast. Now all it takes is one handshake from Elder Lin. They're definitely going to have a banquet in their village tomorrow morning. I don't know if there will be any of his favorite dishes by then. Lin Lao did not dare to be careless at this time, and hurriedly operated his cell phone to cancel the lock. Ahem! This is AV-12's automatic counterattack system, consisting of 30 unmanned automatic flight-seeking bombs. From its top speed of 600 km per hour, combat range of 10 kilometers, and combat radius of 500 meters,
Once Lin Lao's words fell, the crowd present was once again confused. I know every word in that sentence. How come I can't understand it when it's all connected? If these figures were true, this tank alone could sweep the army of a small country. Everyone felt like their previous perceptions were being rubbed against the ground. It is not too much to say that such technology is 100 years ahead of today's Blue Star technology. The capabilities demonstrated by the AV-12 are just dazzling. The main gun can melt a 59 conversion into iron with a single shot. The maximum range is more than 200 kilometers. As for how much more, that all depends on imagination. Equipped with a drone interception system and the ability to find the exact location of the attacker at the moment of countermeasure. These numbers are fantastic. The representatives of the major military regions who had originally gathered around Sun Lao all came to Lin Lao's booth. But all those who had met with Elder Lin before began to find ways to draw closer. Even Sun Lao's students had already started secretly looking for connections to see if they could be transferred to work at Lin Lao's institute. Teachers are not us being unsympathetic. It's just that everyone wants to get ahead so badly. Chapter 29, Left Prime. Right Altair. AV-12 all program testing is complete. Elder Lin looked at Elder Son next to him with a smug smile on his face. Old son, this tank of mine is too fierce. I'm really sorry that I almost shook your tank over just now. Sun Lao was speechless. Originally, today was his home game. I didn't expect to be robbed of the C-suite by Lin Lao, but there's nothing he can do about it. Their own tanks don't even deserve to be used as target vehicles for others. At this time, Prince Amir of Dog Dato decisively came to Lin Lao and Zhang Guodong. Chang, we're tech savvy. I'm very pleased with this tank. We'll buy it no matter how much it costs after mass production. Zhang Guodong laughed. There's no rush. I'll show you the rest of our bureau's gear. This time of year, cutie. Only then do I talk to you about the price. I was the one who just begged you to buy it. Now you're begging me to sell. Can it be the same? Wanted AV-12. Eat all the expired ammo in my warehouse before you can get to the negotiating table. Getting a membership when the time comes. Bundle sales. Spend a certain threshold to purchase one. Otherwise, in the future, so many out-of-service tanks cannot all be taken as a target vehicle. With the AV-12 test completed, a large number of military and police poured into the scene. A 1 kilogram non-disclosure agreement was slapped in front of the eyes of all the visitors. One person at a time. Geez, it's so thick you'll have to sign until the monkey's teeth. Ha! Don't complain. Look at this formation. You can't leave with one less signature. You're not allowed to leave the country for 5 years yet. I should have known not to come. Woohoo! Returning to the hotel where she was staying, Princess Valiant of the Durian Kingdom hurriedly dialed her father. Spoke out his guesses as they were. After explaining what happened, the old king intoned, "Rot your guesses in your stomach. You're my favorite daughter, and I don't want you to crash and burn in Dacia, and this tank must be brought back to me at all costs. Remember just one. With this, no one will dare to object even if our family is hereditary for another 100 generations." Just as everyone was thinking their own thoughts, the internet has exploded with opinion. The hottest topic across the internet is the disaster at Fushur Mountain in Sakura Province. This meteorite impacted the 776 meter high Fushur Mountain, directly erased only 3,000 meters left. Nearly 20,000 people were killed or injured as a direct result of the disaster. At the same time, the Fushur Mountain, which has been silent for more than 300 years, is once again active and may erupt again at any time. Nearly 1 million people were forced to evacuate. Humanitarian relief teams from all over the world are on fire. Among them was Dacia's unprecedented specification of assistance to Sakura this time, showing the style of a great nation. A spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs directly stated that all efforts would be made to help the victims of Sakura. Countless netizens were all touched by Dacia's great nation spirit. Longboy netizen, this is the style of a great nation. Dragon Nation, Papa Dwarf is here to save you. Southstick netizen, Dacia, if you dare to help Sakura again, believe it or not, I will apply for 2 more non-heritage this year. Asin Network, strongly condemn Dacia for rescuing wildlife. The citizens of Cherry Blossom are more than grateful. Thank you for the assistance given by Dacia. Woo woo, I'm so touched. They were the ones who extended a big warm hand to me when we were most helpless. Also fire out of the ring together is the AV-12 main battle tank. Although everyone in the room had signed a strict non-disclosure agreement, but there's bound to be one person out of 100 who's all anticlimactic. Soon AV-12 main battle tank test videos were flying around. It even came later and crushed the video of MT Fuji being hit by a meteorite directly on the Hot 100 list. Dacia's military fan netizens instantly exploded. What's this about my rabbit? Mom, yeah, that's too cool. Can I still go up if my rabbit doesn't earth the battle? Did we really work with aliens on the moon? Have I been asked? Did I say yes? Dog's head, where's the bureau chief? Come out and take a couple steps. Bureau chief, I miss you. Ha!
I guess the bureau chief ran away with a bucket overnight. Under strong pressure, the 7th program went out of its way to bring back the bureau chief, who has been in hiding for years. Open the full webcast. It's the same familiar face. It's the same familiar image. It's just that today's bureau chief doesn't seem to have the same confidence and composure that he did back then. Hello little oranges. A sea of pop-ups instantly erupted. Bureau chief, you're not fighting alone. Bureau chief, we'll always believe in you. Bureau chief, whatever you say. Bureau chief, don't worry, we'll definitely cooperate with you in acting together this time. But the bureau chief has seen it all before. Adjust quickly. Actually, the tank on the video. The bureau hadn't even finished this sentence when the overwhelming barrage of pop-ups once again erupted. This question we will. 59 change. Right. The ones running on the ground are 59 altered. That's right. 5 pairs of weighted wheels removed 2 wheels. However, bureau chief's next words left the audience outside the broadcast room in a daze. In fact, the tank on the video is a new generation of main battle tank first developed by our northern military industry. Its performance even surpasses the new generation of tanks being developed by many developed countries in the West. It's safe to say that even if their new generation of main battle tanks is successfully developed, we're still at least a generation ahead of them. The originally frantic pop-ups instantly came to a screeching halt. Then a bigger storm hit. Bureau chief? Where's the promised trust? This is a showdown? I'm a liege. I'm not pretending. The bureau has jumped ship to the Bureau of War Terror? River City. Chen Shang finished sending the last pop-up screen and closed the live screen. Looks like I'm giving the bureau a hard time. That's when the phone rang. I look up at the stars you've seen. To meet again through 100 years. Chen Shang glanced at the caller ID. It's old man Xia. Chen Shang your previous payment of $50 billion was approved. Can you come to the military district? Your AV-12 your grandpa Lin simply fall do not understand. Just got the remote targeting interface out again. It's scary as hell. Chen Shang had no choice but to get dressed and get ready to go. That's what happens when you get older. You get stranger to new things. Northern Military Region. Inside a classified military base, the 2 air defense bunker hangars house the Genta UAVs and AV-12s. The reason for being so careful. Half of it is to watch out for foreign spies. The other half is to watch out for their own people in other military regions. It's a good thing to take out when they're almost done with their military district listings. Zhao Tianming, who was originally grinning broadly, was now rubbing his hands repeatedly on the body of the AV-12. Even his first time in a room with his girlfriend wasn't as exciting as it is now. It was as if what was parked in front of him was not a tank, but a stunning beauty. If it wasn't for Elder Lin's repeated warnings, he was now itching to go get 2 buckets of water and scrub AV-12 clean inside and out. Crunch! There was a sharp crack of brakes. The Supreme Commander of the Northern Theater of Operations, Yi Wei-min, was there in person. Saw 2 big babies under the semi-bunker. Yi Wei-min could not hide his inner joy. At this moment he wanted to recite a poem. Left prime, right Altair, kicked Cherry Blossom Kindergarten and punched Eagle Sauce Home for the Aged. I'll see which one of the Blue Stars dares to bare their teeth in the future. Chapter 30 The feeling of being stuck in the neck was too much. P.S. Warmly celebrating the simultaneous public unveiling of Dacia's 2 Generation 6 fighters today. I didn't realize that one day the plot of a mindless cool article would happen in reality. That's a wild thing to say. But he had the undercurrent of madness now. Elder Lin, you've gotten a big credit this time. Lin Lao hurriedly explained clearly. Ahem. I didn't actually build this AV-12. Yi Wei-min was full of doubts. Who else in our Dacia can surpass your old man in the field of tanks? Is your old man still angry about the purchase price falling through? If I knew that your old man had built such a thing, I wouldn't dare to squeal even if the purchase price was doubled 100 times. Elder Lin directly interrupted his later words. This tank, in fact, was developed by the makers of the Gentoo drone fighter, and it only took 10 days. Yi Wei-min's eyes instantly widened, full of incredulity. The designer of fighter jets builds tanks? Is it true that geniuses don't give life to ordinary people? Elder Xie smiled at his words. Live? Where to live? Just that Dr. Wang in our office who came back from studying abroad in Eagle Jam has been diagnosed with depression. Ha ha ha. Yi Wei-min smiled at his words. Talking about that grandson of Commissioner Wang. That kid has been bragging all day that the moon is fuller abroad. It's long overdue that he learns a lesson. But if Commissioner Wang can negotiate down the project of cooperating with Oming to develop a new generation of armed helicopters this time, I'm afraid his grandson will have to follow suit. Elder Xie and Elder Lin looked at each other. It was immediately clear what was going on. It's the new EC-996 Saber-Tooth Tiger, the latest generation of European helicopters? Is it true that that project with Europe to jointly develop helicopters is a done deal? Yi Wei-min nodded. Ha ha ha. Zhao Tianming laughed. You guys don't know. That engine power is what's called strong. I heard that Commissioner Wang's wig was blown off, supposedly 5% better than the Apache in every statistic. After all, the Apache is from the 1970s, long overdue for comparison. If this project is negotiated, the last shortcoming of the Daxia army will be made up. Elder Lin was the first to splash him with cold water. Don't get too happy. These foreign hairs are not easy to get along with. Actually, Yi Wei-min was worried about that too. But negotiating is not something he's good at. Alright, I'll stop this pestle and mortar here. Lin Lao Xia Lao, you guys are not outsiders. The negotiations are about to start. I'll take you to open your eyes. Inside the clean and tidy conference room, John Bull helicopter specialist Albert inputs data from the EC-996 saber-toothed tiger into the projector, then crossed his legs and leaned back on the couch. EC-996 saber-toothed tiger, length, 18 meters, rotor diameter, 15 meters, height, 5 meters, powertrain, 2 MTR 590 engines with 1700 horsepower each, empty weight, 2 tons, standard task weight, 5 tons. Looking at the shocked Daxia representative in front of him, Albert casually picked up a high-end tea set worth over $100,000, taking a light sip of the special tea in his cup. It's really cozy. These yellow monkeys sure do come around. As long as he came to Daxia, then he was bound to receive the highest level of treatment. Commissioner Wang across the conference table smiled with a fawning face. Mr. Abbott, how about this golden melon tribute tea that still goes down your throat? Albert said unconcernedly. Sloppy. The faces of the group of Daxia representatives at the conference table were ugly. Unseen stuff. It's a damn brown pig that can't eat fine chaff. $100,000 a caddy of tea. And you're giving me sloppy? However, no one dared to show a hint of dissatisfaction on their faces. Ha! If Mr. Albert likes it, I'll pack up 2 pounds for you to take away later. When do you see fit to pull your prototypes over and take a look at them? In the face of Commissioner Wang's question, Albert acted as if he hadn't heard it, fiddling with his own tie. Lydia, the female secretary behind Albert, said as she pushed her eyes up the bridge of her nose. Commissioner Wang, didn't you see it before in Europe? And we also provided full data on saber-toothed tigers. The meaning of this statement is obvious. Not willing to pull over and show you guys. Yi Wei-min frowned. Daxia's side of the main seat speaks. And you let a secretary answer. Is this what civilized people do? Commissioner Wang wasn't annoyed either, and said with a smile piled on his face, after all, I'm not the only one who can say anything about this matter. Your side still pulls the prototype over to test it. After all, isn't that in line with international practice? This is a very reasonable request. After all, as Mr. Wang said, this has always been the international practice. Cut. In the face of the Daxia representative's response, the female secretary, Lydia, snorted disdainfully. The voice is not loud though, but in an enclosed space like a conference room everyone can hear it. The momentary scene was very awkward. Lydia said very perfunctorily, sorry guys, I've had a bit of a cold lately. His attitude is so perfunctory that it is as if he were saying, you've hit me. In the back of the audience Zhao Tianming clenched his fists creaking straight. Now he really wanted to punch down and give the woman physical therapy. Cure her cold, not to mention, make sure she goes peacefully. Yi Wei-min also had an ugly face. It seems that Elder Lin was right. These woolies sure are not easy to get along with. This was using their Daxia as a pig to slaughter. As soon as we get the helicopter we'll tear it all down for you. Within 2 years, we'll build an exact replica and sell it all to your rivals. And see if you're dumbfounded. Yet a lazily poised Albert spoke as if he could read minds. There's one more thing I'd like to add. In order to avoid leakage of our technology, the EC-996 saber-toothed tiger is all made with a special process that can't be installed back after disassembly. I hope you don't mind. Yi Wei-min was furious. Sincerely, right. But this project is, after all, in the charge of Commissioner Wang. It wasn't good for him to intervene. Albert scanned the seated Daxia representatives. In a very disgruntled tone, he said, hey, I don't think we're going to be able to talk about this today. Our prototype will also be delivered in 15 days, and I'm sure you'll never hesitate once you see what it can do. If you're still hesitant by then we'll have to work with Sango or Dog Dato. The meaning is quite obvious. A plane as good as the saber-toothed tiger. If you Daxia don't want it, there are plenty of people who do. With that said, Albert simply left the table, ignoring the reactions of the others. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Commissioner Wang of the 2 pounds of tea he had promised him. Counselor Wang hurriedly chased after him with the tea. Boo! When the foreign representatives all walked out of the conference room, Yi Wei-min fought and slapped the table. What a bully! It's a terrible feeling to be stuck in the neck. Elder Xie also sighed. Our country has been trying to catch up over the years, and inevitably some areas have fallen into shortboards. And this group of foreign hairs is standing on this point to play tricks with us.
If you ask me, you can't work with them. Don't forget that we were cheated out of 2 billion Chinese dollars on our previous navigation satellite project with them. And then we're all up in heaven in Tendu. And they haven't returned this money. Yi Wei Min sighed. Wimp. It's so wimpy. Chapter 31, The Wind God Inhu. At that moment Chen Shang walked into the conference room led by a guard. Seeing a few old guys with a sad face curiously asked, Xia Lao Lin Lao, what's wrong with you guys? It's Chen Shang. It's nothing. Kids, don't pry. Let me introduce you. This is the hand of the Northern Military Region, General Yi Weiman. Chen Shang was positive. An official of this stature is usually only seen on television. Yi Weiman scrutinized Chen Shang twice. Not bad for the man's son, the father of a tiger. A hero indeed. When the few old guys saw Chen Shang, the depression they had just felt in their hearts was swept away in a flash. They also called Chen Shang over this time mainly to talk about the purchase price of AV-12. After all, the AV-12's performance is here to stay. They, the Northern Military Region, must be close to the water. As for the other military districts, wait until they are listed. Foreign arms sales, that's even further away. As soon as I heard that I had to engage in the price again, Chen Shang had a bit of a headache. He didn't develop the AV-12 to make money at all. Besides, he's not short of money. There's still $50 billion lying there in the bank card. But seeing the look of anticipation on the faces of the several elderly people in front of him, it was not good to spoil people's excitement. This AV-12 also has a share of credit to Elder Lin no matter what. Consider it a collaborative research and development effort between me and Old Man Lin. In the future, the production model of the AV-12 will be produced by Lin Lao and his institute. After all, I still have to build the Gen 2 unmanned fighter, and I'm too busy with too much business. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Lin Lao was in tears. Good on you. Definitely better on. Chen Shang is definitely hooking up with that girl. Otherwise, this kind of honor of establishing a life shrine and having smoke coming out of one's ancestors' graves, why would Chen Shang let him have a share of it? Just take the performance the AV-12 has shown so far. Even if the name is written on the last page of the R&D staff, that's a feat that can be singled out for a genealogy and a life shrine. Yet Chen Shang just lightly let him get involved. That's totally in his face. That's when Xia Lao quit. What does this AV-12 have to do with this old guy besides his name? Besides, isn't that a great name? As old war buddies, he couldn't bear to see Lin Lao suffer though. But it's even more unbearable when he opens a separate genealogy. Lin Lao coldly grunted. Sometimes choice is greater than effort. I've accomplished a lot in my life, so keep up the good work. Lao Xie. Chen Shang had given him such a great gift, and he couldn't let Chen Shang down. Since we're cooperating, how about you take a percentage of all the profits from every 1 or 2 AV-12s produced in the future? Chen Shang didn't ink either. Hold out 5 fingers. If he pushed back, he might not walk out that door today. Elder Lin, I think this is the right number. He thinks 5% is a lot of profit. This time, after all, you don't have to do anything to get paid. It's not good to ask for too much. Elder Lin nodded his head coolly when he saw the 5 fingers stretched out by Chen Shang. Good. Just 50%. Chen Shang. Grandpa Lin wasn't wrong about you. You have this country in your eyes just like your parents and your grandmother. Chen Shang was inwardly shocked. I clearly said 5%. How did it get to 50%? A tank can easily cost tens of millions of dollars. AV-12 could be over $1 billion. What's this 50% per car? Wouldn't he get tens of millions of dollars for nothing for every AV-12 Dacia trains in the future? And the price of the outgoing version may be several times higher. Now Lin Lao is most concerned about the matter is, AV-12 so advanced their existing technology can be built? Chen Shang. This AV-12's technology is too advanced. When the time comes the production line may still rely on you. Hearing this, Chen Shang nodded decisively. No problem. All the equipment of the production line is all wrapped up in me alone. Don't worry about it. Lu Tianming laughed out loud and patted Chen Shang's shoulder. This is our good son of China. Unlike those foreign devils who just play mind games with us, he's always been a straight shooter who says what he has to say. Yi Weiman hastily interrupted this big old man's face unpleasantly said, Old Li, you say this to the child, why? People, Chen Shang has to worry about producing the Shenbird unmanned combat aircraft as well as the AV-12 production line. Don't dump this negative garbage on him. Lu Tianming shut up in a hurry. Chen Shang looked at the expressions on the faces of the few old guys in front of him and thought to himself that there really is something he is hiding from me. River City. Hearing Lin Yi's description, Chen Shang and Lin Tianyu couldn't wait to go to the hotel right now to give these arrogant foreigners 2 big mouths each. After all, Omo's side was already taking the prototype of the saber-toothed tiger that pulled the saber-toothed tiger all over Blue Star to talk about cooperation. It's not exactly confidential. Lin Yi overheard Lin Lao Zhen's father when he was pouring out his grievances. Lin Tianyu said very unconvincingly,
Our Dacia already has advanced airplanes like the Shinbird unmanned combat aircraft J-16 and J-20. Why do we still have to go out of our way to purchase helicopters at a high price? Lin Yi blankly glanced at her indisputable old brother. What do you know? Helicopters can't be replaced by fighters in many fields and special scenarios. For example, the helicopter's extra-long attack window allows for more precise strikes on the ground. After listening to Lin Yi's colorful description, Chen Shan was also very angry. Do these guys take us as if we're so easy to fool as sand? 100,000 or so pounds of tea might as well be fed to the dogs. He owns Star Dome technology today. How can we let Dacia be the wrongdoer? A saber-toothed tiger. Right. Let's see me build an even more powerful helicopter to slap both of your front teeth out. Chen Shan silently opened the system. A full nearly 2,000 tech points. A look at the back-end revenue log. All courtesy of Sakura's bunch of short melons. If he didn't build a perfect helicopter gunship, he'd be sorry that old Lin slipped up and fired that shot at Sakura Floating Mountain. Come to a plant that has just been built. Chen Shan unfolded the Star Dome industrial mother machine in its full state. 10 fingers flew as he typed his request on the virtual keyboard. Project in progress. Aerodynamic layout modeling in progress. Power requirement calculations in progress. The project has already been generated. Total 350 science and technology points required. Estimated time 15 days. A list of required materials has been generated. Pop. Chen Shang backhanded the list of items onto Lin Yi's face and dove headfirst into the factory. Lin Yi didn't know what Chen Shang was planning to do this time though, but it always felt awesome. In the next few days, Chen Shang ate and lived directly moved to the plant. When he was hungry, he went to eat the instant noodles that Lin Tianyu had bought at his own expense. When you're sleepy, you kick Lin Tianyu out of bed. 10 days down the road. The new helicopter is already roughly there though, but Lin Tianyu also lost several pounds. Chen Shang didn't care. For Dacia to be stronger, it was all worth it. Finally on the 15th day, one with sharp lines and sharp edges, wing body fusion, the behemoth of cool styling stretches across the plant. A shell made of steel. It was like a god that could manipulate the storm and stood on Earth. It makes it seem as if a blistering wind is blowing in front of one's face simply by standing in front of him. Chapter 32, Why can't the Dacia people work? Early in the morning. 5 a.m. Lin Tianyu also got up from the floor bunk. When he too saw the behemoth in front of him, he rubbed hard at the dark circles under his eyes that had been simmering for the past few days. Already after making sure I hadn't read it, almost sat on his ass. The big guy in front of me resembled a vicious raptor. The eagle's eyes are sharp and its talons are like grooves. It seemed to be ready to take wing at any moment, and then tore him apart before coming down headfirst. Lin Tianyu was so frightened that he quickly exclaimed, I blanch. Chen Shang, what have you built again? Chen Shang said with a yawn. Specializes in hitting stupid by stuff. Going to give you the chance to go for a ride in the sky. As soon as he heard this, Lin Tianyu immediately jumped into action. The helicopter gunships he hasn't flown yet. But then something immediately came to mind. Chen Shang, are you sure this thing is reliable? It's not going to lead me to fight Eagle Sauce fighters again, is it? At this time Lin Yi, who had rushed to deliver the food, pushed the useless old brother away. Look at what you're saying. How can something built by great god Chen Shang be unreliable? You're afraid to drive. I'll do it. Conference room. Albert and his secretary, Lydia, looked across the conference table at the Dacia representative with some impatience on their faces. How long are you guys going to think about this? Our time is very valuable. Yi Weimin frowned. Although Dacia does need an advanced helicopter right now, but we all work together to get what we want. It is a completely equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. But the group of foreign hairs in front of us gave off an air of superiority. If he had come to talk about this project, he would have tapped the table and walked away. Seeing that the atmosphere had fallen into awkwardness, Commissioner Wan was all smiles. The prototype is right outside. Why don't we test the performance first? This is a very reasonable request. But Albert, across the conference table, looked full of impatience. Good. Then I'll let you all open your eyes and learn more. With the saber-toothed tiger's current technology, your Dacia won't be able to research it for another 50 years. With that, he got up and headed out the door. The original deserved test. It was as if it had become a handout from him to Dacia. Cut. Lydia, the female secretary, mouthed another disdainful taunt as she passed through the doorway. Lu Tianming's eyes were on fire. Obviously the Dacia side is the customer. What's she got? I wanted to punch her in the face and knock her incisors out. Let's see if she still dares to be so arrogant. Soon the crowd arrived at a land navigation training ground in the Northern Theater. A helicopter shaped like an Apache is parked in the center of the field. Albert's head tilted up and he walked over to the helicopter. This is the saber-toothed tiger prototype. All performances are 5% higher than the Apache. He does understand the Daxamites, trying to compete with Eagle Sauce on everything.
So the saber-toothed tiger program is totally all about stepping on the Apache's performance design, the mastery of the knife. Anyone selling a video card would have to look at it and call it an inside job. In fact, they have been reliably informed for a long time. Eagle Sauce has developed the first-generation V helicopter gunship in all of Blue Star. When this helicopter was introduced, their saber-toothed tiger equals just mass-produced i.e., one generation behind. That's what makes you anxious to find an ingrate to be a receiver. Hawk Jam, as their ally, was also very cooperative in delaying the reveal of their new helicopter. It's the intention to wait for Dasha to sign the contract before slapping them in the face. 5 minutes later, the engine roars. The saber-toothed tiger takes to the sky. Various difficult maneuvers such as roller, centripetal rotation, and rapid side shift were accomplished one by one. Lu Tianming muttered in dissatisfaction at this moment. All these our ZW-10 can do too. If you ask me, there's nothing unusual about this thing of theirs except for the two 1700 horsepower engines on it. Yi Weimin gave him a blank look. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? What's the point of spending so much money on this thing? Isn't it just to remove those two engines? Albert saw the eager look on the Dasha representative's face. Smugly, he said, now we can talk about the program of cooperation. You've seen the performance of this saber-toothed tiger, and Dasha needs to pay us a one-time payment of 10 billion euros for research and development, and pay an additional 5 billion euros for the construction of the production line, after which Dasha will need to pay an additional 100 million euros for each EC-996 saber-toothed tiger purchased. In addition, the EC-996 saber-toothed tiger has many parts and components that come from separate suppliers in different countries across the blue planet. In addition to some key technologies, they own the relevant intellectual property rights for all these parts. And if you want to sell the EC-996 saber-toothed tiger in the future, you'll have to negotiate with these property rights holders as well. As for the later maintenance and personnel training and the procurement of supporting ammunition and so on, we will discuss it in the long run. Albert's words fell. There was an outcry from the Dasha representatives present. The research and development cost of this helicopter totaled only 14 billion euros. And they're actually asking us, Dasha, to contribute 10 billion? What's even more outrageous is that we have to pay for the construction of the production line. And finally, the procurement of helicopters requires us to pay $100 million apiece. Isn't this open robbery? That's right. They had to give us a helicopter when they could have just robbed it. Tay meow. They're slaughtering us like we're stupid by San. Obviously the other side is making unacceptable conditions. Lydia, the unafraid secretary, hastened to translate these words word for word to Albert. Albert's head tilted up. You don't have to buy it if you think it's too expensive. But if Dasha misses this opportunity, I'm afraid it won't be able to develop a helicopter comparable to the saber-toothed tiger for another 50 years. I don't know how many more years you'll have to stitch up the Blackhawk you bought earlier by then. Obviously, these words poked at the sore spots of all the Dasha representatives present. Lu Tianming struggled to break his already clenched fists. In hell. Silly by foreigner. Awesome what? Why can't the Dasha people? I'm not buying it in a hurry. You'd better pray that your country doesn't get into a war with Dasha. When the time comes, I'll still beat the crap out of you in my ZW-10. The female secretary, Lydia, hurriedly translated Albert's words with added flavor, and finally added a sentence of his own. You Dasha people can't do it. Apparently she wasn't the least bit afraid of her boss getting his ass kicked. Silly by foreigner. Awesome what? Why can't the Daxamites work? Lu Tianming subconsciously covered his mouth. And I didn't keep my mouth shut? It's not right, it's clearly a little girl's voice. The next second he reacted. The voice came from heaven. Lu Tianming subconsciously looked up and his eyes almost didn't stare until they bulged out. Only to see the air saber-toothed tiger's head. At some point there was a big guy whose shape was several times larger than it. A saber-toothed tiger in front of it was simply like a sparrow in front of an eagle. The only thing that makes it strange is, it's amazing that such a big flying machine didn't make a single sound in the sky. Chapter 33, Alien Invasion? At this time over the land-air training ground, Lin Yi arrived just in time in her Wind God helicopter gunship. All the conversations on the training ground just now were all heard clearly by the Battlefield Information Acquisition System equipped in the Wind God helicopter gunships. Lin Yi was young after all. How can I stand this aggravation? Directly disliked with the megaphone carried on the Wind God. Now that we have the Wind God, Dasha isn't going to buy this stupid by foreigner crap. Why do I think I hear that girl Yi's voice? Yi Weimin and Elder Lin and the others also heard the sound just now. Looking left and right but never seeing anyone, Lu Tianming pulled down Yi Weimin's sleeve. Chief, look at the sky? Yi Weimin and Elder Lin and the others looked up. Instantly, he only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. Nearly fainted. What the hell? Just above the head of the saber-toothed tiger in the sky, a uniquely shaped huge flying machine was hovering in the air. There are also two large holes in the wings of a fused layout.
Other details are not so clear due to the distance and the fact that there is a saber-toothed tiger obscuring them. The most unbelievable thing was that this big guy was clearly hovering above their heads, without making a single sound. Even drones can't be completely silent. Yu Weimin turned back to an officer behind him and cast an inquiring glance. Are there any other flying machines being tested today? The officer's name is Major Lin Chi of the Army Air Corps. It was Lin Lao's youngest son and also Lin Yi's father. This training ground for the land cruiser just happens to be in his jurisdiction. Hearing the chief's inquiry, Lin Chi's forehead was also sweating. The presence of another airplane at the aircraft test site was in itself a dereliction of his duty. What puzzled him even more was why his own daughter's voice was up there. If this matter is not investigated clearly, he will be held responsible. Call dispatch. Find out for me who was testing the craft in the C2 area? The base's dispatcher fire-checked the form. Reporting, sir. There are no other craft lifting off over the base right now other than saber-toothed tigers. And there's only one target on the radar. The saber-toothed tiger. There are no other targets beyond that. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows as he looked up at the wind god, who was mostly blocked by the saber-toothed tiger. How is that possible? Lu Tianming, who was on the side, said with a big grin. It's probably a hydrogen balloon floating from nowhere. How else could an airplane fly through the air without making the slightest sound? Everyone seemed to think there was some truth in what he said. It is impossible to silence an airplane. It's also impossible to escape air defense radar scanning at this distance. Albert also noticed the anomaly in the air. He grimaced when he saw the craft floating above the saber-toothed tiger. Is this the way you Daxia people treat your guests? Now get that piece of yours far away from us right now. If you crash our saber-toothed tiger, you'll be held fully responsible. That's when the voice of the young girl just now came again. There was mockery in his tone. Are your airplanes paper mache? Is it that bad? Or did you guys come over here specifically to bump into each other? At this moment, Lin Yi also began to pilot the Wu wind god inhabit and began to descend in altitude, approaching towards the saber-toothed tiger below. Once again, Yi Yi's voice was heard coming from the air. The crowd looked up. Still don't see the point. I clearly just heard Yui's voice. Could it be an illusion? The crowd looked puzzled. Who dash? Just then, a wave of air hit the room. Everyone ducked for cover. The next moment the gale had arrived. Air. The sudden flow of air nearly caused the saber-toothed tiger to lose control. Pilot Lion hastened to stabilize the plane. Then suddenly, he felt his head darken, as if a dark cloud was hanging over his head. Leon looked away. It's clearly a clear sky. How is it that a dark cloud will appear over one's head? Subconsciously looking up, Leon screamed out instantly. Only an unbelievably sci-fi shaped aircraft with fused wings and body was seen. The behemoth with skeletonized wings on both sides was hovering just above his head, were it not for the fact that it just about shaded his head from the sun. I'm afraid I have no way of spotting the other side. Oh hell! What the hell is this? I can't believe an airplane this big doesn't even make a sound. Saber-toothed tiger requesting landing. With that said, Pilot Lion didn't care if the ground crew replied or not. Directly towards the tarmac, it began to drop in altitude. Soon the position where the saber-toothed tiger was originally located was replaced by Wind God Inhabit. No more saber-toothed tigers to hide behind. Together with Wind God Inhabit dropped the height. It was only then that the crowd was able to see its appearance against the strong air currents. Beneath the pale sky, a warplane with a metallic luster all over, emitting a chilling aura. It was like a vicious raptor was soaring in the air, looking down on everything as ants. The wind was raging under the wings. Wherever it went, sand flew and grass and trees were ambushed. It seemed to be the pressure of the gods descending. It makes it impossible to stand upright. The unrivaled aura shook the minds of everyone present. Albert had never seen anything like this in his pampered life. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a bang. The kneecaps fell to pieces. Lydia, his secretary, who liked to pick fights, wasn't much better. Sitting on his ass, the yellow and white clattered out after his tailbone fell to a shattered fracture. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a foreign guest, Lin Chi wanted to call for her to be thrown into a cesspool right now. It stinks. Yi Weimin, who was accustomed to seeing great storms and waves, also froze in the face of the ferocious beast in the air. Elder Xie was also filled with astonishment. He really couldn't figure it out. And how does it manage to be silent with all that airflow? He felt like all the knowledge he had learned in his life had been spoiled by this thing in front of him. This is unscientific. How can an airplane hover in the sky without a propeller? With two big holes in its wings? Lu Tianming turned his head to look at Xia Lao. Xia Lao, as a fighter you can't figure out what's going on? Elder Xie glared at him. I know. The commanders in the base were also inwardly overwhelmed. Somebody tell me what the hell is going on. Is this a alien invasion or have we started working with an alien civilization? There really are aliens on the moon. Our mom hid it from me.
At this time once again Lin Shi looked at the big guy in the sky, found it still dropping in altitude. Everyone retreat. It looks like this thing is going to land at our base. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, it was still true. The unthinkable flying machine in front of them was actually planning to land in front of them. Everyone was tense inside. One even suspects that a few aliens will actually walk down from above later. Wait, if some aliens do come down here, how am I supposed to say hello to them? I've heard that Dacia is the official language of the galaxy. Sir, do you think I'm properly dressed? Chapter 34, delayed on a side trip to the floating world mountain. Who dash? As the Blue Wind God descended to less than 2 meters left from the ground, the gravity engines on either side of the wing suddenly went out, without any landing gear support. The Wind God hovered silently more than a meter above the ground. Kada! With a metallic transmission sound coming from inside the craft, the hatch in the belly of the Hikaze opens. The end then just landed. Form a gangway. Lin Yi carefully stepped out of the cockpit with her helmet on, even though the plane has landed. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was still fluttering. What a thrill, what just happened? It was the first time she had ever soared so freely through the blue sky like this. When she piloted Wind God, it was as if she became the master of the world. It's perfectly fine to bomb wherever you look. There's also the Wind God, although it's a helicopter, but the speed is real fast. The reason she arrived at this hour, it's because she stopped by Sakura on her way here, admiring the floating mountain that had been obliterated by her grandfather's shot. That's what delayed it a bit. Otherwise it would have been here a long time ago. Wait for Lin Yi to take off her helmet. Yi Wei Min and Elder Lin and the others instantly felt incredulous. The shock inside them at this moment was nothing less than if what came down from the craft was an alien. Haven't you been with Chen all this time? Did he build this thing too? At this point, Elder Lin's speech was already a bit broken. Lin Yi smiled and nodded her head as a form of acquiescence. Lin Lao's heart turned over in shocking waves. This is crazy. He wouldn't dare to dream like that on New Year's Eve. Lu Tianming laughed. Ha ha, Elder Lin's Xianbird unmanned combat aircraft can be made. Building a helicopter shouldn't be difficult. At this point, Old Man Xia laughed and scolded. You old boy, no. Fighters and helicopters are a completely different species. Okay. Other than the fact that the names are both airplanes, the two are not even remotely related. Yi Weimin swept a glance at Albert who was beside him with a panicked face. Good job. You've helped us out this time. At that moment a discordant voice rang out. You Dacia people are just pretending. Getting a bunch of broken brass and iron to make an empty shell to pretend to be something. And you think you can fool people? Albert instantly felt like he was good again after seeing that it was a 20-something-year-old girl who had just gotten off the awesome flying machine. With his years of expertise, the flying machine in front of him could never be real. It must be a look-alike project by the Dacia people. It's probably just an empty 1-ton shell with an engine in it bluffing. Once the slightest maneuver is made it has to fall apart. It's not like there's no precedent for this sort of thing on the blue planet. Lin Yi immediately disliked it. Humph. It's your saber-toothed tigers that are called broken brass. Our windjammer is powered by 260 megawatt, super quiet engines. A sneeze will blow away whatever saber-toothed tiger you have. These are paper figures. Chen Shang had told her before that it was not confidential. After all, power conversion power is subject to many factors. That's why Shago dared to tell the whole data. Let the in front of you open your eyes. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Albert's mouth revealed a touch of mockery. It was just as he had guessed. The guy in front of me is a trick of Dacia's. I guess the purpose was to put on a show so that I could use the opportunity to mess with them about the price of saber-toothed tigers later. It's just a shame that the little girl in front of him actually can't even brag. Little girl, have some common sense before you talk big. Do you know what 60 megawatts is? That's a full 60,000 kilowatts of power. Even with that big of an engine, there's no way an airplane could provide that much energy to make it work. Unless you've got a power station mounted on this airplane. It's simply not going to happen. Lydia also got up from the ground and chimed in. That's right. Even Eagle Sauce's newly developed 5th-generation helicopter engine only has a power of 2,000 kilowatts. So you just came up and doubled it 30 times to fool the kids? Yi Weimin instantly had a cold face. Hawk Jam has developed a Generation 5 helicopter? The crowd instantly clamored. All of the Dacia officers showed indignation on their faces. Nima, is Sabi Oming taking us for a fool? No wonder the West, which had been blockading us before, took the initiative to seek our cooperation this time. It's asking us to be the receiver. Mad. A program that will soon be outdated is still selling us so expensive. What a black heart. I've long said that we'd rather spend 10 times the price to build it than to buy it from these cunning foreign hares. That's right. Get them to buy something. Think of the Isle of Man. Albert gave the stupid woman a hard stare. Make sure she disappears when you return home. So what if it is? It's not like this kind of thing is written into the agreement. Besides,
Your daxia won't be able to develop a warplane like the saber-toothed tiger in another 100 years, so you won't lose out on this deal. Yi Weimin swept a glance at him. Albert's face disgusted him greatly. A cold grunt. Humph, just because we, daxia, couldn't build it before, doesn't mean we can't build it now. Just because Eagle Sauce can't do the technology doesn't mean we can't do it in daxia. If it were not for the fear of causing international discontent. He can't wait to strap this guy to an AV-12 and take a shot right now. As for the obnoxious female secretary, she was directly made into a boxed lunch for Sakura's assistants. Faced with Yi Weimin's cold gaze, Albert remained stiff-lipped. Humph, who doesn't know how to talk big? Yi Weimin was too lazy to care about him. Right now, all he could think about was this flying machine that Chen Shang had built in front of him. Come on, let's go to the quiz bowl, he said, not forgetting to look back at Albert. Idle people are still invited to leave our base. At this time, Yi stood out. Wait, General Yi, since this Mr. Albert is unconvinced, how about we compete with his saber-toothed tiger? Let's see whose helicopter is more advanced. If he loses, he will have to apologize to all daxia people on social media. Yi Weimin looked puzzled. This girl is also too capricious. It seemed to him that this fighter must not be simple. How can you show it in front of these outsiders? Elder Xia could also see his hesitation. Lying on his ear, he whispered. Yi was able to come at this juncture. And I guess this was also Chen Shang's intention. Geniuses are lonely. If we let him know that we didn't get out of today's incident, I guess he'll be unhappy in his heart. Yi Weimin carefully pondered over Xie Lao's words. It is often said that lunatics are on the left and geniuses are on the right. And Xie's words are not without merit. In case something like this caused Chen Shang to become dissatisfied with them, wouldn't that chill his heart? Moreover, Chen Shang had so bowed to the military in order to make daxia raise its eyebrows. And here they are holding back. Wouldn't that be a waste of Chen Shang's hard work? Good. In that case it's up to Mr. Albert to accept the challenge. Albert said stiffly, what wouldn't you dare? But if you lose, you have to buy the saber-toothed tiger on my terms. The group of commanders in daxia all looked unconvinced. That's a shameless request. Apologize if you lose. We're going to spend tens of billions of euros as an ingrate if we lose? Albert sneered. What? Scared? Yi Weimin also came to fire. Fear the hammer. Okay, I promise. He believed that Chen Shang would not let him down. In the event of an accident, he would also take the blame on himself. Take it down alone. Chapter 35, Flying horizontally can break the sound barrier. When Albert saw that this group of yellow-skinned monkeys actually really wanted to compare the performance of this pile of ragged iron with that of a saber-toothed tiger, it was hard to hide the mockery on his face. This thing doesn't even have landing gear, it just floats on the ground. Must be an empty shell filled with hydrogen. How else could a fighter plane hover in place with its engines out? The saber-toothed tiger will win today. REC 996 saber-toothed tiger is 18 meters long, with a rotor diameter of 15 meters and a height of 5 meters. Powered by two MTR 590 engines 1,700 horsepower each. Empty weight, 2 tons. Standard mission weight, 5 tons. Standard cruising speed 305 kilometers per hour. Maximum speed up to 395 kilometers per hour. The standard load capacity of 7 tons is more than Eagle Sauce's current Apache. I wonder what your stats are on this airplane. Albert was so confident in the saber-toothed tiger's data that he decisively reported the saber-toothed tiger's full data. Lin Yi stalked her neck in defiance. Instead, his eyes went to Yi Weimin. She has a bad brain though, but it also knows that the data of such advanced fighters can't be given out casually. Yi Weimin nodded after a moment of contemplation. If Hawk Jam has really developed a 5th-generation helicopter gunship, then making this helicopter in front of us public now is just the right time to thwart Hawk Jam's sharpness. I just don't know which one is stronger, Hawk Jam's 5th-generation helicopter or this weirdly shaped helicopter that Chen Shang built in front of him. Get permission from the chief. Lin Yi straightened her delicate breasts. A clear voice rang out. The words all revealed a total confidence. Ahem. Listen to me. Our wind god inhabit is 22 meters long, has no rotors, has a wingspan of 19 meters, and is 7 meters tall. Powered by two 260 megawatt super silent engines 500 horsepower each. Empty weight, 3 tons. Standard mission weight, 9 tons. Standard cruising speed Mach 1.2 an hour is just over 1400 kilometers, I think, and maximum speed is up to Mach 3. How many kilometers an hour do you figure? With a standard load of 50 tons, it's a lot better than whatever crappy saber-toothed tiger you've got. Lin Yi blah 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 finished together. Straight away, Yi Weimin's forehead was sweating. Hate to ask Lin Yi to repeat it again. If it wasn't for the Genta UAVs and AV-12s just lying around in the hangar, that statistic would have killed him. 80,000 horsepower? I'll be damned.
Are you planning to take a Roadrunner base into the sky? And helicopter supersonic cruise? Max speed Mach 3. Is that right? The most outrageous thing is what's with the 50-ton load. Are you planning to take on a heavily armored synthetic brigade on your own? The sixth master has to look at it and call out that it's not good to be in Daxia. Yu Weimin was not the only one whose forehead was sweating. At this moment, Lin Yi's father, Lin Qi, and his top boss, Lu Tianming, had sweat on their heads. This data, if true, is this airplane still their army's turn? Maybe that guy Li Changfeng will come and break up with them later. Ha ha ha. Albert let out a laugh when he heard the figures from Lin Yi's mouth. Looking at the short and dull-faced Lin Yi in front of her, she mocked. Is this the humor from your Daxia, General Yi, and Commissioner Wang? Do you believe this data yourselves? I know a good psychiatrist. You guys take this little girl there later. At her age there's still a chance of saving her by treating her before it's too late. Obviously, Albert didn't believe the data from Lin Yi's mouth at all. It's unbelievable. Daxia would have had this data. Wouldn't have come to them for a partnership. Rather, they came to beg for cooperation from Daxia. Yu Weimin ignored him but looked at Lin Yi. How about taking off for a test now? Lin Yi nodded. No problem. Lin Qi saw that his baby girl was planning to get on the plane and stopped. He didn't remember his baby girl flying helicopter gunships. Don't be ridiculous. Do you have any idea how difficult a helicopter is to fly? Lin Yi smiled sweetly. Humph. How can those rags be compared to Wind God Inhabit? The Blue Wind God Inhabit's intelligent operation assistance is so advanced that even that stupid by Lin Tianyu can drive it. Lin Qi had a black face. You two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks should stop laughing at each other. But it had come to this, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. All that could be done was to notify the ground crew to prepare for takeoff. Lin Yi put on her helmet and reboarded the Wind God helicopter gunship. Slender jade fingers pressed the engine start switch. Who dash? Thick gusts of wind spewed downward along the two air ducts on the wings of the Wind God helicopter gunship. The wave of air that kicked up blew Albert straight to the ground. It's extremely hard to look at. Yu Weimin and Lin Lao and the others were also helping each other before they barely managed to stabilize themselves. Mr. Xia, who knows more about space engines, was most surprised. So close, so much output, and the engine doesn't make as much noise as a car? Elder Lin, who was also a bigwig in the field of scientific research, also nodded his head repeatedly. Just what level of precision machining is required to achieve this? And I just noticed, those two skeletonized devices on the wings don't have propeller blades. Where is this wind coming from? By this time the Wind God helicopter gunships had risen to an altitude of nearly 100 meters, standing still in the air. It's like a falcon that's waiting for an opportunity. Albert struggled to get up from the ground. Humph. It's just a pretense. Unless it can perform maneuvers like a saber-toothed tiger. The airborne Lin Yi had a disdainful look on her face. Speaking to the ground over the comm channel. You're so pedestrian with those. Auntie, I'll give you a good one. The words just fell. Only the fuselage of the Wind God helicopter gunship suddenly tilted sideways. Elder Lin and the others on the ground all held their breath as they looked into the air. Usually helicopters do this in a lateral roller starting position. Instantly completing a horizontal roll while hovering in place is definitely something that only a world-class helicopter gunship can do. They thought that as soon as the Wind God helicopter gunships completed this maneuver, all of these foolish foreigners would shut up. It'll slap them in the face when the time comes. However, something unexpected happened. The accident occurred almost at the exact moment that the Windjammer helicopter's wings were tilted sideways. The lateral roller move that the crowd was expecting was not made. Boom! A loud bang came. Two skeletonized devices on the Wind God helicopter gunship suddenly burst into a circle of Mach rings. The plane instantly moved 1 kilometer sideways to the left at almost instantaneous speed. The Wind God helicopter gunship completes a Gen 2 drone fighter with the same instantaneous transverse movement. Chapter 36, Rising 90,000 Leagues. The piercing sonic boom reached the ground a second later. Fortunately, Elder Lin and the others had prepared special headsets long ago after learning that this equipment was made by Qin Shang. It didn't suffer too much, but Albert and his secretary, that's a disaster. Just as they were looking up with their faces to the sky at the super maneuver of the Wind God helicopter gunships crying out impossibly, the ear-piercing sonic boom instantly penetrated their eardrums. It was as if an $80 hammer had struck their brains. Lu Tianming's eyes searched the sky for half a day and finally found the current location of the Wind God helicopter gunship. There's no way around it just now. The Windjammer helicopter gunships are too fast. Don't say the human I can't keep up. Even a missile would have to dry fire the chip when it saw it. Elder Xia nodded repeatedly. He was more than aware of the difficulty of the maneuver he had just performed. Just that one moment, not to mention the instantaneous thrust-to-weight ratio and other data. Just the average airplane. The fuselage strength can't take it. Even if the airplane can take it, the pilot can't. As soon as he heard that the driver couldn't stand, Lin Lao was worried. Hurriedly, she inquired within the communication channel. Are you alright? Soon Lin replied. Grandpa, I'm fine. On the contrary, Grandpa, you guys are okay? I just forgot that breaking the sound barrier is forbidden at low altitude. Once Lin Lao heard that Lin was fine, he was immediately relieved. Don't worry, we've been ready for this for a long time. Everyone's fine. It's those two stupid Bai foreigners who were really shaken into stupid Bai. Xia Lao cried out unscientifically as soon as he heard that Lin was fine. An instantaneous maneuver like that would be too much for an astronaut to handle. It's not scientific. Lin Lao laughed. What's wrong with being unscientific? The Xian bird unmanned fighter is scientific? I heard that two foreigners were shocked into stupidity. Lin was afraid of hurting Grandpa and the others. Hastily, he raised the altitude of the Wind God helicopter gunship by a few hundred meters again. By this time Albert and his female secretary had also slowed down a little bit. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. Just the eyes looked a little dull. Mr. Abbott, are you convinced now? Yu Weimin looked at the guy in front of him who was looking confused with a smug look on his face. Albert was half stumped. He wanted to say no, but couldn't find any reason to do so. Now all he had in his head was shock and confusion. He couldn't figure out why these incredible technologies were in the hands of the Daxia people. What's on the back of the moon? These scalawags seem to have changed since they got back from there. Just then, snap, a button-looking object fell from Lydia, the female secretary behind Albert. Lydia's body shook as she hurriedly tried to pick it up. Lu Tianming, who had seen real swords and knives, immediately jumped ahead and grabbed her wrist with one hand in a death grip, while picking up the items on the ground with the other hand. Lu Tianming handed it over to Yu Weimin, spreading his palms out in front of him. Mud. It's actually a filming device. The faces of all the Daxia commanders shook with rage. It then instantly turned from anger to joy. They've been wanting to slap the woman in both ears for a long time. Now at last we have a chance. Guards, arrest her. Lydia instantly felt bone-chilling coldness hit her entire body. The legs went limp and sat down on the floor. Soon two soldiers pinned her up left and right, dragging her outside. Lydia's legs had long been too frightened to keep up with the soldier. In the end, you can only be dragged away like a dead dog. It left a wet yellow trail on the ground. I don't know anything. It's all this stupid woman's fault. Albert didn't have the arrogance he had just had at this point. Pa! The voice knelt directly in front of Yu Weimin. Both hands tugged at his pant legs in a death grip. Yu Weimin shook him off. Mr. Albert, it's useless for you to say these words to me. We have a department in Daxia that is specifically responsible for investigating such things. They are professionals and will communicate well with you in a different way. Soon Albert and his female secretary were both taken away. I'm sure I'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of my life. By now the Wind God helicopter in the sky had climbed to nearly 1,000 meters high. The naked eye could only see a blurry shadow as well. Elder Xia and the others could only learn about the situation up there through the real-time data transmitted back from the Wind God. How are you feeling right now? Lin Lao asked with concern. Grandpa, I'm doing great. That's a true statement. Since touching the joystick of the Wind God, she just fell in love with the big guy. Who says steel is a man's romance? There are little girls who like steel too. Okay. In that case let's test the lift height of this helicopter. As a military helicopter gunship, lift height is a very critical figure. As the altitude rises, it causes the air density to decrease, which is very unfavorable for helicopters. Apache helicopter gunships also have a lift limit of only 6,000 meters in altitude. Of the unarmed helicopters, Daxia's latest development has recently surpassed 9,000 meters. The highest ascending limit in all of Blue Star is the SA-315 American ostrich of the John Bull family, Albert's native country. The record of 12,422 meters was set in the 1970s and remains unbroken. Lin Chi, who had heard the test of the ascending road navigation, also came to be interested. This Wind God is so advanced. I guess the lift can reach 8,000 meters, due to limited levels. Lin Chi was unaware of Chen Shan's existence, but he also saw that the Wind God was not simple. Though the 80,000 horsepower figure he didn't quite believe, but it's still a world leader. Lu Tianming shook his head. I guess 10,000 meters. At this point, Lin Lao laughed. Ha! You're all too conservative. I'd have to guess at least 15,000 meters, maybe even up to 18,000. He more or less figured out Chen Shang's character now. He builds things that are absolutely going to lead all of Blue Star in every way. Since John Bull's family could reach 12,000, the helicopter built by Chen Shang could at least fly 15,000 meters. At this time, Elder Xia laughed. Old Lin, I know you have confidence in this airplane, but you can't blow it so mindlessly. I know better than you what's going on in heaven. Do you know what it's like in the airspace above 15,000 meters? Not to mention helicopters,
Even fighter jets that can fly to this altitude can be counted on the palm of one's hand in the whole of the blue planet. See a couple of old guys on the ground getting into an argument. Lin Yi hurriedly found the operation manual. Oops. Grandpa, you guys stop fighting. The wind god's maximum flight altitude is 500 kilometers. Instantly several people's arguments came to a screeching halt. How is that possible? This awesome wind god has a lift of only 500 meters? This is too much of a psychological fall. It caused Elder Lin and the others to have a hard time accepting it for a while. Some weapons are such that in order to pursue extreme performance in certain areas, they sacrifice some of that performance instead. Right. That's right. Helicopter gunships are ground attack weapons. Why do they fly so high? A few of the old guys hastened to reassure themselves. Only Lin Shi felt as if something was wrong. You just said that the wind god has a maximum lift of 4,500 how many? Chapter 37. I've seen big winds and big waves, but I've never seen a tsunami. Lin Yi looked at the data blankly. A maximum flight altitude of 500 kilometers. It says so. And since the wind god, as a weapon specializing in earth attacks, doesn't carry a large plasma engine and can't accelerate to second universe speeds, it still can't break away from Earth. To completely disengage from Earth would require sacrificing 40% of the payload and adding a large plasma engine. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Elder Xie and Elder Lin are both stupid. 500 kilometers? That's 5 million meters. The space station is only 450 kilometers from the ground. LEO satellites are at most 2,000 kilometers. Is it right for one of your helicopters to fly that high? Lu Tianming and Lin Shi became even more upset. Now it's not just the Air Force that might come for it with them. Maybe the space agency will have to come over and break bread with them. Are you sure the kilometers you're talking about are kilometers? 1 kilometer is equal to 1,000 meters, and the acronym is km. Dad, I'm not a kid. There's really no way I could be wrong about something like that. If you don't believe me, I'll fly you now. It's just a shame that the plane is still carrying 50 tons of ammo. It could take a long time to fly to this altitude with a full load, and you might not even make it back in time for lunch. Upon hearing that the plane still had 50 tons of ammunition on board, Lin Shi almost didn't sit on his ass. It wasn't that he had never seen a big storm in his life, but he hadn't seen a tsunami yet. You land right now. Pay attention. But be sure to drive carefully. You're the only daughter Dad has. Lin gave a cry. She was obviously still a little bit upset. But still, it began to drop in altitude as named by Lin Shi. After all, it's not a good boy if he doesn't listen. When the wind god helicopter gunships appeared in view again, everyone held their breath. Several helicopters on the base lifted off at the same time. A close look from multiple angles, aided by a wind god landing. That's 50 tons of ammunition. In case something happens, this land base is gone. The news that will be made will probably dry up the heat on Floating Mountain. Until the Windjammer helicopter gunships land again, the crowd's hanging hearts were once again relaxed. They weren't even that nervous when they took their tanks on the deck of a fishing boat to confront the enemy. Yui just stepped off the plane. The ground crew on this side then drove around in the ground crew car. Upon opening the magazines, I found that they were really loaded with ammo. Inside the silo, various aerial bombs, missiles, technical bombs and other weapons were densely slung above the rotating launchers. It looks numbing. Hiss. Lu Tianming took a deep breath. These ammo shots could take out a small country straight away. This is outrageous. Yi Weimin gave a direct order. Everything about the wind god must not be revealed to the outside world. All persons present here today will be scrutinized. As for Albert and his lady secretary, whether we find out or not, we won't be able to leave Daxia. Seeing the dust settle, Lin Chi quit. Who developed this thing? You've kept this from me. You didn't tell me earlier even if you had this good thing, causing me to pretend to be a grandson outside for so long. Yi Weimin hurriedly pacified. Old Lin, it's not that we're intentionally hiding it from you. We've only just learned of its existence. Lin Chi was obviously not convinced. Who are a couple of old guys fooling? But he simply didn't believe in anything so outrageous. It must be the War Terror Bureau that's up to no good. Look at the excitement of his precious grandson. Lin Yi hurriedly consoled. Dad, you shouldn't blame my grandfather and the others. The wind god went from project to landing in a total of 15 days. This is something she is very vocal about. After all, she had helped pull in all the materials for the wind god's manufacturing. 15 days? Lin Shi obviously didn't believe it. If this plane is built in 15 days, I'll eat the 50 tons of ammo. Elder Xie and Elder Lin looked at each other and smiled. Kai, sometimes words don't come out too full. And there are some things I'm not telling you for your own good. Do you know how long you have to sign a 2-kilogram non-disclosure agreement? The two of them had long been convinced by Chen Shang's skills. Don't tell me this plane was built by Chen Shang in 15 days. Let's just say they all believe it when Chen Shang pulls it out on the big one. This Chen Shang is really something too. The guy carrying 50 tons of ammo was actually relieved to let EE, an unreliable girl, drive it out. If they knew that Lin EE carried this 50 tons of ammo and also made a trip to Sakura province to fly around at the top of Floating Mountain, the expressions must have been wonderful. At this time, Yi Weimin also dialed Chen Shang's phone. There were still a lot of things he wanted to learn from Chen Shang about the kamikaze armed helicopters. River City. Chen Shang unfolded the Star Dome industrial mother machine once again after catching up on some sleep. The materials used in the last bunny conversion were too skimpy. Now with the money and the ability to get more rare metals, it had to be properly remodeled. After all, if the things he did were to be targeted by people with ulterior motives, he would certainly be hunted down and killed for eternity. And it would be dangerous to try to discover the truth about the disappearance of his parents back then. It is essential to have a strong fighting force around for protection. Rapid Improvement Project in design. The project has already been generated. Total amount of science and technology points needed is 1,500 points. Estimated time 3 days. A list of required materials has been generated. Although 1,500 tech points was more, it was nothing compared to his own safety. Only if he lived could he earn more tech points and make Dasha stronger. A brainwave of long-prepared national rare-grade strategic resources were poured into the industrial mother machine of the Star Vault Level 1 civilization. Ka-ching! With a metallic transmission sound. One by one, sophisticated instruments began to operate. That smile before you turn around. I get it all. That's when the phone rang. Picked up the phone to see that it was actually General Yi Weimin, the hand of the Northern War Zone. Who called? Hey Chen Shang, did you build this Wind God helicopter gunship too? Chen Shang nodded. How is it? Is Chief Yi still satisfied? Yi Weimin laughed. Satisfied. So satisfied. The conversation then turned. Chen Shang, I know that young people love to show off, but you have to be careful that too much rigidity is easy to break. This fighter must have taken you years to develop. Chen Shang instantly understood what he meant. I understand what you mean, Chief. Hearing that Chen Shang understood his meaning, Yi Weimin laughed cheerfully. And how can you be confident that such a great killing weapon will be driven out just like that by that girl from the old Lin family? It's got 50 tons of ammo on it too. And it's scary as hell. I heard it was this thing. Chen Shang hurriedly gave Yi Weimin a peace of mind. Chief Yi, don't worry, the Wind God helicopter's intelligent operation assistance system is so powerful that a dog chained to the operation console can accomplish the combat mission. As long as you don't leash the wrong breed, you'll never have a problem. Chapter 38 Hawk Jam's Generation V Helicopter. Lin Yi on the side heard Chen Shang's words. Immediately, he laughed happily. Ha ha ha, I told you. What great god Chen Shang has built is awesome. Then suddenly there was a sense that something was wrong. When Chen Shang said that, wasn't his role equivalent to that of a dog? Although Chen Shang said so, but Yi Weimin was still a bit uneasy. Chen Shang, the Wind God helicopter gunships will have to go to the range for live fire testing after a while, so I'm really a bit uneasy about letting this girl, get on. Chen Shang hesitated for a moment. If you're not sure, the Wind God helicopter gunships can AI autonomously complete combat missions. Completing the test is not a problem. Hearing the words AI autonomous combat, Elder Xie and the others had an obvious jolt in their bodies. Or I think I'll just put Yui on. All of them nodded very silently. Obviously, they felt that Chen Shang's AI autonomous operating system was not yet as reliable as Lin Yi's. Eagle Sauce Free Federation. Inside the minister's office. Four-legged building. Eagle Jam Defense Secretary William looked at the form in his hand with satisfaction. It is the data of the new 5th generation armed helicopter program. The latest development of Hawk Jam. 2587ZZ armed helicopters. Total length of body, 18. 33 meters. Rotor diameter, 14. 12 meters. Aircraft altitude, 5. 41 meters. Equipped with two T990 GE 2000 kW engines. Each with 700 horsepower. Adopting the latest coaxial counter-propeller twin-screw technology. Greatly enhancing the power conversion power. Cruising speed 360 km per hour. Maximum flight speed 420 km per hour. Practical ceiling 8,000 meters. Combat radius 660 kilometers. 6 tons in the air. Maximum takeoff weight 13.6 tons. It's excellent. It's like an airborne arsenal. Apache are so far unsurpassed. Heartened that we have the 2587ZZ. In the future, Eagle Sauce's ground combat power can finally be equalized. It's true that we Eagle Sauce are the true technological powerhouse of the Blue Planet. Boss Tang will definitely be satisfied with the data of this fighter. Braun, a representative of Wave Yin, said proudly, the 2587ZZ is absolutely groundbreaking. When it goes into mass production, all the Apaches and even the A-10 Judas Hogs can all be retired.
Eagle Jam Defense Secretary William lights a cigar. After the last 250 SB fighter was defeated in Dasha,
he has been in a depressed mood. This, coupled with the fact that Bunny had made 2 Generation 6 fighters public at the same time 2 days before,
caused him to even get up at 5 a.m. at Mardi Gras to work overtime.
His whole body was on the verge of yuck. This time until the 2587 ZZ armed helicopter public debut can finally raise eyebrows for a time.
It's not in vain. The tens of billions of Eagle dollars Hawk Jam invested in the 2587 ZZ armed helicopter program.
The main reason for spending so much money on helicopter gunships is that the Hawk Jam is so bad at ground combat. Hawk Jam hasn't earned a cheap shot in almost all of its ground operations since S2.
If it weren't for the Navy and Air Force backing it up, the Blue Star hegemony would have been untenable long ago.
I'd love to see the surprised looks on the rabbits' faces when the 2587 ZZ helicopter gunship makes its public debut in a few days.
BoYIN Representative Braun immediately chimed in.
I bet they'll be so pissed off by then that they'll smash the TV. Minister William grew more and more smug.
Secretary, help me apply with Dasha.
I'm going to visit Dasha in 5 days. Good time. I want to see with my own eyes the look on Dasha people's faces when they see the 2587 ZZ helicopter gunship on TV.
5 days later, Northern War Zone of Dasha, a military exercise area. Targets at various angles are in place.
In addition to the traditional markers,
there are also some concrete bunkers and some homogenized steel targets. In the command seat, countless commanders and researchers have long been impatient.
Those who were able to participate in this test were all important figures in the Grand Xia military.
Even Li Dingbang, a hand of the Southwest military region, came to the scene from afar. Old Yi, pitch in with me. Is this what's his name Wind God Fierce? How does it compare to that Apache in Eagle Jam?
Yi Weimin laughed. Apache? It's not even worthy of the Wind God's shoes. The Wind God is powered by 260,000 kilowatt engines with a single power of 80,000 horsepower. A sneeze could dry out an Apache propeller.
Li Dingbang's eyes were wide open. 80,000 horsepower? 2 more? Old Yi, aren't you blowing your cowhide a bit too much?
280,000 horsepower engines.
Why don't you go into space? Yi Weimin laughed. Don't you believe it yet?
This Wind God helicopter gunship can really go to space.
What about a lift of 4.5 million meters, 10 times higher than the space station? Li Dingbang was obviously not convinced. With a lift of 4.5 million meters, that's 4,500 kilometers.
You're just going to leave me here to get the rock to go up 90,000 miles, aren't you?
Later on, if it really does fly that high, you bring me those 3 astronauts up there in Eagle sauce trap next,
and I'll dip them both in soy sauce and eat them.
By this time,
the Wind God helicopter gunship had also completed its final commissioning. Lin Yi also put on her helmet and wore an anti-load suit to enter the cockpit of the Wind God helicopter gunship.
Everything is ready. Yui Lin moved the engine start switch. Who dash? From a long distance away,
the command seat could still feel the powerful airflow generated by the Wind God's engines. The commanders present who had not seen the Wind God helicopter gunships before were all taken aback.
This engine is too fierce. Did you notice that the wind is blowing out of those 2 big holes in the wings? Why does this feel like an Eagle Jam sci-fi movie I've seen before?
Humph. Hawk Jam is in charge of making the movie, we're in charge of making it happen.
With the engine warm-up over, Lin Yi sat in the cockpit and stretched, requesting a takeoff from the command. Wind God 01 all ready. Checking in. Requesting takeoff.
Walking through the process with a disgruntled mutter.
Hey, Dad, they are really.
People Chin Shang have said that the engine of the Wind God doesn't need to be warmed up,
but they don't believe it.
Due to inexperience, forgot that the communication channel was not closed at this time. Her words came back to the command room unchanged. Lin Shi and the other group of commanders had egg on their faces.
If it weren't for the fact that no one could answer up to the Wind God's AI mantra, this results in the inability to unbind information from you and the Windjammer. How it wasn't her turn to pilot the Wind God now. In the end,
they could only be temporarily integrated into the army to sort of solve the problem of the Wind God not having a pilot.
Wind God 01. Watch the attitude. Please be serious. Hearing my father's stern voice,
Lin Yi spat out her tongue and decisively operated the Wind God armed helicopter to take off.
Boom! With the 280,000
horsepower engines suddenly ramping up, the airwaves generated on the ground were comparable to a Force 19 gale. It nearly toppled a couple of ground crew cars in the distance. Li Dingbang on the command seat had just lifted his cup of tea when he was snatched by the airwave. See the Wind God helicopter gunship lifting off safely.
Lin Chi had a headache. One can only pray in one's heart. Let's hope everything goes well. Chapter 39, Exploding 10,000. Feel the puff of air.
Li Dingbang also realized that this fighter plane was not simple.
Though 80,000 10,000 horsepower and 4.5 million meters of lift. He didn't believe. But there is already no doubt that this fighter can crush the Apache on all fronts. Gradually his gaze towards Yi Weimin grew ambiguous. This northern military industry just came up with a Gen 2 unmanned combat aircraft, and a while ago they came up with the AV-12. How long has it been since you primped a new thing? Tell me the truth. Are you guys secretly hooking up with aliens? We're all old comrades. Don't hide it. Introduce me to them. By the way, do me a favor and ask if this outlander wants a wife. I'll send it to him as soon as he's golden. Yi Weimin gave him a blank look. Can I give you a referral? I'm afraid I'm going to dig in my face after the referral. By this time the Wind God helicopter gunships had reached their intended altitude. Lin Yi followed the previously set steps and once again tested the Wind God armed helicopter's near magical instantaneous traversability, as the operation has been skilled. This time, Lin Yi's instant horizontal movement didn't even have a starting motion. Boom! Ear-piercing sonic booms rang out from the air. Instantly all the commanders on the ground were all shocked until their eyeballs bulged. The cornea exploded. Snap! Jaws dropped. Can't tell which one is theirs. Breaking the sound barrier instantly at rest is simply outrageous. Off the charts? Not on the spectrum at all. The helicopter we came to see today. Right. If you're asking that, you might as well ask if we slept in today or not. After doing an instant traverse, Lin Yi casually coped with a few centripetal slews and other armed helicopter subjects, then drove straight toward the area where the target was located. There are a lot of targets on this training site because of the frequent weapons tests, facing nearly 100 targets of varying sizes far and near ahead. Lin Yi couldn't tell which one was her target for a moment. She was, after all, a little girl who had just started her freshman year. Not so much military professionalism. What's to be done about it? Lin Yi lost her mind for a moment. Forget it, since we can't tell the difference. Let's beat them all together. Lin Yi directly operated the fire control radar of the Wind God helicopter gunship, lassoing all of the hundreds of targets in front of her. Ka-ching! With a burst of mechanical transmission began to operate. Several nests of rotating air-to-surface missiles protrude from the underside of the belly of the Kaze helicopter gunship. Each missile nest is equipped with 28 close-range air-to-surface missiles. Lin Yi directly pressed the fire button. In an instant, the Wind God helicopter gunship seemed to pour firepower towards the ground as if they were scattered from the sky. Boom boom, boom. A popping sound followed. Everyone was confused except for Lin Yi herself. The day is still the same. Earth. It has been completely turned over. This is a bomber, isn't it? Just this round of ammo dumping. The big dogs will have to look at it. Li Dingbang saw the hell-like scene on the distant range. A direct arm around Yi Weimin's shoulders. Old comrade in arms. Brother asks you a question today. Can I get one of these Wind God helicopter gunships? Haven't you had your eye on that Osamu saber my old man seized for a long time? How about I trade you for it? Yi Weimin peeled his hand aside. Not good. You can have the Wind God if you want it. After I've listed 5 divisions. Humph. Petty. Li Dingbang was obviously not willing. If you don't get me one, I'll just stay at your house later and not leave. After the smoke and dust. Finally the ground was revealed to have been baptized by the missiles. The ground was full of hideous, unbelievably deep craters showing. Lin Yi looked at the radar screen. I was surprised to find that there was still a red dot that hadn't been eliminated. Looked at the spare list for the Windjammer helicopter gunship. Aside from a few air-to-air missiles, that already leaves cluster bombs. Dad explained before takeoff that no cluster bombs were to be fired. But what about the remaining target? That's when she saw the red button on top of the console. Chen Shang had admonished her before. This weapon is not to be used lightly unless in a pinch. Isn't this the crunch time? Compared to Dad, Lin Yi thought it was better for Chen Shang to talk. Set the center of gravity on the last target in the range. Lin Yi gulped. Decidedly pressed that red button. Instantly the Windshire helicopter building station sounded an alarm. Warning! Bomb 10,000 launch is ready. This is an extremely dangerous operation. Verification of passwords is required. Hearing that she had to check her password, Lin Yi was a little nervous. She had heard that the AI gag developed by Chen Shan was ridiculously difficult. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the entire military region to be fully mobilized and still not be able to unbind her from the Wind God. It said that the strongest brain champions have given the whole yuck. Really? She's about to have a target off the mark today. 1 + 1 equals? When the Windjammer helicopter gunship gives the password, Lin Yi froze. There's no way an AI of this caliber could ask such a simple question. So the answer can't be that simple. 3. Can't believe it. This lady is actually so smart. Lin Yi gave her answer with a smug look on her face. Wrong password. Check that the driver has lost the ability to think on a basic level. This system will autonomously decide whether or not to launch the 10,000 inch drop. Successful. Bomb 10,000 inches ready for launch. With a dazzling meal of corrections from the Wind God helicopter gunship's autonomous combat system, a separate magazine under the belly of the airplane slowly opened. A hideous, unmistakable missile slowly poked out. Target sighted. It has been determined that there are no targets to be evacuated within a 5-kilometer radius. Bomb 10,000 inch firing. Whoosh! The several-meter-long missile detached from the belly magazine of the Windjammer helicopter. The missile tail then ignited momentarily, flying straight toward the mark. Ground command seat. Li Dingbang is still pestering Yi Wei-min. At that moment a blinding light rose from the horizon in the distance. It was as if the morning sunrise was illuminating the endless darkness. Everyone was blinded by the light. The light flickered. A terrifying energy then erupted from the location where that light was. The manic energy instantly formed a spherical ball of light that spread in all directions. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was closest to the blasting point, felt that the fuselage of the Wind God helicopter gunship was trembling, even pulled up in height. Looked to avoid the spread of the energy ball. Turning his eyes, the enormous energy wrapped in destructive potential energy, rapidly expanding. It was as if the earth was going to be shattered by this terrifying energy. Buzz. On the command deck, the teacups were trembling. The piping hot tea spilled on the tabletop. Yi Wei-min and Li Dingbang had no time for it. Pointing to an artificial sun in the distance was floating in the two men's field of vision. Li Dingbang's mouth was wide open. Turn it into an O. Tried to speak, but couldn't get a sound out of his throat. Chapter 40 Clean Weapons Artificial Sun. Yi Wei-min is no better than him. Looking at the ball of energy in the distance, his legs were a little out of control. The other commanders were also more than a little shocked inside when they saw the growing energy ball in the distance. 1,000 words, but in the end, they only turned into one sentence. Ai chow, what's going on here? What's the point of hitting a mean steel target? Atomic bombs aren't even estimated to be that powerful, are they? By now the energy ball in the distance had swelled to the size of 2 kilometers in diameter. It looks like it's still expanding. It's like a supernova devouring everything in its way. Under the effect of absolute heat, causes a decrease in the density of the surrounding air. The air around them gathered inward at great speed. An area of high temperature and pressure is instantly created. Eventually a huge mushroom cloud was created as the air currents rose. See the mushroom cloud rising from the center of the explosion. Yi Wei-min also finally reacted. Everyone evacuate immediately. Never mind any valuable equipment. Prioritize ensuring everyone's safe evacuation. Received orders. All commanders also realized the seriousness of the problem. Such a big energy fluctuation. This is most likely a radiological weapon. If a radioactive source is actually checked after the explosion. Not to mention this military range. Hundreds of kilometers of nearby residents had to be evacuated. This is a big deal. Assemble. A command. Even the ones in the squatting pit stood in their original positions within 60 seconds. All commanders and soldiers were safely evacuated. Phew. Another moment passed. The wave of air caused by the energy ball finally reached the command seat. Countless tables, chairs and benches were instantly blown away. Any military vehicles that didn't make it out of here were instantly flipped over. Even the ground was stripped of a layer. And at that moment, the energy ball in the distance finally began to shrink after expanding to a diameter of 3 kilometers, until it became a solid black speck that pulsed through the air. The black spots disappear after a few minutes. Only a huge circular crater 3 kilometers in diameter was left in place. The level of regularity is such that even a late-stage OCD sufferer would shed a tear at the sight of it. Seeing everything return to peace, Yi Wei-min hurriedly ordered a radiation test. If radiation is detected, the population within a radius of several hundred kilometers has to be evacuated. When the time comes, don't say that he'll be a military commander at the end of his days. It was the watching Li Dingbang who was implicated. A few minutes later, the tester reported. The test results were excellent air quality and no radioactive dust was detected. It's not right that there's no radiation with this much power. Li Dingbang puked a mouthful of mud disgruntled. Bah! Old Yi! If there was radiation here, we'd be in ICU already. And in the future, if you have this kind of weapon, just throw it straight to the floating mountain for testing. Yi Wei-min ignored him. In any case, hearing that there is no radiation, Yi Wei-min is finally quite at ease. Otherwise, we're going to have to poke holes in the sky today. Leaving the brigade in place, Yi Wei-min sends an elite squad wearing radiation suits with Geiger counters to explore the center of the explosion. A few minutes later a report came in from the squad. Report. Geiger counters show values below 0. 3 USV/H. Preliminary determination is that there is no radiation 2 kilometers away from the center of the explosion. Usually there is no need to measure this distance without a radial center area as well. Some people are confused when they hear this value. Clean mushroom eggs? Even if it's a neutron bomb, The radiation indicators can't be that outrageous, can they? Walk over and check it out. Soon the crowd drove back to the training base again. Upon seeing the extent of the base's destruction and injuries, everyone was glad they had just evacuated in time. Otherwise no one would have survived such a powerful shockwave. Tested immediately with specialized instruments. With a command from Yi Wei-min, a large instrument was carried out by several soldiers. Report. All indicators are normal. Yi Wei-min was completely dumbfounded. A huge 3-kilometer crater was blown in place, spreading shockwave damage over a dozen kilometers. All clear. It's clearly not normal. Okay? That's when a wave of air hit. The figure of the wind god helicopter gunship in the air reappeared. Somehow, Yi Wei-min now see this guy feel a little weak in the legs? At this time, Lin Yi in the driver's cab was relieved to see that her grandfather and the others were all safe and sound. She's just gone down with a 10,000 bomb. The ground disconnected from her comm channel then. It's a good thing Grandpa and the others evacuated in time. Otherwise she'd be in big trouble. Of course, even if there were no casualties, she'd made quite a mess today. Grandpa, are you guys okay? After the ground communication facilities were restored, Lin Yi's voice came from within the communication channel. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and said, "Your grandfather is fine. Your father is not. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that my own base would be bombed by my own daughter. You're going to land me right now. I've got some heartfelt words to tell you." Lin Yi's head shook like a rattle. "I'm not landing until you promise not to hit me. The wind god's renewable energy will last for 7 days of cruising anyway," Lin Shi said indignantly. "I promise not to beat you to death." Yi Wei-min hastily interrupted him. Don't listen to your father. Come down first. There's no such thing as a young man who doesn't make mistakes. A few more beatings will do the trick." At this time, Old Man Xie suggested, "Let's just ask Chen Shan what's going on with this weapon." River City. Chen Shan was shabu-shabuing with Lin Tianyu around a fireplace in front of a fireplace. The dishes have just been prepared. The ground suddenly yielded a wobble. Factory tables and chairs and benches from the clanking sound. Lin Tianyu muttered in dissatisfaction. "This climate of Blue Star is getting outrageous. There's actually an earthquake in the middle of winter in the north. It might be the end of the world someday." Before Chen Shan could strike up a conversation, "I look up at the stars you've seen. The earth beneath my feet has changed time and space." Chen Shan picked up the phone. Yi Wei-min's voice rang out from the receiver. "Inner Chen Shan, about that super weapon on the wind god helicopter gunship." Chen Shan immediately understood what the other party wanted to inquire about. Decisively, he replied, "Chief Yi, you said that one. That's my new super clean weapon. The name is Blow Up 10,000. The center of the explosion is 3 kilometers in diameter, and the temperature at the center can reach 300 million degrees Celsius, 3 times higher than the Maoist original, specifically for use in settling some troublesome international disputes." Yi Wei-min had an egg on his face. Dispute resolution? This send down the other side of the estimated ashes cannot be found, which still have the life to dispute with you. "Okay, I got it. Hang up." Yi Wei-min looked at Lin Shi, who was walking towards his own daughter, and said silently, "Dipped in chili water." Of course he was just kidding. Corporal punishment of subordinates like this was not something someone at his level could do, but arranging a 300,000 word review is still necessary. "Old Yi, look at this." At this time, Li Dingbang came over with a mysterious face holding a cell phone. Only one news item has rushed to the top of the hit list. A sudden vision in the northern part of the country, with many earthquakes felt for unknown reasons. Click on it and countless videos recorded of tables, chairs and benches swaying around your home are all over the place. Looking at Yi Wei-min gave him a headache. Now that's something 100 bureau chiefs couldn't round up. There's another heavy news item immediately below. Eagle Sauce unveiled this morning the latest generation of helicopter gunships and claimed that their performance is at least 100 years ahead of the rest of the blue planet. Chapter 41. The four-legged building is working overtime again. Middle C. Inside the ballroom, William, the Eagle Jam defense minister, looked smug. Just now he had been informed. Successful public test flight of ON 2587ZZ armed helicopter. I don't know how the top brass of Daxia will look after seeing this news. Now he can't wait. Hate to remind each other to look at the news on their phones. Sitting across from William was Yan Guofeng, deputy chief of the Daxia Defense Department. At this moment he was looking depressed. People's foreign guests are invited to visit. This grandson across the street was so good that he came here himself uninvited. Mixed up for most of my life. It's also the first time I've heard of someone actively requesting access. I had no choice but to come over and receive this grandson myself. Ring ring ring. At that moment Yan Guofeng's phone rang. The secretary's expression was instantly serious when she picked up the phone. Hurriedly, he handed the phone to Yan Guofeng. Eagle Sauce Defense Secretary William saw that someone was calling Yan Guofeng at this time. The corners of his mouth were pressing.
Definitely a message from the 2587ZZ helicopter gunship came through. Now it's finally your turn to block the traffic in front of Shanghai. It's almost New Year's Day. No one is going to have a good year this year. Excuse me, Minister William. I'm going to answer the phone. Yan Guofeng turned around and walked out of the banquet hall. Two heavyweights came in quick succession. A nuclear explosion is suspected in the northern region. The tremor was felt in a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. Hundreds of thousands of people observed the mushroom cloud. The second one shows Eagle Jam's 2587ZZ helicopter gunship completing public testing 30 minutes ago. Neither of those two counts as good news. Asterisk. No wonder that grandson William came uninvited. So here's the joke. Looks like it's because of the nagging feeling about being woken up at 4 in the morning on the night of the rave and came over to get revenge. And what the hell is old Jip doing in the Northern Theater? How can you detonate a mushroom egg without authorization? It was also witnessed by the crowd. Northern Theater. A temporary landing platform for land navigation. The Windjammer helicopter gunships have been parked above the tarmac. Lin Yi in the cockpit, however, dawdled for half a day and did not dare to get off the plane. Just blew up a training ground with a shot of my own. If you get off the plane, you're going to lose your skin if you don't die. Ring ring ring. At that moment a communications soldier handed a confidential telephone to Yi Weimin. Seeing this phone call, Yi Weimin instantly had a headache. I can't believe it's from Shanghai. Phone call connected. Instantly Yan Guofeng's majestic voice rang out. Old Yi, explain to me what's going on with the nuclear explosion on your side? Yi Weimin hurriedly explained. Old chief, this you really misunderstood me. That wasn't a nuclear explosion. It was a live-fire test of our military region's new helicopter gunship. Yi Weimin hastened to tell the truth. But it always sounds more like bull ***** with that truth. Old Yi, are you kidding me? A helicopter gunship can make a mushroom cloud tens of thousands of meters high? Yi Weimin instantly felt an immense headache. No one believes in telling the truth these days. It's not good to be honest anymore. Old chief, I'm telling the truth. Keep your eyes peeled for the internal mailbox of the Ministry of War. And I'll send you a video of the test. Hang up. Yi Weimin decisively sent the test video of today's Wind God live-fire drill to Yan Guofeng's internal email of the military department. Middle C. Inside the ballroom lounge. Yan Guofeng clicked on the video that Yi Weimin had sent over with a disdainful face. His mouth dropped open to the floor when he saw the maneuverability of the Wind God helicopter gunship's lateral instantaneous movement. His jaw went straight out of joint when he saw the heavenly firepower of the Wind God helicopter gunships. This helicopter gunship is ridiculously strong. It's even beyond helicopters. In an instant, the depression brought to him by Hawk Jam's 2587ZZ armed helicopter was swept away. That retarded helicopter with the two tigers barring it doesn't even deserve to be in the Wind God's shoes. Just when he thought it was all over, the mushroom cloud rising in the video footage instantly spiked his blood pressure. Hastily, he pulled out his antihypertensive medication and popped 2 small pills before daring to continue watching. Only after putting down his cell phone did Yan Guofeng call for his secretary. Account for it, and replace all the expired grosses that will be entertaining Minister William later with loose whites. That good stuff Hawk Sauce doesn't deserve. Said directly out of the banquet hall boarded a special red flag to go away. What grade? You deserve to eat with me? Northern Theater. At this time Lin Yi, who had been dawdling for half a day, finally summoned up enough courage to step down from the Wind God armed helicopter. The delicate little hand was still intentionally covering her ass. Today, if nothing else, she's going to get her ass kicked. I should have known that Chen Shang's explode 10,000 was so fierce. Might as well throw cluster bombs. Surprisingly, however, it wasn't a harsh scolding that awaited her. Lin Chi patted his own daughter's shoulder. The latest instructions from above still require you to make a hard flight. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. The live-fire tests are over. Where else can we fly? It seemed to see her confusion. Yi Weimin hurriedly explained. It was said above. Later on, you just fly to the place where there are more people. Fly as slow and low as you can so that the crowd below can get a better shot. If you can successfully gas a few brain hemorrhages across the ocean, I'll credit you with a 3rd degree this time. 1 hour later, a story that caught fire and hit the hot seat. A new generation of helicopter gunships has been spotted in the downtown area of Daxia. The news is equipped with several high-definition, uncensored videos below. There are shots from all kinds of angles. The highest number of views has reached several million plus. Those with blurry images also have tens of thousands of plays. Facing this major event, the fastest to react was not the Eagle Jam Defense Department, nor the CIA. Rather, it's the vast number of military fans in Daxia. May Abe, a new generation of helicopter gunships? The ZW-10 is a cow lady again? A rotorless layout. It's just so sci-fi. Sitting up in shock from the hammer death disease. Guys, what if I'm too hard on my back to squat right now? Ha ha,
I told you. I didn't let Eagle Jam have Christmas before. How can I let them have New Year's Day? Ha ha. It's only 1 a.m. On the other side of the ocean. So there's going to be some overtime this time. Selling coffee in front of a four-legged building is absolutely lucrative right now. Anyone at Eagle Sauces get a breath of fresh air. Is there a traffic jam in front of the 4-foot building right now? Nowadays, the internet is more shoots than shoots in one session. Soon the news traveled overseas. Some developed countries in the West were instantly left speechless with acid. But the only one with a strong opinion is the tubing Pentagon. Propose unilateral sanctions against Dacia on the internet. PickleNet, fake news. Definitely fake news. Kimchi Netizen, I see on the map that Dacia's territory isn't even half as big as our kimchi country. So how is it possible to build such an advanced fighter jet? Gallic Chicken Network. I don't know if the news is fake or not. The map you're looking at is definitely fake. Pickle Netizen, Hawk Jam doesn't even sell chips to Dacia anymore. How can their planes still take off? Netizen, that's right. They don't have any cow dung. So how can they develop a chip? Apparently people just go into rages when they can't do anything about it. However, it didn't take long for these people to get slapped in the face. I don't know if it was intentional or not. The Dacia military, which has always worked extremely well in secrecy, actually once again flowed out a video of a few dozen seconds. Except for the part about releasing the 10,000 bomb. The complete live-fire test video of the Wind God helicopter gunship was instantly dispersed all over the internet. Chapter 42, High-Low Match. This instantly broke the defense of some incompetent raging brainiac. The keyboard fell right onto the computer screen. The owner of the internet cafe was so angry that he called the police directly. Eagle Sauce Free Federation. Chancellor Sleepy the Eagle Sauce was lifted from the covers by an assistant. Mr. Chancellor, it's not good. The new generation of helicopter gunships has taken off. Olden had a sleepy look on his face. A perplexed look at the female assistant. Isn't this for 9 o'clock tonight? I gave the order myself. The female assistant hurriedly said. It's Dacia's new generation of helicopter gunships taking off. Sci-fi styling, ferocious engines, and firepower. I still have the video here for you to see. Olden rubbed his eyes and took the phone. Seeing the Harlequin leak when it counts. The look on his face was a little tense. What is the difference between Dacia's new helicopter gunships and our 2587ZZ helicopter gunships? Can it achieve 50% of the performance of the 2587ZZ helicopter gunship? The female assistant rubbed her temples. Mr. Chancellor, I'll tell you this. Compared to Dacia's new armed helicopters, the production line of the 2587ZZ can just be dismantled. The prototypes that have already been produced will just be sold to San. Maybe it will even bleed back a bit. As for the difference between our helicopter gunships and Dacia's, pardon me, the 2587ZZ helicopter gunship is the equivalent of you right now, and Dacia's Wind God helicopter gunship is the equivalent of a 19-year-old Tyson. People's Dacia's helicopter gunships don't even need to do anything, just sneeze and our pilots can go directly to God. There's also unconfirmed bad news. A nuclear explosion is suspected to have occurred in the northern region of Dacia, but our spies haven't detected any nuclear radiation there. Olden was instantly sleepy, staring at the crazy female assistant in front of her. You wake me up in the middle of the night just to piss me off? Don't you have any good news? The female assistant pushed up her glasses. Of course, Mr. Chancellor, there's good news. And that's that we've finally figured out Dacia's bottom card after all these years. The only beauty of it, though, is that we relied not on the CIA, but mapped it out through Dacia's news programs. Olden stumbled to the ground without standing still. Where's Minister William? Tell him to come and see me. The female assistant showed a look of regret. Minister William had a heart attack when he learned of the news during his visit to Dacia, and now Dacia is resuscitating him. Even if it's resuscitated, it's probably a hemiplegia at best. Olden had no choice but to order. Notify all counselors to the four-legged building immediately. An important meeting will be held in 30 minutes. Mr. Chancellor may not be able to in 30 minutes. Traffic is now backed up in front of the four-legged building and it will take at least 3 hours to get back to normal. Old Dan instantly felt the chair under his ass get a little hot. Luckily it wasn't long before it was the Don boss who succeeded to the throne. The other side of the ocean. Dacia. River City. The modified bunny slowly emerges from the Star Dome Industrial Mother ************. The shape has not changed though, but all the actual performance has been greatly improved. Bunny, Bionic Assisted Living Robot. Power Core, 10,000 kW Power Core. Energy Module, High Density Energy Core. Endurance, 7 days. Weapon Systems, Pulse Particle Accelerator Cannon, left. High Power Short Range Electromagnetic Cannon, right. Plug-in System, Valkyrie Combat Exoskeleton, unmounted. Seeing the various data of the bunny, Chen Shan was very satisfied. And that's just the assisted living robots. I wonder how fierce the combat type must be. Dropping.
Congratulations to the host. The Wind God armed helicopter has succeeded in generating a great deal of despair, rewarding 3,000 technology points. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Shang was dumbfounded. Where the hell did you get the tech points? The Wind God shot down Hawk Jam's fighters too? At that moment there was a crisp laugh from the door. Lin Yi's delicate figure walked in through the door. Ha ha, great God Chen Shang. Your Wind God helicopter gunship didn't shoot down the Hawk Jam fighter. This time it's straight down the production line of Eagle Jam fighters. This time, when the Wind God armed helicopter was introduced, the one who benefited the most was Lin Yi. Mixing up the establishment doesn't matter. I haven't been scolded for getting into trouble, and somehow ended up mixing it up with a third degree. The first thing Lin Yi thought of when she got the medal was Chen Shang. It did seem a little embarrassing that she got third-class honors as a punching bag, and Chen Shang, a maker of the Wind God fighter, got nothing. It somewhat shamed her. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Shang instantly froze for a second. Then it immediately became clear. It must have been the Negligence Bureau and the War Terror Bureau operating together to achieve this effect. By the way, great God Chen Shang, Grandpa and the others sent me here to pick you up for a meeting. Hearing the meeting, Chen Shang instantly thought that it should be about procuring the Wind God. 30 minutes later, Chen Shang and Lin Yi drove the Wind God to the Northern Warzone Command. Just walked in the door. All the commanders in the conference room instantly stood up from their chairs regardless of their military rank. That is, until Yi Wei-min in the main seat called Chen Shang to take a seat beside him. It took the rest of them to sit back in their chairs. Li Dingbang of the Southwest Theater immediately guessed something when he saw the attitude of the group of commanders in the Northern Theater. Old Yi, this is the alien from your war zone, right? Chen Shang had a question mark on his face. Li Dingbang, however, was very self-conscious and said as he shook Chen Shang's hand, "How old are you? Young man? Married yet? Anyone? You want a wife or not?" Yi Wei-min hastily pulled him away. "You big old man, don't scare others." Chen Shang, a national treasure of a head, if it freaks out, you can't even afford to buy out your military district. After a few pleasantries, the change of subject was back on track. Chen Shang could probably guess that he had been asked to come over with the intention of talking about the Wind God procurement. However, Yi Wei-min's next sentence almost caused Chen Shang to spray the tea in his mouth. Chen Shang just hit out that bomb 10,000 today, and the top is very happy with him. That's why the Daxia military intends to seek you out to purchase 10,000 of them, at a price you set yourself. Even the order for the Gen 2 unmanned combat aircraft can be delayed a bit later. And don't sell this kind of stuff to anyone else. Hearing 10,000, Chen Shang nearly didn't stand still. Buying this much? Is this an attempt to format Blue Star all over again? I worked so hard to build you such an advanced helicopter gunship, and all you wanted was the freebies inside? Is it that you still don't think your Wind God is good enough? Lift not high enough? Or is the range not far enough? Or maybe the ammo load doesn't work? As soon as he heard that the Gen 2 drone fighter was going to be delayed backward, Li Dingbang quit. He had already heard that all 100 of the Shenbird unmanned fighter planes within 5 years had already been reserved by the Northern War Zone. Further delay, when will it be their turn in the Northwest Military Region? If you can't, why don't you just get the whole lowrider version? That Chen Shang Nowadays air combat is all the rage with high and low. It's important to have both regular fighters and advanced high-end fighters. Do you understand? It didn't matter if Chen Shang heard it or not. Li Dingbang felt that what he had said was clear enough. I don't care if the features are chopped up a bit. I'm not picky about lowering the performance a bit. As soon as the production comes up, I just got a chance to list it. Otherwise, it's just too hard to look at it and not be able to touch it. Chapter 43, Titan Iron Harnessing, Epsilon A? Hearing Li Dingbang's words, Chen Shang had a general idea in his mind. High and low, right? It seems that the Shenbird and the Wind God have not been able to fulfill Daxia's need for air control weapons. One would also have to design a more advanced fighter to do so. When you go back and throw 1,000 tech points directly into it, building a fighter should be high enough, right? Fry 10,000, the order was negotiated, and Yi Wei-min brought up another matter. Well, since blow up 10,000 has been talked about, and it just so happens that Old Li from the Northwest Warzone is also here. Let's talk about the details of this red-blue confrontation. As soon as they heard the conversation about this, all the commanders all looked grave. With a burst of maneuvering by a young commander, a holographic battlefield sand table appears on the electronic conference table. Yi Wei-min looked around the week solemnly. This year's red-blue confrontation will be between us and the Western Battle Region against the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Great God, Luan Dali. As soon as Luan vigorously mentioned, all the people present changed their faces. This one is a notorious legitimate open god of Daxia, the existence that everyone in the Daxia army wanted to capture alive.
It's not uncommon to get a full map and double the blood during maneuvers. He can get any modification access as long as he has a brainstorm. The mantra vigorously works wonders. Therefore, people send nickname Luan Dali. Chief, we have so many new weapons now that we're still afraid of him?
This time I'm going to show him what it means to truly make a miracle with great strength.
Lu Tianming had a smile on his face. Obviously under the hands of the Gentoo and AV-12 and the Wind God. As long as you don't lock blood, it's only a matter of time before you lose. Ha! Li Dingbang laughed. Xiao Lu, you're young in the end. You can think. Can the top not think?
It has long been specifically stated above that the Gentoo, AV-12, and the Wind God cannot participate in this confrontation exercise. And this time we're not allowed to use any weapons that are more than one-man equipment. Anything that can't be carried by one person is not allowed. As for transportation carriers, anything over 2 wheels is prohibited. And in light of the recent surge in the development of military weapons, Luan Dali has been licensed for more favorable conditions. All in all, besides not being able to lot blood this drill he does whatever he wants.
Lu Tianming's eyes instantly went wide. What? No heavy firepower allowed. Then what's the point of playing chicken?
Yi Weimin's face instantly became serious.
What? You won't fight without advanced weapons? Thinking back then, which enemy did we face that wasn't much stronger than us? In the end, which battle do you see us losing? Don't you know the good intention of the above to get this Luan Dali alone?
Instantly all the commanders looked ugly.
After that era has passed, everyone's got a phobia of under fire.
It doesn't take 155 to blast at the opposing position for a couple of hours before this fight. I wouldn't dare send a tank over there.
Tanks don't even want to send people there until they've flattened the ground on the other side. Finally everyone gradually became like their once hated Eagle Jam.
Seeing the sad faces of the group of commanders present,
Chen Shang asked suspiciously, are our single weapons weak? Hearing Chen Shang ask this, Lu Tianming rarely thought seriously. It's not very weak if you want to say it's weak, but we really haven't paid enough attention to the area of man-portable weapons over the years. After all, it's better to build a pistol than a rifle. It's better to build a rifle than a sniper rifle.
An advanced sniper rifle can easily cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Might as well build a bazooka. That's why our country's man-portable weaponry is now far ahead of rocket-propelled grenades and man-portable anti-tank missiles. In a real fight, barring accidents,
the odds are that those troops armed only with rifles won't have a chance to get to the front,
Lu Tianming said with a serious face.
Chen Shan listened with a black line on his face. No wonder I watched the news walkthrough earlier.
Almost every soldier carried a recoilless cannon on one person.
At the time he thought it was for a show of muscle. I didn't realize these guys were actually serious. The rifles in Daxia were given to soldiers for self-defense.
The recoilless gun is the main weapon.
Going back, he'd better see if the exoskeleton that Bunny used could be made into a one-man model. It's also good to get a few more bazookas on the soldiers. Back to the toy factory. Lin Tianyu was currently sitting on a fried 10,000, eating hot pot.
Fortunately, this weapon is not afraid of open flame. Otherwise this would have been one of the worst workplace accidents in all of Blue Star's human history.
Come to a nearby plant to unfold the industrial mother machine again. Chen Shang had a brainstorm to add 3-star dome workbenches again.
Now the orders are increasing. The original 2 would definitely not have been enough. After deducting 1200 tech points, Chen Shang intended to utilize the remaining tech points to create a high-end fighter. After all, people have said they want a mix of high and low. One has to adapt to the needs of the customer. Think of the 10,000
rounds the military ordered to blow up 10,000.
There is definitely a pressing need for remote delivery capability.
Then the new fighter's bomb-carrying capacity must be excellent.
Project request accepted. Technical justification has been completed. All parameters have been automatically corrected.
The list of materials required for the project has been exported.
The project design has been completed. 1500 technology points have been deducted for you. And the project is expected to take 30 days.
Chen Shang did not expect this project to consume 1,500 technology points, not to mention that it would actually take 30 days. The list of materials is also ridiculously long.
If he hadn't been in Daxia,
he wouldn't have been able to get at least a good chunk of the stuff up there.
The bottom line is that there are several elements on the list that are only found in Moonsoil. Unfortunately, the Wind God doesn't have enough lift.
The only way now is to go to the space agency and ask for some Moonsoil.
Chen Shang felt a headache just thinking about it.
How big of a face does one have to be to ask someone's space agency for Moonsoil?
Chen Shang picked up the phone and flipped it around. Finally called Elder Xie. At this time, Xia Lao was improving his institute's 6th generation aircraft program. They've been eating up quite a bit of the Genbird fighter's technology lately,
so it gives the new airplane a lot of performance boost.
Ring, ring, ring. The phone is ringing. Seeing the call from Chen Shang, Xia Lao decisively put down the work in his hands. Hey Chen Shang, How come you have time to call me?
Chen Shang also did not directly explain the purpose of the visit.
Elder Xie, can you help me get some moon soil?
I don't want much more than 2 kilos.
When Xia Lao heard 2 kilograms, he almost didn't faint. Do you know how much we've brought back?
But Chen Shang has made such a great contribution to the country. It is only right that the request he made should be met as much as possible.
That Chen Shang I'll have to go up the hierarchy on this matter. It might take a long time.
Chen Shang also seemed to feel that his request was indeed excessive.
After all,
with something as precious as moon soil, it was indeed too strong for him to ask for a kilogram at a time.
Hang up.
Chen Shang continued to use his mind on the Star Dome workbench.
In a while it will be the day of the red and blue confrontation.
It was also time to start working on the single combat weapon he had promised Lu Tianming.
Opening the Star Vault workbench, he took a look at the bunny's matching Valkyrie single-armed exoskeleton that actually required more than 9,000 technology points.
There was no way Chen Shang could only look for other options.
At this time,
Lin Tianyu had just finished the work at hand.
Turning on the game console, he began one of his few entertainment programs.
Chen Shang just happened to scan the screen with one glance.
Titan Iron Harness. This one's good.
Chapter 44, Miracles with Great Effort.
Project request accepted. Technical justification has been completed. All parameters have been automatically corrected.
The list of materials required for the project has been exported.
Project design has been completed.
150 technology points have been deducted for you and the project is expected to take 5 days. The Great Titan only cost a total of 150 tech points at Star Dome Tech. As the Star Dome workbench began to run,
the simultaneous operation of various precision machines is dazzling. The entire man-portable combat system is expected to take 5 days to complete. Having just taken care of everything,
Chen Shang stretched his back.
The days have been so much fuller lately.
Once the rush is over, it's time to start investigating the disappearance of my parents.
With the bunny as protection, even if it's big and beautiful, it's not impossible to make a break for it. Dropping. Drop. Drop. Armed convoy detected approaching. That's when an alert came from the bunny's automatic warning feature.
Chen Shang rushed to access the surveillance.
Soon a heavily protected truck, escorted by 2 military vehicles, entered the plant.
Seeing that it was a ticket for everyone's military,
Chen Shang was much more at ease. I wonder who it could be at this late hour. Chen Shang opened the door and headed out.
The convoy also happened to drive up to the entrance of the toy factory at that moment.
Elder Xie and a strange old man walked over from a business car. Chen Shang, this is Elder Kai from the space agency. After I told Elder Kai about your needs, he was also very interested in you and had to personally deliver the moon soil to you. Hearing Elder Xie's words, Chen Shang was instantly nonplussed. He called this morning. The moon soil was delivered at night? What happened to the promised cascade of applications? First, he didn't think that Xia Lao would really help him ask for moon soil. Secondly, he didn't expect the famous Kai Lao to personally deliver it to him. This is a character you usually only see on TV. Reporters wanting to interview him have to look up 3 generations. He actually came to his little toy factory today. For a while,
Chen Shang was actually a bit rushed,
somewhat embarrassed. He reached out to take the moon soil from Elder Kai's hand. Kai Lao seemed to see Chen Shang's consternation. Cheer up.
We brought the moon soil back originally as a contribution to the country. It's worth it to make it work.
Chen Shang also stopped being pretentious.
Take the moon soil.
Don't worry, Elder Kai. I'll definitely use it to research an even more powerful weapon for Daxia. When the time comes, I'll get you another 100 tons of moon soil back to study. Kai Lao laughed heartily. Good boy. I'll be waiting for your moon soil. Apparently Kai Lao didn't take his words seriously. Moon soil is not that easy to get back. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The warfighter system within the Star Dome workbench is complete. 10 nearly 3-meter-high iron lumps were neatly placed in a row. Streamlined bionic layout. A perfect blend of the beauty of power and speed. It looks explosive.
The exterior shimmered with an icy metallic luster.
Like a well-polished mirror. Reflects an image of the surroundings. As if it were a metal statue. It was powerful and dominant. One can't help but fall in love with it.
Chen Shang directly named this set of man-portable equipment, Titan Man-Portable Power Armor.
Titan for short. Or Power Armor. It's a name that's both memorable and easy to call.
Chen Shang called for a truck.
Intend to send it to the Northern Theater.
It just so happened that the rations Lin Tianyu had bought at his own expense were also finished by him.
There's nothing to do here. Truck in place in 30 minutes. Chen Shang directly loaded the power armor with 8 units. Leave 2 units. Anyway, the power armor has the option of being manned or unmanned. Just enough to serve as a caretaker. After all,
it must have cost quite a bit to hire a defense with a clean background.
He can't afford to spend that much on his thinly priced business.
There's already a lot of fresh air wasted with one Lin Tianyu.
Northern Theater. Inside the conference room, the day of the red-blue matchup is just around the corner.
A group of commanders in the Northern Theater of Operations were anxious to grip their hairballed infantry against the flood of steel plus all beings are equal 155. How can we fight this war? No one understands the horrors of modern warfare better than these guys who figure out the caliber and range of artillery every day. According to this fight, they plus the Northwest Theater a total of 2 divisions of the lineup. It is estimated that they cannot take enough Luan vigorously under a heavy armored synthetic brigade. At this time, Yi Weimin brought Lu Tianming into the conference room in stride. All stand at attention and salute. Yi Weimin looked around the crowd. The drill hasn't started yet. His own side had already lost half of its momentum. One can only secretly shake one's head. Look at that wimpy look on your faces. The old ancestors weren't afraid of you even when they faced real swords. Gird your loins. Even if we lose, we have to lose with a backbone. After Yi Weimin finished speaking, the group of commanders present were much better on the surface though, but the heart is even more unsettled. There you go. The chiefs know they can't win. Jingle bells. The phone is ringing. The communication soldier hung up the phone and immediately reported to Yi Weimin. Chief, there's a college student outside with a truck saying that he's come to send you a big effort. Send vigorously? Yi Weimin frowned. Where is he? We didn't know if he had anything dangerous in his car and didn't dare let him in. It's been stopped outside. Yi Weimin's face was puzzled. Go show me. A special heavy truck was parked in the middle of the schoolyard. Seeing Yi Weimin walking, Chen Shang greeted him from a great distance. Good morning, Chief. Yi Weimin saw that it was Chen Shang. The mood was much happier. Especially when he saw the big truck behind Chen Shang immediately knew that what was inside was not simple. It's Chen Shang. What goodies did you send me this early in the morning? Even behind him, Lu Tianming and a group of other top commanders of the Northern War Zone had their ears pricked up. As a senior member of the Northern Theater of Operations, they were aware that Chen Shangsuan was there, and a truck that size must be loaded with some kind of heavy weaponry. Chief, didn't you guys have a headache earlier about single soldiers against heavy firepower? I went back and researched a new piece of man-portable equipment for you guys. Upon hearing that it was a single piece of equipment, half of all the commanders' interest dissipated. In their eyes, man-portable equipment, only bazookas and recoilless cannons were barely functional. The problem is there's no shortage of this stuff in our military at the moment, and even man-portable heavy weapons are simply no match for a modern, heavily armored synthetic brigade. Unless this truck is loaded with a shoulder-mounted 155, waste quality Tatusha. Ha ha, Chen Shang ah. I appreciate your kindness. It's not a light burden on your shoulders, so don't bother with such things in the future. The meaning of the words was obvious. A talent like yours. Get more airplanes and cannons sometime. Man-portable weapons that are child's toys. Chen Shang was speechless in his heart. How much the Daxia military is looking down on single soldier equipment. But things are pulling through. Can't always pull back. At that moment 2 guards approached. One on the left and one on the right. Click, he said, opening the compartment of the heavy truck. The moment the compartment opened, the aura of murder that came to the surface sent shivers down one's spine. In a flash, 8 motorized armors glittering with cold metallic chill appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was like a vicious deity that had come from the ancient times. It gives off a chilling aura, tall and powerful. It seemed to contain endless power. It's as if you can raise your hand and throw your feet to pull down a mountain. Yi Weimin instantly felt his scalp tingle when he saw the condition of the carriage. Even his tongue was starting to get a little out of control. This. What is this? The group of commanders behind them were also momentarily confused. Did I get a hard-on this morning? Is this an alien strike? I recognize this thing. My son has him in the console he plays on. His name is Titan. This is obviously a transformer. Usually internet cafes like to put 2 of them in front of the door. At this time, Lu Tianming also slowed down a bit. Turning to Chen Shang, he asked, Chen Shang, did you send over the order of any internet cafe owner by mistake? Chen Shang was speechless. How long has it been since he took orders from internet cafe owners? Chapter 45, Equality of all beings under 155. Ignoring this big old man, Chen Shang introduced himself. This is my newly developed man-portable combat system. The name is Titan Warfighter Power Armor. The name might be a bit long. You can call it Titan for short. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Yi Weimin was inwardly overwhelmed with shock. Is this kid for real? Single-armed power armor all the way? It's something he's heard of. Supposedly Eagle Sauce is also getting it, however it's a PPT. As for Dacia, this one Southwest Military Industries is said to have a prototype, but it can only do odd jobs that involve carrying heavy loads. There is little real-world significance. I just don't know how this Taoist performance built by Chen Shang will be. Chen Shang, you introduce us to how this Wat-Tan works? Yi Weimin asked what was on his mind. After all, these armors look pretty bulky. He was concerned about its inflexibility on the battlefield. Will it just look pulled together?
No real-world significance at all. Chen Shang nodded and picked up a form. Introduced to the crowd present. Titan Warfighter Power Armor. Height, 2.88 meters. Energy Core, Miniature High-Density Energy Core. Operational Endurance, 20 hours. Standby Endurance, 3 months. Power Core, Small Cold Fusion Core X1, 3,300 horsepower. Unit weight, 2,210 kilograms, 2.21 tons. Maximum armed weight, 5,660 kilograms, 5.66 tons. External armor, adaptive bioalloy with a term strength of up to 500 kilograms per millimeter. Protection equivalent to 1.800 millimeters of homogeneous steel. 3 times that of depleted uranium armor. Combat weapons, 120 millimeters dorsal howitzer. 80 millimeters shoulder missile nest. 20 millimeters hand cannon. The crowd of commanders present were silent after Qin Shan reported out the data of the Titan power armor. The non-tech-savvy ones didn't get it at all. The tech-savvy ones don't believe it at all. A civilian with glasses was clearly unconvinced. Do you have any basis for this data? Don't tell me you came up with it all. First of all, this exoskeleton of yours only weighs a total of 2 tons and is less than 3 meters tall. Where did you put the 3,000 plus horsepower engine? And do you know what the concept of 500 kilograms per millimeter of strength really is? We can't joke with the lives of our soldiers. His words were quickly echoed by the other commanders present. After all, the data Chen Shang said was too unbelievable. They are recognizing that Chen Shang is awesome. But it's also not acceptable for these things to be beyond the pale. Seeing that someone had questioned it, Chen Shang was not annoyed. At one time, bronze was thought to be the hardest metal in the world. Then people smelted iron and later steel. But now these metals are completely vulnerable to composites. Since people don't believe the data I'm talking about, it's simple. Let's just test it live. Hearing Chen Shang say that he wanted to take a test, someone asked curiously, how do you measure it? Chen Shang directly turned his head to Yi Weimin and asked, do we have a Koan in our military region? Yi Weimin, although he did not know what Chen Shang wanted Koan to do, but still, I ordered someone to catch a chicken in the cafeteria. After all, there are so many people to juggle eating and drinking on the base. It's still easy to find a live chicken. Soon a large kunai with its wings tied was brought over. Pop! Chen Shang snapped his fingers. Instantly a power armor automatically stepped away from the heavy truck and jumped off. Boo! The power armor fell like a giant hammer. Splash of smoke. Kada! A mechanical biting sound passed. The 2-ton power loader split down the middle, leaking out its internal structure. At this point any soldier who walks in front of it will be completely wrapped up in it. LOL. LOL. Chen Shang lifted the kunai in his hand and threw it over. After catching Quin, instantly the power armor closed again, directly wrapping Big Quin in it. All of the commanders present were instantly unable to get over this whole operation by Chen Shang. That's it? That was a sci-fi image just now. But then what? Ignoring the questioning stares of the people around him, Chen Shang spoke again. Chief, now you can get a 155 howitzer to attack this power armor. Or whatever stripped armor piercing. Incendiary rounds are randomly tried. If the Quin inside loses a chicken feather, I lose. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Yi Weimin and Lu Tianming looked at each other. Both saw the word outrageous in the other's eyes. The commander at the bottom was even more incredulous. 155? Does he know what he's talking about? Even if his power armor is fine with 1 shell, there's no way Quin inside will survive. That's right, at least it's all steamed. A little more heat and it becomes a roasted chicken. It's no wonder these commanders don't believe it. After all, not a single person from the battlefield has come out alive from the center of the 155's explosion so far. Not even when stacked inside a fort or tank. It's not uncommon for tanks or forts to be okay with people inside them dying out. 155, the reason why it is called the equalizer of all beings. It's because you can't survive anyway as long as you're in his blast range. Come on, let's go to the range. Yi Weimin directly ordered. He believed that Chen Shang must have his reasons for saying so. 30 minutes later, a towed 155 howitzer is towed out by an artillery squad. After a short adjustment, the artillery was aimed at the power armor in the distance. Does Chen Shang really want to fight? Lu Tianming felt a little heartbroken as he looked at the power armor in the distance. After all, this thing looks pretty well made. This cannon must be broken at this point. Fight! Chen Shang was decisive. Lu Tianming could only nod his head and signal to fire. Soon the artillery squad began to get busy. The gunner obviously hadn't practiced much in his day. Open the bolt and load the shell and firing charge in a single motion. The loading was completed in just 6 seconds. At this rate you can hit a sweet up north in 10 minutes. Release. With an order from the artillery squad leader, the gun crew pulls the fire-pulling rope. Boom! A loud bang came. A circle of airwaves was stirred up with the 155 howitzer at the center. Instant smoke and dust filled the sky.
A shell weighing 45 kilograms worth tens of thousands of Chinese coins was instantly accelerated to an initial velocity of more than 560 meters per second, soaring toward the power armor in the distance. Then another loud bang followed. Boom! The power armor was instantly and completely covered by the center of the shell's blast. A cloud of smoke rolled from the center of the explosion. No one can see what's going on in there. Many commanders believe and don't need to see it. Even if that iron lump could carry a 155, I'm sure it's missing an arm and a leg by now. As for the quinquin inside, it might as well be golden on both sides. Spending tens of thousands of dollars to blow up a seemingly more expensive piece of armor is simply outrageous. Boo! Boo! However, the next image stunned everyone. Only a power armor with a metallic luster was seen striding slowly out of a crater that was 6 meters wide and 1.8 meters deep. The mercury-like metal surface is smooth and flat. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a dent in it. Don't say dents. It doesn't even look like it's scratched. This really didn't even hurt the paint. All the commanders present instantly opened their mouths wide. This is outrageous. I bet even Iron Man wouldn't dare take a hard 155. The point is that after taking a shot you can at least blacken the surface a little bit, right? Doesn't 155 want to lose face? Soon, the mercury-like fuselage of the power loader came to the area where the gun emplacements were located. Chen Shang snapped his fingers again. Everyone's eyes all converged. Obviously everyone is now very concerned about whether that quinquin in there is still alive and well right now. Chapter 46. Always open a straight cool. Although I admit that this power armor is awesome, but if you tell me that the chickens inside are still alive, I'll never be able to accept it. Right. Even if this power armor can resist 155, the chickens inside are carbon-based beings, after all, and they'll die even if they're shaken. That's right, there's no way this power armor is that thick to stop such a powerful shockwave and heat. Oh, I think we can prepare the condiments now. Ha ha, original chicken dipped in pretzels goes perfectly. It was clear that most of the commanders present felt that the chicken inside the power armor would survive. No carbon-based life could survive the center of a 155's barrage. Not even hiding behind a wall. It's common sense. Otherwise the international market for a 155 wouldn't be speculated at millions of eagle dollars a door. Converted into Chinese currency that's $20 to $30 million. At that price, it still depends on who's buying. If the customer was a San, the price would have to be doubled again. Yi Weimin and Lu Tianming and other senior generals also showed grave expressions, although they were convinced of Chen Shan's ability. But it's too unbelievable that just an iron shell can make someone immune to the full damage of a 155 shelling. On the one hand, it's what you've known for years. On one side was Chen Shang's incredibly confident expression. It made them uncertain for a while. Boom, boom. As the heavy footsteps got closer, the power armor had come to the front of the crowd. The surface's tightly wound metal mirrors slowly unfolded, exposing the internal structure of the armor. The people present all subconsciously swallowed their saliva. The answer is about to be revealed. The atmosphere of the scene instantly turned grave. LOL LOL Tada. Suddenly a cock-crowing sound came from inside the armor. All the commanders were instantly confused. There was even a lot of discussion around Quinquin who stepped out from within the power armor. This can't be true. I feel like I've lived the last 20 years for nothing. If this is true, anyone whose land borders ours will have to lose sleep. While everyone was all pointing at the Quinquin in front of them, a round thing rolled down. Pop. An egg rolled out of the interior of the power armor and fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. Naya, it even laid an egg in there? Outrageous. As far as I know, chickens need absolute silence when laying eggs. That means it didn't feel a thing when the shelling happened? Is that the same as saying that 155 can't even actually tickle this armor? The famous equalizer of beings couldn't even kill a chicken. It was simply too exaggerated. There was no one happier than Lu Tianming right now. This time the army is beautiful. AV-12 main battle tank with Titan power armor for a step tank synergy. Finally the wind god in the sky throws a blast 10,000 down. Oh, give him a small sampan and he can do all the work on land, sea and air. Yi Weimin's face suddenly showed a brilliant light. Hurriedly, he instructed all the commanders. Everyone present, no word must leak out before the drill begins. Lu Tianming immediately understood what the old head was attempting to do. He was planning to put all his hopes for this exercise on these 8 mobile armors. Chief, although this mobile armor is fierce, but face Luan vigorously under the hands of those several modern heavy armored synthetic brigades. The latter was not said. I was afraid Chen Shang would be upset if I said that. That's okay. The Titan mobile armor is equipped with the same combat support system as the Wind God in the Genpu. Starting battlefield intelligence can completely crush the modern Trinity combat system, able to analyze the best route forward, and the optimal strike target for the pilot in real time. Piloting him in combat is no different than playing a game. It can even be remotely maneuvered while unmanned.
Tactically used properly, it's totally possible to that what's his name vigorously all over the place. Chen Shang said so much Lu Tianming did not understand a word, but that last one with a head full of bags instantly put him in the spirit. He's been wanting to do this for a long time. The time wobbles. Turning to the day of the red and blue confrontation drill. The southwest war zone of Daxia. Exorcist illumination drill ground. Inside the conference room, Luan Dali's eyes were dead set on the holographic sand table. Ha ha ha. These boys in the northern theater are scared silly. No movement until now. A staff officer on the sidelines chimed in. In the plains, infantry divisions against modernized mobile units are expected to give up resistance. Luan Dali's eyes glazed over. How about that? I've been told by the top to teach them a good lesson. Where is this going? Account for it and throw me a couple tactical nukes into the opposite position. Of course real nukes can't be used in maneuvers. With Luan Dali's command, the exercise command simulated several small nuclear explosions directly in the northern and northwestern theaters where they were stationed. Seeing that the opposite side's living forces were largely annihilated at once, Luan was as happy as a child. Ha ha ha, up and down, left, right, Alibaba. Account for it. From now on we have unlimited bullets for our infantry. Tank 3 lives. It's fun to drive for a while. It's great to be on all the time. Remember, vigorous miracles. In the meantime, inside the exercise's general command room, Li Dingbang looked at the information on the sandbox with a depressed face, complaining to this Yi Weimin and Lu Tianming. Old Yi, old Lu, what tactics are you two arranging? I'm running out of men. Why haven't those boys under your hands moved? Before Yi Weimin could answer, LV Guoliang from the southwest warzone laughed. Old Li, you're being serious, aren't you? Do you still want to win against a modernized mobile force? You have come but to go through the motions. Li Dingbang snorted coldly and ignored him. Recently, the borderline of the Southwest Theater, which LV Guoliang was in charge of, was too bad. This is the time to not choke him. Several people once again threw their eyes into the sandbox. At this point on the sand table, Blue's armored units had advanced to Red's doorstep. Instead, Red still hasn't moved at all, except for these 8 faint red dots at the edge of the sandbox, representing 8 infantry units. Lu Guoliang also noticed the 8 small red dots. Ha ha, I think he's riding a motorcycle, judging by the speed at which he's moving, right? Are you planning to send these 8 men on a decapitation mission? So naive. You guys yell about taking people alive every day. Luan Dali has always been cautious. His command will be guarded by at least 1 garrison brigade and a large number of infantry vehicles. You can't get it even with 800 people. Yi Weimin laughed out loud. Ha, old Lua. Times have changed. With that said, he adjusted the 3D sandbox view. Zoom in on where those 8 red dots are. Soon, the 360-degree battlefield monitoring system of Tenda paired with the drone gave a real-time image of the area. Chapter 47, San has gotten fat with guts. As the screen zooms in, 8 indistinct figures appeared above the holographic sandbox projection. If it wasn't for the red dot marking the top of the video, it would be hard to even notice they were there. Lu Guoliang looked at the silhouette in the screen with a puzzled face. What exactly is the point of Yi Weimin showing him this? He then immediately realized the unusual nature of the problem. Looking up with an incredulous face, he looked at Yi Weimin. Old Yi, the speed of these 8 people? A moment ago he hadn't felt anything wrong. It wasn't until he saw that the 8 men weren't carrying any carriers that he realized the magnitude of the problem. Without a highway, it's drying up to 118 speeds in the wilderness. This is quite outrageous. Yi Weimin didn't rush to answer his words. Instead, continue to zoom in on the picture, until the details of the 8 mobile armors are revealed. It was only at this moment that the 8 mobile armors were speeding forward at an incomparably amazing speed. A cloud of smoke stirred up behind him. Several of the power armors changed their paint colors to match their surroundings as they passed through specific areas. If they weren't loaded with locators, drones can't really capture them. When several humanoid armors appeared in the frame, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What's this? Power armor? Li Dingbang and Lu Guodong both cast envious glances as well. Old Yi, your warzone is even equipped with this? Is this power armor of yours fierce? Yi Weimin laughed. Fierce or not, 155 can't even scratch the paint off. Do you think it's fierce? Dozens of tons of tanks smashed in one punch. You say fierce. Carrying several tons of ammo in a single soldier is fierce, wouldn't you say? The more Yi Weimin spoke, the more excited he became. The more Lu Guo listened, the colder his heart became. If it wasn't forbidden. At this time Lu Guoliang hate to give the drill ground Luan vigorously make a phone call to notify him to run quickly. The Punishers illuminated drill ground. Inside the conference room, Luan vigorously looked at the battlefield data in front of him. Your own motorized forces are already less than 30 kilometers from enemy positions, but the other side is still using turtle tactics. What's wrong with these boys in the Northern Theater? Is this being scared out of your wits? It shouldn't. The staff officer beside him thought he was just thinking too much. Which time is it that they don't win this kind of drill? But it's just that winning will be easier this time. Boom! Just as Luan Dali's face was puzzled, a violent gunshot rang out outside. What's going on? Luan vigorously turned around and asked. At that moment a commander walked into the conference room. Report, there's an enemy breakthrough to the perimeter of the command post. Luan Dali didn't panic too much when he heard an enemy breaking in. Looks like the Northern Theater of War is nothing more than that. I thought there was some kind of masterstroke. Send tanks and infantry vehicles to stop them immediately? He's been through this decapitation attack several times. The whole army wanted to take him alive. But which time did it work? Chief, it can't be stopped. The tanks and infantry vehicles can't move anymore. Luan Dali was full of incredulity. Could it have been destroyed? Tank a rifle, I've changed 3 lives. How can it be destroyed that easily? The commander gulped and reported. The chief wasn't destroyed. It was flipped over. All belly up. Bottom up kind of thing. Luan vigorously now feel either come in and report that this kid is crazy or he is crazy. The tanks are overturned. Do you think San is making a movie? Why don't you just flip my command over? The words were just in mid-sentence. Another commander ran in. Report, a message has come from the drill headquarters informing us that the drill is over. Luan Dali was clearly unconvinced. My troop pushed right up to his doorstep. On what grounds? Almost as soon as the words were spoken. Boo! There was a loud bang. The temporary command headquarters of the colored steel structure was instantly lifted off the ground. Several immensely sci-fi style iron lumps carried one corner of the command center by one person. Directly lifted his command in place. Something yelled out of his mouth during that time. Luan Dali. Alive! Luan vigorously felt her blood pressure rising in an instant. Brain buzzing. Is this a ING drill with aliens? Did the Northern Theater change to a demolition team or something? Inside the general headquarters at the exercise site, Li Dingbang and Lu Guodong looked at the Titan Power Armor's performance, which was called Envy. Lu was even more displeased. Old Yi, this good thing can't all go to your war zone. Wait a minute, these armors will be left directly for our military district. As soon as I heard that, Yi Weimin's brain instantly sweated. If you hitch a couple titans to it, the maneuver might as well not be won. Lu Guodong saw that the old buddy did not want to give, even played the emotional card. Old Yi, you are unaware of how bitter the environment is on the southwest borderline. Over 6,000 meters above sea level. The kits patrol more than 10 kilometers a day. That wind could have blown the rocks around. Like knives. Not to mention the hands. The kids' faces are cracked. Old Yi, wouldn't it hurt you if your kids were sent up? Hey! Yi Weimin shook his head inside. He naturally knew that Lu Guoliang's words were not adulterated. The southwest border is a really tough environment. Those San are not honest again. I've recently heard that they've also brought up the Yapor main battle tank. There is always the risk of a gun being rubbed in the air. There is indeed a greater need for such equipment with deployment flexibility. Take it away. Take it away. Yi Weimin said so with his mouth, but inside he was in immense pain. We clearly won. How to lose money instead? It was as if LV Guodong was afraid that Yi Weimin would back out. Directly in front of him, he called for a rack of big fat yahoos. It was a rush. Almost shipped the Northern Theater's power armor pilots on a plane with them. With the big fat girl ascending to heaven. Ren Zhenhua of the 5th Highland Garrison Regiment was immediately notified. There will be a shipment of new equipment delivered overnight. It made it necessary for him to greet it with the gesture of receiving a new daughter-in-law. Upon hearing such a high specification, the commanders under their hands immediately discussed it in a variety of ways. I'm guessing 99A. Do you know how much work it is to transport a 99A up to? I reckon it's an armored infantry vehicle. I think it hangs. Ren Zhenhua hurriedly comforted. You also have to understand the country. The altitude difference here is too great. It's really not easy to transport something up here. Unlike San across the street, who has a natural geographic advantage. It costs 100 times less to ship stuff up here than it does to us. Just as Ren Zhenhua was in the middle of his sentence, a scout came in on fire. Report! Those stupid bisons crossed the border again. These silly biddies say they sheep ran our way to get back. Ren Zhenhua was furious at his words. Asterisk 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 the grandsons. Don't say the sheep ran over. It's her daughter-in-law who ran over. As long as she's in our Dasha's territory, that's our Dasha's. Ha ha ha. Most of the soldiers were not very old. The conditions at the border post are tough and there is not much entertainment. The only fun was listening to their chief speak. It's both good and funny. Chapter 48. This computer has to be gnarly and fierce to play games. Dasha. Southwest border. The cold wind is howling. Several thousand meters above sea level. Oxygen is extremely thin. Even most wildlife has trouble surviving. In such extreme circumstances, plus a special geographic location,
Ren Genoa could only lead more than 30 garrison soldiers on foot to the location where San appeared. 3 hours later. Finally, I saw the dense silhouettes in the distance. There were 300 or 400 people, obviously premeditated, though outnumbered. Ren Genoa still picks up the pace, but the honor of our country is at stake. Never take half a step back. As we get closer, it took Ren Genoa a moment to see clearly. There are still 3 scouts on your side in front of this San. If they hadn't stopped them, these silly Biafrans would have crossed the border. It was just that the 3 scouts on his side had more or less traumatic injuries on them. Ren Genoa was instantly furious, veins popping up on his forehead. These dogs hit you guys? One of the lesser wounded scouts said. Chief, I'm fine. It's just that 6th son his leg seems to be broken. Ren Genoa fiercely glanced towards an assisted scout. Only his calves were bent out of shape. Bright red blood dripped down his pants leg onto the top of his foot. Again, he saw the bloodied club in the hands of the San across the street. Asterisk 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 that mother asterisk 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 her. San, I must beat the out of you today. Though the San on the other side were 10 times the number of their own side. But none of the warriors were afraid. If you dare to beat up our brothers, then I must return blood for blood. None of the soldiers on the borderline are cowards. Go them up, though millions of people will go. Instantly the atmosphere on both sides was tense, seeing that the big battle is about to start. San, who was outnumbered, suddenly wimped out. Hundreds of people recoiled in the face of 36 people. Before they could do anything, one of them ran back to his side in fear. Look at San, who was hiding across the boundary marker. Ren Genoa spat towards them. Stupid by thing, you guys got out of there fast. Go late and have your legs broken. The San commander, Sharman, became anxious when he saw the wimpy behavior of the warriors on his side. Hundreds of people were stopped by 30 or so and were bound to be disciplined when they returned. Bring up the Arjun tanks. When the time comes, our tanks will be parked at their borderline. I don't believe these Daxians can outfight a tank. 10 minutes later, the engine roared to life. 5 Arjun tanks came straight towards the Dacia border. Ren Genoa was shocked and furious after seeing the other side's tanks. Clearly this was a premeditated move by San. Today, he and himself brought out these 30 or so people, and they were bound to be in a bad way. But not an inch of the motherland's mountains and rivers can be conceded. If he takes a step back today, that's when Dacia loses. Ren Genoa stood directly in front of the tank, not moving a muscle, shouting to the interpreter. He said, Shao's son, call the command center for reinforcements. Li, tell them that I carried more seed than they did when I was 3 years old. Either get over me today or get the hell back. In the meantime, inside the camp of the 5th Regiment of the Plateau Garrison, hundreds of garrison soldiers rushed to the reinforcements with shovels and sticks. However, the terrain is impassable for motorized vehicles. The fighters had to travel light. Can't rush to the additions. Sun Baojian, the armament officer who stayed behind in the camp, looked at his faraway comrades with an anxious face. By the time they arrived it would be at least 3 hours later. This would be nice if there was a vehicle that ignored terrain. Boom! A few minutes later the engine roared. An armed convoy escorted the 2 heavy trucks outside the camp. It's huge and looks amazingly imposing. Scenes like this usually only occur during large military exercises. The soldiers who escorted the vehicle did not know anything except that the stuff was for Ren Genoa and the rest. It was only explained that the 8 large metal boxes could only be opened by Ren Genoa. The rest of you open it without authorization and take it seriously. 30 minutes later 8 large metal boxes with seals were unloaded in the schoolyard clearing. Sun Baojian, the armament officer who stayed behind in the camp, was suddenly wide-eyed. What's this outfit? So pushy. It was lifted straight up by helicopter. Though the mind was incredibly curious. But in the army military orders are ironclad. Now that the headmaster wasn't there, he didn't dare to open it privately. River City. Lin Tianyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up from the ground. Checked the material on several lines. It looks like it will last until noon. After washing up, he realized that his instant noodles had already been eaten up by Qin Shang. Where to buy it when all the people in this 10-mile radius of the village have been officially evacuated? Trying to find Qin Shang to ask, he found that the bastard was still sleeping. By the time he got up, it was time for lunch. Never mind. I'll just look in his office and see if there's any left. Turning to Qin Shang's office, Lin Tianyu was then attracted by the cyberpunk style of a supercomputer in front of him. Holy, an ergonomic space seat. 720 degrees surround holographic display. This is too sci-fi. A man's favorite thing besides steel would be a circuit board. Lin Tianyu's character would have a hard time resisting the temptation of such a computer. Immediately, he sat down on the space seat. Fingertips flicked across the console. The operator's desk gives an immediate response. Biometrics in. The target has been identified as Lin Tianyu, the general director of the production department. and the target has 15% of the system's operating privileges. This biometric information recognition took 0.000000001 milliseconds. Holy, awesome! Lin Tianyu exclaimed in shock. Instantly, I didn't feel so hungry either. First let me see what this computer is configured for. Information on this machine. Processor, 0.001 nm processor, 88 Bhz main frequency 188 Bhz, 1200 cores and 2400 threads, memory, 120 BB, storage space, 3 MB, image processor, 122 Bhz/120 BB. Lin Tianyu straightened up and called out to the good guys. Even if all the computers in Blue Star were shipped here, they wouldn't be as fierce as a single fan of this computer. Chen Shan really isn't buddy enough. I can't believe he didn't ask me to have a good time with such a powerful computer. With this configuration, playing chicken will never get stuck. Let me find out if there are any games on this operator. Soon Lin Tianyu found an icon on the panel that looked a lot like Titanfall. Is this Titanfall 3? Lin Tianyu tried to operate it. Sure enough, the UI interface is the same design as the first two. Just play through the first two. It's easy to get started. The only difference, this one comes up with 10 titans to choose from, except for 2 units shown to be on defense duty. The remaining 8 can be any number of units. Bull. The power armor look of this generation is so much more handsome than the previous two. The details are done more realistically too. Lin Tianyu casually operated the pointer to select one of the power armors. The terminal screen then immediately gives a prompt. Since you are not the highest privilege administrator, verify the password before you can operate the Titan remotely. Is this the plot of the game? Lin Tianyu's eyes were wise. Immediately clicked start check. Heroes don't ask for anything. Seeing the question, Lin Tianyu froze. Why is this game so mysterious? It couldn't be Chen Shan's own copycat game, could it? But this problem was too simple for Lin Tianyu. Drink without asking for degrees. Cables don't ask where they come from. I can give you 100 standard answers to that one. Chapter 49, a 100% real game is awesome. The password is correct. Rechecking biological information. Correct pedigree. Titan 004 startup access acquired. Ka. With a mechanical biting sound came. The surround screen image in front of Lin Tianyu immediately switched. The viewpoint immediately changed to a cockpit view. It's just that you can't see anything around you in the dark. Lin Tianyu guessed. It should now be inside an enclosed space. After all, you've played the 2 prequels. He quickly became proficient in the operation of the Titan power armor. Boo! The body made of super alloy blasted open the metal box with one punch. Instantly the scene outside the iron box was transmitted to the monitor in front of Lin Tianyu. The image in front of him almost shocked Lin Tianyu's eyeballs. Holy! This! The modeling, the graphics. This is too shocking. At this time, the picture in front of Lin Tianyu, whether it was the angle of light, or the details of the surrounding scenery, it's all exactly like the real world. This picture is as good as it gets. It's too much. Lin Tianyu was excited inside. I never thought I'd get to play a game with this much realism in my lifetime. The other side. Campground of the 5th Highland Garrison Regiment Camp. Sun Baozhen had just finished counting the 8 large iron boxes. A voice could be heard coming from inside one of the large iron crates. There's not going to be any rats in here, are there? Sun Baozhen immediately wanted to walk over to see what was going on. Boo! A loud bang came. The large iron box that had just rattled instantly fell apart. A humanoid metal armor that looked like a ferocious god strutted out from inside. The streamlined shape looks technologically advanced. The 20mm electromagnetic machine gun on the left arm, and the pulse weapon on the right arm look very cyberpunk that way. The long, thick folding howitzer on the back was an added deterrent. Just this firepower mixing scheme is something you can't even think of until you're in the late stages of underfire phobia. Boo! 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 As the power armor in front of him took a step, Sun Baozhen's entire body was bad. Why did this new weapon sent from above come out by itself? And the look, the texture, any way you look at it, it looks like power armor from a sci-fi movie. Facing the big guy in front of him who was nearly 3 meters tall, Sun Baozhen was scared though, but there was not much to care about. Now he had to find a way to stop the iron lump in front of him. Otherwise, what's he going to say when the chief comes back? And what if the big guy is allowed to charge through the camp in case he hurts someone? There's no way to tell for sure now if there's anyone inside this power armor. Sun Baozhen could only shout stiffly, "Stop it!" Click click. There was a metallic transmission sound. The tall power armor in front of him seemed to have noticed Sun Baozhen. Really stop. Straight ahead. He strides toward him. Boom! Boom! With the sound of heavy footsteps, Sun Baozhen secretly swallowed his saliva. Nervous. Whether this guy in front of me is a friend or foe is not yet known. Just when Sun Baozhen didn't know what to do, the overbearing power armor in front of him suddenly spoke.
May I ask what the mission is? Sun Baozhen had a puzzled look on his face. Mission? Incredible tension in the atmosphere. This inexplicable question caught Sun Baozhen off guard. And listen to the voices. Why did he feel as if the power armor wasn't too smart for Yako? Ka! Seeing Sun Baozhen's reaction, the power armor scratched that ally-cast head. Lin Tianyu, who was sitting in front of the supercomputing terminal, had a depressed look on his face. The modeling of this NPC is good, but it doesn't seem very intelligent. It won't trigger the quest at all. Forget it, I'll familiarize myself with the operation first and look for quests to do later. In front of the supercomputing terminal, Lin Tianyu flew and operated the power armor on the screen. Out of reverence for the Daxia soldiers, Lin Tianyu intended to find an unoccupied place to familiarize himself with the operation to avoid accidentally injuring NPCs. Even in the game, he didn't want to hurt these warriors who were defending their country. A few minutes later, Lin Tianyu arrived at an open field. After familiarizing yourself with the operation for a while, Lin Tianyu's expression became even more shocked. This game is more than just modeling scenes. Even the physical calculations are infinitely close to 100% real. Every grain of sand, every piece of soil is incredibly real. Isn't this the legendary 100% real game? Cool Spice. How much computing power would it take to support such an operation? Lin Tianyu thinks that at least the only computer in the world that can carry this game is Chun Shang. Warning! Hostile targets have been detected invading our territory. Warning! Hostile targets have been detected invading our territory. Warning! Hostile targets have been detected invading our territory. Just when Lin Tianyu was shocked at the details of this game, a warning appeared in red lettering on the terminal screen in front of you. Lin Tianyu's heart instantly surged. Finally a mission. He had long wanted to experience how good it would be to fight in such a real game. Skillfully open the mini-map in the game. Sure enough, I saw a bunch of densely packed red dots appear 10 kilometers to the south. There were also over 30 green units surrounded in the center. Looks like a friendly force in the game. The terrain in this area is extremely complex. Ordinary carriers can't move forward at all. But power armor is as good as it gets when faced with such terrain. The other side. Ranjenoa blocked San's tank with his flesh and blood. Intend to defend the borderline with your life. The A.S. Commander, Sharman, simply didn't believe that he wouldn't duck. Direct orders for the tanks to crash through. Thanks to the interpreter soldier on the sidelines who pulled Ranjenoa away at the last minute. Otherwise Ranjenoa would have been crushed under a tank by now. Look at the tanks in front of you as San crosses the border. Ranjenoa's eyes were red. Yelled at the interpreter soldier beside him. Who told you to pull the old man? Now you tell him to hurry up and get rid of the tanks that crossed the border. 1 second late and I'll him up. The interpreter soldier translated Ranjenoa's words as they were. San on the other side of the room was not amused. The corners of Sharman's mouth even rose in a disdainful sneer. Our tanks even crossed the border. What can you do? Smash it up for me if you can? Couldn't understand what he was saying though, but Ranjenoa knew he certainly wasn't holding his farts. Not waiting for the interpreter soldier to finish his translation, Ranjenoa backhanded Sharman in the face. Pop! The left side of Sharman's face was instantly marked with a large red palm print. What can it be? Well, trespassed on my territory. Beat up my men. Got a few tanks here and I'm afraid of you? If you don't get this off my property, do you believe I'm going to shove it up your colon? Sharman's entire body was dazed from the slap. The slap barely missed his face. Ears perked up. They outnumbered each other 10-1. There were also several tanks pressed into service. How dare the other side make the first move? He didn't believe that the hundreds of people on his side plus several tanks couldn't defeat the other side's 30-odd people. Chapter 50, smashing San's watermelon with his bare hands. A kilometer away. A small hill. Lin Tianyu finally saw the huge group of NPCs in front of him. What just happened? All of them were clearly seen by Lin Tianyu through the Titan's battlefield acquisition system. Seeing the NPCs in your camp is a powerful thing. Lin Tianyu hurriedly called out. Well played. Silly Bai San just deserves a good beating. At the same time, he was even more convinced that this game was definitely Qin Shang's own cottage version. I didn't realize that even the world setting of this game was restored to Lansing reality. But the immediate situation should have triggered the overdrive animation. This game will absolutely sell out if it applies for a version number. Just the character details of this NPC. The rendition is not dull at all. It makes my blood boil to watch this young man. Seeing the game in front of the two sides of the NPC sword tensions, Daxia's side of the camp was about to suffer a loss. Lin Tianyu was instantly anxious. Hearts that had long been swinging were instantly agitated. This was a situation where he had to step in and help teach San a lesson. Punch! Punch! Go! Ali gives. Watch this young man sanction these Sabi-san. The other side. Sharman takes a slap on the wrist and completely breaks guard. In their heavenly kingdom, only the high caste lords would dare to beat him like that.
Now his whole being was aggravated. This isn't what I expected when I arrived either. Unexpectedly, instead of surrendering, the opposite Dacia people actually dared to counterattack. He might have actually wimped out if he didn't have a tank to hold him down. Good thing they have tanks though, and their rear has been egged on by Eagle Sauce at this point. A mechanized Marine brigade has been secretly stationed nearby. Backup is always available. Battle strength is not as good as Dacia's and Eagle Jam's heavily armored synthetic brigades though, but also equipped with Apache helicopter gunships, so this time they are foolproof. Sharman calmed his mind, also commanded his soldiers to start charging. He wanted the people of Dacia to understand. They, San, are the great powers of the universe. Seeing that the big battle is about to start, Rengenua looked back at the brethren behind him. Reinforcements are still on the way, but San has crossed the border and cannot be left alone. A flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes. He's a good chief himself, but definitely not a good big brother. Not taking care of my brothers. Rengenua turned around and yelled. Brothers? These sons of ES are relying on the fact that they're outnumbered. How dare you blatantly cross the border? Now we're going to them up. Are you afraid? The 30 or so garrison soldiers behind him shouted in unison. No fear. Asterisk 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 them? An inch of mountain. An inch of blood. The loud shout shook the heart of the San across the street. But it's good to be outnumbered. Just as Sharman was about to command his soldiers to charge and then hide himself, only to hear boom, came a loud bang. It was as deafening as a bolt from the blue. The ground in front of him instantly crumbled away. Dust and debris were flying. A huge figure descended from the sky. Nearly 3 meters tall humanoid armor. It was like a steel beast. Exudes a chilling aura. Sharman saw the power armor in front of him and instantly fell to his knees as his legs gave out. An endless stream of piss swept through the room. At the same time present both the San and Dacia garrison soldiers. All of them were shocked beyond words. Aliens have invaded Blue Star? This is ING power armor? I must be hallucinating from altitude sickness. It's horrible. At that moment the power armor's one eye that glowed crimson just gazed at Sharman. Mighty and incomparable aura. As if the king of Kirigala Ming in the Tianzhu mythological story. Sharman was stared down. Salman gulped. There was fear in his eyes. Instead, the steel behemoth in front of him raised its cold alloy arm. Boo! A big, sonic boom beating slap towards Sharman's face. Pop! The next second came the sound of a watermelon crushing. It looks like this guy won't be able to eat with his mouth from now on. Yes! Lin Tianyu in front of the supercomputing terminal screen straightened up. The game is good for that. Do everything without thinking about the consequences. Southwest Borderlands. Everyone was stunned to see Sharman get his head blown off with a slap. A Dacia garrison soldier asked Rengenua. What about the leader? Rengenua whispered. Try to protect yourself and don't mess with this iron lump. On San's side, after a brief moment of panic, all the soldiers hid behind the tanks. It's a good thing that the usually unreliable Arjun tanks didn't drop the ball when it mattered. Soon a tank's turret rotated, gun barrel panning. The cannon was aimed at Lin Tianyu's power armor. Lin Tianyu stared intently at the screen. Sweaty palms. He can hide, but the NPCs in your camp behind you can't hide. It's not like the game itself will actually die anyway. Boo! The fire crumbled. With a loud bang, a 120mm caliber shell rushed towards Lin Tianyu at an initial speed of 300 meters per second. The speed of it. The distance of 1,000 meters is instantaneous. So close. As long as the shells are in front of the Titan armor in time, the exploding debris would also cause irreversible damage to the Dacia garrison soldiers behind them. Lin Tianyu wanted to do something, but the speed is simply not something the human eye can react to. You can only listen to the sky at such a close range. Lin Tianyu couldn't react. Doesn't mean the Titans can't react. A shell with an initial velocity of 300 meters per second. Under the Titan's 12,000 chased per second camera. Not much faster than a turtle. Boo! Moment of crisis. The Titan power armor's intelligent assist system caught the incoming projectile at breakneck speed with one hand. Lin Tianyu only felt the screen shake. An extra rolling shell came out of the power armor's hand. Ha ha ha, I'm strong, I'm strongest. Even if life and death were to be looked down upon, you can't with me. Take advantage of the fact that the delayed fuses on the shells are not triggered. Lin Tianyu immediately created a power armor in a big dunk position. A handful of shells slammed into an Arjun tank, with the Titan leaping high into the air. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Lin Tianyu admired the picture in the monitor with a mesmerized face. I'm so handsome. The kind that wakes you up dreaming of being handsome. To be able to play an operation like that, you can totally go pro. As the power armor slammed the shell in its hand into the Arjun tank turret, the heart of the shell impacted instantly on the tank's hull. Boom! A loud bang came. Powerful metal jets instantly poured from the roof into the tank's interior. Several crew members managed to get into the rotation. After the smoke cleared, the power armor stood intact on top of the scrap tank, not forgetting to strike a serious pose for the crowd. I hope they reincarnate in their next life as a high caste. Chapter 51. This kind of game is still the most enjoyable to fight. This series of savage maneuvers by the power armor instantly dumbfounded both parties present. The rest of the 4 Arjun tank crew members even wet the cockpit. The San infantry behind them were even worse. All of them had already been spread out on the ground like mud. Not a single one can stand up. As for the side of the Dacia garrison soldiers, they were even more confused. No, did this alien just speak Dacia? I think I heard it too. And it didn't seem very smart. So is our Dacia language really the official language of the galaxy? Even if it is, aliens can't talk smelling like pod stubble. Just as the crowd was wondering, Lin Tianyu remotely maneuvered the Titan armor to rush towards the remaining tanks. The crew inside the tank was still trying to shoot at the power armor, only to find that the turret rotation could not keep up with the speed of the power armor's movement. The Titan's seemingly awkward body is actually extremely flexible. Otherwise it would have been impossible to catch the shell with his bare hands. With the mobility of the Titan's power armor, it was impossible to aim at such a close distance. The tank couldn't hit Lin Tianyu, but Lin Tianyu wasn't the least bit spoiled by these San. Lin Tianyu operated the keyboard at a rapid pace. The Titan power armor on the monitor screen leapt forward and immediately jumped onto another tank. The hands were slightly harder. The entire turret was instantly broken off by the power armor. Now all it takes is a quick glance down to see a few crew members inside the tank. Lin Tianyu looked at the despairing members of the team in front of him and said, "I blanch. It's so conscientious. This game even does such a fine job with the drivers in the tanks. That horrified little expression. And those desperate little eyes. This game is full of detail pulling. It's so well done." Lin Tianyu decided to do an experiment. He wondered if the monsters in this game had implemented pain codes. The officers and soldiers of the Dacia garrison in the distance gulped at the sight of the Titan's incomparable brutality. This is too violent. The behavior of this armor in front of me, even they, the hot-blooded real men, were horrified at the sight of it. This one doesn't have a penchant for sadism, does it? Does this guy speak the same language as us or not? He's saying all these syllables correctly, but together I can't understand them? I think it's a language similar to ours, probably meant as a final taunt to the enemy before he dies. Murder kills. It's atrocious. After Lin Tianyu marveled, he sent away a few small monsters in the chariot at his feet and turned his head to jump onto another tank. After the test he just did, the NPCs in this game are implemented with pain codes, though he didn't know how the programmers did it, but he only felt awesome. By this time the last 2 remaining tanks of the San had also lost their will to fight. The murderous god in front of him was just too cruel. They'd been scared out of their wits by the Titans a long time ago. Now all I want to do is escape the fixation in front of me. However, the 2 tanks had just run out less than 50 meters when they dropped their chains in unison. The crew cursed in exasperation. I said this Thai tank usually lies down when it drives less than 2 miles, but today it hasn't broken down for so long. So it's waiting here. The consequences of a tank failure at this juncture can be imagined. In a few minutes all 5 tanks were reduced to parts. As for the crew members, odds are that parts are no longer to be found. Lin Tianyu, on the other hand, was controlling the power armor holding the barrel of a 120mm tank gun as a weapon, chasing the fleeing San across the street. Anyone he catches is sent flying with a cannon tube. Hit it and go after the next one. The scene was extremely brutal. Ren Genoa was also confused as he looked at the scene in front of him. Obviously, the contraption that came out of a sci-fi movie in front of us is only for San. But this time go back to how his report is written. Is it possible that during the writing of the standoff, a not-so-bright-brained alien suddenly appeared and wiped out all of San? Needless to say, others don't believe it. He doesn't believe it himself. Just as Ren Genoa was in a daze. In the distance, the Titan gave up chasing the few remaining San. Straight away, he flashed to handle a barrel with 2 rails. It's too spread out to just switch to shelling. With the electromagnetic machine cannon in the power armor's hand briefly storing up energy, the metallic projectile with a caliber of 20mm was instantly accelerated to 4 times the speed of sound. Whoosh! 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 The rain of bullets instantly tore apart the scattered targets. Settle everyone present. Lin Tianyu shouted up to the sky. Woohoo! It's fun! This scene is not to mention the shell-shocked San. The mansion garrison soldiers watching from behind them winced. This is too brutal. Why do you think he didn't kill us? I think it's intended to be kept for old-timers to ask for directions. Then we must lead him toward the San territory later. At this time, Lin Tianyu maneuvered his power armor and came to Ren Genoa with great strides. Ren Genoa was also nervous at the moment. This will probably be the first time mankind makes contact with an extraterrestrial civilization. Just as Ren Genoa was debating how to greet the other party, that sci-fi incomparably shaped power armor actually came straight in front of him. It then stretched out its large bushy alloy hand towards him.
The male electronic voice heard earlier then resonated within the armor once again. Mission accomplished. Where's the reward? Rangenua was really confused this time. Award. Rewards? What reward? Rangenua turned his head to the accompanying interpreter soldier. The interpreter soldier's brain instantly sweated. It's out of my league. Lin Tianyu looked at the 30 or so uniformed NPCs in front of him with a depressed face. These NPCs just stared straight at themselves and didn't say anything. Obviously not the kind of intelligent NPC that can interact. Seeing the NPC in front of him ignoring himself, Lin Tianyu didn't dwell on it either. It looks like the game's plot system hasn't been perfected yet. No reward, forget it. I'm off to explore the map. This kind of game is still the best for combat. I'm not getting out of the game until I hit at least the next archive. Lin Tianyu opened the minimap, found an enemy military base not far ahead, just in time for him to make a big splash. Boom, boom, boom. As the power armor strides away, the 30 or so Daxia garrison soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. By this time they had realized that the clothes they were wearing were wet with sweat. That guy was just brutal. Luckily it didn't get to them. Rangenua also came back to his senses. He immediately returned to the camp and contacted General Headquarters. Report the alien attack on San at the border, the northern border of Tianjin. Inside a temporary military base, General Ajay glanced at the clock. Looking smug, he said, "How's it going with Commander Sharman?" The staff officer on the side hastily agreed. "Those Daxia people must have all been frightened by our Tianjin warriors." Ha ha, General Ajay laughed aloud. "Get some reporters who can blow awesome right now. Prepare to report today's events back home." Chapter 52. The staff officer smiled knowingly at Ajay. "Bring several reporters to the conference room." "Don't worry, General. Each one of these reporters is good at blowing awesome. All of them have a history of fighting. Bull ***** chips are all they blow. So whether we win or lose this operation, it definitely looks good on paper at the end of the day." Ajay nodded and instructed his commander. "All of you, get your spirits up, and make sure you get it right this time. Eagle Sauce has promised us that this time, we just need to piss Daxia off and draw Daxia's attention to the southwest. Just transfer the manufacturing technology and production line of the new armed helicopters to us for 100 billion Eagle dollars. The direct transfer of a new type of equipment that has just been developed is unprecedented." Several staff officers wanted to speak. The last young reporter asked suspiciously, "General, I've heard that Eagle Jam's new helicopter gunships were slapped in the face by Daxia's new helicopter gunships, and that mass production is lagging behind. Originally, Laodang was going to give it a direct throw into the ditch, and then Congress intended to find a stupid by sold back some blood, so finally did not throw the ditch." Ajay put down his teacup with a thud. "Young people don't know anything, so don't stop there. Eagle Jam's fighters have always been the most advanced in all of Blue Star. All the weapons in Daxia are fake news and not to be trusted." The young reporter was visibly unconvinced. "And have you ever wondered why Eagle Jam would sell us the production line for such an advanced weapon?" Ajay glared at the young staff officer. "Why? It's not because we have that power. Even our spies have poked around and learned that the Eagle Jam Congress has recently shown interest in selling us the aircraft carrier Hooker. Watch what you say in the future and don't ruin our relationship with Eagle Jam, or the headline of your paper tomorrow will be the story of your accidental death." The other side. After Lin Tianyu came to the Asan realm, the natural geography was found to be completely different from the Daxia side. Much flatter, not to mention, even the elevation drop isn't that big anymore. This allowed Lin Tianyu to drive the power armor at a speed of 200 km per hour directly. Soon a temporary military base appeared in front of Lin Tianyu. Sure enough, it's Sango's base, and the modeling is all 3 miles and 3 airs. Looking at the rows of neatly parked tanks in the base, armed helicopters lined up on the tarmac, Lin Tianyu's desire for destruction instantly exploded. Straight away, he piloted the power armor headlong towards San's military base. The lance remains, Ali gives, though millions of people will go. When people play games, they do things that they want to do in reality but can't. Lin Tianyu usually likes to wreak havoc when he plays single-player games. Boo! With the walls of the San military base blown down, instant smoke and dust, brick splatter. A piercing siren sounded inside the base. After the San got a good look at the guys rushing in, he was so shocked that his eyeballs bulged. Sunken temples. The eyes were full of disbelief. How does this look feel so similar to Iron Man in the Eagle Jam movie? What is this thing? And why does it look so much like some kind of Eagle Jam sci-fi movie with man? Oh my god, aliens hit? I surrender. Can we not kill the prisoners? Inside the command room, Ajay is wondering what's going on outside. A soldier came rushing in on fire. General Ajay. It's bad. It's coming. Ajay hastened to ask, is it the garrison soldiers from the building that are fighting? General. It's the aliens calling. Ajay angrily scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? There are no SUVs in this world. A staff officer hastily corrected. General. That's called a CPU. Another staff officer corrected. Nope. Clearly ICU. A J takes a big swing. Whatever you. There is no XO in this world. Drag this rumor monger out and shoot him. The soldier who reported the incident has just been pulled out. There was a sudden, deafening thud just outside the command post. Hon. The loud noise shook the ceiling of the command center. Before the people in the command center could figure out what was happening. Wow. The roof of the command headquarters was lifted by the barrel of a 155 howitzer. The barrel of the cannon sliced straight through Ajay's head. The airflow that was driven instantly lifted the hat on top of his head, revealing his oily brain. Immediately after that, a 3-meter-tall humanoid armor smashed through the wall and entered the conference room. A 155mm towed howitzer was also carried on his shoulder. Instantly, the SAN commanders in the conference room had their brains short-circuited. Wisps of steam come out of the top of your head. Apparently the lowly CPU in their brain has dry-fired. Jesus, what the hell is this? At least it's not local. The alloy cast head swept over the crowd in the conference room afterward. The humanoid armor aimed the 155's cannon directly at Ajay. Athletes. You have been surrounded by me. Now please give up your treatment immediately. Surrender your guns and don't kill. Or I'll give you a shot with the big guy I'm holding. An electronic tone was heard from the power armor. Ajay's entire body was confused. This sci-fi power armor actually speaks Daxia? This is literally worse than aliens invading Blue Star. As a general stationed on the frontier, he more or less knew some Daxia, especially the phrase surrender your guns and don't kill, which any country that has ever fought a rabbit can understand. So here's the question. How is he going to pay up without a gun now? Daxia. River City. Lin Tianyu, who was sitting in front of the supercomputing terminal, suddenly heard the sound of the door opening from the gate outside his office. The only ones who could freely enter and exit this place, besides him and Chen Shang, were the two girls, Yi and Li Qingxue. Is this them coming over to put the food on the table? Lin Tianyu touched his parched belly. A little hungry indeed. Put down the keyboard and mouse decisively. Let's eat first and come back to the game later. In the meantime, inside the command room of the SAN military base, 5 minutes passed. The power armor in front of him never made another move. A bunch of commanders and journalists just got 155 pointed at them. Not a breath of air. At that moment the body in front of him once again sounded an icy electronic tone. It just didn't sound like the one before. The one before that sounded silly. This one is kind of like a real AI. There was not a trace of emotion in the words. Detecting that the operator has not made any effective operation for a long time, the autonomous combat system starts to take over the operation authority. Permission granted. Detection of an organic target in front of you may reveal the forces to which this machine belongs. Determines that the best course of action is to eliminate all targets in front of us. Kata. The power armor skillfully loaded the 155 howitzer in his hand, then pulled the fire-pulling rope. Ajay's face showed despair. I didn't say anything either. How did this fall apart? I beg you. No. The conference room wailed. Then a loud boom followed. Boom. The record for the shortest 155 shot other than a blowout in human history was born. A few seconds later, a humanoid armor emitting a cold metallic light emerged from the smoke. Checking the coordinates of this machine is in the danger zone. This machine will be in autonomous combat mode. Chapter 53, Blackmail Old Immortal MO. A few minutes later, the entire base was completely disassembled into parts. It was different from Lin Tianyu's silly by operation. Every action of the Titan autonomous combat system is optimized. There was no extra movement in the slightest. After resolving all the targets in front of you, the Titan power armor was once again calm, standing like a stylized sci-fi model in the middle of the ruins. Missile Silo X-3 to the southeast is a high threat to our homeland. This aircraft is requesting to destroy the target. Administrators are requested to give instructions in 180 seconds, after which the machine will start the annihilation mission. The power armor standing still suddenly lit up its scarlet one eye once again. Mod's emotive electronic voice sounded again. Countdown has ended. No valid commands detected. Annihilation mode activated. Special note, the body caused by any consequences of the seller will not be responsible for. Tianju, Sigourney, the capital. The speaker's residence, Mo Lao Xian, who was taking a nap, was picked up from his bed by his secretary. Mr. Speaker General is not well. Our new base at the border is gone. Mo Lao Xian looked sleepily at his assistant. What does gone mean? How can hundreds of tanks and a dozen helicopters be gone? The secretary nodded. Yes, Mr. Chief Speaker. According to the survivors, it was a 3-meter-tall sci-fi shaped humanoid armor that did it. That thing is old and fierce. Supposedly carried a 155 and a cannon to General Ajay.
2 other missile bases were also hit within an hour. 2 of the 3 silos at one of the missile bases have been hollowed out. Witnesses say it was like pulling out a bird's egg. A handful of missiles yanked out. Mo Laoxian asked suspiciously. 2 missile bases suffer within an hour? Each of our missile bases is at least several hundred kilometers apart. How is it possible to attack 2 in 1 hour? And why were only 2 of the 3 silo bases emptied and why not the remaining one? As soon as he heard old immortal Mo ask about this, the secretary came energized as well. Mr. Speaker General, to say nothing of this assailant chute, 2 of the 3 launch wells were hollowed out, and the remaining one was hacked right out of him. Without waiting for the count of 321, the missile was launched directly toward our other long-range missile base. To say that this technology of others is also advanced, we can't even find where this missile is after launching it. People can hit the target directly after firing. The secretary even carefully handed Mo Laoxian a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills after he finished speaking. Old immortal Mo took the medicine bottle and ate a few pills. Who on earth is this bold enough to mess with our great white elephant? The secretary pushed up her glasses. Isn't it obvious? The 3 bases that were attacked were next to Dacia. Who else could have done it? You can't believe me when I say Sherpas and Baba Goats did it. 1 left and 1 right, only Dacia has this power. Didn't you say before, Mr. Chief Speaker, that if Dacia dares to fire at us, we'll declare war on Dacia in full? As soon as he heard that war had been declared on Dacia, Mo Laoxian was immediately in much better spirits. Indiscretion. When did I ever say such a thing? You can't comment until the matter is cleared up. You now immediately apply for me to speak with the Dacia defense minister. Hold on. Send fighters to intercept the attacker first. Make sure he stays. Without proof this call was for nothing. Eagle Sauce. White House. Old Den, who was sleeping, was also lifted up by a handful of crazy female assistants. Mr. Chancellor, the Great White Elephant border has been attacked. 1 military base and 2 missile bases destroyed. The identity of the attacker is not yet clear. Old Den was stuck for 2 minutes before finally coming online. Directly to the assistant, he explained. Remember, don't answer old immortal Mo's calls these days. Just tell him I'm sleeping whenever he comes looking for me. At the same time, immediately notify the Minister of Defense to blackball the A.S. military through and through. The female assistant hurriedly replied. Mr. Chancellor, you don't have to worry about the defense minister's side. He's still hospitalized in Dacia right now. I heard that what happened last time was a big blow to him, so I guess he doesn't have the face to come back. He doesn't have the face to come back and work anymore. Tianju. Inside a long-range missile base in the north, a humanoid power armor stood amidst the rubble. We've detected a 30% energy deficit. This mission is over. This machine is ready to return to its starting position. After the electronic sound, the power armor dropped the barrel of the gun that was temporarily acting as a weapon and turned away. Just then, the warning red light on the chest of the power armor suddenly flashed. Warning! Air unit detected. Targeting S-30 MKI 4th generation fighters 2 sorties. This aircraft is not equipped with anti-aircraft weapons. Please take care to avoid them. Titan immediately looked up at the sky. 2 S-30 MKIs in the air came in at breakneck speed. The pilot in the cockpit glanced at the green radar on the screen. Widow 1 to HQ. No target detected. Request ground crew infrared guidance. Answer from headquarters soon. Ground combatants are unable to approach. Please lower your altitude and aim your own attack. The wingman pilot. Widow 2. Cursed. Damn. These useless cowards. A 3-meter-tall humanoid target you're asking me to find with my naked eye? But military orders are like mountains. The 2 could only lower their altitude and search for their target, even if they were reluctant to do so. Soon the 2 fighters dropped their altitude to within 1,000 meters. Look at the green radar in front of you. Widow 2 complained again. I don't know what they were thinking up there, sending 2 state-of-the-art fighters to attack a single target. This is like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Widow 1 said in a hurry. Stop complaining. Hurry up and finish the mission. I want to return home quickly today. Just after the ground crew finished maintaining my airplane, I saw he had 2 screws left. I asked him where the screws were. Turns out he told me he would have pressed it on me if he knew and there wouldn't have been any left. Widow 2 soothed. Don't worry, brother. If anything happens to you, he'll be disciplined. 5 minutes later, the pilots of the 2 S-30 MKIs finally saw the Titans on the ground, who were withdrawing. It's being evacuated from south to north. Rise a ground of smoke. When they saw the cool look of the Titan pulling the strings, nearly fell out of the sky in shock. If face value is justice, then all of the enemies of this power armor are all evil, putting aside the racy styling to speak of. This power armor doesn't look like it's one to be messed with. Now they finally have some understanding. Why are those ground combatants afraid to face this guy anymore? Widow 1 was the first to react. It's just a ground armor anyway. Even if they are powerful, they can only be helpless in the face of a fighter jet.
Widow 2 cover my fire. However, right after he set his alignment on the Titan, immediately unimpressed. Damn it, it's not showing up on radar.
And there's no matching data for image matching guidance.
How does this attack him?
Widow 2 also reacted. Even picture match guidance requires a full angle picture of the target to be posted.
However, with this ground armor in front of him,
there was no information at all within the guidance database.
Is it like the old days when the machine guns were arching over the ground?
Please rest assured, Posey, that this book will never have a storyline in which advanced equipment is captured by a foreign army.
Chapter 54 Collective Strike.
At this point, the power armor on the ground was still evacuating itself to the north, ignoring the two fighters behind him. It didn't help that the heartless operator didn't have a single round of ammo left for it. It can't jump thousands of meters into the air to fight fighters.
Now just get across the border before the energy runs out.
The two S-30 MKI circled the air twice before realizing that they still couldn't lock onto the Titan on the ground.
Widow 1 looked depressed. Now he could clearly see the power armor on the ground. But all the onboard aids couldn't help him with the attack.
Only the most primitive methods can be used now.
Drop altitude again. Prepare for swooping attitude. Then lick the ground with the machine gun. Widow 2 grumbled. This will be the first time in the history of mankind, other than games and movie productions,
that a quad has used its guns to attack a ground target.
The Widow 1 already had its nose pointed at the Titan, ready to dive at a moment's notice. Number 2, stop complaining. Cover me to finish the attack. Account for the tactics. Widow 1 gestured to her wingman. Immediately thereafter,
the flight speed was reduced and the nose was turned down.
Slip the Titan power armor into alignment. Suddenly, chug.
The 30mm single-barrel aerial gun immediately sprayed a chain of orange-colored rounds.
With a rate of fire of 1,500 rounds per minute, dozens of aerial rounds were instantly fired, even with just a brief pull of the trigger.
The aerial bombs landed and hit the power armor in a shower of sparks.
It makes a clanking sound,
all the while splattering a cloud of smoke and dust. The Widow 1 that had finished firing its machine guns didn't even have time to do a damage assessment, push the throttle stick straight to the floor and start climbing in altitude. But he was sure the target would have been shot to hell by now. With the power of a 30 by 165mm aerial bomb, even active main battle tanks can't carry it, not to mention a light armor. A powerful jet of metal would instantly run it through. By now that armor is likely in pieces.
However, before Widow 1 could be happy for too long, the fighter suddenly shook violently.
Warning lights in the cockpit of the fighter immediately flashed.
Warning of left engine failure.
The loss of power from one engine in a dive caused the airframe to be unable to immediately complete its climb. It wasn't until the aircraft was nearly 100 meters above ground level that the engine finally ignited successfully again.
Stabilize your form and climb upwards again. Widow 1 let out a long breath.
The screws that lackadaisical groundskeeper underinstalled are definitely on top of the engine.
If I hadn't been so clinical just now, I'd be cold straight away. Widow 2, did I just operate handsomely? At this point, however, Widow 2 had no time to answer the long plane's ramblings, simply because the scene in front of me was so shocking.
Just at the moment when Widow 1 swept past the sniper point at high speed, a huge figure instantly leapt up from the smoke,
like a tiger, straight at the fighter piloted by Widow 1. It all happened in a flash of lightning. Widow 2 was too late to even warn.
The Titan power armor has punched the Widow 1 in the nose. The massive impact instantly shattered the plane's radome along with the cockpit.
Widow 1 didn't even have a chance to eject and escape, and his wife became a widow.
In the meantime, the Titan was riding directly on the runaway fighter. Both hands ripped the fighter's cannons off in one direct motion.
Aim for the Widow 2 in the air.
It was as majestic as a medieval dragon knight.
Widow 2's pupils instantly contracted. Hastily, he pushed the throttle lever to the bottom to pull up in altitude, trying to dodge shots with maneuvers. But at this time, the autonomous combat system carried by the Titan had already instantly completed the calculation of the point of impact, and the trajectory of the Widow 2's actions. Suddenly, chug! Instantly the 30 by 165mm aerial bomb penetrated the cockpit glass of the S-30 MKI fighter with precision after traveling a distance of 2 kilometers. Widow 2 was instantly immobilized against the seat by the powerful wind pressure. Couldn't even try to pull the ejection seat. The fighter plane also plunged headlong downward after losing the pilot's maneuvering. Boom! 2 loud bangs in quick succession. The 2 fighters crashed to the ground one after the other. 2 seconds later, the power armor stood up straight and stepped out of the fire with the machine gun in his hand. It's like a god of fire, standing proud. The whole process took only a few seconds. 2 S-30 MKI fighters with a military sale price of 70 million eagles were completely scrapped. The only thing left to utilize was the machine gun in the Titan's hand and the remaining dozens of rounds of aerial ammunition. At this time, deep into the enemy's hinterland, continuous fighting Titan finally energy emergency. The chest lights up with a red indicator. Warning, Less than 10% energy remaining. Extreme danger detected. To ensure that this machine will not fall into the hands of other camps, this machine will immediately wake up other machines to reinforce it. Daxia. Southwest border. Garrison command post. Ren Genoa finally rushed back to the camp, after settling the wounded.
Sun Baogun from the armament department then ran over.
Somewhat sheepishly, he reported. Reporting to the regimental commander. The theater general command sent us a batch of new equipment after you left. It says you must open it yourself. But you may not believe me when I tell you what happened back there. The theater headquarters was supposed to send over 8 of them, but they ended up running one off on their own.
Ren Genoa looked at Sun Bao with a puzzled expression.
Is it okay to run away from one?
This was something he would have kicked him hard for normally.
But after all, he'd seen more outrageous things today. Aliens can withstand. Newly issued gear running away on its own is nothing new in reverse. He was curious, however, what it would look like to be able to escape and throw equipment on his own. Go, show me.
Soon Sun Baogen rushed to the schoolyard with Ren Genoa. At this time there were also 7 large iron boxes with seals on them in the middle of the schoolyard. Looking at the style, it kind of looks like an upright container. There was another destroyed iron box in the middle of 7 neatly yards of iron boxes. There were also several very large footprints nearby,
and tracks running over them.
Sun Bao he immediately described it in colorful detail.
Not 5 minutes after the delivery of these 8 iron boxes, a sound came from inside one of them. As soon as I got close enough to get inside, I stepped out of a humanoid power armor like in a sci-fi movie, about 3 meters tall. It also asked me if I had a mission, and I was too nervous to talk, and then that power armor ran off on its own.
Ren Genoa's eyes jumped when he heard Sun Baogen's description.
3 meters. Power armor. Ask if there's a mission. Why does this feel so familiar? Think of the bloody scene on the borderline at this point. Ren Genoa then secretly said it was bad. Weapons deliveries have been completed.
I don't think I'm going to get credit for this.
Do I? It's a big no-no to go against military orders and start a conflict. Also think of the direction that armor last left. Ren Genoa's brain was sweating straight up. Might as well be the starting gun for S3 myself. Open the other boxes for me right now.
Ren Genoa ordered Sun Baogen at this point,
holding on to his last shred of luck.
Sun Baogen immediately greeted a few soldiers and came over. Yet not before these soldiers came closer. The 7 large iron crates in front of them all of a sudden emitted a violent shaking.
Boo! Almost at the same time.
The 7 large iron boxes instantly fell apart.
Quarterbacking.
7 units of power armor that looked like gods of war stood on the field.
Chapter 55. Don't eat the Sans old man's food when you land.
Schoolyard. The 7 power armors loomed large.
It exuded a chillingly majestic aura. The hard, impenetrable shell gives the impression of being indestructible. The sunlight poured down on the surface of the armor, glistening with a cold, metallic light. The majestic momentum went straight to the clouds.
The tall and powerful shape instantly shocked all the garrison soldiers present.
The scene in front of me was too shocking. It leads to a moment of disbelief even when the facts are right in front of you. Mom, yeah. This is new gear for us? Just pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Must be the altitude sickness making me hallucinate? So it's also true what the West says about us abusing aliens on the moon to force technology?
No one in the room could accept such a powerful visual impact and psychological impact. The shock that these 7 power armors gave them was nothing less than the appearance of a few J-20s in a military parade during the early years of the founding of the nation.
The feeling in everyone's mind at this point was like a bitter poor boy.
One day his parents found him and said to him,
"Son of A, our family is actually worth $100 billion.
I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you'd get too puffed up.
Now Mom and Dad have a showdown with you. We're the great powers. We're not pretending." Compared to these soldiers in the armament department,
the ones who were even more shocked at this time were Ren Genoa and the soldiers who had just returned from a mission with him. Just now there was one of these that demolished 5 of San's tanks,
and a couple hundred men, right in front of them.
That scene of catching a cannonball with his bare hands,
dogs wouldn't believe it if I told them.
But now they are being told that this thing is the equipment of their troops.
Instead, there are 7 identical ones sitting on the schoolyard in their own home.
This is just off the charts. No wonder that guy's mouth kept soaring with a Daxia language they couldn't quite understand. Turns out it's from his own comrade in arms.
Before Ren Genoa and the others could react from their shock,
the scarlet one eyes of the 7 power armors lit up in unison.
7 cold electronic tones sounded almost simultaneously.
Message from Body 004 has been detected.
All aircraft ready for rescue. Due to the advanced technology of this airframe, rescue missions have been given the highest priority to avoid technology leakage. Fuselage 001 ready. Fuselage 002 ready. Boom! There was a loud engine roar. 7 power armors on fire. The foot tracks instantly to the ground at the Achilles tendon.
In a few moments 7 power armors broke 103 seconds in place.
Skimming over the crowd that was gawking,
He sped south, leaving only a trail of smoke. Ren Zhenhua immediately reacted. These 7 big guys are ready to give him points for going up. Now he just hoped it wouldn't go too far. After all, he hadn't received any orders to attack. At that moment a communications officer trotted over. Chief, the Southwest Theater General Command called. 3 military bases in the northern part of the A.S. have been devastated. 2 S-30 MKIs shot down. The attribution of the attacker is unclear at this time, so let's be careful and vigilant. Ren Zhenhua suddenly winced. He seemed to have guessed the identity of his assailant. It's just that the record does seem a bit outrageous. That's a lot of damage for one piece of power armor. Now 7 more have passed. Now if he doesn't get it right, he can lay an MVP out for the entire S3 season. It's just that this MVP is really hot. The only remedy now is also to report the real situation upwards. A few minutes later, Southwest Theater General Command. Lu Guolian looked depressed, picked up the phone and called Yi Wei-min directly. He never dreamed that the equipment he was just about to get his hands on today would turn around and cause him so much trouble. The only thing that can stop a few power armors now is the maker of this armor. At the same time the entire Southern Theater of Operations began to stand by with all troops on 24-hour readiness. All fighters are fully refueled 80% to ensure that they can take off immediately if needed. Dasha never fired the first shot, but once it's on it's a million arrows. In the meantime, 1st Southwest Airborne Brigade, airport clearing. Nearly 24 big fat yahoos were parked on the runway. Stay in place with an elephant stroll. The scene was extremely spectacular. By now a light armored vehicle had been loaded into the belly of the big fat girl. Thousands of airborne elites lined up neatly on the schoolyard. The scene was incomparably solemn and grave. Oppressive. The combat effectiveness of this airborne unit alone. It's entirely possible to crush a medium-sized country in 24 hours. What's more, there are still several processes to go ahead, such as the East Wind Express, 20 opening the door, and 16 sisters washing the ground. The commander nodded in satisfaction at the airborne soldiers neatly arrayed on the schoolyard. This operation is a top-secret mission. Wait until you get on the plane and don't ask what you're going for. And don't ask where to go. Even more so after parachuting to the ground. Don't eat anything from the old sand folks to avoid a bad stomach. River City. Lin Tianyu sat inside the plant and patted his bulging belly. Finally. I'm full. I'm going to pass the cottage game you made later. Chen Shan, you are also not interesting enough. I can't believe you didn't share such an awesome game with me. And you're playing it alone in secret. Chen Shan looked at Lin Tianyu's wise eyes. And for a moment, he was a little unsure. He knew every word this guy said. Connected but elusive. The red you left swaying in the wind. In the heart. At this time, Chen Shang's cell phone rang. Chen Shang remembered the number. This is the landline for Yi Wei-min's command. Pick up the phone. Before Chen Shang could say anything, Yi Wei-min's voice immediately came. That Chen Shang, the power armor you built is causing big trouble. Chen Shang was dumbfounded. Thinking about what Lin Tianyu had just said, instantly a bad feeling came over him. Head Yi, all the products of this company are sold. Except for quality problems are not responsible. Yi Wei-min hurriedly comforted. Chen Shang, don't worry. No one will hold you accountable. The problem now is how to get them to stop in a hurry. Did you know that one of them just demolished 3 of San's military bases and shot down 2 S-30 MKIs? The worst part is that 7 other units have rushed over to reinforce them. Hearing Yi Wei-min's words, this time it was Chen Shang's turn to be confused. The Titan power armor's performance was very clear to him. Very good though, but the war record isn't so exaggerated. Did the trippers let it go? Chief Yi, you don't have to worry. The other 7 should have been triggered into rescue mode by the previous one. As long as Silly by San doesn't continue to do so, they shouldn't be actively attacking. Besides, the weapons I built surely don't mess around. It must have been San's military bases that threatened us before we moved. Why don't you ask the top to talk to San? After all, it's not good for anyone to hurt the peace. Yi Wei-min had a sad face. The reasoning is obvious to anyone. The question is how to talk about it. Now the fate of more than 8 billion people in all of Blue Star depended on whether or not old immortal Mo could swallow this breath. Chapter 56 San, so it's all my fault? Hang up. Chen Shan looked at Lin Tianyu seriously. This face looks like it's really getting penalized. This would make Lin Tianyu realize that he had made a big mess. Legs are weak. The usual calmness was gone from his face. I told you so. How can a game be that realistic? This could really put me in jail. Chen Shan, what do you think I'll end up with in the end? Chen Shang analyzed it carefully. I don't think you have too much to worry about. Let's say we get into a fight with San because of you. And if we win you'll be a big credit. But the credit probably won't go to you. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Lin Tianyu's face instantly eased up a lot. But there is still a hint of concern. What if we lose? Lin Yi glared at her useless old brother. You tell me how to lose?
The opponent is almost the most novice player in the whole service. Unless the commander-in-chief's brain isn't even as good as yours, there's no way he can lose. Besides, it's clear that San's side deserved what happened this time. I heard that if you hadn't driven over in the Titan Mang, we'd be the ones to suffer this time. At that point, you'll get a beating at best, and this will be over. Hearing Phoenix's words, Lin Tianyu instantly felt like he could do it again. Yeah, Benjamin broke San's plot. I'm a meritocracy. At this point, Chen Shang looked at the pair of troublemakers in front of him and added, of course there is another outcome. Maybe San will have the greater good in mind. Unless they've had too much cow piss, they won't really dare to do it. Tianju, Sigourney, the capital, the speaker's residence. Mo Laoxian shattered the delicate teacup with one hand. 2s30 MKIs can't stop a single piece of ground armor, and it was countered by the opposite side. It's true that the weapons of the Daimao family just don't work. The secretary wiped the sweat from her forehead as she stepped aside. Mindfulness. What does that have to do with other people's weapons? Is there a possibility that this is not a problem with people? It's not that our ground crew and pilots are too good. At this point a commander entered the office. Report. Reconnaissance drone aircraft tracking the attackers have detected 7 ground units entering our territory from Daxia, and have rendezvoused with the attackers. Based on the analysis of the images transmitted back, it should belong to the same equipment as the one that attacked our base today. At the same time there is news that the southwest war zone of Great Xia has entered a state of war readiness. Instantly everyone's faces immediately showed a look of shock. The previous one gave them enough of a toss. 7 of them this time? Especially after learning that this weapon was indeed a Daxia weapon. Everyone's faces were even more shocked. Didn't we agree that we are all developing countries? Is it fair to say that you've come up with such an advanced weapon? In their previous knowledge, as long as Daxia can build it so can they San. For example, Daxia builds its own tanks, and they got Arjun out. Never mind how far it can be driven, whether it's built or not. Even if they can't build what Daxia has they still try to buy it back. But Daxia has suddenly come up with such a thing. Where do you want us to buy it? What's more important now is that Daxia's southwest theater is in a state of combat readiness. It's not supposed to hit us, is it? Instantly the conference room was a mess. What does Daxia mean by this? Is it clear that they want to bully us? Mr. Speaker General, they must not be allowed to ride us. Mo Laoxian rubbed his cheeks hard. Asked Kumar, the Minister of Defense, in a somewhat raspy voice, how does our military strength compare to that of Daxia? Kumar pondered for 2 seconds. Mr. Chief Speaker, that depends on which military region of Daxia it is compared to. If it's just the Southwest Military District, I think our IDs will last another 3 years. Old Immortal Mo's face was incredibly gloomy. They were the ones who were going to go to Daxia to pick a fight and make things happen. This is a good thing. Their side was jerked back by the Daxia side just as soon as they made their move. His own side also lost 3 military bases. There are some opponents that always think they can go 50-50 before they fight. You really have to do it to see the difference. Apparently now old Immortal Mo is weak. This time Hawk Sauce's old den is no longer answering his own phone. It was obvious that one was being used by him. Let him drive the boss. As a result, after pulling hate teammates ran away. In the meantime, Daxia, China Sea, Department of Defense. Several military brass are on a conference call. LV Guoliang, Yi Weiman, and Li Dingbang all joined in. Defense Minister Yim Kokfon was the first to speak. This time, the Titan's loss of control skewed just enough to crush San's plot, but the subsequent public opinion will certainly be against us. And the most important thing now is that I don't know if old Immortal Mo can swallow this breath. Lu Guoliang said in an indignant tone. Chief, San hasn't been making small moves on our borders over the years. We've been holding back for the greater good, and now it's time to make them pay. At that moment a secretary walked into the office. Mr. Minister, there's a call from A.S. Defense Chief Kumar. Yen squared his collar. What's coming is always coming. Soon the call was answered. Kumar and Yen exchanged words with the help of an interpreter. Kumar said righteously, Minister Yen, your Daxia's unprovoked attack on our side is a very dangerous behavior. Yen Guofeng showed no weakness. Mr. Minister Kumar, I ask you not to distort the facts. What happened was that your soldiers crossed the border and injured our soldiers, so our soldiers were forced to fight back. Of course, perhaps our garrison soldiers counterattacked a little too hard, but please understand, after all, people just lose their minds under extreme circumstances. At the same time, we express our regret for your soldiers who were killed, and in order to avoid the recurrence of such incidents, we also ask you to discipline your own soldiers properly. By the time Ku Yen Guofeng finished, Kumar was baffled. So it's all our fault? Compared to others one looks like a mute. He even suspected that the secretary had called the wrong number and the call had gone to someone's foreign ministry. 5 days later,
Daxia has proposed a motion to the United Nations of the Blue Planet in the capacity of the 5 rogues. Application for San to become the 6th rogue of the Blue Planet. We all know each other by heart. Final result 0 for 5 against. Chen Shang was speechless when he saw the news on his cell phone. A chance to become a hooligan in exchange for taking a beating and not squealing. Only San, the brainless one, would agree to that. This is shameless of the old guys. It's not treating San like a little cutie. Playing with him? Lin Tianyu let out a disdainful laugh. The most shameless of all was Hawk Sauce, who actually voted against it as well. If they hadn't encouraged San, it wouldn't have been so bad. Hands up, I say the same vows. How clear your smile is in black and white. Just then Chen Shang's cell phone rang. Pick up the phone and take a look. It was actually Elder Kai, who had given himself moon soil last time, who had called. Chapter 57, Entering the Field of Aviation. Chen Shang picked up the phone and said in a respectful manner, Elder Kai, why are you free to call me? Soon Kai Lau's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Ha ha, our space agency wants to commission you to help build something. I can't talk on the phone. Can you come over here? As soon as he heard that it was Kai Lau who had asked for help, Chen Shang immediately agreed. Alright, Elder Kai, I'll set off now. People were so quick to send moon soil before. Now that he had asked for his help, he certainly couldn't afford to slack off. Hang up. Chen Shang decisively made the bunny convert to motorcycle form. Boom! With a roar, the hare's power core instantly explodes with 13,590 horsepower of kinetic energy. Sprinting away under the control system's arithmetic, Chen Shang sat on it, only feeling that his person was flying in the sky and his soul was chasing after him. It's a good thing that Bunny's control system is extremely advanced. Don't worry about accidents at all. 3 hours later, Chen Shang arrives at his destination. Elder Kai handed a non-disclosure agreement to Chen Shang, then said, Man hasn't set foot on the moon since Eagle Sauce landed on it in the last century. This time, we, Daxia, intend to go ahead of all of Blue Star to land on the moon again. I'm sure you know. There's something inside the moon soil we gave you earlier. This kind of thing only exists on the backside of the moon. So Daxia's plan for landing on the moon is also different from Eagle Jam's back in the day. We're going to land on the backside of the moon. Chen Shang looked stagnant. Is Daxia trying to land a man on the moon? And right off the bat, it's a high landing back. It looks like Daxia is already getting ideas about helium-3 on the backside of the moon. If we can bring a steady stream of helium-3 back to the blue planet, it's perfectly possible to start another industrial revolution, both in the military and civilian fields. Many unbelievable, even beyond the pale, technologies will be realized. At the same time, Chen Shang was also very clear. Having helium-3 was the key to upgrading his star dome system to a secondary civilization. That's a bit of a big step for the motherland in this wave. Chen Shang asked tentatively, so what you're asking me to build has something to do with a manned moon landing? Kai Lau? Elder Kai nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Actually, Daxia's manned moon landing technology is already fully mature. It was all in the launch phase until the appearance of the Wind God helicopter gunship you built in the Genta caused us to want to give it a bit of a makeover. We're going to double ensure the moon landing program by recreating the return module with an anti-gravity system. It also frees up more space to transport more supplies. Chen Shang was shocked at his words. It turned out that Daxia's aerospace technology had already reached this level. Sure enough, it's backward to be able to talk about it. Elder Kai. No problem. I'll do my best. Chen Shang patted his chest and assured him. Elder Kai saw Chen Shang agree. Directly took out the drawings of the space structure of the manned moon landing ship. This is the internal space structure of this project. Kai Lau then drew an area on the drawing. Chen Shang this position is the return cabin. There's not a lot of room left on the ship for you. You'd have to make the gravity engine this big. Can you do that? Chen Shang took a look at the drawings. The engine Kai Lau asked for is indeed a bit too big, but it's not impossible to do. Elder Kai, are you sure you want such a large gravity engine? Kai Lau nodded. It has to be this big, and 3 need to be built. 1 for experiments, 2 for man launches. And you need to build it as soon as possible. Can you do it? Chen Shang nodded. Good. Since Elder Kai wants it in a hurry, I'll send it over to you tomorrow. Kai Lau had a questioning face. Will tomorrow's delivery be okay? Neia. Chen Shang actually not so urgent. Chen Shang nodded. The day after tomorrow then. Back to River City. Chen Shang directly instructed Yi to pull the materials. A workbench was then selected to begin building a gravity engine. The basket Lin Tianyu had stabbed this time brought him a lot of tech points. Producing a few anti-gravity engines is more than enough. Manufacturing instructions are entered later. Chen Shang came to the flying machine that he had previously consumed 1,500 technology points to consume. We are now 10 days away from the completion of the craft. This craft can easily break first cosmic velocity above the stratosphere. It's also theoretically possible to get rid of Earth. When the time comes, it might even be useful for escorting Xia Lao's moon landing ship. As it happens, Chen Shang has had a dream of spaceflight since he was a child. Might as well take this opportunity to realize it together. One thought on spaceflight. Chen Shang just couldn't help but think of Hawkjam Stark. A private entrepreneur in someone else's business can create a space program. He now has the Star Dome industrial mother machine. Why not get one too? When the time comes, it'll just knock space transportation right down to cabbage prices. Roll dead Stark. Chen Shan looked at Lin Tianyu, who was swiping his cell phone on the side, and asked, Tianyu, how much money do you think I need to prepare if I want to start a spaceflight? Lin Tianyu lowered his head and crossed his fingers for half a day. Finally looking up, he said, I don't know exactly how much it cost. At least the tens of billions you're holding certainly aren't enough. The upfront R&D costs for that thing are exaggerated to the point of outrageousness. Even Stark from Eagle Jam was almost bankrupted by this. He, Stark, is the richest man on the blue planet, and has over 400 billion Eagle dollars in his hands. Do you know what that concept is? Put it in the bank. It'll pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest just for the two of us to chat. As soon as I heard that, Chen Shang wants to get into space even more. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. The stars are the ultimate goal for a man. Hundreds of years ago Daxia lost on the ocean. Now it must be won in the stars. I've decided. My goal from now on is to start an interstellar logistics company. After saying that, Chen Shang patted Lin Tianyu's shoulder. Good brother. You do well. When I become the richest man in Blue Star, I'll get you a big factory building. You won't be cramped at all working in it. Lin Tianyu was touched. Not bad for a good brother. Early the next morning, Chen Shang directly told Lin Yi to find a big van. Loaded the 3 anti-gravity engines up. The stakes are high. Almost as soon as the big truck left the plant. Then there are special vehicles for covert protection. If I wasn't afraid of exposing Chen Shang, it's straight to armed police escort. Kai Lao was overjoyed after seeing several anti-gravity engines. Chen Shang has calculated the engine data perfectly. Now it only takes a few days of debugging to complete the launch. Kai Lao directly led Chen to observe the layout of the entire moon landing ship. For insurance purposes, Daxia's manned spaceflight was accomplished in 2 steps. The first launch starts with landing the connecting module on the lunar surface. After the connecting module has successfully landed on the moon, the return module will be launched later to dock with it. This increases the cost, but it's also more responsible for the lives of the astronauts. After seeing the workmanship of the moon landing ship, Chen Shang secretly nodded his head. This level of craftsmanship has been very precise. It seems that the industrial level of Daxia is on the verge of touching the threshold of a first-class civilization. Chapter 58 Rocket Multistage Recovery Modification. Soon the two came to where the return capsule was placed. Chen Shang, I'll leave the connection between this anti-gravity engine and the return capsule to you. I've already accounted for it. And you won't be disturbed the whole time. At this point the original power system on top of the return module has been removed, just waiting for Chen Shang to install the anti-gravity engine. However, Chen Shang felt that although Kai Lao's moon landing ship was very advanced, but it's also a bit flawed. How could such an advanced ship not have weapons on board? Tens of billions of dollars of guys flying around in the sky and not packing a weapon for defense. Old guys have really big hearts too. Chen Shang must patch up this loophole. Although Kai Lao only paid for the anti-gravity engine. But some things can't be measured in money. Chen Shang decided to shed his blood and make a contribution to his country's aerospace industry. Elder Kai, can I add some extended functions to the ship without affecting its data? Elder Kai looked at Chen Shang suspiciously. What's probably the function? Chen Shang hesitated for a moment and replied, the safety and security category. It can guarantee that the spacecraft will cope with any danger during the launch. Elder Kai immediately nodded his head and agreed to come down. Okay, call this number if you need materials. Though he didn't know what kind of additions would make the ship safer, but it would be nice if it did. After all, this spaceflight stuff, in and of itself, requires multiple insurances. It would surely be best if the spacecraft could be made safer during launch. As for Chen Shang's character and skills, he was even less worried. It's possible that people just see major flaws in the ship without saying so explicitly. After Kai Lao left, Chen Shangxiao did not unfold the industrial mother machine directly at the launch center. Instead, he made a list of the weapons he needed and called Lin Tianyu. Let him finish on top of the Genta line. Then it's shipped over to be installed with the equipment here. After all, it was a crowded place, so someone might find out their secret. Eagle sauce. White House. Olden turned to NASA Space Agency officials and questioned, are you going to bring those 2 astronauts back during my term of office or not? Olden looked depressed at the thought of it. In terms of performance alone, he definitely qualifies as one of the worst chancellors in Eagle Jam. There's no lock on the Daxia Island chain. The technology didn't lock up either. Now compared to the whole of Daxia, only the Navy has a bit of an advantage. And that advantage is slowly slipping. The only way to do that at the moment is to make a push towards the space sector. But before that could happen, it was necessary to bring back the two stranded ones in the sky. If you can't even do that, then what else is there to talk about? Several space agency officials hastened to argue. Sir, I'm afraid that's not possible in the short term. We're running out of funds. My suggestion is that instead of spending so much money on picking them up, we should get them 2 more insurance policies. Old Den was in a rare rage. These guys open their mouths and shut their mouths about money. Not a bit of business. You assholes. You cost the taxpayers so much money every year. What's the use of the state raising you losers? I don't care what methods you use. Spend as much money as you can. You must launch a rocket to bring the people back to me as soon as possible. Then land on the moon. This time it must be before Dasha. Remember, the point is before Dasha. 3 days later, Lin Tianyu delivered the weapons that Chen Shang had commissioned himself to make. The next step is to replace the assembly. Lin Tianyu tilted his head and looked at the huge rocket in front of him, exclaiming under his breath. He said, I can't imagine that I will one day be able to see our country's launch vehicle so closely. It's just a shame that something so valuable is actually disposable and can't be reused. If only it could be recycled after use. Like Stark's starship. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Chen Shang also thought it was too bad to throw away such an expensive rocket after using it once. Starships, huh? Looks like I'll have to give Kai Lao's ship another good makeover. This kind of technology is not considered very high-tech at all in the Star Vault system. It's also just 100 tech points to take it down. And unlike the Eagle Sauce starships, you can only recycle the main body. The recycling technology in the Star Vault system accomplishes multi-stage recycling. I just don't know if Kai Lao can agree to give this launch vehicle a makeover himself. Lin Tianyu's eyes were clear and incomparable as he said, It's all for the good of Daxia. What's the point of worrying so much? Chen Shan thought to himself that it wasn't unreasonable. This launch was just the connecting module anyway. It won't actually carry astronauts. And with his skills it must be foolproof. As long as he changed the rocket and made sure there were no accidents, Kai Lao would definitely like it by then. As for the equipment needed for retrofitting, the equipment in the launch base is sufficient. For the next half a month, Chen Shang is in charge of modifying the rockets. Lin Tianyu was responsible for transporting the materials. Finally, the remodeling was completed on the 15th day. Inside the office, Elder Kai just finished reading the information. Chen Shang was led into the office by one of Kai Lao's assistants. Elder Kai, the remodeling of Airship No. 10 has all been completed. Here's the remodeling data, please take a look. Elder Kai was filled with shock. It's only been 15 days and you've put in an anti-gravity engine? Chen Shang nodded in acknowledgement. But it didn't tell the story about the multi-stage recycling modification. People can only do one level of recycling even after all the years of Stark's work. He came up with a multi-level recall and said surely no one would write back. Such a thing is too unbelievable after all. Since no one will believe it, might as well let the facts speak for themselves. Anyway, the rockets he had checked and there were no safety hazards. Elder Kai took the data handed over by Chen Shang. Watch it carefully. Lunar Landing Vessel No. 10. Configuration, Tier 3. 5. Total length, 92m before/92m after remodeling. Takeoff weight, 2. 187 tons before modification/2. 187 tons after modification. Rocket thrust, 2. 678 tons before modification/2. 678 tons after modification. Protection system, before modification, none/after modification, space defense system integrated version. Seeing this, Kai Lao nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect Chen Shan's remodeling skills to be so exquisite. After such a major modification, the ship weight and rocket thrust actually did exactly the same as the original. This saves a lot of time in recommissioning. Not bad. Young and talented. The rocket will be officially launched in a few days. Do you want to come and visit then? Upon hearing that there is still this good thing, Chen Shang decisively nodded his head and agreed. Being able to watch live the launch of Daxia's first manned spacecraft to the moon. Though this time it was only the launch of the connecting module, but it is also very meaningful. 5 days later, a bombshell news story quickly caught fire all over the internet. Daxia Space Agency announces manned lunar landing spacecraft to launch tomorrow. The netizens eating melon on all the major platforms instantly felt their brains buzzing. No. Am I getting a hard-on? There was no news at all before this is suddenly going to be launched. Isn't this too sudden? Exactly. It's making me unprepared. Chapter 59, the 4 first-stage rocket motors flew back in a group. What kind of mental preparation do you need? I still haven't gotten over the fact that a 6th-generation airplane took to the skies. I'm just wondering why I'm doing so much work this whole year. I'm getting indigestion. It looks like this whole aliens on the moon thing could be real. Unlike Daxia. At this point the extranet is wailing. The one who cried the most was the 2 Pentagon. Especially San and Kimchi netizens who can't eat their meals now.
Pickles Netison's mouth was blistered with impatience. Pickles are tasteless no matter how much salt you add to them. PickleNet, there's absolutely no way this is real. Kimchi Netison, that's right. How can Dasha people realize a man landing on the moon when they can't even get enough to eat? Netison, you kimchi countries. As the only developed country in the whole of the blue planet with a food shortage, do you have the nerve to say that? Meanwhile the Asan Netison was momentarily confused as to which hand to eat with since he couldn't withstand such a big blow. Netison, there's absolutely no way this is true. Netison, that's right. Hasn't the University of the East always been about as technologically advanced as we are? Kimchi Netison, do you have the nerve to say that when you, the three countries, have a handful of screws left over from fixing an airplane? Soon the posts were getting crooked. Sources close to the situation report. In the end, netizens in both countries argued for a year before ending the showdown. As for the cause no one has known for a long time. Day 2. Kukawa Launch Base. The No-10 launch vehicle has been ready for a long time. Invited journalists have been carrying long guns and shooting from a distance. Stream the live feed from the site. A number of family members of experts and researchers in the aerospace field were also invited to observe the ceremony. As for the military fans who were not qualified to watch the ceremony on the spot, they also waited in front of the live broadcast room long ago for this historic moment. When the 90-meter-tall gigantic figure of the 10th launch vehicle appeared on the screen, the live broadcast rooms of the major platforms instantly boiled. Huaxia is mighty. The red flag protects the body. And the evil exterminator retreats. High energy ahead. Non-combatants evacuate immediately. You can seat people on this, right? Any scalpers book me a ticket. One of the deflector yahoos either? Inside the Launch Command Center, all of Dasha's top space agency executives were gathered. Supervision of the entire rocket launch. Elder Kai looked grave. After all these years of hard work, it all depends on today. Soon the researchers completed the final commissioning. Report, vertical test complete. Report, all data is normal. After all inspections, Chief Engineer Kai Lau spoke in a solemn tone. Rocket 10 man to the moon. Docking module launch ready. AI Yongsuan, a handful of the space agency, nodded solemnly. It can be lit. Commander Zero then immediately signaled. All the pendulums on the launcher that hold the rockets open in sequence. Rocket arrow body ripples. 1 minute later, the rockets finally started the countdown to the readout. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Moment. Both invited guests on the viewing platform, or the military fans watching the live stream, all completely in a frenzy. Let go of that rocket and let me. I want the deflector to light a cigarette. Wait, I'm not up there yet. As the countdown ends, Commander Zero's voice was unmistakably grave. Light the fire. At this time, Kai Lau was also very nervous. Fingers pressed heavily on the launch button. Instantaneous flames of 3,000 heat erupted from the bottom of the rocket. Searing waves of air instantly scattered in all directions. The large amount of dust stirred up almost covered the launcher. Almost everyone held their breath at this moment. Rocket ignition is without a doubt one of the most dangerous aspects of a rocket launch. The slightest deviation in force can lead directly to a launch failure. As the airflow erupting from the bottom of the rocket builds up, a second later, the 10th rocket finally left the ground at an extremely slow speed. The whole thing was both shocking and worrying to watch. At this time even the live broadcast rooms of the major platforms were all silent. Everyone was staring intently at the slowly rising rocket. None of them cared to post pop-ups. Finally after 8 seconds, the rocket was in a cloud of smoke, climbing above the altitude of the launcher. Meanwhile the slowly rising rocket finally began to accelerate. Commander Zero's voice sounded again. Program turn, 2-10. Green Mountain USB radar observations normal. Telemetry signal normal. Tutor understanding. With the successful separation of the rocket escape tower, cheers came from all at this moment. The originally calm pop-ups in the various live broadcast rooms instantly came like a tsunami. Woohoo takeoff! Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. Guangdong East netizens visualize normal. Zirconia is visually normal. Fontian netizens visual inspection is normal. Good health to your parents. Bless me with a perfect score on next year's college entrance exam. Seek wealth. Seek peach blossoms. Pray for longevity. I want a girlfriend. Kukawa Launch Command Center. Kai Lau looked at the 10th launch vehicle in the air and wiped a tear. It finally worked. He can afford his country. AI Yongsuan walked over and patted his old buddy on the shoulder. Old Kai, we finally made it. Another high-ranking member of the space agency next to him chimed in. This rocket is about to undergo a first stage of separation, so it's safe to say it's already foolproof. After all, our Dacia has never had an accident in this piece. The words just fell. Commander Zero's voice came again. Primary engine separation. Soon the first stage rocket motor was successfully separated. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Kai Lao's face finally stretched at this moment. Sure enough, everything went as smoothly as expected. All we have to do now is wait for the rocket to fly for a while. However, they didn't wait for Elder Kai to relax for a second. At this time an observer said in a trembling tone, "Kai Lao, the rocket's first stage engine it." Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan looked puzzled. What happened to the rocket's first stage engine? Didn't it successfully separate? The observer calmed his inner shock and said, "For rocket first stage motors flew back together in a group." What nonsense are you talking about? Kai Lao was full of incredulity as he picked up his binoculars and aimed them at the sky. However, the scene in front of him almost didn't make him stare his eyeballs out. Frozen in place. He couldn't say a word for half a day. AI Yongsuan was also very puzzled when he saw his old buddy's face. Isn't it just a first stage engine separation? Why are you so mesmerized? He then picked up a telescope as well. Looked toward the sky. Only 4 rocket first stage motors were seen in the air coming towards the Jiuquan launch site. It also adjusted its angle from time to time during the flight. At the same time a piercing air raid siren came over the base. The sudden air raid siren instantly gave everyone in the room a whole lot of trouble. There really won't be anyone messing around in this great summer hinterland, right? Chapter 60, Recycling a First Stage Rocket Motor. It's insane. At this time, AI Yongsuan also picked up his binoculars and looked at the sky, only to see that the 4 first stage rocket motors 70 kilometers in the air didn't freefall as originally planned. Instead, they adjusted their angle in the air and flew towards the Jiuquan base at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour. AI Yongsuan's eyes instantly widened to bulges. The eyeballs were set dead inside the telescope. This, old Kai, what kind of game are you playing? Kai Lao looked innocent. I'm even more confused than you are. Chief, the most important thing now is to quickly notify the nearby air defense bases so that there is no miscalculation. Viewing area. After a brief moment of panic, the invited journalists present were the first to react. Even the camera was given to the air. Don't know what happened, but it's definitely going to be big news. The sudden turn of events caused the number of people in the major broadcasting rooms to rise again. The pop-ups that had calmed down with the successful rocket launch erupted again. God forbid. What's with the air raid siren? It couldn't be a rocket launch gone wrong, could it? Don't guess upstairs. We're going to make it. I hope there are no accidents. Meanwhile, this unexpected scene could have delighted the little black man on the extranet. PickleNet, ha! That's what happens when you don't think of yourself. Must have been an accident with their rocket in the sky. Asan netizen, I told you. What we white elephants can't do. How can Dacia do? John Bull. Oh, dead rabbit. Took a step too far and tore your balls off. Eagle Sauce netizen, the only people in all of Blue Star who can achieve a manned moon landing are us. Eagle Sauce. Kimchi netizen, that's right. Dacia is out of its depth. We Kimchi are the technological powerhouse of the blue planet. Soon Dacia netizens gave counterattacks. Dragon Nation netizen, you're right upstairs. You guys are an existence that can build a country on Eagle Jam's military base. PickleNet, oomph. It's just that you Dacia people don't want to admit it. The next most promising moon landing on the blue planet is ours yet, Kimchi Nation. Dragon Nation, is it because kimchi is easier to preserve in the universe? So your diet has a natural advantage in the universe? At this time, this side of the command center of the Jiuquan launch base, Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan and the others no longer had time to care about the public opinion on the internet. Except for the personnel responsible for monitoring the moon landing craft. The rest of the men were all closely monitoring the 4 rocket motors that were flying toward them. At this point the 4 first stage engines were only 30,000 meters from the ground. If we continue to let them fall like this, it will definitely cause damage to the base. A senior member of the space agency suggested. Should we apply to intercept them as they descend to 10,000 meters? Otherwise, if they were allowed to crash on the base, not only would it cause damage, but it would also cause unnecessary panic. While Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan were hesitating with all the top brass, the observers are again reporting. Report! These 4 first stage rocket motors are starting to slow down. Heard the slowdown. Everyone's eyes all transmitted an incomparable look of shock. Kai Lao was the first to issue a challenge. How is this possible? Are you guys mistaken? AI Yongsuan also thought this was too unbelievable. The first stage rocket motor decelerates during the fall. After all, they had just seen 4 first stage rocket motors come crashing down towards the launch base with their big heads. Why did you slow down this time? The observer is at a loss for words. He had to let AI Yongsuan see for himself by giving him his own observation equipment. AI Yongsuan once again picked up the binoculars and looked towards the air. Soon 4 first stage rocket motors appeared in his field of vision. When he saw the 4 first stage rocket motors again, his mouth dropped open. Tried to say something but couldn't make a sound. All that comes out is ABBA. ABBA. The sound of ABA. What the hell is wrong with you? Elder Kai was a little worried when he saw him.
Also pick up the binoculars again. However, in the next second, Kai Lao's entire body seemed as if he had touched an electric door on a rainy day. The body stiffened and froze on the spot. Only the binoculars showed that the 4 first-stage rocket motors had come upside down at some point. Head up, ass to the ground. All the while there was an even spray of excess fuel in the tail. The 4 first-stage rocket motors are descending in a gentle manner. Kai Lao has been involved in the aerospace field for so many years. Certainly know how hard it is to drop a rocket motor in such an attitude. The technical content of which completely surpassed the existing technological level of Blue Star. Not to mention 4 first-stage rocket motors falling together still maintaining the same attitude. AI Yongsuan opened the small pill bottle and took a blood pressure pill. Then dissatisfied, he said to Kai Lao, "Old Kai, you've done a good enough job of keeping this secret. You actually didn't even know about it." Although he's not in tech, but this theoretical knowledge was clear to him. By now he'd also probably guessed that the 4 first-stage rocket motors were likely to be as recoverable as the Hawk Jam Stark starship. Say, what's the recovery success rate? Kai Lao looked innocent. How am I supposed to know what the success rate is? Would you believe me if I said I didn't even know the rocket could be recovered until the first stage separated? AI Yongsuan shook his head. I believe you. After determining that the 4 primary engines do not pose a hazard, the air raid siren at the Kukawa base has finally been lifted. All the observers and journalists present were relieved. In the meantime, the 4 first-stage rocket motors finally descended to a meaty height. When everyone saw the falling attitude of the 4 first-stage rocket motors as if it were a replay of the launch footage, all were shocked until their eyes popped. Couldn't believe the images I was seeing. Is this an attempt to recover 4 first-stage rocket motors? It's crazy. They don't understand space technology though. But they've all seen the video of Stark recycling the starship. At least until that feat is accomplished. Anyone who says they can make a launched rocket fly backward will absolutely get their head shot off. It was the journalists present who reacted first. The language has been organized as fast as possible. If successfully reported and livestreamed the successful recovery of a first-stage rocket motor by Dasha today, I'm afraid I could be editor-in-chief tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, hello everyone. Amazing news has just come in over the launch base. The 4 first-stage motors that have just separated from the 10th rocket have successfully flown over the base. And based on the observation that these 4 rocket motors have been decelerating, it is likely that they will land very smoothly at the Zhochuan launch base if they follow this progress. Inside the live broadcast room, those military fans who didn't have the chance to reach the scene instantly boiled over. Recycling a first-stage rocket motor? Should we be so heartless? Doesn't it smell good to have this technology to recover the main body of the rocket? Originally I thought the manned moon landing was the big one. I didn't realize the big one was here. Chapter 61, Secondary engines are coming back too? Ha! Hawk Sauce recovers 1. Let's just recover 4 at a time. In the words of that whoever, isn't the difficulty equal to 400%? Compared to the shock within Dasha, foreign netizens were outright confused. The CPU configuration was already low this time it just dry-fired. This time the pickle netizens went offline en masse. Begin the practice of drawing circles. Curse Dasha's failed first-stage rocket motor recovery. If this is a success for the Dasha people, they won't have the face to go online in the future. The A.S. netizens are also in a hurry. The young and strong ones just threw down their cell phones and dug into the sheep pen to defeat the fire. In the meantime, the 4 first-stage rocket motors descended simultaneously to 1 kilometer above the Kukawa base. After adjusting the orientation, the tail nozzle ignites again. Instantly hot gases spewed downward. The free-falling engine again completes its extreme deceleration, slowly descending towards the ground. The crowd instantly erupted into cheers. At the same time everyone's mood was all tense to the extreme. We all know that recovery is much more difficult than launch, and it's recycling 4 first-class engines together. That means 4 first-stage rocket motors can't land on the launcher. There will be no pendulum to hold the fuselage in place when the time comes. It's easy to have a last-minute accident. Inside the command room, Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan were just as tense and nervous, though they were confused about the recall. But inwardly, I am also still incredibly excited about the success of the recycling. AI Yongsuan deadpan Kai Lao's arm and said, "Old Kaya, I'm too nervous. Just give me a heads up. How sure are you about this recall?" Kai Lao wrenched his arm free from the rawness of the chokehold as soon as he could. And don't bother to explain. How many times has he said that? He didn't come up with this recycling technology. It's just that no one believes it. At this point he also wanted to find someone to ask how much success there was. At the same time he wondered, who the hell has the nerve? Changing a Class 1 engine to this under your own nose. Over the launch base at this time, the 4 first-stage rocket motors finally landed less than 10 meters above the ground. The tension at the scene at this point was 10,000 times more intense than at a rocket launch. Whether it's the staff in the command room, or the spectators present, inside all of them were incredibly nervous. Success or failure is at stake. It was as if time had been slowed down infinitely. Everyone all but held their breath. It was as if even the air had stood still at this moment. Phew! Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the 4 first-stage rocket motors landed smoothly. Steadily each stood next to the launcher. A moment is like a lifetime away. Woohoo! For flying sticks. Extremely silky. Daxia. Great. Thai pants hot. Witness history. The crowd in attendance was once again abuzz. The cheers were several times louder than at the launch. At the same time, fire engines, rescue vehicles and other specialized vehicles, which had already been on standby, rushed to the launcher in unison. Ai Yongsuan, director of the space agency, clutched Kai Lao's arm and burst into tears. Lao Kai, you did it! You did it! We, Daxia, did it! This life is worth it! Kai Lao grimaced and yanked his arm back. Any more explanations now pale in comparison. He had to catch the person who started it. He didn't want to shamelessly take the credit. He just couldn't figure out if it was that student of his who did it or not. Li. It shouldn't be. Little Lu. At that moment Kai Lao's assistant handed over a cell phone. The call came from Chen Shang. Thinking about Chen Shang, Kai Lao, a bold idea arose in his mind, but even shook his head. It had only been a total of 10 days since that young man had touched his rocket. How is it possible to accomplish such a feat? Anyway, let's ask him what the hell he's calling about. After the call was connected, soon Chen Shang's voice rang out from the microphone. Kai Lao, tell the crew over at the launcher to move faster. The secondary engine will be back later. When the time comes, I'm afraid the air currents from the secondary engine landing will hurt them. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Kai Lao froze in place for a long while. What does it mean for the secondary engine to come back later? Before Chen Shang could give a response, Commander Zero's voice rang out again. The ship is 200 kilometers into perigee. Prepare for secondary separation. Secondary separation successful. The crowd cheered again. Today is simply more enjoyable than eating dumplings on New Year's Eve. Only Elder Kai had a horrified look on his face. Ordered in a hurry. Connect me the base big screen view to the second stage rocket motor. The second stage engine of the 10th launch vehicle is different from the 4 first stage engines. The second stage engine is attached to a camera that can transmit footage from all angles of the rocket back to the base. Faced with Kai Lao's order, all the staff were confused. It's all separated successfully. Shouldn't we be concerned about ships entering orbit? What's the point of having a secondary propulsion engine? But the chief engineer's orders cannot be disobeyed. The scene was immediately switched to the camera of the second stage rocket motor that had completed its separation. Soon a portion of the rocket's second stage engine appeared on the big screen. In the background is a blue-colored planet. There are still gauzy white clouds drifting across the planet at this time. It looks holy. The bottom of the screen shows the time-realized altitude and speed of the secondary rocket motor at this point. There may be a delay, but it's not too far off. Speed, 417 kilometers per hour. Altitude, 203 kilometers. There is nothing unusual about the data. According to the original plan, the second stage rocket motor will finally fall into the Taihio Ocean according to inertia. Elder Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. Is he overthinking it? But what did Chen Shang's last words mean? At this time, Ai Yongsuan once again pinched Kai Lao's arm hard. Lao Kai. Look! Kai Lao snapped his head up, only to see that the secondary rocket engine, which had originally been disengaged, actually ignited and accelerated again. The speed soared all the way up to 36,000 kilometers per hour. It has reached Mach 30, almost at Blue Star escape velocity. If it wasn't for the big words Daxia spaceflight on the secondary engine body, everyone thought that was the ship proper in the picture. I'll go. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The ship itself hasn't even accelerated to Mach 30 yet. If we fly at this speed, the secondary engine won't fall out of its intended position. At this moment, Elder Kai also felt bad. Hastily, he picked up the phone again. Chen Shang, what exactly do you mean when you talk about the secondary engine coming back later? On the other side of the special viewing room, Chen Shang was relieved to hear Elder Kai's voice. Elder Kai, you're finally willing to listen to me. That's literally it. In an hour the secondary engine will be back at the launch base just like the primary engine. Elder Kai was incomparably appalled in his heart. This is really all Chen Shang's doing. It had only been 15 days total since he touched the rocket. How did this happen? And how is this second stage rocket motor going to come back now that it's getting farther and farther away from Daxia? Chapter 62, Mach 30 around Blue Star. Little Sakura panics. Elder Kai looked at Chen Shang and immediately asked about the doubts in his heart. Chen Shang, this secondary engine is already out of the national border. It will only get farther and farther away from Daxia if it keeps flying like this. How can it be recovered? Could it even turn around? Chen Shang shook his head. The rocket's second stage engine has already entered near-Earth orbit, and it's really hard to make a U-turn at a speed of more than Mach 30. Kai Lao was speechless in his heart. What did he mean by it was indeed hard to do? What's that supposed to mean? Respect for Newton? But it can't turn around. How the hell is it going to come back? At this time, Chen Shang also guessed Elder Kai's doubts. Elder Kai, have you forgotten that the blue star is round? Doing the math. With the deceleration process, the secondary engine has an hour to get back to the launch base. Elder Kai, you must now have the people on the launcher side recovering the first stage engines. Make it quick. Otherwise the gases spewing out of the secondary engines as they fall will injure them by mistake. Kai Lao hung up the phone in bewilderment. The blue star is round? Instantly, Kai Lao understood what Chen Shang meant. Could it be that the second stage engine of the 10th launch vehicle is going to circle the blue planet? This is crazy. After the shock, Kai Lao hurriedly ordered the staff in the command room. Notify the personnel recovering the first stage engines over at the launch site immediately to evacuate as soon as possible. At the same time, he turned his head to look at AI Youngsuan beside him. You call the Defense Department right away. There's going to be something coming at us at Mach 30 plus in an hour. Tell them never to misjudge. That's our second stage rocket motor. AI Youngsuan was at a loss. Even the secondary engines are being recycled? It's a crazy world. 5 minutes later, Eagle Jam's space-based infrared early warning satellite system sounded the alarm. The emergence of hypersonic vehicles in near-Earth orbit. It's orbiting the blue star. It is not possible to determine the function of the vehicle at this time. The four-legged building was a complete mess. In order not to be the only one to be scared, Eagle Jam informed all her allies of this news directly. At one time all the handlers of the whole blue star were all lifted up from their beds by their secretaries. The unprovoked appearance in space of a contraption traveling at speeds in excess of Mach 30 is enough to send chills down everyone's spine. If it was loaded with mushroom bombs, it would be enough to render more than 95% of the countries in all of Blue Star powerless. The remaining 5% would have to take that hit before they could return it. Until the Dacia Space Agency announced that the thing that was flying around the blue planet was launched by them. Some people are more nervous. Sakura Tanda. Supreme Minister Kojima Yakuza's palms were sweating when he saw the data in his hands. At this time, a minister reported, "My lord, Dacia's hypersonic vehicle is almost over us." Kojima Yakuza couldn't stop his legs from shaking. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up. Masturbators are useless in the face of this descending blow. Watch it closely at once, and if we see it change its flight trajectory 1 iota, we'll immediately take cover inside the bomb shelter. Until 10 minutes later, the second stage engine of the 10th rocket completely skipped the cherry blossoms. The ministers in the chamber breathed a sigh of relief in unison. The suit on Supreme Minister Kojima Yakuza was by now drenched in sweat. Breathless said, "Immediately send a message for me to congratulate Dacia on the successful launch of the manned lunar landing spacecraft. At the same time, I propose to invest 200 billion Eagle dollars in Dacia immediately." Instantly all the MPs and ministers in the room raised their hands in unison. For the first time since the founding of the country, Sakura passed a motion unanimously. Sakura Tanda's side just breathed a sigh of relief. The Eagle Sauce White House and the Quadrangle are in disarray. The average number of calls received and made per second is in the hundreds. Confetti was flying in the conference room and keyboards were smoking. The landlines are giving dry arrears. The frantic female assistant hurried into the office. "Mr. Chancellor, the craft launched by Dacia has already arrived at Ezo. Olden wiped a handful of drool from the corner of his mouth. "Eagle Jam's airspace is inviolable. Give me missiles to intercept it." The newly appointed Minister of Defense covered his forehead with a look of helplessness. "Mr. Chancellor, I'm very sorry to inform you that the guy is in near-Earth orbit 200 kilometers from Blue Star. According to international conventions, the altitude above 35,000 meters does not belong to any national airspace. Even the Big Five robes only have a 100-kilometer vertical altitude airspace recognition area, and trying to intercept a 200-kilometer craft is something only DESA can do at the moment. But even launching a DESA intercept has only a 20% success rate." Olden didn't listen at all. "I wouldn't dare so much. Our Eagle Sauce territory should never be exposed to danger. Intercept even if it's a 20% chance. One deck's at 20%. Launch 5 of them, wouldn't that make it 100%? There's also the fact that Dacia's manned lunar landing ship has already taken off. But our astronauts are actually still stranded in space. All you assholes do is waste taxpayer money. Where are the people from the space agency? Now I want you to launch the manned lunar landing craft immediately." With a roar from Olden, the already busy scene became even more chaotic. Kukawa Launch Base. Chen Shang has been brought into the command room, Kai Lao said with a slightly grumbling expression. "Chen Shang, you're really something. How can you hide such a big thing from me?" Chen Shang scratched his head in some embarrassment. He didn't want to. It's just that who believes in some things until they're done? That's when love forever came over. A squeeze away from Kai Lao. "Young man, want to come work for our space agency?" As soon as you come I'll immediately arrange for Kai Lao to retire. What do you think? Kai Lao glared at AI Yongsuan as he pulled over Chen Shang. You called people sweetie when you first approached me to be the Master Chief. You call her Mrs. Cow when you see your new love? Report. Just got a call from Daxia Housing saying that Eagle Jam launched 5 DESA against our secondary engine to intercept. In a few minutes, Hawk Jam's missiles will be in near-Earth orbit. Indignation appeared on the faces of all who heard the news. Hawk Jam is really out of line to actually use weapons against our spacecraft in violation of the Blue Star Convention. Exactly. Our second-stage rocket motors are 200 kilometers up there, where they don't even belong in their airspace. So what's in their way? That's right. Silly Behawk sauce. It's just so unreasonable. At this time, Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan also had gloomy faces. Kai Lao said indignantly, Eagle sauce is simply too deceitful. AI Yongsuan also clenched his fists in death. Now we've lost a second-stage rocket motor for nothing. When the time comes, we must make them make reparations. Seeing their worried faces, Chen Shang hurriedly comforted them. Director AI, Elder Kai. You don't have to worry so much, Elder Kai. Have you forgotten that you've already commissioned me to install a security system for the entire manned moon landing system? It's just a few DESAs. It's not like it's an advanced weapon. Small field. AI Yongsuan was dumbfounded by what he heard. 5 DESAs? A small scene? At the same time, he looked at Elder Kai suspiciously. What does this security system mean? Elder Kai was also full of doubts. He did remember what Chen Shang said about the security system, but in how safe a system is. It's not safe to face 5 rounds of DESA air defense at the same time. Is it? Chapter 63, Did you use the Eagle Butter satellite as an amusement game? Kai Lao hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you talking about which space defense system integration? I'm curious as to how it's going to help Rocket dodge those 5 rounds of DESA. Chen Shang immediately took out a homemade tablet from his backpack and handed it to Kai Lao. Kai Lao took the tablet. Soon a very clean interface was presented. Chen Shang pointed to the center of the flat panel and said, This green symbol in the middle represents our second-stage rocket engine. Then it pointed to several red dots in the distance that were coming relative to each other at breakneck speeds. That's the DESA launched by Hawk Sauce. Kai Lao, you just have to select them like playing Fruit Ninja and destroy them with a swipe of your finger. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Kai Lao instantly felt like he was living in a dream. If the person who said such things to him wasn't Chen Shang, if it weren't for the fact that Chen Shang's rocket engine, which was modified in 15 days, had just completed a successful recovery, he would absolutely throw this tablet through the window right now. Then after taking the car keys to the garage to pick up the car and run it back and forth a few more times, Elder Kai asked Chen Shang as if seeking confirmation. Chen Shang, are you sure it's possible to scratch away a few desserts with just one stroke? It's not just Kai Lao. At this point, everyone in the command room didn't believe what Chen Shang said. This is outrageous. Magic isn't even that good. Either that or the young man in front of me is crazy. Either that or they're all crazy and collectively hallucinating. At this time, AI Yongsuan was anxious when he saw that Kai Lao was slow to make a move. Old Kai, don't be a mother-in-law. You won't come to me. Fruit Ninja I played, he said as he grabbed the tablet from Kai Lao's hands. Stretching out his finger he swept it against the red dot that sped by in the distance. In the meantime, the second-stage rocket motor 200 kilometers up in the air far across the ocean instantly shot out a dazzling ray of light. In a near vacuum, the light receives almost no consumption such as refraction. Straight sweeps over a couple of incoming DESA missiles coming in the opposite direction. Instantly several clouds of fireworks exploded in space. Eagle Sauce. Chancellor's office. The frantic female assistant fires up the phone and hands it to Olden. Chancellor, a call just came in from the Defense Department. All 5 of the DESA we launched have been lost. Olden wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Lost? What about Daxia's hypersonic vehicle? The female assistant quickly reassured. You don't have to worry about that. In a few minutes it will fly over our heads. Fark. Inside the Kukagawa launch command room, Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan looked at the several red dots that had been scratched out with a blank expression. That's it? They still don't believe that a few missiles would disappear with just 2 strokes like that. That's 5 missiles worth hundreds of millions of Eagle dollars. It's gone in 1 stroke? No shocking images at all. You could at least give a vibration feedback. That's when the phone rang in the command room. A staff member answered the phone and immediately reported. Report. The Department of Defense just called. The Hawk Jam 5 DESA have disappeared for unknown reasons. Everyone was instantly shocked. Did 1 stroke on this flatbed really give Eagle Jam 5 missiles? Seriously. I can't even accept that even though it was just confirmed by the Department of Defense itself. That's right. Is it really not magic? Chen Shang looked at the puzzled crowd in the command room and shook his head helplessly. He didn't bother to explain that the plate was just the controller, and that it was the laser weapon on the rocket motor that actually intercepted the missile. Unlike the crowd of scientists who generate skepticism,
AI Yongsuan, on the other hand, clutched the tablet and studied it carefully. Carefully paint every red dot on the screen. He feels that these techie minds are just limited. Not like him. He's a liberal arts student. Imagination is richer. Except he had a doubt. What the hell kind of magic is it when you rub your finger here and Hawk Jam's missiles disappear over there? And why can't the red dots on this tablet be scratched out? Chen Shang, aren't there only 5 rounds of this missile? Why are there red dots on this screen all the time? I can't scratch it enough. Chen Shang slapped his head when he heard this and said that it was not good. Seems like it just isn't safe without a passphrase. After organizing his language, Chen Shang asked in a soft tone, "Have you scratched the green dot above?" "No. You just said that the red dots could be scratched. So I didn't scratch the green ones. Don't worry, I don't owe you anything." Chen Shang was powerless to spit in his heart. "You don't owe me anything? You and Director Zhang of the Northern Armaments Bureau could sit at a table and have a drink." Chen Shang then asked the most crucial question. "So may I ask how many red dots you just scratched in total?" AI Yongsuan smacked his lips. "It's only a few hundred." Chen Shang only felt his eyes go black. "Seeing as you're not so young, how come your hands are so fast?" Director AI. "First of all, I would like to state that I am not responsible for any consequences caused by any equipment produced by this company. Also, those red dots you just erased are actually Eagle Sauce's satellites. But the good thing about this altitude is that it's usually a weather or spy satellite." Heard the words of Mr. Chun. AI Yongsuan instantly felt that the tablet in his hand was a bit hot yet. Sweeping back over the crowd, AI Yongsuan said in a serious tone, "Everyone has to sign a non-disclosure agreement later on about this today." All the staff in the command room were either glaring at the air conditioner or the ceiling at this point. "Look how bright the lights are. Look how white the walls are. Feel this boiling water hot." An hour later, the second stage engine of the 10th launch vehicle has finally completed its orbit around the blue planet. Once again, we entered the airspace over Daxia. Start slowing down. The powers that were just on the edge of their seats should have been medicated and hospitalized by now. 20 minutes later, the secondary engine completed its deceleration and began its free fall toward the Kukawa base. Since the return of the secondary engine around the blue planet is not yet publicized, the space game between Daxia and Eagle Jam has not been put into the open either. The journalists invited to watch the ceremony at this time had originally just begun to pack up their things and were ready to leave. But when they saw the secondary engine flying back through the air, the reporters were completely confused. This splash of riches came too suddenly. "It's a shame to the ancestors if you can't catch it." All the reporters shouted at the camera teacher. "Boot, turn it on. Big brother, please hurry up. Hurry up and connect to the live feed. The rest of your life and mine depends on today. I'll remember you for the rest of your life if you forget to open the lens cap." A burst of extreme maneuvering later. Finally, when the secondary engine was still 2 kilometers away from the Jiuquan launch site, the major platforms turned on the live broadcast again. When all the netizens saw the second stage rocket motor flying back, the entire Daxia military fan circle instantly exploded. "This is so heartless. Even the secondary engines are being recycled." Chapter 64 News of Parents. "It's so awesome and spicy. I'll see who will say that our space technology is inferior to Eagle Sauce in the future. That's no way to leave the scrap collectors at all. May our country continue to prosper. I'm just wondering if the fairing is going to be picked up later? Upstairs, please. Let the rag picker have a New Year's Eve. Going to pick up fairings in Taihio. Anyone sign up? Ha! Upstairs. Good luck getting rich. Soon." The second stage engine of the 10 rocket descended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. The rear of the engine fires again, spewing hot gases towards the ground. Good thing there's an hour or so between them. The ground crew had already recovered the 4 first-stage rocket motors and completed the evacuation. Gradually the rocket's second-stage motor slowly approached the launcher. The operator in the command room had a quick eye and quickly gathered the pendulum. Securely fastened the large secondary engine to the launcher. The moment the operation is completed, the crowd cheered, whether it's the command room or the observation deck. Still watching the live stream at home on Netflix, simultaneous cheers erupted. The shouts were like waves of terror, ear-shattering. Gradually it converges into a song. "It worked! It worked! This is so cool! It's human progress! 4 flat bowls. I wish I could have been there to see it. Everyone hurry up and make a wish." Inside the command room, AI Yongsuan once again burst into tears. "It's done! Kai, we've finally done it!" Kai Lao also wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Chen Sheng, you're a good boy. It's hard for Daxia not to take off with you. Although the immediate atmosphere is very rare." But Chen Shang was still very embarrassed to interrupt Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan. "Save your emotions for a moment and don't be in a hurry to move. Let's get the guys over at the launcher screwed up quick first. In 2 hours the tertiary engine will be back." Hearing Chen Shang's words, AI Yongsuan was barely standing still. Do young people have to be so good at life these days? At this time, Chen Shang once again spoke. This one level by one level recovery is indeed troublesome. When I'm free, I'll design you a launch vehicle with only one engine stage. In fact, there was something Chen Shang didn't say. Waiting for his system to be upgraded to the early stages of a second-tier civilization. Could even just build a space elevator. It might even cost less than $100 million to send 100 tons of cargo to the moon by then. AI Yongsuan once again wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, patted Chen Shang on the shoulder. Your parents and your grandmother would be so proud of you. Heard another reference to parents. Chen Shang finally couldn't help himself. Asked directly, Director AI, Kai Lao, you all know my parents, right? Upon hearing this, Elder Kai immediately glared at AI Yongsuan. Old M, what are you talking to the kid for? Seeing the expressions of Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan, Chen Shang's heart also came to fire. Growing up, grandma never let him ask about his parents. For him, nothing is known except the names of his parents. But since he acquired the system, only to find out, many of Dasha's executives knew of his parents' existence, but just about no one would give him the slightest bit of information. Why should everyone know about it, but only keep it to themselves? Elder Kai, could it be that after all I've done, you feel that I'm still not qualified to know the truth about that year? Kai Lao was momentarily speechless. I don't know how to answer Chen Shang. In the end, it was as if Kai Lao had made some kind of decision. Lao AI, I think Chen Shang is qualified to know. AI Yongsuan stopped Kai Lao with a hand. Lao Kai, don't forget you signed a non-disclosure agreement, and have you forgotten the original agreement? To let Chen Shang and Jiang Lao live an ordinary life. A struggle flashed in Kai Lao's eyes. I'll take all the consequences. As for what choice Chen Shang will make after knowing the truth about everything, that's his freedom. Chen Shang heard Kai Lao loosen up. The color of his face suddenly became grave. At this point, AI Yongsuan also stopped obstructing Kai Lao. The main responsibility for what happened today lies with my slip of the tongue, and I will take the consequences with you. But you need to get a grip and figure out what you can and can't say. Talking too much will only hurt him. Kai Lao nodded. Chen Shang was then brought to a conference room that could block any signals. After Chen Shang sat down, Kai Lao burned a pot of tea. Then he opened the safe and pulled out an old photo. Chen Shang could see it clearly. The grandmother in the photo is very young. Elder Kai and Elder Xia beside grandma are even younger. I'm sorry, but due to confidentiality regulations, I don't have any pictures of your parents. Back then, Elder Xia and I were both students of Elder Jiang. And your parents are students of all of us. All human energies are limited. And when one drudges into one field, the rest of academics are sure to lag far behind. But your parents are different. They are geniuses that make people extremely jealous. Everyone believes that they will definitely take Dasha to completely take off in the future. But God is jealous. Hear this. Chen Shang's heart was very nervous. What happened? Elder Kai sighed. And then your parents disappeared, said Kai Lao, then stared blankly at the old photos on the conference table. Chen Shang hurriedly pursued the question. Disappeared? How? Where? There has to be a reason, right? Under Chen Shang's barrage of questions, Kai Lao said 3 words blankly. I don't know. Chen Shang instantly felt a bit suffocated. No? How can you not know? Is it that you don't want to tell me or what? Tell me. I can give you the technology for rocket engine recovery. Kai Lao continued to shake his head. I didn't mean that. I'll patent your technology for you. Then took out a pen and wrote something on a notepad. Then tear it off and hand it to Chen Shang. Find this man. He knows more. Chen Shang took the note and clutched it dead in his hand. A frantic backup of the information on the note followed. Backup encrypted. Encrypted and backed up again. Whether the parents are alive or dead, he's going to track it all down. 3 days later. River City. Chen Shang stretched out in front of the super shipment loss terminal where Lin Tianyu had played the game earlier. 3 days. He checked for 3 days. Nor did he find out any information about the man on the note Kai Lao had given him. Take the computing power of a supercomputing terminal. It would take less than a second to find someone in all of Blue Star's 6 billion people. At this point, he had begun to wonder if Kai Lao was playing a delaying tactic with him. Tianyu, is your uncle reliable or not? I've been checking this system he gave me for 3 days and I can't find this guy. Hearing Chen Shang questioned, Lin Tianyu immediately quit. You can call this young man stupid, but this young man has always been reliable. I can tell you responsibly that everyone's registry can be found inside this system, except for black households. Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, Chen Shang nodded. In order to verify it, Chen Shang entered his information into it. Chapter 65, codename Dragon Shadow. Chen Shang. Age, 21. Sex, male. Place of origin, Zhangchang. Occupation, student. Immediate family, Jiang Rupiang. Grandchildren, occupation, retired teacher. Sure enough, it takes less than a second for the results to appear. It's just that the profile has been modified to be very generic. With the computing speed of this computing terminal, first find someone if you can't find out in 3 days. Either that or it's been deliberately covered up. Either that or there is no such person. I'm sprouting plants. While Chen Shan was confused, Lin Tianyu suddenly shrieked, eyes dead set on the cell phone screen. He said, Kai Jiasen, the chief designer of the manned moon landing in the Daxia spaceflight, resigns as chief engineer. There's something even more outrageous behind it. The director of the Daxia Space Agency, AI Yongsuan, resigned from his position as director. This. How come both of these two big contributors have suddenly resigned? There must be a conspiracy in it. Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, Chen Shang's heart thumped. Elder Kai and Director AI have just made a great achievement. What's with the sudden resignation? Is it because of what happened to his parents? It's because they were disciplined for revealing information about their parents to themselves? Chen Shang hastily shook his head. How big a secret it has to be. It's possible to get someone who has just taken so much credit to resign. To verify the conjecture in his mind, Chen Shang decisively called Elder Kai. Soon Kai Lao's voice rang on the other end of the phone. It looked as if Kai Lao was in a good mood. It wasn't at all like he had guessed. Chen Shang, did you see the news on the internet? Chen Shang's voice was hoarse. Kai Lao, is it? Elder Kai interrupted Chen Shang. Don't worry about me. You've done my life's wish for me. Old AI, he's the same. You don't have to blame yourself. You've allowed us to fulfill our heart's desire years ahead of schedule. And we should be thanking you for that. It's about time we started enjoying ourselves. And if we're late, we'll fall down on the job like our old boys. Seeing that Kai Lao was in a good mood, Chen Shang did not continue to comfort him. Started inquiring about the man on the note. The person you asked me to find, Elder Kai, is not even in the household registry database. Kai Lao laughed. You boy, find out for yourself. That's all I can tell you. If you can't find it, it only proves that your current strength is not enough. The truth will not be far off when you can prove yourself absolutely strong against all dangers. Hang up. Chen Shang clenched his fists. He couldn't figure out where he wasn't strong enough. Is it that EM guns don't have enough range? Or is blowing up 10,000 not powerful enough? The last thing that came to mind was that Kai Lao should have meant something else in his mouth about dealing with the danger. Could it be that the strength that Elder Kai is referring to is his own strength? That's when the roar of an engine came from outside the plant. Li Qingxue, the granddaughter of a Northern Air Force hand, arrived at the entrance of the plant in a military jeep. Now, Li Qingxue, like Lin Yi, was specifically responsible for helping Chen Shang deploy supplies. Chen Shang saw Li Qingxue. Suddenly it occurred to me. The high-end fighters that the Air Force had previously helped design with a mix of highs and lows were now being built. Right now all he could think about was his parents not caring about that at all. Just in time for her to deliver the fighter to General Li Changfeng later. After Li Qingxue entered the plant, glancing at Chen Shang's computer screen, seeing the search information on it, a flash of doubt appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Chen Shang immediately caught the difference in her expression. Qingxue Li once again looked at the text on the screen, a flash of sadness in his eyes. Pointing at the screen, he asked, Chen Shang, why are you checking this person's messages? Hearing Li Qingxue's words, it was as if Chen Shang saw the hope of unraveling a messy hemp once again. Do you know this man? Qingxue, if you know him you must tell me. It's very important to me. He might know why my parents disappeared. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Li Qingxue shook her head repeatedly. I don't know him. I've just heard of him. Soon Li Qingxue fell into deep memories. A slight frown on her beautiful brows. There was some pain in his expression, mixed with a few struggles. That was when I was 5. Just 7 days after the flight my parents were on was lost. I was just falling asleep when a man came to my grandfather. At that time, I remember very clearly that the man told my grandfather that Dragon Shadow had done its best. Hearing the words Dragon Shadow, Chen Shang nearly didn't jump up from his chair, because the note Kai Lao had given him had written that Lai Shuabin was codenamed Dragon Shadow. That is to say, Li Qingxue's grandfather knew this person 100%. It's a real mountain of a man's life. Now it was up to a fighter jet with performance far exceeding that of the Xianbird to pry open Li Changfeng's mouth. Northern Theater, Air Force Base. Li Changfeng straightened his collar. Looking at the green radar on all the screens in the command room, nodded in satisfaction. Elder Xie, who had rushed to visit from the side, said with satisfaction, this is truly a time of peace and prosperity. Li Changfeng laughed. That's right. Since the first Gen 2 UAV was fielded, the eviction missions have been much easier. The only thing that's beautiful is that crappy AI that Chen Shang wrote. Its airspace recognition range seems to be a bit different from the internationally mandated range, frequently running into people's airspace to drive off their own warplanes. The most outrageous time was when someone else's Sakura's F2 just took off and stopped them. None that people don't check in with it before they take off.
I'm told to give the little cherry blossom pilot CPUs all dry burn. Elder Xie smiled at his words. It's good to have a wide pipe. Can you be so quiet here if you don't mind? Just as Li Changfeng and Elder Xie were chatting enthusiastically, an air raid siren suddenly came from the base. Well. Everyone was instantly put on battle readiness after the ear-piercing alarm went off. Li Changfeng asked with a frown as he looked at the green radar in the command room. What the hell is going on? A commander immediately saluted. Report, a fighter plane has suddenly appeared over the base, but it doesn't show up on our radar at all, and no fire control system can lock onto the target. Elder Xie and Li Changfeng froze at the words. The air defense radar at the Northern Theater Air Force headquarters used technology from the Genta fighter. Even Eagle Sauce's SB-250 coming over again was like a flashlight. How could any more craft break through over the base? Disarm the air raid sirens, Li Changfeng immediately ordered. Instantly the air raid sirens in the base were completely lifted. The other side has broken through over the base. If they wanted to attack them, I'm afraid the command room would have been in flames by now. After the order, Li Changfeng immediately put on his coat and walked outside. He wanted to see just who it was that dared to flaunt his power over his head. Chapter 66, Tracking down the whereabouts of the Dragon Shadow, Northern Theater, Air Force Base. A long, slender, sci-fi-shaped fighter jet hovered over the airport. The hard lines outline a fused body that is very powerful and dominant. It's like an airborne raptor overlooking everything on this ground. At this point the personnel on the airfield all looked up at the fighter planes in the air and let out a unanimous gasp of admiration. I thought the Genta was handsome enough, but I didn't realize there were even more handsome warplanes in this world. Seriously, when I saw it I was able to take one look at it and I fell in love. Looking at the size of the fuselage this fighter should have a cockpit. Odds are it's manned. I must apply to the top to be the first pilot of this type of fighter. The door to the command room opened. Elder Xie and Li Changfeng also arrived on the airport. Their pupils contracted when they saw the warplanes hovering in the air. Especially Elder Xie, a face full of shock and disbelief. Old Shay, do you see anything? Elder Xie glanced at Li Changfeng. No, but judging by the aerodynamic layout, this fighter is likely to have the ability to fight in outer space. And judging by the size of this fighter, it's likely to be a manned fighter or even a two-seater. If I'm not mistaken, this fighter should be the control platform for the Genta. Hearing Elder Xie's words, Li Changfeng also guessed the general idea. This fighter must have been built by Qin Shang as well. He was worried about the basilisks flying out unchecked. It's not sleepy and someone comes to give you a pillow. Li Changfeng peeked at the balance of their purchasing funds. They'll take this fighter in the Northern Theater. The big deal was to let that girl Qingxue seek out Chen Shang to be pampered. Chen Shang, a big lad in his 20s. He couldn't believe that Qingxue couldn't handle it. A few minutes later, the fighter planes in the air seemed to be intent on showing off after one round. Slowly landed in the cabin. Immediately a ground crew scrambled over. Kada! A mechanical biting sound passed. The seat hatches open. Chen Shang and Li Qingxue took off their helmets one after another. A sound of an electric motor followed. A folding spiral ladder automatically protruded from the side of the fighter's cockpit. Chen Shang pulled Li Qingxue out of the cockpit. Elder Xie looked painfully at the folding, full-size gangway on the fighter. Oops. Chen Shang. This kid. How come he's also learning from Eagle Sauce to engage in this flashy stuff? It's a sin. There's so much room in a fighter jet. What's the point of having an automated gangway when there's nothing else to put in it? How much space must be wasted on a gangway that size? Wouldn't he smell good to have the ground crew push a ladder over it? Soon Elder Xie and Li Changfeng walked in front of the war machine in large strides. Take a closer look and realize. This fighter is almost the size of the 6. The wing-body fusion layout with a concealable drobe looks very sci-fi. The agile airframe doesn't look as awkward as the B-2. The whole fighter felt more like a hunter in the shadows, always ready to strike quickly to deliver a killing blow. Elder Xie gently stroked the warm fuselage and asked Chen Shang, "What's the name of this fighter plane?" Chen Shang glanced at Li Changfeng, deliberately raising his voice. "Codename Dragon Shadow." "Ha ha, what a name. Dragon Shadow. That's bossy enough. Just like." Speaking of which, Li Changfeng was suddenly speechless. Even old man Xie suddenly stopped his hand movements. Thinking about the news this morning of the schoolboy's resignation, Elder Xie seemed to have guessed something. The eyes that looked at Chen Shang were a bit evasive. It all just happened in an instant, but Chen Shang took it all in. Sure enough, Li Changfeng knew about Dragon Shadow. Chiefly, Elder Xie, what's wrong with you guys? Are you not feeling well? Chen Shang asked with feigned concern. Li Changfeng gave a dry cough. Ahem, it's too cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. With that, he turned toward the command room. Li Qingxue saw Chen Shang's expression. Hastily, he stepped forward and grabbed his hand for comfort. Having lost her parents since she was a child, she could completely understand what Chen Shang was feeling at this time.
This time she chose to side with Chen Shang. Today, no matter what, I'm going to get information about Dragon Shadow out of Grandpa's mouth. Upon entering the conference room, Chen Shang took out a homemade notebook, proficiently opened a PowerPoint. Soon the image was placed on the projector in the conference room. Dragon Shadow Fighter. Fuselage length, 26.88 meters. Fuselage height, 5.78 meters. Empty weight, 26.66 tons. 4 engines, Ramrotor Burst Engine X2. Plasma Engine X1, more effective in outer space. Anti-gravity force field engine, can provide the ability to hover in the air, as well as the cockpit gravity interference, to get rid of the limitations of the super maneuverability of the fighter aircraft to humans. Atmospheric cruise speed, Mach 2. 2. Maximum speed in the atmosphere, Mach 9. 8. Cruising speed in outer space, Mach 26. Maximum speed in outer space, Mach 38. Maximum takeoff weight, 55.88 tons. Standard mission takeoff weight, 50 tons. Ammunition capacity, 20 tons. High-density energy cores do not need to carry natural gas. Range, not tested. Unable to give accurate data. Maximum duration of a single mission, 15 days, occupied. See the data on the PPT. Li Changfeng and Elder Xie felt as if they had eaten a steamed bun in one bite, choking on the words. Unsurprisingly, this will be the largest sized fighter in all of Blue Star, and a maximum speed of Mach 9.8 in the atmosphere is simply terrifying. The worst part is that this fighter can really fight in outer space, and the maximum speed actually exceeds the second cosmic velocity. That is, it can completely escape the gravity of the Blue Star. Escape from Blue Star. The only beauty of this fighter is that it doesn't have an accurate combat radius, though that data doesn't say how far the combat radius is. But people have that 15-day time frame for single mission hours out there, especially the one you have. Someone leaves it very much to the imagination. Estimates are that 15 days is the limit for a human, not a fighter. If this PPT hadn't been made by Qin Shang, they would have cursed. But people are dang big a fighter plane out there right now. It's just choking to death, and you have to bring your own tea to swallow. A moment of dreariness passed. Elder Xie was the first to break the silence. Chen Shang, what kind of engine is this fighter equipped with? And how can its performance be so terrifying? Chen Shang was waiting for him to ask. Now Chen Shang was too lazy to beat around the bush and chose to give it straight. Speaking directly, he said, Dragon Shadow Fighter, codenamed Dragon Shadow. The engines used were 2 Lai Hawkbin engines. The principle used is the Lai Hakbin principle. Instantly there was dead silence in the conference room. Chen Shang has said it all. This mouthful of codenamed Dragon Shadow, mouthful of Lai Shuabin. Li Changfeng couldn't afford to pretend to be confused anymore. Get out. All of you. Li Changfeng turned his head and ordered all the commanders in the conference room. Soon all senior commanders regardless of rank all packed up and left as fast as they could, not forgetting to close the door when he reached it. The signal blocker was carefully turned on, by the way. 67. International security companies. After all commanders have left the conference room, only Chen Shang, Li Qingxue and Li Changfeng and Old Man Xia remained in the conference room. Li Changfeng turned his head to look at his granddaughter. Qingxue, you go out too. Li Qingxue and Lin Yi were different. Knowledge of the big picture. See that the conversation is not convenient for you to hear. Turning, he headed out the door. At this time, Elder Xie stood up with a dry cough. Old Li, you guys chat, I'll go first. I can't retire so early when my Generation 6 hasn't been officially mass-produced yet. However, just as Elder Xie stood up, he was pulled back by Li Changfeng. Don't think I don't know that your institute has secretly built several Generation 6 planes. You've been tucking in there for the sake of rolling the south side of Wario. Li Changfeng was from the army after all. Elder Xia couldn't move at once when he pulled him like that. Xia Lao's heart was bitter. His schoolmate lost his job over it. He doesn't want to retire yet. Just watched Chen Shang's Dragon Shadow. He was inspired. Now all I want to do is go back to the office and bury my head in the sand. Li Changfeng ignored him. Directly, he said, I dragged Elder Xie here just to ask him to be a witness. Said Li Changfeng slowly unbuttoned his blouse. A handful of his shirt was then pulled off. The lean upper body was immediately apparent. But the most striking thing was a scar on his chest. Li Changfeng said to Chen Shang with a grave gaze, wouldn't your first thought on seeing this scar be that it was left in battle? But I'm telling you, it was left behind when I was assassinated while I was on vacation. Did you know that Xia Lao had a steel nail in his knee, caused by a car accident on his way from work, and the driver of the car took poison on the spot? Also, Kyoso's parents. Sooner or later, as long as you are a human being, you will have to get married and have children in the future. As for your parents, the state has people who specialize in that. If you must get involved, prove it. Whenever you can survive this situation unharmed, I'll tell you everything. Speaking of this, Chen Shang fell into silence. You didn't say anything. Why are you being so mysterious? And He probably understood what they meant by strength. Trying to survive a targeted assassination. Nothing more than 3 points. Super high alert. Superb physicality. And equipment to save your life at critical moments. The only means Chen Shang currently possessed to save his life was the bunny. The flesh is bitterly weak. It does seem a bit dangerous to really let him face assassination alone. What he had built before was too deeply teared up by Daxia's ideas. In pursuit of firepower. It's all too much on the larger side. Looks like it's time to work on some portable weapons. And the piece of self-strength. It's time to figure out how to step it up. 2. Although Chen Shang did not intend to mechanically ascend. But proper physical strengthening is still necessary. Seems like there has always been similar tech in Star Vault tech. It just requires too many tech points. Chen Shang didn't go into it seriously. Regarding the dragon shadow, Li Changfeng didn't want to say anything, and Chen Shang didn't dwell on it too much. Apparently trying to convince a general subjectively is very difficult. Saying goodbye to Li Changfeng and Elder Xie, Chen Shang took his money, the dragon shadow fighter that left the country, getting into a military jeep ready to return to River City. Along the way Li Qingshue's red lips pursed. Chen Shang saw that she didn't seem very comfortable. Soothingly, he said, "Your grandfather has his own ideas. We have to understand him too. Besides we can think of something else, can't we?" A flash of struggle flashed through Li Qingshue's eyes. At last it was as if he had made up his mind of some sort. "Actually, I know one more piece of news. I wonder if it's related to your parents' disappearance." Chen Shang, who had originally died, instantly came to life. "Tell me about it. What if it works?" Li Qingxue organized her words. "Slow the jeep down." Then softly, "I've also been investigating the truth about the loss of my parents' flight all these years. It was almost a year ago that I compiled all the information, and in the end, the evidence all pointed to an overseas security company. This security company recruits veteran special forces from all over the world all year round, of course including our Daxias, and the composition of the personnel is extremely complex. And this security company has branches in several regions throughout Blue Star. And the strangest thing is that the hand of such a huge company is actually a little person with no reputation. I suspect that this company is probably under the de facto control of a large country, or even an even larger organization. If your parents' disappearance and my parents' disappearance can both be linked to this dragon shadow, then it's highly likely that both are also linked to this company." Chen Shang took a serious look at the girl in front of him. It seemed as if the great lady in front of her was not as soft as she appeared to be. Moreover, he felt that what Li Qingxue said had some truth to it. A company with clear animosity towards Daxia does have an incentive to do so. Since the old guys aren't talking, then he'll look it up himself. He wanted a truth no matter what. But before that, one must also grow their own strength. Overseas is not the same as domestic. Now he's in no danger. It's the fact that there's always someone in his neighborhood who is secretly protecting him. But currently Daxia's influence overseas is not very high. When the time comes, you're on your own. Back to River City. Enter the plant. Chen Shang directly unfolded the Star Dome Industrial Mother Machine. Browse around the price list. It's amazing to realize that the smaller something is, the more expensive it actually is. Valkyrie Single Exoskeleton 9,000 Technology Points. Swarm Warfare System 7,000 Technology Points. Bionic Goblin Warrior 30,000 Technology Points. Bionic Dogs 5,000 Technology Points. Genetic Enhancement Research Workshop 50,000 Technology Points. These are the technologies that Chen Shang is currently more optimistic about. The Valkyrie exoskeleton and swarm combat system can greatly improve the warfighting capabilities of a single soldier. It's not overly bulky like Titan. As for bodyguards, Bunny is after all a body of steel. Some scenarios would be impractical. Bionic goblins and bionic dogs can be applied to more scenarios. The Genetic Strengthening Research Workshop is even more capable of directly strengthening itself. Weapons and guards are ultimately just external objects. Only if one's physical body was strong enough could one not fear any danger. Chen Shang looked at the current technology points. That's 12,000 tech points in total. Most of them were contributed by the second stage engine of the 10th rocket when it came back. Deliberate. Chen Shang directly used 12,000 technology points to exchange for the Swarm Warfighter system and Bionic Dog. Instantly 12,000 tech points were deducted cleanly. After ordering large quantities of materials, the 2-star dome workbenches worked perfectly. But to mess with an international security company, these are not enough. You need to recruit some people on your own side as well. The first is the one that dares to put up a fight. Secondly, character must be dependable. Chen Shang immediately remembered the garrison soldiers who had previously confronted San at the southern border. Looking back at the pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, Lin Tianyu and Lin Yi, Chen Shang decisively shook his head. Then he said to Li Qingxue, "Qingxue, I'm planning to set up a security company.
The plan is to hire some retired special forces and garrison soldiers.
You help make the connection.
Li Qingxue nodded with a complex mood.
Apparently Chen Shang was already planning to act.
I don't know if it's good or bad for her to tell Chen Shang about these things.
Get the staffing issue out of the way.
Chen Shang once again focused his attention in the direction of earning tech points.
Chapter 68. Take the carrier out to make room. To create a genetic enhancement research workshop requires 50,000 technology points. It's the same as needing to build a Mach 30 plus contraption to fly 5 or 6 times around the outside of the blue planet. But human fear is diminishing. The same routine can't instill fear every time. Pity. Dragon Shadow has been delivered to the Air Force. Otherwise,
you can fly around twice in a Lombard lens and rake in a few thousand tech points back at least. The best way to earn tech points now is to scare the powers with readily available weapons.
After all, developing new weapons costs extra tech points. That would defeat the purpose. Think of the ready-made weapons.
Instantly an idea surfaced in Chen Shang's mind.
Would it be scary enough to blow up 10,000 strapped to a satellite and launch it 500 kilometers into space? Is it scary enough to then broadcast the launch live on the entire internet? And blowing up 10,000
and space technology is readily available now.
No need to be paying for tech points.
With this space-based weapon,
it is also convenient to do business overseas in the future.
It's a godsend whether you're investigating a message or deterring a target.
Whoever wants to disobey, direct justice from heaven. As for the launch site, Chen Shang didn't have to worry about it.
The only thing needed to accomplish this is money.
Lots of money.
For Chen Shang at the moment, exchanging money for technology points was simply too good a deal. Integrates a bit of existing technology
without consuming tech points.
Soon Chen Shang had formulated a perfect plan.
Near-Earth orbital transportation vessel. The hull is 300 meters long. The hull is 70 meters wide. Carries 12 giant anti-gravity engines, 8 plasma engines,
and a large 16-seat recyclable impulse engine.
Capable of transporting more than 20,000
tons of cargo in a single trip to and from a 500-kilometer external orbit. Launches can be accomplished at sea or on land.
Right after Chen Shang entered the request into the 0-point workbench, a new problem has arisen.
Because the near-Earth orbital transportation ship is too large.
Requires a 0-point industrial master machine to machine the build platform first.
Then only can you start building the hull. And it requires a superb space to work in.
Getting someone to come and build a processing site now would take at least a couple years to complete. Chen Shang obviously couldn't wait.
The only eligible sites in the whole of Daxia at the moment are the dockyards for the construction of aircraft carriers.
Chen Shang thought about whether he could borrow it.
Then he cheekily called Yan Guofeng, the Minister of Housing of Daxia.
The phone number is one that Titan Power Armor got when they got in trouble in Sans territory.
The other party told Chen Shang there was something for him. Honestly, when he made this call, Chen Shang was a little bottomless in his heart. Would someone so big have the time to care about this little thing of theirs?
Middle C. Inside the conference room,
the handlers of the major war zones of Daxia as well as all the heavyweights of the land, sea, and air were gathered here. Yan Guofeng sat at the conference table to preside over the meeting.
It's different than expected.
Such a solemn conference room was at that moment staging a fierce battle of wits.
At this time,
Yi Weiman was being pressed into a chair by a handful of other warlords.
Can't move. Old Yi, just give me a quick word. Can you let us purchase 20 of that Shenbird unmanned combat aircraft for the Southeast Theater first? And that AV-12. Can we get our Northwest Theater listed first?
Yi Weiman's head was spinning.
I should have known. He's not coming to this meeting today. Unlike a couple of bigots who were bickering. The most depressing thing is the Navy. Originally, it was their strongest development. Now it's been thoroughly outclassed. Dang, dang, dang.
At that moment there was a knock on the door from the conference room. The crowd immediately stopped talking.
The look of gravity. Unless something big happens.
Otherwise a meeting at their level would never be easily disturbed.
Yan Guofeng nodded to the staff officer behind him. Soon a commander walked in with a classified phone. Mr. Minister, target number 2 for Dragon Shield protection is calling. In an instant,
all the military executives in the conference room all held their breath. Dragon Shield is the best garrison in Daxia, but the targets protected by it are far fewer.
You can definitely count them on 2 hands.
All of the characters that could be included as protection targets by the Dragon Shield were existences that could affect the fate of the Great Summer Nation.
It's no.
One target will always be the highest decision-maker in Daxia. You can imagine how important the number 2 target protected by the Dragon Shield is to Daxia. Yan Guofeng instantly turned around with a solemn expression and walked towards the outside of the conference room.
Inside the conference room,
the military brass instantly began to speculate individually. Only Yi Weiman and Li Dingbang, a few who had seen Chen Shang, had already guessed the general idea.
Phone call connected.
Chen Shang directly opened the door and explained his intentions.
After all, he was too embarrassed to delay the big man too much. Minister Yen. I'd like to borrow a carrier building dock for a while, maybe 2 or so months. Finishing his sentence, even Chen Shang himself felt ashamed. That's a carrier building dock. How can you come up here and ask for so much? Yen Guofeng was also stunned when he heard Chen Shang's words, but there was no immediate response. Chen Shang, wait for me first. Yen Guofeng then called out to his secretary to call over Tan Wanze, the Navy's first hand. Old Tan, do we have an empty dock for building aircraft carriers now? Tan Wanze didn't understand what Yen Guofeng meant for a while.
The mime took stock of the situation.
Counting on my fingers too. That reconstructed 05 nuclear-powered fishing boat in Fengtian. That remanufactured 06 nuclear-powered fishing boat in Shanghai. The dockyard in eastern Guangdong is not yet finished. Yen Guofeng directly interrupted Tan Wanze. Stop the 06 for a while and start building it again in a couple months. Take the boat out first. The dock has other uses. Hearing Yen Guofeng's words, Tan Wanze was instantly anxious. Listen to what you're saying. What project requires pulling a half-built nuclear-powered carrier and leaving it out for a few months? Although the official is a big man. But you can't mess around. Chief, forgive me for not being able to obey your orders. Unless you can convince me completely. I can't let anyone interfere with 006 progress, even if it means death. Yen Guofeng hurriedly pacified. Old Tan, take it easy. Tan Wenzel inwardly spat. Take it easy? You've got me right up to my aorta. Can I not be in a hurry? Yen Guofeng was also clear. This time he tried to use his power to suppress Tan Wanze. He was definitely not convinced. All old comrades. It's not good to make a scene.
Consider it carefully.
Yen Guofeng asked. Old Tan, do you want to put an electromagnetic cannon on the 055?
The kind on AV-12 that can wipe zeros off floating mountain with one shot.
When you have this thing, just blast the hooker, which is lying on its back on the Great Flat Ocean in eagle sauce, out of the sky. When the time comes, we'll fish out General Ryder up there and strap him to an electromagnetic cannon and send him home in one shot. Upon hearing this, Tan Wanze's insides obviously loosened up a lot.
As one of the highest level commanders in Daxia,
he was well aware of the power of that electromagnetic cannon on the AV-12.
Though it consumes too much energy for one shot to suck the AV-12 dry.
But a 10,000 ton destroyer has plenty of energy at its disposal. When this is available, by that time 055 will have to pee its pants as soon as it goes to sea in the countries it passes by. Only now he was still a little hesitant. But won't 006 be exposed once he moves out of the dockyard? Yen Guofeng said unconcernedly. Harm. Exposure is the only deterrent.
The Army Air Force has been in war terror mode for a long time.
And now your Navy is lagging behind. Chapter 69. Which grandson replaced our gas engine with a steam turbine? 5 days later, a shocking news story exploded all over Blue Star. Mysterious battleships appear outside Daxia's Shanghai shipyard. Invisible ship island. Big flat roof. For suspected electromagnetic catapult runways. Extra-large shipboard elevator platform. Suspected to be able to carry 6th-generation shipboard aircraft. The major news boards were immediately nonplussed. People's foreigners didn't have a good Western year. Now they won't let them have an Eastern year either? Able to carry 6th-generation carrier aircraft? You guys have gone too far. They haven't even started loading their 35s yet. I don't care if I don't believe it. As long as the Bureau hasn't admitted it. You're just going to throw an aircraft carrier in my face and I won't believe it. For their part, the major out-of-home platforms are beginning to sing Daxia's praises, to soothe their fragile and weak hearts. Nanban Netizen, isn't Daxia a very backward country? How could it have the strength to build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? It's definitely fake news. Eagle Jam, didn't you guys notice that the ship was pulled out halfway through construction? John Bull Netizen, is Daxia also going to learn how to build half of Sand's ship and pull it out to show it off in a circle? A.S. Netizen, I'll knock you out. Gallic Chicken Netizen, ha! I'm rubbing it in the fact that Daxia had a technical problem halfway through building it. Eagle Jam, that's right. Daxia took a step too far and ripped his balls off. Shanghai shipyard. Inside the dockyard originally dedicated to the construction of aircraft carriers. The construction equipment has been dismantled to the ground. Tam Wenzel looked at the empty dock. And the nuclear-powered fishing boat number 6 outside the dock. This heartache. Yen Guofeng immediately consoled. Look at you. As far as that goes, you have to trust me. It's all worth it. Soon the two came to another dock. And 055 is resting quietly in the dock. Tan Wanze said with some uneasiness. I'll leave this ship in your hands. If you change the scrap, you can just call the Marine Police and have them come over with paint buckets. Yen Guofeng laughed and scolded. You kid. People can pick up a rocket engine and still can't play with it, you little sampan? Hearing Yen Guofeng say this, Tan Wanze didn't say anything else. After explaining to the guards to keep a strict watch, he followed Yen Guofeng out of the shipyard. To be honest,
Up to now he was a bit unable to accept that so many new technologies that had recently sprung up in Dacia were all created by a single person. 1 hour later, Chen Shang came to the shipyard. The equipment in the carrier's dock has not yet been dismantled. Chen Shang simply came to the dock where the 055 was parked first. Lin Yi, who was responsible for helping Chen Shang procure materials, immediately let out a gasp when she saw the 055. Chen Shang, look at how big this ship is. It's several times bigger than on TV. Chen Shang also looked up at the huge ship that seemed like an island. Really don't understand. What kind of photo technology is it anyway? It can make it feel like a little sampan. Board the deck of the destroyer. One of the original 130mm guns in the gun position has been removed. All that was left was an empty gun emplacement, and the space originally reserved for the auto-loading system. Chen Shang took a general tour. Such a big space. Enough to mount an electromagnetic railgun with more power than the AV-12's main gun. And a destroyer can provide far more energy to an EM gun than a tank. There is also Chen Shang feels that the gas turbines of the 055 are really a bit of a waste of space and must be removed. It's not that gas can't be burned. Rather, it is more cost-effective to boil water in a nuclear reactor. Although the Navy only gave him the money to install the EM guns, didn't pay him to modify the powertrain, but he couldn't use someone's dock for that long for nothing. As for the nuclear fuel, Chen Shang didn't have it in his hands either, so he could only let them figure it out on their own. And the battleship's operating system is too complex. Chen Shang estimated that without a few hundred people could not fiddle with this thing. He had to simplify the control system a bit. Half a month later, modifications to the 055 are complete. Meanwhile, the dock where the carrier was built has been vacated. Chen Shang made a call to Yin Guofeng and dove headfirst into the carrier construction dock. Begin construction of the near-Earth orbit transportation ship, to avoid being disturbed. And 2 Titan power armors were brought over to do the hard work. Soon, with the help of Yui Lin, truckloads of materials and rare metals were brought in. Meanwhile, the 70 billion or so in Chen Shang's hand had finally bottomed out. See the balance in your bank account that is about to bottom out. Chen Shang finally panicked a bit. This is going to show his grandmother that he's so capable of spending money. Definitely beat him to death. It's good to see that the materials have arrived as well. Chen Shang began to start building the construction platform for the near-Earth orbital transportation ship, with the help of the Star Dome Industrial Mother. Dacia Naval Command. After Tan Wanze received Yin Guofeng's call, he hurriedly ordered his driver to drive him to the shipyard. He didn't know if it was worth it to tear down the carrier production line for the EM guns or not. 1 hour later, the convoy arrived at the shipyard. Tan Wanze got off with Gao Yong, the chief engineer in charge of the destroyer, looked over at the carrier construction dock that had changed defenses. Tan Wanze and Chief Master Gao turned to leave. I don't know what kind of airplane is going on in there. I can't believe I can't even get my own people in. Better to see his 10,000-ton drive first. The moment the doors opened, everyone was immediately drawn to the huge tuning fork-shaped cannon on the deck. The flattened electromagnetic orbit resembles a Neptune's trident. The muzzle of the gun was raised at a high angle, as if declaring war on the world. Unlike Tam Wenzel, Chief Engineer Gao Yong was still not quite sure about the efficiency of modifying an EM gun in half a month. Warships are, after all, precision equipment. The slightest change takes months or even a year of debugging to accomplish. It is indeed too much of a child's play to mount an EM gun in half a month. For example, will the instantaneous energy consumption of an electromagnetic gun when it fires place a burden on the ship's electrical system? There are all sorts of other issues that he is very concerned about. Soon the duo ascended the deck. See it up close. The electromagnetic cannon's hideous appearance gave an even more powerful shock. Tan Wanze nodded in satisfaction. And now the ship's guns are done. Fill the dock with water. Take the ship out and we'll test it. Soon the water level in the dock began to rise rapidly. As a docking door was opened, the tester ordered ignition. However, after a few dozen seconds, the giant ship at his feet remained motionless. Just as Tan Wanze and Chief Master Gao were puzzled, the testers rushed to report. Chief Master Gao, the warship can't start? Chief Master Gao Yong looked puzzled. Shouldn't I? This type of warship has never had this kind of problem. Then to the testers, he asked, has there been any troubleshooting to find out exactly why it won't start? The tester said carefully, Master Chief, you may not believe me when I say it. I don't know which grandson replaced the gas engines on our warships with steam turbines. Chapter 70. Even if he dismantles your warship and sells it for scrap, you still have to hold up. Tan Wanze and Gao Yong nearly didn't pass out from anger on the spot when they heard the report. They had seen outrageous, but not this outrageous. Gao Yong frowned. Engines for large ships can't be put in until they are capped. How can a warship that is already capped have its engine removed and replaced with a new one? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The tester who got up to report nodded gruffly. Master Chief, please believe me.
I can still tell the difference between a steam engine and a gas engine. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Gao Yong and Tan Wenze looked at each other. The latter nodded in agreement. The group then walked together towards the powerhouse. Along the way Tan Wenze this regret. If I knew better, I wouldn't have promised Minister Yin. That's a lot of work. And carrier construction is delayed by several months. The 055 also gave one to the dry scrapers. On the way, he didn't forget to call Yin Guofeng to complain. The call was answered. Tan Wenze directly complained. Chief, can we get that modified 055 over here for a moment?
When he heard that he wanted to shout Chen Shan, Yin Guofeng immediately refused. Li Changfeng told him that Chen Shan was investigating his parents. There was a bit of a falling out over this. Just talk. Open your mouth and shut your mouth in the shadow of a dragon. It's best not to look for him these days. It doesn't seem to work. He's working on an important project it's not convenient to disturb. What's the matter, old Tam? What's the matter with you? Tan Mans looked helpless. You don't want to be disturbed? I can't be bothered when the ship is dry scrapped for me. Is there any law? Put things in a nutshell. Yen Guofeng gave a quick reply. I'll verify when he's available. In short, the meaning is quite obvious. Even if the other guy dismantles your warship and sells it for scrap, the top can't do anything to him. The phone hung up. Tan Mans looked depressed. I used to hear people say that geniuses are not quite right in the head. Now he was convinced. What an age this is. Putting a boiler for boiling water on a warship simply has that big brain disease. This is good. 80% cheaper for the Marine Police. It is estimated that this will be the first 10,000 ton ship in all of Blue Star to be painted white. Soon, the group arrived at the powerhouse. Sure enough, the original gas turbines on the warship had been removed. By this time it had been replaced with a steam turbine engine. It's just that this steam engine is a bit oddly shaped. There were no coal-fired boilers either. In its place was a device that was relatively unknown to the crowd. The accompanying testers were also confused when they saw the scene in front of them. Whoever did this has a lot of nerve. More than $6 billion a warship just gave it to Ho-Ho. What a punishment. Don't say it. This dog Dato has to be heartbroken even looking at it. Okay. Unlike these testers. At this time, Gao Yong and Tan Wenze and a few senior engineers' eyes popped out when they saw this power unit. No one else recognizes this stuff. They can recognize. It's actually a small ING nuclear reactor. Both are steam turbines though. It just changes the way you boil water. But the gears came up immediately. Tan Wenze, who had seen great storms, also felt his heart beating a little faster at this moment. Face reddened. The attendant hastened to take his blood pressure. It all ended up drying up to 150. Took a blood pressure pill. Tan Wenze looked at Gao Yong suspiciously, as if like begging for something. Master Chief Gao, this power unit. Gao Yong nodded heavily, even though reason told him it was unrealistic. Now his heart had begun to look forward to it as well. If true, then the energy consumption problem of EM guns would also be greatly alleviated. Chief, this is not the time to talk about this. I suggest that the secrecy level of this dockyard be strengthened immediately. Also, I don't know much about nuclear reactors, so I suggest that the chief engineer of the nuclear-powered fishing vessel number 6 be brought over to take a look and confirm. Due to just stopping work, the chief engineer in charge of 006 Qin Huayan also lives nearby. An hour later, Qin Huayan, the chief engineer of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier 006, rushed to the scene. As soon as we entered the dock, our eyes were drawn to the EM guns on the deck. But to think that this is the thing that delayed his work for months. Yet again, I can't see this thing going sideways. Gao Yong, the chief engineer of the 055, came on deck. Old Qin, come quickly, I'll show you something. Qin Huayan snickered. What's there to see in your little sampan with a displacement of over 10,000 tons? Gao Yong didn't explain much. Pulling Qin Huayan, he headed for the powerhouse. After all, he wouldn't believe anything told to him now until he actually saw the reactor. After coming to the powerhouse, Qin Huayan's eyes instantly widened at the sight of the reactor in front of him. I can't wait to put my eyeballs on it to get a better look. He then looked at Gao Yong and Tan Wenze with a puzzled expression. Chief, old Gao, you guys are too crazy. There's absolutely no point in fitting this to a 10,000 plus ton displacement gadget. And old Gao, you are so inadequate. Why don't you share something as good as this? It's a good thing 006 power system hasn't started construction yet, or we'd be wasting another fortune. Facing Qin Huayan's barrage, there was no way for Gao Yong to explain them all. All he wanted to know now was whether this reactor was reliable or not. Old Qin, I'll answer your doubts with you later. Tell me first, is this reactor reliable? And what's the level? Can it meet the requirements of real combat? Qin Huayan said solemnly. I don't know if it's reliable or not. It has to be an actual test. As for the level, I can responsibly say that it is very advanced.
Advanced enough that I'm tempted to give number SAXS power system a redesign. As for real-world ability, you have to pull it out and test it to find out. After all, these eyes of mine aren't X-rays either. At this point, Tan Wenza, the Navy's first officer, asked bluntly, how advanced is very advanced? Qin Huayan mused for a moment. Let's put it this way, Eagle Jam used 8 reactors before the Hooker. The Hooker is now at 2, but its power still surpasses the previous 8. And with fewer reactors, maintenance costs and failure rates are much reduced. As for the 2 reactors used in our TAC-6, they are thorium-based molten salt reactors with medium pressure DC, which are 10% more powerful than the Hooker in every way. This reactor, however, actually uses the same technology as our 06, and it even has several technologies on it that we envisioned but didn't realize. And the steam turbines in this power system are also more advanced and have better kinetic energy conversion rates. It may be more powerful than the reactors we have on the 06, and we'll have to see how well it actually works in real-world testing. The most outrageous thing about this reactor is that it does more than boil water. It may have more than twice the power generation capacity of a normal reactor. Qin Huayan blah blah blah. Tan Wenza was getting more and more shocked the more he listened. This little workshop downer is just fierce. Everyone leave the ship immediately and request nuclear fuel for me right away. Fuel addition complete. Ignition test. 71. Air and Space Stereotactic Warfare System, ASWS. A few days later, as Tan Mantse himself intervened, green light to go through a complicated procedure. The refitted 055 has finally completed its fueling. Soon testers eye on the ship and start trying to heat it up. After completing the water injection, the reactor was successfully ignited. Reactor power continues to rise after ignition. Soon the testers came in with a report. Reactor indicators are normal. Powerhouse radiation indicators normal. Tan Wenza and Gao Yon let out a huge sigh of relief. The hanging heart was finally halfway down. Now we just wait for the power to reach the conditions where the energy from fission will raise the temperature of the water to produce vapor. The large amount of steam generated during this time can propel shipboard facilities such as steam turbines to generate power. Typically, it takes about 10 hours or more to cold start a nuclear power system. Even longer. It's not a technological backwardness. Rather, this is true for all of Blue Star. 3 hours later, as the wait was a bit boring. After all, common sense dictates that there are still at least 7 or 8 hours before the water temperature reaches starting conditions. Qin Huayan proposed to take a break first, and graciously offered to invite all present to dine. Tan Wenza and Gao Yong of course knew what he was playing at and directly agreed to come down. However, the crowd had gone before. Just got a call from the tester. Gao Yong froze for a few seconds after picking up the phone. Then he said, the battleship's power system activation is complete. Qin Huayan rolled up his sleeve and looked at his watch. This can't be right. It was just under 4 hours from ignition. It's outrageous that it only took a third of the time to complete the startup. For proof, Gao Yong called the tester again. The resultant data were completely normal. The power system has been tested and is ready to go. Instantly a few people weren't hungry either. I don't want to eat. Directly into the dock with the intention of boarding the ship. Upon seeing Tam Wenzel about to board the ship as well, Gao Yong said with some uneasiness, Chief, after all, this warship has not been tested after modification, and it is still nuclear powered. Why don't you command it from the shore? The rest of them mean the same thing. After all, the boat was changed completely. There's no need for you, a naval commander of Daxia, to take such a risk. For his part, Tan Wenza ignored the crowd and headed straight for the gangway with big strides. I thought I told you. All the data is normal. I believe in our Daxia's level of military industry. The crowd could not be persuaded to follow directly behind them up the gangway, boarding the ship's island again. After the battleship successfully ignited, the main control system was finally energized. Gao Yong came to the console and prepared for the final data verification. As a result, when the console lit up, Gao Yong was dumbfounded. It didn't just give him a new powertrain. Even the control system was changed for him. The most important thing is that this control system is more or less abstract. The interface is one-touch start he wouldn't spit out. What's with the fingerprint recognition in the center of the screen? With trepidation, Gao Yong covered his thumb over the center screen. Instantly a pleasant electronic tone resounded throughout the island of the ship. Fingerprint verification complete. Iris collection complete. Brainwave acquisition complete. Confirmed target is 055. Chief Engineer Gao Yong has granted this ship 35% operating privileges. 055 change. Activated successfully. The crowd was appalled. Why is this just like the starships in the movies? Young people can do the whole job. Only Gao Yong frowned slightly. Is it right for me, a chief engineer, to have only 35% of the operating privileges? With the battleship's power system successfully activated, the entire battleship slowly sailed out of the harbor down the dock. In addition to test firing EM guns today, there's also the testing of the battleship's power system. After all, nuclear power on a 10,000-ton warship. It's a first for the whole of Blue Star. As for secrecy, no one cared a long time ago. By now it's expected that the Eagle Jam spies are confused. It's questionable whether or not the intelligence we got earlier is finished being organized. Now the Hawk Jam four-legged building doesn't expect anything from them, waiting to hear from the intelligence people. It's all better to just read the Dasha news. As the battleship pulled out of the harbor, the testers began gradually trying to accelerate. Soon the battleship's speed increased to 25 knots. Follow this momentum. Reaching the original 30 knots was the nail in the coffin. Let's just see if we can go 100 feet further. If it reaches 32 knots or even 33 knots, that would be ideal. Soon the battleship reached a speed of 30 knots. Then keep accelerating. It then breaks through 32 knots. Section 35. Section 38. The entire battleship was still accelerating until it reached 50 knots. Chief Master Gao Yong ordered to stop accelerating. This speed has been absolutely adequate. It's a destroyer, not a landing craft. What's the point of running so fast? But the faster speeds do allow for more flexible deployments. Standing on the deck at this point, one could feel the extremely fast air currents scraping past one's ears like knives. A destroyer that's faster than a missile boat. Like what? Qin Huayan said with some envy at this time. This power system, which is not even a third as big as the reactor of the 06, actually has a stronger power system. If the two units are added together, the total output power can even reach 600,000 horsepower, which can drive an aircraft carrier with a displacement of more than 100,000 tons. It's a waste to use it on a 10,000-ton sampan. Now he wants to put this thing on his 006. Smaller size, not to mention more power. That's going to save even more space when it's loaded onto an aircraft carrier. As the ship's power system completed its testing, Tan Wenza asked Gao Yong, "How's the power charging done?" Gao Yong knew that the old chief was anxious to test the electromagnetic cannon, hastily picking apart this foolproof interface. This shows that it's already 30% charged. It's already fulfilling the conditions for firing the electromagnetic cannon. All of them came to a standstill. They had long wanted to see how powerful the huge electromagnetic cannon on deck was. I heard that the scaled-down version of this thing wiped zeros off the floating mountain in the first place. This one's going to cut the island in half with a single shot. Tan Mans glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Test the EM guns as soon as possible. Let's test fire 2 rounds. And if it's okay, we'll make a target ship. Gao Yan nodded. Both hands began to continue picking away at the operator interface. To be honest, he is not a fan of this operating system. Though one man could operate a 10,000 plus ton megaship with it, Gao Yong still doesn't think it's safe enough. It's better to have a passkey secret key or something to give more peace of mind. Soon, Gao Yong found the activation button for the electromagnetic cannon on a secondary page. After verifying the bio information again, the electromagnetic cannons on the deck were completely activated. A small line of text then popped up on the display. Whether or not to upgrade and connect the air and space three-dimensional warfare system. Gao Yon looked at the screen and realized that there was only one option. Yes, usually such options or necessary upgrades cannot be skipped. So Gao Yong didn't think much about it, and his fingers gently pressed on it. A succession of alert messages then appeared on the display screen. Air and space three-dimensional warfare system linking China. Gen 2 unmanned aerial vehicle is connected to. AV-12 main battle tank is connected. Fengshan armed straight. Titan power suit. Detection of unfulfilled combat objectives by the Air and Space System X-2. USS Hooker Carrier Battle Group. Hit and not completely destroyed. Target 2. Sakura Province. Fushiyama. Hit and not completely destroyed. The airspace stereoscopic combat system will autonomously destroy unfinished targets after 180 seconds. If you need to cancel this operation, please check the password carefully. Chapter 72 Cleaning Up Rotten Projects. Watching the flurry of data flash before his eyes, the Goyang people were outright dumbfounded. Goddamn Fushur Mountain. Goddamn Hooker Carrier Battle Group. Such a big pot. Can he hold his own as a shipbuilding engineer? Also, he's seen weapons firing that require a muzzle. It was the first time he had seen a weapon that required a muzzle to terminate the firing. There was hardly any hesitation. Gao Yong directly threw this hot mess to Tan Wenza. Chief, come over here and take a look. Then stepped aside to yield the console to Tan Wenzel. Not forgetting a few steps back at the end. Stay as far away from the console as possible. Tan Wenza also broke out in a sweat after seeing the words on the screen. Hurriedly, he called Yen Guofeng. This army and air force made a lousy mess. And in the end, they can't let the Navy take the blame. Middle C. Inside the office, a commander handed Yen Guofeng a classified phone. Chief, it's Admiral Tan, the Navy commander, calling. Yen Guofeng took the phone and put it to his ear. Soon the call was answered. Time was running out. Tan Wenzel immediately explained the situation in brief terms. Yen Guofeng directly advised after being informed of the situation. Old Tan, give up resisting. In fact, the end was already doomed when you touched the console. This password is unsolvable. It's useless even when the strongest brains come. Both the Air Force and the Army have set up teams of experts to deal with it. And they can't crack it either. Tan Man sniffed. I thought, is it that evil? Chief, is it possible to call the writer of this operating system? Ask him if there's a way to lift the strike mandate. Yen Guofeng rejected it outright after some thought. Even calling Chen Shang is useless. I guess the kid will just say he doesn't have access. Instead of saying it's a gag. It's actually a disclaimer from Chen Shang. I left you the chance. The consequences are all due to your mishandling. The phone hung up. Yen Guofeng hesitated for a moment. After all, it's not a time of war yet. Better give Sakura a heads up. To the commander beside him, he said, have the Astronomical Observatory call the Sakura Province Meteorological Office immediately. Let's just say we've observed another meteor heading toward Floating Mountain. And this time it could be many times more powerful than the previous one. Also have the embassy in Sakura notify all Dacia citizens to prepare for natural disasters. In the meantime, 055 Modified Ship Island. Tan Wenzel hung up the phone visibly a little disconcerted. What makes you think that if the Air Force and Army can't crack a password, the Navy must not be able to crack it? Today he has two people standing around him at the level of Chief Master alone. What could be so difficult for them? Tan Wenzel immediately said to Gao Yong, who was hiding behind him. Chief Master Gao, you order him to lift the strike mission immediately now. Gao Yong could only harden his head and come to the operating table again. It couldn't be helped. It had just been tested and this system only recognized him at the moment. Looking at the console in front of him with just over 80 seconds left on the countdown, Gao Yong directly ordered the termination of the strike mission. Advanced commands detected. Please check the password. See the message pop up on the console again. Everyone held their breath. They're going to have to see it. How difficult is a password that even the Secretary of Defense declared unsolvable? Soon a line of text appeared on the big screen. At the same time an icy electronic tone sounded together. I don't know if it's psychological or what. That originally pleasant voice sounded somewhat solemn at this time. No gifts this New Year's? Without thinking, Gao Yong directly replied. Receive gifts only brain platinum. Answer correctly. Please check the second password. An icy electronic tone was heard once again. Everyone looked puzzled. What happened to the promised difficulty of being unsolvable? That's it? I thought how hard could it be? But to be honest, if you're not a native Daxia person you can't really answer. A few moments later the electronic tone sounded again. A new coded password also appeared on the display. What kind of person gets sick when it's his turn to work? What kind of gag is that? Isn't that a brain teaser? There's a standard answer to that? That's just it. It's too undisciplined when it comes to the fate of all Bluesterians. Tan Wenzel swept a glance at the countdown with more than 50 seconds to go, and directly shouted angrily at the crowd behind him. Don't talk about these useless words. Hurry up and think of a solution. Just when everyone was at a loss, one of the younger testers said quietly, it's the gym teacher. As soon as gym class starts, the gym teacher immediately gets sick. Answer correctly. Please check the third password. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Don't tell me. I didn't really have many gym classes when I was in school. That's right. Gym teachers don't get sick when they work. Tan Mans looked at the countdown with 40 seconds to go. It was a great relief. He just couldn't figure it out. How can the Air Force and Army be overwhelmed by such a simple mantra? In the tension of the crowd, the Airspace Joint Warfare System finally gives the last word. The longevity monk went through 981 difficulties to get to the west, traveled 108,000 miles, back and forth for 5,048 days. How many steamed buns did he eat along the way? Instantly, the air was deathly quiet. Tan Mans didn't bother to look at his watch now. He finally kind of got it now. From the moment they launched this warship, everything behind it had long been a foregone conclusion. You can obviously just fire it. And yet, I'm partial to politely asking for my opinion. Soon the countdown ended. A few hints of mockery were evident in the tone of the electronic voice from the island of the ship. The countdown has ended, and the strike mission is underway. Instantly a map of the blue star appeared on the console of the 055 conversion. The map marked a circle with a radius of 5,000 kilometers centered on the hull itself. A small line was written on the periphery of the circle. Main gunfire coverage. Gao Yong's eyes instantly widened. That's if it's true. A good chunk of the ship's vertical launch system could be removed. So fierce, the new season to play the other countries to play the wool. As a pointer on the screen swept across the map, the pointer on the screen quickly locked onto Floating Mountain. After the pointer blinked twice, the message popped up on the screen again. Target locked. Main guns ready to fire. Note, all of our products have a certain degree of lethality. Please use caution. Any consequences after the sale belong to the customer. Improper operation. The company does not bear any consequences. Tan Wanza and Gao Yon almost didn't die of anger. Your tip was pretty timely. With the end of the broadcast, the halberd-like electromagnetic cannons on the deck began to adjust their angle automatically. The muzzle of the gun pointed obliquely at the sky. It seems to punish the heavens. Electromagnetic orbital main guns begin to recharge, during which the ship's high-power electrical equipment will be somewhat restricted. Instantly the rails on either side of the railguns on the deck began to recharge. The light blue indicator lights on the side of the guide light up sequentially as the charge progresses. Even inside the ship's island, the manic energy from the main guns could be felt. Soon, the indicator lights on the guide are all on. Surging energy swam around the area. The electromagnetic main gun is full of energy, storing up the power to lead without firing. Chapter 73, Sakura is lowering the flag to half-mast again. Well, with a mechanical motor sound, an ultra-high-density alloy warhead is pushed into the rail by the loading system. Kata. Alloy slug is stuck in place. The crowd on the island of the ship gulped in unison, with the majestic energy instantly released. A dozen tons of alloy ammunition was instantly accelerated to Mach 50. The powerful recoil tilted the entire ship a bit. The 10,000 plus ton displacement steel giant was pushed out of place a long way. Whoosh! The violent sound of breaking wind was like thunder resounding for miles. The shells were like meteors carrying out the sky, creating a ripple in the air. It was as if it was going to tear the heavens apart. Through 10,000 sunrises, thunder has gone. The people on the island of the ship, however, remained frozen in place. 10 seconds later, finally someone spoke slowly. This is too shocking. All I can say is that the one in the Eagle Jam movie is still weak. Tam Wenzel scanned back at the crowd. Today's events must be kept strictly confidential. Leak the slightest bit and be punished by military justice. In the meantime, Sakura Province, Meteorological Disaster Warning Center, inside the office, received another call from the Dacha Astronomical Observatory. A meteor traveling at nearly Mach 50 is about to hit Fuji Mountain. The impact with MT. Fuchsia is likely to trigger natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. The wave area is roughly 100 kilometers in radius. The number of people affected could be in the tens of millions. Director Seiki's mouth dropped open to the floor when he learned the news. The wave has a radius of 100 kilometers. That could encompass half of the eastern capital. That's a metropolis inhabited by tens of millions of people. There was something he couldn't understand. Why is this meteorite just fixated on floating mountain? Though the message sounds incredibly metaphysical. But there was a precedent not long ago when Dasha gave a warning that was subsequently fulfilled. So no one dares to slack off this time. Director Seiki put down the phone. Hurriedly, he said to his men, immediately turn on the disaster warning. All residents in a radius of 100 kilometers around the floating world mountain will all take refuge outdoors. At once all the staff members looked grave. That's if it's true. It was almost as if they were going to take half their lives down in Sakura Province. Despite the early warning given by Dasha, this time Sakura Province also issued a disaster warning. But in the eastern capital of the Inch, it is difficult to enforce such an evacuation order. Not to mention the fact that the social animals in those office buildings can't help themselves. Even geeks playing games at home are too lazy to move a step. A lot of ordinary people still don't believe that there could be such a coincidence. If that's true, you can't run at all if something is wrong. And you don't have to run at all if nothing is wrong. Better to have that time to punch more performance and play a handful of games. Until 10 minutes later, an ear-piercing air raid siren sounded. It took all of them to completely panic. Especially a few cities near the floating mountains. Looking up now I could already see the meteor trailing a crimson trail. At this point the alloy warhead was hurtling through the air at over Mach 40. Friction in the atmosphere produces a trail that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. It seemed like a giant dragon from the east, tearing through the void. Such a sight could make one's heart cringe just by looking at it. The residents of several cities near the floating mountain began to flee frantically, despite knowing it was futile. But the human instinct to survive still drives them to do so. Originally they had lived in tents until now. This is great. You may not even have a tent to stay in later. Turn the moment. Meteor crossed the blue sky. It struck straight into the middle of the mountain of the floating world. No big thrilling scenes. Everything was as if a toothpick had been stuck into tofu. However, after a brief moment of tranquility, centered on Fuchsia Mountain, the entire earth began to tremble. The entire mountain of floating world mountain began to collapse. Large quantities of high-pressure gases erupted along with the ash. Soon the smoke rolled around the column of smoke produced by the mud and reached thousands of meters high. Rolling lava then erupted from the ground. Instant landslide. All things whale. A large number of houses were destroyed in the path of the lava.
Earthquakes caused by volcanic eruptions directly cover a radius of 100 kilometers. Half of the eastern capital was almost paralyzed. A quarter of the population of Sakura province, nearly tens of millions of people, have been displaced. Deaths and injuries cannot be counted. It's like hell on earth. The visual effect is so stunning that no movie picture can match it. Unlike the ordinary people wailing all over the place, some media workers and video bloggers have seized this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, documenting the greatest natural disaster of the last 100 years, and managed to post it online before the internet went down. Netizens from all the Blue Star countries were also shocked by the news. Eagle Jam. What a mess they've made. Southpaw netizen, This is the destruction of the heavens and they deserve it. Asin networker, right. This time you pickles said something human. South Stick. Ha! I'm in a good mood today and I'm too lazy to scold you. 2 consecutive meteorite impacts at the same location also drew extensive attention from the international astronomical community. Qin Bushing, an internationally renowned astrophysicist, said, "This phenomenon may be caused by the special magnetic field of Fusher Mountain. It's probably a good thing that it was destroyed by a meteorite this time. Otherwise the probability of floating mountain being hit again will remain high as long as a meteorite hits the blue star again." The Great Summer Sea. By now the warship's power storage had peaked again. The muzzle of the electromagnetic cannon instantly began to turn its orientation. The center screen centered directly on a few red dots on the ocean surface 4,000 kilometers away. One of the biggest of them was the carrier hooker, which had been pierced by a single shot from the Genpu earlier. It looks like the intention is to finish off the Genbird mess for good. Tanwanza was completely numb at this point. Instead, they've already thought about it. Whatever happens, just bite the bullet. And one less carrier inside and out for Eagle Jam equals one more carrier for him. Think of it this way. A few months delay in carrier construction is no loss. Ohio, Nakajima waters. Inside the island of the carrier hooker, General Ryder put down the cell phone in his hand. Stretched out. Dasha's experts can really pull their punches. A continuous meteor hit caused by God's special magnetic field. But these little cherry blossoms are really unlucky to be hit by a meteorite twice in a row. Looking at the video, I guess the whole mountain was leveled this time. Next to him, Captain Johnson gave Ryder a disinterested look. General Ryder, if you have time to focus on that, why don't you think about our future? Now the whole world knows that our carriers have been holed by the Dasha. Rumor has it that the top has sold our carriers to those silly Biafrans. Ryder was also a little distracted by what he was saying, raising his head to look at the sky through the glass of the ship's island. Instantly Ryder was shocked into a cold sweat. A reddish shooting star was trailing hundreds of kilometers straight toward them. Half the sky was colored red directly under the setting sun. Captain Johnson, look out there. Chapter 70. For the cold days of the 9th month shall not freeze them to death. Captain Johnson also looked up and out at Admiral Ryder's words. The image in front of him instantly scared him so much that he dropped his cell phone to the ground, only to see that a meteor was trailing a crimson trail towards them under the setting sun. Just such a blink of an eye. The meteors in the sky were approaching quite a bit. It was just over 100 kilometers away from them now. A speed of Mach 50 would be a distance of 17 kilometers per second. At this rate, it would only take a few more seconds for it to fall on top of their heads. There was something he couldn't figure out. How did this great melon from thousands of kilometers away come to be eaten on one's head? How can you be so unlucky? Survival instincts prompted Captain Johnson to hit the air raid siren as soon as he could. Woo woo. The fleet's air defense sirens were instantly sounded. All members of the entire fleet were immediately put on battle readiness. Yet a few seconds is simply not enough time to intercept an object traveling at speeds approaching Mach 50. What's more, the munitions from EM guns are solid high-density cores that are impossible to intercept. The only thing anyone in the entire hooker fleet could do was to stand on the deck and pray that the meteor wouldn't hit them. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Buzzing. An essence flashed. It was accompanied by an ear-piercing cracking sound. The crimson shooting star arrived in an instant. At this point, everyone can be sure that this meteor is towards the fleet smashed. Everyone's heart stopped beating at that moment. Even the air seemed to freeze. General Ryder had forgotten to breathe. The old face was held back until it was red. Inwardly, he prayed that this meteor would not hit the carrier under his feet. Boom! It was accompanied by a shocking bang. A Tikan-class guided missile cruiser in the fleet is hit. The powerful kinetic energy did not make any sense at all and chopped the huge ship with a full displacement of over 9,000 tons down the middle. The steel hull of the ship was torn apart like a piece of paper. The massive hull broke in two along the mast. The powerful inertia caused the bow and stern of the ship to buckle high. The shells passed through the hull of the Tikan-class guided missile cruiser with unabated momentum, hitting an empty vortex directly on the surface of the sea. 2 seconds later a huge vortex appeared below the Con-class missile cruiser. In a matter of seconds the two halves of the ship were engulfed. More than 340 members of the ship didn't even have a chance to escape before they slowly sank to the bottom of the sea along with the 10,000-ton ship. There wasn't even a bubble left at the end. Luckily the ships in the battle group were all over 10 kilometers away. No other ships were affected. Otherwise there must have been more damage than that this time. A few seconds later the shockwave that had just formed from the impact reached the deck of the carrier hooker. The powerful air currents instantly overturned several of the ship's planes on the deck and sank to the bottom of the sea. A few more seconds passed. Admiral Ryder and Captain Johnson finally came around. Especially General Ryder. He just went through this life and death crisis. It's like realizing the true meaning of life. Oh, Captain Johnson. This is terrible. We just picked up a life. In the vastness of the universe, humans are ultimately too small. Captain Johnson had other things on his mind as he looked at the receding vortex in the distance. The captain of that cruiser is named Lloyd. I know him. His wife told me in bed during a dinner party that he was a good man. I envy him the fact that he gets to be buried at the bottom of the sea with his own battleship, while my hooker has to be sold to San. With that Johnson silently removed his hat and observed a moment of silence in honor of his fallen comrade. As for his wife and daughter, he will help take good care of them. Ryder lit a cigar and patted Johnson on the shoulder. Eagle Sauce will remember him, said General Ryder looking up at the sky. The sun was setting by now. Dots of stars have appeared in the sky. Ryder had never taken such a serious look at the sky before. It feels so good to be alive after a robbery. Captain Johnson, we've been busy all our lives and missed so much good. I'll be, this time back at Eagle Jam. Halfway through his sentence, Ryder narrowed his eyes again. There seemed to be a star in the distant sky that was gradually becoming brighter and brighter. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when a crimson trail appeared behind the star, that General Ryder had the urge to explode. Oh, fark, no. A few minutes later another crimson meteor trailed nearly 100 kilometers, lighting up half the night sky, with a graceful trajectory, flying toward the hooker carrier battle group. This time the hit was a Burke-class destroyer. The scene is almost identical to just now. Ryder gathered his shock and looked toward the sky. Sure enough, a third star had appeared in the night sky. It's definitely not a coincidence. Captain Ryder, we must abandon ship immediately now, and escape in the fastest speedboat. 30 minutes later, Eagle Sauce White House. Old Den was at one point lifted out from under the covers by his crazy female assistant. Chancellor, we just got a call from the Ministry of Defense. All the ships in the hooker carrier battle group have disappeared. And just now Defense has also contacted Admiral Ryder, who says that all the ships of the entire carrier battle group have been sunk by meteor. The meteors were like eyes. Not a single one was spared. Not even the submarines within the fleet. It was heartless. Olden would have been a bit disoriented from being called up in the middle of the night. As soon as I heard the news the harumps flowed. This hooker is the face of Eagle Jam. Originally, when it got a big hole in it, it could be sold to Silly by San to get his blood back and build another one. This is great. It's completely hopeless. Why is Ryder okay when the entire fleet has disappeared? Olden asked, glancing at the female assistant. The female assistant turned over the information and said, Admiral Ryder foresaw the danger and abandoned ship early with Captain Johnson. There are just a few dozen senior commanders surviving in the entire fleet right now. And at this point they're floating in the ocean thousands of kilometers away from the mainland. Olden was silent for a long time. Seems to have dropped the line. Just as the female assistant was about to leave, Olden is suddenly on the line. The majesty of Hawk Jam cannot be broken. This can't get out. Especially Ryder. Do something to keep him quiet. The female assistant nodded helplessly. This old fox obviously didn't want Ryder to live. And not a single word about killing. In the end it's up to her to navigate. Something is wrong. She's the one who'll get it wrong. The Great Summer Sea, the electromagnetic railgun, which had been manic for half a day, finally calmed down. An afternoon's work. 7 or 8 cities in Sakura province are paralyzed. Half of the east was affected. The Eagle Jam hooker carrier battle group is all but wiped out. Tam Wenzel looked at the railguns on the deck for a long time. It's a shame such a record can't be recognized. This would have been a wartime fight to make this record. He'd even have to set up a separate clan shrine. I also wonder what kind of ghostwriter the guy who modified the battleship was. And what the hell he's building in the dock where he's building the carrier. 75th completion of the NEO transportation ship, Shanghai Shipyard. Inside the dock where Carrier 006 was originally built. At this point, the general skeleton of the near-Earth orbital transportation ship had been completed. The massive hull of the ship nearly filled the dock. The overall width of the ship is 88 meters. The overall length of the ship is 18 meters. Height 68 meters. The overall ship mass is 800 tons. Maximum takeoff weight 100,000 tons in Blue Star gravity. The massive hull alone was as tall as a dozen stories.
The entire footprint of the ship even exceeds that of a large mixed-use mall. People stood underneath as if they were like ants standing next to an elephant.
Arguably the only sites in all of Blue Star right now that have built it are Dacia and Eagle Jam.
By now the anti-gravity and plasma engines on the hull had been installed.
Just 16 large recyclable impulse engines remain to be built.
Achoo!
Chen Sang suddenly sneezed while checking the data with his tablet.
And I wonder who's hanging on to me. Lin Yi,
who had been helping to procure transportation materials for Chen Shang,
handed him a cup of hot water. I think you're catching a cold instead. At this time,
a pleasant electronic tone sounded in Chen Shang's mind. Congratulations to the host for creating a weapon that instills fear in people.
Gaining a total of 21,300 technology points. Chen Shang was slightly surprised. What did I do?
These days he eats and sleeps and does it all inside the dockyard.
Not half a step away. How did you get over 20,000 extra tech points for nothing? At this time, Lin Yi held her cell phone and ran to Chen Shang in a hurry. Looking extremely happy, he said, Chen Shang, you quickly look at the news. Sakura's floating mountain has been hit by a meteorite again. This time it's old and tragic. Not counting the people who just crunch off. There are tens of millions of people who don't have a place to live.
They mustn't freeze to death in these cold days.
He. Chen Shang instantly sorted out the ins and outs.
The Navy is using Fukushima as a target for EM guns.
Casually, he said, the poor must be hated. Or why don't we just hit them, not the others? By the way, did things go well with the company registration I asked you to do?
Just when the near-Earth orbital transportation ship had just begun construction,
Chen Shang then arranged for Lin Yi to help register a company. Also incidentally, overseas companies have been registered in other parts of Blue Star, so as to facilitate Chen Shang's overseas activities in the future. The reason why Lin Yi, the Phoenix child, was sent to do this,
it's the fact that it's not easy to arouse suspicion by having her come forward.
Hearing Chen Shang's inquiry,
Lin Yi raised her chest with a haughty face.
It's been done for a long time. You're still not worried about what this young lady is doing? Chen Shang was non-committal.
A month or so later, after more than 2 months of tireless work,
night and day,
the construction of the NEO transportation ship has finally been completed. The immense hull of the ship towered over the dockyard, looking immense. It was as if an impregnable steel fortress stretched across the field of vision,
giving people an unrivaled sense of shock. The thick, solid metal casing shimmered with a cold light.
It was as if it was displaying its great power and majesty to the world.
The entire hull has smooth and rigid lines, with every detail carefully designed and crafted. Even though it's a transport ship, the necessary security systems can't be sloppy. In the belly of the hull, on the other hand, stood high an incredibly powerful electromagnetic orbital main gun.
The tuning fork-shaped muzzle was incomparably hideous, as if it was trying to choose someone to eat.
At the bow and stern of the ship, there are 2 laser weapon platforms at the top and bottom of each, enough to provide 360-degree defense around the ship.
Now it was just waiting for Lin Tianyu to send over the 4 space-based weapon launch platforms built over at the toy factory, and the 36 navigation satellites.
Fill the rocket motors with fuel again and you're ready to set sail. Waiting for the process,
Chen Shang suddenly remembered that the Dacia Airspace private craft had to report when they took off. The reason he'd never reported it before was because no one knew when his craft took off. But this time this guy,
it doesn't really seem to work without reporting it.
Chen Shang also didn't know who was in charge of his piece of airspace.
Solely,
he called Yen Guofeng directly.
Canyon City. Inside a conference room, Yen Guofeng and a few people from Tanwanza were having a meeting,
negotiating the secrecy surrounding the destruction of the carrier battle groups of Fukushima and Hooker.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door. A commander then handed a phone to Yen Guofeng.
Dragon Shield 2 target called in. Upon hearing this name, Yen Guofeng had a bit of a headache.
The last time Chen Shang called him was to ask him to pull the half-built carrier out of the dock.
I don't know what I'm going to do this time.
Don't let him pull the 005 carrier out again too. The progress of 006 is delayed by at least half a year for this dismantling and installation. 005 can't be delayed any longer.
Headaches are headaches, but number 1 accounted for it. All of Chen Shang's requests should be met as much as possible. And with what Chen Shang had done for Dacia, it was indeed worth Dacia valuing him in this way. Greeted Tam Wenzel and the others. Yen Guofeng picked up the phone and walked out of the conference room. Today,
as long as Chen Shang didn't make a request like dismantling 006 and selling it for scrap metal with him, he could accept it. Soon the call was answered.
Chen Shang got straight to the point. Chief Yen, I want to trouble you about something. I've made a flying machine. It's being fueled now, and it's going to take off later. So could you please talk to the nearby air traffic control? Hearing that this was the case, Yen Guofeng's hanging heart finally dropped. As long as it doesn't delay Dacia from building carriers, everything else is fine. Okay Chen Shang, You're probably taking off somewhere. Chen Shang thought for a moment, immediately replied, just 2 kilometers out to sea off the carrier construction dock. After all, it costs a lot more money to move a guy that big too far. Chen Shang is poor now and can't afford to be tossed around. If he didn't have orders for hundreds of fighters following him in his hand, and a cut of the AV-12 and Titan power armor, he'd be broke. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Yan Guofeng was visibly stunned. What the hell is a takeoff over the ocean? A seaplane? According to Chen Shang's previous brainchild, the seaplane is really a bit outdated. That tickled his fancy. That Chen Shang can we visit the takeoff process? Chen Shang didn't hesitate to agree directly. After all, such a big thing must move quite a bit when it flies. Trying to keep it a secret is simply not possible. Moreover, Chen Shang got this thing to deter the powers from earning tech points. It wasn't going to be tucked away. Yes, welcome to the tour. But let's make one thing clear beforehand. The one I'm building this time belongs to the civilian flying machine, and I still have a use for it myself, so I'm not selling it. Hang up. Yan Guofeng greeted Tan Wanza in the conference room. Whatever Chen Shang built this time, after all, it was all built in their navy yard, holding them back from being remotely ahead for more than half a year. It would be a good idea to take him over there to see what's going on with him. Tan Wanza hurriedly agreed once he heard that he would have a chance to meet Chen Shang in person. And he was also very curious as to what kind of civilian craft must be built in the same dock where an aircraft carrier is built. Chapter 76, Can this thing fly? Shanghai Shipyard. As a specialty heavy truck pulls into the dock, all 36 navigation satellites and 4 space-based weapons launch platforms were delivered. Each of the 4 space-based weapon platforms carries 3, Bomb 10,000, equipped with propulsion units. Together they total 12 pieces. If the news were to be leaked, enough to earn a big wave of tech points. And the equipment could later help Chen Shang overseas, against cunning villains. After all, I've heard that my good buddies overseas have the truth in their hands. You can't go out without some defense. Chen Shang also didn't want the 4 space-based weapon launch platforms to be seen before the NEO transports took off. Take advantage of the fact that Minister Yan Guofeng and the others are not here yet. Chen Shang, with the help of 2 Titans and lifting gear, loaded 36 navigation satellites and 4 space-based weapons launch platforms directly into the cargo bay of the NEO transport ship. Now it's just waiting for the impulse engines to fill up with fuel and take off. 2 hours later, a heavily secured convoy arrives outside the dockyard. Yan Guofeng stepped out of a special bulletproof car. Tam Wenzel followed close behind, stepping out of another car. By now the NEO transports inside the stern had also completed their fueling. Chen Shang rushed out to greet them after seeing the situation outside through the surveillance screen. Otherwise, with 2 Titans guarding the area, it's not really likely that anyone would be able to get in. Seeing Yan Guofeng, Chen Shang hurriedly went forward to greet him. The other party had vacated the dock where the aircraft carrier was being built for him, and to be honest Chen Shang was still very touched. Chief Yan, you've really been a great help this time. Yan Guofeng patted Chen Shang's shoulder. Do you realize that half of our Navy's nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were built and pulled out to meet your demands? Then he introduced himself to Chen Shang. This is Tan Wanza, the Navy's commander-in-chief. Chen Shang hurriedly greeted him. Yan Guofeng then pulled over an old man in civilian clothes and said, "This is 006 Chief Engineer, Chief Engineer Qin Huayan." As soon as Chen Shang heard that the other party was 006 Chief Engineer, he quickly said with an apologetic face, "I'm really sorry for delaying your plan because of my momentary caprice. But don't worry, the dock is freed up and I'll absolutely have the carrier's construction platform back up within a week." Hearing Chen Shang's words, Qin Huayan was slightly upset in his heart. He honestly admired Chen Shang's skills more. That reactor and steam turbine on the 055 conversion kept him up at night for days. But hearing that Chen Shang had just said that he would help restore the production line of the aircraft carrier within a week, it instantly made him feel a bit disgusted with Chen Shang. It takes more than 2 months to rebuild an aircraft carrier's construction platform with less charges. That's still the speed of Daxia. Changing the efficiency on the Eagle Sauce side is at least 6 months. This young man comes up and wants a week to recover. He reckoned that Chen Shang had said so casually. Totally polite. Didn't even try to help fix the build platform. What Qin Huayan hated most in his life was these guys who liked to talk about the scene. All talk and no action. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Shang's skills were there, he definitely didn't have a good face. Qin Huayan smiled brightly. Great. Then I'll wait a week to get back to work. I heard that Qin Huayan wants to start in a week. Chen Shang nodded solemnly. Is construction going to start in a week? That would make it 6 days to finish building. Also commissioning the equipment will take another day. Tell you what. In 5 days I'll have the building platform ready for you. On the 6th day you'll come over and commission it. And on the 7th day you'll be able to get back to work. Qin Huayan had a black face. Right now he kind of didn't want to bother with the young man in front of him. Forget it. He was too old to be bothered with a young man. Good. Then I'll wait to accept the results. At this time Yan Guofeng looked at the time. Let's go in first and take a look at the new flying machine that Chen Shang built. Taking up such a large dock, the flying machine must not be small. Qin Huayan and Tan Wenze also came to life. Although they couldn't figure out why Chen Shang had to build the flying machine in the dockyard, but the other side occupied the dock where the carrier was built. Then this craft must be at least as big as an auger seaplane, maybe even more than the Caspian sea monster. Otherwise it would be a waste to occupy such a large dock. Yes, Chief. Chen Shang stepped aside, opened the gates to the dock. Soon the gates of the dock were slowly raised. Yan Guofeng and the others looked curiously into the dock. With the height of the gate raised, Chen Shang gestured towards crouching Dragon Phoenix inside the dockyard. The siblings immediately understood. Move the electric switch in a hurry. Thump, thump, thump. The spotlights in the dock were lit up one by one as if by magic. Inside that wide and silent dock, as the light gradually spread out, the secrets hidden in the shadows slowly begin to be revealed. Inside the dockyard, the hull of the NEO transport ship was slowly revealed to the crowd as the spotlights gradually lit up. When all the spotlights finally came on in full, it took the entire NEO transporter to get the full picture. 300 meters from stern to bow, the thick metal hull of the ship shimmered with a cold light. The prongs are well defined and look incredibly sturdy and reliable. Like an impregnable steel fortress, it stands proudly in the dockyard. The tight armor and complex structure all showed the power and majesty of this huge ship. The behemoth was quietly moored, giving an unspeakable sense of shock. When Yan Guofeng saw the big guy in front of him for the first time, just shocked enough to choke on a cold one, couldn't speak at all. Now he only felt that a lifetime of storms and rains added together were not as shocking as the scene in front of him. The big guy that looks like a starship in front of you is simply fantastic. At this point, Tan Wenze was no better than him. I was just about to say something, but realized that my voice was not in control at all. Half the time you try, you can only make one syllable at most. What he or she was trying to say was completely unspeakable. Even the shock he felt when he first saw a 100,000-ton displacement aircraft carrier was less than a millionth of what he felt now. Qin Huayan, the chief engineer of Carrier 006, was also completely dumbfounded. The man stood frozen in place. He knew that what Chen Shang had built might not be simple, but it was not expected to be this outrageous. Also he seemed to remember that Chen Shang said this thing came from a flying machine. The entourage of people behind the three bigwigs was even worse. The NEO transports give off too much of an oppressive feeling. Those with poor mental capacity are now fighting unsteady on their feet. The better ones can barely hold onto things and stand shocked. The biggest question in everyone's mind was how such a big thing was going to fly later. Chapter 77, Powerful Flying Bricks. Yan Guofeng was the first to react a few minutes later. Find the little pill bottle and take a blood pressure pill. Then a trembling finger pointed at the NEO transports. Chen Shang, the flying machine that's going to take off later won't be it, right? Chen Shang nodded his head very obediently. Yes, that's it. Everything's ready now. Just waiting for ATC approval. Yan Guofeng was inwardly speechless. Is this a matter of approval or disapproval? At this time 006 chief engineer, Qin Huayan, also slowed down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's absolutely no way this thing is going to fly. This head is already close to catching up with a large aircraft carrier. Even if it's built entirely of light materials, it must weigh at least 70,000 to 80,000 tons. And what kind of brute force can make this guy fly when he didn't design it with any aerodynamic layout at all? In Qin Huayan's eyes, trying to get a guy that big into the air is a pipe dream. It's not much simpler than blowing the bowl out of the sky with a mouthful of awesome. Just take the mass of this big guy. Even with a nuke, it wouldn't fly. With the best technology of Blue Star nowadays, building a rocket its propulsion engine share should be more than 50%. And that's with the aerodynamic layout in mind. How can you fly with this big square-headed brick? Now Qin Huai only felt that Chen Shang was either crazy or an alien. Unless Chen Shang was brought down from the moon by the space agency. Otherwise there's absolutely no way a guy that big could fly from the gravity of a blue star. Seeing the state of the three bigwigs, Chen Shang hurriedly consoled. Don't get excited first. Your body is important. If you don't mind, it's perfectly acceptable to take the ship on its first voyage later. He was really afraid that a few old guys would have some physical problems if they got excited. After all, he hadn't lit up much of his bio-research tech yet. He can't really cure an accident. Yan Guofeng and the guards around Tan Wanze instantly broke out in a cold sweat when they heard Chen Shang's words. Who'd dare to sit on this thing of yours, when it's scary to look at it outside? Yan Guofeng once again looked at the huge ship in front of him. This thing, no matter how long it's been, the shock it gives is still not diminished in the slightest. He's never been a wimp in his life. There's nothing to be afraid of in a thing like this. Ha ha, just sit in a circle. I'd like to see you kids make this big guy fly. The guards around him were still trying to stop it, but a hand was stopped by Yen Guofeng. He wanted to see where Qin Shang could pull for him. At this time, Tan Wanzet and Qin Huayan also meant the same thing. They were also curious about this big guy like a starship. It always feels like I'm missing out on something if I don't sit on it this time. Yen Guofeng is not afraid. What are they afraid of? Especially Qin Huayan, whose curiosity had been completely aroused by Qin Shang at this point. Seeing that several bigwigs agreed, Qin Shang nodded. The cockpit of the NEO transporter is equipped with an anti-gravity load relief device. Even the average person without any training will not feel any discomfort sitting on it. It doesn't even feel like the ship is accelerating without caring about what's going on outside. Just as everything was set up and the crowd was ready to board the ship, a guard sauntered into the docking bay and saluted. Report. A large number of reporters have suddenly appeared near the shipyard. A large percentage of them are foreign correspondents. Should we send someone to give them to? Hearing the report, Yen Guofeng looked solemn. Is this a leak from a spy? It would be okay if just this huge ship built by Qin Shang was exposed. If it's Qin Shang's existence is also exposed. Killing intent gradually emerged in Yen Guofeng's eyes. At this time, Qin Shang also realized that the atmosphere was a bit wrong and hurriedly explained. The reporter was the one I asked EE to find. They're a long way from the shipyard now, and not under secrecy, so it shouldn't matter. Qin Shang did this of course to make more powers on the blue planet feel uneasy. He didn't want to end up harvesting only a little bit of tech points from the thing he had spent nearly $100 billion building before and after. The more media coverage he gets later, the more he gets. Calling in the foreign media is also a way to avoid some cosmic powers smearing his transports as AI composites. Even if you guys don't trust others, you have to trust your own media, and he'll be all over the net when the NEO transports take off later. We'll give the powers a run for their money when the time comes. Yen Guofeng didn't say much when he heard that the reporter was found by Qin Shang. After all, young people just don't think like their older generation. Their older generation loves war neglect. Young people love war terrorism. With the final inspection of the NEO transport ship before takeoff complete, Yen Guofeng and the others boarded the man section of the NEO transport ship under the leadership of Qin Shang. Instantly the luxurious decor with a strong sense of technology comes into view. A few people looked around for a moment. So much for the top luxury cruise ships. After everyone had put on their load-resistant suits and fastened their seatbelts, Qin Shang directly closed all the parts of the entire ship that were connected to the outside world. The ship's defensive electromagnetic cannons and laser interceptor weapons, too, were incorporated into the weapons bays. After the airtightness test, the dock began to fill with water. Soon the NEO transport ship gradually floated up. The special coating on its surface ensures that the hull armor is protected from corrosion by any substance, including seawater. After all, the NEO transports may need to take off on another planet later. You may have to deal with a variety of environments when the time comes, so these are necessary. As the docking doors opened, on the ground, Buddy piloted a tugboat that towed the near-Earth orbital transport out of the docking bay and out to sea. Soon the NEO transports were pulled outside the shipyard. Instantly the immense hull of the ship attracted everyone's attention. They all just felt a tingle when they saw this odd-shaped ship on the water. Instantly the carrier 006 parked outside the shipyard was unattractive. My plants are grassy. You guys, look at what's that on the surface of the sea? That's too cool. A starship? But why is it on the water? Could it be an alien UFO that got shot down? At the same time some of the reporters on the coast who had been shouted at by Lin Yi were completely frantic. Directly all kinds of specialized equipment to the sea of near-Earth orbit transport ships to shoot all the time. Several of these spies, who were covering as journalists, had already reported the information. Eagle sauce. Four-legged building. The newly appointed Minister of Defense rushed to a meeting upon learning the news. Begin to speculate on the purpose of this huge ship. What the hell have the Daxamites come up with this time? This square-headed thing. Is it a landing craft? The problem is that there are no decks on this ship either. I guess this must be the new generation of battleships that Dacia is using to replace the 055. Our Navy is lagging behind. Congress must give our Navy more military spending. Chapter 78. May the wings of the Kuanping be spread. Meanwhile some bloggers who were broadcasting live from the beach were attracted by the huge ship on the sea. Now it doesn't matter if it's a dancer or a singer, or maybe a watermelon with a leather strap. All of them pointed their cameras at the NEO transport ship on the surface. This wave of traffic is nothing short of a whitewash. It's a shame to the ancestors if you can't catch it. Fans instantly gasped when they saw the immensely dominating giant ship on the sea. Lines of pop-ups flew up. Instantly a huge wave of traffic poured into the live stream. Some military fans have also begun to speculate about the purpose of the giant ship. Some of these military bloggers rushed to produce analytical videos. There were a lot of opinions from major bloggers. There's talk of a nuclear submarine. There is talk of movie props. Say anything. Only one blogger named Big Bull had a word for it.
According to my meticulous observation, this is an airborne fortress capable of flying into the dispersal layer. Instant mockery in the comments section. No one even asked if there was any basis for him to say that. Almost everyone just listened to that statement and started outputting wildly on this blogger without even looking at what followed. Throughout the ages, whenever someone has said something beyond the comprehension of most people of the day, it has been original sin. I didn't realize that a blogger with a wealth of expertise like Big Bull would say such crazy things. That is, do you know how high the fugitive layer is? Usually low-orbiting satellites are just on the edge of the fugitive layer. This is too outrageous. It's really speechless. Pink to black. That's just it. I'd rather believe it's a nuclear submarine, although that's a poor answer too. Inside the cockpit of the NEO transport ship at this time, after Qin Shang checked that all the data was in order, directly activated the 12-seat, high-powered, giant anti-gravity engines on the NEO transporter. Buzz. With a buzz, Chen Shang only felt a gentle tremor of the huge ship under his feet. The seawater around the hull of the ship was immediately pressed in all directions by invisible gravity. The gravitational pull on the NEO transport ship gradually decreases as the ship is propelled by 12 high-powered giant anti-gravity engines. The draft line of the ship's hull was slowly raised. Inside the passenger cabin, feel the shuddering of the ship. Yan Guofeng said doubtfully, this thing shouldn't really be able to fly, right? Qin Huayan, the chief engineer of 006, shook his head and laughed a little. Chief, we have to trust science. This thing won't fly. To be honest, I've enjoyed floating giant ships before. For mankind to realize the prerequisite for keeping a giant ship of this size in the air is that the construction needs to be done in space, just like space stations, which are assembled one at a time after launching segments from the ground. You can't just launch a space station up there. Not to mention a space station, mankind now builds a ship and completes the construction in the water. Yan Guofeng and Tan Wanzi heard Qin Huayan's analysis. There was some disappointment on his face. To be honest, they were inwardly expecting the giant ship to fly. If they could really fly, they'd be willing to go down and give it a push. But Generalissimo Qin is right. We have to believe in science. Inside the cockpit, Chen Shan looked at the data above the eye control screen. Powered by 12 giant anti-gravity engines, the gravitational effects of the NEO transports have been reduced by 70%. With the current level that Chen Shang had mastered, this was already the limit. But it's also perfectly adequate. Everything is now ready. Chen Shang directly pressed the ignition button on the center control. Instantly the 16 large recyclable impulse engines aboard the NEO transport ship started up simultaneously. The tail nozzle deflects downward. The huge shockwave instantly raised a huge wave several meters high. Soon the hot gases spewing from the impulse engines made the sea boil. The massive hull of the NEO transport ship was instantly covered in a mixture of smoke and vapor. All the onlookers and reporters had also been completely shocked by this scene. What's going on? I'm going to have a demonic aura. Is this going to take off? Inside the cockpit at this time, Chen Shan carefully checked every piece of data on the center control. After determining that all equipment is okay, Chen Shan directly turned up the power of the large 16-seat recyclable impulse engine to its maximum. Boom! Accompanied by 16 large recyclable impulse engines powered up at the same time. A violent shudder came from the hull of the NEO transport ship. A swing-like sensation then hit Chen Shan's entire body. This is the centrifugal force generated when the craft takes off. Producing this sensation proves that the NEO transports have completely left sea level and taken to the air. The crowd that had gathered around the shore to see what was going on at that moment was still gazing at the huge foggy mass on the surface of the sea. Both wanted to see what would happen to the huge ship when the smoke cleared. Suddenly, the huge cloud of smoke on the surface of the sea bulged into a large bag as people watched. Then a huge figure broke through the smoke, slowly surfacing to its true form. Immediately afterward, the hull of the NEO transport ship completely scuttled out of the smoke and appeared in front of everyone. 16 giant impulse engines spewed thick, heavy flames. Without the slightest bit of reasoning, the giant ship approaching 100,000 tons was thrust into the air. The large amount of smoke that had been vaporized on the surface of the sea was instantly blown away by 16 violent air currents. Without the obscuring smoke, the entire hull of the NEO transport ship was fully revealed. It rises up to the sky. The crowd of onlookers on the shore instantly boiled over. Fly up. This is absolutely impossible. I reckon it's starting to get fierce. Could it be true what the internet says? Are we really a great power? The powers? That was yesterday. Everything here today is garbage. Which power has a Generation 6 aircraft? Which power can put something the size of an aircraft carrier that can take to the skies? And who's alongside you? Brothers Mo. Whoever has the strength to shake me in the face. Let me see if I'm dreaming. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll blackmail me. Who pisses yellow and bears me? Come on. This will satisfy you. In the meantime, the
The massive hull of the NEO transport ship gradually began to accelerate, propelled by 16 giant impulse engines. In the blink of an eye, the transport ship's altitude had increased to hundreds of meters and was still accelerating. Overhead is 90,000 miles of sky. At his feet are 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The heavy alloy casting of the ship soars in the air like the ancient Kuanping in the Shanhaijing, carrying 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers, soaring 90,000 miles into the sky. As the massive hull flew higher and higher, the crowd on the shore finally came back to their senses. Phew, I blanched. I just forgot to even breathe. Daxia is awesome. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. I wish to rise with the Kuanping, and the long wind will sweep for tens of thousands of miles. Huaxia, rise. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. Unlike these Daxia masses, those foreign journalists were completely confused. Now they've poked and prodded. The question is, do you have a response? Apparently the rabbits have gone beyond the atmosphere, and you guys are still trying to island chain her. How do I lock it? Chapter 79, the spreading of the wings of the Kuanping will live up to its glory. Inside the passenger cabin of the NEO transport ship, Yan Guofeng and Tan Wanze and the others also felt the violent vibrations of the giant ship beneath their feet. Yan Guofeng hurriedly looked out along the porthole. It was just too foggy to see anything out the window. Old Tan, Old Qin, why do I feel that something is not quite right? Almost as soon as he had asked the question, all of them felt a sudden snap in their feet, followed by a wave of dizziness. The sensation is like an elevator ride magnified several times over. Just when a few old guys were about to feel vertigo, a pleasant electronic tone sounded in the passenger cabin. Passenger discomfort detected. Gravity jamming load shedding program activated. Almost as if the electronic tone had just ended. Yan Guofeng and Tan Wanze and Qin Huayan's vertigo immediately disappeared. Yan Guofeng let out a long breath. Old and useless. Now I can't believe I'm seasick in an anti-load suit. Yan Guofeng then seemed to recall the past of his youth. Cloudy eyes looked out the window. Old Tan and Old Qin, look at how beautiful the clouds are outside. Tan Wanze said in a humorless manner. Old Chief, have you not slowed down from the shaking you just did? We're at sea. How can there be clouds outside the window? Tan Wanze and Qin Huayan then looked out the window through the porthole together. Only the fog outside the window had lifted. Outside the window was an azure sky. And there were white clouds. White cloud? Qin Huayan, the chief engineer of 006, rubbed his eyes vigorously. The entire group was confused after determining that the NEO transports were no longer at sea. Where have you been doing me for so long? At this time, Tan Wanze was also a bit headstrong. Originally, he hadn't believed that this guy about the size of an aircraft carrier could fly. I didn't realize this young man was playing for real. At that moment he looked out the window at the clouds floating a bold idea. If Daxia buys this technology and builds an air carrier. 10 minutes later, as the NEO transports reached their intended altitude, the 16-seat giant impulse engine nozzles were rotated from vertically downward to nozzle rearward. The NEO transport ship shifted from a vertical climb attitude to lateral flight. The ship's speed increased abruptly after the flight attitude shift, but that's not enough for a behemoth loaded with nearly 100,000 tons. Inside the cab, Shenshang very neatly turned on all 8 heavy plasma engines as well. The entire giant ship instantly accelerated. Boom! A loud bang that resonated through the ring came. Giant ships with no aerodynamic layout optimization whatsoever broke the sound barrier with unparalleled savagery. The moment it breaks the sound barrier, the massive hull rippled directly into the air, leaving a ring of clouds in its wake. The view from the ground looking up is beyond spectacular. At this time, the eaters on the ground were even more nonchalant when they saw the giant ship in the air break through the sound barrier. I'll go. Powerful flying bricks. Mana. Abortive. This just doesn't do his old man Newton any favors. Guess we're out of Newton's old man's hands here. I don't know that much. Anyway, just ask you if you're good. I don't care if the bull is awesome. Just ask if you can make a wish. Bless me with a girlfriend in the new year. Bless me with a boyfriend in the new year. By now the NEO transport ship had risen to 50,000 meters in altitude. Already in the middle tier. The atmosphere in this region is already extremely thin. When an unusual craft reaches this altitude, neither the power system nor the flight control system can function properly anymore. But the NEO transports were designed entirely to fly in this environment. None of the 3 engines carried on the ship are too constrained in a vacuum environment. Or rather, it's here that the NEO transports are truly free of their restraints, especially the 12 giant anti-gravity engines carried on the ship. At this altitude it was already possible to gradually push the near-Earth orbital transports away from the blue planet. It was slow, but with the impulse engine and the plasma engine, the average speed of the NEO transports had reached nearly Mach 10. At this point in the passenger cabin, Yen Guofeng could already see the oval horizon through the porthole. Along the way, a few of them didn't even dare to take a breath. Sitting in the seat was even more of a dare. Fear of affecting the balance of the ship. At this time, Yen Guofeng gulped as he looked out the window at the blue star. I thought it was just one flight. Why did you do it so far? Tam Wenzel carefully leaned over the edge of the bed to look at the huge planet at his feet. It's okay, and it's not far from home over Sakura now. In the meantime, Sakura Province. As the NEO transports passed over Sakura, the 8+16-seat mega engine traced a long trajectory through the air. For the most part, one only had to look up to see the trajectory of a giant ship crossing 50,000 meters in the air. It's like a shooting star. At this time, Sakura is already talking about meteor color. Instantly, air raid sirens rang out over major cities. Countless citizens of Sakura who had already cupped their hands dragged their families out of their homes. Men, women, and children gathered in the park clearing to look at the sky in this wintry month. Snot mixed with tears was frozen into ice. One by one, even if their hands and feet are frozen to numbness until they lose consciousness, they dare not go home. Some were so frozen that they couldn't stand it and just fell to their knees and cried out in pain on the cold ground. Under his breath, he shouted, "Da ba, ya ba dad yow." The air thins out as you gain altitude. The NEO transports were also gaining speed. When rising to 12 kilometers, the fuel for the large 16-seat impulse engine has been consumed. At this point, the NEO transports received an extremely weak influence from the gravity of the blue star. It can still be accelerated with just 8 large plasma engines. At this time, Yen Guofeng and the others in the passenger cabin were completely numb. Now they were probably understanding why the giant ship was called the Near-Earth Orbital Transportation Ship. It's going to send them straight to near-Earth orbit at 500 kilometers. It's simply too deranged. At this time, 006 Chief Engineer Qin Huayan seemed to think of something. A sudden frown. There's a question I've never been able to figure out here. If we really have flown this high, why can't we feel a little weightlessness? Yen Guofeng and Tan Wenza were also puzzled when they heard this. Everything just happened so suddenly. It caused them all to miss this detail. Usually on manned rockets there is a doll hanging in the manned compartment. Alert the astronauts when the rocket is flying at an altitude where weightlessness is possible. Though no similar reminder device was prepared in the passenger cabin of this huge ship, but judging by the altitude, it should have been high enough to be weightless at this point. Just as Yen Guofeng and the others were puzzled, the airlock in the passageway connecting the cockpit to the passenger cabin suddenly opened. Chapter 80, Why are you so belligerent now? Click giggle. With the airlock being opened, Chen Shang walked out from inside the cab holding a can of ice coke. The reason you don't feel weightlessness is because this transport ship's loading bay carries a gravity-disrupting load reduction system. No matter what's going on outside the ship, we feel the same on the inside as we do on flat ground. The principle involved is as if the blue planet is rotating at 30 kilometers per second at all times and rotating 40,075 kilometers every day, but we don't feel it at all. Yen Guofeng and Tan Wenza and Qin Huayan were too lazy to care about so many details now. Their hearts were this excited to see Qin Shang again. Now there was a bellyful of curiosity to inquire with Chun Shang. Yen Guofeng sat on the chair and said excitedly, "Good boy. You can really be the pride of our daxia, is the pride of all mankind. This will go down in history." That's not an exaggeration on his part. On this technical contribution of Chun Shang, much more without blowing smoke. Just this credit. No one dared to object even if the clan house was built on top of the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Tam Wenzel also straightened his seatbelt. If the Navy can get their hands on one of these, that's really dominating Blue Star. Good boy. How much does one of these things cost to fake? Our Navy is just smashing up the carriers and selling them for scrap to get a whole one high or low. Qin Huayan, the chief engineer of 006, reminded Tan Wenza, this thing won't go to the Navy even if we buy it back. It can take off over the sea. I can't think of anything else it could have to do with the sea. But this giant ship does have the potential to be an airborne mothership. Chen Shang wanted to laugh a little when he saw the three big men tensing their seatbelts even though they didn't dare to leave their seats. Gentlemen, the ship has been currently stabilized. You may unbuckle your seatbelts and move about the cabin as you please. Yen Guofeng and the others sniffed and hurriedly unbuckled their seatbelts with the help of the accompanying commander. It was surprising that the first moment the three old men regained their freedom was to run toward the porthole at the same time. By now the full blue star was visible in its entirety through the porthole. The azure-colored planet was as beautiful as a sapphire. The atmosphere is as white as snow and as light as gauze as if a white veil covered it. The blue-colored planet looked magnificent against the white veil. Yen Guofeng looked toward the location on the blue planet where the Great Xia map was located. Old tears. It's so beautiful. I can't imagine I'll be able to go up into space and see the blue star at this angle in my lifetime. Such a beautiful blue star. Cannot be exclusive for the great summer. This is simply my generation, no shame. Tan Wenza, who was on the side, hurriedly coughed lightly, to remind the old chief not to speak his heart out indiscriminately. If this word accidentally reaches the ears of the Western powers, there's still the possibility of discrediting Daxia. Blue Star ground. It's festering in the major media. The video of Daxia's mysterious giant ship rising into the air instantly caught fire all over the blue planet. Daxia's military fans were silently praying at this point that the more powerful this battleship was, the better. The netizens of the great powers are silently praying that this huge ship must not be a military one. Eagle Jam netizen, this is horrible. What are the Daxamites planning to do? Am I the only one who thinks they've threatened the safety of our eagle sauce? Dacia netizen, you're upset? Then what? San, I heard that the giant ship was mistaken for a meteor as it passed by Cherry Blossom. Quite a few shoguns were so scared they peed their pants. It ended up freezing in their pants. Sakura, Baka, PickleNet, ha. The fact that your hands still have the strength to type proves it's not cold enough. Over the blue planet, 400 kilometers above the ground, in the Blue Star International Space Station, the two Eagle Sauce stranded astronauts, Lucas and Vivian, have long since run out of ammunition. It is now completely dependent on the reserve food of astronauts from other countries to maintain their vital signs. The light was long gone from their eyes at this point. Lucas and Vivian were stuck in front of the viewing window, staring blearily at the blue star in the distance. A distance of 418 kilometers may at this point be a distance for them to cross after all in this life. Vivian, look how beautiful our blue star is. Wei and followed Lucas's line of sight. At this point the space station is facing the American plate of the blue planet. Vivian searched the North American continent carefully, occasionally comparing the map in her hand. It seems to want to find its way home. That's when a point of light with a long trailing trail appeared in her field of vision. It was fast and seemed to be flying towards them. Lucas, what do you see there? Lucas looked in the direction of Weevil's finger. Sure enough, something with a long tail was approaching. I think it's a rabbit rocket. That's the only thing Bunny's got time for these days at Blue Star. Hey, if we too were rabbits, we'd be home by now. Hearing Lucas' words, Vivian glanced enviously in that direction again. Lucas, have you ever seen a four-square rocket? Lucas sniffed and laughed. Vivian, you've been under so much stress lately. How can a rocket be four-square? Just as Lucas spoke, the NEO transports have caught up with the Blue Star International Space Station. At this point Lucas and Vivian could see the full extent of the NEO transport ship with their naked eyes. Lucas was instantly shocked to the point of dislocating his jaw. It then took a vicious effort to press his jaw back down. Oh bugger it. What the hell is this? Just for a moment, the massive near-Earth orbiting transport ship was on the verge of being on par with the space station. The unmistakably dominant and hideous appearance instantly made the two Eagle Jam astronauts pee their pants. Originally they had no change of clothes. This time the rest of the day will only be more embarrassing. Lucas and Weevil just endured the dampness in their pants. With eyes as tight as brass bells, he stared at the NEO transport ship that was catching up behind him, until one could see the crimson flag on the ship's hull. Both men's worldviews were completely shattered. Lucas said in a hard voice, This is the flag of Daxia. Oh God, this world is crazy. Just as they were about to find the camera equipment to record the shocking image, the NEO transporter just traveled to a position exactly parallel to the station. At this moment, Yen Guofeng and Tan Wanzi as well as Qin Huayan also happened to look through the porthole towards the Blue Star International Space Station. They also waved very enthusiastically after seeing Lucas and Vivian in front of the tiny viewing window. Soon the near-Earth orbiting transport ship swept completely past the Blue Star International Space Station. Only Lucas and Vivian were left at the viewing window with vacant eyes and blank faces. Inside the passenger cabin of the NEO transport ship, Yen Guofeng said with some regret, Too bad it's outside the atmosphere. Otherwise we'd have to have exhaust to tear apart this 400-ton gadget. These words left Tan Wanzi and Qin Huayan speechless. You used to be quite easygoing. Why so belligerent now? Chapter 81, Can this be broadcast? Eagle Sauce Quadrangle. A video of the NEO transport ship taking off over the ocean was being looped and dropped in the conference room. At this point in the conference room, except for the projector's screen, almost a needle could be heard. No one wants to speak at this time. Bunny is betting too hard on this one. No one really dares to follow. Previously 6th generation. They want to follow but have the heart to do so. However, this time the spaceships are drying out. What the hell? Perry, the newly appointed Secretary of Defense, had a headache. It's been hard to get to this position. It turned out to be this situation. At this point he's like a bunch of kids taking turns playing games on their cell phones. One person plays for 2 minutes. He waited blearily outside the crowd. However, the phone was handed over to him just as the opposite side pushed to the high ground. That's a lot of fun. Dang. There was a knock on the door. An Eagle Jam commander walked into the conference room. Mr. Minister, the Chancellor is on the phone. With that, He handed a classified phone to Defense Secretary Perry. Soon the call was answered. Old Den's voice came over the microphone. Mr. Perry, what is our space agency doing now that rabbits are digging for helium-3 on the moon? The rabbits' battleships are right over our heads, flailing. What is our Air Force doing? What is our Navy doing? What is our Army doing? Perry looked innocent at Old Den's question. In the end, he could only helplessly remind, Mr. Chancellor, these 3 military branches you just mentioned do not support combat in space. Also, I have to remind you that the space agency is not under my control. We don't have an army in space. Old Den was momentarily silent when Perry finished. A few seconds later, once again, Olden's voice came over the microphone. I now order you, as Grand Commander of Eagle Jam, to form the Space Force immediately. We have to have the means to be able to fight rabbits in space. Perry was momentarily speechless. Mr. Chancellor, would you like to hear what you're saying? I regret to inform you that our entire current strength in space is those 2 astronauts trapped up there. Do you intend for them to fight a 100,000 ton mass of steel giants? In the meantime, Blue Star 480 kilometers in altitude in space. Chen Shang had already begun to control the 2 Titans in the cargo bay to start. Also put 2 Titans views on the big screen inside the away end. This would make it easier for Chen Shang to know the work progress of the 2 Titans in real time. Simultaneous deployment of navigation satellites. Chen Shang also didn't forget to ask Lin Yi to turn on the live broadcast. After all, scaring people was his main purpose for coming up here this time. Seeing the 2 Titan power armors that were busy on the big screen, Yan Guofeng and a few others shouted in unison. This Titan power armor utility is really too broad. Outer space, this extreme environment. A silicon-based unit like the Titan works significantly more efficiently. In the future, many jobs that humans can't do can be done by them. At this time Yan Guofeng watched as the Titan sent an identical satellite into orbit with some confusion. Chen Shang, what are you doing with so many identical satellites? Chen Shang immediately put down the work in his hands and replied with a well-behaved face. Chief Yan, I'm a person with a bit of a poor sense of direction, and I get lost easily, so I got a set of navigation systems intended for my own use. This navigation system consists of a total of 36 navigation satellites and a ground control station, which is enough for my own use. Instantly the air was as quiet as death. Yan Guofeng thought about it for half a day but didn't know how to talk down on this topic. GNSS? There are only 4 GNSS systems in all of Blue Star right now. You built another set yourself? And all at once. 36 satellites in one step. 36 satellites for your own use? What's that supposed to mean? The dog Dado looks like a beggar compared to you. On the other side of the blue planet ground also received the images uploaded back from the NEO transports. The screen is split in half. Half of it is footage of the Titans working in the cargo bay, in 4K HD, with every detail displayed with uncanny clarity. The other half is a commentary screen by Yui Lin, which consists of an ultimate mosaic of 4 pixels. And even Yui Lin's voice has been given special treatment. Such a contrast instantly unsettled these melon-eating military fans. The 4K HD transporter cargo hold backfired. What's your level of secrecy? More secretive than a starship? That's right. The navigational satellites are letting it be seen. And the anchors aren't even showing their faces. Don't ask. Asking is top secret. At this time, foreign netizens were sour when they saw Dasha playing a new trick. Some netizens from cosmopolitan countries are still questioning the authenticity of the contents of the live broadcast. Kimchi netizen, you've all been fooled by the Daxamites. I think it's all just movie special effects. Asin networker, that's right. I don't believe it's true either. Dasha is just bluffing. Seeing the 2 major cosmic powers speak on the net. At this point even the Sakura webmaster couldn't sit still. Sakura, what a summer bug. You guys can't even fantasize about something. People make it, it's called pathetic. Cherry Blossom webmaster, that's right. Half of Cherry Blossom could see it flying over our heads. How could it be fake? Soon 36 navigation satellites were sent into orbit one by 2 Titans. 36 satellites distributed over 6 orbital planes. This ensures that at least any one of the coordinates of Blue Star will receive signals from all 6 satellites at the same time. In a few hours all the satellites will cover the globe. Chen Shang will then be given a navigation system that is solely his own. At this point, only 4 big guys styled as if they were 4-leaf clovers remained in the cargo hold. The sharp-eyed Qin Huayan could tell at a glance that these 4 guys were not unusual satellites. These 4 satellites have significantly greater automatic reorbiting capabilities. What are these 4 big guys for? Chen Shang said unconcernedly. Delivery man. Express? Yan Guofeng visibly froze. Then something immediately came to mind. Although he is very old and doesn't get online very often, but there are some common internet jokes he knows. It seemed to validate his suspicions. At that moment the Titan on the screen opened a huge alloy box. 12 huge missiles were yards of them in unison.
The head of the missile was also printed with the words radius of destruction 100 kilometers. Instantly Yen Guofeng and Tan Wanze felt a wave of speechlessness. Who the hell prints the radius of destruction of a missile on the warhead? What's even more outrageous is that all 6 of the major Blue Star languages are printed on it. Yen Guofeng turned his head again to look at Lin Yi, who kept on narrating in various languages of the all Blue Star. And his brain went numb. You're going to put this on the air? Chapter 82, Our weapons are perfectly safe. In the meantime, the small friends on the surface of the Blue Star who were watching the live broadcast were all completely numb as well. There is some delay in the screen though, but it didn't dampen their excitement at all. Dasha Netizen, Ilua Bean. The radius of destruction is 100 kilometers, which means a diameter of 200 kilometers, covering the entire Sakura East capital. Sakura, we're friendly neighbors, so please don't make wild analogies. Arigato. Dasha Netizen, Ilua Bean. Destruction radius 100 kilometers, diameter 200 kilometers. Just cover the whole Cherry Blossom 2 board. Cherry Blossom Network. Sakura Neti, Sakura and Dasha are family. Eternally friendly. Expression, clear eyes. Dasha Netizen, oh. That's all you guys said during the Tang Dynasty. Kimchi Netizen, if Dasha launches these missiles into space, I'll go on a hunger strike. Eagle Sauce Netizen, yes. Protests must be made. Dasha is threatening the safety of all of Blue Star with this. Dasha Netizen, I'm guessing this thing won't threaten our homeland at least. How about you guys surrender? Inside the NEO transport ship, the 2 Titans carefully loaded 12 missiles onto each of the 4 space-based weapons platforms. Each platform is loaded with 3. After completing the loading, each of the 4 space-based weapons platforms was also placed in orbit. At this point, Lin Yi looked at the platform that was sent to the orbit, and did not forget to fulfill his own duties. Taking a small notebook, he read the lines that Chen Shang had edited long ago. Greetings, fellow Blue Stars. This space-based weapon platform consists of a total of 4 carrier platforms and 12 hypersonic near-Earth orbit missiles. Although the number of space-based weapon platforms is only 4. Don't you worry, each of the 4 space-based weapon platforms can cover half of Blue Star. That means it ensures that any location in all of Blue Star at any time will be covered by at least 2 space-based weapons platforms, allowing you to feel the care of at least 6 missiles at the same time. As for the reliability of the missiles, you need not worry. The warhead portion of this missile utilizes point defense force field shield technology, which cannot be intercepted once launched, and the radius of destruction of the missile, I can assure you all here, 100 kilometers radius is absolutely real and effective, and it's all fair game. Lin Yi gave some explanation. The Blue Star netizens, who were already protesting, became even more nonplussed. Eagle Jam. Demon. She's absolutely evil. Gallic Chicken netizen, that's right. No wonder he's so heavily mosaicked and afraid to show his face. So he's a devil. South Bar. This is horrible. We must strongly boycott it. Sakura, yes, we have to work together to keep the peace. This weapon is too dangerous. At this time, Lin Yi saw the live broadcast arguing. Hurriedly, he persuaded everyone stop arguing. Actually, our space-based weapons platforms are very safe. Since there are people questioning the safety of this weapon, let me show you more. The words fell. Everyone was confused. Show? How do I show it? At this point, Lin Yi didn't bleat much. Directly redirect the screen to one of the 4 space-based weapons platforms. Instantly the live feed turned into an overhead view of the Blue Star. The netizens all over Blue Star in the live broadcast room were all mesmerized by the magnificent Blue Star on the screen. The Blue Star is simply beautiful at this angle. If it wasn't for the weapon locking alignment in the middle of the screen, and the various stats on the edges of the screen, they were even going to forget that it was a terrorist weapon shooting footage. Seeing the effect achieved, Lin Yi slowly zoomed in on the image. The plate features of the Blue Star become progressively clearer. You can tell from the continental plates. This space-based weapons platform happens to be flying right over Sakura Nakajima. Instantly all of the Sakura webmasters saw themselves being pointed at by the center of the quasi like this, and their hearts were suddenly filled with more than a hint of inexplicable panic. All you Sakura netizens are silently praying that this little girl ever had a happy childhood. At this time, Lin Yi hurriedly cleared her throat. Ahem. Cough. Why are space-based weapons platforms perfectly safe? Because although the kill radius of NEO missiles is large, they are also absolutely precise. The attack error will not be greater than 1 centimeter, said Lin Yi sliding the map again. The mountains and rivers of Sakura province were gradually displayed clearly on the screen. As the map was zoomed in slowly, psoriasis-like patches appeared on the map. These are human-built cities. Lin Yi directly chose the largest city in the map and continued to zoom in. Soon an overhead view of the entire city of Silverflower East capital appeared on the screen. There were still clouds drifting through the sky every now and then at this point. Obviously it's not like looking at Google Maps on a regular basis. The picture on the screen is now in real time. Every frame is live in the moment. Tick, tick, tick. Just as the entire city of Sakura Todo just about fills the entire screen, a red circle began to blink non-stop around the entire eastern capital. Lin Yi's brittle voice sounded again. You see? This red circle is the actual destructive range of the missile, and I can assure you with my personality that it can definitely achieve zero error. Friends within the red line at the time of the explosion went away in absolute peace and without any pain. At that moment, all the Sakura netizens who were watching the live broadcast had their entire being bad, especially if the home is in the eastern capital. He couldn't wait to run to the sky and snatch Lin Yi's cell phone. Yui Lin, after selecting Sakura Tanda, start continuing to zoom in on the screen. Soon the bustling streetscape of the Golden Mile appeared on the screen. Even the pedestrians on the street are clearly visible. In front of a traffic light intersection, a young man who was playing with his cell phone with his head down even saw himself in the picture. Instantly this little cherry blossom was so shocked that her cell phone fell to the ground. Turning his head to the sky, Yui Lin didn't forget to give him a close-up of his face. Did everyone see that? That's the precision of a space-based weapons platform. Absolutely safe to hit where you point. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the little ones in the Blue Star countries were even more speechless. What teacher taught you to link precision to safety? At the same time, there are sharp-eyed netizens who have noticed. At this point, the camera seems to have a puddle of water at Sakura's feet. Pickle net, ashy bar. This one is not supposed to be scared to pee. Asin networker, cherry blossom man cowards. Gutless. Sakura, be reasonable. What would you do if you had a nuclear bomb pointed at you? At this time, Lin Yi saw that someone had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, please rest assured. Although the killing range of NEO missiles is huge, they are definitely not nuclear bombs. I am here to assure you that it is absolutely pure green and uncontaminated. So launch it without any international conventions. Chapter 83, Sakura's Nightmare. Seeing the fear of the family in the live feed, Lin Yi was also afraid of causing unnecessary panic, in case it scares people to death, resulting in a smaller number of people in the live room. So much so that it spoiled Chen Shang's good deed. Lin Yi hurriedly flicked her fingers, intending to turn the screen to a less crowded area. As the screen slowly moves upward, soon a huge ancient mansion appeared in the picture. This time even Yin Guofeng and the others in the passenger cabin were not calm. Isn't this the Sakura Imperial Palace? They should have thought of that. Isn't the Sakura Imperial residence next to the Golden Seat? The two are just separated by a large road. Now I wonder what mood the little baka who lives inside is in at this point. There's no peeing in your pants. As for Lin Yi and Chen Shang's behavior, the three old guys thought about it and finally chose to look directly at their eyes and noses. Number 1, it's a civilian facility. It's out of their hands. Secondly, it's not in Dacia territory. It's out of their hands. The third target is Sakura Tanda, which they don't want to manage. Sakura Congress at this time. The Supreme Minister's head was covered in sweat. Now Dacia is aiming directly at their royal residence with a mushroom egg. It was estimated that the other party would only need one hand to shake and the entire eastern capital would probably be scrapped. At this rate they're going to have to land their flag at half-mast. A congressman said with great indignation, "This is nuclear blackmail. We cannot give in. 200 million jades." Just as the councillor was yelling about jade, he was directly hit in the eye by a nearby councillor with an electric blast. Baka, what do we have to rely on to fight against Great Xia now? The White House of Eagle Sauce is now afraid to take calls from the Supreme Minister. The Supreme Minister glanced at the chaotic chamber. A moment's deliberation even suggested, "Call Mr. Dasha at once and tell him I want to say hello, and we are willing to increase our previous investment of 200 billion Eagle dollars to 10,000 billion. Inside the live feed, Lin Yi was still spouting off on this skybase weapons quasar under the East City. Don't be afraid, everyone. Even though the space-based weapons have been aimed at the eastern capital, as long as you don't turn on the safety, it's perfectly safe. Missiles can only be launched if they are de-energized. I don't know if you've noticed, but the collimator of space-based weapons is green, but it's red when the safety is off, and I'm going to show you now." With that, Lin Yi directly unlocked the firing safety of the space-based weapon. The next second everyone realized that the quasar on the screen in the live broadcast room had indeed turned red. Also a line of red warning flashed at the top of the screen. Warning: space-based weapon safeties have been deactivated. Please be careful not to accidentally touch the launch button. Warning: space-based weapon safeties have been deactivated. Please be careful not to accidentally touch the launch button. Warning: space-based weapon safeties have been deactivated. Please be careful not to accidentally touch the launch button. At this moment, everyone in the entire eastern metropolis of Sakura province was shocked and confused. Those with daughters-in-law hold them close. Those with older partners hug them tightly. One shake of this hand, and there won't be a crumb left of their bones. Sakura, friendship lives on. Friendship lives on. Sakura, Yami,
Yami's dad. Sakura, the mountains and rivers are foreign. The wind and the moon are the same. Please turn off the insurance. Dasha Edison, I think it's the mountains and rivers that are different. Not sharing the same sky, that's right. Don't hesitate. Beautiful woman. Him. Dasha Edison, if you press the launch button, I'll take a month's worth of food money and brush you with Huazi. PickleNet, I don't believe it unless you launch a missile. AZN, disbelief +1. Seeing the nervous look of Sakura's netizens on the pop-ups, Lin Yi let out a delicate laugh. LOL. I'll tell you what, it may seem dangerous for me to operate like this, but it's not safe at all. Don't worry, Sakura's friends. I'm a man with a heart of gold, and I'm sure I won't launch a missile. At this time, after some tawdry maneuvering by Lin Yi, Chen Shang's tech points were insanely on the rise. The very moment Lin Yi opened the safety of the sky-based weapon, it even went straight up by more than 10,000 technology points. At this time, Chen Shang's technology points in the background had reached over 60,000 points. And it's growing, although the growth rate has slowed down quite a bit. But as long as space-based weapons hang over their heads, the powers will not be able to sleep soundly. The so-called powers of the blue planet now were nothing more than toolmen who brushed technology points for Chen Shang. The purpose of the trip has been fully accomplished. Chen Shang began ordering the 2 Titan power armors to begin adding return fuel to the impulse engines. NEO transports require little fuel on the return trip, so the process doesn't take long. 1 hour later, under the gravity engine, the NEO transports began to inch closer to Blue Star. Upon entering the atmosphere, the 8 plasma engines began decelerating the NEO transporter. The massive hull then slammed into the atmosphere at Mach 5. The heat from the friction of the ship's hull against the atmosphere once again created a long contrail. A few minutes later, once again, a huge shooting star appeared over the cherry blossoms. The air raid siren was sounded again. Everyone once again dragged their families from their homes and ran to the park open space for shelter. One by one, they were frozen again until their noses were long. A cute girl hugged her head and cried, I can't live this life anymore. I'm going to marry in Dacia, the great summer sea. After the final deceleration of the 16 impulse engines, the NEO transport ship rested smoothly on the surface. The crowd that had been waiting on the shore for a long time instantly boiled over. Back, where's the anchor woman who just drove the insurance policy over Sakura's head? I'm going to build you a life shrine. Ha! She's one thumb movement away from opening the genealogy alone. If it were up to me, there'd only be Dacia left on the blue planet. A few minutes later, Bunny picked up Chen Shang and Yen Guofeng and the others in a yacht. Yen Guofeng glanced back at the massive hull of the NEO transport ship. Chen Shang, I'm never comfortable with such a valuable fellow just parked on the dock. Chen Shangxi smiled helplessly. Chief, don't worry. I believe in Dacia's law and order. And there's 2 Titans up there. It's fine. Thinking back to the previous Titan who single-handedly took out 3 of Sango's military bases, Yen Guofeng was then relieved. In fact, Chen Shang had parked the near-Earth orbital transportation ship at the pier for the convenience of transporting goods. After all, there's no such thing as airports on Blue Star right now. You say you never regret dedicating your life to this vast land. That's when Chen Shang's phone rang. Phone call connected. Soon Kai Lao's bright laughter rang out from the microphone. Chen Shang, you are considered to have completely brought human spaceflight to a new height today. Apparently, Elder Kai had also seen the NEO transporter that was making the rounds on the internet. That's why I made this call to Chen Shang. Chapter 84, Clues to Parents. After giving Chen Shang some compliments, Kai Lao explained his intentions. We, the space agency, intend to use your ship to transport the lunar module, and your progress has given us the intention to establish a base on the surface of the moon. When Chen Shang heard about this, he asked with some doubts, aren't you retired, Kai Lao? Kai Lao laughed. He, I would like to retreat, but I just can't retire. Unless you come to work for the space agency, I can't see any hope of retirement. Chen Shang refused in a hurry. He's used to being comfortable. Don't want to go into the system and be constrained. I'd rather be a courier who helps transport goods. Seeing that Chen Shang refused so decisively, Elder Kai was not entangled either. Chen Shang, how much does it cost per kilogram for this transport ship of yours to transport cargo into near-Earth orbit? And what are the single transport weight limits and volume limits? The reason why Kai Lao approached Chen Shang to offer his help, it was because the current price of transporting goods from Dacia to Blue Star was too expensive. Supposedly Stark over at Eagle Jam has rolled the cost price up to $200 Eagle per kilogram. I'm sure Chen Shang's side should be able to beat the price even lower. Chen Shang heard Kai Lao's question and roughly estimated it. The fuel cost of a round trip for a NEO transport ship is roughly $1 billion Dacia dollars. Carrying capacity is 20 million kilograms when converted to kilograms based on 20,000 tons in a single trip, equivalent to a NEO transporter delivering only 50 Dacia dollars per kilogram of cargo. Costs a full 28 times less than the Stark of Eagle Jam. I'm going to roll over this stupid buy when the time comes. Chen Shang thought about it. After all, he had spent nearly 100 billion Chinese dollars on building the NEO transport ship himself. More or less have to make some money too. And there's no shame in making money on merit. In the future, I will need a lot of money. So I can't be so hot-headed as to say that I'm helping for nothing. With so much money spent on just one NEO transport ship, there's just so much money to be used in the future. Elder Kai, I'm not going to be polite to you. I'm really lacking in research funds right now. The NEO transporter's single ultimate carrying capacity is 22,000 tons. I'll give you $100 a kilo for a full load, and I'll froth you with zeros for 22,000 tons of cargo. Just give me 2 billion. Kai Lao on the other end of the phone almost didn't faint when he heard Chen Shang's words. How much? 100 eagle dollars? If that's really the price, Daxia can now proceed with the construction of the lunar lava tube. Not $100 a kilo. Daxia could station a heavy synthetic brigade on the moon. Hearing Kai Lao misunderstanding, Chen Shang hurriedly corrected. Kai Lao is not eagle dollars. I'm talking about Daxia coins. Transporting goods from the blue star to an external orbit of 500 kilometers is 100 Daxia coins per kilogram. Chen Shang, I know you're patriotic, but you can't put yourself at a disadvantage. You're quoting this, which is double the cost of Eagle Sauce Stark. Where's the profit? The country will need more contributions from talents like you in the future, so it's absolutely necessary to ensure your profits. Listen to me, 500 Daxia coins a kilogram. This price can already bring the Daxia space industry to a new level, not a higher level. Hearing Kai Lao's offer, Chen Shangren, who was holding the phone, was dumbfounded. Though he spent nearly $100 billion building this NEO transporter, but now a long-distance run will net you $9 billion, not counting the return trip. That means up to 10 round trips to get your money back. It's a good deal. Now he even had the urge to take out a $100 billion loan to build another ship. Even if he lost the money, I guess no one would dare to approach him to collect the debt. Back to River City. Several of the Star Dome workbenches in the toy factory had stopped running long ago at this point. Several bionic dogs are automatically patrolling the workshop. These bionic dogs are different from the robotic dogs of Daxia and Eagle Sauce. They can do actions that machinery is completely incapable of doing. More challenging work can be accomplished. And there are no metal parts in the body. It is more convenient to perform tasks in some specific scenarios. And these bionic dogs have a very high level of intelligence. No training is required to carry out commands with precision. Meanwhile, 20 sets of Swarm man-portable combat systems had been lying quietly in the warehouse. Chen Shang probably looked at it. The Swarm Warfighter system is different from the Valkyrie exoskeleton. The former is more suited to strong assault missions by super combat units like the Hare. The main focus is on vigorous miracles. The Swarm Warfighter system, on the other hand, is more suited to the average Special Forces soldier. The combat style is more focused on versatility and synergy with other weapons. The Swarm Warfighter system is primarily equipped with a lightweight nano exoskeleton. It is possible to significantly expand a soldier's external weight capacity. It can also substantially enhance the mobility and flexibility of soldiers on the battlefield, and it is an effective defense against damage caused by light weapons on the battlefield. The weapon system includes a self-defense rifle, and 32 swarming automatic patrol rounds, and a Hummingbird man-assisted combat drone. The UAV is equipped with a light machine gun that fires 7.62 by 51 mm machine gun rounds. For short-range tactical missiles are mounted on the wings, capable of frontal penetration of 1,200 mm of homogeneous steel horizontal armor. Soldiers can also hook themselves to the drone via a hook when they need to maneuver. And what's even more outrageous is that this swarm combat system bionic dogs can also use. After roughly understanding the performance of the swarm weapon system, Chen Shang nodded in satisfaction. Just this single combat system, plus the release dogs. A few random mercenaries will be able to sweep through a small country by then. Now everything is ready. Just as soon as he used the tech points he had in his hand to order the genetic research lab out, he went overseas to investigate and clean up this international security company. The secret of his parents' disappearance is something he must investigate. Just then, there was a sharp knock on the door from outside. Chen Shang opened the door to see that it was actually Li Qingxue. Chen Shang had been busy building a near-Earth orbit transport ship for the past 2 months and hadn't been in much contact with her. And I don't know what she's been doing lately. Li Qingxue didn't say anything nonsense when she entered the house. Straight away, one of the paper bag pockets was opened, pulled out a couple of papers and spread them on the desktop. Chen Shang, I've been secretly investigating important events in Daxia in the years before and after your parents' disappearance for the past 2 months. These are the documents I've compiled on the events that may be related to your parents' disappearance. Chen Shang looked at a few panicked files on the desktop, and some of the newspapers that had been cut down were slightly touched in his heart.
I can't imagine that this girl has actually been secretly helping to investigate her parents' disappearance. Chen Shang casually grabbed the file on his desktop. These documents are organized in great detail. It encompasses all the major events of the 3 years before and 1 year after the disappearance of Chen Shang's parents. Everything that can be traced is recorded. At this time, Chen Shang grabbed an old newspaper on the desktop with some doubts in his mind. Chapter 85, Past Events at the Border Gate. The newspaper's headline panel reads, in very large letters, the discovery of ancient human historic sites on the Daxia border. There are several photos attached to the board. The length takes up almost half the paper. It looks like it should have been a sensational story back in the day. The date of the news release says almost the same time as his parents' disappearance. But the problem is that Chen Shang never remembers the news back then. It seemed to see Chen Shang's doubts. Li Qingxue hurriedly explained. I bought this newspaper from a collector. It is rumored that the paper was accidentally caught fire in the warehouse where it was stored before it had a chance to spread after it was printed. So only a very small portion of this paper has gotten out. Don't you think it's strange? It's such a big story and yet only one newspaper is reporting it. And the others act as if they're completely unaware of it. I then investigated all the newspapers of that day and found something even more bizarre. There were no papers circulating in almost all the papers that day. It's as if this day has vanished from history. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Shang immediately realized that the incident was not simple. If it was just an ordinary archaeological discovery, there would never have been such an uproar to cover it up afterward. But if confidentiality is involved, then why invite journalists to cover it? Chen Shang probably guessed it was likely that, at first, everyone just thought it was an ordinary archaeological discovery, but it's only after the discovery of the unthinkable that they try their best to cover it up. Chen Shang turned his head to look at Li Qingxue gratefully. Thank you. I bet there's a secret behind this. But almost 20 years have passed. The truth of what happened back then has probably been buried long ago as well. At this time, Li Qingxue spoke again. Yes, it's hard to investigate anything around the incident itself after so much time has passed. But I switched gears and investigated other big local events that year. Speaking of which, Li Qingxue once again found a document. One of the copies was a news item about the local garrison soldiers collectively receiving second-class honors. Chen Shang instantly narrowed his eyes. It's not because of anything else. Precisely because this happened just 3 days after the archaeology news was covered up. Collective second-class honors, necessarily, are only available if a battle occurs. And the other side is certainly not small fry and has suffered heavy losses. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to get a second degree. If you connect the two things, that is, this archaeological site has unearthed something that all of Blue Star covets. It was only then that international mercenaries were recruited. It's just that these knife-edge guys wrongly estimated the strength of Daxia. Although 20 years ago, Daxia's national strength was not as strong as it is now. But Daxia has to ground troops everyone hardly ever loses. These mercenaries probably couldn't have imagined to death that an elite squad of their own, heavily armed, hadn't even ed an ordinary garrison soldier of Daxia. Just after entering the country, it becomes a military badge on someone's chest. The causes and consequences were analyzed. Chen Shang directly guessed the conjecture in his mind. There is definitely a connection between these two things, but I'm still not sure it's connected to my parents' disappearance. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Li Qingxue once again took out a pile of documents. Originally I noticed this thing, and only because it was too abstract, but then you connect the dots and see. Chen Shang took the document handed over by Li Qingxue. It's different than before. These documents are some of the content from overseas. Chen Shang instantly lost his composure when he read the words on it. Just 2 days after the discovery of ancient relics on the border of Daxia, and 1 day before the garrison soldiers received a collective second-class merit, the international security organization that most likely had something to do with the disappearance of Chen Shang's parents had sent a leader to lead a team of mercenaries to the kingdom of Silan, a small country outside the borders of Daxia. This country is extremely poorly policed, and the fish are mixed. The number of internationally wanted criminals and terrorist organizations mixed in is very high. The young head of the International Security Organization was left alone when he reappeared 2 days later. It was as if the team of mercenaries he led had evaporated. Apparently the Daxia garrison soldiers were the ones on whom the second degree was awarded. There's definitely something wrong with this archaeological site, Chen Shang said decisively. Li Qingxue nodded. That's right, but the trail breaks down here. I've personally been to that archaeological site for proof, and it's been gutted. It's now turned into a large reservoir. Chen Shang nodded. The things dug up inside the ruins have probably all been moved. Now I guess no one will tell the truth if they go ask the old guys. Since we can't find out from the inside, why don't we move in from the outside? Since that little head of the international security company used to bring in people to rob them, it proves he knew what was being dug up at the time. Li Qingxue took a serious look at Chen Shang. Are you planning to start with the small head of the security company? But this man is extremely secretive and no one has seen him since this incident. There is speculation that since this incident he has blended into the crowd and gone into seclusion. Chen Shang tapped the desk lightly between them. A man who can go in and out of a country for 3 days with dozens of mercenaries fully armed needs to be met, even if it's a small country. I guess there must be a connector of the security company inside this Ceylon kingdom, and that person must be more familiar with this little leader. Li Qingxue seemed to guess what Chen Shan was planning to do. Are you going to? You have to realize that these small countries can be very chaotic, and the good guys there have guys in their hands. Hearing Li Qingshue's words, Chen Shang's mouth grinned at the corners. Then I guess their dick must not be as big as mine. Leave all the preparations for the exit to Li Qingxue. Chen Shang found a factory building that Daxia officials had just built for him nearby. Directly unfold the Star Dome Industrial Mother. The Genetic Enhancement Research Workroom was quickly found in the Technology Unlocked catalog. Genetic Enhancement Research Workshop 50,000 technology points. Now Chen Shang's technology points had reached 70,000 technology points. After deducting 50,000 tech points, the Star Dome Industrial Matrix began to remodel the plant. Genetically Enhanced Research Workshop in the making. Estimated time 7 days. Chen Shan was a bit surprised about the construction time. Originally, he had thought that the equipment that required 50,000 tech points would take a long time to build. I didn't realize it would only take 7 days. With the remaining tech points, Chen Shan chose to unlock the Valkyrie single soldier exoskeleton. After all, this was the equipment that both he and Bunny had been longing for quite some time. And it might be possible that Chen Shan could use the Valkyrie warrior exoskeleton after completing his genetic enhancement. Chapter 86, Physical Strengthening. After spending 9,000 tech points again, the Valkyrie one-man exoskeleton began production. It took the same 7-day production process. This coincided with the construction of the Genetic Enhancement Research Workshop. By then both technologies will be completed at the same time. After the production of the Valkyrie monopod exoskeleton, Chen Shang had only 10,000 or so technology points left. I was going to unlock Bionic Goblin Warrior together. But, Bionic Goblin Warrior, right now Chen Shang didn't have that many tech points. Had to wait a little longer. Since there aren't enough tech points to produce Bionic Combat Goblins, Chen Shang couldn't rely on Bunny for everything. Bunny is a force multiplier though, but after all, it's not a real person. Investigating some leads or real people to rely on. Of course the dependability referred to here did not include Lin Tianyu and Lin Yi. Let's recruit some mercenaries to deal with it first. At this time, Lin Tianyu, who was driving a forklift on the side, hurriedly put down his hands. Come to Chen Shang's side. Good buddy, let me discuss something with you. Chen Shang looked back at him. If you want a raise, there is no door. It's not so you can have a job. I'm in on making forklifts smart. Lin Tianyu hurriedly waved his hand and explained. It's not about that. Don't you want to hire mercenaries? I'd like to ask you if you crippled want it. Chen Shang looked at Lin Tianyu suspiciously. Lin Tianyu finished the latter words directly. Before that, when San was causing trouble at the border. What garrison soldier has a wounded leg? I was thinking he was just an NPC and left it at that. Then he dragged his injured leg back through the mountains at an altitude of several thousand meters. Even though he was carried by his comrades along the way, after tossing and turning for hours, he missed the best time for treatment. Now he's out of the hospital, but his leg is ruined. Waiting for Lin Tianyu to finish his sentence, Chen Shang instantly understood what he meant. He's stopping the other guy from being at fault for falling into disability. This caused Chen Shang to look at Lin Tianyu one more time. Lin Tianyu is a person you can call stupid, but you can never call him bad. At least he's not quite the same as those dudes on TV. Never a bully and compassionate. Okay, you call him over. Chen Shang didn't mince words either. Promise straight away. The current Chen Shang was poor, but definitely not bad for a mouth to eat. Time quickly came to 7 days later. Both the Genetically Enhanced Research Workshop and the Valkyrie one-man exoskeleton have been completed. The first thing Chen Shang did was to dive headfirst into the Genetic Reinforcement Research Workshop. Who wouldn't want to be like the characters in the Marvel movies? As an airlock was opened. What about Chen Shang buying into a buffer room? The buffer room is about 5 square meters. There is an airlock at the front and back. With the airlock behind them closing again, a fine spray of disinfectant fell from overhead. Chen Shang followed the guidelines to a locker room, and after removing his clothes, he once again entered the secondary buffer room. After being sterilized again, Chen Shang finally entered the Gene Enhancement Research Workshop. 50,000 tech points to build a facility that doesn't look too high-end. Aside from a petri dish that can hold one person, the rest of the facilities don't even look as advanced as the inside of an Eagle Jam movie. After Chen Shang briefly understood the operating principle of the Genetic Reinforcement Research Workshop, through the center console, straight away, He picked up the blood collection device on the workbench and drew a tube of blood. Blood samples being analyzed. Please wait. Blood samples have been analyzed and genetic decoding has begun. Genetic decoding completed. Attempting gene optimal recombination editing. The program is complete. Please enter the petri dish and wait. With a series of prompts ringing in his ears, Chen Shang was tense to the core inside. On one side is the lure of genetic modification. On one side, there is concern about uncertainty. In the end, Chen Shang didn't resist the temptation. Into the petri dish. Ka. With Chen Shang lying down. Petri dish lid seal automatically. Soon the petri dish was filled with a large amount of culture fluid. Chen Shang knows that these liquids don't affect a person's breathing, but still very nervous. Until the culture didn't go past the tip of his nose. An intense drowsiness swept over him. After all, Chen Shang was unable to resist sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. When Chen Shang woke up again, the culture solution in the petri dish has dried up. The lid of the petri dish has been opened. Chen Shang directly rolled over and stood up from the petri dish. Dang! With a muffled sound, Chen Shang's head hit against the lid of the petri dish. The special tempered glass was hit with a silky crack. Chen Shang's head also bulged with a big bag. Chen Shang covered his head in some confusion. Just now he estimated the position. You're not supposed to hit your head. Rubbing his forehead, Chen Shang found a mirror in the genetically enhanced research workroom. Intend to look at the brain injury. But the moment Chen Shang looked into the mirror, he realized that not a single trace was left on his forehead. Chen Shang suspiciously looked back at the lid of the petri dish that had been cracked by the impact. Could it be that what I've strengthened is iron head? For the sake of proof, Chen Shang once again looked into the mirror and began to check his body. Very surprised to find that I've actually grown quite a bit taller. What was only about 175 is now closer to 185. And there's a lot more tendon meat on the body too. Now Chen Shang's body looks very porous, but not as exaggerated as a fitness instructor. The scene was like the movie Spider-Man he watched as a kid. It seems to validate something. Chen Shang secretly shouted at the mirror. Deja. 10 seconds later nothing happened. Chen Shang was relieved instead. He didn't want to turn into a monster hundreds of meters tall. And it's very embarrassing to think about having to show up in that line every time you fight. Once again, I came to the center control in front of the genetically enhanced research workroom. It was found that there was also physical testing equipment in the genetically enhanced research workroom. Since Chen Shang had just gotten up in a petri dish, there is no need to be testing in. The database already had his physical data. Chen Shang hurriedly pulled up his body data to check it out. Name, Shan Sang. Race, human, Yanhuang race. Sex, adult male. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Muscle strength, 53, adult human average 10. Bone strength, 56, adult human average 10. Skin elongation/toughness, 53, adult human average 10. Physical coordination, 55, adult category average 10. Combined physical fitness, 51, adult category average 10. Brain energy, 53, adult human average 10. Chapter 87 Preparations for Departure. Seeing his physical examination message, Chen Shang was pleasantly surprised in his heart. All of his physical functions were now 5 times that of an ordinary person. Under complementary, his combined strength was definitely more than 5 times that of an ordinary person. The current Chen Shang even had the confidence to single-handedly take on a tiger. And that's just the most rudimentary of genetically enhanced research workrooms. Just have enough tech points. Continued upgrading of the genetic enhancement research workshop. Sooner or later, Chen Shang's body could grow to a very frightening level. At the end of the day, you might be able to carry a nuclear bomb or survive in outer space. After admiring his strong body for a while longer, Chen Shang turned around and prepared to leave the genetic enhancement research workroom. KAZZ. With the airlock open, Chen Shang walked out of the genetic enhancement research workroom with a big stride. Master, the temperature outside has now reached 15 degrees below zero. Please beware of catching a cold. Here are your clothes. Bunny, who had been waiting at the door since a long time ago, handed Chen Shang's clothes to him. It was only then that Chen Shang realized that he was actually still naked. Would have just walked out if it wasn't for the bunny. Absolute social death. Chen Shang is scary enough when he thinks about it. Taking the clothes Bunny handed him, Chen Shang wore it on his body and felt that the clothes were a bit small. It just so happens that it's almost New Year's Eve. 2. Looks like it's time for a new outfit. At this time, Bunny sidetracked the topic and said, Master, the Valkyrie exoskeleton has been produced. Do you want to go over and take a look? Chen Shang instantly guessed its little mind. Ha! It's you who can't wait. Wear clothes and pants that show your neck. Chen Shang brought Bunny to the workbench that produced the Valkyrie exoskeleton. At this point 2 sets of Valkyrie exoskeletons have been produced. Just lying there quietly on the workbench, Chen Shang reached out and picked up a set. It's very light in the hand.
It's probably just about 800 grams. On the side, Bunny hurriedly lifted the illusory clothing and also picked up a set of Valkyrie exoskeleton and put it on her body. Chen Shang was surprised. The Valkyrie exoskeleton is actually flexible and extremely thin and light. Bunny wears them exactly like tights and they fit perfectly. Just as Chen Shang was puzzled, Bunny suddenly turned around and aimed his back at Chen Shang. Master, can you push the button on the back for me? Your permission is required for the first activation of the Valkyrie exoskeleton system. Chen Shang looked at the virtual button that almost fit the skin behind the bunny's back exoskeleton and pressed it. There, a pneumatic sound came. The Valkyrie exoskeleton tightened again. This time it fit the bunny's body almost 100%. Chen Shang was inwardly incomparably shocked. This Valkyrie exoskeleton is surprisingly adaptive to the carrier's body shape. Chen Shang decisively took off his shrunken clothing. Slip the Valkyrie exoskeleton over yourself. After putting it on, Chen Shang reached behind his back, found the slightly raised virtual button. There, a pneumatic sound came. The Valkyrie exoskeleton on Chen Shang's body tightened. It fit perfectly on Chen Shang's body. It feels just like having no clothes on. Chen Shang then made a movement of his mind. An information panel appeared in front of Chen Shang. Valkyrie exoskeleton. Flexible. Can effectively resist the penetration damage of light weapons of caliber less than 20 mm. Disease resistance 50%. Impact damage. Where can enhance their own physical functions by 200%. Increase your physical performance by 200%. It's simply too strong. Chen Shang could clearly feel it. His own strength all over his body was more than doubled. If an ordinary person uses it, it's easy to use too much force and hurt yourself. No wonder normal people can't use this kit. Just as Chen Shang was admiring his new battlesuit, a knock sounded at the door. Bunny turned to the door with a new set of clothes conjured directly on the Valkyrie exoskeleton. Lin Tianyu brought in a young man with a rushed face. The moment he saw Chen Shang, Lin Tianyu froze for a moment. Chen Shang, why do you seem to have grown taller? Chen Shang coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Ahem. I'm wearing inner heights. Lin Tianyu looked at Chen Shang suspiciously. But you're obviously barefoot. And what's with the flirty blue and white tights? Good brother, you don't scare me. Chen Shang had a black line on his face. Hastily, he grabbed his obviously one size smaller clothes and pulled them on over the outside. Did you want to see me about something? It was then that Lin Tianyu remembered the main event. One pulled the young man beside him. Chen Shang, this is the sixth son I was talking about. At this time, Chen Shang also noticed the very shy young man behind Lin Tianyu. Take a closer look. Below his left calf was actually a metal prosthetic leg. It looks like the lack of treatment led to an amputation. The thought of the other party for the sake of Daxia. A good young man will have to spend the rest of his life with a metal prosthetic companion. Chen Shang then felt an inexplicable heartache. At that moment a bold idea emerged from Chen Shang's mind. Chen Shang greeted sixth son, who was behind Lin Tianyu. Sixth son. Right. Come here with me for a moment. Walking out of the factory, Chen Shang brought Rocco to the factory that produced bionic technology. Though right now it's not possible to produce bionic human warriors here, only bionic dogs. But it shouldn't be hard to make a prosthetic leg. After a flurry of blood collection and other tasks, the bionic workbench was up and running again. Less than 20 minutes. A carbon fiber bionic prosthetic limb was created. Chen Shang picked up the prosthetic limb and observed it in his hand. The vascular skeletal muscle fibers were all restored one-to-one. Under the microscope, I can actually see the neurons on the prosthetic. Chen Shang handed Rocco his prosthetic leg. Asked, do you believe me? Rocco scratched his head. I signed the agreement before I came here. I will obey unconditionally as long as it is named by you. Chen Shang looked at Lin Tianyu suspiciously once he heard this. Lin Tianyu said with a helpless face, as long as we're in the country for a day, we can't do anything without getting around these old guys. The mercenaries we hired. They just signed the contract. And then the old guys were sneaking over to sign the confidentiality agreement. Chen Shang was also very helpless about this kind of thing. Now it looks like it's going to have to get messy to get your freedom back. 30 minutes later, Rocco climbed out of the petri dish. The broken calf has also been completely jointed. After standing up again, Rocco was in hot tears. Some things are only precious when they are lost and found. The new bionic prosthesis not only does not feel any discomfort, and more powerful than Rocco's original calves, and it's much stronger. Rocco just tried it. A kick bent an angle. Now he was tempted to replace all the parts on his body with bionic prosthetics. On the sidelines, Lin Tianyu sees the intensity of Rocco's new leg and quietly finds Chen Shang. Good buddy, can you build me a fake Quin? Chen Shang gave him a suspicious look. You can, as long as you're willing to cut the original off. Chapter 88 Friendly Visit of the Zilla Fleet. Daxia Zhenghai. Inside an office, an assistant handed the phone to Yen Guofeng. Chief, Dragon Shield is requesting assistance. saying that number 2 is planning to sneak off to the kingdom of Ceylon. Hearing this news, Yen Guofeng was visibly stunned.
Chen Shang actually planned to go to that kind of hole.
But soon Yen Guofeng guessed something. Sigh. The boy. Yen Guofeng then said to his assistant, notify the Navy's Zillow carrier battle group to prepare for a mission.
And also at the same time talk to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and tell them to let the Kingdom of Ceylon know that our carrier battle group of the Zillow was going to pay them a friendly visit.
30 minutes later, an international news story quickly traveled all over the internet. The second aircraft carrier battle group of the Dasha Navy will pay a friendly visit to the Kingdom of Ceylon. Instantly military fans all over the internet were flabbergasted. PickleNet, no. There's this country on the blue planet? PickleNet, that's right.
I doubt they have a harbor big enough to host an aircraft carrier.
Netizen, when will our aircraft carriers leave the harbor? Sakura, carrier battle group? Friendly visit? Please tell me how these two terms are related? Eagle Jam. Rabbits definitely found a mine there. Damn, what is our Navy doing? 3 days later,
Li Qingxue arranged all the exit procedures for Chen Shang and his group to travel to the Ceylon Kingdom.
At first,
Chen Shang was worried about how he would enter the country with so many weapons and equipment.
As a result,
all these things were taken care of by Li Qingxue. In short, there is absolutely nothing wrong with going through customs without a tank.
So much preparation. Let's just hope the results of the survey aren't too disappointing. 3 hours later,
Chen Shang took Lin Tianyu, Li Qingxue and 5 mercenaries to leave on a special airplane. Not an intentional waste of public resources. It's just that it's really not convenient for Chen Shang to take civil aviation with so many weapons.
Buddy alone couldn't get through security. 5 hours later,
the plane landed.
Inside an unmistakably austere airport,
Lin Tianyu stepped off the airplane after NEI saw the dilapidated terminal building in the distance and his mind bewildered.
The mouth spat repeatedly. Where did this come from for me? Li Qingxue answered. This is the capital airport of Ceylon. Lin Yi also comforted.
It's good to have an airport in a small country with a total population of less than 2 million.
So don't be picky. Walking out of the airport, while going through customs,
Li Qingxue directly pulled out 2 piles of bills and handed them over.
Local customs opens the side door directly.
In this way Chen Shang pulled the weaponry that could almost harden the steel of this country's army, and 30 bionic dogs just swaggered through the formalities of entering the country. The group drove in a military jeep on roads built in the 1990s.
Lin Tianyu said somewhat incredulously. Did I just come in with a truckload of missiles and machine guns? Qingxue, how much did you just pay that customs?
Li Qingxue crossed her fingers and did the math.
That translates to 20 Dasha dollars. Instantly everyone felt outrageous. It seems that the law and order situation in this country is a worrying one. 1 hour later, Chen Shang and the others arrived at a factory area that Li Qingxue had bought in advance. This place was previously invested and built by a businessman from Dasha. The factory warehouse dormitory building is fully equipped. Originally this Dasha businessman intended to build a business legend in the kingdom of Ceylon. Can't help that people here are too lazy. 1 day on, 3 months off. There is simply no way to produce properly. In the end, the factory was also slowly deserted, and was parsimonious by Li Qingxue. The law and order here is rather chaotic. Once Eagle Sauce's overseas military company had mercenaries sold by human traffickers here into the Dasha coal mines. It's rumored that the people haven't been found until now. It's not safe to stay in a hotel in this up, so I bought this appellation in advance through a friend. Chen Shang nodded in satisfaction.
This girl's work is always reassuring.
After settling everything down,
Li Qingxue found another young girl with a dry and thin figure.
The little girl looked 18 or 19.
Through her skin color Chen Shang could tell at a glance that she was not from Disya. Li Qingxue introduced the little girl as she pulled her over.
Her name is Amy. She's the guide I found to help us familiarize ourselves with the environment here.
When Li Qingxue finished speaking,
Amy hurriedly said in fluent Dasha, "Hello boss,
I'll be staying here for the next few days.
If you guys need to go out, please feel free to yell at me."
Chen Shang heard the other party's Dasha language so fluent and complimented.
"Your Dasha language is very fluent." Amy's dry, thin little face blushed.
"My father said that knowledge can change one's fate.
So he taught me to speak Dasha since I was a child. And it's because of my father that I got this job." At this time,
Li Qingxue leaned over and whispered in Chen Shang's ear.
"The per capita income here is very low, and it is close to Dasha.
So any job that can be related to Dasha people earns a good income for them.
That's why everyone who runs the society here speaks a few words of Dasha, but it's just a few everyday phrases. Not many are as fluent as her." Chen Shang nodded. Looking at the time, it was only noon. Chen Shang is also going abroad for the first time. Never seen a different terrain. Can't help but want to get out and about. Let's take a look around the neighborhood. Familiarize yourself with the environment by the way. Hearing the proprietor make a request, the 5 mercenaries, including Sixth Son,
consciously hid their guns on their bodies and squeezed Chen Shang in the center.
Seeing their nervous appearance, Chen Shang was speechless for a while. Luckily the genetic enhancement grew 10 centimeters taller. Otherwise you have to be smothered by them. Amy had realized just before when she entered the house that the few mercenaries around Chen Shang were not simple. Raising his hands and feet seemed to be ready to go into battle at a moment's notice. There is a special aura that can be seen in the way these people hold their hands and feet. Like a soldier. But she hadn't seen any soldier with that kind of aura. These people feel both tiger-like and ferocious. As if they could kill anyone at any time. But someone like that should look pretty brutal to me. But again, these people seemed polite and seemingly non-aggressive. It's amazing that two very contradictory things can be in them at the same time. And she inexplicably found a sense of security in these men that she had never felt before. It's an amazing feeling. Growing up in the capital of the Kingdom of Ceylon, she had seen her fair share of mercenaries. I've seen a lot of them over time. Now she was also able to take in people's strength at a glance. Most of them look menacing. In reality it will only bully some unarmed people. Of course there are a very few who become mercenaries for the thrill of it. These are the ones who really dare to play hard to get. But at this moment, Amy felt that the strength of these 5 mercenaries around Chen Shang was definitely not weaker than that kind of outlaws. I really don't know what kind of person Chen Shang is who can be vaulted in the middle by such people. Chapter 89, Such a Dangerous Job. You have to pay more. Ceylon waters. Inside the island of the aircraft carrier Zilu, the fleet commander-in-chief, Zheng Changjiang, had his eyes glued to the map. Don't dare to miss a beat. At that moment a commander saluted and reported. Report, the Falcon drones have spotted number 2. Right now number 2 is leading a walk on the pier. Zheng Changjiang nodded and said, order that a drone must follow no. 24 hours a day. If you see any armed men intent on approaching 2, you can just fire the tactical missiles. As the order was issued, the Kingdom of Ceylon has another Falcon probing drone at 12,000 meters. As for why the Genta drones were not sent to protect Chen Shang, it wasn't that the top brass of Daxia didn't pay enough attention. Just deal with these good buddy groundhogs with Falcon drones. This is already a descending blow. For the Kingdom of Ceylon, which has no air force nor air defense radar, they didn't even realize there were 2 drones with missiles over their heads. In the meantime, Chen Shang and his group left the factory that Li Qingxue had bought under Amy's leadership, the dilapidated streets. Lin Tianyu walked ahead still holding a selfie stick in his hand, more curious about everything. This place is a bit poor but the fair is really lively and the streets are full of people. Chen Shang nodded and said, it's very much like being a child. Hearing Chen Shang talk about his childhood, Lin Tianyu was bewildered in his mind. Was Daxia like this when we were kids? Being asked this by Lin Tianyu, Chen Shang felt a little confused as well. He clearly remembered that there had been very few things like bazaars in Daxia for as long as he and Lin Tianyu could remember. Why did he just think that Daxia looked like this when he was a kid? Now that it was so screwed up, he was a little confused as to whether he was misremembering or what was going on. Just when Chen Shang was a bit confused, Lin Tianyu looked as if he had discovered something extraordinary, running towards the dock with the brace in his hand. Holy, Chen Shang, look! Such a poor country has an aircraft carrier. It's really awesome. Chen Shang looked in the direction Lin Tianyu ran past. Sure enough, there was a looming aircraft carrier traveling on the sea level in the distance. A couple of frigates can be seen alongside. At this moment, Amy, who was in charge of acting as a guide, said breathlessly, Boss, that's your country's warship. 2 days ago they came to our country out of the blue on a friendly visit. Don't any of you watch the news? Amy couldn't figure out how Chen Shang, who could have those well-trained mercenaries following him, could have such a tease at his side. Hearing Amy's words, Chen Shang had some doubts in his heart. How is it that as soon as he leaves the country the carrier battle group follows him? And Daxia sent a carrier battle group to visit a small country with a population of less than 2 million? This is clearly not common sense. Could it be that Daxia sent a carrier battle group over because he came here? Thinking of this, Chen Shang shook his head decisively. One can't take oneself too seriously. What virtues and abilities did he have that warranted such an outpouring from Daxia? Wandered around the dockside for a while. Chen Shang and the others came and sat down in front of a local food stall. Compare that to the technology and ruthlessness of Daxia. The food safety issue here was in turn ignored by Chen Shang and others. Especially for a young man like Chen Shang who rarely cooks for himself. He rarely eats this kind of original food. After ordering a few roasts for everyone, Chen Shang picked up a bottle of cold beer and dried off. Sure enough, the original malt fermentation came out on top. Lin Tianyu also took a sip and commented, this beer is okay, but the overall taste is not as refreshing as the one blended by Daxia. Lin Yi gave him a blank look. It's true that mountain pigs can't eat fine chaff. This girl has been spoiled by her family since she was a child. Lin Tianyu didn't see eye to eye with her either. After the wine and dinner, Chen Shang and Li Qingxue chatted about the clue about that overseas security company. Li Qingxue took out a document and handed it to Chen Shang. The name of this company is White Umbrella Corporation.
The gold behind the bright side is the Eagle Sauce Bureau of Investigation. But as I've been investigating for a while now, I've realized they're much more than that. There may be a more powerful force behind it. Chen Shang froze at his words. A more powerful force. At this time, Lin Tianyu asked curiously, what kind of force can be stronger than the state apparatus? Chen Shang glanced at him and patiently explained. Actually, there are many organizations in this world that override the state. For example, Eagle Jam is now a puppet on strings. There's also the fact that Kimchi Nation is effectively controlled by a consortium. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Lin Tianyu hurriedly said, please don't say it. I have goosebumps. Chen Shang once again turned his head to Li Qingxue and said, alright, don't care about these details. You might as well tell us about the little head of this white umbrella company that disappeared here back in the day. The topic is back on track. Li Qingxue opened the file she had just handed to Chen Shang's hand. Soon a file was turned over. The man's name is Zakan, and he's the biggest underground leader in the area. He has a handful of industries that include not limited to marijuana trafficking, big mama trafficking, kidnapping for ransom, and arms trafficking. Chen Shang closed the information with a speechless face and said, does he have a legitimate deal? Li Qingxue, the most legal thing he does is collect protection money. But that's not even the point. The reason I mention him is because, to bring a team of heavily armed men into the country, you have to get connections from him. It was the same 20 years ago. Hearing this, Chen Shang's eyes lit up. That means that the little head of the white umbrella had to go through him to bring mercenaries into the country back then? Li Qingxue nodded. That's right. In the Ceylon kingdom, there's nothing he can't do. Even the king of Ceylon wouldn't dare to mess with him so easily, because the regime in Ceylon has long been highly corrupt, and the official army is all but guaranteed to have his men. Hearing Li Qingxue's description, Chen Shang immediately reacted. Isn't this the legendary emperor of the land? Good. Let's go back and rest, and go meet this Zakan tomorrow. I hope he's someone who can communicate properly. At this time, Amy, who was on the side, heard Chen Shang and Li Qingxue's chatting content. The whole person was bad. Who do you two want to meet? Do these Daxia people even know how scary Zakan is? Normal people can't even avoid him. You two are actually planning to meet people. Now she had suddenly felt that the job no longer smelled good. Amy was very torn at this point. On the one hand, Chen Shang's side gave a salary 10 times higher than the local Nissan. On one side is Zakan, the living hell. Finally Amy said to Chen Shang after some deep thought, if you're going to deal with Zakan, have to add money. Chapter 90. It's not like we've violated the laws of heaven. What's the point? In the meantime, it was in an alley not far from Chen Shang's group. A small yellow hair with dark skin wearing a flower shirt turned away after sneaking a glance towards Chen Shang's side. After little yellow hair left, a tall mercenary beside Chen Shang said, boss, do you want me to follow? Said this young man who looked harmless with a human face besides being stronger. Also secretly gave Chen Shang a neck-wiping gesture. Chen Shang looked speechless. This one doesn't know which unit he retired from. Who leads the troops? What's with the killing intent? In the end, Chen Shang glanced at the direction yellow hair had left and shook his head. Forget it, don't spook me. It won't be good for the progress of what I'm trying to investigate. After saying that, Chen Shang pulled out his cell phone. The image on the cell phone was clearly yellow hair, who had just left. At this moment, 2 of the 36 satellites sent up by Chen Shang's near-Earth orbit transport ship were tracking this yellow hair in real time. The satellites launched by Chen Shang have more than just navigation and positioning functions. Remote monitoring is also available. The satellite carries a high-scoring device that can see the expression on a person's face on the ground from 500 kilometers away in space. Much better performance than Dacia's River City 1. And it comes with a smart tracking system, controlled by a ground-based supercomputing terminal. Its calculation speed is not much worse than the one in Chen Shang's office. Can search for any human trace on Blue Star in less than 3 seconds. For insurance purposes, it's still safest to track it by satellite. After all, some people are very wary. These mercenaries around him could realize they were being followed. There was no guarantee that the other side would be as strong. In case you startle a snake, won't it delay Chen Shang's investigation? 5 minutes later, the little yellow hair in Chen Shang's cell phone screen had indeed arrived at a secluded location. There's no one here left or right. Chen Shang estimated that the other party was most likely waiting for a connector. Just then, Chen Shang realized that several burly, brawny men had appeared in the screen of his cell phone at some point. A few people were obviously well trained. Without realizing it, they formed a huddle to surround yellow hair in the middle. Waiting for yellow hair, small black reacted and already head in a sack, was loaded into a van. The images in the cell phone directly thundered Lin Tianyu and Chen Shang, who had grown up in a harmonious society. Good buddy territory is different. It's called professionalism, Lin Tianyu hurriedly reminded. Chen Shang follow him and find out who really kidnapped him. Chen Shang is also doing just that. He wanted to see who had kidnapped his clue. The The fact that the other party had just set his eyes on him and was kidnapped made it hard for Chen Shang to not pay attention. Chen Shang directly had the satellite viewpoint dead center on the group of kidnappers. Soon the other van drove up to the dock. The distance from where Chen Shang and the others were at this point was only a few hundred meters. Chen Shang was not afraid. After all, his own body was reinforced, and he was wearing a Valkyrie nanoflexible exoskeleton inside his clothes, so he was still more than capable of dealing with a few truth-wielding good buddies. Moreover, if Chen Shang wanted to deal with his good buddies, he also had to ask his side a few mercenaries hand-picked by Li Qingxue to give him a chance. After arriving at the dock, a few strong men with sharp hands very roughly loaded the yellow-haired little black into a rubber boat and sailed away. During this time there were a few other backpackers passing around who were making a living at the docks, but both were oblivious to the scene before them. Lin Tianyu looked at the picture on the cell phone and muttered, "Is there any law here? Is there still a king's law?" On the side, Lin Yi consoled. "I saw on the internet that this is what good buddies in these countries are like. They grew up in this kind of environment and their bones have long been filled with violence. Unlike our Daxia people, who treat people with modesty, they would never do such a thing." However, Lin Yi's words hadn't finished. The yellow-haired little black man on the rubber boat was then taken aboard an aircraft carrier. The few strong men who kidnapped yellow-hair Xiaohei also took off their hoods and changed into military uniforms. Lin Yi, who was halfway through her sentence, was as if she was stuck in her throat. Lin Tianyu looked at the deck on his cell phone and said, "This kid is straight for life." Chen Shang was also speechless. Wasn't he just looking at himself a little more in the crowd? It's not like we're breaking the laws of heaven. What's wrong with these old guys? 3 hours later, capital of Ceylon. Inside a European-style manor, Zakin sat with his legs crossed in the middle of the gilded and earthy living room. A Scarface said respectfully, "Boss, a group of Daxia people came this morning, and they may be carrying a large cargo. Besides, I see they're out of their depth. Should we kidnap them for some ransom?" Faced with a report from his men, Zakin didn't even move his eyes. "Take out a cigar and sniff it on your nose. Then pretend to do what the best people do and take out the cigar cutter and cut the cigar right in half." Watching the group of henchmen sputter in their minds, this bumpkin, seeing his own big brother, didn't say anything. The henchman who reported earlier didn't dare to squeak. After a long time, it was only then that Zakin spoke. "Have someone keep an eye out." Scarface hurriedly responded. "Already sent yellow hair to keep an eye on it. I just don't know if this guy is guilty of smoking." People suddenly disappeared to now can't be contacted. Zakin took 2 puffs from the cigar that was cut in half, then dropped it on the floor, an arm around an incredibly sultry-looking white beauty beside him. The women are very good-looking, but it was obvious to see that she was very afraid of Zakin. Zakin scooped the woman up by the waist. "You watch anything until I wake up from my nap." Scarface didn't dare say another word, but the mind belabors it. "By the time you get up it'll probably be tomorrow night." The next day, the blazing sun is in the sky, although it was the middle of winter, but the climate in the kingdom of Ceylon, south of the Tropic of Cancer and close to the equator, is a few degrees hotter than a summer in Daxia. Lin Tianyu woke up early in the morning smothered by the hot and dry climate. Abortive. Abortive. This place is too hot too. There's no air conditioning either. Lin Tianyu grabbed a fan and desperately fanned himself in the face, but it does fan over all the hot air. Lin Tianyu looked at Chen Shang, who was using one finger to do upside-down push-ups on the bed with a speechless face. "Aren't you ever hot?" Chen Shang's fingers exerted a slight force to roll over and land on the ground. There wasn't even a bead of sweat on his body. Ever since Chen Shang finished remodeling his body, it does defy heat and cold. Once Chen Shang was outside washing his face. Winter water in the northern part of Dacha is hot as long as it's over 50 degrees outside. Unknowingly also washed a face in 90-degree hot water. At the time he felt only a little bit of heat, and the skin doesn't show any signs of burns. From then on Chen Shang realized a problem. This body he was in now was much sharper though, but if there was physical discomfort, his body would automatically block out the feeling. Chapter 91, A Little Business. An analogy. Chen Shang might feel pain if he takes a punch, but the pain of taking a bullet is much more shielded. This body of his now would have a threshold for pain and discomfort. When this threshold is reached, the body automatically blocks out the excess. Unless he gets hurt in a way that can destroy his body would be particularly painful. Pulled some skin with Lin Tianyu. Chen Shang got dressed and walked out of the room. In the courtyard of the factory, a few mercenaries had long since finished their morning exercises. Standing at attention in an open field, Chen Shang looked at the time. It's only 5 o'clock in the morning. What kind of discipline is that? You look like an ex-military man. Chen Shang is clear. They're just serving in the military in a different way. Distribute several swarming man-portable combat systems to a few mercenaries. Chen Shang took Li Qingxue and Amy and the others on a military jeep and drove towards Zakin's mansion. At the end of the convoy were 10 more 10 bionic dogs also equipped with swarm combat systems. There were even 10 drones from the swarm system hovering in the 1,000 meters of air overhead. Amy glanced at the heavily armed appearance of several of the mercenaries with some apprehension. "Boss, it's not good to play hard to get when I'm only getting that little bit of your paycheck." Seeing Amy's worried look, Chen Shang comforted. "You don't have to worry, we are going out today just to find a local villager to ask something." Amy's later glanced again at several heavily armed mercenaries on the military jeep. Mindfulness. Are the people of Daxia so solemn when they ask for directions? Yet 30 minutes later, when the convoy arrived at the estate where Zaken lived, Amy's entire body went numb. Is 2 million people in Ceylon not enough for you to ask? Favor the worst of the worst. Soon the bodyguards at Zaken's residence also spotted Chen Shang's convoy. 2 guards with submachine guns on their chests stopped the convoy. Soon a guard came to the caravan gibbering something. Amy hurriedly translated the other party's words to Chen Shang. He asked what you were doing here. Chen Shang directly said to Amy, "You tell him that I have a big deal to talk to their boss." Amy stiffly translated Chen Shang's words. The guards at the gate were not overly difficult. A guard was sent directly into the manor to inform him. Think about it. These watchmen for the bigwigs can't be all kinds of difficult when someone comes along like in the novels. There's not enough lives to die that way. Soon the guards entered the mansion. Zaken is still sleeping. Only Scarface stood guard in the living room. Hearing the guard's report, Scarface was suddenly puzzled. The target he was going to kidnap actually came to his door by himself. Now he was a little afraid to make a move in turn. Though the higher the status of the target, the higher the ransom. But it's also quite possible to barrel into a hornet's nest. After all, some Daxamites really can't be moved. It's something that Zaken must be allowed to make up his mind about. 10 minutes later, an angry-looking Zaken came into the living room. Scarface was seen saying impatiently, "You better be something." Scarface knew the other party's temper and hurriedly told Zaken what had just happened. Zaken yawned. "Call him in and see if his deal will satisfy me. If I can't, I'll sell him." Soon, the guard who had entered the mansion earlier to report his presence returned to the gate. Lin Tianyu saw the guards coming from afar and said impatiently, "It took half an hour to go in and ask a question. But it's really inked." Lin Yi also chimed in. "That's right. What's the point of pretending? A small warlord from the third world is just that." Amy, in the car, saw the siblings mouthing off and her heart fluttered. "Can you guys stop arching the fire?" That's when the guard also walked up to the jeep again. "You can go in." Seeing that the other party had no intention of releasing the vehicle, Chen Shang did not dwell on it. Straight away, he unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped away from the body. However, the line went to the door. Once again, he was stopped by the guards. "You're the only one who can go in." Hearing the other side's request, Lin Tianyu instantly quit. Speaking directly to Chen Shang and Daxia, he said, "Chen Shang can't go in. I say we go back and get a fighter jet and blow this place up. Or just give this a shot with an electromagnetic cannon." Chen Shang helplessly looked back at Lin Tianyu. "That's easy for you to say. The problem is that if people are blown up, won't the secret be asked?" "Don't worry. I know in my heart that it's less than 100 little caramels." Hearing Chen Shang's words, Lin Tianyu had a black face. "A thug with a 56 for nothing is called a little karami in your eyes? Even if you've grown a little taller, you don't have to act like this." At this point, Chen Shang ignored the others to bring along Bunny and Amy. "Come to the door." Then to Amy, "Tell him I have to take you both in." No way, Amy is translating. Can't even communicate without taking her in afterward. As for Bunny, it was for his own extra security. The said Chen Shang's body had completed its strengthening, but he hadn't experienced any real combat after all. It's always more reassuring to have a bunny around. As soon as Amy heard that Chen Shang must take himself in, the whole thing is bad. Zaken's fierce reputation in Ceylon is known to no one and no one. The children of Ceylon are afraid to cry at night when they hear the name of Zaken. She backed off a bit, but she hadn't gotten her pay for all the days she'd been following Chen Shang around. She was also afraid that Chen Shang would not pay her for her work if she didn't go. And even if he didn't go in himself, when Chen Shang offended Zaken inside, none of them who were outside would be able to escape. She might even be able to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings by following her in. The guard scanned back and forth over Bunny and Amy twice before decisively stepping aside. Obviously, he didn't think that such two women could turn the tide. Along the way, Chen Shang saw many guards patrolling the manor. These guys are in groups of about 10. There was probably about 70 or 80 people in the whole estate. The hands of these guards were clear of Daxia's imitation AKs. Guys are old school though, but the effect remains equal. Such weapons have a low failure rate, facilitates maintenance. It is a favorite of militants in some areas with a weak industrial base. Amy, who was following behind at the moment, saw the guys in the hands of these guards and her legs went weak. She couldn't figure it out. How could Chen Shang be so calm? And it was even if the Chen Shang in front of him acted calmly. Even the little rabbit beside Chen Shang was actually so calm. Now Amy couldn't figure out for a moment if Qin Shang hadn't taken a social beating. Or do you really not take Zaken seriously? Ceylon waters. The island of the aircraft carrier Zilu. A commander hurriedly entered the office of the fleet's chief commander, Zheng Changjiang. Report chief. Number 2 has entered the mansion of Zaken, the leader of the largest criminal gang in the area. Upon hearing the commander's report, Zheng Changjiang's head grew big. What's this kid doing in someone else's warlord's house for good reason? This Zaken can be said to have only one hand in the region. Even the king of Ceylon can't do anything to him. Over the years a number of Daxia people who traveled to Ceylon for business were subjected to his blackmail, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Chapter 92 Trading Your Life for Something. Now Qin Shang had entered his mansion. No one can know what's going on inside. Any of these falcons in the sky firing could accidentally injure Qin Shang, and he hadn't brought an escort with him when he entered the other mansion. It was important to realize that these mercenaries that Daxia had arranged for him were all first-rate battlefield experts. Order 2 falcons to stand by. At the same time, dispatch the war personnel to monitor the situation inside the mansion and rescue them immediately if a conflict occurs. Capital of Ceylon. Inside Zaken's mansion, Zaken sat lazily on the couch in a suit that didn't match his own demeanor. A pair of eyes that seemed like evil spirits repeatedly surveyed Qin Shang. After his eyes moved to the bunny's body, his eyes became incredibly greedy. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in Ceylon. What gives this young man the right to be accompanied by such a beautiful woman? Truth be told, the young man across from him made him look bad. Himself in front of him was as far apart as a prince and a street scoundrel. This annoyed Zaken to no end. He's already spending a lot of money to improve his temperament for himself. Why die like a turd? Moreover, the beauty of the little rabbit that followed Qin Shang around made him jealous. Wait, Zaken doesn't care what Qin Shang's status is. Be sure to leave this beauty behind when you go. I heard you say you had a big deal for me to talk about? Say it. What do you want from me? Zaken asked lazily as he reclined on the couch. There were a few hints of threat in his tone, though a bit lacking in temperament, but half a lifetime on the knife edge. The killing intent, if any, between words was still very obvious. He hoped that this would put a little pressure on the kid in front of him. It's best to see panic in the other person's eyes. At this moment, Amy, after hearing Zaken's icy tone, it just felt like a chill down my neck. Very nervously, he translated Zaken's words to Qin Shang, not even realizing that his voice was already shaking a bit. At this time, Qin Shang had absolutely no leisure to guess the other party's small mind. Speaking directly, he said, "What is there in this hole of yours that would interest me? I came to you to ask someone. Did you handle the entry of a White Umbrella Corporation executive with a team of mercenaries 19 years ago?" The words of Mr. Chen Shangwei had just left his mouth. It was obvious that Zaken across the table had changed his color. It seems that the other party knows the Daxia language. Speak Daxia not sooner. I had to pay Amy for half a day's work. Chen Shang's thoughts would probably make Amy furious if she knew. I can do without this half day's pay. At this point, Amy had long been scared silly. The eyes didn't dare look at it much. Which notices these details. Translate Chen Shang's words originally. Just a lot of polite modifiers added to the tone. Seeing Qin Shang mentioning the White Umbrella Company, Zaken is obviously much more cautious. It was clear that in Zaken's eyes, the White Umbrella Corporation was not to be trifled with. Good thing it's on his turf. Even the White Umbrella Corporation wouldn't dare mess with him, and he may not remember anything from almost 20 years ago. But so what? Today this young man entered his door, and did not want to leave until his waste karma down one. Zaken looked at Qin Shang with a provocative face. What do I get if I tell you? He's going to try Qin Shang's family. That way you can also roughly gauge how much ransom is appropriate to ask for later. Amy very obediently translated Zaken's words one by one. She really hoped that they would strike a deal soon. Let's just hope that Qin Shang's offer is enough to satisfy Zaken. That way you can get out of this hellhole quickly yourself. Now she was running out of breath. Qin Shang smiled when he heard that the other party was going to make an offer. Directly to Zaken. My payment to you is your own life. Is that enough? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will let you die in peace. Amy, who was preparing to translate, heard Qin Shang's words and her entire body was confused. The cold air blowing on her from the air conditioner gave her the creeps. How does that make her translate? Even if you add more polite modifiers, it's all for naught. Just as Amy was in a state of despair, Zaken rose with a huff. In the not-so-fluent Daxia language, he said, "Kid, you're looking for death." That's when Amy also guessed that the other party also knew Daxia. It's over. If I knew better, I shouldn't have gotten carried away and followed Qin Shang over. Qin Shang saw Zaken get angry, unmoved, still sitting motionless on the couch across the room, as if this was his own territory. Zaken in front of him was the guest. If you think your own life isn't enough, then add your sons, your wives, your moms. Sorry for the ambiguity of the phrase in Daxia.
This refers to your mother in the true sense of the word. Saying that, the bunny behind Qin Shang threw a bunch of documents on the table. Zaken's eyes swept over the document afterward. The next second this person is not even fazed. The first page on this document is all the information about his son, and where it is now, with his wife in the back, for S sake, and all his loved ones. Zaken is ruthless because he has no family around him. There are no worries about doing things. It will not be held hostage. But he didn't spring from a rock. After all, he simply placed his loved ones where no one knew and was safe. Of course what he saw as no one knowing and safety meant nothing to Chen Shang. It didn't even take him a second to find all of Zaken's relatives. And, to ease Zaken's pain of longing, Chen Shang directly pulled out his cell phone and threw it on the table. It was a park clearing that was on the cell phone screen at the moment. Several youths were playing basketball. The man in the center of the picture is none other than Zaken's son. Zaken's entire body was dumbfounded as he watched the magic-like scene in front of him. How had he ever seen this kind of high technology when he had never left Ceylon in his life? To confirm that the footage in Chen Shang's cell phone was not recorded in advance, Zaken quickly pulled out his cell phone and called his son. Sure enough, a few seconds after the call was dialed out, the young man in Chen Shang's cell phone screen pulled out the phone in his pocket. At this time, Chen Shang looked at Zaken's expression of having seen a ghost and smiled. The technology in front of me was placed in 30 years ago when the people of Daxia saw it. It is estimated that the expression is the same. Chen Shang leaned forward slightly. Then the finger clicked on that basketball on the phone screen. The next second the space-based weapons platform 500 kilometers in the air immediately picked up the signal. A laser then shot straight down to the ground. This laser weapon is itself a defense system for space-based weapon platforms. It's mainly for defense against a later Eagle Jam or other countries that carry missiles on their satellites to attack the satellites. But it can also come in handy when attacking small targets on the ground. Like right now. Although space-based weapons platforms are a full 500 kilometers above the ground, but at the speed of light 299, 792, 458 kilometers per second, the distance was almost instantaneous. Chapter 93, Death Penalty and Immediate Execution. Bear. Although 500 kilometers captured without sound. But Zaken, who was on the phone with his son, heard the sound of the basketball exploding loud and clear. He doesn't understand high technology. Zaken just assumed that Chen Shang had placed snipers near his son. Almost the instant that basketball exploded, Zaken snatched the cell phone from the desktop and slammed it hard on the floor. Boom! There was a crunch as the phone collided with the granite floor. It was then bounced all over the place. When the phone falls to the ground again, Zaken couldn't believe his eyes. Is the quality of Dasha's cell phone so good? Chen Shang got up and picked up his cell phone and said, "Are you sick? What's the point of dropping my cell phone?" Luckily, Chen Shang's cell phone was a special one made for the Star Dome workbench. Otherwise this would have to be broken by him. It will be another loss when the time comes. Chen Shang took the cell phone that Bunny picked up, looked at Zaken. "I can tell you responsibly that if I want your son dead I don't have to touch a cell phone to do it." At this moment, Zaken also reacted. In the end, it's someone who's been through the ringer. After a brief moment of panic revisited the situation at hand. "I don't care who you are or what tricks you have, but today you are in my territory. You killed my son and you can't leave," said the living room within Zaken including Scarface. Several of his men surrounded Chen Shang in unison. At the same time the right hand into the pocket seems to pull out the guy. That's when Amy, who was praying for her safety on the sidelines, instantly pissed herself. It's over. However, Chen Shang remained calm in the face of this predicament. Just then a small rabbit standing beside Chen Shang suddenly spoke. Only Bunny's red lips flicked out, but not a sound was made. Just when Amy was feeling strange. Instead, Chen Shang covered her ears. The next second Amy was surprised. All the glassware in the living room was cracked, except for Chen Shang and her. Everyone including Zaken were all crouching on the ground holding their heads in pain. In the next second 2 high-density alloy steel blades suddenly protruded from the bunny's arms, then suddenly left the spot. As if a world-class ballet artist, he twirled and danced around the living room. With the centrifugal force and the rotation holding the skirt open, the bunny's stance seemed like a blooming flower. Occasionally a bright red exploded in the air. But the bunny is unusually agile. Not a drop of it got on the body. In a flash, inside the living room, in addition to Chen Shang Bunny there's Amy. Just Zaken was left alone. Or complete people. As for the others, they simply shattered in place. Shattered. The horrific scene before her scared Amy to death. Just when she wanted to scream out. But then he met Chen Shang's eyes. Chen Shang gave her a silent gesture. Amy hastily swallowed back the scream that had reached the edge of her throat. After a long time, Zaken struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at the broken meat on the ground, he said to Chen Shang, "Even if you brought an expert, it's impossible that it will kill all 70 to 80 fully armed men in my manor. Besides, There are probably more of my men in this city than you can imagine. Seeing that Zaken is still not dead, Chen Shang also ran out of patience. He didn't understand why the other side of this two-man deal had to pull in so many people. Can some things be solved by too many people? I don't care if you have hundreds, thousands or tens of thousands of men. Those are all the same to me. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I'll spare you. Otherwise. Speaking of this, Chen Shang snapped his fingers in the air. Next, 10 small drones at a height of 1,000 meters each simultaneously locked onto a group of guards inside the manor. Dozens of tactical missiles rained down towards the estate where Zaken was. The only building that was avoided was the one where Chen Shang and Zaken were. 70 to 80 heavily armed guards in the manor were all buried in the fire without even knowing what was happening. Such tactical strikes were almost insurmountable for them. The guards. What's scary isn't that the other side's weapons are more advanced. The worst part is that you get boxed in without even knowing where the enemy is. The sight of the manor on fire at that moment had shocked Zaken to the point of no return. Hundreds of men and hundreds of guns kept on their own estates. It's just gone in a flash? What kind of magic was the opponent using? Although the swarm of small drones that Chen Shang used were not considered very high-tech except for their range, but it remained incomprehensible in Zaken's eyes. At this point Zaken was no less upset than when his army was attacked by an F-35 in World War II. Wait for the explosions outside to end. Sixth Son and Lin Tianyu, who were waiting at the entrance of the manor earlier, and the others broke into the manor wearing swarm combat systems, directly mopping up the guards who had just survived the drone missile attack. Soon the entire estate was under firm control. The whole fight lasted only a few seconds. A well-defended manor was taken. From start to finish Chen Shang had been sitting on the sofa, his body had not even moved. It took a long time for Amy, who was crouching on the ground in shock from the explosion she had just heard, to slowly stand up. Amika glanced at Chen Shang, who was sitting on the couch. Another look at Zaken, who was pinned to the ground by Bunny. What happened today was just too much excitement for her. Chen Shang's eyes faintly swept over Zaken. Well, I know you're curious in your mind right now, but now it's time for my questions. Ceylon Waters. The Zulu. Inside the ship island office, a commander strides up to the face of the commander-in-chief. Zheng Changjiang. Reporting to the chief. Number 2 has captured Zaken's mansion. All but Zaken were killed alive. Put. Hearing the report of the commander in front of him, Zheng Changjiang, directly a mouthful of hot tea did not understand, scalded his tongue. Young people now. It's too hokey. This Dasha might actually dare to launch a mushroom bomb if we put it in their hands. After a few minutes finally reacted to the swing, Zheng Changjiang hastily ordered. Immediately investigate all evidence of Zaken's crimes against Dasha. Although Chen Shang's hands were out of order this time, but it could well be described as an overseas enforcement operation. And there were many Dasha people who had been kidnapped and brutally murdered by this Zaken before. So it more or less makes sense. Make up your mind. Zheng Changjiang once again commanded the commander in front of him. First, send someone to bring the man back to No. 2, and when the evidence is conclusive, send someone to bring him back to Dasha for trial. Zheng Changjiang was halfway through his sentence. The commander in front of him looked at the message on the tablet with an extremely complicated expression. Zheng Changjiang noticed the change in his expression and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" After the commander double-checked that the message on the tablet was accurate, he said to Zheng Changjiang, reporting to the chief, "There's no longer any need to bring Zaken back for trial. Just got an update. Number 2 has sentenced him to death and immediate execution." Chapter 94. Withdrawal of Protection. Capital of Ceylon. Inside Zaken's mansion, Amy hastily covered her mouth as she looked at Zaken's fallen body on the ground. At this point her eyes were filled with horror. This Daxamite said it plainly. Asked Zaken to trade information for his life. But after Zaken reveals the information as requested, this Dasha man still has his men kill Zaken. At this moment, Amy was only worried that later on, this Dasha person would not kill her along with her. It seemed to see Amy's alarm. Chen Shang hurriedly comforted. "Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We are good people." Amy had a general look of ill. "Believe the hell of you. Who's a good guy who kills hundreds of people without even blinking?" Chen Shang knew that the other party was questioning himself. Then he explained it to him. There was no way he had business to attend to in the kingdom of Ceylon. Need this translation. I did tell Zaken to trade information for his life though, but the implication is that Zaken gave me information, and I'm going to take Zaken's life. Either that or the Dasha language is profound. You foreigners have only learned the skinny after all. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Amy felt as if she understood, but there seems to be a failure to understand. It's like the Dasha word for, "It's been bad weather every day for a few days." Same. It is always difficult to understand. The reason why Chen Shang was so decisive in getting rid of Zaken in his car. There's no fear of Zaken lying. It was because Zaken had said the information Chen Shang wanted after. An old photo was given to Chen Shang. The photo was secretly taken by Zaken's men.
The man pictured above with Zakan is clearly the young leader of the White Umbrella Corporation who broke into Daxia with mercenaries 20 years ago. Chen Shang had used his satellite system to lock onto the other party's current location through that old photo in the first place. The name of this junior leader of White Umbrella Security is Briggs. He is now the CEO of a European biotechnology company. After getting a hold of each other's whereabouts, Chen Shang can use satellites to monitor each other 24/7. It could even take his life at any time. But you'll have to make the trip yourself to get something out of his mouth. After fixing everything, Chen Shang returned to Jiangcheng once again. Now there are finally clues to the disappearance of the parents. It also made Chen Shang realize how uncomplicated things really were back then. Originally, he thought his parents were frontline researchers, but now from the implication of all this, things are far from simple. The other side, Daxia Zhenghai, a secret meeting room. 3 old men sat around a round table. The leader of the group was in military attire. It was Yan Guofeng, the Minister of Defense of Daxia. The other 2 were both dressed in black mid-mountain suits. Respectively, they were Yi Tianhua, the chief leader of the Daxia Dragon Shield, and Lai Shuabin, the chief leader of the Dragon Shadow. Yi Tianhua, the general director of Dragon Shield, was the first to break the silence. You guys have to do something this time, or else I really can't carry out my work. Because of some Thai non-disclosure agreement of yours, my target of protection runs off to a third world country to go to war with a local warlord. Facing Yi Tianhua's complaint, Lai Shuabin, the general director of Dragon Shadow who had been sitting in the shadows, laughed in a hoarse voice. Ho ho ho, old Yi, I think it's you who's too nervous. With the strength this little guy has demonstrated so far, I think it's perfectly fine for your people to withdraw. And with this resource you might as well go protect other important targets. Hearing the words of this Dragon Shadow's chief director, Lai Shuabin, Yan Guofeng instantly quit. How can Chen Shang be unprotected? Old Li, do you know how important he is to the entire Daxia military industry? Lai Shuabin, Dragon Shadow's chief director, directly interrupted the latter words. I didn't say he wasn't important, just that your protection was completely unnecessary. Not only is Dragon Shield's protection unnecessary, but I think the Defense Department can be withdrawn as well. Seeing Yan Guofeng still wanting to say something, Lai Shuabin directly interrupted. Did you guys get a carrier battle group over there to help people this time? He doesn't need anyone's protection now. Even I think that he is perfectly capable of taking my place in guarding the entire Grand Xia. Hearing Lai Shuabin's words, Yan Guofeng and Yi Tianhua quit at the same time. Take your place? Be a lonely soul for the rest of your life? Ri Shuabin didn't get angry, just faintly opened his mouth and said, Dragon Shadow, this position others sit perhaps a lonely soul, but he does may not. Sometimes the shadows are too powerful to be shown voluntarily. Yan Guofeng saw that the other party was making more and more sense, hastily interrupting him. I came to you guys today mainly to discuss whether or not to tell him the truth, not to talk to you about what he should do in the future. The topic is back on track. Yi Tianhua, the chief leader of the Great Summer Dragon Shield, directly stated, my suggestion is that he should not be allowed to know. This kid is so capable. You can just karma a warlord for a clue. This is going to let him know the truth. Anyway, this consequence I dare not think. It was different from the thoughts of Yi Tianhua, the chief director of Dragon Shield. Lai Hawk Bin, who was a Dragon Shadow, had his own different opinion. I feel like telling him at least part of it. Otherwise, if he keeps on investigating like this, I guess S3 really doesn't want to. According to my intel, his next stop is Eastern Europe. Make a mess and get the next clue. When the time comes for all the nations of the blue planet to come together and condemn us, the awesome relationship is yours to figure out. Hearing Lai Shuabin's words, Yan Guofeng nodded cautiously. There's too much at stake. I'll have to ask permission from number 1. As for the security guards around Chen Shang, remove them all. It just so happens that now that Daxia is going all out in building a moon base, the other researchers are in dire need of security manpower on their side. River City. Chen Shang had just returned to China shortly after receiving a transfer of $30 billion from the Daxia Space Agency. It's only been a few days. The NEO transports made 3 trips alone. A trip of 20,000 tons of supplies. Is this the rhythm of building a city in space? It's also not clear that so many supplies were shipped into space. Did you dig up the helium-3 on the moon yet? If there's that thing. Shangchen was able to roll the cost charge for near-Earth rail transportation from $50 per kilogram to 50 cents per kilogram or even less. Just then Chen Shan's phone rang again. Phone call connected. Found out it was Kai Lao calling. Soon Kai Lao's slightly aged voice came from the microphone. Chen Shang, can you come over to Shanghai Airport? I have something to show you. Chen Shang could clearly feel that there were a few more points of fatigue in Elder Kai's voice at this time. It seems that Kai Lao has a very heavy workload these days. Chen Shang's nose was slightly sore at the thought of this. It's so tiring to have your own system to build a transport ship.
It's so hard for them without the system Kai Lao. Later on, if there was any technology that Kai Lao needed himself, he definitely couldn't skimp on it. Chapter 95, in the ancient times, there was Wu Gang felling the laurels, but now there is the Titan digging for minerals. Shanghai Dock. Upon presentation of a special pass, Chen Shan once again came to the NEO transport ship's heel. The dock where the original NEO transports were docked has been removed. The previous seaport has been transformed into an airport. A variety of large, in conjunction with the gantry low rail, all work around the NEO transport ship. I don't know what kind of genius designed this air harbor. Loading is extremely efficient. More than 100 tons of cargo rolled into the cargo bay of the NEO transport ship. Chen Shang was also a little shocked in his heart as he looked at the harbor that had changed drastically in just a few weeks. The Daxia infrastructure maniacs really didn't get their reputation for nothing. At this time, Elder Kai walked over with a few students. After seeing Chen Shang, Kai Lao instantly felt as if he was in a much better mood. Chen Shang, go follow me. I'll take you to see something good. Seeing Chen Shang, a few of Elder Kai's students hurriedly made way. Let Chen Shang walk next to Kai Lao. Soon the group arrived at a large workshop near the airport. Chen Shang remembers this place as a 50-story office building a few weeks ago. Just a little bit of time for Kai Lao to demolish it for others, and built such a big plant. That's outrageously efficient. After entering the plant, Chen Shang was immediately attracted to the small square-like houses inside the plant. Each of these little houses is 3 meters in length, width and height about 30 square feet, and there is a dockable connection channel in all 4 directions. The most exaggerated part is that the roof and floor also have connecting passages. 4-square structure. Plus there are connecting pathways on all 6 sides, completely arbitrary assembly like building blocks, and each wall of these tiny houses can be taken down and folded individually. It was only after unwrapping it that Chen Shang realized that the 6 sides were almost identical. That means 9 of these tiny houses assembled together will save 21 sides. 81 assembled together saves 336 sides. The total thickness of the last 6 pieces put together was only 50 centimeters. Very space efficient. Seeing Chen Shang's puzzled look, Kai Lao smiled and explained, "This is our newly developed lunar living module. Each chamber is equipped with all the resources an adult needs to live for a short period of time, and every compartment can be guaranteed to be sealed for a long time, and it has a certain degree of adaptability and self-healing. What's more, the latest soilless cultivation technology of our Academy of Agricultural Sciences has broken through to the point where it can feed 1 person per 66 square meters per layer of 1 meter folded over 10 layers of space. That is, we only need to ship roughly 75 of these little houses to the moon to fulfill the conditions for a man to be productive on the moon. And while one such tiny house weighs but a ton, these tiny houses when folded your NEO transports can carry 20,000 of them into space at a time." Hearing this number, Chen Shang was not even calm. What a concept to ship 20,000 at a time. The equivalent of over 260 people surviving on the moon. And you can save more than 3 times the material if you follow the 9-grid assembly method. The equivalent of one run by a NEO transport ship could deliver over 700 people to the moon to survive, although additional shipments of household goods and various equipment were required. But this figure is already very impressive. Looks like the old guys couldn't resist shipping a heavy synthetic brigade to the moon after all. In the future, Daxia's maps will have to be the pattern of a rooster laying an egg. Then Daxia builds these things. His one trip to and from the outside track for shipping is child's play. After visiting the lunar surface buildings, Kai Lao showed Chen Shang some more packed supplies. All kinds of living goods are available. What made Chen Shang feel most outrageous was, there was actually a whole container of Daxia flags among these supplies. This is going to stick all over the moon. Chen Shang was clear that Kai Lao would not show himself these for no reason. Kai Lao definitely had his own intentions in bringing himself to visit the moon base equipment. Chen Shang probably guessed that Kai Lao and the others should have encountered some technical difficulties. Sure enough, Kai Lao's words changed. Speaking to Chen Shang, he said, "Now, although a large amount of supplies have been transported to the moon, we still dare not commit a large number of personnel to the moon again. And there's only one thing missing from the entire lunar surface base plan. The first is that, due to technological limitations, our personnel are so inefficient in returning from the moon that taking off from the moon is not even as painful as taking off from Blue Star in your NEO transports. The second is that we don't have enough labor on the moon's surface right now, and there's a lack of large equipment for digging." Chen Shang was speechless for a while after hearing Kai Lao's words. It clearly says it's one thing but it's 2 things. But mention was made of the difficulty of returning. Chen Shang then remembered the Dragon Shadow fighter that was previously made from lunar loam materials. That exaggerated range should be enough for a one-way trip between the Earth and the moon. The only beauty is the Dragon Shadow's lack of load capacity. And there are only magazines and no cargo bays. It would be nice if there was enough moon soil so that the power systems on the NEO transports could be changed to controlled fusion. In time it will be possible to power more and larger plasma engines, and the ability to remove the 16 huge impulse engines on it. Although the whole setup would waste a lot of space, but the reduction of 16 ram engines will save a lot of space instead. The entire ship's own mass would also be much lower, and more fuel could be carried on a single voyage, and the cost of transportation will be completely reduced to cabbage. When the time comes, you can just build a factory on the moon to extract helium-3 as you dig. Truly a zero-cost operation. When the time comes, whether you are carrying people or cargo, you will make a lot of money. The question now is how to ship helium-3 back. Thinking of this, Chen Shang slapped his thigh. Although the range of the NEO transports does not allow for round trips, but Chen Shang has a system. Just throw the NEO transporter to the moon by vigorously flying bricks. Then finish converting the ship's power system to controlled fusion on the moon. Wouldn't it be nice to be pulling helium-3 back in? A small bug stuck directly across a process that took decades to complete. It's simply too good a deal. As for the labor force mentioned by Kai Lao, totally build a bunch of titans to solve that. And he could modify a batch of titans to fit the actual lunar surface. As for the name, it's Wu Gang. Mythological stories include Wu Gang's felling of the laurel. It's a fitting name. There are no trees on the moon, but there are mines. At the same time, for insurance purposes, Chen Shang planned to equip Wu Gang with appropriate weapons as well. If we really need aliens, we'll have the strength to tickle their feet. 2. Make up your mind. Chen Shang patted his chest and assured Elder Kai. Don't worry, Elder Kai, leave everything to me. I know it in my heart. Seeing Chen Shang patting his chest with assurance, Elder Kai was delighted in his heart. If Chen Shang makes a move, he should be able to see the moon surface base completed in his lifetime. With the moon base being the most outpost, the Lava 2 program is probably not far behind. Chapter 96. If you don't build weapons with money, do you save it for reparations? Say goodbye to Kai Lao. Chen Shang once again came to the Shanghai shipyard. That previous NEO transport ship is still making him money, and Kai Lao needs this transport ship. Chen Shang could only build another one if he wanted to fulfill his plan. By this time 006 had started again. Chen Shang looked at the busy building dock in front of him and said sorry in his heart. 3 days later, the construction equipment, which had just resumed work a few days earlier, was once again dismantled. In total, Qin Huayan was furious and jumped to his feet. Tan Wenza, a hand of the Navy, barged straight into Yen Guofeng's office. He's not leaving today until he's given a couple roles to account for. Yen Guofeng was somewhat speechless as he looked at Tan Wenza, who was still playing tricks at his age in front of him. Look at that. And don't pay attention to your status. Tan Wenza instantly retorted. What is my status? With a nuclear-powered carrier I am the Blue Star Navy Overlord. Without an aircraft carrier, people turn around when I give them a toast. I don't want to be at the kids' table during dinner. Yen Guofeng knew that he was at a disadvantage and could only change the subject. Don't you have the 055? There's another one with electromagnetic cannons. And the air defense system has been changed from close-in cannons to laser weapons for you. So who dares to mess with you? Tan Wenza saw that the other party had finally gotten to the point. Pretending to be pained, he said, take one if you're even more fierce. There are so many powers in Blue Star. I can't deter them. Hearing this, Yen Guofeng was then completely able to understand where he was coming from. There are 055s with EM guns. Weapons like aircraft carriers have long been obsolete. Tan Wenza is taking the opportunity to try to refit a few more 055s. The old boy is so cunning. But it's also true that a few more 055s with EM guns in the Navy are desperately needed by Daxia. It doesn't take more than 10 of these warships. Only 10 ships are needed. By then Daxia will have reached the status created by Hawk Jam's 10 carrier battle groups at Blue Star in the 90s. It even managed to surpass Eagle Jam's status back in the day. It just so happened that he also had something to find Chen Shang today. Seeing that Tan Mans has no intention of leaving, Yen Guofeng called Chen Shang directly in front of him. Inside the dockyard of Shanghai shipyard, Bunny handed a phone to Chen Shang. Chen Shang took a look at the caller ID. It was actually Yen Guofeng who called. Pick up the phone decisively. After the call was connected, Yen Guofeng's amiable voice rang out from the microphone. Chen Shang, there are some things we've been keeping from you for your own good, but we saw how persistent you were until we tried to hide it from you. Instead of letting you fumble around like a headless fly, why don't we be more direct and tell you something you can say? Hearing Yen Guofeng's words, Chen Shang froze. It seems his trip to the kingdom of Ceylon was not in vain. Yen Guofeng then gave Chen Shang the address of a secret military base, and he instructed him, whatever the truth may be, please do believe in your country. Then Yen Guofeng turned to Chen Shang and said, by the way, there is something else. You previously for the 055 retrofitted electromagnetic gun and power system Navy is very satisfied. I hope that you for all. Chen Shang was at that moment feeling happy for Yen Guofeng's loose lips. After all, he'd like to know the truth about his parents' disappearance. 2. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance was excellent for Chen Shang.
So before Yen Guofeng could finish his sentence, Chen Shang agreed in one breath.
Chief Yen, don't worry. I guarantee to complete the mission. It's not just to change the power system and electromagnetic cannons for Soyuz warships. It's no big deal. For Chen Shang, he had occupied someone else's dockyard, and it was only right that he should help them remodel their warships. And one helps people's navies remodel their warships, and the navies pay for it. It just so happens that you need money to build your own NEO transports, 2 for the price of 1.
Then Chen Shang seemed to have thought of something and inquired,
is the Marine Police side going to be changed as well?
At first Yen Guofeng and Tan Wanze hadn't sensed it when they heard Chen Shang talk about all the warships, but when he heard Chen Shang ask if the Marine Police want to change completely nonchalant, it turns out that all that Chen Shang said is not limited to the 055.
At this moment,
Tan Wanze broke his fingers and counted the remaining military expenses in his hands.
Warships over 4,000 tons can almost always be replaced, but the rest of the Navy's overhead this year, it probably doesn't matter if you're full from eating buns. If you can't do it, sell the aircraft carrier Camfish to the big dog. As for the officers and men on the ship, they go to the big house for instruction and let the big house take care of the food. It's both open source, not to mention a huge savings in overhead. It's a lot of money to spend on this wave, though, but Tan Wanze was not at all distressed. If you don't have the money to build weapons, do you save it for reparations? Hang up. Chen Shang left the construction workshop where the NEO transport ship was being built. With this order, the cost of building a second NEO transport ship is a no-brainer. The only thing that's beautiful about it, with an order this large, the Star Dome workbench is going to be jacked up for the next few days. Chen Shang had to take advantage of the time he had now to make a trip to the location of the military base that Yen Guofeng had just given him to take a look at. Open the map Chen Shang found.
This military base is not very far from the archaeological site mentioned in the previous newspaper.
Guess there must be some correlation between the two. To get there faster, Chen Shang directly asked Lin Yi to bring the Wind God armed helicopter over. After about 30 minutes,
the imposing Wind God helicopter gunships cut through the sky, sprinting towards the depths of the mountain like a sturdy eagle.
Rolling hills in the distance. There were no people to be seen for 100 miles around. The location is extremely remote.
It's a very different scene from the snowy whiteness of northern winters.
It's near the borderline. Although the winter temperatures are similarly low,
the proximity to the southern borderline makes the climatic conditions relatively milder.
It's actually not that much worse than spring up north. As far as the eye can see,
the vegetation on the mountain is lush and luxuriant.
It was a vibrant scene. The trees are tall and straight with intertwined branches and leaves.
From a distance many of the trees are over 100 years old. It looks like a giant green umbrella propped up in the mountains, and between those huge trees grew low bushes. These staggered heights of vegetation intertwine with each other to form a natural barrier. Plus the rolling hills stand one after the other. They cover each other and rely on each other very well for hiding.
Makes this area a great place to hide.
It is indeed difficult to build a military base here that can be easily detected.
Chen Shang bent down slightly, his gaze cast toward the bottom. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could not see the slightest hint of that legendary military base. Even though his naked eyes couldn't capture the target at the moment, it didn't mean that the mysterious military base didn't exist. After all, the advanced radar screen on the Wind God helicopter gunship clearly showed that a large, dense red dot had appeared ahead. Chapter 97, An Old Friend.
As the Windshear helicopter gunships continue to fly forward,
and having successfully climbed over a lofty mountain, the scene before him instantly opened up,
only to see that behind the large mountain,
an open area the size of a small town came into view.
There were neatly arranged rows of buildings constructed of sturdy reinforced concrete.
It looks unusually thick,
and I'm sure it offers quite a bit of protection.
Between these buildings, an occasional fixed air defense missile rack can be found standing tall. They are like loyal guards, always on the lookout for threats in the sky. In addition, there is a land-based close-in defense gun spread out and standing by.
Such a tight defense layout is enough to make one believe that this base possesses a strong ability to resist. And when Chen Shang cast his eyes towards the interior of the base, he was even more surprised to find that all kinds of facilities here were fully equipped. In addition to those essential medical and firefighting facilities, he was even pleasantly surprised to see a spacious airfield for the smooth landing and takeoff of fixed-wing aircraft. It is evident that the specification of this military base is really very high. Soon Yi parked the Wind God armed helicopter under the command of the ground personnel. The cool and domineering shape of the Wind God helicopter soon attracted a large number of personnel from the base to watch. Usually the secrecy agreements at such bases are very high. Not surprisingly, working here or on duty, it's usually forbidden to go out. Some people even stay in a certain place for the rest of their lives. For the sake of secrecy, generally the network signal within such bases is also intranet. Lack of access to information from the outside world.
In the long run, due to the lack of information exchange with the outside world and the relatively closed environment, the cognition of many people here has gradually produced a huge disconnect with the outside world. So much so that for the many things happening in the outside world, especially recently regarding the situation outside of Daxia, these people know almost nothing. At this moment, when they witnessed that wind god helicopter gunship appearing in front of them, the feeling of surprise was simply beyond words. This is no less shocking than the frenzy and excitement in the hearts of military enthusiasts when this advanced fighter jet was first unveiled to the public. My goodness! What kind of strange and weird stuff is this? I've been here for just over 2 years, and the outside world has actually developed to such a level? That's right. At first glance, this thing looks like the alien tech I saw in those Eagle Saw sci-fi movies when I was in the military. Tell me, will 2 real aliens suddenly come down from this airplane? You mustn't talk nonsense. If we are accidentally overheard by Commissioner Lee, we will definitely be scolded again. In this way, we are all talking to each other. Just then, they saw Chen Shang and Lin Yi jumping down steadily from the wind god armed helicopter. The already bustling crowd of onlookers in the distance suddenly became even more boisterous, with all sorts of heated discussions rising and falling, unceasingly. One of them excitedly pointed at Chen Shang and shouted, "Look! Look! Look! Someone's coming down! And it's not some alien!" But immediately another person retorted disdainfully, "Humph, what do you know? Even if they are really aliens, wouldn't you be able to recognize them with a single glance?" Hearing these people discussing themselves, Chen Shang had a black face, but didn't bother to argue anything, much less to get angry. They have all dedicated their great youth to their country. Stuck in this hole in the best years of your life, there is even less entertainment during the week. But whenever you see something new you can discuss it for half a day. Not to mention something as new as a windjammer helicopter gunship. Right after Chen Shang had just jumped out of the airplane, a commander came to Chen Shang. Salute and greetings. Soon Chen Shang was led by this commander, entered a nondescript building. Shortly after entering the building, the commander led Chen Shang into another elevator. The interior of the elevator is very spacious. It is like transporting large cargoes on a regular basis. After the elevator started, Chen Shang waited for several minutes without seeing the elevator stop. Couldn't help but be a little surprised inside. Glanced at his special watch. The altitude indicator is already showing -200 meters. Chen Shang inwardly called out to the good guys, "Isn't this from a movie? Don't be so outrageous." A few more minutes passed. At the point where Chen Shang's watch showed an altitude of -300 meters, the elevator finally stopped. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, a huge space of several thousand square feet revealed itself. The huge curved dome is studded with rows of spotlights, reflecting the entire space as if it were broad daylight. Underneath the dome was a huge square. A number of thick columns, one every few dozen meters, fell from above to provide support. In between these columns are rows of glass cabinets. These glass cabinets are then filled with many abstract-looking artifacts in the center. As for why it's an artifact, it was all judged by Chen Shang by the degree of breakage, like the china in a glass cabinet in front of you, from the natural wear and age marks. It looks like it's from the Shang dynasty, but judging from the designs incised on top of the underglaze, it looks like it's from last week. What was painted on a good antique was actually a mecha carrying a particle cannon. That's too abstract. This thing little Hadong stalls and the grandfather to see have to shake their heads. I don't know what this base is smoking. Putting a glass case on display. Chen Shang followed the commander and walked forward. It turned out that the display cases in the back contained one thing more bizarre than another. Like some machinima figures made of ceramics and QR codes carved into stone slabs. It all stands upright in a big spectrum. Just as Chen Shang felt incomparably surprised, an old voice pierced through his side. Amazing, isn't it? You must think by now that these things are someone's spoof, right? Chen Shang followed the voice. Just a wrinkled face. A general in a straight uniform with 2 stars on a golden branch and leaf on his shoulder stood before him. At that moment the commander who was showing Chen Shang the way saluted then turned to leave. Only Chen Shang and the old general in front of him remained. The old general smiled amiably upon seeing Chen Shang. "Ha! You've grown so tall after such a long time." Chen Shang's face was puzzled. "You know me?" The old general still had a kind face. "I went to your house when you were a kid. Did you forget?" Hearing the words of the old man in front of him, Chen Shang struggled to remember, instantly thinking of the old general who came to the house when his parents disappeared. Chapter 98, A Star Annihilator is also a ship. Even though Chen Shang's heart was filled with unspeakable astonishment at this moment, but when he saw the old general with his own eyes, a strong intuition came over him. "You've got yourself in the right place this time." There was no doubt that the man standing in front of him must know the hidden truth behind that incident back then. That old general's gaze was like a torch, as if he was able to penetrate the deepest thoughts of Chen Shang's heart. Only seeing a slight smile, he opened the door and said to Chen Shang, "Young man, I can see that you have doubts in your mind, but don't be anxious. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old general turned around and walked straight ahead with a steady and powerful stride, and he waved slightly to Chen Shang, signaling him to follow closely. Chen Shang didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly caught up with him at a fast pace. At that moment, I only heard the old general introduce himself without looking back. My surname is Zhang. My full name is Zhang Guochan. You can call me General Zhang if you wish. Chen Shang hurriedly responded. Yes, General Zhang. I have to say that I am afraid that the patriotism of the older generation like this is hard to match in any way for their generation. You can tell how patriotic this generation is by the name alone. This deep and passionate emotion, which has survived the vicissitudes of time but has never been worn out, is really admirable. Walked a little early in the huge space, Chen Shang was surprised to find that there were really quite a lot of abstract antiques here. The high-tech products carved on top of such ancient artifacts are really a bit cyberpunk. After walking through a large number of exhibits, you finally come to the end of this area. Old General Zhang Guochang stood erect in front of the heavy airlock door. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the mysterious and majestic gate in front of him, only to see old General Zhang Guochang take a step forward without hesitation, his movements steady and firm. As he approached the airlock, a subtle light shot out of the door and landed squarely above his eyes. Ka-ching! Immediately afterward, only to hear a crisp click sound came. The airlock opened slowly. The view behind the door gradually unfolds. It's like a painting hidden in the darkness is unfolding. When the airlock was completely open, a new expanse of space presented itself to him. The size of this space is not comparable to the outside, but it is unique. The first thing that caught my eye were the huge, neatly arranged glass display cases, which were a whole lot bigger than the ones you see on the outside, as if it were an implement used by giants. Through the transparent glass, you can clearly see the items on display inside the showcases. These items were not ancient and elegant like the stoneware or porcelain outside, but rather were products of various shapes and shimmering metallic luster that looked rather like complex and sophisticated circuit boards. Each piece of metalwork exudes an air of high technology, reminiscent of the marvelous inventions of the world to come. Chen Shang put his eyes on it. He was surprised to realize that the items before him did not seem to be cast from bronze at first glance. As he got closer for a closer look, he realized, despite the long years of baptism, but surprisingly, not a single trace of the erosion of time could be found on the surface of these metal objects. It was as if they had just come fresh off the factory line. With a heart full of curiosity and doubt, Chen Shang walked over to a display case. Only a stick-shaped metal bar product lay quietly in the middle of the display case. The metal bar attracted all of Chen Shang's attention, as the intricate wires and precise and detailed circuit paths were clearly visible on its surface. The lines were intertwined and entwined, like a mysterious and splendid painting. After some careful scrutiny, Chen Shang was shocked to realize that this level of complexity had far surpassed the first level of civilization technology that the Star Vault system had once gifted him for free. Perhaps a product from a second-tier civilization, or perhaps even a higher one? It was important to know that even the technological achievements of a first-class civilization were enough to make the world's jaws drop. But now this seemingly insignificant metal bar, which contains the technical content, is obviously more profound than that. But it was enough to shock Chen Shang anyway. You must be very curious, right? Curious where these came from. At this time, old General Zhang Guochang stopped and said to Chen Shang. Chen Shang looked around the well-sealed glass cabinet. Wasn't it dug up from an archaeological site? Hearing Chen Shang's words, Zhang Guochang was visibly stunned. Young people today are just so receptive. They were old guys back in the day who couldn't accept what was in front of them for more than half a month. That's right, these were indeed dug out of the ground, and they have been identified by professionals as belonging to at least 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. Hearing this, Chen Shang's expression instantly became grave. Is it a product of the last 5,000 years? Hearing Chen Shang's words, Zhang Guochang nodded in satisfaction. Not many young people today know about the last 5,000 years. The Daxia civilization has a long history of 5,000 years, but only 4,700 years have been written down. The ones before that are just legends that the world has passed on by word of mouth. Zhang Guochang slowed his pace and said to Chen Shang, have you ever heard of a saying, the end of science is metaphysics? Chen Shang nodded, but the heart was overwhelmed with shock, fearing that the old general in front of him would later take out a magic treasure and tell himself that there were actually immortals in this world. However, what surprised Chen Shang was, the answer given by Cheng is actually just the opposite. Only to see Zhang Guochang stop in front of a stone slab sealed with intricate murals. What if I told you the opposite was true? Actually, the end of metaphysics is science, said Zhang Guochang and stepped aside. Soon an exquisite mural unfolded in front of Chen Shang. The mural is outrageous. The entire mural is divided into 5 compartments. The general content is that a group of ugly-looking alien beings have invaded Blue Star. Just when Blue Star was at stake, there are two heroes across the board. At that time the two were honored as saints by the world. One resided in the southwestern part of present-day Dacia and tasted all kinds of herbs and planted all kinds of grains. A solid foundation for the logistics of this blue planet's resistance to the alien invasion. One resides in the middle of present-day Dacia, drill hard and develop technology. In the end, the saints who developed technology built an overwhelming holy way worship under the powerful resource supply of the saints who developed agriculture. The head of the holy way worship was the sun, moon, stars and rivers, and the feet guarded the mountains, rivers and grasses of the blue star. The world blessed the battleships before they left for battle. The sun, moon, and stars were painted on the top of the battleship, painted with mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, applied under the belly of the battleship. The day the battleship sets sail is the day Blue Star lives or dies. Chapter 99 Regulus. In the end, the two saints led the Blue Star crowd aboard the Sacred Way battleship to defeat the invaders. Since then the two saints have divided the Blue Star into 4 seas. The Daxamites are firmly in the center of the country. The rest of the human race was divided to live beyond the 4 seas. Read what's in the mural. Chen Shang felt that the worldview he had built up since childhood had completely collapsed. It turns out Regulus should be called Regulus ship. A jagged panther is a ship, right? About 10 minutes passed. Zhang Guochang quietly observed Chen Shang, and when he saw that his breathing gradually stabilized and his face slightly regained some blood color, he spoke again. Isn't that a great surprise? Chen Shang nodded slightly in agreement. Zhang Guochang continued. In fact, when I first witnessed these things with my own eyes, the shock I received in my heart was far more intense than what you are experiencing at this moment. For this statement, Chen Shang did not find it difficult to understand. After all, the older generation tends to think and act in a more rigorous and conservative manner than their generation. It is indeed difficult to accept and digest in a short period of time when faced with such an abstract and mind-boggling abstraction. Zhang Guochang sighed lightly, then pointed to a mural and slowly explained. In fact, up to now we haven't been able to figure out the authenticity of these unearthed artifacts. Take this mural for example. The scene depicted on it is unbelievable. At that time, people were clearly still at the stage of using cold weapons to fight each other. But surprisingly, some people were already able to create interstellar warships that could fly to outer space. This is simply an existence that defies common sense. It must be realized that no advanced technological achievement can be separated from a solid and powerful industrial foundation to support it. However, how can a civilization that has only just stepped into an agrarian society possess such a high level of technology, thus creating such an unimaginable warship? The mystery of this is truly baffling. Hearing Zhang Guochang's words, it was Chen Shang's turn to be nonplussed. What? An agrarian civilization building star destroyers? Chen Shang directly appeared in his mind with images. No way. Absolutely not. General Zhang, is it possible that this mural? Chang knew what Chen Shang wanted to say. Waving his hand, he interrupted Chen Shang's words, then took Chen Shang and continued on. 5 minutes later, an extremely large and shocking sealed cabinet appeared in front of Chen Shang. This sealed cabinet was larger than expected, as if a small hill stretched across it. Its thick, solid shell exuded a cold, metallic luster. Chen Shang stared wide-eyed through the transparent tempered glass, trying hard to see what secrets were hidden inside the cabinet. When he finally got a good look, his heart couldn't help but set off a wave of shock, only to see that lying quietly in the cabinet was actually an immense spacecraft engine. This engine shimmers with a mysterious light throughout, and its complex structure and precise parts are intertwined to form a breathtaking high-tech picture, and even more difficult for Chen Shang to accept. With the level of control he currently possessed over the technology of a first-class civilization, he was surprisingly unable to gain any insight into the operating principles of this engine at all. It was important to know that all of the technology of a level 1 civilization had been forced into his brain by the system. His familiarity with level 1 civilization was as simple as a junior high school student counting addition and subtraction. But at this moment, facing this engine from an unknown civilization, he was as if he was caught in a fog, without a clue. This situation only proves one thing. This engine must be the product of a secondary or even more advanced civilization. Otherwise, even if you can't understand the technology on it, you won't be able to read a bit of it at all. Because even if one encounters a technology that is beyond one's understanding, if there is only a difference of one level, after a long period of study and exploration, one may still be able to gradually penetrate the mysteries of it. It was as if Elder Xie and the others were now seeing the Xian bird fighter and the dragon shadow fighter. They have not mastered the technology above though. Give them a decade or two and they'll be able to work it out in reverse. But like today, Chen Shang can hardly even see the doorway at all. Chen Shang faced this thing in front of him, but it was like a primitive man seeing a computer CPU. Can't see it at all. You can even dry fire your own CPU if you mess up. Right at this moment, Zhang Guochang's low and magnetic voice once again sounded languidly in Chen Shang's ears. This engine. It was unearthed along with those incredibly valuable artifacts. He paused and continued. And after meticulous appraisal by numerous senior experts, it was found that all of these items belonged to the products of that distant era 5 to 10,000 years ago. Speaking of this, Zhang Guochang couldn't help but gently shake his head. A hint of regret appeared on his face. Unfortunately, the composition of the alloy used on this is too complex. Even with our existing advanced scientific and technological means, it is difficult to accurately determine their exact age based on the degree of corrosion. At most, we can only roughly estimate a range between 5,000 and 10,000 years. After a brief pause of a moment, he added solemnly, but there is one thing that can be 100% certain. That is, the high technical content contained in this. Even the most respected and authoritative top scientists in our country can't see a reason. Hearing Zhang Guochang's words, Chen Shang also nodded his head in understanding. I guess it's because these fixies are so technical that Daxia has never been inspired on them. If you get some low-level technology, then Daxia is long gone now. After visiting the wreckage of this huge engine, Zhang Guochang brought Chen Shang directly to his office. The office is small but extremely elegantly furnished. As soon as he stepped into the office, Zhang Guochang warmly greeted Chen Shang and took his seat. After Chen Shang sat down, Zhang Guochang moved skillfully and elegantly as he began to make tea. Within a short while, a fresh and tranquil tea fragrance filled the room. Zhang Guochang filled a glass for Chen Shang before pouring one for himself. Seeing this, Chen Shang gently tapped the tabletop twice with his fingers to show his gratitude. Then he picked up the teacup and first brought it close to his nose to smell the refreshing aroma before gently taking a small sip. Although Chen Shang was not well versed in the way of tea tasting, when this mouthful of fragrant tea slid across his throat, he could still clearly feel the freshness and sweetness contained therein, as if his entire being was surrounded by this refreshing fragrance. Seeing Chen Shang put down his teacup, Zhang Guochang said leisurely, I've been guarding this place for 20 years, I have nothing else to do, and this is what I usually do to pass the time. Afterward, Zhang Guochang's eyes once again looked grimly at the engine wreckage in front of him. It's those unreadable contraptions out there that trapped me for 20 years and cost Daxia your parents. Chapter 100, The Mysterious Pit. When he heard Zhang Guochang mention his parents who had disappeared for a long time, Chen Shang, who was originally still a bit listless, instantly felt like he had been given a shot in the arm. The whole thing became energized. His eyes widened as he stared tightly at Zhang Guochang, eagerly pursuing the question. Do you know how my parents really disappeared? Tell me now. However, in the face of Chen Shang's so urgent questioning, Zhang Guochang, however, could only shake his head helplessly, stating that he wasn't really sure of the specifics either. Immediately afterward, however, he took out a somewhat old-looking document from his side and slowly handed it over to Chen Shang. Chen Shang received this document with suspicion, then carefully opened it. Only the folder contained a stack of slightly yellowed papers. Among these papers, the most conspicuous one is the first one at the top. It turned out to be an old photo that was quite old. Chen Shang fixed his eyes on the location where this photo was taken and it was so familiar. It was clearly the mysterious archaeological relic mentioned in the old newspaper that Li Qingshui had gone to great lengths to help him find earlier. But surprisingly, unlike the images published in the newspaper, the archaeological remains in the photographs on this document seem to have suffered some kind of unknown change. A huge crater with a diameter of 3 kilometers has appeared where there should have been no damage at all. The huge crater looked shocking, as if the earth had been hardened and torn open with a huge gash. What makes it even more incredible is that the surface of the giant pit is unusually smooth. It was as if it had been carefully polished and treated, not at all like a product of natural formation. No wonder when Li Qingshui traveled to this archaeological ruin again, it was already a huge reservoir. Originally, Chen Shang thought that the officials had deliberately dug a large reservoir here in order to cover up something. It doesn't look like it now. Chen Shang's gaze was locked tightly on that photo, his brows locked, countless questions welling up in his heart. How exactly did this huge deep pit appear? Its smooth and flat surface resembles the traces left by the explosion of Blow Up 10,000. However, such a huge equivalent explosion, no matter how hard one tries to erase the traces afterward, all are bound to leave traces. It is incredible that 20 years later, there is no clue as to whether there was an explosion in this area. Moreover, if that incident was really the result of an explosion, how could his parents have survived an explosion of that magnitude? Right at this moment, as if he had gained insight into Chen Shang's deepest misgivings, Zhang Guochang hurriedly opened his mouth and explained to him. This strange crater was not formed by an explosion. Then, after a slight pause, he continued. I don't know if you've noticed this. Then pointing his finger at the giant crater. You see, The surface of this giant crater is unusually smooth, and an ordinary explosion couldn't have caused this condition. After listening to Zhang Guochang's words, Chen Sheng, who was originally in an agitated mood, gradually regained his composure. That's right, and a closer look reveals that, despite its extreme size, this huge crater really doesn't look like it was created by an explosion. Normally, if an explosion of this magnitude occurred, it would inevitably trigger an extremely strong shockwave. A huge crater, 3 kilometers in diameter, created a shockwave that could reach at least a dozen kilometers away. Within this range, both towering and sturdy buildings as well as fragile and tender grass and trees will not be spared, and they will be mercilessly razed to the ground by this violent force. Those objects located near the center of the explosion are even more miserable, and will most likely be directly vaporized by the ultra-high temperature in an instant, disappearing without a trace. However, it was mind-boggling that everything around this huge pit was unharmed. All the objects, vegetation, and buildings seemed as if they had not been affected in the slightest and remained in their original form. The situation is so disturbing that one can't help but wonder, could it be that the huge crater was not caused by an explosion? Instead, it was more like a supergiant excavator had gently scooped away a spoonful of dirt, leaving behind such a large, isolated pit without causing any substantial damage to the surroundings. This bizarre phenomenon is so beyond the pale that it is baffling. Just as Chen Shang was lost in thought, Chang sighed softly. Hey, almost 20 years have passed. This large pit has turned into a reservoir, yet we have yet to find the reason for its formation. Now even you've grown to such a big age and we can't even confirm the death of your parents. Hearing Zhang Guochang's words, Chen Shang's heart thumped. Sure enough, the disappearance of his own parents is linked to this mysterious giant pit. In fact, just now when he saw this photo Chen Shang had already guessed the answer, but he didn't dare think in that direction. As if to corroborate the speculation in Chen Shang's mind, Zhang Guochang immediately opened his mouth once again to slowly narrate. Just 19 years ago, a construction team was working feverishly in a small town at the border of the Great Summer Kingdom. Suddenly, they unexpectedly and unintentionally unearthed a mysterious and ancient relic. Once the news spread, it spread as quickly as wings. Early the next morning, our national professional archaeological team rushed to the site without stopping. Upon arrival, these experienced and knowledgeable archaeologists immediately plunged into the intense and orderly excavation work. A whole day passed, and as they continued to explore and clean up, a surprising scene appeared, in which a surprising number of precious artifacts were unearthed among the ruins. The time came early the next morning after the discovery of this ancient relic, and after careful research and identification by numerous archaeologists around the clock, it was finally concluded that the existence of this ancient relic could be dated back to at least 5,000 years ago. You know, this is the first time in our country's history that we have successfully excavated such a long-standing and relatively well-preserved ancient relic. Its emergence from nowhere has undoubtedly given a resounding slap in the face to those who once held a skeptical attitude towards the long history of the Daxia kingdom, strongly confirming that our Daxia civilization's long history and 5,000 years of glorious history are no falsehoods at all. In the face of such a major archaeological discovery, the archaeological team leader responsible for leading the team at the time was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He made an immediate decision and did not hesitate to invite all kinds of media reporters to come to cover the story. And specifically for this amazing discovery of the ruins, carefully planned and arranged a detailed and in-depth exclusive interview. Chapter 101: A Steel Giant Ship in an Ancient Ruin. Its purpose is to hope to be able to utilize the pages of major newspapers and magazines the next day to publicize this epic-making great discovery, so that the whole world can appreciate the deep and incomparable cultural heritage of the ancient country of Daxia as well as its splendid and glorious historical inheritance. Just when everyone thought that all this seemed to be going smoothly without incident, something unexpected happened. The archaeological team, in the process of continuing to dig deeper and deeper, has made a shocking and significant discovery. What was unearthed at the very beginning were several exquisite artifacts depicting modern high-tech products. These artifacts were superbly crafted and lifelike, as if they were telling an unknown history. However, as the excavation work continued, the situation became more and more incredible. What was unearthed next was more and more over the top and jaw-dropping. First there were some strangely shaped, never-before-seen mechanical parts, and when the wreckage of the massive starship was finally revealed to the crowd, the archaeologists present were instantly thrown into a state of extreme panic. They were well aware that this matter was not trivial and did not dare to have the slightest delay, and immediately and urgently contacted the Ministry of War. The military department was also shocked upon receiving the news, and immediately decided to dispatch a large number of people to the scene at fire speed overnight. Upon arrival, the military did not hesitate to take action and quickly blocked off the entire archaeological area, strictly forbidding anyone from approaching. Unfortunately, even though the military reacted quickly, it was still a step too late. At this time, the major newspapers have long since learned of this earth-shattering big news and have already typeset and printed the relevant reports, and a sheet of white paper perfumed with ink is already flowing out from the printing presses in a steady stream. Faced with such a difficult situation, the military department had to make a decision on the spot. They split their hastily arrived personnel into two, with one part staying behind to hold the scene and make sure that no new unforeseen situations would occur, while the other part ran non-stop to the printing plants of the major newspapers, going all out to destroy those newspapers that had already been printed in an attempt to keep this shocking secret to a minimum. When he said this, it was as if Zhang Guochang had suddenly had his entire body's strength drained away. Trapped on this military base for nearly 2 decades, it causes him to not talk to people much at all. Saying so many things at once really made him feel a little tired. After all, he was a 70-something-year-old man at the time Chen Shang's parents disappeared. Now that nearly 20 more years have passed, Zhang Guochang's health is predictable. He gasped slightly, then slowly closed his mouth, as if even another word would overwhelm him. However, even though he did not continue with the story, Chen Shang, who was sitting on the sidelines, was already able to roughly guess what happened subsequently in his mind. One had to admit that this time, the actions of the Dasha military were indeed described as swift and decisive. However, that ancient relic had simply received too much attention and exposure beforehand, and its heat had been high. And to make matters worse, the location where this relic was found happened to be located near the border, which made it impossible to completely block out the relevant news. As expected, it didn't take long for the news to spread like wings. Those people with evil intentions naturally would not let go of such an excellent opportunity. They were like sharks that smelled blood, and they were all sniffing the wind. Among the group, the most striking was the mysterious and unpredictable White Umbrella Company. It's obvious that these guys don't give a damn about 90s Dasha. Perhaps to them, the Dasha of that time was nothing more than a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. However, they never expected that it was because of this contempt and arrogance that they would end up paying an extremely heavy price for it. But even knowing that much, Chen Shang still couldn't figure it out. What is the connection between this huge pit and the disappearance of his parents? It was all tangled up in his mind like a tangled mess, leaving him puzzled. It was at this moment that Zhang Guochang finally felt like he had slightly slowed down a bit. He slowly raised the slightly trembling palm of his hand and gently pressed it against the cold, clear glass in front of him. Through the glass, the mangled remains of the engine inside could be clearly seen. However, this did not make Zhang Guochang's gaze shift in the slightest. As if he was able to see the glorious history that had once existed from within these ruins, Zhang Guochang took a deep breath and slowly spoke. A few days later, after the military and those experienced archaeologists worked together tirelessly day and night, they finally succeeded in completely excavating the wreckage of an immense and incomparable interstellar battleship. When we dug it out a little from its deep burial, everyone was shocked to the core except for this badly damaged engine wreck. The entire rest of the battleship turned out to be almost intact. Speaking here, Zhang Guochang couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes flashing with a mixture of excitement and anger. You must know that our great Dacia was in a difficult period of being bullied and enduring humiliation. Other countries are developing and growing their military forces. Even that toe-curling Eagle Sauce country, their 5th-generation fighters have begun to mass-mount their troops. But what about us? We're still thinking that we can trade 8 old J8s for one advanced F-22. As a result, the entire senior leadership of Dacia has high hopes for this starship that has suddenly appeared. Everyone was full of expectations that they would be able to thoroughly figure out the profound technology contained therein, and to integrate it and turn it into their own use. If the Dacia of that time could really successfully master this world-leading technology, then it would be no exaggeration to say that no other country on the entire blue planet would dare to mess with us so easily. However, the development of events was completely unexpected. As one group after another of top experts from all over the world arrived at the site of this mysterious relic, it was only then that everyone realized, as if waking up from a dream, that the object they had excavated was so advanced. Its level of technology was so high that it far exceeded everyone's imagination. Speaking of Elder Kai, I believe you must have heard of him. I think that back in those years, when this esteemed leader of science and academia witnessed this spaceship with his own eyes, he was overwhelmed with emotion and uttered a shocking remark. Chapter 102, The Truth Emerges. Elder Kai said that with the existing scientific knowledge and technological capabilities of today's Blue Star humans, no one would be able to decipher the profound technology utilized on this ship at all. These words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stupefied and speechless. It's no exaggeration to say that this ship is as far away from us as a monkey looking up at a J-20 fighter jet soaring through the sky. In the face of such a high-tech product that transcends the times, we can only look at the ocean and sigh, unable to do anything. In view of this situation, the relevant authorities had to put the project on hold for the time being. The military then moved quickly to establish a temporary military base near this site. The first priority of this base is to take proper care of the precious artifacts recovered from the ruins, and that huge engine wreck is among them. One could say that it is because of this collection of artifacts and the measures taken to protect them that this military base took shape today. At the same time, in order to obtain as much information and technical secrets about the ship as possible, there were several other specialists with deep attainments in the field of aeronautics who resolutely chose to stay behind. They stayed put and worked night and day on the ship, which was too large to be transported away, in great detail. Hearing this, Chen Shang's brows furrowed tightly, and a series of huge question marks could not help but rise in his heart. He really couldn't understand, since what was excavated back then was clearly an intact starship. But why is it that only the remains of an engine were found in this base today? So where exactly did the other important parts go? Did they just disappear into thin air without a trace? In order to completely figure out the truth of those confusing events that took place in that year, Chen Shang could no longer hold down the strong curiosity and desire to know. He did not hesitate to Zhang Guochang bluntly threw out his own bottom of the heart of the heavy suspicion that has been backed up for a long time. And naturally, Zhang Guochang knew that Chen Shang's anxious heart was like ants on a hot pan at the moment. So he sped up his speech and recounted the subsequent events in a slightly abbreviated manner. Only Zhang Guochang took a deep breath before continuing. In fact, among the group of people who were left behind to specialize in the wreckage of the ship were your real parents. In the beginning, they could be said to be at a loss for this daunting task, and all research efforts came to a standstill, delaying any substantial breakthroughs or progress. However, just when everyone was almost on the verge of despair, suddenly one day a miracle occurred when your parents managed to crack the access control system of that ancient warship wreck. It certainly brought a ray of light and new hope to the entire research team. But who could have predicted that something even more mind-boggling was yet to come? Despite the thousands of long years that have passed, it's incredible that the battleship, which seems to have been long abandoned, still retains enough energy to slowly open the originally closed airlock. Hearing this, Chen Shang felt like his heart was about to pop out of his throat. The heartbeat accelerated rapidly, as if the whole world was left with only this violent beating sound. At this moment, it was already clear in his mind that it was highly likely that his parents had met an untimely end precisely because they had stepped into the interior of that mysterious warship. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Shang was remorseful, and he really wished that time could be turned back so that he could travel back to the past. Back to that pivotal moment. The moment his parents were about to open the door to the battleship. Had he been able to step forward and stop his parents dead in their tracks, preventing them from walking through that doorway of unknown danger, then maybe everything will be different. However, the reality is so cruel and unforgiving that time cannot be reversed and tragedy has already occurred. Just then, Zhang Guochang's narration was nearing its end. I only heard him say slowly, when the huge and heavy battleship door was slowly pushed open along with a low rumble, an old and mysterious aura came over me. The ancient battleship, which had been sleeping for an unknown number of years, finally revealed its true appearance at this moment, and this sight immediately aroused an exceedingly high degree of concern and extreme attention from the higher authorities. It didn't take long for the fast-acting agencies involved to successfully assemble and put together a team of experts that was at the top of their game. This team consists of elites from many fields, but the most central members are your parents. Two authorities with outstanding achievements and reputations in their respective fields of specialization. They have been sent on an important mission to penetrate deep into the interior of this enigmatic battleship, to carry out comprehensive and meticulous investigative and research work. However, from the moment your parents stepped into the battleship, a series of shocking news came out of it one after the other. Time seems to be frozen here, and the erosion of wind and rain over thousands or even tens of thousands of years surprisingly failed to bring the slightest damage to this warship. Not only are its interior facilities intact, but even more incredibly, they are still operational and functional. This is not the most amazing discovery. As the exploration gradually deepened, people were surprised to find that all the words displayed in all the information interfaces within the battleship were all in the ancient Daxia language, which had long been lost. Our language has shone brightly throughout its long history, but few people today have been able to decipher its mysteries. Nonetheless, our scientists, with their deep academic skills and keen insights, were able to roughly read the meanings conveyed by those ancient texts. Unfortunately, in the face of the complex and subtle internal control system of the battleship, even the experienced ones felt helpless for a while, and found it difficult to truly control this powerful technological product from the ancient times. Speaking here, Zhang Guochang let out a deep sigh, as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds in his heart. The whole story of all that exciting good news comes to an abrupt end at this point. The next thing that happened is that deep down in his heart, he desperately wants to avoid, but also not willing to mention in front of Chen Shang is not willing to look back. However, nowadays, Chen Shang has grown into an adult and has enough ability to protect himself.
Zhang Guochang knew that Qin Shang possessed the right and qualification to know about that dusty past. Originally, everything seemed to be going smoothly according to the established trajectory, but suddenly, change came without warning. Chapter 103, Targeting Second-Tier Civilizations. Zhang Guochang's voice lowered slightly, carrying a hint of undisguised horror and fear. I don't know exactly which unlucky research institute accidentally touched a key part by mistake, resulting in that ancient battleship actually being activated again. He shook his head involuntarily as he spoke, a look of disbelief on his face. With the activation of the battleship, all the exits to the outside world were instantly closed off, and the people inside were instantly trapped, like caged birds without freedom. Zhang Guochang paused and then said, although most of the areas of that battleship are still relatively well preserved, it's ultimately just a broken and incomplete wreck. Even the most central engine part has fallen off hard. What's even more shocking is that after in-depth analysis and extrapolation by our team of experts, it was discovered that the battleship should have crashed at this very spot back then. Zhang Guochang's gaze looked into the distance, as if he had traveled through time and space to see the scenes of that year's shocking disaster. And it is highly probable that this so-called site was built gradually after the crash of the battleship. The very purpose of its existence may have been to start restoration work on this immense ship. After saying these words, Zhang Guochang slowly closed his eyes, as if his entire body was dragged into an abyss of deep memories by an invisible force. His brow furrowed and his lips quivered slightly, but he didn't make another sound. The air around them seemed to freeze, and time stood still at that moment. Chen Shang, who was standing on the sidelines, was staring blankly at Zhang Guochang, with a look of pain and sorrow intertwined on his face. His chest rose and fell violently, as if a large hand was clamping down on his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. Tears welled up uncontrollably from her eyes and slid down her cheeks. At this moment, a creepy picture kept flashing in Chen Shang's mind. Those trapped in the enclosed space, their terrified eyes, helplessly waving hands in cries of desperation to the extreme. These scenes were played over and over again in front of his eyes like a movie, making him feel as if his heart had been cut to the bone. Chen Shang simply could not imagine how much fear and despair his parents had endured in their hearts when they were in that desperate situation. Have they struggled desperately trying to find a silver lining? But in the end, what awaits them is relentless darkness and death. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Shang felt that his entire world began to collapse, and an unprecedented sense of loneliness completely consumed him. At this moment, Zhang Guochang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His slightly tired but still sparkling eyes gazed at Chen Shang. When this mysterious warship was launched, the heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. However, the truth was completely unexpected. Zhang Guochang's voice trembled slightly, as if he was still immersed in the shocking scene at that time. We had envisioned every possible scenario, but what actually happened left everyone's jaws dropped. The battleship didn't explode in place due to a malfunction as we feared, nor did it lose its balance and crash to the ground due to a lack of engines after flying a few hundred meters. Instead, it displayed an unimaginable ability to move and actually began to distort the space around it. Speaking here, Zhang Guochang couldn't help but raise his volume, his eyes filled with disbelief. Due to the warship's extremely large size, the distorting effect it caused on space spread rapidly. In just a few moments, the space within a 3-kilometer radius was affected by it, like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake, sending ripples through the layers. Zhang used his hand to gesture that amazing range, trying to give a better visualization of what it was like. Faced with such a bizarre turn of events, the rescuers present chose to evacuate without hesitation. After all, no one knows what other terrible things will happen next. Just after our people had withdrawn to safety, a shocking scene once again unfolded. The battleship actually disappeared out of thin air. Not only that, but along with the battleship, all material within a 3-kilometer diameter centered on it disappeared. Buildings, vehicles, and vegetation were all swept into an unknown realm in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Speaking of this, Chen Shang felt a wave of deep shock and disbelief as he finally learned the whole story of his parents' disappearance. Prior to this, he had envisioned countless possible scenarios in his mind, but had never expected the truth to be so and so. If he had known that this was how it would end up, perhaps he would have preferred not to pursue the matter. After all, when you don't know the truth, there is at least a faint glimmer of hope in your heart, as if a little candlelight in the darkness, small but warm enough to warm the heart. Now, however, when he truly knew everything, that remaining ray of hope was instantly dashed without a trace. At this moment, Chen Shang finally understood why those old guys had been hiding the truth from him, because they know that once Chen Shang learns the truth, I'm afraid it's hard to bear this heavy blow. And now, his parents' whereabouts have completely lost the clue, just like a broken kite disappeared in the sea of people. Unless Chen Shang was able to possess a sufficiently high level of technology to understand what exactly was the principle of the peculiar effect triggered by that mysterious technology,
and possessed the ability to reverse deduce the calculation, so as to deduce exactly where and how his parents had been sent at that time. However, the current situation was that he could not even read the mysteries contained in this engine that was placed in front of him. However, whenever he thought of this engine, a new fire of hope was rekindled in Chen Shang's heart. Despite the seemingly clueless and mountainous situation at hand, at least this engine exists as the only clue. As long as he persisted in his efforts to raise the civilization level of Blue Star and kept exploring and researching the knowledge and technology in related fields, he believed that one day he would be able to successfully crack the hidden secrets behind this engine. At that point, it might be possible to hunt for vital clues about his parents' whereabouts. At this moment, Chen Shang had already grasped all of the scientific principles covered by a level 1 civilization. Not only that, but Star Dome technology is now also fully equipped with the powerful production strength to manufacture all industrial goods of a first-class civilization. As a person who was sitting on the entire knowledge reserve of a level 1 civilization, Chen Shang was very clear in his heart about the key to moving towards a level 2 civilization. That was to obtain a super energy source that could be continuously supplied and never run out in a very short period of time. Goddess of Fortune seemed to be particularly favorable to Chen Shang, because he happened to be born on the Blue Star. Even more exhilarating is the fact that the satellites circling above its head contain vast quantities of helium-3 resources. The abundance of these helium-3 reserves was enough to support Chen Shang's reckless spending all the way until he pushed his own civilization's development to the peak realm of a grade 2 civilization. Chapter 104, Earth-Moon Long-Distance Carrier. Waving goodbye to General Chang Kuo-chang, without hesitation, Chen Shang dove headfirst into the huge shipyard where the near-Earth orbital transportation ship was being constructed in earnest. Step into this realm of metallic smells and mechanical rumblings. An unspeakable sense of mission welled up in him. At this moment, Chen Shang felt deeply. It was as if one's future life was left with only one unwavering goal. The Star Dome system that you have developed is constantly being pushed to the pinnacle of higher levels of technology. The thought blazed like a burning flame in the bottom of his heart. It drove him forward. Unrelenting efforts. And the original purpose of all this. It's all about finding out the truth about the disappearance of your parents. Where exactly were they sent? What forces caused them to leave? These questions are like a heavy boulder pressing on Chen Shang's heart, making it difficult for him to sleep or eat. However, the only way to solve this mystery is to rely on strong scientific and technological strength as support. Thus, upgrading the Star Dome system becomes a priority. As for the immediate task at hand, it is extraordinarily clear and unambiguous. Going to the moon, tapping into valuable helium-3 resources. This is not only a matter of whether or not the entire program moves forward. It is a crucial step on the road to success. Beyond that, everything else seems to be irrelevant at this moment. Unity can only be set aside for the time being. After 2 full months of round-the-clock, non-stop busy work, the second NEO transport ship was always a big success. Unlike the first one, this time there are differences due to specific uses. Chen Shang implemented a sizable refit project on this second NEO transport ship. It was no exaggeration to say that, in the strictest sense of the word, the battleship in front of him could no longer be called simply a near-Earth orbital transport ship. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the Earth-Moon Long-Distance Carrier. Not only that, but when there is a sufficient amount of helium-3 energy in reserve for the future, whether it's an existing NEO transport ship or not, or the just-finished Earth-Moon Long-Distance Carrier either, all will undergo a major change. They will all be refitted with advanced warships carrying controlled fusion power cores. By then, the ship's original 16 massive impulse engines will have been retired. And in its place, a new all-plasma engine propulsion system. The benefits of this new approach to propulsion are clear. First, its safety can be significantly improved during the ship's takeoff phase. Secondly, the cost of fuel consumed by such a propulsion system will be significantly reduced compared to the past. All the preliminary preparations have been successfully completed. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. At this moment, Chen Shang crossed his fingers, just waiting for Lin Tianyu to safely transport and place a large amount of carefully procured spaceflight fuel, as well as 12 sets of Wu Gang equipment specifically tailored for the Earth-Moon Long-Distance Carrier. You know, once this big guy is successfully launched into space, it will definitely become the center of global attention. So before that, Chen Shang knew what was at stake. He had to apply upwards and make all sorts of response plans in advance, just in case there were any unforeseen circumstances that triggered unnecessary panic among the people. After all, such an unprecedented mega-project may lead to unpredictable consequences if it is not careful. But then again, it's not Chen Shang's business to worry about whether or not other countries will be terrified as well. As long as it doesn't affect Dacia, the rest doesn't matter at all. Middle C. Office of the Ministry of Defense. The sunlight poured through the window onto the large, neatly organized desk. A serious-looking, upright commander was walking towards his desk with a steady,
Powerful stride. A black telephone clutched in his hand. As he walked to the table, he gently placed the phone on the tabletop and pushed it in front of Yen Guofeng, who was sitting on a chair. The call was from Chen Shang. Since his superiors had withdrawn all protection as well as surveillance on Chen Shang, it caused him to be momentarily at a loss as to what to call Chen Shang. Calling it number 2 again now is clearly inappropriate, since the security measures for Chen Shang and the followers around him, including Lin Tianyu, had been completely lifted. Dragon Shield has defined the new number 2 target person. Yen Guofeng took the phone handed to him by the commander. He knew who it was without having to ask. Unless there's a war emergency, there are only 2 people who can get through to this phone. One was naturally the incomparably esteemed Dragon Shield one, and the other was Chen Shang. That admired no. One leader made very few phone calls to Yen Guofeng throughout the year. As for war, it is even less likely. Who dares to take the initiative to find trouble with Daxia now? So the caller could only be Chen Shang. I wonder what new weapon Chen Shang has recently researched. At this time Yen Guofeng was internally torn off. With Chen Shang, the military is stronger no doubt. But their Ministry of Defense also had its first financial crisis since the founding of Daxia. The Army, Navy, and Air Force don't have enough money to spend right now. I've heard that the Air Force has started making movies to make money, with a brainstorm of 5 air combat movies this New Year's Eve, supposedly using real airplanes. The Navy also intends to sell the aircraft carrier Chemfish back to the big boys. The Army is even worse, not even giving the soldiers new shoes this spring in order to field a few more AV-12s. The call was answered. Soon Chen Shang's voice came from the microphone. Chief, I'd like to discuss something with you. I have another new craft to take to the skies. Please contact the local air traffic control. By the way, this is also my personal not for sale. Upon hearing that this was the case, Yen Guofeng was relieved in turn. Just don't sell it. The Department of Defense is literally out of money. Anyhow, we need to slow down and order more next year with number 1. But the matter of Chen Shang's new flying machine taking off should not be underestimated. The psychological shadow left by the last near-Earth orbit transport ship on all of Blue Star hadn't worn off even now. This one got all of Blue Star to disarm. Okay, no problem. Plus I'll ask one more time. Where are we flying to this time? Chen Shang on the other side of the phone didn't hesitate at all. Luna. I might stay there a few more days this time. Moon. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Yen Guofeng almost didn't spray out the tea he was halfway through drinking. Hanging up the phone decisively called Kai Lao and Ai Youngsuan again. They really need to be informed about this. The Great Summer Sea. Inside a harbor dedicated to the loading and unloading of cargo for the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier and near-Earth orbital transport ship. The Earth-Moon long-distance carrier that had just been built had been pulled out by a tractor ship, floating silently on the sea. Chen Shang glanced anxiously at his watch in the harbor. Didn't wait for Lin Tianyu. Instead, they waited for Elder Kai and Ai Youngsuan. Chapter 105, Wu Gang, detained. Seeing the 2 aerospace bigwigs arrive, Chen Shang was a bit surprised in his heart. Director AI. Elder Kai, what brings you here? Ai Youngsuan sniffed and laughed, his voice loud and bold. Ha ha ha, you kid. You're actually all set to go to the moon. Such an earth-shattering event. How can we not come over to join in the fun? After saying that, he deliberately flirted. What? Are we not welcome to come over and take a look? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing such witty and humorous words from Ai Youngsuan, Chen Shang also responded easily and replied with a smile. Where? How could I not welcome it? Immediately afterward, he had a bright idea and continued, half-jokingly, since both of you are already here, why don't you simply join me in this hitchhiker later? How about it? With that, Chen Shang sidestepped out of the way and gracefully made a pleased gesture. Kai Lao and Ai Youngsuan smiled at each other, understanding each other. They certainly understood what Chen Shang meant. This was clearly a warm invitation to join them on board the ship that was about to head for the moon. In fact, before that, they had heard that when the NEO transporter was first test-flown, Yen Guofeng from the Ministry of Defense as well as several high-ranking admirals from the Navy were fortunate enough to be personally involved in it. Just thinking about it filled them with envy. After all, the 2 of them have been devoted to the space industry for most of their lives, but they have never had such a rare opportunity to travel in space. Instead, people who seem to have no connection to the space field have gotten a head start. How can this not make them jealous? At this moment, such a rare opportunity is in front of us. How could they miss it so easily? They will never let this valuable opportunity slip through their fingers. As for security, that's for Chen Shang to consider. They don't bother to worry about it. Right at this moment, the entourage standing on the sidelines watched Kai Lao and Ai Youngsuan actually intend to board the ship, and were immediately frightened to the point that their brains broke out into a cold sweat, and a bean-sized bead of sweat rolled down along their foreheads without stopping. You know, even the academicians of the Dragon Science Academy purposely avoid traveling on the same plane when they go out nowadays.
And you're going into space together? If something happens to all three of you at the same time, in the future, Daxia will say goodbye to spaceflight for good. After seeing Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan nod their heads in agreement, Chen Shang's gaze once again dropped down on top of the delicate watch at his wrist. He frowned slightly, secretly pondering in his heart. What's going on with this Lin Tianyu? It's obvious that we've already agreed on a time, but now that half an hour has passed, his silhouette is still nowhere to be seen. Thinking of this, Chen Shang couldn't help but feel a trace of worry welling up in his heart. You know, on weekdays, although that Lin Tianyu is not smart, but at least in terms of punctuality is still quite reliable. How could you be so late today so suddenly? With a heart full of doubts and worries, Chen Shang finally couldn't hold back his temper, reached out from his pocket and fished out his cell phone, and was about to dial Lin Tianyu's number to ask about the original cause of the incident. Just in the moment when he had just pulled his cell phone out, a crisp and pleasant ringtone suddenly rang out. Chen Shang fixed his eyes on the screen and saw that what was flashing on the screen was clearly Lin Tianyu's phone number. He hurriedly and quickly pressed the answer button, and couldn't wait to question. Tianyu, what's wrong with you? Surprisingly, you were late for such a long time. Almost as soon as the words fell, Lin Tianyu's voice filled with helplessness immediately came from the other end of the phone. Chen Shang, our car has been impounded. Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, this time it was Chen Shang's turn to be confused. Impound the car? Who impounded our car? Lin Tianyu said without a trace of anger. Toll booth. Speechlessness was written all over Chen Shang's face. You didn't tell him your father's name? The moment this was mentioned, Lin Tianyu became even more helpless. I even mentioned my grandfather. It's no good. People don't recognize it. And I'm telling you, our car wasn't even overweight. He had to say it was. A fully loaded 30-ton truck weighing 50 tons here. Isn't that open robbery? If I pay this money, I'll apologize to the ancestors of the Lin family. Hearing Lin Tianyu's words gave Chen Shang the same anger. I've only seen this kind of thing on Jinto videos before. It was the first time I had encountered it myself. Also before, when he still needed military protection, which time was not a military vehicle to open the road. No one dared to stop his car at all. Now that I don't have that convenience, I'm catching this on my first shipment. But these, Wu Gang, Chen Shang is really in a hurry. Finally, Chen Shang gritted his teeth and endured the nausea and said to Lin Tianyu, Tianyu, you wait for me to go over. Let's give the money first, and we'll talk about other things later. The phone hung up. Chen Shang said apologetically to Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan. Sorry, the truck transporting the lunar surface mecha had a problem on the way. I'll go over first. Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan were instantly nonplussed when they heard that it was Wu Gang who had problems. Come on, we're with you. Chen Shang saw that the two big men must follow and had no choice but to take them along to the car. Highway exit. Lin Tianyu squatted in front of a heavy truck with a sad face. To a fat, middle-aged, greasy man in front of him, he begged, Brother, I swear to God, the total mass of this car is absolutely no more than 30 tons. There's something wrong with your weighing. The fat-headed middle-aged greasy man slanted a glance at Lin Tianyu. Didn't you just say your second oldest was a general in the Army Air Corps? And this time it's changed to me calling it bad? Another man in overalls picked up the taunt. That's right, Station Chief Wu. He also said that his grandfather is still an academician of the Dragon Science Academy. His sister is a helicopter gunship pilot who has thrown mushroom eggs. And his best buddy is a daxia too. This kind of powerful. He damn but only blow one. I really believe it. In fact, in their line of work, the odds of meeting a trucker with someone above him are not high. But as a normal person, you have to be more or less careful when it comes to the other side mentioning people. Even if the other person is obviously blowing awesome. And also at least make sure that what the other person is saying is not really mocking people. But at this moment, the fat-headed station chief Wu didn't think that Lin Tianyu's words were even necessary to confirm. Even if you're great at bragging, you have to rely on something. But any sane person who had to have a life like his blowing awesome would have been swinging for the fences for the rest of their lives. Still out driving big trucks? See the arrogant attitude of the two staff members. Lin Tianyu also came on fire. I don't care who I am. Let's be reasonable now. Is it reasonable for you to weigh my 30-ton vehicle at 50 tons? Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, station manager Wu snorted. Ha, can't make it up. Starting to reason with me now? Chapter 106, I accept the punishment, but you have to pay for the goods. Lin Tianyu stared straight at the few staff members in front of him. He was stupid, but he knew basic arithmetic laws. His heavy truck weighs 16 tons. It contains 5 units, Wu Gang, to adapt to the lunar environment. The self-weight of Wu Gang, Chen Shang are controlled within 3 tons. 5, Wu Gang, 15 tons. Plus the truck's dead weight is only just 29 tons. There's absolutely no way it's going to be the 50 plus tons they say it is. Guess it's not a bad thing for those old guys to keep following. Although it was like being watched wherever you went. At the very least, with the old guys escorting them,
There won't be any of these stupid boys coming over to mess with them. I'll say it again. I'm definitely not going to have more than 30 tons on this truck with cargo. Lin Tianyu had lost the last of his patience. Seeing Lin Tianyu's oil and salt, the fat-headed station manager Wu lost his patience at this point. Don't make yourself uncomfortable, kid, just pay the fine. If you keep dawdling, I'll call the sheriff's department to come over and charge you with obstruction and provoking trouble. Hearing the other party come on hard, Lin Tianyu's fire came up. He'd been stupid in his life, but he hadn't been a wimp yet. When he was a kid, he made a bet with his buddies and he peed on a hornet's nest. It's a wonder a couple of things in human skin could scare him. Lin Tianyu directly pointed at the staff's nose and cursed. Why don't you go and rob it in broad daylight? Do you really take yourself seriously in human skin? Seeing that Lin Tianyu not only didn't give in, but also dared to loudly insult himself, Station Chief Wu was momentarily enraged. You are grossly overloaded and refusing to pay your fine. I have the right to impound your vehicle. When you have the money, come back and redeem your car. Hearing that Station Master Wu wanted to impound the car. At this time the other staff of the toll station also gathered around. Station Chief Wu, it seems like we don't have the right to impound the car, right? The speaker was a middle-aged man with glasses who looked honest. A pair of overalls looks old though, but yet it also pulp-washed very clean, and ironed flat. Even the collar and cuffs don't show a single stain. The years had left quite a mark on his cheeks. Most of his life has taken away a lot of his right to sharpness, but it also gifted him with a more over-the-top mellowness. Or I'll see that it's over. We all go out to make a living. It's not easy, and it's true that we've been wrong before. In fact, the middle-aged glasses man had already given Station Chief Wu a lot of face by speaking. This is known as what is not allowed, and can even be worse than dozens of tons of his Wu Station Master heart than anyone knows. Station Manager Wu took a step forward with his round belly, squinted at the man. Gua Li Min, what are you doing here again? Are you done with your own work? Don't you forget, I'm the station manager here, and I can penalize whoever I want to send. If you don't like me, you can report me to my brother-in-law again. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, a group of co-workers also came forward to make peace, but after all, Station Chief Wu was their superior, and the only person they could advise was Guo Limin. Although we all knew that it was this fat-headed Station Chief Wu who was behind it, no one dared to say anything again. Like Guo Limin said, everyone is just trying to make a living. It's not like anyone is causing themselves to be unable to eat for the sake of someone else. Soon Guo Limin's comments were suppressed. Plus, Station Chief Wu was rampaging around here, and there are two men here who are dogged. Usually when you eat meat yourself, do you sprinkle some soup on him once in a while? At this time the two lapdogs of course had to speak towards Station Chief Wu. Lin Tianyu couldn't wait to go up and kick the other party's belly at this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want the negative news of So-and-so's second-generation official making a scene at a toll booth to appear on tomorrow's hot search, he would have smacked him in the mouth a long time ago. In fact, he could have just paid and left, but he'd really have to do that, and he certainly wouldn't be able to forgive himself later. Lin Tianyu swore in his heart, such a person must be taught the lesson he deserves. He didn't care about a few $1,000s though. But what about the truckers who are always on the move for a living? There's no telling how many of these people have done this kind of thing. At this time, Lin Tianyu's low-profile CPU was running wildly. Call Grandpa? If Grandpa and the others found out about this, their recent efforts to perform would be all for naught. Never let the hat of carrier waste fall on your head. For Lin Tianyu, a person who usually used his brain less and belligerently took the blame, figuring out how to do something like this is very painful. Gradually Lin Yu's face had twisted. Seeing Lin Tianyu's agonized expression as he stood still, Station Chief Wu sneered in his heart. It's only a couple $1,000s. It's not enough to buy yourself a pair of leather shoes. This is too much to bear? Young man, I'm going to give you one last chance to think about it. Pay the fine or impound the car. Station Chief Wu said with a smug expression as he looked at Lin Tianyu. Hearing about the impoundment of the car, Lin Tianyu instantly became much more rational. Wu Gang, still in the car. Once the car is impounded there is a risk of it being compromised. In the end, Lin Tianyu had to grit his teeth and endure his nausea and said, I'll pay the fine however much it is. Seeing Lin Tianyu yield, the corner of Station Chief Wu's mouth flashed with a touch of disdain. Young man, in the future, go out and have a long memory. Remember that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Lin Tianyu didn't bother to wink with him and directly extended a hand. Since it's a fine, give me the ticket. Without giving it much thought, Station Chief Wu angrily nudged at one of the lapdogs beside him. Soon an officer in overalls handed the ticket to Lin Tianyu. Standard load, 18 tons. Actual load, 38 tons. Overload, 20 tons. The penalty is a maximum fine of 5,000 dasha coins. Lin Tianyu took the ticket and carefully put it away. then directly and dryly scanned and transferred the money. The whole thing was well behaved as hell. Station Chief Wu snorted coldly. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. And ING Grandpa is an academician of the Dragon Science Academy. I'll be damned. The Dragon Academy can produce such a brainless thing. I'll punish you once I see you in the future. Okay, you can get lost now. Saying that, Station Manager Wu turned around and left without looking back, planning to get into the work, stopping inside to warm up and drink. Wait! Just the moment Station Chief Wu turned to leave, Lin Tianyu shouted at him with an icy tone. Station Chief Wu turned around and asked with a frown. What? You're still not convinced? Lin Tianyu suddenly smiled evilly at Station Chief Wu. The smile instantly sent shivers down the spine of Station Chief Wu and the two doglegs beside him. Lin Tianyu shook his head repeatedly. I'm not unconvinced. A truck with an 18-ton load, and I'm pulling 38 tons of cargo, just deserves to be punished. But since the fine is now paid by me, I was able to take the car. So isn't it time you guys gave me back the 20 tons? Chief Wu stood frozen in place for a long time. What 20 tons of cargo? Chapter 107. I'll just punch a performance. What's wrong with that? At this time, a slim dog-leg man beside Station Chief Wu reminded him. Station Chief Wu, he's blackmailing you. Hearing the explanation from his men, it took a moment for Station Manager Wu to realize this. Owned by this kid. But even so, the other side was too naive. This is his territory. He's not the one who decides what's black and white here. I advise you, if you know what's good for you, then hurry up and leave. It's useless for you to play these little tricks with me. So what if I did take 20 tons of your goods? Before Lin Tianyu could open his mouth to retort, KAZZ, a series of brakes sounded. Several specially designed bulletproof commercial vehicles were escorted back and forth by military vehicles and parked next to the toll booth. Chen Shan was the first to get out of the car. Then Ai Yongsuan and Elder Kai also walked down from each of the two commercial vehicles at the back door. Such a pie in the face took the eyes of all the staff at the toll booth. Holy crap! I've seen this kind of business car on TV, specially reserved for important foreign guests or people who are very important to the country. Why don't you tell me more about it? Let me put it to you this way. A handful of those big countries airlift themselves a car over to wherever they're going. Only when a foreign handful of people who don't have that power come to Daxia, Daxia will prepare special bulletproof courtesy cars for them. But some people, although not a hand of certain countries, but is in the Blue Star, has a significant position. What so-and-so big family's prince, so-and-so country's defense minister. This time with the protocol, car reception is not in line with the rules. That's why they were received in this business car when they came to Daxia. After hearing the staff member's words, the crowd was once again appalled. You're talking about a commercial vehicle like the one in front of you? If that's true, wouldn't that be the biggest character we've ever seen in our lives except on TV? In the meantime, Station Chief Wu, who was wrestling with Lin Tianyu, also noticed the situation in front of him. This was the first time he had seen this battle. Reacting to the first moment, Station Chief Wu dragged his obese body to stride towards the convoy and jogged over. A big shot like that has to make a good impression. Try to make the other person remember themselves if you can. It might be an opportunity to make a leap of faith for himself at some point. Just as Station Master Wu was about to approach the convoy, a burly man in a well-pressed suit raised his hand to stop him. Those solid and strong arms seemed to be cast in steel and concrete, bouncing him right back. Station Chief Wu nearly didn't sit on his butt. Several armed men with loaded guns on the periphery of the convoy had their fingers on the safety. As long as Station Chief Wu made any more excessive moves, they would most likely just shoot. At this time the closed door of the Wu Station Chief instead of angry. Instead, he was all smiles. A couple of leaders. This is out on business? I'll have the special channel open for you right away. Facing the fawning smile of Station Chief Wu, another burly man in a black suit glared directly at him. Don't pry into what you shouldn't. That single glance sent Station Chief Wu into a cold sweat. Age of peace. How could anyone possess such fierce eyes? After calming down Station Master Wu, the burly man in the black suit waved his hand directly behind him. Search. A few seconds later, the entire toll booth is firmly under control. Now Station Chief Wu was really dumbfounded. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Yet it was still the icy tone of the black suit that returned to him. Crouch on the ground with your hands on your head. Once all personnel are under control. Chen Shang and Ai Yongsuan and Kai Lao only walked to the entrance of the toll station. Station Master Wu peeked up. Of the three people Kai Lao has been on TV, Wu Station Chief immediately recognized Kai Lao's identity. Thinking of Lin Tianyu's previous statement that his grandfather was an academician of the Dragon Science Academy. This can't be ing real, can it? But he had seen Lin Tianyu's driver's license. His last name is Lin. Maybe I'm overthinking it. They could be here for something else, like apprehending a fugitive. Chen Shang's eyesight swept around. It quickly spotted Lin Tianyu, who was also crouching on the ground with his head blown off. Chen Shang then walked in front of Lin Tianyu in large strides.
A hand lifted him up. Where's the car? Lin Tianyu pointed his finger at a heavy truck not far away. Over there. Seeing Chen Shan's move, the heart of Station Chief Wu, who had also burst his head and was crouching on the ground, thumped. This is bad. This kid actually does have a backstage. Or the hard kind. Chen Shan looked at the heavy trucks in the distance and nodded. The goods are all right. Lin Tianyu nodded his head then shook his head. The original one is fine. The extra one is gone. Chen Shang wondered in his heart. What do you mean the extra is gone? Is it hard to believe that these 5, Wu gang, got off halfway? Seeing Chen Shang's puzzled expression, Lin Tianyu hurriedly pulled out the ticket, and his cell phone's transfer records to show Chen Shang. When Chen Shang saw the ticket Lin Tianyu pulled out, he instantly understood the whole story. These, Wu gangs, can really lay down the gauntlet. After knowing everything, Chen Shang walked directly to Station Chief Wu, pulling him up by the collar of his shirt as he picked him up. Station Chief Wu's plump body seemed to be picked up directly in front of Chen Shang like a chicken. Chen Shang directly stared into Station Chief Wu's eyes with a playful gaze. Where's my stuff? Station Chief Wu's eyes were averted and he didn't dare to meet his eyes. It had just occurred to him that he might have kicked the bucket. But I didn't expect this iron plate to be so hard. I'll be damned. I was the one who tampered with the overweight. I really didn't take your goods. At this time, AI Yongsuan also walked over. Chen Shang, although you do not work in the system, but also to pay attention to the impact, you sow rough treatment of the masses for fear of affecting the community's evaluation of you. Chen Shan knew that AI Yongsuan was doing it for his own good. After all, spit can drown. Chen Shangshang threw the obese Station Chief Wu to the ground with one hand. Then he said to Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan, weighing just now this car was overloaded by another 20 tons. Now those 20 tons are gone. Hearing Chen Shang's words, AI Yongsuan and Kai Lao only felt their scalps tingle. What's that pulling in the car? Elder Kai asked eagerly. Chen Shang said to Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan in a very small voice. Wu gang. Chen Shang's voice was extremely small. It's completely inaudible as long as it's a little farther away. But I don't know if it was intentional or not. The sound was off to the side and controlled to the extent that Station Master Wu could hear it. After hearing that the 20 tons of cargo was Wu gang, both Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan's faces turned ugly. Though they knew the incident was probably an oops. It was obvious that this toll station manager had deliberately tampered with the data to force Lin Tianyu's truck to be 20 tons overweight. But nevertheless, Daxiao's most advanced lunar surface power armor could be called an absolute secret. Not even a 1 in 10,000 chance of missing 20 tons. AI Yongsuan took one last look at the paralyzed Station Chief Wu. You have only yourself to blame. Don't do anything wrong in your next life. Send him to the National Security Agency and make sure he recalls all the times he was a child and used as much force as he could to eat his milk. In addition, this person involves important national secrets, so there's no need to release him after the trial. Hearing AI Yongsuan's words, Station Manager Wu directly paralyzed to the ground. Just change an overground, pound yourself and punch down your performance. How did this get you into the NSA? Chapter 108, The Earth-Moon Long-Distance Carrier Prepares for Takeoff. Station Chief Wu and the two lapdogs were lifted onto the military vehicle as if they were dead dogs. But AI Yongsuan and Xia Lao are still not very assured. Elder Xia turned his head to look at Lin Tianyu. Tianyu, are you sure you only pulled 5 units of Wu gang? Over? Lin Tianyu nodded heavily. Don't worry, old man Xia. I can't go wrong with the car I personally loaded. After all, he had just been angry with what Station Chief Wu had done. There was no intention of calling for compensation. 20 tons would be at least 6, Wu gang. Even taking him apart for parts and selling him wouldn't be enough. Hearing Lin Tianyu's words, Elder Xia was slightly relieved. But although Station Chief Wu was taken away, the truck carrying Wu gang was missing 20 tons of weight for no apparent reason. Something that could never be quelled by a small station manager. All of Station Master Wu's relationships must be properly investigated before he can do so. As for Station Master Wu himself, he won't be able to get out in this lifetime. A few minutes later, the entire highway is completely blocked. Passing drivers and cargo are scrutinized. At this time, the heavy truck carrying Wu gang had also been escorted by several military vehicles to the only airport in Daxia and even Blue Star. On the way, Elder Kai couldn't help but complain to Chen Shang. Although you young people are debauched and love freedom, how can a truck transporting something so important not be escorted? Chen Shang was also helpless. Elder Kai, did I not expect it either? Honestly, in this day and age, what kind of private person wants to stop and rob? Elder Kai also seemed to have heard Chen Shang's words. Sigh. Oi. We should never underestimate human nature. Don't worry. I'll definitely give you an explanation for this matter. None of them can escape. The convoy pulled into the airport. At this point, the fuel loading of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier was complete. Just waiting for a couple of Wu gang that can work on the moon to be loaded on board and ready to set sail. Step down from the top of the business car.
Chen Shang led Elder Xie as well as AI Yongsuan towards the dock where the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was parked. Boom! As the thick gates of the dock slowly opened, the exterior quasi-build of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was presented to several people. The Earth-Moon long-distance carrier as a whole is nearly identical to the NEO transportation ship. Other than subtle gaps, there is no difference. The huge hull of the ship is overwhelming no matter how many times you see it. Especially at this time, Elder Xie and AI Yongsuan were standing at the foot of this huge ship. The strong sense of oppression almost prevented the duo from breathing. Especially Elder Xie. It was as if he was looking at a work of art when he looked at the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier. I thought our No. 10 launch vehicle was big enough, but I didn't realize it was like a scurrying monkey in front of this big guy. AI Yongsuan laughed. Ha ha, old Xie. You don't say. With the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier in the future. No. May 10th really have to change its use. Like launching from the moon toward the blue planet. Xia Lao glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. We are in aerospace. Weapons development has nothing to do with us. AI Yongsuan nodded his head in a hurry. You are so right. Chen Shan was also very speechless when he heard the duo's conversation from the side. There are no outsiders here. What kind of double act are you two playing here? Is it possible that all the satellites you launch are for civilian use? Elder Kai, Director AI. I'll have the doctor take your blood pressure first, and you can board the ship if there's no problem. As soon as Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan heard Qin Shang say that he wanted to measure both of their blood pressure, they felt a bit weak. AI Yongsuan quietly gave Kai Lao a look. How are you doing, Kai? Kai Lao closed his eyes and shook his head. Indicates that the heart is not in the right place. At this time, AI Yongsuan secretly pulled out a small pill bottle from his pocket, pouring a capsule out of it and handing it to Elder Kai. It was actually a blood pressure pill. Elder Kai hurriedly threw an approving look at AI Yongsuan. Old M or you are well prepared. Actually, they don't care much about anything else right now. It would be their greatest loss if they couldn't land on the moon later. Just as Kai Lao was about to swallow the small pill, but Chen Shan grabbed his wrist. Elder Kai, Director AI, how old are you all? Still engaging in such petty behavior. It is said that when people get old there are times when they are like children. Kai Lao was embarrassed after being caught in the act by Qin Shang. Chen Shang seemed to have guessed their thoughts as well, hastily reassuring the two. He said, don't worry, later on if either of you has a little higher or lower blood pressure we'll wait for him to normalize before we set off. I'm in charge of this Earth-Moon long-distance carrier anyway, and it doesn't matter if it takes off early or late. It's not a good idea for you guys to mess around with your medication and get sick. Hearing Chen Shang's comforting words, both Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan were relieved. Since Chen Shan was willing to wait for them, it was certainly the best. With no pressure on their minds, all indicators of the two men were in turn much more normal. A few minutes later, Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan boarded the passenger cabin of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier together. A staff member soon dressed them in load-resistant clothing. After everything is ready, a tractor tug tows the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier out of the dock, sailed to an empty harbor not far away. Such a big ship suddenly appeared on the sea. Trying to keep it a secret is certainly not realistic. Soon the world's major media outlets began to clamor for coverage of Dacia's second giant ship. Such news is powerful though, but many people don't know the difference between Earth-Moon long-distance carriers and NEO transports. People are obviously more concerned about the change from 0 to 1. Going from 1 to 2 doesn't stimulate the eyeballs of military fans on these blue stars any better. Kimchi Nedison, I thought it was some kind of big news. Isn't it just Dacia's NEO transport ship? It's been half a year since we built the second one. The Dacia people are simply weak. What about the promised infrastructure demon? Sakura, is Pickles upstairs here to clown around? PickleNet, upstairs watch out for another meteorite hitting you on top of your heads. San, Dacia has actually built a second NEO transport ship. I stand to worry that they will one day surpass us. John Bull, beyond you? I really don't know where you guys get your confidence. Anyone who dares to compete with them in the current Dacia will be humiliating themselves. It's not the same as this sour smell of the extranet. The intranet was in a frenzy. I stay up late every day brushing up on short videos. The doctor says I have 5 years to live. Will I make it in time for the Earth-Moon highway to be completed? I drink milk tea every day. The doctor said I have 3 years to live. Will I be able to make it in time for the South Heavenly Gate to be completed? I'm taking 1 shot a day. The doctor said I have 2 years to live. Will I make it in time for the completion of the Canton Palace? Upstairs, are you trying to have a go at the Chang'e photo? I didn't pass my test today. And now my mom's back right outside the door. So will I be able to catch this transport ship taking off? Chapter 109, Look, there's a shooting star. Sakura province panicked again. Just when the many military fans of the great summer country were filled with longing and anticipation, the long-distance carrier ship carrying the dreams of Dacia has finally reached the most critical moment before takeoff. At the moment, This huge ship is like a steel beast standing quietly on the launch site, radiating a shocking atmosphere. And inside the cockpit of the carrier ship, Chen Shan was sitting at the console with full concentration, double-checking every piece of data. His eyes were focused and determined, as if he wanted to burn the numbers into his mind. After more than 2 months of intense preparation and hard work, everything is now in place, just waiting for him to give the final order. Chen Shang knows that this mission is of great significance, not only for the honor of the country, but also for his own key to explore the traces of his parents. Therefore, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Even a tiny data error could lead to the failure of the whole mission. So he relentlessly checked the parameters over and over again to make sure nothing was wrong. Everything is normal, Chen Shang whispered to himself, his taut nerves relaxing a little. But he knew that the real challenge was yet to come. Once the engines were started, the ship would travel through the vastness of space right to the moon. It contains precious helium-3 resources and is an important stepping stone towards a secondary civilization. Thinking of this, Chen Shang took a deep breath, adjusted his mind, and began to operate methodically according to the established procedures, accompanied by Chen Shang's long and nimble fingers quickly tapping on the console. Each tap seemed to touch the strings of the universe. Immediately afterward, only a deafening roar could be heard. Boom! The loud sound was like a thunderclap, instantly spreading throughout the entire space. At the same time, the amazingly large hull of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier began to tremble unceasingly, like an enraged beast struggling for its life. The trembling was so great that one couldn't help but worry if the huge ship would fall apart in the next second. The source of all this is the unrivaled and immense thrust unleashed by the 16 giant impulse engines. These impulse engines are like a blazing star, constantly blasting out a roaring flame and surging power. The immense energy generated by their combined action caused the entire hull of the ship to fall into a strong resonance. Although the supercomputer designed and built by Chen Shang is capable of firing 16 giant impulse engines at the same time without any error, however, the nature of the impulse engine itself determines a certain degree of instability in its power output. So when the hull is under such a huge and from 16 different positions of thrust, it is then inevitably torn and twisted by these 16 powerful forces. It could be imagined that if the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier wasn't constructed using an extremely sturdy and durable special alloy, then I'm afraid that it would not have been able to withstand such a horrifying impact at this moment. Inside the cab, Chen Shang gripped the joystick tightly, his brow furrowed. The ears were filled with the deafening roar and intense vibration of those 16 huge impulse engines. This constant noise and vibration seemed to be pervasive, leaving him feeling incredibly irritated and exhausted. Damn it! When I dig up enough helium-3, I will definitely replace all these 16 broken engines with giant plasma engines. Chen Shang cursed as he concentrated on maneuvering the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier to continue climbing upwards. As the ship slowly rose, Chen Shang took a deep breath, and with one heart, simply turned the power of the anti-gravity engine directly to the maximum. In an instant, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship was like an arrow off the string. Its speed increased steeply, and the powerful thrust caused the entire hull to tremble slightly. And at that moment, due to the rapid rise in altitude, more and more people on the ground noticed the huge object in the air. Some people with quick reflexes immediately stopped and took out their cell phones, shooting excitedly at the giant ship in the sky. Hey, look at that! That big guy appeared in the sky again. Not far away, a group of students who had just finished school stopped to watch, and one of them, a boy wearing glasses, shouted in surprise. Yeah, how many times is this year anyway? It feels like I see it every other day. Another young student next to him, carrying a backpack and looking clean-cut, chimed in. Just then, a girl with a ponytail at the front of the line suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha, guess what's being transported up here? In my opinion, maybe it's a cart full of carrots. After all, the jade rabbit doesn't live on the moon." Her words elicited a laugh from the students around her. Ha ha, if there really is a moon rabbit, that would prove that the moon has always been our great Xia's inherent territory. 10 minutes later, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier had traveled into the stratosphere by now. Inside the cabin, Ai Yongsuan and Kai Lao leaned over the porthole and watched the arc of Blue Star's remote horizon. Looking at the beautiful arc formed by the horizon and sea level in the sky, Ai Yongsuan couldn't help but marvel. It's so beautiful. It's the first time we've seen the Blue Star from this angle in our lifetime of spaceflight. Kai. At this time, Kai Lao was also lying by the window carefully recognizing the outline of the continental plate. Old M, do you think that's Sakurajima? It's only been 10 minutes and we're over Sakurajima? Hearing Elder Kai's words, Ai Yongsuan also carefully recognized it. That's right, it's Sakurajima. You see that's floating mountain, which was obliterated a while ago by a meteor we, ahem, observed. That's spectacular. Kai Lao also nodded. Ha ha, I just don't know if those little days have a shadow in their hearts, said Kai Lao, his fingers lightly touching the porthole. the next astonishing scene appeared. This porthole actually adjusts the near and far view with the swipe of a finger. AI Yongsuan also saw this astonishing scene at this time. Hurriedly, he urged Kai Lao, "Quickly old Kai, zoom in. I'll see if I can see the ground or not." As Kai Lao's finger kept dragging, the picture is getting clearer. Eventually you can even make out the wings of a mosquito on the ground. In the meantime, Sakura Province. Inside the southern refugee settlement, millions of refugees who have just survived this brutal winter are digging up wild vegetables all over the mountains. Well, suddenly an ear-splitting air raid siren sounded. Everyone was instantly startled by the ear-splitting siren. Everyone threw down the tools in their hands and looked up into the air, only to see a black dot tens of thousands of meters in the air was dragging a long trail from the sky. And I don't know what lack of heart shouted, "It's a shooting star, Ami.io. Now everyone panicked. Some lost their voices and cried, some fell to their knees and prayed. Chapter 110 Lucas and Vivian's Despair. Almost all of Sakura was scared out of her wits by the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier that suddenly appeared in the air, suspected to have crossed the sky like a meteor. One by one, their faces were as white as paper, their legs were weak, and there were even quite a few who directly collapsed to the ground. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well. Nowadays, as long as there are slightly abnormal celestial bodies appearing in the sky above Sakura country, it would immediately trigger a nationwide panic. At this moment, in the spacious and bright passenger cabin of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, AI Yongsuan and Kai Lao were standing side by side, looking out through the porthole at the ever-expanding scene outside, and a touch of undisguised smugness appeared on their faces coincidentally. AI Yongsuan stretched out his finger and pointed at a small cherry blossom below that was trembling like a sieve. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, look at this bunch of timid little cherry blossoms. This is a hilarious look." Kai Lao, on the other hand, snorted coldly and said with a face full of disdain, "Humph, these effects should have been given some color a long time ago. Nowadays they are just scared out of their wits at the sight of the slightest breeze. It's really unbearable." Speaking here, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, thinking of all the heinous crimes they committed before. Just scaring them like this is simply too cheap for them. That's when the airlock connecting the cockpit to the passenger cabin was suddenly opened. Chen Shang hurriedly walked out from the cockpit. With an eager face, he said to Elder Kai, "Elder Kai, if you don't like what you see in them, I'll give them some color right now." Saying that, he directly pulled out his cell phone and controlled several space-based weapon platforms to aim directly at Sakura. "I'll blow them up as soon as you give me your golden handshake." Hearing Chen Shang's words, Elder Kai had a head full of black lines. "It's useless for you to talk to me about this. You ask the Defense Department." Hearing Kai Lao's words, Chen Shang resentfully withdrew his cell phone. Looks like Sakura dodged another bullet today. Kai Lao was afraid that Chen Shang would go to his head and hurriedly returned the picture outside the porthole to normal. By now it was pitch black outside the porthole. Looking downward, it was even faster to take in the entire blue planet. Elder Kai turned his head to look at Chen Shang. "Where are we?" Chen Shang glanced at his special watch. Near Earth orbit, 400 kilometers altitude. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan instantly froze in place. Raider? Good lord, that's a lot of vigorously flying bricks. Affected by aerodynamic layout. Earth-Moon long-distance carriers aren't exactly fast in the atmosphere, but after reaching altitudes where the atmosphere gradually begins to thin out, it starts to let go completely. In so many moments it had reached an altitude of 400 kilometers from Blue Star. Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan did some silent calculations in their minds. At that speed it's already reaching about Mach 30. Mach 30 plus for the big guy with 100,000 tons of total mass. This is going to fit on the Blue Star. Just as the two old men were shocked, Chen Shang interrupted them. It's about to catch up with the Blue Star space station up ahead. You can say hello to them through this porthole. Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan looked at each other. Orbital velocity of the Blue Star space station is about 28,000 kilometers per hour. Almost 7 kilometers per second. The speed is probably just about Mach 23 or so. Catching up with them was easy with the speed of a near-Earth Moon long-distance carrier. But they heard that the last time the NEO transporter made its maiden flight, Yin Guofeng and the others also saw the Blue Star space station. How come you're rubbing shoulders with people this time? Chen Shang, this kid, in their hometown language, is not a little. Oh, sure enough, a few minutes later, a distinct point of light appeared ahead of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Kai Lao zoomed in on him and realized that it was indeed the Blue Star space station. When he thought about the previous construction of the Blue Star space station, the only thing that was excluded was Daxia. It's good to say hello to them now. Once upon a time, IU technology blockade. You can't reach me nowadays. The vast, infinite skies of the blue planet, 400 kilometers above the ground, silently hovering a Blue Star International Space Station. The two astronauts from the Eagle Jam country, now in dire straits, and Lucas and Vivian, were slumped helplessly in front of the narrow viewing window. The two were back to back, their bodies tilted slightly, leaning on each other. At this moment, the two of them had already managed to set a new record for human survival in the vast universe. However, if they can't return to Earth soon, I'm afraid that in a few more days they will have trouble readjusting to daily life on the blue planet. Lucas asked softly as he slowly turned his head and gazed at a confused Vivian beside him. Honey, do you think there's any chance we'll ever get back to our hometown? Facing this sudden inquiry, Vivian was first stunned, then shook her head blankly. If the question had been asked a year ago, she would have taunted the person who asked it without mercy. You know, as a brilliant astronaut from a cosmic superpower, she never had the slightest concern about being able to return safely. At the time, she was confident that Eagle Jam's advanced and powerful space technology would ensure that every mission would be completed and the astronauts returned safely, no matter what the situation. But what if we rewind time to 6 months ago and hear the question again? Perhaps, she will hesitate a little. Although this space stranding was purely accidental, as long as the country is willing to invest resources and take action. With the cutting-edge aerospace technology that Eagle Jam has at its disposal, retrieving them is just a matter of spending a little bit of money that can be easily solved. However, to this day, when the same problem was once again in front of her, Vivian felt unprecedented helplessness and despair. She couldn't help but begin to wonder if Hawk Jam was really willing to go to the expense of rescuing them. Two astronauts who had been adrift in space for so long. Perhaps the way back that belonged to them has long since disappeared, and the only thing waiting for them is endless darkness and the unknown. Just as Vivian froze, Lucas said to her with an excited look on his face, "Look, it's the Daxian ship again." Wei Weiyan followed Lucas's gaze. Sure enough, an immense, square-headed space giant was slowly approaching this way. It was like a moving steel fortress, its body glittering with an icy metallic luster. It was striking and spectacular in this cold outside space. Didn't they fly once this month? Wei Weiyan looked at the giant ship in the distance with a puzzled look. Ever since the NEO transporter first passed by the Blue Star space station, it had passed in front of their eyes almost once a month for the past 6 months, never missing a beat. This month, however, they actually saw the giant ship twice. Chapter 111, Say Hello to the Blue Star Hometown. In the face of Lucas's puzzled face, annoyance surged like a tidal wave in the slightest of reassurances. She could no longer hold back her inner dissatisfaction, and impatiently complained, "What time is it? We are now in deep desperation, with life and death uncertain. But you're so good that you still have the leisure to care about how many times a month other people's airships actually have to fly." Before the words left her mouth, Vivian huffed and turned around to face this viewing window. Then without hesitation, she pressed her face firmly onto it. Her eyes, which were again filled with longing, were currently staring straight at the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship that was approaching, as if it was the last straw in her life. After a moment, she murmured, "Lucas, how wonderful it would be if we were lucky enough to board this ship and return home safe and sound." Hearing Vivian's words, Lucas was silent at first as he stood still, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. After a few moments, he finally spoke slowly. "If the people of Grand Xia are willing to allow me to return to my hometown on their airship, then I will not hesitate to apply for Grand Xia citizenship immediately. After all, in such a life and death situation, being able to receive help from others is really a great gift." As the two men were talking, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was getting closer to them. As the distance shortened, more details of the ship's hull began to become clear to them. However, when Lucas and Vivian looked at the details, they couldn't help but stare at the same time, a look of disbelief on their faces. As it turned out, after a closer look, they were surprised to find that there were surprisingly obvious differences between this massive spacecraft and the one they had seen before. That is to say, the Great Summer Kingdom actually possessed 2 airships of such a grand scale and advanced technology. This shocking fact made their jaws drop, and for a moment they didn't know how to express their inner shock. Heavens, how could the Great Summer Kingdom have 2 such airships? This is unbelievable. Vivian couldn't help but exclaim in shock, her voice filled with shock and envy. Lucas, meanwhile, stared blankly at the approaching Earth-Moon long-distance carrier with awe in his eyes. Another hint of undisguised longing flowed out. At this time the huge carrier ship was gradually approaching the Blue Star space station. Inside the cabin, Chen Xiang directly deactivated the joint display function of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's cabin porthole. In an instant, the images outside the porthole that were originally transmitted back by the high-powered camera disappeared, and were replaced by a scene as real and vivid as that seen by the human eye. It was a vast and boundless cosmic starry sky, with countless bright stars flickering with a faint but mesmerizing light. The blue star in the distance looked like a blue jewel set in it, emitting a soft and mysterious light. At the same time, the people outside were also able to see the inside of the passenger cabin through the transparent portholes of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. It didn't take long for the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier to catch up with the Blue Star space station as quickly as lightning. Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan, who were sitting inside the ship, cast their eyes towards the porthole. Want to see this Blue Star space station in real life. However, when they looked over at first glance, a strong sense of contrast could not help but well up in their hearts. Compared to the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, the Blue Star space station seemed so small and rudimentary that it was like a worn-out pile of junk floating in space. The two scanned the Blue Star space station for a few moments before their eyes coincidentally landed in front of a small viewing window. Only two people were lying there on their backs, none other than Shadow, Vivian and Lucas. At this moment, Vivian and Lucas also medium looked at them with envious eyes. Elder Kai and AI Yongsuan were momentarily a little embarrassed by the way they looked at them. Finally Zizi gave a scissor hand gesture to both of them. Before the internationals on the other side could respond, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier swept past them with an absolute speed advantage. Only a long trail was left behind, as if declaring his power and majesty to the other side. Inside the Blue Star space station, Vivian and Lucas watched the fading Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Half the time, he didn't look back. Ryoga they began contacting the Eagle Jam Space Agency again. Report back the news that the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier has just passed the station. After all, they have to prove their worth if they want to go home. Inside the passenger cabin of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, Chen Shang saw that the two old guys were having a good time. Completely immersed in their own world, couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. It's true that the older you get, the more playful you become. Chen Shang then carefully reminded the two of them. Seniors, please take your seats first. We're going to have an exciting swinging trip with the gravity of the Blue Star. Hearing Chen Shang's words, Elder Kai and AI Yonsuan were first stunned. Then he realized the seriousness of the matter, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of gravity. Because they knew very well that what Chen Shang was talking about was not a simple game, but an extremely dangerous and complex operation. Accelerating the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier to second cosmic velocity and using the powerful gravity of the blue planet like a swing, the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier was violently flung towards the moon. It is important to realize that this plan, while theoretically feasible, is difficult to implement in practice. First, it was necessary to ensure that the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier had sufficient power to achieve the required speed. Secondly, the direction and strength must also be precisely controlled throughout the process, as the slightest deviation could lead to disastrous consequences. The trickiest part is the final deceleration phase. After all, from rushing towards the moon at such a high speed, if it could not be slowed down in time and effectively to enter the lunar orbit smoothly, then it was very likely that the carrier ship would crash directly on the surface of the moon. Just take the total mass of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Maybe Blue Star will never see a full moon again. Chen Shan once again returned to the cockpit to double-check the data. Then directly afterward, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier began to accelerate. Eagle Sauce Free Federation. White House. Inside the Chancellor's office, the female assistant came inside the office of the new Chancellor Understanding King with a document in her hurried footsteps. Mr. Chancellor, look at this. With that said, the female assistant handed a picture taken by a space telescope to the Know-It-All King's desk. The photo was a picture of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier trailing a long wake in the same frame as the Blue Star space station. King Understanding had heard rumors of NEO transports before though, but he had never believed since the beginning that the technology of Daxia had developed to such a degree. Looking at the photo of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier with a puzzled face, she said to her female assistant, "What movie poster is this? Didn't I issue a decree? In order to limit the technological development of the Daxia people, the making of science fiction movies will be prohibited in the future by good cum dirt." Chapter 112, Lunar Town. Hearing the words of the King of Understanding, the female assistant frowned. People Daxamites did used to take holidays tainted sci-fi seriously, but now the technology of the Daxamites is now bigger than even the brains of the holiday stain. Mr. Chancellor, that's not a movie poster. That's a picture taken by an astronomical telescope. Hearing the female assistant's words, Understanding Wine just picked up the photo on the table with a serious face. Damn, the Daxians' NEO transports are actually real. The female assistant had a black face. You are probably the last person in all of Blue Star to accept this, said the female assistant with unfocused eyes looking away. The previous chancellor, Lao Deng, was confused, but at the very least, he could communicate with people normally. But this know-it-all king is completely unable to communicate properly. At this point, King Understanding didn't notice that he was being disliked in the slightest, frothing at the mouth to himself. No matter how much it costs, now immediately form the Space Force. At the end of this month, I have to see the news of Hawk Jam's re-emergence on the moon in the papers. Though the female assistant felt that knowing King's request was a bit outrageous, but she didn't even bother. She only communicates orders. But as the assistant to the Chancellor, There was something she had to remind the king of understanding. To do otherwise would be a dereliction of her duty. Mr. Chancellor, before we land on the moon, we must pick up the 2 astronauts we have stranded on the station. Otherwise it would be bad public opinion if we had the ability to go to the moon and not rescue them. Boo! Think of the 2 astronauts. King Know-It-All slammed the table hard. Shatter! Just do as you say. And inform the space agency to keep an eye on costs and spend the least amount of money to do the most. A few hours later, time passed slowly as if frozen. Elder Kai, who was sprawled out in the passenger cabin of the spacious Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, suddenly felt someone gently pushing on his shoulder. In a daze, he heard a familiar and anxious voice coming from him. Old Kai, wake up, quickly stop sleeping, there's a situation. Kai Lao struggled to open his heavy eyelids and let out a big yawn, then rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly sat up straight. He smoothly picked up the glasses placed aside and put them on, fixing his somewhat disheveled hair while asking suspiciously, Old AI, what happened? So anxious to wake me up. AI Yonsuan's face was full of excitement, pointing his finger straight toward the porthole, his voice trembling with excitement. Lao Kai, look outside, we've entered lunar orbit. When Elder Kai heard this, his heart shook violently and he instantly lost all sleepiness. He hastily turned his head and looked out the window in the direction of AI Yonsuan's finger. A breathtaking picture comes to mind. An immense supermoon was floating silently beyond the porthole. Craters as well as craters on the lunar surface are all clearly visible. Almost half of Kai Lao's vision. It was the first time he had ever seen such a big moon. Kai Lao stood quietly in front of the window, his eyes locked onto the huge, mysteriously glowing supermoon in the night sky. He couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his eyes, reaffirming that the sight he was seeing was not an illusion. Immediately afterward, he quickly glanced at the watch on his wrist, then let out an incredulous gasp. How is this possible? It's only been 8 hours since we took off. Elder Kai frowned tightly, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. You know, the average distance from the blue planet to the moon is a whopping 400 kilometers. Based on past experience and scientific calculations, it would take at least 70 hours for the most advanced craft to make the long journey across. But today, this is not even a tenth of the time. When AI Yongsuan, who was on the side, heard Kai Lao's words, he was first slightly stunned. Then he helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, I say Kai Lao, your data has long been out of date. Our old records. Nowadays 10-ton megaships can go straight into the atmosphere beyond like dry land. What else is impossible? Besides, look at that big bright moon out there. Could it be fake? Kai Lao was speechless when AI Yongsuan said this. It took a while before he slowly came back to his senses, an embarrassed smile on his face. In fact, just now he hadn't really meant to question the amazing speed of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Only just woke up not long ago. The brain is still in a state of chaos, so it will be difficult to accept the situation in front of the eyes of this beyond the common sense for a moment. 8 hours and 380,000 kilometers. How fast does that have to be? It was a pity that there was no reference in the universe, and they couldn't even feel it when the ship was running just now. Kaber. Just then, the airlock connecting the cockpit to the passenger cabin was opened again. Chen Shang stepped out of the cockpit with great strides. Most of the operations of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier are done entirely autonomously by the AI, which can operate it even when the pilot is not in the cockpit. Kai Lao, we've entered lunar orbit. Where do we land later? The reason why Chen Shang asked about this was because he knew that Elder Kai and the others had long ago detected the location of a large number of helium-3 veins on the moon. They've even shipped tens of thousands of tons of self-built building materials there before. A so-called self-built home is one that allows the building materials to fall into place and then complete the assembly and finish the construction itself. Hearing Chen Shang's inquiry, Elder Kai didn't hesitate to write a string of coordinates on a piece of paper. Chen Shang took the note and then entered the coordinates on it into his watch's screen. Shortly after Chen Shang completed his input, a pleasant electronic tone rang out in the away arena. The ship is about to land. All members of the ship are requested to check that their load-resistant suits are properly fitted and fasten their seatbelts to prevent impact. The flight has been automatically adjusted. The power of the cabin gravity reduction system has been adjusted to level 3. By this time the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier had circled the backside of the moon. Kai Lao and AI Yongsuan looked out the window, and the blue star, which was originally only the size of a saucer, had also been blocked by the moon. Against the Earth-Moon the long-distance carrier's altitude gradually decreased, and below it a huge structure with countless small squares stacked on top of each other came into view. Chen Shang instantly recognized these small squares. These small squares were made up of the very same 3x3 plates from the warehouse Kai Lao had shown him earlier. By now countless small squares had formed a town-sized complex on the backside of the moon. Some builds consist of dozens of squares and some consist of hundreds, especially the one in the center of the town. which was already about as big as one of the complexes in the first-tier cities of Blue Star. After seeing the huge building up front, Chen Shang's scalp went numb. One has to admire them without the system Kai Lao. What kind of brain could accomplish such a feat? Chapter 113 Daxia's landing on the moon. It's true that it's still up to Daxia to build infrastructure. The people hadn't been sent up yet, and the town was already built. Leave them a few more, Wu Gang, up there this time. And the next time they come to the moon just won't be able to check into a hotel directly. After finding the right angle, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier slowly approached towards the moon's surface. Due to the extremely low gravity of the moon, the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier didn't even need to turn on those 16 impulse engines when it landed. A soft landing can be accomplished by a few plasma engines built into the hull alone. The tremendous impact stirred up dust on the surface of the moon. Since the moon has no air, the giant ship made not the slightest sound as it landed. Elder Kai only felt a slight tremor under his feet. The ship had then come to a steady stop on the surface of the moon. The town they had spent half a year building appeared right next to them. The scene in front of them more or less made them feel some excitement in their mood. That's when Chen Shan walked up to them, passing several skeletons to the communicator to Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan, as well as a few members of his entourage. Sound can't be transmitted on the moon. They can't communicate without it. As for Lin Tianyu, he was stuck on the airship and was unwilling to go down. The reason turned out to be that it was too dark outside. It's not actually dark on the moon. On the contrary, there's much more light here than on Blue Star instead. The reason why it feels darker here, since the moon is in a near vacuum. Unlike the azure sky of Blue Star, the sky here was pitch black. Honestly, everyone who is timid looks out the window and it does look oddly scary. That's why the Blue Star countries look for very strong psychological qualities when selecting astronauts to serve. Since Lin Tianyu was unwilling to go down, Chen Shang did not force himself. After Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan put on their spacesuits, they decisively opened the gate of the connecting module, Kaber. With the airlock connecting the passageway being opened, Chen Shan was the first to buy into the connecting buffer channel. Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan, as well as their entourage, then entered the connecting channel in droves. Kaber. Once everyone had left the cabin, the airlock was closed again. Elder Kai as well as Ai Yongsuan only felt a lightness in their feet and almost fell. With the failure of the cabin gravity load reduction system, it was then that Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan felt the true gravity of the moon. Here they truly felt what it meant to be as light as a swallow. After the airlock was closed, Chen Shang did not rush to open the connecting channel with the outside world. To conserve oxygen, you have to wait for the air circulation system to suck the oxygen from here back into the cabin. Moreover, Chen Shang also had to observe the physical condition of Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan. The sudden reduction in gravity by several times is not for everyone. Luckily, both of them were quite hardy and were not in any serious trouble. Seeing the crowd unharmed, only then did Chen Shang feel relieved to open the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's hatch to the outside world. With the airlock raised, a huge gangway leads straight to the surface of the moon. Kai Lao was overwhelmed by the excitement of seeing the moon so close at hand. Later, if he just walked down the gangway and put his foot down, his lifelong wish would be accomplished. Think of the hardships along the way. Kai Lao couldn't help but feel his nose turn sour. We Daxia people did it. Inside the communication channel, Elder Kai's bass-heavy voice was conducted into everyone's bone conduction communication devices. Instantly everyone eased up. Ai Yongsuan looked at the few entourage members behind him and sighed. It's too bad. If only more people could have come to witness such an important moment. The head of the propaganda department of the Daxia Space Agency was chagrined. When we went out, we didn't expect to land on the moon so casually, so we didn't bring any communication equipment with us, or else we could have sent the images back to the ground. Hearing his words, Chen Shang generously handed over a flat plate. It was a device he had designed for extreme environments using star dome technology. This is mainly to cope with the arithmetic as well as communication needs in this case. Operates properly in temperatures from -273, 15 degrees Celsius to 800 degrees. You can use it to turn on the live broadcast when you walk down the gangway later. So won't everyone in the whole of Daxia be able to witness this moment? The head of the Daxia Space Agency's publicity department took the tablet. It was found to be operable even with spacesuit gloves. And the operating system is extremely simple. To put it mildly, dogs with it in their mouths can successfully talk to their owners on the phone. Seeing the novelty of the equipment in front of the head of the propaganda department of the Daxia Space Agency is a little curious about what exactly is the configuration of such a cow's equipment. It then subconsciously tapped on the device information. Information on this machine. Processor, 0.001 nm processor, 88 Bhz FW38, 88 Bhz, 800 cores and 1600 threads, memory, 20 BB, storage space, 1000 BB, image processor, 70 Bhz/60 BB,
Signaling range, valid only within the 8 planets of the solar system. Shooting functions, 16 megapixel advanced roving camera, 8 billion pixel wide-angle camera.
After reading the information about the equipment, the head of the propaganda department of the Dasha Space Agency's brain buzzed.
This data at first glance is nothing, and even a bit disgusting, but a closer look immediately makes people not calm down. This is actually all the values that start with B.
Seeing these data, the head of the propaganda department of the Dasha Space Agency hastily gripped the tablet. This thing has got to be taken care of. If it breaks, you can't afford to sell the space agency to pay for it.
He then skillfully logged into the official verification number of the Dasha Space Agency on the major platforms.
Agreed to take a few pictures and post them with a caption. The live stream was then turned on several platforms at the same time. This was the time when the head of the propaganda department of the Dasha Space Agency finally felt the power of the equipment in his hands, simultaneously running several platforms of live software together live.
This occupancy rate is actually still only 1%.
Or the occupancy rate has been consistently above 1% since he got the device. The head of propaganda at the Dasha Space Agency is well aware that it's not that this device running these things really takes up 1% of its performance. Rather, the software for this device only shows a minimum of 1% occupancy.
It's quite possible that the occupancy rate of this device isn't even 1 in 10,000 right now. In the meantime, Blue Star, Dasha.
Countless military fans who went to work to feel the fish have discovered that the official verification number of the Dasha Space Agency has just released a new dynamic.
The content is a 9-panel photo with accompanying text. As for the accompanying text, naturally, no one pays any particular attention to it.
But it was what was on those 9 photos that blew people's minds. Just 9 photos each of a barren land.
Many astronomers instantly recognize this as a landform feature on the moon.
But what's most shocking is that the last of the 9 accompanying images actually has a selfie of a man in a spacesuit on the moon above it.
Chapter 114.
The moon has been the inherent territory of the Grand Xia since ancient times.
Faced with a shocking melon from the Dasha Space Agency,
instantly all the military fans were all nonplussed.
Holy, has Dasha successfully landed on the moon? Can someone tell me if this is CG effects or live action? Honestly, I'm not sure with how advanced AI technology is these days. If you ask me, there's no need to seek proof at all. Is there any falsehood in the official news published by Dasha?
Just when people in the comments section were still frantically begging for proof in full swing,
jaw-dropping things happen.
Some people were surprised to find that the official account of the Dasha Space Agency had actually opened a full platform live broadcast without any warning. This sudden move was like a thunderbolt. All the military fans who were concerned about this matter surged into the live broadcast like a tidal wave,
eager to see what's going on.
After everyone had flocked to the live broadcast room, the sight that was presented to them was even more astonishing, only to see that the background image of the live broadcast was actually the distant and mysterious surface of the moon that was 380,000 kilometers away from Blue Star. The pitted surface of the moon, the dull rocks, and the endless darkness make for a striking picture.
Meanwhile, in front of the camera, a figure in a spacesuit is clearly visible. However,
the most bizarre thing was that the entire live broadcast room was silent, as if it was enveloped by an invisible force.
So silent that it made people feel a little strange.
The sight in front of them instantly blew up the military fans who had just entered the live broadcast.
Why is there no sound? Is it bad internet?
The reason there's no sound on the live feed would be that there's no air on the moon.
My chow, that means the anchor is really on the moon? Oh, I just said it all.
When has the official public number of Dasha ever been fake?
We all understand the reasoning, but it's really hard to accept it so suddenly. Hey, what's so bad about accepting it? Since ancient times the moon has been our Xia's inherent territory.
That's right, back in the Xia dynasty Hui's wife Chang'an inhabited the moon.
In the meantime, extranet.
Foreign netizens on all the major platforms just feel like the sky is falling. Now that the Dasha people have successfully landed on the moon, it may be possible that looking up at the moon in the future will depend on the mood of the Dasha people.
Eagle Jam. Now that the Daxamites have quietly landed on the moon, what are our official Eagle Jam officials doing? What are the idiots at the space agency doing? Banana Nation. Knowing what I know about them, now they'll surely say that the moon has been their territory since time immemorial.
Cherry Blossom Netizen, upstairs brother, I think highly of you. But I advise you better not to mention this.
A few hundred years earlier we are not their vassal state?
Sakura Netizen, that's right, to be according to the Shanhaijing the entire solar system has been the inherent territory of Xia since ancient times.
San, upstairs.
Sakura, which side are you on?
Kimchi Netizen, did the Dasha people ask us if they want to take over the moon? We're going to claim that Chang'e, the moon rabbit,
and Wu Gang are all our kimchi country's Semida.
Kimchi Netizen, that's right, the fight against the evil dragon also depends on our kimchi people's smithy.
Unlike the sandy netizens of various countries, at this time the atmosphere in the congresses of the countries of the blue planet,
on the other hand, was incredibly tense. Dacia's successful moon landing is considered to have completely extinguished the flame of the resurgence of the old powers of the Blue Star. The advantages they had accumulated during the Great Age of Sail were now completely exhausted. Dacia managed to take the lead in space. As long as Dacia succeeded in establishing a base on the moon, it would be completely invincible. The advantage they had previously gained would be wiped out. An hour later, after several rounds of deliberation, the eyes of the next two regulars, Chicken Gallic and John Bull, were completely clear. Called Dacia directly to congratulate him on his successful moon landing. A few of the rest of the Yoramaidan minions chimed in. Apparently anyone with half a brain isn't going to hang out with Eagle Jam now. Eagle Sauce. White House. King Know-It-All smashed his cell phone as soon as he saw the news of Dacia's live moon landing. Damn! What's the CIA doing? I can't believe I didn't find out anything about something as big as the Great Summer Moon Landing before. Are we going to have to rely on following Dacia's news to learn about Dacia's intelligence from now on? The director of the Central Intelligence Agency of Eagle Sauce wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead when he saw King Know-It-All get angry. Mr. Chancellor, you may not believe me when I say it. The news of Dacia's moon landing, Dacia's own no. One doesn't know about it for a few more minutes than you do. According to reliable sources, they landed on the moon this time on a completely ad hoc basis. They seem to be very childish about going to the moon. They just take off whenever the mood strikes them. Apparently King Know-It-All didn't take the CIA's words seriously. He only lives in his own world. He only believes in what he perceives to be true. King Know-It-All turned his head and directed his gaze back at the Eagle Jam Space Agency people. I now order you, as Grand Commander of Eagle Jam, to get the 2 astronauts above the station next within a week, and launch a ship to the moon within 2 weeks. Hearing the words of the King of Understanding, in unison, the men of the Eagle Sauce Space Agency wiped a handful of sweat from their foreheads. At the same time, he looked at the King of Understanding with a caring, retarded look. This guy being the Eagle Sauce Chancellor is a disaster. Moon. The vast, infinite surface of the moon was silent and desolate, except for the Dacia Space Agency's Minister of Publicity, who was in charge of the live broadcast. All of the rest of the group went about their duties in a tense and organized manner. I only saw Kai Lao hale and hearty, with an entourage of attendants against Dacia was busy on the surface of the moon. After all, such opportunities are rare, so everyone dared not slack off. A thorough and detailed inspection of the vicinity of the complex was carried out. In no time at all, several well-trained staff members worked in unison to lift various advanced testing equipment steadily to the lunar surface, and immediately went about their work without stopping. Time passed, and after about a couple of minutes, the testing was successfully completed. A tester full of excitement quickly ran to Elder Kai and reported excitedly, Elder Kai, the test results are in. The helium-3 reserves here are surprisingly quite a bit more than what we had previously expected. The stock in this nearby area alone is enough to replace all of the energy needs within Grand Xia and last for hundreds of years. Immediately afterward, another staff member followed with a report. Elder Kai, there's another piece of good news. After careful radiation monitoring, it's been clearly determined that there are no radioactive sources within a few dozen kilometers radius of our location. This means that this place is perfect for setting up a long-term stable moon surface base. Everything is ready. Now Kai Lao urgently needs to find Qin Shang to borrow 2, Wu Gang, to accomplish some work that cannot be done by human power. But just as Elder Kai once again returned to the hull of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, he saw what seemed like a bolt from the blue. Qin Shang actually commanded a few, Wu Gang, to dismantle the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Chapter 115, The Jade Rabbit. The scene in front of them instantly made Elder Kai and AI Youngsuan only feel like their brains were instantly down. Originally, just now Kai Lao and AI Youngsuan, the two of them learned that the test report in this neighborhood was still in a good mood, though beforehand, Dacia had long ago launched a probe vehicle to test this place. But after all, seeing is believing. It wasn't in vain to drop those resources on the moon with the NEO transports earlier. Near-Earth orbital transport ships can only drop supplies to the moon, while Earth-Moon long-haul carriers are capable of transporting supplies from the moon back to the blue planet. Now everything is in place, just waiting for the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier to come and deliver helium-3 to the moon on a regular basis. But now that the airship has been dismantled by Qin Shang, how are they going to get back? It's true that genius is to the left of lunacy. They'd been wondering about it before. How come a genius like Qin Shang doesn't have any outrageous behavior at all in his life? So he's holding back a big move here. AI Youngsuan hurriedly asked Qin Shang within the communication channel. Qin Shang, my little ancestor, how are we going to get back later if you dismantle the ship? After directing the two Wu Gangs to lift a giant impulse engine to the largest moon surface building next to them, Qin Shang turned his head to look at the two baffled old guys. If it was explained to them that they were going to purify helium-3 in situ and complete a controlled fusion facility directly on the lunar surface, and then replace the 16 giant weight engines with plasma engines,
they would not be able to accept it. Chen Shang guessed that if he said that, they would even think he was crazy. Chen Shang probably thought about it for a while and casually blurted out, "These engines had a bit of a malfunction when we just landed, so I'm going to do some repairs on them here." Hearing Chen Shang's words, Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan were slightly relieved. Luckily it was just the ship going back that broke down. As long as Chen Shang's brain isn't broken, things aren't the worst. As Chen Shang, who could jack out a 100,000-ton space megaship in 2 months, repairing an engine wasn't a handful. What they didn't know was that right after Chen Shang had moved the dozen or so impulse engines into the building in the middle of the complex, which was larger than a large complex, the first thing he did was to unfurl the Star Dome industrial mother to melt these 16 giant engines into iron. At this point, Chen Shang had even begun the fractionation process, straightforward and thorough dismantling off these 16 engines. Soon Chen Shang started to build the plasma engine with these fractionated metals and some materials prepared in advance. At the same time, Chen Shang has to build a facility that specializes in purifying helium-3. 2-star Dome industrial masters after the start. Chen Shang still had to rush back inside the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. He also has to build a large controlled fusion facility there. It will also be needed to convert energy for these giant plasma engines when the time comes. Just when everyone was busy, inside the cockpit of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, Lin Tianyu was crossing his legs, taking a special phone made by Star Dome technology. He played the game against a 380,000 kilometer delay. A curse came out of his mouth every now and then. The middle is A. Since Chen Shang is usually stingy, now the feeding work of dozens of production lines of Star Vault technology all relies on him to arrange for 2 sets of Titan to complete. Lin Tianyu usually had a rare chance to relax on a vacation. It's definitely time to relax now that you're out of town. What's there to see on the moon? Just come back anytime you want to see it later. The game doesn't really stand a chance later if you don't play it. Just as Lin Tianyu's game record came to 0-8 in a scorching battle. Outside the porthole of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's cockpit, a white figure with 2 rabbit ears was floating outside the porthole gazing at the cell phone in Lin Tianyu's hand. After it saw that Lin Tianyu's record reached 0-8, it seemed to lose all interest in the human in front of it, turning away from the porthole of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's cockpit. Just the next second after it had just left, KAZZ, with a mechanical biting sound coming from behind Lin Tianyu, the cockpit airlock was opened. Chen Shang took off the helmet of his spacesuit and strutted into the cockpit. "Tianyu, we'll be playing later. I've started a production line inside the airship. You'll watch the feed for me later." "Oh." Lin Tianyu put down his cell phone with an O. At this point the cell phone and the picture is exactly the shattered crystal heights. The other 4 teammates were greeting Lin Tianyu's entire family very politely, although Lin Tianyu was a bit reluctant. What Chen Shang had explained was after all the right thing to do. Placing his cell phone on the console of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, Lin Tianyu turned towards the power room. Seeing that Lin Tianyu had entered the working state, Chen Shang was also very relieved to once again put on his spacesuit and once again came to the lunar surface building where the plasma engine was being processed. These tasks must be completed quickly. Kai Lao and the others were old after all, and it would be troublesome if they got sick after staying on the moon for a long time. Just as the cockpit of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was empty, a white figure topped with a rabbit once again came outside the porthole of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier's cockpit. Underneath the round space helmet, 2 big watery eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Tianyu's cell phone left behind in the cockpit. After looking at it for a few seconds, the white figure seemed to turn away as if it had made some decision. 1 minute later, the airlock in the cockpit of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier suddenly opened. The white figure with rabbit ears from earlier had actually appeared outside the cockpit door of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. The Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's doorway, which counted data units in BBs, was actually broken open by it with ease. The white figure entered the cockpit of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier and came straight towards Lin Tianyu's cell phone. It was interested in this device because it had just seen its sister actually inside this phone outside. Although the painting does not look like it, but it does write the word Chang'e. This device has text it can probably read. It is the simplified version of the ancient Daxia language. Not only is Chang'e in this device, but the Descent's lackluster contraption is in it as well. It has to figure out what the hell is going on with this thing. It hasn't seen its sister in years. It then nonchalantly picked up Lin Tianyu's cell phone, looked around and walked out of the cockpit, and came to the passenger cabin to find the most comfortable seat and sat down. Just as it had just followed Lin Tianyu's earlier maneuver to open the platoon, the airlock of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's passenger compartment was once again opened. Ai Yongsuan helped Kai Lao walk in. "Lao Kai, not I say you. How big a person?" Not feeling well to say earlier. The moon gravity is small in the outside for a long time to stay a long time the body certainly cannot. Luckily, this ship built by Chen Shang can simulate blue star gravity, so slow down. After saying that, Ai Yongsuan helped Kai Lao sit down. The helmet of his spacesuit was then carefully removed for him. Kai Lao also felt his body slow down a lot after the helmet was removed. The danger lifted Kai Lao and AI Youngsu and noticed that at this time in the cabin, in addition to the two of them, there is a small figure sitting on the sofa playing games. The guy was less than 5'4" and had 2 bunny ears on his spacesuit helmet, making him look like a doll, resulting in just now they didn't notice each other for the first time. Chapter 116, This Young Man. Now Kai Lao's body is slowing down. Kai Lao and AI Youngsuan also noticed the delicate figure nestled on the sofa. That petite body was nestled in a ball, balled up on the couch playing a game. AI Youngsuan asked suspiciously, "Why is there a small child here?" Kai Lao also noticed the other party at this time, and said after a little thought, "I guess it's a relative of Chen Shang's family or something like that." Following up to see the world. Being reminded by Kai Lao, AI Youngsuan also felt that it made sense. With Chen Shang's style, there was a real possibility that he would do so. And he also noticed that the spacesuit on this little guy was different from their official Dixia standardized spacesuit. It looked much lighter and thinner. Overall it was more like the one Chen Shang was wearing, or it looked thinner than the one Chen Shang was wearing. AI Youngsuan said without any good humor. Children nowadays really don't care about anything for the sake of beauty. Can it be safe to make the spacesuit so thin? Kai Lao also agreed, that's right. Even if it's made thin, there are 2 rabbit ears on it. How can something that protects your life be such a child's play? At this moment, the petite figure on the sofa also heard the babbling of the 2 old guys in front of them and put down her cell phone to look towards them. He felt that the language of these 2 old guys was similar to the ancient Daxia language, and they also looked like the descendants of Jiang Yuwei and Gongsun Shenyuan. He remembers the 2 of them dividing the blue planet into 9 states and 4 seas before they left it. Their people lived in the central plains called Huaxia. The other barbarian species were enjoined to live beyond the 4 seas. Now 10,000 years have passed, and things have long since changed. He also felt very kind to see the descendants of Jiang Yuhui and Gongsun Shenyuan again. At this time, Kai Lao saw the little guy in front of him just looked up to himself, also not playing the game. Instant and heart burst. "How old are you, little guy? Why are you still wearing a helmet inside the passenger cabin? Aren't you hot?" AI Youngsuan also hastily dug into his pocket and pulled out a chocolate from it. "Look grandpa, here's some candy. You take off your helmet first. Don't smother it." The Jade Rabbit was immediately energized when he saw the old man in front of him say he had candy. He hadn't eaten a jelly bean in almost 10,000 years. The Tamagotchi was seen using a finger on the helmet. In the next second the helmet that had been shining on the top of his head instantly disappeared into thin air. An exquisite and incomparable playful fatness was instantly revealed. The delicate features were as if they had been carefully carved out of suet jade by a top artist. The young girl in front of her had fair skin and beautiful features, really just perfect without a single flaw. A pair of ridiculously large Khazarian eyes were crystal clear and shone as if they were 2 flawless jewels. At this moment, Kai Lao and AI Youngsuan only felt that the little girl in front of them was so beautiful that she shook their eyes. This little girl was not only beautiful in appearance, but it was as if he had added a layer of sparkling filter effects inside this cabin. This one looks all bling bling shiny. Especially a pair of furry and fleshy rabbit ears on top of the head were made to look like the real thing, and would actually move on their own as this little girl's expression changed. Facing the rabbit ears of the moon rabbit, Kai Lao and AI Youngsuan didn't think much about it, totally taken as a young man's hobby. "I think it's called something like COS. AI Youngsuan was the first to react, pointing at the Jade Rabbit in front of him. This young man, he changed his spacesuit helmet like that just for the sake of a rabbit ear. Kai Lao on one side hastily pulled the corner of AI Youngsuan's clothes. "Old AI, you don't talk nonsense. Nowadays the young people are popular saying that the head can be cut off, the blood can flow, hairstyle can't be messed up. Also, I guess this girl doll might be Chen Shang's girlfriend. After all, only Chen Shang can match such a beautiful girl." Hearing Kai Lao's speculation, AI Youngsuan nodded. If it was Chen Shang's girlfriend then everything made sense. But AI Youngsuan felt that the age of the female doll in front of him seemed a bit young. Don't make a mistake on principle. Chen Shangka. In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, AI Youngsuan once again asked the moon rabbit, "How old are you this year?" Female doll. Hearing AI Youngsuan's question, Kai Lao also reacted. If Chen Shang somehow made a mistake in principle, then they would have no choice but to change their principles. At this time, the Jade Rabbit saw the old man in front of him who had promised to give him candy, and now asked how old he was. He had almost lived on eating elixirs for these nearly 10,000 years on the moon, and had long wanted a change of scenery. There had been a couple of barbarians up on the moon a couple of decades ago, and he'd barely been able to resist eating them alive. "Now you'll just have to put up with it for the sugar Tamagotchi." The delicate lips rose lightly, and instantly a milky voice came out of his mouth. "I don't really remember exactly how old I am. Probably just 12,000 years old." AI Youngsuan didn't take it seriously when he heard the little girl in front of him say that he was 12,000 years old. It seems that the other person knows it's not right to be in a relationship at such a young age and refuses to tell the truth. But he and Kai Lao weren't going to be the bad guys. Age is not an issue in this love thing. It will be solved when we go back and change one entry in the little girl's account book. When the Jade Rabbit saw that she had already said her age and the two old men still did not give candy, she was also a little angry. Directly to the chocolate in AI Youngsuen's hand finger hook. Instantly the chocolate in AI Youngsuen's hand floated up and flew straight to his hand. This hand instantly stunned AI Youngsuen and Kai Lao in place. AI Youngsuen looked at the chocolate flying in the air and muttered, "Has the level of technology mastered by Lao Kai Chin Shang all reached this level?" Kai Lao blankly glanced at AI Youngsuen. 100,000 tons of giant ships can dry up to the moon. And picking up things from space is just a small trick. When AI Youngsuen saw Kai Lao speak so naturally, he hurriedly questioned, "You're so powerful. Tell me the principle here." Kai Lao blankly glanced at AI Youngsuen again. "What principles do you want for something made by Chin Shang?" AI Youngsuen froze in place after being disliked by him. At this point, the Tamagotchi was gulping down chocolate while looking at the two not-so-bright old men in front of him. The offspring of Jiang Yuewei and Gongsun Xianyuan didn't seem to be too smart. In the meantime, Chen Shang, who was supervising the plasma engine at the lunar surface base, suddenly felt the temperature of the watch on his wrist rise for that brief moment. It's a feeling like when your old phone got hot after playing a big game. Chen Shang immediately sensed that something was wrong. What kind of data crunching could make his watch burn? Chen Shang hurriedly lifted his wrist and checked it, carefully looking over the data logs, until he felt an instant chill down his spine when he saw that someone had once cracked the doorway of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier about a minute ago. He knew very well in his heart what level of access control the Moon long-distance carrier had. It's no surprise to say that all of Blue Star's existing computing equipment combined wouldn't be able to crack the gate of the Moon long-distance carrier without a million years. How could someone have broken its access control system in such a short time? Chapter 117, Acquaintances. Instantly countless possibilities flashed through Chen Shang's mind. Offshore spies? An inside job? Or extraterrestrial civilizations? Either one is not good news for Chen Shang. Just when Chen Shang was extremely anxious inside, the system in his head suddenly issued a prompt. An important member of the ancient Daxia civilization has been detected. Please take in the target immediately. Successful mission rewards outside space planting technology. Hearing the electronic voice in his head, Chen Shang's heart was delighted. How long had it been since the broken system had given him a mission? And if he wasn't wrong, the guy who had invaded the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was most likely this important member of what was the ancient Daxia civilization. If this was really the case, it could be linked to what Chen Shang had seen and heard at Zhang Guochang's place earlier. There's a good chance the other side will have a lead on that ancient starship. Thinking of this, Chen Shang immediately put down his hands and rushed towards the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Just as he reached the door of the gangway, he bumped head-on into Elder Kai and AI Youngsuen, who were dressed in astronaut suits, coming out from inside. Seeing that they had just come out from inside, Chen Shang hurriedly asked, "Director Kai Lao AI, did you guys just see anyone inside the passenger cabin?" Elder Kai and AI Youngsuen saw Chen Shang's anxious face. Immediately, he guessed that Chen Shang might be weak-minded. AI Youngsuen waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't worry, Chen Shang, we didn't see anything." Elder Kai chimed in. "Yeah, there's no one else in there but us." Chen Shang was very puzzled when he saw how nervous the two people were. Could he have been mistaken? No one just broke the door? But what about the quests issued by the system? Either way, one should go in and see what's going on. At this time, Kai Lao and AI Youngsuen could not help but sigh with emotion when they saw Chen Shang's eagerness to enter the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. It's good to be young. Meanwhile, in the spacious and comfortable stateroom of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, the Tamagotchi curled up comfortably on a soft sofa. It had an open refrigerator in front of it. The power cord of the refrigerator had already been broken into two sections, and it was obvious that the refrigerator had been ripped off the wall by brute force. Inside, a wide array of snacks gave off a tantalizing aroma. The Tamagotchi grabbed a bag of chips in one hand and crunched on it. I don't know who invented all these snacks, but you can't stop eating them. Not to be outdone by the descendants of Jiang Yuewei and Gongsun Xianyuan, their research on food was truly superb. Just as he gulped down his snack, a cell phone floated in front of him. In the phone there was a screen of the game halfway through. The Tamagotchi used the break from snacking to have a go at maneuvering the heroes up here. This time he chose an old acquaintance, Ho-E, with a current record of 0 to 18. However, in stark contrast to the Tamagotchi's relaxed and happy state, its teammates were cursing and complaining incessantly in the voice channel. Obviously, the Tamagotchi didn't perform as well as it should have, but it was not affected by these negative sounds at all and continued to enjoy its playtime as it should have. For the Jade Rabbit, no one had spoken to it in a full 10,000 years. These long years have made it feel incredibly lonely and isolated. So even though all it hears now is the sound of scolding, it seems like heavenly music to it. After all, it was better to have someone willing to communicate with it than to face that endless silence alone. Just when the Jade Rabbit was enjoying its leisure time with immense comfort, the airlock to the passenger compartment of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was opened again. KAZZ. With a mechanical biting sound came. Chen Shang strides into the away end in his spacesuit. With just one glance, Chen Shang noticed the Tamagotchi on the sofa. The delicate and lovely little girl in front of her seemed to have special effects, and her whole body looked bright and shiny. Very compelling. Especially the two cute rabbit ears on top of the young girl's head, which didn't look like they were fake. Other than that, the young girl in front of her didn't look any different from the norm. What made Chen Shang care even more was that the young girl also had a refrigerator with an open door in front of her. If Chen Shang remembered correctly, this refrigerator was originally integrated with the starship. What kind of brute force can tear special alloys by hand? At the very least, the body-enhanced Chen Shang was unable to do this. Just as Chen Shang was gazing at the young girl in front of him, the Jade Rabbit was also sizing up Chen Shang. The moment Chen Shang took off his helmet, the Tamagotchi directly froze in place. The eyes were filled with endless confusion and bewilderment. Vermilion lips involuntarily trembled gently. Muttered a milky whine under his breath. This can't be right. How could it be him? Why is he here? At this moment, Chen Shang also noticed the surprised expression of the Jade Rabbit. What's that look? Is he ugly? At this moment, the surprised eyes of the young girl in front of him made Chen Shang feel as if he was the uninvited guest who came uninvited. Ahem. Chen Shang coughed lightly and said in a slightly nervous tone, "What should I call you?" Thinking about the system saying that the other party came from the ancient Great Summer and was residing on the moon, age is definitely going to draw a big question mark. That's why Chen Shang used honorifics when he spoke, addressing it as you. Facing Chen Shang's inquiry, the young girl in front of her was very curious, of looking at Chen Shang and asking rhetorically, "You don't recognize me?" Now Chen Shang was even more confused. Mental note, should I know you? But Chen Shang thought of his opponent's ability to tear apart an alloy refrigerator with his hands and didn't dare to say the words out loud. Chen Shang's brain was racing. Living on the moon. Girls. Rabbit ears on the head. Synthesizing this series of information, Chen Shang immediately asked, "Are you a Jade Rabbit?" Hearing Chen Shang call out his name, the Jade Rabbit was relieved that the cell phone was very happy and said, "Do you still remember people? In the 10,000 years you've been gone, people have grown a centimeter taller on the moon." Oh. Hearing the moon rabbit's milky voice, Chen Shang felt as if his head was going to explode. If he hadn't already seen the remains of the Regulus ship at Zhang Guochang's place, this would probably have been so shocked that his scalp would have flown to the ceiling and his jaw would have dropped from the moon to the blue planet. This guy is really a Tamagotchi. That means it's not just the Yellow Emperor and Regulus ships. The legends of Daxia since ancient times are all true. However, Chen Shang saw the extremely sci-fi nanocombat spacesuit on the Jade Rabbit's body, and how this was not close to the mythical character. It turns out that the end of metaphysics really is science. At the same time, Chen Shang also understood through the information in the Jade Rabbit's words just now why he looked at himself with such a surprised expression just now. The other person seemed to have mistaken himself for an acquaintance with whom he was acquainted. However, judging by the age of the other party knew probably one of his old ancestors. To be able to mistake one person for another, then one and he should really be alike, right? Chapter 118, Guanghan Palace Moon Base. At this moment, however, it doesn't matter if one looks like someone he once knew or not. The most urgent thing now is how to successfully make this guy in front of him willingly submit to himself and make him become a member of his subordinates, so that he can successfully complete the mysterious and arduous system task. It should be realized that advanced and efficient cultivation technology under vacuum environment undoubtedly plays a crucial role if we want to dig out the precious helium-3 resources on the vast and sprawling moon, which is a hostile environment. What's more, this guy alone was able to easily rip an unusually strong alloy refrigerator from the wall with just his own strength. This kind of terrifying and overwhelming brute force, if he could recruit him to his command, it would definitely be a surefire deal. In this regard, the meticulous Chen Shang heart with a mirror. He knows that if you want to buy a person's heart, then first of all, you have to understand each other deep inside the real needs of the place. This is the only way to target and hit the target. And Chen Shang has never had much experience in dealing with girls. Now that's trouble. No one wants to challenge their weaknesses. Chen Shang was inspired. Since you don't have much experience in dealing with girls, then isn't it better not to think of the other person as a girl? The big deal is to raise the money if the deal falls apart. No matter what age he was in, he would never have had a problem with money. Be convinced by reason. In the end, Chen Shang chose the most old-fashioned way to extract information by pulling the family together. Making up his mind, Chen Shang asked extremely lewdly to the Jade Rabbit in front of him, "How long have you stayed above the moon?" What Chen Shang didn't realize was that what he was doing was completely redundant. As early as the moment the Jade Rabbit saw his appearance, it had already categorized Chen Shang as a trustworthy person. The Jade Rabbit heard Chen Shang's question and put down his cell phone and returned dully. Almost 10,000 years. Chen Shang continued to gossip. Why do you stay above the moon all the time? Haven't you ever thought about returning to the blue planet? The Jade Rabbit spread its little hands. There's no energy left, and I don't know how to refine helium-3, so I'm stuck here. Hearing the Jade Rabbit's reply, Chen Shang had a black line on his head. A 10,000-year-old demon is actually discussing helium-3 with himself. Now he completely understood that the technological level of ancient Daxia 10,000 years ago must have surpassed the present. All of those mythological figures that have been passed down by word of mouth are great powers who have mastered technology far beyond what is available today. Just the one in front of me. I can't believe I've been stuck on the moon for tens of thousands of years because of energy. What did you eat and where did you live for the last 10,000 years? Chen Shang asked the topic he was most concerned about. In the face of Chen Shang's question, the Jade Rabbit did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately replied. What you eat is of course the elixir, and as for what you live in, it's the wide cold palace. Hearing the Jade Rabbit's reply, Chen Shang was instantly thunderstruck, hurriedly pursuing the question. Guanhan Palace? Where is it? I didn't realize there was really a Guanhan Palace in this world? But yes, even the Jade Rabbit is real, and surely the Guanhan Palace would exist as well. Seeing Chen Shang's anxious appearance, the Jade Rabbit tilted its little head and said, I can take you to the Guanhan Palace. Halfway through the sentence, Tamagotchi's two large Kozlan eyes were fixed on the refrigerator that he had emptied to the halfway point. Seeing the expression on the Jade Rabbit's face, Chen Shang instantly understood something. Don't worry. I'll make sure these snacks are all yours and no one else will mess with them. Chen Shang's words were true. Now that Elder Kai and their research team were so focused on their lunar surface base, no one would have the heart to snack. Chen Shang can even guarantee that this refrigerator when they leave what kind of return is still the same. After hearing Chen Shang make a promise with conviction, the Jade Rabbit's big, soulful eyes showed deep feelings of longing, and reluctantly cast her gaze towards the refrigerator once again. It was as if there was an endless treasure hidden there, making it difficult for him to part with it. Finally, the Jade Rabbit slowly lifted her hand, her slender, elongated fingers gently tapping on her small, furry head. At this instant, a strange light flashed, and immediately afterward, a chic space helmet with cute rabbit ears unexpectedly appeared above his head out of nowhere without warning. This sudden scene caused Chen Shang, who was standing by the side, to instantly widen his eyes, and his mouth unconsciously opened wide, his face filled with disbelief. One must realize that even someone like him, who was in possession of advanced Star Vault technology, couldn't help but be staggered by such a marvelous sight. This create something out of nothing trick is simply amazing, breathtaking, and more people are surprised that this set of equipment looks very high-end. Atmosphere on the grade actually can endure 10,000 years without any failure. The quality of its good is really a little beyond imagination. From this, it can be seen that the people of Daxia 10,000 years ago definitely put in a lot of effort when manufacturing these items, and there was no cutting corners at all. After the Tamagotchi had put his helmet back on, Chen Shang also unhurriedly took out from his side the spacesuit helmet that belonged to him and was specially customized by Star Dome technology. This helmet is a streamlined design. The material is light and tough. The surface glitters with a light metallic luster. At a glance you can feel the advanced technology and exquisite craftsmanship it contains. However, even with such outstanding equipment, in the eyes of Kai Lao and others, it still represents the most cutting-edge high-tech achievements in the world today. But surprisingly, with the Jade Rabbit head of the helmet after 10,000 years of baptism of the helmet, Chen Shang hands of this so-called high-tech products instantly eclipsed. The ancient helmet exuded a mysterious and deep aura, as if it carried endless history and stories. Despite its slightly aged appearance, every scratch and abrasion shows its resilience and indomitable nature after numerous hardships and obstacles. Just before Chen had the chance to press the button to open the cabin door, a slight click was heard. Chen Shang was shocked to find that the Jade Rabbit had merely lightly waved her delicate hand that was as warm and delicate as lamb's fat white jade, hands clasped on the doorway of the airlock of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's passenger cabin. Then slightly harder than a brake, the heavy, sturdy hydraulic passenger compartment gates of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier were actually slowly wrenched open. Looking at this incredible scene in front of him, Chen Shang could not help but reveal a face full of helplessness. At the same time, Chen Shang also felt the electronic device on his wrist heat up again. It seems that vigor can really work wonders. His own previous suspicion that the Tamagotchi had broken the electronic doorway of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship had really wronged him. But is it necessary to open the door with brute force now that everyone else is here? This guy is really treating this place like his own backyard. Chapter 119 Dingsy Buffer Room. A man and a rabbit slowly walked down the spiral staircase. At this point in time, Kai Lao and the others were no longer visible on the surface of the moon. It looks like they are all hiding inside some moon building to do experiments. Chen Shang didn't bother with them either. The most important thing now is to hurry up and follow the Jade Rabbit to visit the legendary Guanhan Palace. If the Guanhan Palace and the ancient worship found on the border of Blue Star Daxia were products of the same era, then there was a good chance that clues related to Chen Shang's parents would be found inside the Guanhan Palace. The Jade Rabbit lives up to the fact that it has been living on the moon for tens of thousands of years. He traveled extremely fast on the surface of the moon. If Chen Shang hadn't strengthened his physical body, then it is really possible to fail to follow him now. Nonetheless, the Jade Rabbit had to stop every now and then to wait for Chen Shang for a while. 30 minutes later, the Tamagotchi stopped in front of a crater about a dozen kilometers in diameter. Chen Shang took a big step forward to look towards the middle of the crater. The middle of this crater is unusually flat. There seems to be a gap in the middle. At this time, the Jade Rabbit also came to Chen Shang's side and pulled up his voice and coughed twice. Cough. The very moment the Jade Rabbit's voice rang out, the middle of the crater was surprisingly cracked open. Chen Shang inwardly secretly spat. Good guy or voice activated. Does not look very advanced. As that opening gradually expanded, the picture in front of him in the next second instantly made Chen Shang's scalp feel numb. Only a giant ring-shaped space several kilometers in circumference was clearly displayed in front of Chen Shang's eyes. The walls of this ring-shaped space are made of high-strength alloy casting, shining with a cold and mysterious light, full of rich sci-fi atmosphere. Compare that to this grand and spectacular space. Docks for building aircraft carriers are as small and pathetic as toilets. The entire space is larger than you can imagine. Its interior is surprisingly spacious enough to accommodate an entire county city. It is really hard to imagine what kind of amazing vigor and abundant resources are needed to create such a mind-blowingly huge project on top of the moon. When the mouth of the ring-shaped mountain opened up to a wide enough width, the Jade Rabbit leaped as if it were a bolt of lightning, lightly jumping into the bottomless ring-shaped space below. Seeing this, Chen Shang didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly followed closely behind. With his current strong and incomparable physical quality, under the relatively weak gravity environment of the moon, a drop of several hundred meters in height was not a fatal threat to him. After Chen Shang landed firmly on his feet, only a low rumbling sound could be heard suddenly. Looking up, he saw that the immense alloy gate above his head was beginning to close slowly but surely. After just a few seconds, the gate was completely closed tightly, leaving not a single gap, shutting out all light and sound from the outside world. Just at the moment when the heavy gate above his head slowly closed, Chen Shang suddenly felt a strong air current whistling past. This air current was like a violent whirlwind, sweeping everything around it. The ashes that had just fallen in droves due to the opening of the gates were also completely emptied in that instant, as if they had never existed. Immediately afterward, an amazing scene took place. With a slight buzzing sound, the huge dome began to gradually be lit up. At first, just a few scattered bright spots flickered up, but soon these bright spots spread out quickly like the bright stars in the night sky, eventually connecting into a dazzling ocean of light. The countless well-designed lights on the dome were like jewels set in the canopy, emitting a bright and soft glow, illuminating this vast space large enough to accommodate a county the size of a city as if it were daytime. Chen Shang's eyes widened as he stood frozen in place, and with the help of this bright light, he began to look around cautiously. The scene presented before his eyes was simply too spectacular and shocking. One could only see that the entire interior of the space was covered with a variety of complex and subtle architectural structures, mechanical devices, and crisscrossing pipelines and lines. Some of these facilities are tens of meters high and stick straight up into the dome. Some are winding and twisting like a labyrinth that dazzles the eye. The walls were also inscribed with many mysterious symbols and patterns that seemed to contain some kind of ancient and powerful power. Chen Shang's heart was filled with unspeakable shock. He had never thought that such a grand and magnificent place could exist in the world. The amount of labor and materials required to successfully create such a magical and unique space is astronomical. There are countless areas involved, and it is impossible to really visualize just how staggering the specific costs consumed behind the scenes are. At this moment, he felt as small and insignificant as dust. This is the Canton Palace? Chen Shang muttered. The Jade Rabbit at the side shook her head repeatedly when she heard Chen Shang's words. It isn't. This is just the Ting Sea buffer zone of the Canton Palace, which leads straight to the Ting Sea entrance and exit of the Canton Palace. Hearing the words of the Jade Rabbit, Chen Shang instantly froze like a wooden chicken. It's just a buffer for entrances and exits? And looking at the numbering, there seems to be more than one such buffer. Hearing Chen Shang's doubts, the Tamagotchi nodded its little head. That's right, Guanghan Palace is divided into a total of 10 areas according to the heavenly stems. A, B, C, D, E, H, G, S, N, D total. Each area is further divided into 12 gates according to the Earth's branches, with the Z and C gates being the largest, the others being smaller. But opening at gates consumes too much energy, so I usually try to stay away from those two gates. The Jade Rabbit's words now caused Chen Shang to completely freeze. That means there are 120 such doors above the cantonment. And there are bigger doors than that. I really don't know how big this Guanhan Palace is. The Jade Rabbit's delicate body turned gracefully, stepping lightly towards the edge of this massive buffer room. At this moment, Chen Shang and the Jade Rabbit happened to be in the middle of the buffer chamber, and the distance between them and the edge of the buffer chamber was about 2 to 3 kilometers away. The distance was neither too close to allow for easy access, but it was by no means so far away as to be daunting. Chen Shang couldn't help but raise his head again, his eyes gazing at the lighted dome above. After some careful observation, he was surprised to find that the magnificent dome seemed to have the function of opening completely, allowing the entire buffer room to be exposed without reservation. Recall that just now when the ground of the crater suddenly cracked, the two domes were as tight as if they had been cast as one. It was breathtaking to see two alloy domes of such magnitude acting as gates. If one of the domes were placed on an Earth-Moon long-haul carrier, with its incredible weight, an Earth-Moon long-haul carrier would probably be flattened into a sheet of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. Chapter 120: A physique that can survive in outer space. Such an amazing amount of work really made Chen Shang's jaw drop in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. It is important to realize that there are as many as 120 buffer rooms like this one in the entire Guanhan Palace. It's hard to imagine what kind of beyond imagination scale the main body of the Guanhan Palace would actually possess. Chen Shang carefully followed closely behind the Jade Rabbit, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. If the buffer room is so powerful, how atmospheric must this Guanhan Palace proper be? After a few short minutes had passed, they finally reached the edge of the buffer room. When really close to the edge of this huge and incomparable buffer room, Chen Shang deeply appreciated the kind of majesty and grandeur displayed by its huge metal walls. It is no exaggeration to say that if a bomb powerful enough to blow up a city were thrown into this, I'm afraid there would be nothing that could be done to this buffer room, because it's a mega-engineered project built exactly to the standard of being able to withstand a nuclear bomb attack. At this moment, the Jade Rabbit was seen stretching out her slender fingers and gently rubbing them on the wall that looked as smooth as a mirror. After a while, when her fingertips touched an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible with the naked eye gap, those large, originally round eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light of surprise, and her mouth cried out excitedly. Found it! Immediately afterward, the Tamagotchi didn't hesitate to follow the tiny slit with a forceful brake. Only heard a muffled click. The heavy hydraulic gate began to slowly lift upward. In an instant, a spacious corridor appeared in front of Chen Shang like magic. Fittingly, this entrance/exit has been carefully designed with a double buffer chamber to prevent precious oxygen from being wasted. However, these were not the focus for Chen Shang at this moment. What really surprised and baffled him was that this Tamagotchi was not only able to easily break open the hatch of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, but even when he returned to his own home, his movements were so rough. Doesn't this guy ever leave the house without his keys? As if the Jade Rabbit had seen through Chen Shang's inner doubts, it turned back to him and patiently explained. Starting about 4,000 years ago, the power supply facilities of the Guanhan Palace could no longer provide enough electrical support for the airlock in the buffer room. That's why it's in the condition it's in today. Immediately afterward, the Jade Rabbit added, and the huge gate above the one we passed just now relies on the energy shining down from the Golden Crow to be able to activate it. Hearing this, Chen Shang could not help but frown as he knew very little about the ancient Dasha civilization. When those unfamiliar words came into his ears, a myriad of questions immediately welled up in his mind. He suddenly remembered that there did seem to be a legendary story of Hui shooting down 9 golden crows, but for a moment it was difficult to connect the legend with the reality in front of him. Thus, Chen Shang could not help but open his mouth and ask, "Golden crow? Could it be that what you are talking about is the sun that is often mentioned in people's mouths?" In fact, the Jade Rabbit has a mirror in its heart, and it knows that today's modern people have a very different name for the sun than they did in the past. However, when faced with Chen Shang's inquisitive, childlike inquisitive inquiry, the Jade Rabbit still nodded slightly in recognition and softly explained, "That door above does rely on drawing on the energy emanating from the Golden Crow to keep it functioning properly. But this is not so. Because of this, as early as 4,000 years ago, the wide cold palace inside the set of exquisite and wonderful energy automatic adjustment system will be out of the consideration of saving energy. Resolutely stop the power supply of all kinds of facilities to the outside." Hearing the words of the Jade Rabbit, Chen Shang could not help but feel doubtful. His brows furrowed as he pursued the question. "In that case, don't you have advanced solar energy conversion technology? Why don't you try to convert the existing energy supply inside into inexhaustible solar energy?" In the face of Chen Shang's reasoned words, the Jade Rabbit's originally delicate and adorable face instantly surfaced a touch of hopelessness, and after it let out a light sigh, it slowly opened its mouth to respond. "Oops, what you said is true. But there's a world of difference between knowing these esoteric technical principles and actually being able to put them into practice and realize them perfectly. Immediately afterward, the jade rabbit, as if it suddenly remembered something, waved its two small, delicate little hands and muttered in a slightly aggravated manner, "Humph, you talk a lot of sense. But like this intricate and large-scale engineering projects, with my own strength simply cannot be completed. You are asking for this. It is simply in the intention to make things difficult for me. This weak and pathetic little rabbit yo." If it wasn't for the jade rabbit's timely reminder, Chen Shang would have almost forgotten that the real identity of the person in front of him was a rabbit. At this moment, he was full of suspicion, confused as to what kind of species this jade rabbit Dao in front of him actually belonged to. Is it a legendary god? Or a mysterious and unpredictable leprechaun? Or maybe it's some kind of highly simulated biochemical? Various speculations swirled around in his mind, but he was never able to come to a definite conclusion. However, despite the doubts about the identity of the Jade Rabbit Road, the words it spoke were so philosophical and thought-provoking. Indeed, recognizing something and truly understanding its nature thoroughly are two entirely different things. Let's say for example, if a modern society in the excellent character and learning can be called 5 good excellent young people suddenly traveled back to the ancient times, then even if he has a full belly in modern scientific and technological knowledge, may not be able to rely on their own strength to create those high-tech products to success. Let's take the most common example of the guided air automatic rifle, a weapon that almost everyone knows exists. However, I am afraid that 99% of ordinary people would be at a loss if they were to delve deeper into the complexity and subtlety of its internal structure. It is extremely difficult to make even the smallest, seemingly insignificant bullet with your own hands. The mercury fulminate contained in the primer, which is one of the key components, is enough to make most people shy away from it. Chen Shang followed the Tamagotchi closely, carefully and slowly moving forward in the corridor of the secondary buffer room. The walls on either side of the corridor shimmered with a faint glow, as if telling of the place's former glory. Along the way, Chen Shang noticed many dusting and sterilizing facilities that had lost their energy supply. They stood there silently, dusty from above. It looked as if it hadn't been started in a long time. The word earthly comes to mind when he sees this. It's amazing how even sealed spaces in this world can produce dust. Chapter 121, Sibo Guanghan Palace. These devices were originally supposed to be responsible for giving those who entered the Guanghan Palace a full range of cleaning and sterilizing work. But at this moment, they had stopped functioning due to energy depletion. Chen Shang could not help but wonder. According to the advanced level of technology possessed by the ancient Daxia at that time, why not fully adopt solar energy as a stable and reliable source of energy at the beginning of the construction of the Guanghan Palace? Instead, it simply outfitted that massive exterior gate with a solar-powered system. Is there some special reason why this is not possible? Or is there some unknown constraint that compels them to make that choice? In addition, Chen Shang was also filled with curiosity as to what kind of profound and inexplicable technology was utilized in the energy core of the Guanghan Palace. After all, time has passed and 10,000 years have passed, but some of the necessary facilities here are still able to function properly, which is really amazing. He secretly mused that if he could unravel this mystery, he might be able to find the key to solving the current energy crisis. It didn't take long for the two to reach the end of the corridor. Here, a huge and sturdy airlock stood in front of Chen Shang and the Jade Rabbit. However, this time the Jade Rabbit did not force the door open by violent means as before. She was seen lifting her hand with graceful movements, her slender fingers gently touching the helmet she wore on her head. In an instant, only a slight ringing sound was heard, and the helmet of the spacesuit on the Tamagotchi actually lifted off by itself as if by magic. Seeing this scene, Chen Shang couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his entire body froze violently. He exclaimed in his mind, "Big sister, this is a buffer room in a vacuum. You just disarmed the helmet? And surprisingly unharmed? What the hell is going on here?" As if sensing Chen Shang's inner puzzled uncertainty, the Jade Rabbit slowly turned back to him, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and softly explained to him, "Don't worry, Chen Shang. In fact, we ancient Daxia people possess a special physique, the human god community. With this physique, we are completely capable of surviving normally in outer space within a short period of time." When he heard the Jade Rabbit herself say that she possessed the ability to survive in outer space, Chen Shang was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the pretty face, shapely body with a pair of cute rabbit ears in front of him, and couldn't help but feel an indescribable complexity of emotions welling up in his heart. It was only at this moment that he finally realized profoundly that the beautiful woman who had been accompanying him was really not human. At this moment, Chen Shang truly felt that there was a racial divide that could not be crossed between himself and the mysterious rabbit-eared girl in front of him. Right at this moment, that Jade Rabbit did not know when it had silently approached the airlock, and in a lightning-fast manner, It pressed its cute little face tightly against the cold and hard surface of the airlock. Time seemed to freeze. The surrounding area was silent. Everyone held their breath, and their eyes focused in unison on the jade rabbit and the mysterious light that was about to appear. When it was too late, only a tiny ray of light suddenly cut through the air like lightning and landed with precision on the jade rabbit's pink cheeks. In an instant, the entire scene became tense and suspenseful, and even the always calm and collected Chen Shang could not help but mutter in his heart, "Is this the legendary face recognition technology? It doesn't seem to be as amazing and advanced as imagined," he thought as he stared unblinkingly at what was happening in front of him. However, just as Chen Shang was secretly spitting in his heart, there was suddenly a slight sound of mechanical operation. Kazz. Along with this sound, the thick airlock that was originally tightly closed began to slowly lift upwards. It's like being pushed by an invisible force. The airlock did not rise quickly, but it gave the impression of being unwavering and unstoppable. As the airlock continues to rise, an unknown world hidden behind it gradually unfolds in front of everyone. Chen Shang's eyes widened and his gaze was like two sharp arrows, pinned dead center above the narrow slit in the airlock. He was fully concentrated, not even daring to take a breath, wanting to take in the mysterious and desirable Guanghan Palace through this gap. Finally, with a slight mechanical roar, the airlock slowly rose. However, in that instant, the scene that unfolded in front of Chen Shang's eyes was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into his heart, causing his entire body to instantly freeze in place like a wooden chicken. At this moment, the look that appeared on Chen Shang's face was beyond imagination. The level of surprise was even greater than Lin's reaction when he first saw the AV-12. It was also more than the shock that old man Xia had received when he first saw the Xian bird. It could even be compared to the disbelief that Kai Lao had felt when he first saw the Neo transport ship. Only his mouth was wide open and he stammered and mumbled, "Where the hell did this me?" Facing Chen Shang's gaze that was filled with doubt, the jade rabbit couldn't help but frown slightly and muttered with slight dissatisfaction, "Guanghan Palace, you're so young, why do you have such a bad memory?" After hearing the jade rabbit's categorical words of confirmation, Chen Shang, who was originally as if he had lost his soul, moved stiffly and slowly towards the airlock passage like a puppet on strings. The moment Chen Shang stepped into the airlock passageway, the sight in front of him instantly made his jaw drop. Tilting his head up to look, above his head was a sky as blue as a jewel, with clouds as white as snow floating leisurely in between, just like an absolutely beautiful painting. When you look down, there are rolling hills and rushing rivers at your feet, which intertwine with each other to form a magnificent and incomparable landscape of the earth. And in between this vast and boundless heaven and earth, a huge floating island was dotted like a bright star. On top of these islands, a block of pavilions with ancient colors and exquisite shapes stand in a staggered manner, with flying eaves and arches, carved beams and painted buildings, all of which show the unique charm of ancient architectural art. The wind whisked by, came bursts of crisp and pleasant wind bell. More this fairyland added a few points of spirit and elegance. At this moment, the secluded, elegant and distinctive paradise view inside the Guanghan Palace contrasted sharply with the cold, hard and futuristic technological wall of the external buffer zone, bringing an extremely strong visual impact. On one side is a dreamlike wonderland on Earth, and on the other side is a breathtaking high-tech fortress. The two are intertwined, and together they make up this unique look filled with cyberpunk. Chapter 122, How dare someone take action against the children of Yin Huang? Such a sight could not help but make Chen Shang suck in a breath of cold air. What was the level of technology in ancient Daxia? Other than that, just a few of the biggest of the islands floating in this space had already reached the size of a medium-sized country in Blue Star. This is the Guanghan Palace? Just as Chen Shang was puzzled, an unexpected mishap happened that he didn't expect, only to see the miles of clear sky in the space in front of him suddenly turn into a starry black night. Chen Shang was slightly stunned. Is this dark? But the change was too sudden. Just then the jade rabbit on the side hastened to give an answer. Due to the age of the dome's display system, there's a problem with the overprogramming of day and night, and it's not that I don't intend to fix it, it's just that I'm a little rabbit who really doesn't know how to code. Jade Rabbit's words were lost in Chen Shang's ears. A dome display system? Chen Shang hurriedly asked the Jade Rabbit. You mean this blue sky and night sky are not real? The Jade Rabbit nodded repeatedly. Of course. We're inside Wangshu, so of course there won't be even the sky and stars. The blue sky and stars we're seeing now are all completely simulated by the dome's simulation system. Not only day and night, but even the changing seasons and rain and snow can be simulated. Of course, Chen Shang knew what the Wangshu in the Jade Rabbit's mouth was. Wangshu is an ancient name for the moon. That is to say, that the legendary Guanghan Palace was actually built by hollowing out the entire immense moon. This is incredible and amazing. Chen Shang stood in this mysterious place, looking out with great eyes at the lush, grassy scene on the ground in the distance. He subconsciously glanced down at the high-tech watch he wore on the wrist of his spacesuit.
only to see the screen clearly displaying that all air indicators were all normal. What does that mean? It means that this vast space in front of us is not only completely capable of allowing human beings to breathe freely and normally as they do on Earth, but also that its environmental conditions are so favorable that it has even become sufficient to support the large-scale cultivation of all kinds of crops. Thinking of this, Chen Shang could not help but feel a surge of unspeakable excitement and thrill in his heart. What a huge legacy the old ancestors are leaving to the people of Daxia. Chen Shang secretly decided in his heart that from now on any country or organization that wanted to board the moon would have to be dealt with as an invasion of Daxia, because this moon was really bequeathed to the people of Daxia by their old ancestors. Chen Shang took a deep breath and slowly brought his drifting thoughts back to reality. He settled down and his gaze fell on the cute jade rabbit in front of him. Only the cute figure of the jade rabbit was seen hopping down the steps, as if leading Chen Shang towards an unknown world. Chen Shang carefully followed the jade rabbit's footsteps and walked down the steps step by step. When he finally stepped onto the surface of the moon, an air of desolation and mystery hit him. When he looked around, he saw that the middle of the moon was overgrown with weeds, and those weeds were surprisingly growing waist-high. They swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound, as if telling the story of what this land once was. Chen Shang looked at this fertile land in front of him being deserted, and it was simply painful. Chen Shang said to the jade rabbit walking in front of him, "You're just going to leave so much land deserted? You should know that the current Daxia people were almost destroyed several times in Blue Star to hold this bit of land." The jade rabbit looked back like Chen Shang. "Or else, are you going to let me grow more than 10 million square kilometers of land with one little rabbit?" Right at this moment, the jade rabbit's petite and delicate body suddenly moved as she keenly captured the key message in Chen Shang's words. "What did you just say? Someone almost destroyed you guys?" At this point, Chen Shang didn't know if it was an illusion or what was going on, only to see that the delicate and lovely jade rabbit in front of her, her body actually exuded an invisible and biting killing aura in an instant. Her eyes that were originally as clear as water and as bright as stars were also filled with burning anger at this moment. It was as if an endless rage was about to erupt from it. "Sister China and that nasty guy Hui explained when they left that they would take care of Daxia. I didn't realize that because of my own negligence Daxia was almost destroyed several times without him knowing it. It's a good thing that the offspring of Jiang Yue and Gongsun Xianyuan pulled through on their own. If the Grand Xia was destroyed, then there would be no need for the Blue Star to exist." Then, he calmed down a little and continued his narration. "Thinking back to that year, when the foreigners blatantly launched their invasion, if it wasn't for my Daxia stepping forward and bravely resisting, I'm afraid that there would have been no human foothold above this ancestral star. After the two great aptitudes, Jiang Yue and Gongsun Xianyuan, joined forces to drive out the foreign races, they divided the entire ancestral planet into the 9 states and the 4 seas. Among them, their descendants, as well as those tribes and peoples who were dependent on them, were able to live and work in peace and contentment in the vast land of the 9 states. And the rest of those barbaric foreigners, in the ancient times when the weak were the strongest, they were not worthy of surviving in the world at all. But Jiang Yue and Gongsun Xianyuan were kind and generous, and allowed these barbarians to live outside the 4 seas, and strictly ordered them never to trespass into the 9 states without authorization. How dare they be so bold? In the ancient times, except for the descendants of Jiang Yue and Gongsun Xianyuan, all the others were nothing more than uncivilized barbarians. The jade rabbit gritted its teeth and said, its tone filled with indignation and disdain, Jiang Yue and Gongsun Xianyuan divided the entire ancestral star into the 9 states and 4 seas, of which their descendants and affiliated tribes and peoples reside in the 9 states. The rest of the barbarian races were not qualified to survive, but Jiang Yue and Gongsun Xianyuan were kind enough to let them reside outside the 4 seas, but demanded that they never set foot in the 9 states. Speaking here, the jade rabbit's voice unconsciously raised an octave, appearing more and more furious. But what about nowadays? This group of guys who don't know how to die not only dared to openly trample on the holy land of the 9 states, they actually dared to kill the remnants of our 9 states. It's simply lawlessness. At this moment, Chen Shang seemed to be able to clearly feel that the jade rabbit's anger was about to turn into substance. Now he's backfiring a bit like a kid looking for an elder to tattle on. Chen Shang hurriedly consoled the jade rabbit. Actually, there's no need for you to be so angry. Those who tried to exterminate us yet ended up being annexed by us. This last group did run back, but they won't be comfortable for long. Now that I've locked them down, I can destroy them anytime I'm unhappy. After Chen Shang comforted the jade rabbit's mood calmed down quite a bit. Either way, these guys are going to pay a price. Those who were assimilated are even. Gongsun Xianyuan said that as long as they sincerely defected they should be treated equally. But those who ran away must be punished. Chapter 123, He is my ancestor. Chen Shang also didn't dwell on how the Tamagotchi was going to punish Sakura. After all, today's Chen Shang didn't have Sakura in his sights either. If Chen Shang was in a bad mood that day, when Yen Guofeng and the others do their maneuvers, change the AI protocols for the weapon C-cells, and get a sick muzzle. Sakura guessed Hana didn't even have a chance to surrender. Why pray to God when you can handle the enemy yourself? Besides, nowadays this Tamagotchi is trapped on the moon completely. You can't even open a door without electricity. And that 2 or 3 kilometers of secondary buffer room just came by flashlight in the dark. So how capable can you be? Just then the Jade Rabbit came to an alloy platform and fumbled around for a while, then greeted Chen Shang as he stood on it. This is the floating elevator platform to the main building of the Guanhan Palace. Stand still. The gravity standard here is simulated according to the blue star. And with your Jiayan level strength, you'll definitely fall to pieces if you tune down. Hearing the new vocabulary from the mouth of the Jade Rabbit, Chen Shang curiously asked, what does Jiayan level strength mean? And since I'm afraid I'll fall, can't I find a floating lifting platform with a guardrail? Hearing Chen Shang's doubts, the Jade Rabbit seriously explained, ancient Dasha will be divided into 10 grades of human monolithic strength, flying respectively Sheng Nu Feng, Chandelier Meng, Zuozhou, Xian Disgust, Zhaoyang corresponding to the 10 heavenly stems of the A, B, C, D, etc. Zhaoyang corresponds to your current strength, which is clearly stronger than ordinary people, but not by much. As for why did not choose a floating lifting platform with railings? In fact, originally all the floating lifting platforms in Guanghan Palace had railings, but then in order to save energy all were removed by me. Hearing the words of the Jade Rabbit, Chen Shang instantly felt some familiarity. Is this a cultivation system? Looking at the current distance from the floating island, Chen Shang thought to see if he could get a gung-fu from the Jade Rabbit to practice. So how am I going to raise my power level? The Jade Rabbit pondered slightly and said, at your current strength, you can only take pills or injections. When your physical body is strong enough you will enter the next state of Xian discipline. In your current words it is called practicing Qi. At this time you can absorb the aura of heaven and earth. If you don't know what the aura is, then Zhongwei Zi you always know it. After your physical body meridians are strong enough, you can restock the neutrinos in the universe into your body for storage, and wait until you want to use them with a brain in releasing them. To say that the Tamagotchi is really good at learning. After playing with my cell phone for almost an hour, I've been able to understand the modern words pretty much. For example, Wangshu is the moon, the golden crow is the sun, the shots, the pills, the chicken, and the king are all understandable. However, for the magical operation of absorbing neutrinos in the mouth of the Tamagotchi, Chen Shang was also powerless to spit. It turns out that all the things in this world that science can't explain are the result of a lack of cognition. Yet that was not all that shocked Chen Shang. After seeing that Chen Shang understood his words, the Jade Rabbit continued. When you have reached the grand completion of your Qi practice, the neutrinos in your body will condense, at which point you will enter the third stage of relighting, which is called the Jindan stage in your current words. At this time your appetite will be better meat and vegetables, and you can detain some energies that possess substance in your body, such as this one, said the Jade Rabbit, pulling out a yellow translucent stone from inside his pants pocket. This is probably the spirit stones in your cultivation novels. People who cultivate will get twice the results with half the effort if they feed themselves with a large amount of spirit stones year after year. At this moment, Chen Shang only felt that the stone in the Jade Rabbit's hand looked somewhat familiar. In retrospect, this nifty seems to be uranium ore. To think that the bastard had been carrying this or since he met with the Jade Rabbit, Chen Shang's face darkened. If it wasn't for the fact that my own body had been strengthened, I'm guessing I would have had multiple organ failure by now. Now Chen Shang can only believe that it is not too late to mend. Hastily, he brought back the helmet of his spacesuit. After all, spacesuits are designed to provide protection for astronauts in space. Protection from radiation is one of those important indicators. The Jade Rabbit, who had always had a big grin, seemed to have seen Chen Shang's nervousness. Hastily comforting, he said, you don't have to worry. The energy in this stone was already absorbed by me 2,000 years ago, so feel free to carry it on your body and dish it out. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Shang's forehead as he listened. Oh, it's okay to dish out uranium ore. You're a hard ass. But think about it. Can you live for over 10,000 years if you're not hardened? Kada. Chen Shang suddenly felt the floating platform under his feet pause slightly. Immediately afterward, a crisp and pleasant mechanical biting sound came. It was as if this mechanism was making a joyful song. Accompanied by that reassuring voice, the entire floating lift platform slowly docked on the most massive floating island in the center of the moon. Chen Shang took a deep breath and stabilized his slightly agitated mood, then walked down from the floating lifting platform with firm steps. After he stood still, he looked extremely far away, and the scene in front of him couldn't help but shock him. One could only see that the entire floating island was like a boundless land, with a wide avenue stretching all the way to the end of the line of sight, disappearing into the distant skyline. And in the very center of this huge island, a grand and magnificent ancient palace loomed. This palace is grand and imposing. Its soaring spires and majestic architectural structures all show its dignity and majesty. However, at the same time, the palace was surrounded by lush flowers and trees, and there were clear streams gurgling past. To the entire palace added a clear and elegant spirit of quiet beauty. Is this the broad cold palace? What a great deal! It was no exaggeration to say that if all the buildings in all of Blue Star were added together and accumulated, they wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to half the size of the palace in front of them. And now that this huge palace and the entire interior space of the moon Qianshang has a 1/5 billionth part of the inheritance, can his mood not be excited? Just as Qianshang was shocked by the palace that towered as high as the roof of the world, a lotus flower floated in front of Qianshang and Jade Rabbit. The flowers then slowly opened up. The Jade Rabbit lightly walked up to the lotus platform and sat down on her knees. Then he reached out to Qianshang and greeted him. Come on up. In order to conserve energy, you and I will ride on the same lotus flower. Qianshang glanced at the narrow space in the center of the lotus flower, and then at the Jade Rabbit that filled the space, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Although economizing is a traditional virtue of daxia, can this really squeeze the two of us in? Seeing Qianshang squirming and reluctant to come up, the Jade Rabbit stood up and pulled Qianshang onto the lotus flower as soon as he could. Then he sat on Qianshang with his butt. Qianshang instantly felt a weight on his legs. In his heart, he quickly murmured, "He is my ancestor. He is my ancestor." Chapter 124, The Gate of Migration. As the distance draws closer and closer, the majestic main building of the Guanghan Palace gradually reveals more and more amazing details. Those pavilions and pavilions that towered into the clouds and plunged into the sky, as if they were halls inhabited by immortals, exuded a transcendent atmosphere. Each pavilion was extremely finely carved, with flying eaves and arches, carved beams and paintings, so beautiful that it almost took one's breath away. Not long after, an immense and incomparable circle appeared in front of Qianshang's eyes. This circle was 1,000 meters tall, almost like a giant tower that was standing on top of the sky. Its entire body was cast from a strong and mysterious alloy, and its surface was also meticulously engraved with dense and extremely complex arcane patterns. These lines flickered with a faint light and seemed to contain endless mysteries and power. Qianshang stared at the huge circle with wide eyes, full of astonishment, his heart filled with curiosity and doubt. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "What the hell is this? What is it used for?" After the Jade Rabbit standing at the side heard his question, she just casually glanced at the circle with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters before answering very calmly and naturally. "This is the relocation Stargate, which can transport us to any galaxy within 100 light-years for instantaneous travel across the stars. Back then, my sister, Fairy Chang'e, and the great god Hui and the others traveled to the cosmic front through this relocated Stargate to fend off the invasion of foreign enemies. It's just a pity that, now that the energy of the Guanghan Palace has been depleted to nothing, it is no longer possible to activate this powerful Stargate." After saying that, the Jade Rabbit sighed softly, a hint of regret and helplessness showing in her eyes. When the word Stargate entered Qianshang's ears, his entire body froze and his jaw almost fell to the ground. It's super high-tech. Could this be the fabled crossing technology? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Just then, Qianshang's thoughts drifted involuntarily back to that scene when his parents disappeared. Could it be that the ancient daxia airships had even mastered such advanced space relocation technology? If that was the case, then maybe one day he would have a chance to see his real parents again. Thinking of this, an unspeakable excitement surged in Qianshang's heart. After a few short minutes had passed, the mysterious and beautiful lotus platform slowly floated to the front of the gate of Guanghan Palace. After the lotus platform came to a steady stop, Qianshang and the Jade Rabbit successively and agilely leapt down from it. Immediately afterward, the Jade Rabbit gently took Qianshang's hand and carefully pressed it slowly on top of the closed door of the Guanghan Palace. In an instant, Qianshang only felt a slight pain in his finger, as if it had been gently stabbed by something. Looking down, he saw a drop of bright red blood slowly seeping out of his fingertip. Just then, a crisp and pleasant electronic tone suddenly rang out. "Pedigree confirmed. Access granted." Along with this voice, the heavy door of the Guanghan Palace began to gently and slowly unfold to the left and right sides. Just for a moment the huge, heavy door slowly opened. A strong visual impact came to Qianshang like a raging tide, and he only felt like his breath was going to stop. The sight that unfolded before his eyes was simply jaw-dropping. In the hall that should have been empty, at this moment there were neatly arranged rows and rows of mechs with a very futuristic and sci-fi look. These mechs stood quietly on both sides of the aisle like steel giants, emitting a cold and majestic aura. Qianshang stared wide-eyed and swept a cursory glance, and his heart could not help but be appalled, because the number of these mechs was surprisingly as many as thousands. Such a huge scale was beyond imagination. Qianshang couldn't help but let out a gasp as he looked at the neatly organized and imposing rows of mechs in front of him. However,
The jade rabbit standing on the side was not impressed. She said lightly, "Don't pay attention to them, it's just a pile of broken copper and iron." Then, the jade rabbit continued to explain, in fact, they used to be the guards of Gwanghwan Palace, called Heavenly Soldier Type B Mecha. Unfortunately, not even 1,000 years have passed since Sister and the others left. These guys have all lost their power and are lying here like dead dogs. Speaking of this, the jade rabbit spread its hands helplessly and sighed. Originally, I was planning to melt them all down and then dump them as scrap iron water. But who knows? To melt these things actually requires a terrifying temperature of up to 100 million degrees or more. And it also requires a large amount of energy to do so. In the end, I had no choice but to let them pile up here and take up space. Hearing these words from the jade rabbit, Chen Shang turned his head incredulously and stared at her deadpan for a while before he opened his mouth with difficulty and asked, "Do you mean to say that these mechs can continue to operate for a full 1,000 years and still withstand the super high temperature of 100 million degrees? At this moment, Chen Shang secretly pondered in his heart, this jade rabbit can really be an unabashed loser. Such an advanced high-tech product. If it could be brought to the blue planet, what kind of earth-shattering changes would be triggered? The jade rabbit looked at Chen Shang's look of astonishment. A hint of disdain appeared on his face as he spoke carelessly. Look at you. You've never seen the world. You're really a little bit strange. This, Heavenly Soldier Type B Mecha, has long been outdated. It's not qualified to be on the frontline battlefield. At most it's just in charge of some security work here. After saying that, she shook her head lightly, seemingly dismayed by this old model of mech. Then, as if remembering something, the jade rabbit continued, I heard that on the distant interstellar battlefields, there are countless, heavenly general, mechs being smashed to pieces every day. That scene, it's simply horrible to witness. As she said this, a hint of fear and awe came into her eyes. When the jade rabbit mentioned the front line for the second time, the curiosity in Chen Shang's heart grew stronger and stronger, and he could no longer hold back his questions, and couldn't wait to follow up with, so, where exactly is the Far Star battlefield? Also, how did it end up? Did you guys win the war or not? In the face of Chen Shang's barrage of questions, the jade rabbit was obviously somewhat unprepared. She hesitated slightly before slowly replying, to be honest, I'm not too sure about the exact location yet. After all, I'm just a small person in charge of planting medicinal herbs. Neither do I have a strong combat power nor do I rarely come into contact with them. Chapter 125 Technology of the Second Level of Civilization. The Tamagotchi said while scratching his head in embarrassment. After a pause, the jade rabbit pondered for a moment, then said, but well, about whether this war is finally won. Well, I think we should have one, right? Otherwise, it's already been 10,000 years, and if Sister and the others had been defeated, I'm afraid that this place would have already been completely occupied by the enemy. Therefore, judging from the current situation, the probability is still that we have one. Even though the information known by the jade rabbit was relatively limited, this could not stop Chen Shang's imagination that was like a heavenly imagination in the slightest. He began to brainstorm a rippling, thrilling picture on his own with the mere words revealed by the jade rabbit. If it was really like what Jade Rabbit said, then this war would undoubtedly be extremely tragic and sad. Chen Shang secretly speculated that perhaps back then, the ancestors of the Great Summer had resolutely rallied together and ran together to a certain distant and mysterious star field to defend themselves against a raging and powerful enemy. In the midst of that protracted battle, every brave and fearless ancestor of Daxia fought to the last moment of his life. They go forward and die, just to protect their homes and loved ones behind them. In the end, after numerous fierce exchanges, both sides paid a terrible price. The ancestors of Daxia fought with all their might until they were down to their last man, but they did not flinch from fighting the vicious enemy to the death, and eventually died with them. However, no matter how this amazing battle actually ended, there is one thing that is not in doubt. Today's children of Daxia still live peacefully on the beautiful and rich blue star. This is the result dreamed of by those ancestors of Daxia who sacrificed their lives, and the precious peace they exchanged with their blood and lives. So now the Daxamites must not give an inch. It's all a legacy from the old days. The entire blue star had been the inherent territory of Grand Xia since ancient times. It's merciful to let those foreigners have some place to live now. Anyone who dares to get involved in territorial issues with Daxia is really looking for death. Chen Shang slowly turned his body, sweeping his eyes one by one over the thousands of huge mechs that were neatly arranged in front of the gate of the Gwanghwan Palace. They were like sleeping steel behemoths, exuding a cold and majestic aura. I will definitely find a way to help you move all of these mechs. But well, as for the moving costs, hey, you can pay them off by working for me. The corners of Chen Shang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he looked towards the jade rabbit beside him. Mechs and people he's going to trick into getting. However, The Jade Rabbit only gave him a slight sidelong glance, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain and mockery. Please, don't think that just because this Jade Rabbit is cute that I'm simple-minded and easy to fool. Yo, I'm not that easily fooled. Hearing the Jade Rabbit respond in such a manner, Chen Shang couldn't help but scratch his head in some embarrassment, and muttered in his heart, this is not going to be easy. I'm actually being recognized by this little rabbit as having broken my intentions. At this time, the Jade Rabbit crossed her arms and glared at Chen Shang with a puff of anger, pouting. Humph, you can take all these broken copper and iron, but as a condition of exchange, you have to find a way to bring me back to the blue planet. And oh, I need your help to refine enough energy on this moon for me to use. Seeing that the Jade Rabbit was not as gullible as he had hoped, Chen Shang could not help but dryly cough twice. Damn it! It's all my fault for hanging out with those two living treasures, Lin Tianyu and Lin Yi, all day long, causing even the means of cheating to become so clumsy and unpleasant now. Can't even be bothered to use my brain to lie to someone. It seemed that in the future it was better to minimize the amount of time spent hanging out with them, or else they would sooner or later be led astray by the two of them. However, since the Jade Rabbit had already made up her mind to follow her back to the blue planet, it would undoubtedly add more opportunities for Chen Shang to reach his mission objectives. After all, with such a mysterious and powerful existence as the Guanhan Palace, that so-called external space planting technology seemed to instantly become no longer that vital. Perhaps the only time this technology will come in handy is when human exploration extends to Mars. But at this moment, what made Chen Shang feel quite confused was that obviously this Jade Rabbit was about to return to the blue planet with him. But why was it still obsessed with obtaining energy? Although there were doubts in his heart, Chen Shang was relieved when he thought about it. The most abundant resource on the moon is energy, so there's really no need to worry too much about it. In just a few short days, the state-of-the-art facility for the purification of helium-3 will be declared complete. When that time came, perhaps even the entire Guanhan Palace would be able to regain its former splendor and vitality in the hands of Chen Shang. Thinking of this, Chen Shang responded without hesitation, I'll do everything you ask. Immediately afterward, he confidently promised the Tamagotchi, after 7 days, I guarantee that I can bring you back to the blue planet and make sure to supply you with plenty of energy. After receiving Chen Shang's reply, a satisfied smile appeared on the Jade Rabbit's adorable face and nodded gently. Its large, soulful eyes flashed with a hint of relief as it said softly, I've been guarding this place for 10,000 years, and now I can finally rest a little. From now on, everything here will be in your charge. After saying that, he only saw the Jade Rabbit elegantly lift up a slender jade hand and casually flick it in the air. In an instant, the ground, which was originally as flat as a mirror, began to tremble slightly, and immediately afterward, a mysterious and spectacular center island platform unexpectedly slowly rose up from the ground, built throughout from an unknown and exotic material with a faint shimmering surface. This center island looks both exquisite and full of technology. The Jade Rabbit smiled and gestured to Chen Shang to gently place his palm on the center island platform. Chen Shang didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and did as he was told. Right at the moment his palm touched the island platform, a weak but clearly recognizable electric current quickly traveled along his fingertips, causing him to shiver slightly. At the same time, he felt a slight tingling sensation coming from his fingertips, a tingling that wasn't too strong but was impossible to ignore. However, after only a few moments, the tingling disappeared without a trace. In its place, Chen Shang suddenly felt as if there was something extra in his mind. This newly emerged information surged like a tidal wave, instantly filling his entire mind space. At first, Chen Shang was a bit bewildered, but as time passed, he gradually adapted and began to try to understand this sudden knowledge. Congratulations to the host, obtaining control of the Guanhan Palace. The system's technology has been fully upgraded to a level 2 civilization. Chapter 126 Returning to the Sea. When the crisp and loud system beats reached Chen Shang's ears, Chen Shang's entire body froze in place as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. A look of disbelief filled his face. How could he have never imagined that this mysterious system that had been accompanying him all along would be inextricably linked to the legendary Guanhan Palace? Moreover, just by gaining control of the Guanhan Palace, it allowed the Star Dome technology behind it to control the technology of all second-tier civilizations in one fell swoop. It is important to know that human society has gone through a long process of development, and has experienced 2 world-shaking industrial revolutions. But even so, there is still a considerable gap between the first level of civilization in the true sense of the word. Yet at this moment, it was as if he had touched the seemingly unattainable threshold of a second-tier civilization in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Chen Shang's heart could not help but surge with a wave of ecstasy, because according to the current situation, wanting to successfully redeem those precious and incomparable drawings of the second-level civilization, it no longer seems like a far-fetched dream, and it's just a matter of sooner or later. Provided, of course, that it is backed up by sufficient fear value. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Shang's mind. In that case, the old ancestor had purposely left these barbarians behind back then, and it wasn't completely useless. After all, where would one get enough fear values from if not from the presence of these foreign powers? Nowadays, Chen Shang had completely taken control of the entire Guanhan Palace. There was naturally a more in-depth and comprehensive understanding of the various situations inside this ancient palace. What shocked him was that even with the technical knowledge of a second-tier civilization that he now possessed, he was still unable to see through the many profound and inexplicable scientific technologies within the Guanhan Palace. It follows from this. When the ancient Daxia period built this magnificent Guanhan Palace, it is very likely that its civilization had already reached at least the third level of civilization. It may even go far beyond that. A new doubt arose from Chen Shang's mind. Why did all the old ancestors manage to hollow out the moon to build a cyberpunk fortress like the Canton Palace? But what about the fact that there are no technological sites in Daxia itself? Except, of course, for the ruins on the border of Daxia that led to the disappearance of his parents. But according to Zhang Guochang, that relic was also just a temporary repair site because it just happened to be built because a battleship crashed there. That is to say, if it wasn't for the accident, the old ancestor wouldn't have wanted to leave even the slightest seed of technology on the blue planet. Chen Shang casually circled around the Guanhan Palace twice. It's so huge that it's nearly impossible to wander through the place before the helium-3 extraction unit is built. In addition, Chen Shang finally knew why the Jade Rabbit's activities in the Guanhan Palace were so low-carbon and environmentally friendly. It turns out that there really isn't much energy left in the broad cold palace. Chen Shang roughly estimated that if he wanted to restore the infrastructural operation of the Guanhan Palace, he would need at least 300 units of Wu Gang to dig helium-3 on the moon for 3 months. So far a new, puzzling doubts quietly sprouted in the heart of Chen Shang and continued to spread. He couldn't help but ponder why the old ancestor had such a heavenly and earthly ability to hollow out the distant moon and craft a cyberpunk fortress as magnificent and full of futuristic sci-fi colors as the Guanhan Palace. Yet, on the contrary, no technological relics related to it had survived in Daxia's homeland. Admittedly, perhaps only the relics located at the border of the Great Xia that caused the strange disappearance of his parents could barely be considered an exception. But according to Zhang Guochang, the ruins are just a temporary repair site hastily built for emergency repairs due to a battleship that happened to crash here. This meant that if it wasn't for that sudden accident, it seemed that the old ancestors had never intended to sow even a single spark of technology on this blue planet. With a belly full of suspicion and curiosity, Chen Shang faithfully walked in the Guanhan Palace randomly around. The scale of the palace is beyond imagination, and even a cursory tour of the palace would make it impossible to get through it in time for the completion of the helium-3 extraction unit. In addition, after this field investigation, Chen Shang finally figured out why the Jade Rabbit's every move within the Guanhan Palace always seemed so low-carbon and environmentally friendly. It turns out that the energy remaining in the Guanhan Palace is already pitifully low. After some rough projections, Chen Shang was shocked to find that if he wanted the various infrastructures of the Guanhan Palace to be able to function normally again, he would need at least 300 units of Wu Gang to operate continuously on the surface of the moon for as long as 3 months, and frantically extract a sufficient amount of helium-3 before the goal could be achieved. However, this was only able to allow the Guanhan Palace to barely maintain the most basic operation. It is important to realize that the energy consumption of those high-powered devices in the Guanhan Palace is simply mind-bogglingly astronomical. Take that Stargate in the plaza just now for example. If it were to be used to send an Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship 10 light-years away from Earth, the amount of energy required would be roughly equal to the total energy consumption of the entire blue planet in all categories over the past 10 years. It was no exaggeration to say that even Stark, the richest man on the blue planet, would have to go bankrupt if this Stargate operated once. Even in an economically developed country, even if all the people of the country do not eat and drink all year round and save money and resources, they may not be able to come up with such a huge sum of money. Although vigorously can make miracles, but vigorously is also extremely expensive. Chen Shang glanced down at the time. His heart could not help but be secretly shocked. It turned out that he had already stayed in the Guanhan Palace for as long as 10 hours without realizing it. If they delayed their return any longer, Kai Lao and the others would definitely be worried. Besides, he had to hurry up and finish refitting the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier as soon as possible before he could do so. Otherwise, in case there was any unexpected situation or malfunction in the middle of the journey, I'm afraid that I would have to bring Kai Lao and the others to stay in Guanhan Palace to make a living out of farming at that time. Even worse, the Jade Rabbit is able to survive by eating grass, so the odds are he won't go to the lengths of 10,000 long years to save the lower grain seeds. If Chen Shang and the others were stranded on the moon, then the sensation created would definitely outweigh the 2 astronauts stranded in Hawk Jam. Seeing Chen Shang about to leave, The Jade Rabbit hurriedly accelerated its pace to follow closely behind Chen Shang. He's been left alone for over 10,000 years, and now he catches someone who has to be looked after before he can be seen. Chen Shang let the Jade Rabbit follow him without bothering to stop it. After all, in some sense, the generation of this item in front of him in Daxia was really an old ancestor. Chapter 127. I also wonder what the reaction of the 1.5 billion peeps will be when they find out I'm bringing back a living ancestor. Return to the lunar surface. Chen Shang carefully examined the Jade Rabbit for any radioactive ores. After all, the passenger cabins of Earth-Moon long-distance carriers were filled with ordinary people. Just the physique of Kai Lao and his few students would probably vomit blood in a few seconds if they were brought together with the radioactive material. After making sure that everything was safe and sound, he then rested assured and brought the Tamagotchi back to the passenger cabin of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Kaber. With a soft thud, the cabin airlock of the Earth-Moon long-distance transport was slowly opened. Inside the passenger cabin, Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan were sitting leisurely on the comfortable sofa, their gazes casually glancing at Chen Shang, who had walked in, as well as the Jade Rabbit that followed him. Then, the two of them continued to pick up their teacups as if nothing had happened, leisurely sipping their tea and chatting idly with one another. Despite the fact that the Jade Rabbit had already lifted the helmet on its head, and the two furry and extremely cute rabbit ears were exposed without any concealment, Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan didn't even blink their eyes for a moment, as if what appeared in front of their eyes was just a more usual sight. Chen Shang was filled with suspicion as he looked at these two calm and self-contained old men, his heart filled with disbelief. Aren't you guys surprised to see her at all? He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. It was only when they heard Chen Shang's question that Ai Yongsuan and Kai Lao raised their heads again and re-examined Chen Shang and the Jade Rabbit. They pondered in their hearts that this female doll did look a bit younger. However, when I think back to the time they were born, there were not a few people in their teens who were talking about getting married and starting a family. Kai Lao smiled faintly and replied in a calm tone. Not surprised. We've been alive for more than half of our lives. What kind of strange and bizarre things haven't we seen before? We still have the ability to accept it. Now, Chen Shang, who had thought that he would cause the two old men to marvel, froze instead. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan, his mouth wide open, unable to utter a single word for half a day. At this moment, it was his own turn to be stunned into silence. Aren't you guys a little overly receptive? Seeing that those two were unresponsive and indifferent to their reminder, Chen Shang took a deep breath before raising his voice for the last time and solemnly reminded once again, do you know exactly how old he is? After saying that, his eyes locked onto Ai Yongsuan and Kai Lao in front of him, only to see Ai Yongsuan and Elder Kai glance at each other after hearing this, and some sort of message seemed to be passed between their eye contact. Then, as if they understood something, a hint of relief appeared on their faces. Obviously, they think that Chen Shang can realize that there may be something wrong with this matter, which shows that this child's nature is not bad, and there is still room for salvation. At this time, Ai Yongsuan waved his hand and responded with a careless face. Of course we know, but what does age matter? As long as we love each other sincerely and share the same heart, then everything else is just a trivial matter. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if he didn't take the age difference seriously at all. Hearing this, Chen Shang couldn't help but freeze. He originally thought that his concern would cause the other party to pay attention, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. At this moment, it dawned on him that this was a big misunderstanding. However, on second thought, I am afraid that if we have to go into detail to explain the reasons for this, it would be a rather tedious and laborious task. So, he simply decided to call a spade and not make more unnecessary arguments. Just then, at some point, the Tamagotchi on the sidelines had rewired the refrigerator that had just been welded back to the wall by the automated repair robots and ripped it off hard. Seeing this scene, Chen Shang shook his head helplessly, but did not step forward to stop it. Anyway, things have come to this point. There is no point in talking more. It is better to go first to busy themselves with the business at hand is important. At that thought, he turned around without hesitation and took a large, hurried step in the direction of the powerhouse of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier. Inside the power room, Lin Tianyu was staring intently at the feeding of the controlled fusion device as it was being built. All the while the feet kept wandering around. From his slightly anxious look and frequent glances, he seemed to be desperately searching for something. Just then, Chen Shang walked in with hurried steps, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Tianyu hurriedly greeted him and asked with anticipation, Chen Shang, have you seen my cell phone? However, Chen Shang just casually glanced at Lin Tianyu before responding with disinterest. Didn't see it. Obviously, for Chen Shang at this moment, the serious matters at hand had already overwhelmed him, and he had no time to be distracted from helping Lin Tianyu find his cell phone. Seeing this, Lin Tianyu couldn't help but show a hint of depression on his face, but he couldn't force himself.
I can only mutter helplessly. It's really strange. Since landing on the moon, I basically haven't left this place, either staying in the cockpit or working in this powerhouse, and I haven't been anywhere else at all. But where the hell did this cell phone go? Just as Lin Tianyu was still thinking hard, Chen Shang suddenly interrupted his self-talk with impatience. Okay, stop obsessing about your cell phone. Let's get down to business. Lin Tianyu couldn't help but freeze for a moment when Chen Shang said this, then looked at the other party in confusion, only to see Chen Shang say with a serious face, if I say, I mean if our ancestors once possessed a level of civilization technology that was at least level 3 or higher, would you believe it? Originally thought that this topic could arouse Lin Tianyu's interest, but I didn't expect Lin Tianyu to just faintly turn his head after hearing it. Mumbling, I see nah. Compared to this matter, it's still more important to hurry up and find my cell phone. It's hard to watch equipment days here without a cell phone. With that, he went back to burying his head in all the corners and rummaging for his cell phone. Obviously, he didn't believe what Chen Shang said at all. Seeing this expression on Lin Tianyu's face, Chen Shang couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. If even a brain circuit like Lin Tianyu's was choosing to disbelieve at first, then the next thing about the Jade Rabbit and the Canton Palace can be even more difficult to explain clearly. It seems that there is no other better way at the moment, but to take it one step at a time. First, we should find ways to gradually change people's inherent cognitive concepts, and then slowly guide them to accept these facts. It's better than being treated like a crazy person. Chapter 128, Heavy Duty Bunny. Time passes like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye 7 days have rushed by. The construction of a facility with the capability to efficiently extract helium-3 from lunar soil has finally been completed. In order to facilitate the feeding of the equipment that excavated the lunar soil, Chen Shang directly removed the lunar surface building that encased the equipment. Like a well-built facility as if it were a steel behemoth, it stands firmly on the surface of the moon. After repeated testing and optimization, the efficiency is quite impressive. Meanwhile, a dozen or so of the immense plasma engines were successfully completed. In just a few short days, these behemoths would be able to be successfully assembled onto the majestic hull of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier. By then, a steady stream of helium-3 resources will be pouring from the moon to the blue planet like a rushing river. This link is crucial and can be considered a key point in the process of moving towards a second-tier civilization, because almost all energy supplies associated with secondary civilizations cannot be separated from the magical substance of helium-3. It is no exaggeration to say that the availability of helium-3 in sufficient quantities and at an affordable price would surely set off a wave of industrial revolution on the planet that has never been seen before. Of course, it cannot be asserted that there is no alternative source of energy to helium-3, but it is more cost-effective to use helium-3 compared to those options, especially when the long-distance carrier ships are retrofitted with advanced plasma engines this month. Helium-3 will undoubtedly become the most affordable and accessible energy source of choice. While Chen Shang's side was pressing ahead with the progress of the project, the team led by Kai Lao on the other side had completed all the work tasks on the lunar surface with equal excellence. Now everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Just waiting for Chen Shang's side to wrap up, so that we can embark on the return journey as soon as possible, with a full harvest to return to the Blue Star with honor. 5 more days passed quickly. A dozen giant plasma engines were finally assembled onto the massive hull of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier. Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan looked at the engine reassembled on the hull and exclaimed that it was unscientific. Ai Yongsuan looked at Chen Shang as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Can he really handpick a dozen or so engines of this magnitude on the moon? Which is the most basic of industries? This is simply creating something out of nothing. In fact, Ai Yongsuan is probably aware that Chen Shang is the previous dozen or so impulse engines dismantled to build this dozen or so engines. But it's not like building an engine is something you can do with a noodle and come up with whatever you want. The young man in front of me is outrageous. Compared to this, he was modifying recoverable space engines pretty much at random at the time. Elder Kai laughed softly when he heard Ai Yongsuan's words. It's only you stewards of the arts and sciences who have big hearts. In fact, I can Old Man Xie as well as Old Man Lin and the others have long been able to tell that Chen Shang has a problem. Anything he builds is built under impossible conditions. Ai Yongsuan sniffed and said with some grumbling, "You guys saw it and didn't tell me. Isn't that too inadequate?" Elder Xie shook his head and smiled bitterly. "What's the point of telling you? We only need to remember one thing. Chen Shang is a Daxia man. On our side. With Chen Shang Daxia takes off. As for what secrets Chen Shang really has, I don't care. The Daxia military doesn't care. And neither does number 1. Hearing Elder Kai say so much, Ai Yongsuan also felt that his words made sense. A sage once said, "Never mind black cats or white cats, if they can catch mice they are good cats." That's why many people chose to remain silent even though they could see that something was wrong with Chen Shang. This is also the best option. On the other side,
Chen Shang was working furiously to debug the engine that had just been loaded onto the carrier ship. After a short test drive, Chen Shang is certain that the quality of these engines is not in question. At the same time, there is enough helium-3 mined on the surface of the moon to make 10 round trips to the Earth's moon by Earth-Moon long-distance carriers. It's time to go back. Just as Chen Shang was fully focused on debugging the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier and making final preparations for takeoff, a petite and agile figure appeared in front of him. It turned out to be the Jade Rabbit looking for it. Only the Jade Rabbit came to Chen Shang's side and said softly, "I would like to bring a bit of luggage on board. Is that okay?" Chen Shang looked at the Jade Rabbit and nodded with a smile, showing that he understood her request. After all, the Jade Rabbit had lived here for more than 10,000 years, and it was only human to want to bring more things with her on her way out. Moreover, the modified Earth-Moon long-distance carrier has had its single carry capacity substantially increased to 40,000 tons. Naturally, he didn't care about the space and weight taken up by the little bit of luggage the Tamagotchi had. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Shang said to the Jade Rabbit, "Go and return quickly. I will wait here patiently for your return." However, after the Jade Rabbit heard Chen Shang's words, it did not immediately turn around and leave as he had expected. On the contrary, the Jade Rabbit stood still and slowly stretched out its own small, white, jade-like, slender and elongated hands towards Chen Shang, as if it was asking him for some important item. Chen Shang was a bit puzzled at first, but seeing the expectant eyes of the Jade Rabbit as well as its hesitant hand, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just then, the Jade Rabbit opened its mouth and gently reminded, "Before you promised me about those energy." After the Jade Rabbit mentioned this, Chen Shang suddenly came to a realization, remembering that agreement he had made with the Jade Rabbit, as they were about to leave the moon. As agreed, Chen Shang needed to provide a certain amount of energy for the Jade Rabbit. As for what exactly the Jade Rabbit was going to use the energy for, Chen Shang didn't pursue it too much. Perhaps it was to open the airlock of some long-closed room in the broad cold palace and remove some precious item from it, or maybe it has some other unknown use. But in any case, since he had already made a promise, Chen Shang decided to keep his word and fulfill this small request of the Jade Rabbit. Chen Shang arranges for a lunar surface power armor full of technology. The huge and imposing mechanical device was seen walking slowly with heavy steps, holding a metal tank storing helium-3 resources steadily in its hands. The tank was built from a strong special alloy and was filled to the brim with 200 kilograms of helium-3. It was then that a jaw-dropping scene occurred. The Jade Rabbit, who had been silently observing from the side, suddenly stepped forward, reached out and gently lifted the unusually heavy-looking metal canister effortlessly. Then, as easily as if she were carrying a small, insignificant object, she turned around and walked with a light step toward the cabin exit of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan, who were sitting on the sidelines witnessing the entire process, were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. They looked at the Jade Rabbits departing back in disbelief, their mouths so wide open that they could almost stuff an egg. Chapter 129, Reloaded Bunny 2. Especially when they saw how easily the Tamagotchi picked up the iron pipe weighing 200 kilograms. More than that, he almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just drank into his mouth. My goodness, what on earth did this girl doll grow up eating? It actually possesses such amazing power. Elder Kai's eyes widened and he said with a face full of shock. Ai Yongsuan also nodded his head in agreement. Yes, this strength is simply terrifying. If we let her participate in the Blue Star Games, the gold medal in the weightlifting event would definitely be hers. However, to Elder Kai at this moment, these were not the most important issues. His face was filled with worry as he turned his head to Chen Shang beside him and urged in a grave tone. Chen Shang, I see that you have nothing to do in the future. Do not go to make her angry. Or in case you really make her angry. Chen Shang was speechless. Your old brain circuits are worthy of scientific research. Only Lin Tianyu was the most depressed in the passenger cabin. Of all the people present, he was the only one who knew how much it hurt to take a punch from a Tamagotchi. His cell phone was found 10 days earlier, but people just won't give it back. Instead, he casually punched him, and tell him that anything lying around is unclaimed and belongs to whoever picks it up. God knows how Lin Tianyu survived these 10 days without a cell phone. At this time, Lin Tianyu saw that this little girl's 300 kilograms of metal cans could be picked up when she said she could carry them, and he had long been secretly thankful that he had not forcibly snatched the cell phone back. Now it's just a matter of going back to Blue Star and buying another phone. Lin Tianyu secretly vowed to retrieve all the game accounts and whatnot at that time, and give him the number to top down, and see how he cries when the account is gone. A few minutes later, Elder Kai, who was leisurely sipping his tea, suddenly noticed a hint of something strange. The tea in the cup in his hand that was originally as calm as a mirror unexpectedly began to tremble slightly. He couldn't help but frown, murmuring with suspicion, can it be that this is catching up with the moon formation? Ai Yongsuan,
who was on the side, nodded his head gently and said, "That's right. Due to the special environmental conditions of the moon, the temperature difference between day and night can reach up to 250 degrees Celsius, and such a huge change in temperature will easily trigger the thermal moonquake phenomenon." However, things went far beyond their expectations. As time passed by, the vibration of the teacup became more and more obvious. At first it was just a slight shaking, but soon it evolved into a strong vibration, as if an invisible force was violently impacting the tiny teacup. By the end of the day, the entire cabin of the long-distance Earth-Moon transport was caught up in it and began to shake violently. Seats and various other objects have creaked. Faced with this unusual situation, Kai Lao quickly calmed down, his eyes sharply glancing through the porthole toward the distant moon building. Surprisingly, those seemingly fragile lunar surface buildings were as stable as mountains at the moment, not affected in the least by this powerful vibration. Kai Lao pondered in his mind, could this be a localized regional moonquake? At that moment, Ai Yonsuan also noticed the moon surface buildings that were rippling in the distance. Are localized moonquakes okay? This is too much of a stretch. Just as everyone was looking puzzled, a huge mecha with a silver-white body and two rabbit ears on its head appeared outside the porthole. Every time the giant mech took a step, the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier's aisle shook a little with it. Turns out there was no moonquake at all. The vibrations just now were all caused by the heavy footsteps of this giant mech. At the same time, Chen Shang inadvertently cast his gaze beyond the porthole. In a flash a giant mech appeared in his field of vision. The body of this mech showed a dazzling silver-white color, as if it was made from the convergence of countless stars. Its body was covered with a layer of thick and incomparable metal armor, as if it were an impregnable fortress, exuding a palpitatingly majestic aura. In this vacuum cosmic environment, the strong sunlight shone unhindered on top of the alloy armor of the mech, and the reflected light was actually so eye-catching that it made it impossible to look directly at it. After careful observation and estimation, Chen Shang was shocked to find that the height of this mech was as high as more than 50 meters. Simply standing there gave people a topsy-turvy sense of oppression. Chen Shang roughly estimated that the total mass of this mech was estimated to have exceeded a small frigate. I really don't know what kind of greatness could have forged such armor. Chen Shang looked at the mech and then at the radar. It's amazing that a guy that big has no warning on his radar. Now he was understanding the desperation of the Eagle Jam pilots at the time. Is this what powerlessness feels like? When Chen Shang noticed the two rabbit ears on top of the mech's head, something immediately came to his mind. Could this be the Tamagotchi's luggage? I'm sure the stuff for girls is just cute and cuddly. The mechs are fitted with two rabbit ears. It reminds Chen Shang of those players with diamond-encrusted steering wheels. If the military wasn't so strictly regulated, it's probably quite possible to have rifles encrusted with diamonds. Soon as Chen Shang had guessed, the giant mech did not generate hostility, but instead walked to the doorway of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier's cargo hold and stopped. Chen Shang hurriedly opened the cargo compartment on the center control, and then his entire body also walked towards the cargo compartment. As he passed through the passenger cabin, Kai Lao grabbed Chen Shang's hand. Chen Shang, what did you build this mech for? Chen Shang did not explain too much when he saw Kai Lao's misunderstanding. Elder Kai, you guys wait for me here first. I'll be back in a while. Saying that, Chen Shang walked towards the cargo warehouse. The matter of Gouda Dasha Chen Shang did not want to disclose it for the time being. After all, this matter was too troublesome to explain. Chen Shang had already made the decision to tell Zhang Guochang about all this when he returned to Blue Star, so that he could slowly explain it to the others. After all, as the person in charge of the Blue Star ancient Dasha ruins, he was far more receptive to these things than others. It didn't take long for Chen Shang to arrive at the cargo warehouse. When he stepped into this wide and slightly dim space, the sight before him made his jaw drop, only to see that in the center of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship's immense cargo warehouse, there stood a silver-white mecha that was more than 50 meters tall. This mech was like a steel beast, standing there quietly, emitting a palpitatingly majestic aura. Its shiny silver shell shimmered with a cold light, as if it could cut through the air. The precision and complexity at the joints of the huge robotic arms and stubby legs dazzle the eye. Even though it was in a static state at the moment, the powerful aura emanating from its body was still enough to shock people. Observing this mech so closely, the feeling of shock was even more indescribable in words. Shang felt like a tiny ant looking up at a towering mountain. The power, speed and technology displayed by this mech was far beyond the scope of his imagination. Chapter 130, You actually drove off Eagle Sauce's moon landing ship? Ka! With a crisp ringing sound, the cockpit in the chest area of the mech slowly opened. A petite and agile figure like a dancing fairy lightly leapt down from that small space. Chen Shang's gaze was attracted over and he once again gazed at this huge and mighty mecha in front of him. He secretly marveled in his heart. Is this your mech? Just by looking at it from afar, one can feel the powerful aura it gives off. Compared to those mechs still placed within the halls of the Guanghan Palace, it seems to be much more powerful. At this moment,
Chen Shang finally understood why the Jade Rabbit had asked for energy from him earlier. It must have been precisely to drive such a powerful mech.
Upon hearing Chen Shang's inquiry filled with curiosity and admiration,
the Jade Rabbit's delicate little face instantly blossomed with a touch of pride that was difficult to conceal.
That's right, this is the heavy-duty bunny that belongs to me. It's not just any ordinary mecha,
but is actually at the level of a heavenly general.
Its power is beyond imagination. Just with the power of this one mech, it's enough to suppress an entire planet. Speaking of this, the Jade Rabbit's eyes shone with confidence, as if it had absolute trust and control over its own mech.
When he heard the Jade Rabbit say that this mech was actually able to suppress an entire planet,
Chen Shang's face did not show any hint of surprise or questioning, because he knew that for the ancient Daxia,
which possessed great strength and advanced technology, even super projects as grand and magnificent and miraculous as the Guanghan Palace could be successfully constructed.
So what's a mech strong enough to suppress planets? It should be known that, in terms of the existing civilization level of Blue Star,
the technological power that Chen Shang had at his disposal was enough to achieve total suppression.
Right now the Jade Rabbit had boarded the ship. Without hesitation, Chen Shang gave the order and quickly mobilized a couple of
Wukong, secures the reloading bunny firmly in the cargo hold.
In this way,
even if the carrier ship encountered strong bumps or air currents during the long transportation voyage between Earth and Moon, there was no need to worry about any positional shifts of the mechs.
30 minutes later,
the data for the long-distance Earth-Moon delivery have finally been commissioned. Chen Shang looked serious as he reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts and sit firmly in their seats.
And then without hesitation, he pressed the button to directly ignite a full third of the ship's plasma engines. In an instant, powerful power spurted out,
and a deafening roar filled the entire space.
Since the gravity of the moon is much less compared to the blue planet we live on,
so just relying on these engines that were fired up was enough to get the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier off the ground without any problems.
Accompanied by the roar of the engines,
the huge Earth-Moon long-distance carrier slowly rose up from the surface of the moon like a giant beast breaking free from its bonds.
Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan stared intently at the fading scene outside the porthole, an unspeakable sense of unreality welling up in their hearts, especially the neatly arranged rows of sealed buildings on the surface of the moon. They are like an impregnable fortress,
witnessing the great journey of mankind to explore space, and the hard work and sweat that their generation has put in has undoubtedly written a colorful chapter in history.
Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but look at each other, and each could see the emotion and relief in the other's eyes. However,
behind all these achievements, it is inseparable from Chen Shang. Just when Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan were full of thoughts, a piercing alarm sounded simultaneously in the passenger cabin and in the cockpit of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier.
What's going on? Kai Lao stood up from his chair in a hurry. Quickly, he walked over to the porthole and looked out. Sure enough,
a moon-orbiting satellite from the Eagle Jam Nation was seen rapidly approaching the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier and appeared beyond the porthole.
Right at this moment, Ai Yongsuan suddenly seemed to have a flash of light and something came to his mind. He snapped, exclaiming, I read on the news the other day that Eagle Jam seems to have launched a manned lunar landing craft in the near future. Then, with a slight frown on his brow, he added after a little thought, if we go by the date, it's going to enter lunar orbit today. Ouch. It's all because I've been so busy these past few days that I've forgotten all about such an important matter. Hearing this,
Elder Kai on the side couldn't help but smile slightly and waved his hand in a comforting manner.
I can't blame you for that, AI. We're way ahead of the rest of the world nowadays.
With everyone's attention focused on their own rapidly developing spaceflight endeavors,
how can they be bothered to care when Hawk Jam launches a manned lunar landing craft? Speaking here,
Elder Kai paused briefly for a moment,
then continued to lament.
I think it's also because seeing our previous rapid development momentum in the field of spaceflight made Eagle Sauce feel tremendous pressure, so they launched a manned spacecraft toward the moon once again after a good 60 years.
After saying that, Kai Lao cast his gaze towards the Eagle Sauce moon landing module not far outside the porthole, a hint of contempt and disdain on his face.
The moon landing module was seen to be clumsy and crudely crafted. Compared to Daxia's advanced Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship,
it was like a worthless piece of ragged garbage. Kai Lao couldn't help but shake his head and snorted lightly. Humph. With this contraption they've come up with now, they still want to use it to compare with us? Isn't this a clear-cut case of making a fool of yourself? It's ridiculous. Ai Yongsuan nodded petulantly in complete agreement. Humph. That darned Eagle Sauce.
Even if they're willing to do this kind of superficial work for appearances, they actually refuse to prioritize the rescue of those 2 astronauts trapped in the space station. And they talk about putting people first.
It's just a big joke.
Elder Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he thought deeply of what Ai Yongsuan had said.
Immediately afterward, he cast his gaze to the alarm light that kept flashing inside the cabin and opened his mouth full of suspicion. But well, it's just an Eagle Sauce family's moon landing module. Does our little Chen Shang need to make such a big fuss about it? Make such a big battle too? It was precisely at this moment. Chen Shang's firm and loud words that were thrown down like thunderbolts instantly spread across all communication channels, including the passenger cabin of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship. Even the sound was clearly audible outside the porthole in the Eagle Sauce lunar module that was slowly flying around the moon. Chen Shang righteously shouted loudly, "Greetings! You have trespassed into the airspace range of our great summer country without authorization, and this action seriously threatens the territorial security of our country. So please turn around and leave immediately." As soon as Chen Shang's words left his mouth, not only did Elder Kai freeze on the spot, even Ai Youngsuan who was on the side was so stunned that he couldn't close his mouth. This kid, what's going on? But well, when you think about it, that's a wildly audacious thing to do. Ha ha, interesting, I like it. At this moment, the most confused are the two astronauts huddled inside the Eagle Sauce lunar module. Chapter 131, Who can tell me this isn't true? In fact, long before Chen Shang had sent out his shout, they had already witnessed the incomparably huge hull of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier through the images transmitted back from the cameras. When the looming hull of that Earth-Moon long-distance carrier first appeared above the screen, it really shocked them hard. Instantly the two of them only felt their heartbeat instantly accelerate, as if it was about to jump out of their throats. At first, they even mistakenly thought they had encountered aliens. Fortunately, because of their own professions, they still paid quite a bit of attention to Dacia's space news. So, when they were briefly alarmed, they quickly recognized it as the huge ship that Dacia had been making so much noise about lately. Originally, they had thought that this time should just be a normal passing by. However, the very moment they heard the shouts of dispersal from the other side, the two men immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was cold from head to toe. The whole body froze. We've actually intruded into the airspace of Great Xia? But why didn't we get any tips or warnings about this before we took off? Now that I've flown here, do you think there's any law left when you say this is your home turf? One of the astronauts roared with shock and anger. In addition, the lunar module in which they were traveling was flying at an even speed along a carefully calculated orbit in advance. Trying to change course to avoid the other side in such a short period of time was a pipe dream. But none of these issues are obviously the most critical and important yet. What really made them feel incredible and unacceptable was that since when had the moon actually become the territory of the Grand Xia? By virtue of what kind of reasoning and justification is this? Is it because Dacia launched an Earth-Moon long-distance carrier over? This is too ridiculous. Astronaut Ben after that brief moment of disorientation. A momentary panic welled up in his heart, but professionalism made him quickly calm down. Astronaut Ben picked up his communications equipment as fast as he could to report the current situation to Eagle Jam Ground on Earth. Ben to Control Center. Ben to Control Center. Time passed by, and after about a few seconds, a response finally came from the communication channel that was slightly tinged with some delay. This is the command center. Ben, please detail the problems you are experiencing. At this moment, the atmosphere in the command room of the Eagle Sauce Executive Heavenly Department far away on Earth was grave to the extreme. When the conductor asked that crucial question, it was as if all the staff in the entire command room could hear each other's hearts beating violently. Everyone's heart was instantly raised to the throat, eyes firmly staring at the screen in front of the screen and a variety of data meters. Do not dare to have the slightest slack. Keep in mind that at this moment, their lunar landing craft had only just successfully entered lunar orbit. It is at the most critical stage of the entire mission and one that does not allow for any mistakes. Even the slightest misstep could cause the entire plan to be undone. Some of the staff members with slightly weaker mental qualities folded their hands and prayed silently with their lips slightly trembling. Others clenched their fists, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. For the Eagle Sauce Space Agency, this manned lunar landing carries the heart and soul and expectations of countless people from all over the agency. It is their last honor and pride. Once things really go wrong at this juncture, it would not be an exaggeration to say that another space program of this magnitude and importance will not be implemented for at least 30 years. Hearing the familiar, yet strained voice coming from distant Earth, Ben took a deep breath and tried to calm himself before describing as clearly as he could what had happened. After a few more short seconds, a loud and intermittent sound suddenly came from inside the communication channel. Astronaut Ben is anxiously reporting the situation. We just entered lunar orbit when we unexpectedly encountered the Dacia craft. At this point, Ben's voice seemed to be cut off by a strong disturbance, but he soon continued. They're conducting a forceful removal operation against us, and we're at a complete loss as to how to respond to the situation. As astronaut Ben's words were relayed to the command room through the communications channel, the originally tense and serious atmosphere in the entire command room instantly became grave. All the Eagle Sauce guys in the room were grimacing one by one. The expression was somber. It was as if they were enveloped by an invisible pressure.
One of the eagle saws clapped his hands together in anger and roared. The Daxians are being downright unreasonable. What in the world gives them the right to repel us in lunar orbit? Another eagle sauce chimed in. That's right. I don't think there's any point in ignoring their unreasonable demands. That's right. Let's not forget that all the moon landing crafts are strictly following the predetermined orbits. Even if we ignore them, is it hard for them to really dare to do anything to us? For a while, various voices of dissatisfaction and complaints filled the entire command room. The crowd was buzzing with various speculations and opinions, like a pot of boiling hot porridge. The commander frowned slightly in the face of such a chaotic situation. He knows that it is never wise to make blind decisions under these circumstances. After much deliberation, the commander ultimately felt that the most prudent course of action at the present time would be to begin with a full and accurate understanding of the actual situation. The response is then formulated based on the information available. So, the commander said to Ben and David over the comm channel, Ben, David, you will transmit the current feedback immediately. After I get these photos, I'll have the foreign ministry take the necessary pressure measures against Dacia. Ben and David, who were currently inside the Eagle Sauce Man lunar module, couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. The two men's gazes then landed on top of the steel giant ship in the picture, and a wave of unspeakable bitterness welled up in their hearts. However, the military order was like a mountain. Despite being full of helplessness, they could only obey the order and transmit the photos back to the headquarters first. After all, leaving the matter in the hands of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs might really be the best option that could be thought of at the moment. Time passed, and after about a minute, headquarters managed to receive a picture from the moon. Those in charge of communications dare not delay. Hastily, he dropped the photo on the large, wide screen in the command room. It was at this moment, when the eyes of everyone in the command room were focused on the big screen, when everyone clearly saw the massive, incomparable hull of that Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, the scene instantly fell into a dead silence. It was as if a spell had been cast on all the Eagle Jam aerospace experts. Dumbfounded, he stared at the shocking sight before him. Don't even dare to take a breath. After a long time finally someone couldn't help but speak up. My God, someone please tell me this isn't true. Chapter 132 Condemnation from Hawk Jam. Above the huge screen, that Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was like an incredibly sharp blade, piercing straight into the heart of all Eagle Sauce. It was as if it had become a poisonous thorn embedded deep in their hearts that could not be removed. It just mercilessly pierced the heart of every Eagle Sauce present, making them feel unprecedented shock and fear. I clearly remember that this giant ship of Great Xia originally only had the ability to travel to and from near-Earth orbit. How is it that in just half a year's time, it was able to reach lunar orbit so quickly? One of the Hawk Sauce questioned with a shocked look on his face. Another Eagle Sauce responded angrily. You fool, do you think any of you here can know the reason for this? As soon as the words fell, the entire command room instantly fell into a deathly silence, without a single sound, only the heavy breathing of the crowd rising and falling. It was in this atmosphere of suffocating silence that Commander-in-Chief Lloyd was the first to snap out of his shock. He knew that what was happening right now was not trivial, and such a major change must be immediately reported to the higher-ups to the White House as well as the four-legged building. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he took a deep breath and tried to calm his nervousness before decisively giving the order. Immediately report the situation here in detail to the higher authorities. Inside the grand and stately white building that was the Eagle Sauce capital, the Chancellor's office in the centerpiece, the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if it could condense the air. Sunlight poured through the huge windows onto the polished floor, but it could not dispel the gloom in the room. Sitting behind that wide desk was none other than the King of Know-It-All, as he was known. At this moment, he stared wide-eyed and deadpan at a high-definition photo of an Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship displayed on the screen of the cell phone in his hand. Anger erupted like a volcano in his heart. With just a wave of his arm, the cell phone shot out like a discharged cannonball, hitting the wall hard and instantly becoming fragmented. What the hell is our intelligence bureau doing? I can't believe we don't know anything about such important information. King Know-It-All growled, his voice deafening. His reddened face and the veins rippling up on his neck all showed that the anger inside was burning. And what about our space agency? Are they all asleep at the wheel? Why did they let Dacia get so far ahead? He continued to roar, his fist slamming down hard on the table with a dull thud. And our Chancellor. Just as the words left his mouth, King Understanding suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wasn't he the Chancellor? This momentary pause plunged the entire office into a dead silence. The female assistant who stood on the side always maintained an unblinking posture, while her hand kept making notes on the purchase list. So far this month, the Chancellor had broken a full 10 cell phones, each of which was a high-end model worth a lot of money. Looking at the scene in front of her, the female assistant couldn't help but secretly cry out in her heart. Can't see any future working under such a crazy leader. Maybe it's time to think about your retreat. After all the objects in the office that weighed less than 10 kilograms had been vented to pieces by King Know-It-All, he seemed to have finally regained a little bit of his sanity. Breathing heavily, he pointed a slightly trembling finger forward and said, "Notify the military immediately and take action against Daxia." However, the words were half-spoken. King Know-It-All shook his head violently as if he had suddenly thought of something. Changing his tone, he said, "Forget it. It's better to notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs first and lodge a strong protest with Daxia." Hearing these words, the female assistant who had been on tenterhooks secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew in her heart that if this impulsive chancellor really ordered the military to act recklessly, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. After all, with the current strength of Eagle Jam, it was never wise to clash head-on with Daxia. In today's situation, Eagle Sauce can only endure for the time being and buy time to develop itself, and perhaps in a few more decades there will be a chance to catch up and overtake Daxia again. Middle C. Inside the office of the General Commander of the majestic and dignified Daxia Defense Department building, a young staff officer hurriedly walked over to Yen Guofeng's desk. Carefully, she handed him the phone in her hand and whispered, "Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. This call is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they claim that just a few minutes ago, Hawkjam made an extremely stern and formal representation to us. According to Eagle Sauce, our side drove off their manned lunar landing craft in lunar orbit for no apparent reason and openly declared an occupation of the moon." After hearing these words, Yen Guofeng's entire body was stunned like a lightning strike, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Every word in those words was naturally familiar to him, but when they were put together, they left him in disbelief. In recent times, though, the Department of Defense has seen a massive changeover due to numerous new pieces of equipment. The result was that some of the men under his command may have caused a little trouble in the line of duty, but at most, it is just a matter of moving the national boundary markers and fine-tuning the territorial sea identification zone. Even the occasional altercation with another country's pilots in another country's airspace is a fairly limited category of conflict. But now they are actually accused of driving off Eagle Jam's manned lunar landing craft on the moon, and even claiming to have taken over the entire moon. It was simply beyond the limits of his imagination. This is really a bit of an abstraction. Also, isn't it usually the case that the Defense Department of each country goes out and deals with other countries for things like this? But this time, Eagle Jam actually had their foreign ministry communicate with our Daxia's foreign ministry, and then had to convey the situation to the Daxia's defense ministry through our Daxia's foreign ministry. What kind of operation is this? Yen Guofeng picked up the phone full of suspicion. It didn't take long for the familiar voice of the Daxia's foreign minister general to come out of the microphone. "Lao Yen this time about we in the moon to repel the Eagle Sauce that thing." Hearing this, Yen Guofeng hesitated slightly. He pondered in his heart that if it was in the past, he would definitely tell the other party without hesitation and with a firm hand that this was purely a rumor made out of nothing. However, at this moment, in the face of such a situation, he was surprisingly also somewhat uncertain. To be honest, he wasn't quite sure if the news was true or not 100%. Yen Guofeng frowned slightly. His tone seemed a bit grave and said, "No matter what, at least I have to give that person a call to verify and confirm before I can." After saying these words, Yen Guofeng quietly waited for the reaction on the other side of the microphone. And at that moment, the Daxia foreign minister on the opposite side of the microphone was also silent. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. "Old Yen in fact, whether this matter is true or false is not the most crucial issue. The most important thing right now is that you just need to tell me how I should respond." Chapter 133. The other party has completed the eviction procedure. After hearing the other party's words, Yen Guofeng couldn't help but frown slightly, his eyes becoming deep as he began to fall into deep thought. In his heart, he secretly pondered, this cunning as a fox is obviously trying to shirk his responsibility. However, for such a situation, Yen Guofeng did not feel too surprised. After all, in this complex and changing situation, the forces of all parties to each other, shirking their responsibilities is a common thing. It is just that the problems involved this time are quite serious, and if they really have to be held accountable, it is inevitable that their defense department will bear the corresponding responsibility. After some deep thought, a hint of determination flashed in Yen Guofeng's eyes, and he immediately opened his mouth without hesitation. "Old Lu, I think the best way to deal with this is to play rogue." His voice was low and firm, as if he already had a plan. "No matter if this matter is true or false, as long as we put up a show of not being afraid of boiling water and resolutely deny the account, then no matter what the final result is, we will definitely not suffer." Almost the instant Yen Guofeng's words fell, a cheerful and somewhat taciturn laughter came from the other end of the microphone. Obviously, the old Lu on the other end of the phone was also deeply in favor of this idea proposed by Yen Guofeng, and the two of them could be said to have hit it off immediately. Meanwhile,
Far above the orbit of the moon, the two astronauts, Ben and David, are huddled in the cramped space of the Eagle Sauce lunar landing module. The body was taut as a bow with a full string drawn, and the heart was filled with endless torment and fear. They tilted their heads up to look above them as a huge battleship resembled a steel beast suspended in the air, slowly moving its massive body. The huge ship was already on the verge of completing the complicated and tedious process of aerial removal, as if it were a beast about to pounce on its prey, revealing its sharp fangs and deadly weapons. As experienced astronauts with mostly Air Force backgrounds, Ben and David know the complete international air removal process inside and out. They knew very well that when the other party released such a clear and strong signal, if they did not cooperate, then what awaited them next would most likely be a merciless attack that would instantly knock them down in this cold and dead space. However, what was in front of them at the moment was a difficult problem that could not be solved. Although the lunar module in which they were riding was barely a flying machine, it simply could not respond to the other side's request by changing course or speed as flexibly and freely as an ordinary airplane because of the constraints of its established orbit. Faced with such a predicament, they feel deeply helpless and hopeless. What can we do about this? There's no way we can cooperate with them, Ben said anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. David replied in a slightly shaky voice, biting his lip tightly and never taking his eyes off the looming, gut-wrenching giant ship on the landing bay screen. I don't know, but it doesn't look like the other side is going to leave us alone. The two looked at each other and saw the same despair and fear in each other's eyes. In this near vacuum and virtually gravity-free cosmic space, it's beyond imagination to perform those difficult maneuvers. What kind of advanced technology is it that allows such a behemoth to maneuver around? Maybe the other side actually dares to shoot us down, Ben muttered, as if he had foreseen the worst. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere became more and more tense and depressing, as if the entire world was frozen in this moment. Ben and David's hearts hung higher and higher with every movement of the giant ship, waiting for the final judgment of fate to fall. At this point all Ben and David could do was press the comm button in a heartbeat, over and over again. He sent emergency distress signals toward Eagle Sauce Space Agency General Command. This is Ben. The situation is critical. They have gone through the removal process and are armed and will most likely fire directly at us. Ben's voice carried a noticeable tremor, as if one could feel the fear and helplessness deep inside him. I repeat, there is a real possibility that they may attack us. Please provide backup as soon as possible. Please provide backup as soon as possible. David, who was on the sidelines, added immediately afterward, his tone equally filled with panic. And at this moment, far away on the other side of the planet, in the Eagle Sauce Space Agency's general headquarters, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. When Ben and David's terrified reports came over the communication channel, the faces of everyone present instantly became extremely ugly, especially that old professor with gray hair. He frowned tightly and spoke with worry. In this current situation, we must prioritize the lives of the astronauts. In any case, we have to find a way to negotiate with the Dacia side. However, Commander-in-Chief Lloyd, who was sitting in the center of the command deck, was as gloomy as water. He knew in his heart that he knew very little about foreign affairs, but even so, he understood that there was simply no room for bargaining at this moment. After all, which of the targets that Hawk Jam had tried to sanction by force in the past had been able to successfully dodge a bullet through so-called bargaining? Now faced with such a predicament, the only thing he could do was to quickly report the actual situation to his superiors. Let someone with more power worry about it. In the capital of Eagle Jam, White House, a tense and depressing atmosphere was permeating the Chancellor's office located at the center. The King of Understanding, who had a unique style of acting, once again angrily slammed the phone clenched in his hand hard into the ground. With a loud bang, the phone became instantly fragmented. This sudden move caused the staff members on the side to blush and cry out in their hearts. The source of all this was because Dacia had really bullied people too much this time. However, they felt deeply powerless in the face of such a situation. After all, the truth was now entirely in the hands of the Great Summer side. In terms of strength, Eagle Jam is simply no match for it. Reason? But the truth is clearly on the other side. Just as the crowd was frowning, one of the handlers suddenly broke the silence and cautiously made a suggestion. Since things have been finalized right now, and I'm afraid that no matter how much we struggle it will be difficult to change the outcome, it would be better to find a way to make full use of this incident to create a public opinion momentum in our favor. He paused, then continued. As long as we can report on this incident on a large scale afterward, and carefully arrange interviews with the families of the slain astronauts, I believe that we will definitely be able to arouse strong feelings of sympathy and indignation among the public. In this way, we will be able to utilize the power of the international community to put pressure on Dacia, and may even be able to pull more allies to our side. Chapter 134, Don't Fire. We surrender. Once these words came out, The originally noisy office was instantly as quiet as dead silence, and everyone was in deep thought, because we all know very well in our hearts that this plan, though seemingly feasible, but undoubtedly at the expense of the 2 astronauts who were tragically killed. Using human life to gain sympathy is the last value of these 2 astronauts. This is despite the fact that such behavior is a serious violation of the humanitarian spirit. This is simply contrary to the people-oriented concept they have all along been advocating. But surprisingly, not a single voice of opposition came out of the spacious and bright conference room. The scene that should have been filled with heated arguments and debates did not appear, and was replaced by an eerie silence. It didn't take long for the focus of this secret meeting, which was supposed to be exploring other important topics, to quickly shift. The group began to discuss how to properly organize the funerals of the 2 astronauts, though I'm afraid they'll struggle to retain even a single intact cell by then. Right at the same moment, in the cold, biting, lifeless space environment of lunar orbit, Eagle Jam's lunar module floats alone, as if it were a speck of dust in this vast darkness. Inside the cabin, the 2 men, Ben and David, looked at each other, their eyes revealing deep fear and despair. After some speculation and analysis, they already understood in their hearts that they were afraid that they had been mercilessly abandoned by their mother country. This perception was like a heavy hammer, hitting them hard on top of their fragile hearts. And right now, on the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, a huge cannon was slowly rotating, aiming with unerring precision at the lunar landing module they were in. The muzzle of that cannon was shaped like a tuning fork and emitted a chilling aura of death. It was like a giant beast with its bloody mouth open, ready to devour these 2 pitiful beings. Ben and David stared wide-eyed and deadpan at the horrific muzzle of the cannon. Their hearts raced and their breathing became rapid. In the face of such a desperate situation, an unspeakable feeling of despair surged through his heart. They could never have imagined that their dream trip to the moon for exploration, once full of ambition, would end in such a tragic way. Originally they were going to be heroes, this time back in Eagle Jam. They'll be surrounded by flowers by then. Now they would be surrounded by flowers too, but surrounded at their own funeral. In time their wives will remarry with their own pensions, and their son would be beaten by his stepfather. As for their daughter, the latter they dare not think of. Just then, Ben murmured in a resigned voice, "Is this the end? Everything will come to nothing?" His voice was filled with despair and disbelief. As for David, who was standing on the side, his face was equally hard to see at this moment, as if it was covered by a layer of gloom. However, when their eyes turned to the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier that had been aiming at them for a long time but had never fired its guns, a strange feeling couldn't help but rise in the hearts of the 2 men again. David stared at the huge battleship, his brow furrowed as if he was thinking about something important. After a moment, David's eyes suddenly lit up with a flash of hope. He turned his head to the skeptical Ben beside him and said eagerly, "Perhaps there's still a silver lining we can bet on." Hearing this, Ben looked at David with a perplexed expression and asked rhetorically, "What's the bet? Should we bet that those Dasha people would even forget to load their ammunition before taking off?" At this moment, in the face of such a life-and-death situation, Ben's words unconsciously brought a few points of ridicule and helplessness. But David, who was in a state of extreme nervousness, did not have the heart to pay any attention to Ben's elevated words. He took a deep breath and continued to explain. "What I mean is that since the other party possesses such a powerful strength that they can easily crush us completely, yet they still chose to follow the full expulsion process, this most likely indicates that they might be a group of people who follow the rules." Ben felt as if his intelligence had been insulted at this point. He thought David must be crazy. "It's what makes you say things like that?" With an angry look on his face, he retorted loudly and without hesitation. "Are you kidding me? How dare you think that the madman who drove us on the moon for no reason and even tried to fire at us is a man who follows the rules? It's just nonsense." Hearing this, David hurriedly shook his head and explained, No, you may have somewhat misunderstood my meaning. I'm not saying that the other party is abiding by the rules per se, but rather that the other party is attempting to make their own rules and order here. Because of that, just now he took the trouble to command that huge and incomparable battleship through the entire expulsion process." Ben frowned, still failing to grasp the deeper meaning of David's words, and asked in disbelief, "Even if it's as you say, how much can it have to do with us? If things are really like you said, wouldn't that be even worse for us? Since the other party wants to make new rules, wouldn't it be a good idea to use us to make an example of us and build up our prestige?" Looking at Ben's still bewildered look, obviously not yet able to understand the core points he expressed, David simply stopped beating around the bush and bluntly said, "Think about it from another angle, okay? If the other party only intends to establish their dominance in this area, rather than specifically targeting our old and dilapidated moon landing ship, would the result be different? Would have been different?" Speaking here, David paused, his gaze fixed on Ben, and then threw out a question. "So,
If we choose to surrender voluntarily at this moment, is there any chance that the other side will let us off the hook? When David said the word surrender, Ben was frozen. Just now, in that thrilling moment, his brain was so consumed by extreme tension that he had actually forgotten that he had such an option as surrender. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flew through his mind. Yes, if one chooses to surrender, right now it is undoubtedly the wisest decision. Despite the fact that they might face questioning and judgment from the Eagle Sauce military hierarchy when they returned. As long as they were able to prove that surrendering was the only reasonable and legal course of action in that desperate situation at that time, then I'm afraid that even those high-powered bigwigs would find it difficult to impose heavy blame on them. At the thought, Ben's originally tightened heartstrings relaxed a little. Chapter 135, how about adding 2 stranded astronauts to Eagle Sauce? Earth-Moon Long-Distance Carrier. Inside the cockpit, Chen Shang had already aimed the Earth-Moon Long-Distance Carrier's secondary cannons at the Eagle Sauce lunar landing module in front of him. The finger was already on the trigger to fire. I'm sorry, the land left behind by the old ancestors cannot be violated by others. Don't go to Eagle Jam in your next life. Just as Chen Shang was about to press the fire button, the center display has a communication request. The target was none other than the Eagle Sauce lunar module from in front of them. Chen Shang frowned. Is this the last word? At this moment, Lin Tianyu, who was watching from the sidelines, came over and said, I guess they're trying to put in a tough word before they die. Chen Shang promised him that although I, the little prince of Zhuan, have never won against a line, I have never lost at cursing? Lin Tianyu, who hadn't played with his cell phone for more than 10 days, couldn't wait to find someone to vent to at this moment. That's great. Someone delivered. Lin Tianyu decided that he would let them die a suffocating death. At this time, Chen Shang was also very curious. Eagle Jam's astronauts have some kind of agenda for contacting themselves at this time. Anyway, the other party was already pulling out of their own hands, and Chen Shang wasn't afraid that they could cause any accidents. The communication request was accepted directly, just moments after the pass connection was successful. The other party seemed to be participating in a variety show snatch, directly stating his intention. Hello, I'm Eagle Jam astronaut Ben, next to my colleague David, and we declare unconditional surrender. Repeat, we surrender. Now that we are your prisoners, according to the Blue Star Convention, you cannot sin kill us. Hearing that the other party was going to surrender, Chen Shang and Lin Tianyu in the cockpit were as uncomfortable as eating a mouthful of flies. Isn't that just disgusting? Lin Tianyu said with some reluctance. Chen Shang, what about us, should we? Speaking of this, Chen Shang made a neck-wiping gesture. Chen Shang thought for a moment. Eventually, he shook his head. I think it's better not to. We intercepted them mainly to swear ownership of the moon. Instead of finishing them off here, capturing them would be more favorable to us. And I've also already thought of a better way to disgust Eagle Sauce than killing those 2 astronauts. Lin Tianyu was instantly energized at the sound of disgusting Eagle Sauce. Disgusting how? Chen Shang laughed. Hasn't Eagle Sauce been stranding 2 astronauts on the Blue Star space station? How about we send them over 2 more so they can at least put together a mahjong table up there? Hearing Chen Shang's intentions, Lin Tianyu's entire body froze. It's gotta take a shoot grabber to come up with something like that. The 2 trapped ones before the others have not yet been rescued. And now you're giving them 2 more? For Hawksbane, they would have preferred the 2 astronauts' entire family to be dead, presumably, rather than see this outcome. After making up your mind, Chen Shang did not hesitate. Decisively, he responded within the communication channel. Fine, I accept your surrender. But before that, there are a few points that require your attention and strict execution. First of all, please make sure that you remain calm and cooperative, and do not make any moves that may jeopardize your own safety as well as that of this operation. Secondly, immediately organize all relevant data and information and ensure that it is handed over to our personnel intact. And last but not least, be prepared for the fact that I will be recovering the craft you are traveling in. David and Ben, who were located inside the Eagle Sauce lunar module, when they heard the news that the other side had accepted the surrender, the huge stone hanging in their hearts finally fell to the ground, and they both took a long breath of relief coincidentally. After all, being able to survive such a desperate situation was undoubtedly a great fortune for them. At this moment, regarding how the specific conditions of Disya's release of them were, that was no longer something they needed to consider too much. These things will be taken care of by the executives, and all they have to do is to wait patiently for the final result. As long as the heat of this event continues unabated, then Eagle Jam officials will never turn their backs on their well-being. Not only that, but for a variety of factors, it's likely that Eagle Jam officials will also be taking steps in the shadows to keep them and their families safe. Of course, if it's true that some force majeure prevents them from ever returning to Hawk Jam again in their lifetime, that's better than dying in this cold and lonely outer space. It wasn't long before David and Ben felt the moon landing module they were traveling in suddenly shudder slightly. Immediately afterward, a real-time image transmitted back from an external camera clearly shows a huge and powerful robotic hand gripping the lunar module tightly. As time passed, the entire lunar landing module began to inch closer towards the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier at a slow but steady pace. And just like that, Eagle Jam's grandiose dream of landing on the moon again was like a bubble that instantly burst without a trace. A few minutes later, inside the spacious cargo bay 4 of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, Eagle Sauce's moon landing module, poised amidst a jumbled pile of cargo. It was originally a place dedicated to storing all kinds of supply materials with a vast space. Those important supplies, such as the heavy-duty bunny and the helium-3, which was successfully mined on the moon, were properly placed in other, more cargo bins. Such an arrangement is naturally based on the necessary confidentiality considerations. Just then, accompanied by a low rumbling sound, a huge, Wu-Gang, robot slowly approached with heavy steps. Its thick, powerful mechanical arm reached unflinchingly for the exit hatch of the Eagle Sauce lunar module, forcing it open in an almost brutal fashion. The hatch slowly rose, and both Ben and David cautiously peeked out with a lot of trepidation. In an instant, an incomparably huge cargo warehouse was displayed in front of their eyes, and that visual impact made them lose their concentration for a moment. The warehouse is brightly lit, and boxes and equipment of various shapes and sizes are piled up as far as the eye can see. Immediately afterward, when their feet actually stepped on this land, a familiar feeling surged through their hearts. The gravity here is surprisingly nothing like on the blue planet. The two of them glanced at each other, and shock and disbelief that was hard to hide was shown in their eyes. If Eagle Jam also mastered this technology and was able to simulate the same gravity environment as Earth, the selection criteria for astronauts would change drastically. Perhaps by then, becoming an astronaut will no longer require rigorous screening and near-perverse physical training, and it will be possible for almost anyone to make the journey into space. Chen Shang looked at the two Eagle Sauce astronauts who were poking their heads in and said, "Remember that your status is that of captives. Don't look at what you shouldn't." Saying so, he pointed to Lin Tianyu beside him. "From now on he will be in charge of guarding you, and you must unconditionally obey any orders he gives. Of course, if he is guilty of mistreating his captives, you can always come to me to report him." Saying that, Chen Shang turned around and left the cargo warehouse. At this time, only a happy Lin Tianyu and two astronauts full of worries for the future were left in the cargo hold. At this time, Lin Tianyu, who had long been bored out of his mind, said to David and Ben in his not-so-fluent Eagle Sauce, "Now I want you to memorize the 3-character classic while cleaning the entire cargo warehouse. 5-hour time limit. 3 words to memorize and the cargo hold to clean too." As for why Lin Tianyu must be limited to 5 hours, it's because in 5 hours, Chen Shang will be sending David and Ben up to the Blue Star space station. One can toss them for a while now. Chapter 136, Return of Prisoners. On the vast and infinite blue planet, a tense and depressing atmosphere pervaded the solemn chancellor's office in the Eagle Jam country. At this moment, the king of knowledge, who was known for being a maverick, was sitting in his luxurious oversized office chair with an iron expression on his face, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Just a few minutes ago, an urgent message from the Eagle Sauce Space Agency hit King Know-It-All hard like a bolt from the blue. Only 5 minutes ago, the manned lunar landing ship, which was carefully planned and launched to the moon by Eagle Sauce, was inexplicably captured by Daxia, and the 2 astronauts on board also fell into the hands of the Daxians. In the old days, this would have been a hilarious joke on the talk show circuit. However, at this moment, the King of Understanding, who knew the seriousness of the situation, did not have the slightest doubt about the authenticity of this piece of news. His eyes, so wide that they almost protruded from their sockets, burned with a fury that seemed to set the entire room ablaze. Anger and despair were intertwined, causing the always self-important chancellor to instantly lose his usual composure and calmness, only to see the understanding king trembling with anger. His 2 hands were as annoyed as if they were grasping at the top of his already sparse and unattractive head, scratching wildly. Each hard tug seemed to want to take out the deep-seated irritation and resentment altogether, but the result was only to make the already few hairs even thinner. Seeing that he was about to turn into a bald head, King Know-It-All was oblivious to the fact that he was still immersed in extreme anger and could not extricate himself. The people of Daxia are truly abominable. How dare they be so audacious as to openly commit such outrageous and extreme acts? King Understanding gritted his teeth and roared. His voice was deafening, as if it was going to penetrate the thick walls and reach the distant Daxia. Immediately afterward, he turned his head violently and glared viciously at the foreign ministry officials who stood in silence, scolding them sternly. "You're all useless. What the hell is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for? Immediately contact the Daxia side and demand that they immediately and unconditionally release our 2 astronauts. Otherwise, there will be consequences." In the face of King Understanding's thunderous anger, The officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs all looked at each other, their faces equally hard to see. They were secretly screaming in their hearts. Since the beginning of time, when it comes to such tricky matters, which time has diplomacy been truly decisive? But he was the chancellor, and despite knowing the difficulties of his order, he could only lead the order with a stiff upper lip, and began to start preparing for the difficult negotiations with Xia. Time passes quietly. Hours passed in a flash. At this moment, located above the near-Earth orbit of the planet Blue, in the middle of the vast and infinite outer space about 450 kilometers or so away from Blue Star, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier floated silently as if it were a lonely fortress. And in the spacious passenger cabin of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship, Elder Kai as well as Ai Yongsuan and the others were gazing through the porthole at the blue, jewel-like planet in the distance. Their gazes were filled with emotion and amazement, and when they recalled this unforgettable trip to the moon today, they could not help but feel an extremely unreal feeling welling up in their hearts. At that moment, a soft click was heard, and the airlock of the cockpit slowly opened. Chen Shang stepped out of the cockpit with a mysterious smile on his face. Seeing Chen Shang leave the driver's seat at this critical moment, Kai Lao couldn't help but be puzzled and quickly spoke up and asked, "Chen Shang, the spaceship is about to land. How could you suddenly leave the driver's seat at such a critical time?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shang first raised his head and glanced at the vast starry sky outside the porthole before turning his gaze to Kai Lao and slowly said, "Before returning to Xia, there are still some things I need to take care of." Then, after a slight pause, he continued, "It's time to return the 2 eagle sauce we captured earlier." After Kai Lao and Ai Yongsuan heard these words from Chen Shang, the two of them froze on the spot, glancing at each other with disbelief in their eyes, because with their understanding of Chen Shang, such behavior was not at all like his usual thunderous and unrelenting style. Can it be that Chen Shang has really changed his nature this time? Ai Yongsuan hesitated for a while, then slowly said, "This kind of thing, when we arrive in Daxia, there will naturally be a specialized person in charge of handling. You, don't worry about it." However, Chen Shang acted as if he hadn't listened to his words at all, his eyes still staring tightly at the hanging window, as if he wanted to see through it to the entire universe. Just then, the figure of the Blue Star International Space Station suddenly surfaced in the distant sky, only to see the corners of Chen Shang's mouth rise slightly, revealing a wry smile, muttering to himself, Hey, there's no need to be so troublesome. No, we've already arrived at the place. Now, I will release those 2 prisoners immediately." Hearing this, Elder Kai and Ai Yongsuan couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief, both a bit puzzled for a moment. However, when they noticed that the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was edging closer to the Blue Star space station and began to slow down slowly, an extremely crazy thought instantly came to mind. Both of them exclaimed out in shock almost simultaneously. This kid, Chen Shang, is also too detrimental. Inside the Blue Star space station, Lucas and Vivian squeezed hard, as usual, at the narrow viewing window. Eyes gazed in fascination at the beautiful, unattainable blue planet in the distance. Time passes, and before they know it, they've been stuck on this lonely space station for almost a year. The long wait was physically and mentally exhausting for both men, and the news from the Hawk Jam side of things hit them hard again and again. Originally, I was looking forward to being rescued and returning home as soon as possible, but day after day, all I got was endless disappointment and despair. To add to the outrage and despair, just the other day Hawk Jam managed to launch a manned lunar landing spacecraft. This fact was like a sharp blade that pierced Lucas and Vivian's hearts deeply. If you have such powerful space technology and resources, why can't you spare a little bit of it to save those of them who are in dire straits? Are their lives so insignificant? At this moment, the two were disheartened and completely disappointed in Hawk Sauce. Nowadays, the daily routine within the space station has long since lost its former appeal for Lucas and Vivian. Every day, except for the necessary time for eating and sleeping, they practically huddled in front of that tiny viewing window, gazing motionlessly at the blue star as if to carve it into the depths of their souls. Occasionally, when they see a bright light streak through space, a glimmer of hope springs up in their hearts that it is a rescue ship coming to take them home. But every time I set my eyes on it, I realize that it's just an empty joy. It was worth noting that every month or so, a carrier ship from Daxia would fly over the neighborhood of the station as was customary. Whenever this happens, a strong desire always flares up inside Lucas and Vivian. It would have been nice if the Daxia people on board had been merciful and, in the spirit of humanitarianism, had picked them up and brought them back to the blue planet, even though they are well aware that this idea is too naive and impractical. 2. Still, driven by a desperate desire for freedom and warmth, it was impossible to suppress the beautiful fantasies that kept coming out of his heart. Chapter 137, You guys are overthinking it. Just at that moment, only to see that Vivian, whose hair was disheveled beyond recognition, gently turn her head. At that exact moment, her bright, sharp eyes caught an object in the distance approaching them. As the object drew nearer, Weavran finally saw that what was coming was a Daxian carrier ship. At that moment, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship was speeding towards their direction at an astonishing speed. Lucas, look nah! That giant ship is passing us again, Vivian cried out in excitement, while holding out her hand towards the approaching behemoth in the distance. Hearing Vivian's cry, Lucas quickly turned his head and looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was clearly in his sights. Lucas said as he frowned and gazed at the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Yes, that's it. But, why do I have a strange feeling? It always feels as if it's not as fast as before this time. Vivian, who was on the side, began to look closely at Lucas as well after hearing what he said. Her large, beautiful eyes stared intently at the gradually approaching Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, fearing to miss a single detail. As time passed by, that originally windy Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship actually really seemed to have slowed down, becoming slower and slower. Vivian stared incredulously, as if she had seen some extremely rare spectacle. She slowly turned her head and looked at her colleague Lucas beside her with a gaze full of doubt and shock, and said in a slightly shaky voice, Lucas, it's actually really slowing down. What the hell is going on here? Lucas similarly gazed at the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, his expression serious and focused. After some rough estimates, he spoke. If this current trend of deceleration continues, by the time it catches up with our Blue Star space station, I'm afraid that it will be at the same speed as the Blue Star space station. The knots in Lucas' throat wriggled uneasily up and down, his voice trembling slightly. It's planning to fly towards us. On the side, Wei Weian was similarly agitated. Her beautiful eyes flickered with light, and a seemingly absurd idea had suddenly sprung up deep inside her heart. Lucas, do you think it's possible that they've come all the way here to aid us? There was an air of anticipation and longing in Weevilland's words. Well, I mean, what if they did come to rescue us, then would you be willing to leave with them? Weevilland continued to press the issue. In fact, even Wei Weian herself knew that this idea was too outrageous and impractical. But in this desperate situation, even a 1 in a million chance is enough to make one's heart hopeful. After all, who's to say that miracles don't happen? Lucas couldn't help but feel a twinge of unaccountable hope in his heart as he listened to these words from Weevilland. Though common sense would dictate that the Dasha people had no reason at all to give them a helping hand. But what if? Otherwise, why would the Dasha people expend so much energy to slow down that behemoth of a ship and gradually approach the space station where they were? Is it just to say hello politely? As for the crucial question raised by Wei Weian, Lucas gave a firm and clear answer without the slightest hesitation. If the Dasha people are willing to extend a helping hand to rescue us, then what reason is there for us not to follow them out of here? His voice was filled with eagerness and anticipation. Vivian, Hawkjam is clearly capable of launching a moon landing craft, and at this very moment is turning a blind eye to us in our predicament, and is completely unwilling to lend a helping hand to save us from ourselves. Doesn't that tell you everything? It's obvious that we've been mercilessly abandoned a long time ago. Those politicians even secretly expect us to die soon. They don't give a damn about us ordinary people. After saying these words, Lucas breathed heavily, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart through his breath. Just as the two were in the middle of their conversation, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them became extraordinarily quiet. And at that moment, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier had already silently and gradually closed the distance with the Blue Star space station, and finally steadily remained parallel to it. Witnessing this, Lucas and Vivian couldn't help but stare in disbelief, their deep-seated hopes for the future growing hotter like a burning flame. Quick look, is that a connecting passage? Suddenly, as if she had discovered a new continent, Vivian excitedly pointed her finger at a long passageway slowly protruding from the interior of the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier cargo warehouse, her voice trembling slightly from excitement. Looking in the direction she was pointing, he saw that the passageway was like a silver dragon snaking out, straight to the Blue Star space station. Could it be that the thing that had been haunting them and making them think about it day and night was about to become a reality? Just as the two of them were immersed in infinite reverie, an urgent alarm suddenly sounded inside the Blue Star space station. It turns out that a docking request was received from Dasha. The Gallic chicken astronaut on duty saw this and, without thinking, reached out and prepared to press the reject button. However, too late, Lucas stepped aside like lightning and clutched his wrist, his eyes firm and undeniable. At the same time, Vivian on the other side acted quickly and without hesitation, skillfully initiating the docking operation procedure. At the moment, the road home was close at hand, and Lucas and Vivian had long since put all other concerns behind them. After all, for those who have been wandering around for a long time, it is more important than anything else to be able to embark on the journey home. Surprisingly,
Dacha's connecting arms show more sophistication than one would expect. Almost as soon as Vivian passed the authorization, it finished docking with the link channel with windy precision. There was only a crisp and pleasant click. The connecting channel of the Earth-Moon long-distance transport was connected to the buffer chamber of the Blue Star space station as if it were a match made in heaven, tightly and without deviation. At this moment, a tense and excited atmosphere filled the entire space station, and everyone held their breath in anticipation of what miracle would happen next. Lucas also hastened to shave off the beard that his face hadn't dealt with in months. I hope it doesn't leave a bad impression on the Daxamites. Just then the Blue Star space station also picked up a communication request from the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. Weevil cleared her throat and connected in a huff. Squeezing his throat, he tried to keep his tone soft. Yet before she could speak, a cold voice came from across the communication channel. We are here to return the prisoners. Open the door now. Now. They are outside the door now. Chapter 138. Do we have to thank you for being here? Upon hearing these words, both Lucas and Microsecurity froze, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. They had been filled with joy thinking that it was coming to welcome them back to the blue planet. They even packed their bags. But now they're being told it's not coming to get them. And where are the prisoners in space? Just as they were filled with doubts and puzzled, Chen Shang, who was far away in the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier ship, had long since lost all patience. Chen Shang saw that the hatch of the Blue Star space station was slow to open and remained motionless. Finally, the intolerable Chen Shang decided to take extreme measures. He was seen skillfully lifting his wrist and activating the high-tech terminal device he wore on it. With the input of a series of complex operational commands, he managed to hack into the control system of the Blue Star space station and targeted the incredibly sturdy gate. Almost instantly, an electric current crossed the room, followed by a slight sound of mechanical operation. Click bared in just less than a second's work. The originally motionless Blue Star space station buffer room gate actually slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a narrow passageway leading to the interior. Chen Shang had managed to hack the Blue Star space station's access control in less than a second. This level of protection was even simpler for Chen Shang than pulling out a key to unlock his own door. At that moment, David and Ben, who were located inside the cargo bay of the carrier ship, were staring in horror at the connecting passageway that had suddenly appeared in front of them, their bodies involuntarily flinching backwards. They were also astronauts from Eagle Jam, and they were well aware of the terrible situation Lucas and Vivian were in at the moment inside the Blue Star space station. It was important to realize that if they also rushed into this space station, given the current negative, inactive attitude on the part of Eagle Jam, it was highly likely that they would be trapped here in the future and unable to get out, or even face the tragic fate of starving to death. Thinking about this, David and Ben's legs seemed to be weighed down by lead weights, and no matter what, they could not take a step up the seemingly promising but actually dangerous passage. Ben's eyes widened as he gazed nervously down the narrow, dark connecting passage, his throat rolling involuntarily as he swallowed. At the moment, his heart was filled with fear and uneasiness, but he still summoned up the courage to try to theorize with Chen Shang. Wait a minute, you can't treat us like this. We're prisoners, and by common sense, you should bring us back to Blue Star safely. Ben's voice trembled slightly with a hint of desperate pleading. However, in the face of Ben's protests, Chen Shang appeared unusually indifferent and did not even have the patience to explain, only to see Chen Shang impatiently wave his hand and casually say, all right, stop nagging, you guys are now free. Humph, count me as merciful and let you go. Upon hearing this, Ben and David froze, an incredulous expression on their faces. What? How dare you say we're free? But this is 450 kilometers from Earth in space. What kind of freedom is it if you just leave us here? You're just trying to kill us. Ben turned red with anger and questioned loudly. David on the side was also furious and followed suit. That's right, how can you call this mercy? It's clearly a human life. The more the two talked, the more they lost control of their emotions. You must now return us to the blue planet at once. Otherwise, we will never take half a step away from this spaceship, even if we die. We will wait until the spaceship arrives at Blue Star. Ben clutched the handrail beside him as if he was afraid he would be forced off the ship. David, on the other hand, stood behind him, with the same firm face that said he was determined not to compromise easily. Chen Shang stared coldly at the two guys in front of him who were trying to pull a fast one. Without hesitation, he reached into his pocket and quickly pulled out a hog chaser that he normally used on his hog farm. The pig chaser was black in color and slightly rough at the handle, obviously after a long time of use. I don't know where Chen Shang got it. Only Chen Shang pressed the button without hesitation. Z-dash. A sharp sound of electricity resonated throughout the cargo bay of the Earth-Moon long-haul carrier. The powerful electric current was like a ferocious beast that lunged straight at Ben's body. The moment the electric current made contact with Ben's skin, dazzling and intense sparks erupted, as if brilliant fireworks were blooming in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, A pungent smell of burnt pork rinds filled the air, causing people to cringe. I've come all this way to rescue you from a full 380,000 kilometers away from Blue Star. Isn't that a big mercy? You two white wolves, get your asses down there right now. Ben and David were surprised for a moment that they didn't know how to retort. Do we have to thank you for that? Shen Shang didn't care about what was in their minds, waving the pig catcher in his hand. He once again disliked Ben's waist viciously. Z-dash. Another blinding arc of electricity flashed by, accompanied by a crackling sound and the strong smell of burning pig's hair. Ben grimaced in pain and no longer dared to put up the slightest resistance, so he could only move his feet with great reluctance and walk slowly towards the connecting passage. Seeing this, David, who was standing on the side, glanced in horror at the pig catcher that was still flickering with electric arcs in Chen Shang's hand and involuntarily shrunk his neck. He knew deep down at this point that if he continued to provoke this angry man, he feared he would end up like Ben. Rushing to keep up with Ben's pace quickly, he grayed into the connecting passage, and on the other side, the two men, Lucas and Vivian, were standing frozen in front of the closed door of the buffer room since they heard the incomprehensible communication from the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier. They all had a look of bewilderment and uncertainty on their faces. Lucas's brow furrowed as his eyes kept scanning his surroundings. Vivian, on the other hand, was biting her lips tightly, her hands unconsciously fidgeting with the corners of her coat, and secretly pondering in her mind just what to do next. The atmosphere at this moment seemed unusually grave, as if even the air had frozen, making people feel somewhat depressed and uneasy. Just as they were bewildered and at a loss as to how to react to this sudden situation, the originally tightly closed airlock of the Blue Star space station unexpectedly slowly opened automatically without anyone's control. Along with the airlock gradually being opened, a strong and pungent smell with a burning paste odor surged out like a flood that broke the dike, and quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the burning smell filled every corner of the entire interior of the Blue Star space station, and behind the already open airlock, two figures in heavy spacesuits appeared, only to see that they were in a sorry state, as if they had suffered something extremely terrible, and were squeezing into the space station with great difficulty in an almost rolling posture. Chapter 139, The Dasha people are too bad. Just for a moment the two figures in spacesuits had just entered the space station. The airlock, which had been wide open a moment ago, actually slammed shut again without warning. It was as if the outside world was completely cut off from the station into two worlds. At the same time, the immense behemoth outside the viewport, a supergiant ship, slowly retracted its connecting channel. It was as if a giant dragon had withdrawn its tail. Immediately afterward, it instantly accelerated at a jaw-dropping speed, a quick stagger with the Blue Star space station. The immense hull of the ship disappeared into the endless deep space in the twinkling of an eye. Lucas and Vivian stared blankly out the window at the fading Earth-Moon long-distance carrier, their eyes full of disbelief and loss. How to just leave? Lucas muttered, a tremor in his voice. Is it really not coming to get us? Vivian bit her lips tightly, disappointment written all over her beautiful face, though they shouldn't have gotten their hopes up in the first place. Just then, Lucas suddenly turned his head to the side as if he'd noticed something, eyes locked straight on the two men who had just walked into the room. He cried out, wide-eyed and full of surprise, "You're David? And Ben? Shouldn't you two be on a mission to load the moon? How did it come to be here on a Dasha people's ship?" At the sound of Lucas's shout, the Ben, who had been electrocuted twice by the pig driver, barely got to his feet. With a bitter look on his face, he said, "We may have really encountered a psychopath this time." Eagle sauce. Inside the office of the Chancellor, which symbolizes supreme power, King Know-It-All sat on his extremely luxurious office couch with a tired look on his face. Everything seemed extraordinarily quiet and depressing at this point. Suddenly, a sharp, crisp knock on the door broke the silence. Immediately after that, the beautiful young female assistant was seen pushing the door in. At this moment, sitting on that luxurious office chair, the King of Understanding was full of tiredness. He slightly tilted his head, with those bloodshot eyes faintly swept a glance at the female assistant who barged in, and then like a deflated ball, he powerlessly slammed his head back on the soft and wide sofa backrest in front of him. "Chancellor, Dasha just returned two of our astronauts." At those words, the originally still listless King Understanding instantly bounced up from his chair as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes glared round all of a sudden, and the tired look on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an excitement and thrill that was hard to hide. Only to see him clench his hands into fists and swing them with great force, he said with a somewhat exuberant expression, "Ha ha, I knew that Dasha wouldn't dare to mess with our great eagle sauce so easily. They must be afraid of our great strength and influence." Then, he stood up and paced back and forth in the spacious office. His mouth kept chanting, "Our eagle sauce is a well-deserved veteran power on the blue planet. Whether it's in the military, science and technology, or the economy and many other fields,
It has a deep heritage and outstanding achievements. How could the newly risen Daxia possibly be comparable to us? After a short pause, King Knowles suddenly stopped, turned to face his female assistant, and asked eagerly, "By the way, where are those 2 astronauts now? Immediately arrange for me to personally receive them. This is a major event that can boost national morale. Also, make sure to notify some more mainstream media to come over. Let them give it a good coverage, so that the whole world will know how great our eagle sauce is." The female assistant stood quietly. Eyes fell on the King of Understanding in front of him. At this moment, he was smiling incomparably brightly, and that smile seemed to instantly bring him back to his childhood, innocent and unconcerned. However, the female assistant's mind was full of tangles and hesitations. She was well aware that the truth she was about to tell the King of Understanding might hit him hard, especially considering his already poor health of late. Over this period of time, due to the sudden rise of a certain country, it has resulted in King Understanding's energy being significantly less than it used to be. From time to time, you look exhausted and even have the occasional hiccup. The female assistant couldn't help but worry. If this brutal fact was told directly to him at this time, in case he couldn't bear such a blow, then for the entire eagle sauce, it would undoubtedly fall into a more chaotic situation. However, this matter could not be hidden after all, and sooner or later it had to be faced. After some internal struggle, the female assistant finally decided to speak. However, she secretly mused that she must take a more strategic approach to delivering the news to minimize the shock to the King of Understanding. "Mr. Chancellor, you are in no hurry to receive them. They are now." Not waiting for the female assistant to finish her sentence, Understanding King interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "Are you teaching me things?" The female assistant almost choked to death on Understanding King's words. He had to say to him, "You want to see them? I'm afraid it's going to cost you tens of billions of eagle dollars." The King of Understanding was instantly a little short on brains, completely unable to understand the meaning of the female assistant's words, but tens of billions of eagle dollars were enough to be able to calmly listen to someone finish their sentence. Understanding King asked with a frown of suspicion, "Why does it cost so much for me to see them?" The female assistant saw that the topic was finally back on track, and hastily sighed in relief. "It's like this, sir, while the Daxians returned our 2 astronauts, they sent 2 of the moon landing astronauts to the Blue Star space station, where they are now with the 2 astronauts who were previously trapped on the station." Speaking here, the female assistant paused briefly, swallowed and then continued. "What's worse, those other cooperating countries of the Blue Star space station have strongly protested against us, accusing us of deploying too many astronauts on the station and demanding that we can't hijack the entire Blue Star space station on our own." When Understanding King heard the female assistant's words, it was as if his entire body had suffered a bolt from the blue, and he only felt that the sky was spinning and shaking. His face instantly turned as white as paper, veins rippled on his forehead, and his blood pressure soared all the way up. In an instant, he felt dizzy, as if there were countless bees buzzing in his brain, and the ringing in his ears was incessant. Damn it! How can there be such bad people in this world? It's simply a 5-way tie. Not only did the Daxamites do this to sabotage their moon landing program, but now they've added 2 stranded astronauts to the Blue Star space station. Now how is he going to convince Congress to take that kind of money out, now that people have returned the astronauts and don't seem to have? Chapter 140, Killing Aura as substantial. Above near-Earth orbit, 300 kilometers above the surface of the blue planet, the immense Earth-Moon long-distance carrier was circling the planet at nearly Mach 30. At the moment, the carrier ship was in the final stages of deceleration. Its huge body gradually slowed down, as if an elegant beast was walking idly. The engine blasted a roaring flame, producing a brilliant, eye-catching fire. As the minutes ticked by, the carrier ship slowly circled up around the blue star. Each lap means one step closer to the final landing moment. The cockpit, Chen Sheng, was busy in a tense and organized manner as they kept a close eye on the various instruments and data to make sure that everything was in tip-top shape. In about a while, when this Earth-Moon long-distance carrier has successfully circled the blue planet for a week, it will officially begin the landing preparation procedure. In the spacious and bright cockpit, the Tamagotchi sat quietly on the seat, holding Lin Tianyu's exquisite cell phone tightly in her hand. Its large, soulful eyes stared intently at the screen, poring over the historical information about Blue Star. However, it was regrettable that the written history of Blue Star humans presented by the cell phone was only a few thousand years short. It is important to realize that when the Jade Rabbit left the blue planet, it was at least 10,000 long years ago. In this way, it is surprising that up to 5,000 years of civilization are missing from the record in between. The stories and changes that took place during the 5,000 years that have disappeared can now only be passed down by word of mouth to future generations. Because of the many uncertainties and biases associated with this form of transmission, many events have long been difficult to trace back to their roots and explore their original truth. In the face of such a situation, the jade rabbit shook its head helplessly, and after letting out a soft sigh, it could only temporarily put aside the pursuit of this lost history, and instead focused its attention on the subsequent happenings. When the jade rabbit's gaze swept over those chapters describing the several times that the people of Dacia had narrowly escaped extinction, its heart instantly clenched as if it had been raised to its throat. Every time he read about these thrilling episodes, the Tamagotchi couldn't help but sweat for the Dacia people. But fortunately, whenever the people of Dacia come to the critical moment of survival, there will always be a great figure to come forward, determined to carry the backbone of the nation. They went forward to expel the invasion of foreign enemies without fear, and fought in blood only to revitalize the broken mountains and rivers. In the long river of history, countless valiant and fearless heroes and heroes have crossed the sky like shooting stars, with their own blood and life to write a song of magnificent and glorious hymns, together forged the dazzling civilization of Dacia chapter. Soon the Tamagotchi flipped through the recent history of Blue Star. Those large eyes that were originally crystal clear and beautiful as jewels were focused and serious. However, when she saw the catastrophe that the Dacia people had experienced 100 years ago, her eyes suddenly changed. In the originally clear and bright eyes, at this moment, endless killing intent surged out, with a cold light that seemed to be able to penetrate the heart. The murderous aura was so strong that it instantly filled the entire cockpit, turning the air in it heavy and oppressive. Lin Tianyu and Chen Shang, who were sitting on the sidelines, suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill like falling into an ice cellar. The chill crept up their spines and made them shiver. In just less than a second, the two of them were drenched in sweat and their clothes were wet. Luckily, this terrifying to the extreme killing intent did not last long, and just in the blink of an eye, the jade rabbit violently retracted it as if it had realized something. With the disappearance of the killing intent, Lin Tianyu and Chen Shang instantly felt a lightness in their bodies, as if the 1,000-pound burden that had been weighing on their hearts had all of a sudden been removed. The suffocating pressure from just now also dissipated without a trace in a moment. Lin Tianyu looked at the jade rabbit with a palpitating heart. In his heart, he silently dismissed the intention of returning to Blue Star to retrieve his game account, and planned to sneak in a few more 648s into the game for this one to play to the hilt. Chen Shang's body had been strengthened after all. The killing aura from just now was also putting a lot of pressure on him though. But more than that, he felt an extremely majestic power in the tiny body of the jade rabbit. This power seems to be able to destroy this world. At this time, the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier just happened to pass through the Taihio Ocean. The entire continental plate where Dacia was located came into view. The jade rabbit's gaze was deep as she pointed to a narrow island in the sea and asked Chen Shang, "Is that Sakura there?" Chen Shang seemed to guess what this old ancestor was about to do, nodding with a dull expression. Seeing Chen Shang nod his head, the jade rabbit said to the expressionless face, "When the cabin carrying the heavily armored bunny opens." Chen Shang's heart lingered. Sure enough, this old ancestor has a really big temper. Chen Shang hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you wait for me for 3 hours?" The jade rabbit remained expressionless. "Open the cabin or I'll open it myself." Chen Shang, seeing the jade rabbit seemed to understand true anger, Chen Shang hurriedly explained, "At the very least, you should give me 3 hours to get the Dacia officials to evacuate." Having just refreshed herself on the last few thousand years of Dacia's history, the Tamagotchi certainly knew what evacuation meant. The young man in front of him was indeed in his temper. "It's good to evacuate the diaspora, and I'll have no more scruples when I do it. But you open the cabin now. I haven't been back in over 10,000 years and I'm going to turn around on my own." At this time, Lin Tianyu, who was on the side, was dumbfounded when he saw the two people talking to each other. "Wait, what were you guys talking about? Did I not understand a word of it?" This feeling of being the only one left in the dark really sucked. Chen Shang didn't have time to pay attention to him at this time, and while helping the Tamagotchi open the cargo bin, he dialed Yan Guofeng's phone. This was the biggest person he knew officially in Dacia. To be honest, he was a little unsure in his mind before he made the call. After all, evacuation is no small matter. He didn't know how he was going to go about explaining this to Yan Guofeng later. Central Sea City. At this moment, the atmosphere in one of the bright and spacious conference rooms of the Ministry of Defense was unusually serious and tense. Numerous senior military officers were seated around a huge oval conference table, listening attentively to Yan Guofeng, who stood at the head of the room with a majestic face. As he spoke, suddenly, a young staff officer hurriedly walked over to Yan Guofeng and carefully handed him a black telephone. Yan Guofeng subconsciously glanced at the phone and his heart couldn't help but jolt. It is important to know that this meeting held at this moment is related to a major decision on the national defense and security of Dacia, and its importance is self-evident. Had it not been for a very urgent and imminent situation, There is absolutely no way that anyone would have dared to interrupt him. Chapter 141, The Dragon Crossing the River. However, in the face of this sudden turn of events, Yan Guofeng only hesitated slightly for a moment. Immediately afterward, he decisively reached out and grabbed the phone with one hand, then quickly turned around and walked briskly towards the conference room door. Right at the moment he left, the originally quiet and orderly conference room exploded, with all kinds of speculations and discussions. At this time, has walked out of the conference room Yan Guofeng, his heavy face stood still, after a deep breath, slowly lifted the hands of the phone to the ear to answer up. Soon Chen Shang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Chief Yan, could you please evacuate all current Daxia citizens in Sakura province within 3 hours? The situation is too complicated coupled with time constraints. I will certainly explain the specifics to you afterward. Before Chen Shang could finish his sentence, Yan Guofeng said one word in a decisive manner. Yes. The other party agreed so quickly. For a time we'll ponder how to convince each other Chen Shangho will not. Soon Chen Shang reacted and asked suspiciously. What did you say? Good. I'll do as you say and evacuate all Daxia citizens within Sakura province within 3 hours. The other party so decisive answer for a time will Chen Shangho will not. But I'm afraid it's very difficult to evacuate more than 800,000 people in 3 hours. Unless a preparatory program for this has been done before, it is absolutely impossible to do so. Yan Guofeng hung up the phone decisively, his stalwart face instantly becoming unusually serious, followed by turning his head violently and staring at the staff officers behind him with a torch-like gaze, only to see him say in a low and powerful voice, immediately notify the major war zones to enter a state of first-class combat readiness without the slightest delay. At the same time, this message should also be conveyed to the Foreign Affairs Agency, Customs Agency, Travel Agency, and all other relevant important units. From this moment onwards, the first half of the Fierce Dragon Crossing the River program will be officially launched. When the staff officers heard the words, Fierce Dragon Crossing program, their faces suddenly changed and they looked solemn. One of the senior staff officers in particular, who was well aware of the great significance of this plan, still couldn't help but see a flash of fervor in his eyes. Even though Yan Guofeng was currently only ordering the first half of the program, everyone knew very well in their hearts that once the first step had been taken, there was no turning back like a shot arrow. Because once the first half of the task is successfully completed, all subsequent steps will naturally move forward. With an emergency directive quickly issued, the original seemingly unrelated departments of the entire Daxia were like a precision machine, instantly running at full speed. Hidden 300 meters deep from the surface is the world's only quantum computer. It has amazingly powerful arithmetic. It is with the excellent performance of this supercomputer that the Fierce Dragon Crossing program was able to unfold in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for a detailed and accurate report to be generated one after another, supported by the epoch-making computing power of quantum computers. These reports clearly point out the safest and most efficient evacuation options for the Daxamites spread throughout Sakura. Only a few short minutes had passed when the shocking news came. Surprisingly, all flights within Daxia were cancelled without warning. The status of the airplanes, whether they are flying to other domestic cities or international destinations, is invariably grounded. However, if one looks up over the airport at this time, one would be surprised to see how much more frequently the planes are flying compared to the past. At that very same moment, all the citizens of Daxia who were in the Sakura agency received a crucial text message without fail. The text message read as follows: Greetings, esteemed citizens of Daxia. According to the precise observation and analysis of the Daxia Astronomical Agency, a meteor shower of a grand scale is expected to descend on Sakura province in 3 hours. Out of great importance and concern for the life and safety of every Daxia citizen, our embassy has actively cooperated with many related departments to quickly start and fully carry out the evacuation plan. Please follow the specific location indicated in the text message and gather at the designated port or pier immediately, so that we can arrange your evacuation smoothly and efficiently. We wish you all the best. After receiving such an urgent and important SMS notification, these people of Daxia who were in a foreign country did not hesitate for a second. They acted quickly, scrambling to start packing their belongings and rushing toward the evacuation site indicated in the text message. At the same time, Daxia's newly developed and put into use advanced artificial intelligence system also gave full play to its powerful functions. It automatically pulled those Daxia citizens who were assigned to the same evacuation point into the same specially established chat group through precise data calculation and intelligent matching, facilitate the exchange and communication of various information and progress on evacuation at any time. Someone in the group soon started bubbling. Does anyone know what happened? Yeah, goddamn, observing a meteor shower about to fall is ridiculous. Ha! Was it a meteor shower falling that you guys were notified about? Why does my text message say it's a tsunami monitored by the Weather Bureau? I'm talking ancient eruption here. It says here to me that it's an alien invasion.
Upstairs, don't you have any idea what's going on? The chat group was silent for a few seconds. Is this not even an act? Unless one had an IQ like Lin Tianyu, it was impossible to believe that some meteor shower was about to hit Sakura. In fact, many people have long since sensed that the wind has been blowing a bit wrong lately. With Dacia's growing national strength nowadays, this day was only a matter of time. Is that what the tens of billions of dollars in guns and ships are made to look like? Humph. I've long been fed up with those little baka yelling all day long. Now here's their present retribution. It's a pity that the Sakura girl that I just got my hands on, I've only used her to fight for my country twice. I don't know if I'll be able to see her again in the future. Are you stupid? From now on we don't even need to get a visa to come back. Sakura Province. Supreme Minister's residence. One of the staff members arrived at the door of the Supreme Minister's study with anxious steps. He raised his hand and knocked gently but eagerly on the closed door of the room. Come in. From within the study came a slightly old but dignified voice in response. The young staffer took a deep breath and settled down, then slowly pushed open the door to the study. Upon entering the room, his eyes were immediately drawn to the Supreme Minister seated at his desk. However, to his surprise, today's Supreme Minister was not wearing the usual high-end customized suit that highlighted his status, but instead a distinctive set of traditional wool clothes. Chapter 144 Dacia's shark ships never rust. Kurei and kimono are actually essentially the same. The difference between the two calls dates back to the Edo period. Back in the Edo period, kimono was called kurenai. It is said to have evolved from the clothing of the Eastern Wu region during the Three Kingdoms period. This has been recorded in many of the classical books of the Sakura country, such as the famous Record of Ancient Matters and Song Window's Dreaming Words, to name a few. And this Wu dress worn by the highest minister at this moment is even more significant, because it is not ordinary clothing, but something that has been passed down in his family for a long time. It is said that the kimono was handed down from the Edo period by the great-grandfather of the Supreme Minister, and that it has survived the vicissitudes of time and is still well preserved. My lord, a few minutes ago Dacia suddenly began a full-scale evacuation. The old man nodded slightly. I know. However, his expression seemed to be unconcerned about this matter, and he continued to carefully organize the clothes on his body. The young staffer was a little anxious to see the old man distracted. My lord, don't we have to do something? It's just not possible. It's really not possible for us to invest another $2 trillion in Dacia. At this point the Supreme Minister looked up at the staffer in front of him. Shin Yusuk, do you still think it's useful to lose money until now? Shin Yusuke froze in place when he heard the Supreme Minister's words. Yes, it's true that the situation now can't be solved by losing money. The Supreme Minister glanced at Shin Yusuke. There was disappointment in his eyes at the end. Now that it had come to this, there was actually not a single sound of resistance from the entire Sakura. A life of privilege has resulted in the youth of today not having an ounce of blood in their veins. The tomboy culture has ruined almost all of Sakura's young men. Nowadays, all Sakura boys know how to do is chase stars and draw eyeliner. Hate to hide under the bed and cry when I hear about war. Even the first option that came to the mind of his most favored disciple was actually a payout. But now the Daxamites have begun a blatant evacuation. Payouts really don't cut it anymore. Shin Yusuke, I will shed my last drop of blood for Sakura. Now, you'll be my mediator. Hearing the three words mesmerizer, Shin Yusuke instantly froze in place. It was only then that the Supreme Minister had pulled out a short sword and undone his shirt. If my death can awaken the last vestiges of bloodlust in the Sakura people. 3 hours later, Dacia miraculously evacuated all 800,000 plus Dacia citizens in Sakura. The evacuation of so many people in 3 hours would never have been possible unless it had been well planned in advance. At the same time, several of Dacia's 10,000-ton ships armed with electromagnetic cannons blockaded Sakura at several angles. Many of the Dacia people who had left by boat cheered after seeing the towering giant ship. The shark ships of Dacia never rust. At this point even the most slow-reacting person sensed that something was wrong. As early as Dacia had just begun to evacuate, the major capitals within Sakura had long smelled the odor and started to transfer their assets. Now all those with a little bit of strength within Sakura were thinking about how to escape. Those without strength simply have no desire to resist. Being venomous snakes, they know best the cruelty of their hunters to their prey. So this island has long been covered by a panic at this point, until news of the death of Sakura's top minister spread throughout Sakura, igniting the last vestiges of defiance in Sakurajima. Sakura's entire army is on high alert. All warships in the harbor are in combat mode. Air base fighter jets are on 24-hour standby. People in the streets chanting, "Jade is broken." In the meantime, cherry blossoms over 100 kilometers high. In that vast and boundless deep space, a giant mecha that looked like it came from the future world stood quietly. Its huge and majestic body shone with a silver-white light all over, as if it was made from the convergence of countless bright stars. The cold metal casing exudes a haunting chill.
and its beautifully textured and intricate lines intertwined to form a mysterious and ornate pattern. The huge mech was like a lofty mountain towering in the air as if it was going to envelop everything below it. Looking down from high above, one can see the buildings, vehicles and people on the ground are as small and insignificant as ants. Inside the cockpit, Jade Rabbit's delicate fingers picked at the image in front of her, watching a scene play out on the streets of Cherry Blossom. The corner of the Jade Rabbit's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Finally struggling? For him, the hunt would become meaningless if the prey gave up the struggle. Don't say I'm bullying you. Blood debts must be paid in blood. 100 million jade pieces, right? In that case I will take the blood of 100 million of you to pay for your sins, said Jade Rabbit. Looked up into deep space, her fingers in on her head gently. A delicately shaped helmet suddenly appeared on her head. At the same time, two thick and long plasma plumes instantly erupted from the back of the silver-white body of the mech. The massive silver and white mech plunged headlong downward, trailing several kilometers of azure trails. Just after the words were said, the Jade Rabbit slowly raised its head and gazed at the deep and mysterious night sky. She gently stretched out her slender fingers and made a slight point above her head, only to see a ray of light flash by, and a helmet with exquisite and stunningly beautiful molding suddenly appeared on her head as if by magic. At the same time, the giant mecha, whose body was glittering with dazzling silver light, also seemed to be infused with infinite energy. Two thick and slender plumes of plasma located at the back of the mech instantly erupted like a volcanic eruption. The two plasma plumes took on a stunning azure color as they intertwined and entwined, creating a thrust of unparalleled power. Under the impetus of this amazing force, the huge silver-white mech was like a falling meteor, dragging azure trails several kilometers long, barreling toward the bottom with a thunderous momentum. The blue trails in the night sky across a long arc, like a brilliant blue ribbon, and like a lightning bolt through the sky. The spectacular scene is simply breathtaking. In a flash, its speed had broken Mach 70 and was continuing to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, the huge and incomparable mech was like a bolt of lightning, barreling into the blue star's atmosphere at a staggering speed of over 100 Mach. This powerful impact was like a giant meteorite hitting the Earth, instantly setting off circle after circle of ripples visible to the naked eye on the atmosphere, spreading out rapidly in all directions. When the fuselage managed to break into the atmosphere, the intense friction with the surrounding gas caused the temperature on the surface of the fuselage to skyrocket, just as it did when the rocket lifted off. Only heard a loud boom. The surrounding air was completely ignited in an instant, turning into a sea of burning fire. In the midst of this blazing flame, the silver and white mech looked like a god of war descending from the heavens. His body was bathed in blazing fire, and he came blatantly with endless might. At that very moment, uncountable numbers of little cherry blossoms tilted their heads and gazed in horror at the huge ball of fire blazing high in the sky. Their gazes were filled with despair and helplessness, as if the end was about to come. Chapter 145. This is not enough blood. This fireball was speeding towards the ground at an astonishing speed. If it fell with this momentum, I'm afraid that the entire island would be instantly submerged, and it might even trigger a series of unimaginable catastrophic consequences. And it wasn't just these little cherry blossoms that were feeling fear and despair. At this very moment, all the people around the globe who lived on the blue planet couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The scientists quickly launched an emergency calculation. Based on the mass of the object and the current speed of its flight, it was estimated that if the mysterious large object did end up smashing into Sakurajima Island, the dust it stirred up would be like a terrifying storm that swept through the area. In just 2 short weeks, this dust will be enough to completely envelop the entire planet blue, and by then, every corner of the planet will not be spared. However, to one's despair, in the face of such swiftness and great threat, it seemed that no one or force could currently succeed in stopping the terrifying fireball from continuing to approach. Time passed, and every second seemed extraordinarily long and thrilling, watching the fireball get closer and closer to Sakurajima. In a few seconds, it's going to hit mercilessly. However, just when that silver-white mech was 3,000 meters from the ground, a jaw-dropping scene happened. It had actually accomplished instantaneous deceleration in an unimaginable and unthinkable way in just a split second. This is a blatant provocation of the laws of physics. In less than a millisecond, the enormous energy generated by the instantaneous deceleration of the fuselage seemed to be tightly compressed by an invisible giant hand, and in the blink of an eye, it converged into a terrifying Class 180 gale. The wind carried a destructive force, like a ferocious beast, swooping towards the ground 3,000 meters below. In an instant, the super-strong astral wind unprecedented in human history swept through the small city located at the foot of the mech in an instant like a violent hurricane. Both Sakura and the defense team in the city were simply too late to react in any way. In an instant, they felt a powerful pressure that surpassed dozens of Gs, as if it was like a Tarzan crushing an egg viciously pressing them towards the ground. Only a muffled sound could be heard, and many people's bodies could not withstand such tremendous pressure.
blood gushed out of their nostrils and ears, and some even spat out some of their internal debris directly. The scene was dismal. And that was just the beginning of the nightmare, followed by a howling wind. Those pieces of wooden buildings were as fragile as papier-mâché under the raging winds, and were easily blown into the air. Even those sturdy buildings carefully constructed with reinforced concrete are hardly spared at the moment. They faltered under the tearing winds and eventually collapsed into rubble. Dust and smoke filled the air and covered the sky, and the whole city was plunged into an apocalyptic scene. Luckily, the heavy bunny itself doesn't have a large cross-section, and the gusts of wind don't have much range. But it was enough to destroy a city and the defenders within it. He had destroyed one of the target cities before he even struck. The Jade Rabbit looked toward the flattened city at his feet and muttered under his breath, "Not enough. This blood is not enough." A few minutes later, accompanied by a deafening roar, the 6 advanced F-35 fighters of the 1st Aviation Brigade of Sakura Province arrived at the target area as quickly as lightning. The pilots looked out through the cockpit glass, and when they saw the mech that stood silently in the air like a god of war in the distance, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Then looking down at the foot of the scene of the ruins of the wreckage and devastation, it is even more shocking. Many people cannot help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. One of the pilots stared in disbelief as he muttered, "Such tremendous destructive power. Does it mean that the other side used a mushroom bomb? This is simply terrifying." The other pilot nodded in agreement with a stony face, but then growled through clenched teeth, "Kickstart Cassie. Either way, we've got to give this guy a run for his money. Let's show him we're not to be messed with." Just then, the senior pilot flying the long plane hurriedly spoke out to stop it. "Sax, an order has come from above requesting us to expel it first. If the other party doesn't take the lead in opening fire and attacking, we absolutely can't act rashly." Hearing this, the young man who was the wingman pilot had a face full of resentment and anger, because he was very clear in his heart. From the current situation, his side, whether in terms of weaponry or technical strength, are obviously inferior to this powerful opponent in front of him. If we don't adopt a surprise sneak attack tactic, I'm afraid we won't even have the slightest hope of winning. Outwardly unmoving, he piloted his fighter plane to continuously hover and fly around the incomparably large mecha in front of him, while secretly preparing to launch an attack at any time. As long as the two sides wants the fierce exchange of fire, he will be able to start the fire control radar in just 1 second to lock the target, and do not hesitate to press the launch button to the other side of the fatal firepower poured out. And even if the other party had advanced radar stealth ability, at such a close distance, with the excellent shooting accuracy and powerful cannon, he was still fully confident that he could easily hit the other party. After all, the massive body of that mech was too conspicuous compared to the small and nimble fighter. Just as a couple of wingmen were minding their own business, they flew around the Tamagotchi. The squadron's lead plane shouted over the public channel, "This is Sakura Province airspace. You have seriously threatened the safety of my airspace." Before he could finish his sentence, an extremely cold voice then appeared within the communication channel. "Noisy." With the fall of the Jade Rabbit's words, an extremely irregular electromagnetic frequency vibration sound wave was generated within the headsets of the 6 F-35 pilots. Z. The instantly shrill sound shook the 6 drivers to their sevens. 6 of the Sakura Air Force's most advanced fighters just plunged headfirst straight into the ground. At this moment, the few big countries on the blue planet that had the ability to observe this battlefield with their satellites all sucked in a breath of cold air. The opponent's tactics were simply too bizarre. And isn't it all a bit too coincidental that Sakura was attacked by this unknown mech just after Dacia announced its evacuation? Meanwhile, inside the office of the Ministry of Defense in Shanghai City, a group of Dacia commanders stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. The impact this image gave them was nothing less than seeing Ultraman in reality. And the neighboring audience at the movie theater watching Ninja was the Monkey King to blow up. Chapter 146, Cat and Mouse Game. Over the cherry blossoms, 6 F-35s plummeted like birds with broken wings. Just as they were about to hit the ground, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. It was as if these fighters were controlled by a mysterious and powerful force, and at the same time, they strangely stopped falling, and steadily floated in an altitude of about 100 meters from the ground. Above this smoke-filled battlefield, it was as if an absolute rule existed. Without the permission of the Jade Rabbit, not even the right to fall freely, no one here today can easily escape the shadow of death, much less meet the end of life without pain. After only a few seconds, Long Pilot Aoichi Sato slowly shook his head and awoke from his stupor. When he opened his eyes and took in the sight before him, his eyes were instantly filled with endless panic and deep unease, only to see that the warplane he was piloting had its head facing downwards, suspended in midair in an extremely strange position. Sato Aoichi recalled the thrilling moment just now with palpitations in his heart. A chill rose involuntarily in his heart, fearing that the intimidating sound of electromagnetic waves would once again come from within that communication channel. He gritted his teeth, twisted his stiff neck with difficulty, and with trembling hands ripped the combined helmet off his head as soon as he could. Immediately afterward, he looked around warily. He found that the other wingmen were all suspended in midair as he was, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Inside the cockpit, the eyelids of several of his teammates fluttered slightly, gradually awakening from their stupor. Sato Aoichi's eyes were wide open and his heart was so anxious that he didn't dare to delay for a second. He quickly used hand signals to convey instructions to his teammates, who had just woken up and were still a bit dazed. Attention all team members. The situation is critical. Parachute out immediately. Although at this moment he knew nothing about why the fighter plane he was piloting was strangely levitating in the air. With his many years of flying experience, he knew that once the mysterious force that supported the levitation of the plane suddenly disappeared, what was waiting for them would surely be the tragic end of the plane's destruction and the death of the people. Just as Aoichi Sato finished giving the emergency escape sign to his teammates, he didn't hesitate to reach down and jerk the cockpit ejection switch next to his seat, only to hear a loud bang. The F-35's cockpit cover was like a firecracker, instantly bounced out by the powerful thrust of the built-in rocket, and rushed straight into the air. However, what Ali Sato never expected was that his ejection seat did not eject as expected. This sudden situation was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Aoichi Sato's heart hard. His face instantly turned pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Anxious, he gripped the ejector switch with both hands, pulling frantically hard again and again, as if that would change the desperate situation before him. However, no matter how desperately he tried, the ejector switch was unresponsive as if by magic. Sato Aoichi slowly raised his head with a bewildered look on his face, and his eyes swept around to the wingmen in terror and helplessness. He was surprised to find that the other pilots were in the same position as him. The cockpit covers had all been successfully jettisoned, while they remained suspended above the seats of the fighter like helpless mannequins. It had to be said that the pilots had been able to hold out until now thanks to their specially trained and far superior physical qualities. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that such a long time hanging upside down would have led to cerebral congestion, and then fainted. At the moment, the planes were tens of meters away from each other, as the cockpit covers had all been ejected. This sudden and unexpected situation was like a nightmare descending upon them, instantly stirring them into a mess. The fact that they had already encountered such a bizarre and incomparable situation made the crowd fearful and terrified. Now that they had lost the shelter of the cockpit cover, the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger, as if they would be swallowed up by unknown dangers at any moment. Now that several planes were dozens of meters away from each other, there was no need for hand signals when the cockpit covers had been ejected from each other. For a while, all kinds of curses and skepticism resounded in the sky, yet in the face of this puzzling situation in front of them, the crowd was at a loss. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Sato Aoichi couldn't help but roar loudly. Damn it! Can someone explain to me why the cockpit cover pops open so easily, but the ejection seat is out of whack? The other pilot yelled in exasperation. It's definitely that guy in the dark. Otherwise, how could 6 whole airplanes run into the same problem at the same time? Someone deduced through gritted teeth. When someone mentioned that guy, the hearts of several people in the room sank. It was as if there was a heavy stone pressing down on his chest. They unanimously raised their heads and looked towards the sky, knowing very well in their hearts that at this moment, that mysterious and terrifying existence must be hanging high above the sky, as if watching their every move with those cold and unfeeling eyes. Although they are flying the most advanced F-35 fighter jets in the world today, in the eyes of that guy, these high-tech equipment is just like a mouse under the cat's paw, which is so small, fragile and ridiculous. No matter how hard they maneuvered their planes to try to get away from each other's surveillance or launch counterattacks, it was just a futile struggle. Because that guy didn't seem to be in a hurry to put them to death, but rather enjoyed the fun of the cat and mouse game like a cold hunter teasing his prey. This feeling of being willfully manipulated like a plaything made the crowd feel incredibly angry and humiliated. Yet there was nothing they could do about it. In the meantime, 3,000 meters above the sky, the Jade Rabbit is sitting firmly in the cockpit of the heavy-duty bunny. She wasn't even interested in glancing at the F-35s hovering in the air. For the Tamagotchi, it was easy to destroy these enemy planes, and they could easily be reduced to ashes with just a thought. However, the Jade Rabbit was not in a hurry to strike, as she had a much grander plan in mind. Let all the creatures in this land today taste utter despair before they are given death. Just at that moment, hundreds of densely packed small black dots suddenly appeared on the distant skyline, rapidly approaching the Jade Rabbits bearing like a swarm of bees. Upon closer inspection, those black dots turned out to be hundreds of fighters from the entire Sakura Kingdom. Chapter 147, Cherry Blossom Air Force destroyed one. They formed a formidable attack formation and came barreling toward the Jade Rabbit with great vigor. This fleet included not only Eagle Jam fighters such as F-15s and F-16s, but also Sakura's self-developed F-2 fighters. In the face of such a raging enemy, the Jade Rabbit, instead of showing the slightest hint of fear, slightly raised the corners of its mouth, revealing a chillingly bizarre smile. "Humph, have you finally come?" Immediately afterward, she muttered to herself, "Since you guys can't wait to come to the door, let's draw the curtain on this wonderful show." Sakura Province, with its capital city of Kyoto, the atmosphere inside the Operations General Command Center was tense to the extreme, as if every ounce of air was filled with the smell of battle smoke. The spacious hall of the Operations General Command Center is a busy scene, with headphones on their heads and fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboards. The informants conveyed an important instruction quickly. On average, every minute, there are hundreds of orders like a tidal wave in all directions, to ensure that the various battlefields can be closely coordinated. Efficient operation. Meanwhile, the phone on the desk was ringing non-stop. These calls came from different departments and frontline positions, bringing critical information about the direction of the war. However, in the midst of this boisterous and noisy environment, Sakura Defense Chief Tanaka Born stood quietly in front of the huge holographic sand table like a statue. His sharp eyes were dead set on the ever-changing map of the situation in the sand table, not missing a single subtle detail. Just then, a staff officer hurriedly ran to Tanaka Born's side and reported in a lowered voice, "Your Excellency the Generalissimo, news has just come in that the kamikaze squad we sent on the mission has successfully made contact with the target, but after only a split second, all 6 fighters have lost contact with the target. The situation is very critical." Hearing this news, Tanaka Born's face suddenly changed, and his originally tense nerves were now even more tightly twisted into a ball. After a short silence, Tanaka Born jerked his head up and gave a decisive order. "Immediately notify the entire Air Force to mobilize and launch a full-scale attack on the target. At the same time, tell all pilots that if necessary, they can accomplish the mission at all costs, even if they have to make some sacrifices." As soon as the words fell, the entire command room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their expressions becoming unusually grave. They were well aware of the enormity and danger of this operation, but facing such a powerful enemy, everyone's heart was already in their throat, because we all know in our hearts that the Air Force sent out this time is not an ordinary-sized Air Force, but a huge formation of hundreds of advanced fighters as a whole. These warplanes are loaded with a large number of various types of missiles, which are powerful enough to destroy a small city if they concentrate their firepower on one place. Even when facing the legendary alien invaders, I'm afraid that such a terrifying attack could cause the other party to suffer heavy damage. Meanwhile, far above the sky, more than 300 fighters of different types from the Sakura Air Force came roaring in. They are closing in on the Jade Rabbit at an alarming rate, and the distance has been reduced to 50 kilometers away. Like a well-trained wolf pack, these fighters quickly spread out and formed a tight ring formation, firmly surrounding the Jade Rabbit in the center, and inside the Sakura command post located at the rear. The commander's face was cold, his eyes tightly fixed on the target on the screen, and with his order, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield suddenly became tense. In an instant, more than 300 hundreds of fighters attacked at the same time, and countless missiles came out from underneath the wings, carrying a stern momentum and ear-piercing whistling sound, and shot sharply towards the heavy armored bunnies hovering in the air. All the fighters fired all the ammunition they were carrying in a single burst. In an instant, more than 1,000 white trails cut through the sky, intertwining together to form a dense curtain of bullets, as if they were going to completely tear the sky apart. At this moment, Sato Aoi and a few others who were hanging upside down in midair witnessed the shocking scene and had mixed feelings in their hearts. Their hearts grew heavier as they watched the 1,000 or so missiles pour like rain toward the lone figure in the center of the circle. According to the current situation, I am afraid that this time, that guy is very difficult to escape from this overwhelming firepower, and it is very likely that he will be blown to pieces and his body will not be left under the indiscriminate bombardment of hundreds of missiles. However, at that thought, Sato Aoichi suddenly realized that if that guy really died, the mysterious power that had been keeping him from falling to the ground might disappear as well. Once they lost the shelter of this force, there was no doubt that they and the others would fall straight down into the ground. At that thought, Sato Aoichi's heart was like falling into an ice cellar, and all thoughts were lost. Today, no matter what, he is in a situation of 9 deaths. The hope of survival is extremely slim. Meanwhile, in the cockpit on the other side of the room, the Tamagotchi sat firmly poised. His sharp gaze was locked through the porthole on the missiles that sped ahead like a locust transit. In the face of this chilling scene, the corners of the Jade Rabbit's mouth however rose slightly, once again revealing a contemptuous sneer. "Humph! How dare you guys try to injure me with these gadgets? It's simply a fool's errand." The Jade Rabbit's voice was cold and disdainful, as if the 1,000 or so missiles whistling in front of him were nothing more than insignificant dust. In his eyes, these missiles were just like a handful of sand that a child would innocently race towards a giant. Although there were a large number of them,
They could not pose the slightest threat to an existence as powerful as his, and it was not even possible to make him move his position even slightly. However, when the Jade Rabbit saw how serious his opponents were, he couldn't help but feel a surge of mischief in his heart. Since these guys are taking this fight so seriously, why don't you let me have some fun with them? At that thrilling moment, hundreds of missiles of incredible power, wrapped in an aura of destruction, came whistling like rain, aiming directly at the heavily armored bunnies. However, just in the nick of time, the Tamagotchi in the cockpit unexpectedly and gently snapped her fingers in a crisp and loud manner. For a moment, it was as if time had stopped for it, only to see that the hundreds of missiles that had originally covered the sky and surged forward seemed like they had been enchanted, and suddenly disappeared into thin air without a trace. There were no explosions, no flames, not even a trace of smoke was left behind. They were just bizarrely and completely erased from people's vision, as if they had never existed. The entire battlefield was plunged into a dead silence as everyone stared dumbfounded at this incredible scene, their hearts filled with astonishment and doubt. Chapter 148, Cherry Blossom Air Force destroyed too, both in Sakura's general command room and the hundreds of fighter pilots present. At this moment, without exception, all of them, as if they had been cast a spell of immobilization, froze in place, as if they were dumbfounded. Just in the nick of time, the two high-speed warplanes came close to colliding head-on. Had the pilots not reacted quickly and adjusted their course in time, I fear attrition would have occurred. However, what is even more unbelievable is that this is the first time in the history of mankind since the Second World War that such a large-scale fighter build-up operation was like a stone thrown into the sea, without even a splash. Such an outcome was undoubtedly a heavy blow to everyone. The impact of this unthinkable scene was too much, so much so that everyone present had their eyes and mouths wide open, filled with shock and bewilderment, as if they were unable to accept what they were seeing in front of them. How could they not understand why a carefully planned and well-deployed battle plan would end up like this? Today, hundreds of fighters are circling in the air and the ammunition they carry has been depleted. Continuing to stay in this smoke-filled, crisis-ridden battlefield is obviously no longer able to change the situation, and may even put themselves in a desperate situation. Akasaka, the commander-in-chief of the site, was anxious, knowing that the situation was critical and that action had to be taken as soon as possible to avoid further damage. So, on the spur of the moment, he sent a request for a return flight to headquarters over the comm channel. However, to Akasaka's surprise, Sakura Defense Minister Tanaka Born refused his request without hesitation. Only Tanaka's voice could be heard over the communicator. There is no way back for us, so if necessary, please make sacrifices, please. Hearing this, Akasaka's face instantly became gloomy to the extreme, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. This damned old. It's at this kind of life and death situation, and he's still playing with power here. In fact, Akasaka could be said to know exactly what Tanaka Born had in mind. He knew that Tanaka's words seemed righteous, but they were ambiguous. If he had actually ordered his pilots to fly their planes into it recklessly, afterward, Tanaka Born would have absolutely flipped out. By then, not only will the pilots not be able to get the pensions they deserve, but they will also be afraid of being court-martialed themselves. And in the end, all the credit will go to the cunning old man Born Tanaka for himself. He wasn't going to fall for it, returning immediately now, but even if Sakura ended up losing, he was still sure enough to escape the battlefield in this advanced fighter. Whether it was defecting to the South Rod Kingdom or the vast expanse of Dasha, it seemed to be a viable option for him. After all, in his opinion, to risk his precious life for the sake of those nebulous, so-called honors was really a move that was not worth the loss. At the same time, the many pilots spread out amongst the hundreds of fighters had the same thought in their hearts as Akasaka. Facing that staggeringly powerful opponent, even powerful missiles struggled to take him down. Now that our ammunition has been depleted, continuing to stay here is tantamount to sitting ducks. Instead of struggling unnecessarily, it would be better to evacuate this dangerous battlefield early while there was still a chance of survival. The Tamagotchi's soulful eyes gazed at the swarm of planes in front of her that had apparently fallen into a state of chaos, as if they were able to penetrate through the thick glass cockpit covers of those fighters and penetrate the fear and uneasiness in the hearts of every pilot. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile as tantalizing as the blossoming of spring flowers, a smile that revealed a hint of imperceptible cunning and coldness. Ha ha, it's finally getting interesting. Since you've already felt a deep fear, then obediently step onto this road of no return. Accompanied by these cold and provocative words, the Jade Rabbit elegantly sat in the cockpit and gently raised her right hand before violently snapping her fingers with a clear and loud snap. Only heard a pop sound, like a thunderbolt exploding in the sky in general, shocking the mind and soul. In this instant, the thousands of missiles that had just disappeared into thin air without a trace unexpectedly reappeared in the air at an astonishing speed. However, unlike before, these missiles were no longer pointed at the place where the Jade Rabbit was, But instead, they were all aimed at the huge swarm of airplanes in the distance that was black and pressurized like a dark cloud. At that very instant, the interior of the cockpits of more than 300 fighters suddenly lit up with a palpitating red glow at the same time. It was accompanied by a sharp, piercing siren. Missile warning! Missile warning! Missile warning! This interplay of sirens, one after another, seemed like a symphony of death, making one's heart beat faster. Akasaka, the group's commander-in-chief, didn't hesitate to look out the window as soon as he heard the first alarm go off. However, the sight in front of him made his jaw drop, and a chill quickly spread from his spine to his entire body, causing his scalp to tingle, only to see countless flames rise up to the sky with that strangely shaped mech as the core, like a brilliant firework blossoming in the air. But these were not beautiful landscapes, but thousands of deadly missiles were shooting out in all directions as if they were scattered from the sky. Their speed was extremely fast, like lightning across the night sky, and in the blink of an eye they had closed in on their own fighter formation. What was even more frightening was that, after a rough estimation, it was surprising that on average, each fighter was firmly locked in place by about 4 missiles. In the face of such a dense and precise attack, it almost became a luxury to try to dodge it. The pilots of the fighters maneuvered their planes in a frenzy, trying to make all kinds of evasive maneuvers, but in front of this web of death woven by missiles, all their efforts seemed to be so pale and powerless. Yami! Yamaro! A terrified shout came out of the calm channel, as if one could feel the desperation and fear in the shout. Immediately after that, there came even Katsang, beating sang. The cries, which were miserable and sad, made one's heart tighten. However, none of this can stop the harsh reality in front of us. Only one loud bang could be heard after another, accompanied by dazzling flames and rolling smoke, as one fighter plane exploded and disintegrated in the air, scattering fragments like rain. I surrender. Some people finally couldn't withstand this immense pressure and chose to give up their resistance, but their pleas for mercy didn't receive the slightest bit of mercy. Instantly, the communication channel was filled with all sorts of screams, cries, and the roar of the constant explosions of the fighters, rising and falling, interweaving into a symphony of death. This series of gruesome scenes happened in less than 2 seconds. Chapter 149, It's All Over. The original powerful formation made up of the entire air force of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had already lost more than half of it in such a short period of time. Those once mighty warplanes, now reduced to piles of burning wreckage, fell from the sky like meteors across the sky, but with endless sorrow and destruction. Akasaka's eyes widened with horror as he looked out the window at the chilling scene. At the moment, only one crazy thought remained in his mind: to parachute out and escape. Though the fire in front of us indicated that even if we chose to parachute, there was a high probability that we would be hit by the flying debris and be killed. It seemed like a small risk compared to sitting on the sidelines and waiting to be killed. After a fierce battle of ideas, Akasaka finally made up his mind. After deciding to die, Akasaka pulled the ejector seat without hesitation with a grave expression on his face. Without hesitation, he reached down and pulled hard on the lever of the ejection seat. With a loud bang, just like what happened to the F-35 earlier, the cover over Akasaka's cockpit was instantly blown away by the built-in rocket, and he shot up into the air like a cannonball. The situation that appeared immediately afterward, however, caused Akasaka's heart to sink violently to the bottom. To Akasaka's utter dismay, his ejection seat failed to eject as expected. To make matters worse, the previous fighter piloted by Aoichi Sato was at a standstill at the time, so even if the cockpit cover had disappeared and gone missing, it wouldn't have triggered too serious a consequence. But at this very moment, the fighter plane that Akasaka was flying was speeding through the high air at an astonishing speed. In an instant, an incomparably powerful wind pressure came like a mountain of force, and the powerful wind pressure was like an invisible giant hand, pressing Akasaka's entire person dead on top of the seat, making him unable to move in the slightest. If it weren't for the sturdy helmet still on his head as well as the tight mask, I'm afraid he would have suffocated from not being able to breathe at this point. This sudden turn of events made Akasaka anxious and restless. With all his might, he struggled to squeeze an arm out from under the immense pressure, and then grasped the lever of the escape seat as if it were a lifesaver. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly began pulling the ejector switch over and over again, secretly praying in his heart that a miracle would come. However, no matter how hard he tried, the seat underneath his buttocks remained motionless, as if oblivious to all his movements, giving no response at all. Time passes. Akasaka's heart grows heavier. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly cut across the sky like a bolt of lightning tearing through the dark night sky. The light sped at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it broke into Akasaka's field of vision. Akasaka got a good look at it in his last moments of life, and it turned out to be a missile. With a sharp whistling sound, it seemed like a ferocious beast, pouncing on its target with teeth and claws.
The blazing tail flame left a long trajectory in the air and hit the airplane piloted by Akasaka straight on. In just a few short seconds, the entire air force that Sakura province possessed had gone up in smoke in an instant. Without exception, all of them were accurately hit by the missiles they fired out. For a while, the sky was ablaze with fire and smoke, as if the end had come. There were no signs of life left on this once fiercely exchanged battlefield. However, the jade rabbit who had caused all of this hadn't even changed its posture in the slightest since the beginning. For it, destroying these fighters was as easy as smashing an insignificant ant's nest. Only the pain and wailing of those Sakura people before they died could make him feel less bored. At this moment, Sato Aoichi and the others, who were only 100 meters away from the ground, looked fearfully at the wreckage of the airplane that kept falling in front of them. The wreckage was sprinkled down like rain, bringing up ear-splitting whistles and deafening explosions. Sato Aoichi and the others had already been scared out of their wits and were trembling. They stared at the wreckage of the airplanes that were falling at high speeds with wide eyes in horror, their hearts filled with endless fear. Each piece of wreckage was like a scythe wielded by the god of death in their eyes, which could take their lives at any time. Although they knew very well in their hearts that the incredibly powerful mech above their heads was purely teasing them, but under the strong instinct to survive, they still had the luxury of being able to survive for even one more second. In Sakura province, a tense and depressing atmosphere pervaded the operations general command center. The uniformed and serious-looking staff were busy operating various consoles. At that moment, a young staff officer hurriedly approached Sakura Defense Chief Tanaka Born, who was sitting at the head of the command deck. After giving a standard military salute, he reported with a grave expression, "Sir, just now, we lost contact with all the fighters of the Air Force." Upon hearing this news, Tanaka Born, who was still seated, violently stood up with a shocked look on his face as he stared in disbelief with wide eyes and roared, "Baka! How is this possible? Absolutely impossible." His angry roar caused everyone present to tremble. Then, as if he couldn't accept this fact, Tanaka Born continued to growl, "Even if it was an alien invasion, it's impossible to wipe out hundreds of our fighters in a split second. There must be something wrong somewhere. It should just be a simple communication glitch." However, despite what he said, it could be seen from his slightly trembling hands and the beads of sweat oozing from his forehead that he was filled with fear and anxiety at this moment. At this moment, Tanaka Born was like a gambler who had lost everything, desperately grasping at the last glimmer of hope and refusing to let go. He knew that if it was true as reported by the staff officer, then this incident would be an unprecedented disaster for Sakura province. But he preferred to believe that it was just a random accident rather than an enemy so powerful as to be so terrifying. So, he could only cover up his deepest panic with an almost frantic hiss, trying to give himself some mental comfort. Just then another staff officer handed a satellite image to Tanaka Born, only to see a silver-white mech standing alone in the air on a battlefield that looked like an inferno on Earth. Its cold and hard shell shone with a chilling light, as if proclaiming its unrivaled power and majesty to the world. At the foot of this mech was a sea of burning fire. The rolling smoke from the sea of fire covered the sky, shrouding the entire battlefield in a layer of horror. Tanaka Born looked at the picture in his hand and sat down on his butt with a thud. "It's over. It's all over." I should have known he shouldn't have used this total offense tactic. He remembered that the last Sakura commander who had fought Eagle Jam with such tactics had graves taller than his. Now it was his turn to be the sinner. Chapter 150, Mushroom Bomb vs. Heavy Duty Bunny 1. Now it's all over. Tanaka was born as if he had lost his soul, muttering over and over, his eyes vacant and lifeless. It was as if the whole person was plunged into an abyss of despair and completely lost the ability to think. Just before today, he had never thought that they, Sakura, would be casually exterminated by an unknown being. However, reality had given him a heavy slap in the face. That mysterious and terrifying unknown being had completely destroyed their proud Air Force so easily. It was important to realize that the strength of the Sakura Air Force was also ranked in the top 10 in the entire Blue Star. At the moment, the command room was dead silent, with only the disoriented whisper of Tanaka's birth echoing in the air. Still, there were some commanders who barely maintained a few moments of clarity and sanity. One of the commanders, surnamed Kai, carefully walked up to Tanaka Born and said softly, "Sir, in this current situation, perhaps we can still send ground personnel forward to make contact with the other side, show friendship, and try to surrender to the other side." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a pop sound, and Tanaka turned around, slapped Kai hard, and roared with anger, "Baka! If anyone dares to mention the word surrender to me again, I will immediately punish you with military justice." All of them were startled by Tanaka's violent anger and were silenced, not daring to say another word. It is important to know that Tanaka Born was known for his ruthlessness and cruelty, and if he went to invade a country, he would surely carry out a policy of inhumane massacres, so that wherever he went there would be rivers of blood and not an inch of grass would be left to grow.
As the saying goes, a Buddha sees all living beings as Buddhas, and a devil sees all living beings as devils. In the eyes of this devilish person, there is no such option as surrendering. There is only endless killing and conquering. Tanaka was born anxiously pacing back and forth in his command headquarters, his brow tightly furrowed and his mind seemingly struggling to think of a way to deal with the situation. Finally, as if he suddenly thought of something, he jerked to a halt, turned around and shouted to the staff officer behind him, "Immediately go contact Hawkjam. Have them take off from Sakura's fighters and go deal with that tricky guy. We've been paying them so much protection money every year. We can't just waste it." The staff officer standing behind Tanaka-born couldn't help but have a cold sweat seeping from his forehead after hearing his words, only to see the staff officer face a difficult look, after hesitating for a moment, or to drum up the courage to speak. "Sir, the situation is a little bad. Just when the great summer withdrew, several Eagle Sauce bases in Sakura territory surprisingly also all hastily withdrew." Then he added, "And now all that's left inside these Eagle Sauce bases are some of the escorts who sniffed out the bell." Upon hearing this news, Tanaka's face instantly turned ironic, and he angrily grabbed the teacup on the table and slammed it hard onto the floor. With a bang sound, the teacup was split into pieces. The abominable, discredited bunch of hawk sauce. He gritted his teeth and cursed. However, despite the anger and disappointment in his heart, Tanaka-born did not seem willing to give up easily on this. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Finally, his eyes revealed a hint of despair, but it was as if he was unwilling to give up so easily. He took a deep breath, turned around, and shouted to the tense-faced staff officer behind him, "Quickly, contact the Eagle Sauce defense minister for me immediately." Time passed by, and each second seemed so long and torturous. Finally, after about a minute, a familiar voice came on the other end of the line. However, before Tanaka-san could speak, the Eagle Jam defense minister on the other end of the phone jumped the gun and said, "Oh, dear Mr. Tanaka, what an unfortunate coincidence. Just now, the strategic partnership between our two countries happened to expire, and I saw that you seemed to be busy with important matters on your side, so I didn't bother you when I left." Hearing this, Tanaka-born cursed in his heart. That old fox. But the situation at the moment didn't allow him to complain or blame too much. It's going to be nearly impossible to expect these guys to come around and give assistance when it counts. In fact, he was not really expecting the other party to lend a helping hand to save Sakura Nation from the fire when he made this call, but rather he had a more pressing purpose. He needed to secure a vital weapon from Hawkjam. Tanaka-born didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with the other party, and directly cut to the chase. "Mr. Minister, please forgive me for speaking frankly, but right now my situation can be described as very critical. Let's make this short and sweet. As far as I know, your side has quietly deployed mushroom bombs in the garrison bases within my country. Today, I urgently need to obtain access to that weapon in order to cope with the great crisis I am currently facing." Before Tanaka-born could finish his sentence, he only saw the Eagle Jam defense minister instantly explode like a cat that had its tail stepped on hard, roaring in annoyance, "I'm sorry, Mr. Tanaka. With all due respect, I have absolutely no idea what the hell you're babbling about." Immediately afterward, he added in exasperation, "Please don't make up your mind and create something out of nothing here." However, for this reaction of the Eagle Jam defense minister, Tanaka-born in his heart is clear as a mirror. He knows very well that the other party absolutely does not dare to easily admit this matter. However, the reason why he had dialed this call was naturally that he had a good plan and was fully confident that he could force the other party to give in. So, without flinching, he continued righteously, "Listen carefully, Mr. Minister. Today our country has reached a critical point of life and death and is about to face extinction." Here, he paused slightly, then asked in an aggravated tone, "Are you really not aware of what the destruction of a nation really means?" Seeing no response on the other end of the phone, Tanaka-born took a deep breath and then threw out the most lethal bargaining chip in his hand. "If you persist in refusing to temporarily lend me the right to use that weapon, then I will immediately denounce it to the Dasha side right now, exposing the fact that you once covertly deployed a weapon of mass destruction within the territory of our country. By then all of this planet will be buried for us, Sakura." After Tanaka-born had spoken these words in a decisive manner, the other end of the phone fell into a dead silence, as if time had frozen. Obviously, the Eagle Sauce defense secretary needs enough time to carefully deliberate and weigh the pros and cons. Eventually, the frowning brow of the Eagle Sauce defense minister slowly stretched, as if he had made an incredibly difficult decision, and sighed heavily. Chapter 151, Mushroom Bomb vs. Heavy Duty Bunny 2. In an extremely serious and slightly warning tone, he said, "Well, I can grant you access to this weapon system, but one thing must be clear. You can never aim it at other countries, especially the two countries of Dacia or Manhwa. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Hearing these words, Tanaka-born,
who had been tightly straining his face and anxiously waiting for a reply, was instantly relieved, and a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face, as if he had grasped the last straw that could save his life in a sea of uncertainty. He busily nodded his head and responded, "Please don't worry. I assure you that I will only use this weapon within our own territory, and will never take half a step beyond it." 10 minutes later, inside that mysterious and hidden base in Sakura country, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. A group of Eagle Sauce soldiers who had not yet had time to retreat gathered together with stony faces, explosives gripped tightly in their hands, their gazes fixed on the missile silo in front of them, their minds calculating how to detonate the explosives and quickly evacuate this dangerous place. Just then, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded, breaking the short-lived tranquility, only to see a team of loaded and heavily armed Sakura Defense Force soldiers rushing into the base like a swift wind. They were well-trained, quick to act, and took control of the situation in an instant. The Eagle Sauce commander at the head of the group's face suddenly changed. He had just received an urgent order from his superiors. After much deliberation, the commander made an unexpected decision, and without hesitation, he relinquished command of the entire base to the Sakura Defense Force. Immediately afterward, he led his soldiers to start frantically burning all kinds of classified information. Fire and smoke filled the sky, and the entire base was thrown into a state of chaos. After 3 short minutes had passed, the base's launch silo cover began to slowly open with a low rumble. Everyone's gazes were unanimously focused on the huge hole that was gradually revealing its true appearance. Finally, a massive missile, like an ancient beast, slowly rose from the silo. It trailed a long white trail that cut through the sky and sped toward the distant sky. Meanwhile, at the Combat General Command Center located in Sakura Province, all the commanders were staring at the missile rising up in the air on the big screen, tension and anticipation written on everyone's face. They knew deep down that the survival of the Sakura Kingdom depended on it. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, silently praying that the blow would succeed. Just then, a rather young-looking commander frowned slightly and muttered in a quietly lowered voice, "I always feel a little unsure in my heart. Can this missile, which was originally designed to attack ground targets, really hit targets in the air with precision?" His words were soft, but they still clearly reached the ears of the somewhat older commander beside him, only to see this more experienced commander slowly turn his head, gently patting the young commander's shoulder with a smile on his face, and reassuring him in a calm and firm tone, "Don't be so nervous. If that target is always hovering in the air like it is now, not moving at all, then hitting it won't be much different from hitting a target on the ground." Then, after a slight pause, he continued as his gaze went to the mysterious target that was still in the air in the distance, "And judging from that guy's usual arrogant and cocky combat style, in my opinion the odds are that it won't dodge our attack." However, just as the two were talking, another slightly hesitant voice came from the side. A civilian employee spoke up with a worried face and asked, "But, can this powerful mushroom bomb really succeed in taking out that guy?" Upon hearing this question, the eyes of all those present unanimously centered on the clerical man. At that moment a Sakura commander with an unusually serious expression took a deep breath before responding decisively, "Hurry up and put away all those doubts in your mind. Up to now, there is absolutely no way that any substance discovered by mankind could be hardened to withstand the power of a mushroom bomb." When he said this, he raised his volume slightly and increased his tone of voice for emphasis. "If that guy is unfortunate enough to get a direct hit from a mushroom bomb, then in a split second, it will immediately melt into a large pool of hot iron, and after just a few seconds, it will even be completely vaporized and disappear without a trace." Finally, he glanced slightly disgruntledly at the civilian employee who had raised the query, and added nonchalantly, "So yeah, what you just asked was just an incredibly stupid question." In fact, deep down, the civilian commander had wanted to stand up and refute it at that very moment, because as far as his personal opinion was concerned, the powerful strength that this mech had previously displayed had already far exceeded the scope of normal human cognition. In his mind, he even flashed this thought, perhaps this mech really has the terrifying ability to withstand mushroom bombs? However, when his eyes touched the Sakura commander who had an unusually serious expression, like a cold-faced god, he was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water from the head, and all the words that were about to come out of his mouth hardened and choked in his throat. Only that Sakura commander's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm, and his face was full of transverse flesh piled up together, adding a few more points of ferocity to his already hideous and horrible face. His copper bell-sized eyes were glaring round, and his gaze revealed a chilling ferocity, as if as long as someone dares to make any judgment of his slightly reveal the slightest doubt or questioning the intention, he will not hesitate to brandish that like a hammer hard and powerful fists, with the thunderous momentum towards the other side of the ruthless smashed over, until the other side of the head bleeding, fell to the ground to fall down until,
In front of such a horrifyingly appalling and powerful aura, the commander, who originally still had some doubts and concerns in his heart, was instantly scared white, and his legs involuntarily began to tremble. At this moment, where would he have the guts to refute this demonic figure in front of him? Even if his heart was not willing to do so, he could only helplessly choose to comply with the public's ideas, just like other people to follow the voice of the people and the clouds, because he deeply understands that if he really impulsive, will be deep in the heart of those who have not yet been supported by conclusive evidence of all kinds of speculation hastily set out, then waiting for him is likely to be a huge storm cannot withstand. Chapter 152, Utter Despair 1. However, if you think about it, among this crowd that was convinced that the mushroom egg would be able to completely destroy that mysterious mech, how many of them were truly unwavering and unquestioning? Perhaps most people are just following the trend blindly, without deep thinking and rigorous argumentation. A more critical issue is that, while there are still many questions about whether this mech of unknown and mysterious origin can successfully defend itself against the incredibly powerful mushroom bomb, there are still many questions about whether this mech can successfully defend itself against the incredibly powerful mushroom bomb. But once the final truth shows that it does have that kind of power, then there was no doubt that today would undoubtedly be a disastrous day for the Sakura side to which they belonged, and might even face the tragic end of total annihilation and destruction. At the thought of that dreadful consequence, the commander could not help but tremble, hastily burying those potentially controversial thoughts deep in his heart, not even daring to take another breath. So even though there were people who questioned in their minds whether or not a mushroom bomb could actually do damage to that mech, none of them were willing to speak up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Tamagotchi sat calmly in the cockpit of his mech. A hint of extreme disdain spread across her beautiful and cool face as she carelessly scanned towards the distance. In fact, as early as the beginning of her suppression of Sakura, all of Sakura's actions were already under her control. With the advanced level of technology that the heavy-duty bunny possessed, it was used to suppress the Sakura of the district, and it was completely a one-sided crushing without any suspense. It's almost like a descending blow. If it wasn't out of a desire to let the Sakura people fully experience what it was like to struggle with pain and despair, she would have been able to completely turn these 4 islands into pieces and ashes in a matter of moments with just the movement of her fingers. Just then, the Jade Rabbit keenly captured every subtle change on the battlefield below, as well as the massive mushroom bomb that came hurtling in from the distance. However, in the face of such an appalling threat, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, sketching out a cold smile filled with contempt. "Humph! How dare you try to use such a crude weapon against me? What a fool!" Just as that Sakura commander had said, the Tamagotchi had never even had the slightest thought of dodging from the beginning. Of course, this in no way stems from her arrogance or lack of self-importance. Quite the contrary. It was really because such an attack could not constitute any substantial damage to the Jade Rabbit, who possessed great strength and was full of confidence. At this moment, no one was in more agonizing pain than the pilots of the 6 F-35s below. It was as if time had frozen and they had been hanging in the air like lambs to the slaughter for half an hour. And with the cockpit cover long gone, and without this vital layer of protection, they are now relying solely on their seatbelts to hold their bodies tightly in place, and will fall straight down if they're not careful. Every minute, even every second, that passed during this long and torturous time of being hoisted was tantamount to torture for these pilots. At this moment, the situation they were in was simply a desperate situation within a desperate situation. If the Sakura side ended up losing, there was no doubt that only death awaited them, but if the majestic mecha above the sky was unfortunately crushed by their opponents, it would be equally difficult for them to escape death. However, compared to the fear of death itself, this endless torment and agony at the moment made them feel more creepy and worse than death. Time passed slowly like fine sand in an hourglass, and every minute seemed extraordinarily long. In this seemingly peaceful moment, the huge mushroom bomb launched by the Sakura country was speeding towards the direction where the Tamagotchi was at an alarming speed. It didn't take long for the incredibly powerful weapon to arrive above the Jade Rabbit's head, despite the fact that the two were still far apart. With its keen perception, the Jade Rabbit still detected the powerful threat at the first moment. However, surprisingly, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the Jade Rabbit even just slightly moved its long ears, not even bothering to raise its head to take a look. It was as if to it, such an attack was not worth mentioning at all, and there was absolutely no need for it to give the slightest bit of importance. The atmosphere inside the Sakura Combat Command Center was tense and grave, with a group of commanders staring intently at the satellite images displayed on the huge screen in front of them. When they witnessed the Jade Rabbit actually attacking straight on without dodging, all of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. A deafening cheer then instantly erupted. "Great! Look! Fly has successfully entered the end glide phase. Now it's too late for him to dodge even if he wanted to." One of the commanders was flushed with excitement, his voice trembling a little from excitement. The other commander grunted coldly, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smug smile. Humph. I wish I could fly right up to that damned fellow and tell it myself that this is the heavy price that must be paid for arrogance. A vengeful thrill flashed in his eyes. Others sighed regretfully. Alas, what a pity. Such an advanced and powerful mecha. If it could be captured intact, then our Sakura country's military technology will surely usher in a qualitative leap to a whole new level. He couldn't help but shake his head at the thought, as if he felt great regret at not being able to achieve this goal. At that moment, another commander said loudly and with great pride, when that time comes, it will be the day when we, the Sakura country, will dominate the entire Blue Star. All other countries will only be able to look up to our glorious achievements. These words triggered more resonance and echoes, and for a while, the command center was filled with the shouts of excitement and confidence. As the group of commanders exchanged words and comments, the deadly missile sped like a runaway wildebeest toward the heavily armored bunny hovering in the air. At the moment, time seemed to freeze, and every second seemed so long and torturous. In just 1 second, if the heavy armored bunny remains motionless, the mushroom bomb with its destructive power will mercilessly tear it into pieces and reduce it to rubble. At this moment, all of the Sakura commanders in the command room were so tense that they were frozen, not even daring to take a breath. Their hearts were clenched tightly together, their eyes staring deathly at the picture in the screen, fearing that the heavy-duty bunny would suddenly flash away in the final nick of time. Chapter 153, Thorough Despair 2. However, to their slight relief, their worst fears did not materialize. In the end, the missile was like a precision-guided arrow, hitting the imposing mech in the air impartially. What is even more surprising is that, unlike in the past, this time the missile did not strangely disappear into thin air the moment it hit its target. Instead, it was like an enraged beast that exploded in the air, bursting into a fiery and incomparable blaze that spread rapidly at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the sea of fire had expanded dramatically to a kilometer in diameter, and still had not stopped expanding. The rolling flames, just like a bright and dazzling supernova, recklessly devouring all objects that dare to block its path. Under this terrifying absolute heat, the density of the surrounding air plummeted, and the originally stable airflow instantly became chaotic. The surrounding air was affected by the high temperatures and began to frantically gather towards the center, creating an extremely hot and high-pressure area. Finally, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the air as the surging air currents continued to rise. It looks like a towering mountain, the top of the sky. Shocking! The sky-covering smoke cloud spread out as if it was going to envelop the entire world. In an instant, a deafening cheer erupted in the command room, as if to burst through the roof. Everyone was jumping and hugging excitedly, completely absorbed in the joy of victory, not realizing in the slightest that they had just set a jaw-dropping record for being the first group to use mushroom eggs on themselves. They were wide-eyed and full of unbelief, as if they were still unable to accept this shocking fact. The enemy that was considered as powerful and invincible as a god was now defeated at their hands. The feeling was dreamlike and unbelievable. At this moment, every commander in the command room is also witnessing the spectacular sight of a mushroom bomb explosion for the first time in their lives. The incomparably great power was like a ferocious beast roaring and releasing endless energy, turning everywhere it went into ruins and ashes. The strong shockwave raised layers of smoke and dust like a giant wave. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky, as if it had torn the sky apart. This scene deeply shocked everyone present, causing them to feel unprecedented fear and awe. That huge mushroom cloud hit the crowd. It caused a huge wave to rise up in their hearts, producing an unparalleled and unprecedented shock. Some people stared with wide eyes, muttering with astonishment, "Is this the true power of the weapons held by the great powers? It's simply unbelievable." Another person said with a trembling voice, "With such a terrifying power, I'm afraid that mech has long been completely melted into a puddle of blazing hot iron, right?" Before the words fell, another person from the side interjected, his tone filled with alarm and speculation. "Iron water? I think nah. Maybe it was directly vaporized without a trace." However, someone else offered a different view, saying with a hint of luck, "Perhaps the materials used in this mech are rather special, and there might be some particularly strong parts that can be preserved as well." Hearing this, someone immediately snorted coldly and retorted disdainfully, "Humph, this is the heavy price those guys have to pay for their arrogance." At that very same time, that once unmistakable disheveled look could no longer be seen on Tanaka's body. It was as if he had undergone a transformative transformation, and his entire being glowed with an amazing radiance. The eyes that were originally dull and lifeless now became bright and sharp, like a greedy evil spirit. Those shoulders that were always slumped straightened up. Even his steps became brisk and strong, each step carrying a wave of pride. Now Tanaka was like a gambler who had won the jackpot, rediscovered long-lost confidence in a win he didn't see coming. Immediately give orders to the ground troops to put on their special protective suits as fast as possible and quickly proceed to the target location to start a search operation. Be sure to carefully check to see if any parts of that mysterious mecha can be recovered. This is a crucial mission that concerns the future fate of our Sakura country. If we do find even a small piece of wreckage, we must carefully collect it and bring it back. As long as we have these precious materials, with our country's advanced scientific research technology, we will spend a decade or two on in-depth research and analysis. And by that time, both the mighty Dacia and the self-important Eagle Sauce can only be stepped on by us and become stepping stones to our world domination. Before the smoke and dust that filled the air completely dissipated, they only saw a figure quickly speeding up from the distance. The figures, clad in heavily protective suits, moved in an agile and orderly fashion as they approached the target area. The escorted convoy came to a steady stop as a brake squealed. The door slammed open and a tall, serious-looking man was the first to leap out of the car. He was the captain of the Sakura Special Force. His gaze as sharp as a falcon, staring at the wretched scene in front of him. All hands on deck. Scrutinize every inch and every area. Never leave any wreckage behind. The captain gave the order loudly, his voice echoing like thunder across the empty field. After receiving the order, the combatants didn't hesitate. They dispersed as if they were arrows, and started to search the entire target area by carpet. Everyone was fully focused, not missing a single hint of what was going on. Time passed by, and just then, a few exclamations suddenly broke the silence of the scene. It turned out to be a few of the special warriors who had sensed that something seemed to be wrong above their heads. They subconsciously raised their heads and were instantly stunned by the scene before them. In midair about 100 meters above the ground, there were surprisingly several F-35 fighters hanging in the air that had been burned into blackened, empty shells. These once formidable fighters are now in a state of total disrepair. Their fuselages twisted and distorted by the blazing fire, and their wings mutilated, as if they were shaking like candles in the wind. However, it was mind-boggling that they were just bizarrely suspended in the air, as if supported by a mysterious force. Looking at this unbelievable scene, a few of the Special Forces members couldn't help but swallow hard. How on earth was an airplane so badly damaged able to remain in a hover? Chapter 154, Full-Scale Suppression. It wasn't long before the unusual movement coming from this side was like a magnet, quickly attracting the attention of all the members of the squad. After everyone hurriedly rushed to the scene, one by one, they all stared dumbfounded at the wreckage of the warplane floating in the air, and a strong ominous foreboding surged up in their hearts unanimously. This situation is just too weird and bizarre, completely beyond the scope of their previous knowledge and experience. The huge and tattered wreckage of the warplane was just silently suspended in midair, as if it was being manipulated by some mysterious force, giving people a creepy feeling. The scene that happened in front of them was like a bolt from the blue, splitting straight into their originally sturdy and incomparable worldview, instantly shattering it into pieces. It was important to know that these team members were all veterans who had experienced countless battles and dangerous missions, but even with such a wide range of knowledge, they had never witnessed such an unimaginable sight with their own eyes. At that moment, a young soldier in the crowd could no longer hold back his inner fear. His face was as pale as paper, and his voice trembled as he carefully asked the leading captain, "Team, Captain, do we still have to keep going forward? I feel so scary here." After taking a deep breath, the squad leader raised his head once again, his gaze fixed on the wreckage of the warplane hovering above his head. Despite the waves of terror that had already risen within him, he tried to sound calm and collected. "Don't panic, everyone. This is just a common physics reaction triggered by a nuclear explosion. There's nothing to be afraid of. Here from the center of the explosion is a full 3,000 meters. Even we ride the aircraft were so badly damaged, almost out of shape. It can be imagined that the center of the explosion in the location of the station, I am afraid that has long been ashes. Ashes." However, his words didn't do much good. One of the players couldn't help but open his mouth and retort, "Captain, you can't be kidding. That's not what my gym teacher taught me when I was in school." Several other members of the team wearing radiation suits chimed in to express their skepticism and dissatisfaction with the captain's explanation. In the face of his teammates' skepticism, the squad leader's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly returned to normal and continued to try to convince the crowd. "What I said is true. This phenomenon is indeed caused by a physical reaction due to a nuclear explosion. You guys have to trust my judgment as the captain." However, the team members obviously didn't buy it, and they rolled their eyes while muttering in a low voice, "Physical reaction caused by a nuclear explosion? This kind of bull ***** is more or less like fooling children. It's not that easy to fool us." Nonetheless, due to their mission, they were forced to continue their slow march forward. It was just that everyone's footsteps seemed extraordinarily heavy, as if what awaited them ahead was not an unknown danger, but a nightmare from which there was no escape. From start to finish, No one was willing to voluntarily take a step closer to the center of that fearful explosion. The junior captain frowned tightly, his gaze falling on those slow-moving and inefficient team members, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety welling up in his heart. At this rate of development, just how long will it take to collect enough useful debris to deliver to the top? He knew that this operation was crucial to his chances of getting a promotion, and that if he could not complete the mission successfully, all his previous efforts would go down the drain. At this moment, how he longed for a strong wind to blow and disperse the heavy smoke that had filled this area due to the nuclear explosion. That way, their horizons would be much wider and the search would certainly be able to progress more quickly. Just as the young captain was filled with anticipation, a sudden gust of wind whistled past. In an instant, the originally thick, lead-like radiant dust and smoke seemed like it had been violently ripped apart by a large, invisible hand, dissipating quite a bit at once. The junior captain stood in stunned silence, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Isn't this just like the old saying, when sleep comes, someone brings you a pillow? He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky, and it was true, only to see that the smoke above the head has obviously thinned out a lot, even the several originally hidden, suspended in the air. The wreckage of the aircraft has also become clearly visible at this moment. In this way, I'm sure the rest of the mission will go smoother and smoother. Look at that! What the hell is that thing? Suddenly, a member of the team looked like he had discovered a new continent, and with a face full of astonishment, he pointed high into the sky and shouted loudly. However, that squad leader didn't even bother to raise his eyes, let alone cast his sight into the sky, only to see him frowning tightly, with a face of impatience. He snapped at the soldier. Why is it you again? You're the one who has the most to do in the entire team. Stop yelling here and hurry up to search for those wrecks. Upon hearing such a harsh reprimand from the captain, the team member, though somewhat aggrieved in his heart, did not dare to say anything more, and could only obediently turn around and walk towards the direction of the wreckage. However, within a few steps of walking out, he couldn't help but turn back and once again eagerly reported to the captain. Reporting to the captain, it really wasn't me who intentionally messed up. There does seem to be an unknown object in the sky. This time, when the captain saw how persistent this guy was, he couldn't help but be flooded with a hint of doubt in his heart as well. Thus, he stopped what he was busy doing in his hands, and after a slight hesitation, he finally decided to raise his head and look towards the sky in the direction that the team member was pointing at. He would like to take a good look at what kind of mystery was hidden above this sky that could make this guy make such a fuss. The moment the captain looked up, the other members of the squad seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and all of them shifted their curious gazes from their respective tasks at hand into the air. For a moment, everyone tilted their heads in unison, eyes wide open, staring intently at the sky above. As expected, the smoke that had originally filled the air gradually began to dissipate as a breeze blew by, and right where that smoke dispersed, a strangely shaped figure gradually emerged in the air. Just as the crowd was torn with anxiety, completely unable to make out the exact details of the mysterious figure because of the thick smoke that obscured their vision, suddenly, another gale of unrelenting ferocity whistled by. This gust of wind came with a fury, like a ferocious beast pouncing on the crowd. In an instant, only the sound of flying sand and stones could be heard all around, and the gusty wind swept up countless sands and debris, like a surging torrent sweeping in. Chapter 155, Full-Scale Suppression 2. In the face of such a violent wind, the crowd did not dare to be the slightest bit slow, and they all bent down in panic, doing their best to avoid the sudden storm attack, for fear that one carelessness would be blown by the gale toppling people over and making a mess. For a while, the whole scene became chaotic and tense, with people shouting at each other to remind each other to be safe. Fortunately, such a horrifying scenario didn't last too long, and after just a few moments, that gust of wind finally came to a gradual halt. The sound of the wind died down, and calm gradually returned to the surroundings. Only then did the crowd dare to breathe a little sigh of relief and carefully straighten up, then once again raised their heads and looked in the direction where the mysterious figure was just now. The crowd slowly raised their heads once again with apprehension, and when their gazes looked at the figure that hung high in the sky, everyone couldn't help but have their jaws dropped and sucked in a mouthful of cool air filled with radiant dust. Manda, how is this possible? Someone mumbled in horror, his voice trembling so much that it was barely in tune. Barka, not even the incredibly powerful mushroom bomb couldn't even hurt him a bit? Another person hissed with despair, incredulous at the sight before him. Well, Wushta, this must be a lie. This can never be true. Never. Others shouted loudly, trying to deny this cruel reality, but deep inside they had long been overwhelmed by fear. We're totally screwed. It's all over. The crowd erupted into bursts of wailing and crying, with deep despair and helplessness written on everyone's face. At this moment, in the unattainable high dome of the sky, A giant mecha with cold silver light flashed all over its body like an unshakable mountain standing steadily in the air. Under the reflection of its huge body, everything in the world seemed to become as insignificant and small as a mole cricket. Indeed it does. All the deadly weapons that the human race tried their best to bring out, including the existence of destructive powers such as mushroom eggs, when facing this mysterious and powerful mech, all of them lost their effect, and it was difficult to even cause even a tiny bit of paint damage to it. All of the people's previous efforts and resistance were just like a group of ants struggling in vain in front of this terrifying mech, appearing so pale, powerless and meaningless. The junior captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the silver-white mecha in the air, and his entire body froze in place. His hand trembled a little as he picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice slightly tinged with a hint of confusion and nervousness, and shouted into the microphone, "Mountain Dog to command. Mountain Dog has completed the target." At that moment, Tanaka Born, who was located in the distant command room, was sitting in front of the console with a serious face, staring intently at the images displayed on the screen. When he suddenly heard the report coming from the Mountain Dog, his heart leapt and he bounced out of his seat in excitement, only to see Tanaka-san quickly rush to the operator, nonchalantly pushing him out of the way with one hand, and then grabbing the microphone in a swift motion. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but his tone still couldn't hide his inner anxiety. "Mountain Dog, this is the command center. Quickly tell me, just how much target wreckage have you found? This is the key to the future fate of our country. As long as we can bring back the wreckage of that mysterious mecha and study it in depth, our Cherry Blossom Nation will surely completely dominate the blue planet." After a harsh and noisy electromagnetic noise rang out, the slightly trembling voice of the Mountain Dog Squad leader once again came through the communicator. This time, however, his voice seemed to contain endless despair and fear. "Report, command, the target is still intact." The Mountain Dog Squad leader's words hit the hearts of the crowd as hard as a heavy hammer. Upon hearing this news, Tanaka Born, who had been looking forward to it, suddenly widened his eyes, an incredulous look on his face, and muttered, "In one piece? That's great." For a while, various complicated emotions surged through his mind, causing his face to become cloudy. In the very next second, as if Tanaka Born suddenly realized something, his entire complexion instantly became grave as he roared, "What did you say? The target is intact? Then wouldn't all of our previous efforts have been in vain? No, impossible." However, before Tanaka Born could finish his sentence, the leader of the Mountain Dog Squad interrupted him without hesitation and said in a resolute tone, "It's just as you think, sir. The mushroom bombs we dropped had no effect on him at all." After saying these words, the captain of the Mountain Dog Squad unexpectedly hung up the phone directly. It was as if they didn't want to hear another second of questioning and reprimanding from the commanding officer. Immediately after that, the captain of the Mountain Dog Squad was seen violently ripping off the mask of the heavy radiation suit he was wearing, gasping for air. At this moment, he had given up all hope of survival and was quietly waiting for death to come. On the other hand, Tanaka Born, who was abruptly hung up on, completely panicked as he desperately shouted into his communicator, "Hello, hello, what in the world is going on? Answer me quickly." However, no matter how he hissed and called out, the Mountain Dog Squad side never gave any response, leaving only a palpitating dead silence. Right at this moment, along with the rolling smoke and dust gradually dissipating without a trace, the battlefield picture monitored by the satellite was once again clearly presented in the huge screen above the command headquarters. The crowd fixed their eyes on the body of the silver-white, glittering with cold light mecha like an unshakable mountain standing steadily on the top of the vast and boundless dome of the sky. It just stood there quietly. A gut-wrenching pressure emanated from his body. It was as if it was an invincible god of war that had traveled from the ancient times, and no one could make it move a single bit. What was even more unbelievable was that the amazingly powerful mushroom bomb had failed to cause even the slightest bit of damage to the silver and white mech under the impact of the explosion at such a close distance. Its outer layer of patent leather remained intact and smooth as a mirror. Not even a single scratch or dent was left. This unimaginable protection has simply exceeded the limits of people's imagination. It is just too outrageous. Just in the split second when the picture on the big screen was restored, the originally tense and busy atmosphere in the entire command room abruptly froze. Chapter 156, Full-Scale Repression 3. Those staff members from Little Cherry Blossom were all jaw-dropped, their faces filled with shock and fear. Their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't make a single sound, as if time had completely stopped at this moment. Some people's hands clenched and the document file unconsciously along the powerless hanging arm slipped down, crackling scattered all over the ground. However, they were oblivious to this and only stared blankly at the silver and white mecha on the screen that was like an existence in myths and legends. "Ha ha ha, that's so ridiculous. In his eyes, perhaps we are just insignificant little insects. Whether it's you or me,
We're all just like that tiny ant that can only crawl hard on this earth. And you're still thinking of fighting such a powerful being? Don't be naive. They haven't even looked at us, let alone seriously deal with us ants. Just then, I saw a staff officer suddenly start to become incoherent as if he had lost his mind. All sorts of absurd and crazy words came out of that mouth of his in a steady stream, as if he was completely out of control. Tanaka-born watched as a number of people around him had been affected by the staff officer, their emotions gradually becoming agitated and unstable. He screamed in his heart that it wasn't good. If he allowed this situation to continue, he was afraid that the entire team would be thrown into chaos. So, he made an instant decision and hurriedly shouted to the commander beside him, "Quickly, hurry up and take him away from me. We can't let him disrupt the army with any more nonsense here." However, despite the swiftness with which the order was given, it took a long time before two guards finally approached slowly, and it took a great deal of effort to forcibly drag the staff officer, who had gone completely insane, away from the scene. It was obvious that even Tanaka-born, who had always been known for his calmness and composure, was unknowingly experiencing a steady decline in his ability to command when faced with such a despairing scenario. After all, at this final moment of life and death, many people's hearts were filled with fear and helplessness, and they could no longer care about the so-called rules and discipline. Everyone knows in their hearts that the end of this war seems to be doomed, and that all people can't escape death. If everyone is going to play it out, why are we sticking to the last-minute rules? It is better to leave the last moments of your life to your family than to continue to be at the mercy of others. Meanwhile, in that distant and mysterious high altitude, a jade rabbit was quietly suspended. It sat inside the advanced and cool mecha cab, its gaze sharp as a falcon, overlooking the vast and boundless earth beneath its feet. At the moment, this Tamagotchi is at an altitude of 3,500 meters above sea level. Looking from this amazing height, one could clearly see all of Sakura Nation's territory, including the floating mountain, which had previously been leveled due to an accidental EM gun going off. The reason why the jade rabbit purposely chose such a height contains a profound symbolism. Everything in the celestial kingdom is to be above the Fanish countries, because, technically speaking, it's a rabbit that belongs to the great Daxia. When I think about it, that called Xianyuan set up an iron law. All things in the heavenly dynasty must be high above those so-called foreign barbarians. The reason behind this is in fact no simpler than this. This vast expanse of heaven and earth is the great Xia's forefathers and the powerful civilization from beyond the heavens to wage life and death struggles, bloodshed before the difficult to seize. Because of this, the valiant and fearless people of Daxia should be entitled to be above all races and become the rightful masters of this land. In this world, only the leader of the great Xia had enough prestige and ability to assume the supreme title of honor of human emperor. The reason is actually very simple and straightforward. This vast and magnificent heavens and earth did not come out of thin air, but the ancestors of Daxia with fearless courage and tenacious perseverance, and the mysterious civilization from beyond the heavens to start a thrilling life and death struggle after the tragic battle hard to seize. Because of this, Daxia talent deservedly possesses an honorable position above all races. This is not only an honor, but also a heavy responsibility and mission. The Daxia people deserve to be above all races. Ridiculous that little cherry blossom originally is in the barbarian race of the Fenland, but do not know the high ground to call themselves the emperor. It's really a slip of the tongue. 100 years ago, this gang of barbarians was even more audacious to the point of heinousness, even dared to massacre my Xia's innocent people, wantonly encroaching on my Xia's vast territory. Its crimes can be said to be too numerous to mention. Now that he has returned from the moon, he is bound to put down these inferior races. Now these guys who were as small as ants seem to have exhausted their last ounce of strength and were no longer able to resist. So far, his mission has been accomplished. As for what to do with this group of barbarians, it gave the jade rabbit a bit of a headache. After a little thought, the jade rabbit thought this matter should still be asked Zhang Yuwei and Gongsun Shenyuan offspring, because no matter how time passes, this vast and boundless land is always owned by the Yanhuan people. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain and every water here belongs to the descendants of Yan Huang, and those barbarians living in this land, in a sense, in fact, is also the year Zhang Yuwei and Gongsun Shenyuan left to future generations of a special heritage. Just, the jade rabbit pondered for a moment, and after about 2 short seconds, it made a snap decision to go find Chen Shan to take over this tricky mess. It is important to realize that there are as many as 200 million people living on this island. It would undoubtedly be an extremely tedious, time-consuming and boring task for him to execute these people one by one. Just then, Chen Shang steadily maneuvered the Earth-Moon long-distance carrier to complete a perfect landing maneuver. However, before he even had a chance to get up from the cockpit, he felt a sharp vibration coming from his pants pocket. The heart couldn't help but surge with a hint of surprise. Who on earth would be calling at this hour? While Chen Shang was secretly thinking, He quickly reached out and pulled out his cell phone. When the screen lit up, the words Lin Tianyu came into view. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Turning his head full of suspicion to look at Lin Tianyu, who was sitting behind him and was boredly picking at his fingers and playing with them. Hadn't this guy's phone been snatched away by the mischievous Tamagotchi long ago? Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Shang's mouth involuntarily rose. In other words, it's actually the Tamagotchi who's calling him right now. Chapter 157, Sakura's Future. Almost without hesitation, Chen Shang pressed the answer button and held the phone close to his ear. Immediately after, the microphone came out the voice of the Jade Rabbit with a bit of lethargy. The 4 islands of Sakura have been successfully suppressed by this young lady. So hurry up and send someone over to take over the more than 100 million prisoners of war on the island. This sudden news was like a thunderbolt, instantly causing Chen Shang's entire body to freeze. His eyes were wide open, his mouth slightly open, and his face was filled with disbelief. The 4 islands were suppressed just like that? And with over 100 million prisoners? Although Chen Shang had long known that the Jade Rabbit was going to seek Sakura's bad luck this time, he never expected that the efficiency of the Jade Rabbit's work would be so high that it was beyond imagination. Returning to his senses, Chen Shang hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, I can't be the master of such a major matter. I must find other people to discuss it properly." Before the words fell, Chen Shang did not give the Tamagotchi any chance to retort at all, and hung up the phone on the spot. After all, this fact was too shocking to allow him to have the slightest delay, and indeed he needed to discuss his response with someone as soon as possible. In a certain spacious and solemn conference room in Zhonghai City, a bustling metropolis, the light was soft and serene. A hale and hearty old man with a serious face was sitting quietly on a wide and comfortable sofa, his eyes staring at the image projected on the wall in front of him, and the whole person seemed to be immersed in it, falling into deep contemplation. That projected image was the very same high-definition image delivered back in real time by satellite. In this shocking image, a huge mech with a silver-white body and cool shape could be clearly seen standing high above the sky like a heavenly god. Its huge body exuded an incomparable sense of majesty and power. Looking down on the vast and boundless earth below, all the scenes on the ground appeared so small and humble at this moment, as if all things had already chosen to submit under the powerful intimidation of this mech involuntarily. The whole scene is so full of sci-fi that you can't help but be amazed by it. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly broke the silence and opened his mouth to say, "Old Yan, tell me." Chen Shang just easily knocked down the cherry blossoms. "What the hell is this all about?" Yan Guofeng, who was called Old Yan, was first slightly stunned when he heard the old man's question, then he quickly came back to his senses. As a beloved subordinate who had followed the old man for many years, he naturally understood the deep meaning behind the old man's words. The fierce battle is over. But the next thing to face is how to deal with the aftermath of the battle and cope with a series of complicated situations that may arise. After all, the battle was won, but the reasoning had to be clear. Although at this time, Chen Shang was not sure what kind of advanced weapon could make the mighty Sakura become submissive in just 1 hour. Not even a powerful mushroom bomb could hurt it in the slightest. But it really didn't look too good for Daxia to have Sakura in its pocket so blatantly. Now the war is over, but the name of the division has not yet been drawn up. It is obviously too late to compose an exodus at this moment. After all, how can such things be made up after the fact? After Yan Guofeng slightly hesitated, he finally opened his mouth slightly shyly and proposed, "Otherwise, let us continue to use the since ancient times trick?" However, when that highly respected old man heard this, he shook his head unhesitatingly and rejected it. "Never. The strategy of since time immemorial applies to gradual encroachment and slow penetration, which is not quite suitable for the present situation. We must realize that Sakura's geographical location is extremely advantageous, and will undoubtedly be of great help to the long-term development of Daxia in the future. However, if we forcefully occupy this place, it is very likely to trigger strong dissatisfaction among the people on the island, and if a large-scale strike occurs at that time, it will be troublesome." Just then, Li Changfeng, who was sitting in the back row, raised his hand, and his slightly trembling hand showed the nervousness and uneasiness within him. After all, he knew himself to have been marginalized on important meeting occasions like this one. However, when that respected old man cast his eyes on Li Changfeng in the back row, a hint of encouragement and expectation showed in his eyes, and gently nodded his head and said with a smile, "Changfeng, there is no need to be so formal. Let's open our minds and speak freely today." After obtaining the old man's approval, Li Changfeng took a deep breath and his expression became extraordinarily solemn as he slowly spoke. "In my opinion, why don't we set up a puppet regime in the cherry blossom country?" Immediately afterward, the old man's words suddenly turned and asked in a serious tone, "Then all of you think, who is the most suitable person to take on this important task?" Hearing this, the original still slightly relaxed atmosphere instantly condensed. All the people are looking at each other. For a moment actually no one answered, because they all know very well that the candidate needed for this position has extremely high and extremely demanding requirements in terms of his or her ability and level, and it was foreseeable that no matter what way it was ultimately handled, the future of the Sakura country was bound to be in deep chaos. At that time, how to effectively balance the intricate power relations between various parties will become a thorny problem. Not only do they have to make those Sakura Nation people obediently follow their commands, but they also have to always be on the lookout for any possible backlash from them. If you want to successfully realize to make today's cherry blossom country land smoothly and make it become a source of constant wealth for Dacia, I'm afraid that it is by no means an easy task. At this moment, the conference room was quiet, everyone was silent, and the atmosphere seemed a bit gloomy. However, right at this critical moment, that usually big-headed and known as a big old man, Lu Tianming, suddenly broke the silence, only to see him slamming the table, said loudly, "According to me, if this matter is so tricky to deal with, then simply who hit down the ground to who managed it, so that, even if the others want to pick a prick, I'm afraid there is nothing to say it." As soon as Lu Tianming's heartfelt words left his mouth, the entire conference room instantly became silent. Immediately afterward, the gazes of everyone present turned to him in unison as if pulled by some mysterious force, and Lu Tianming obviously did not expect that his own casual words would cause such a sensational effect. Facing the gazes of surprise, doubt, or scrutiny cast by the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment, subconsciously stretching out his hand and scratching his head, muttering explanations under his breath. Hey, I'm just talking casually and expressing my personal opinion. Chapter 158 Sakura's Future 2. Right on cue. The respected old man who had originally sat at the first place without saying a word unexpectedly clapped his hands and praised in a loud voice. "Ha ha, did not expect a small Lu? Do not look at your usual nature straight. Speak, never beat around the bush. But the key time or can come up with some good ideas. Your suggestion is quite good." Hearing these words of praise from the old man, Lu Tianming's tan and rugged face immediately turned red. He waved his hands and responded humbly. You're too kind. I'm not as good as you say I am." But despite what he said on his lips, you can tell from his smiling expression that his heart is happy at the moment. However, in stark contrast to Lu Tianming were those commanders sitting around the sidelines. One by one, they looked at each other, with a look of tears and laughter on their faces, secretly muttering in their hearts, "This guy is really a straight man. Actually can't even hear this kind of words that are clearly ironic, and really take it as a sincere compliment." Knock, knock, knock. A sharp and loud knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the originally heavy atmosphere in the conference room. This sudden sound was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's heart. For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but freeze, looking at each other with shock and doubt in their eyes. The guards in charge of guarding outside are all highly trained elites. They were well aware of the importance and confidentiality of this meeting, and would never easily interrupt even the slightest hint of a breeze on a normal day. Yet at this moment, someone was actually knocking on the door in defiance of these rules. That must mean that something extremely urgent and all-important has happened to force them to take such action. "Come in." As this low and majestic shout rang out, the entire room seemed to be enveloped by this aura. At this moment, Yan Guofeng's tall and upright figure slowly turned back. His cold gaze swept across the doorway like two streaks of lightning. It didn't take long to see a staff officer in military uniform with a strong stride walk quickly into the room. This staff officer clutched a chicly shaped special phone in his hand as he cautiously walked towards Yan Guofeng. When walking up to Yan Guofeng, the staff officer respectfully handed him the phone. Yan Guofeng narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the gray-haired but hale and hearty old man sitting on the side, then stretched out his hand to steadily receive the phone. "It's number 2. Yan Guofeng reported the identity of the caller to the old man. Upon hearing this news, a trace of imperceptible fluctuation flared up on the old man's face that was originally as calm as water. He raised his head and looked at Yan Guofeng with deep and wise eyes, and nodded gently, signaling him to take this important call right here. After getting the old man's permission, Yan Guofeng pressed the answer button without hesitation. Almost at the same instant, an urgent and familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Was none other than Chen Shang. "Chief Yan, there is something I would like to discuss with you." Chen Shang's tone seemed a bit anxious and grave. Yan Guofeng's brows frowned slightly as he once again turned his gaze to the old man beside him. The old man still maintained his calm and collected demeanor, nodding at Yan Guofeng once again, indicating for him to continue communicating with the other party. Seeing the old man's gesture, Yan Guofeng took a deep breath and replied, "Go ahead." At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became unusually tense, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the thing that Chen Shang was going to say. After taking a deep breath, Chen Shang spoke in a solemn tone. "Chief Yan, this is the situation, and currently Sakura's side has completely lost the ability to resist you. What exactly should we do with them next? I still ask for your instructions. At this time, Yen Guofeng was secretly happy in his heart, not expecting Chen Shang to take the initiative to come to the door to report on this matter, only to see him clear his throat, deliberately coughing twice and then slowly said, cough cough. Chen Shang you young people are just in the prime of life. Spirited time, should have the courage to bear the courage and courage to awe. For a small matter like this, where is the need to make a special effort to consult us old guys? You could have handled it properly according to your own ideas. Just as Yen Guofeng had just finished his words, the old man who had been sitting quietly across from him suddenly stretched out a hand and gently pressed down a few times with his palm facing downwards. His movements self-explanatory. The meaning was clearly for Yen Guofeng to hang up immediately. Yen Guofeng naturally didn't dare to be slow. He quickly reacted and pressed the hang-up button without hesitation. The whole room was instantly silent, and only the slightest breaths of each other could be heard. Obviously, this old man was intentionally trying to push this thorny issue onto Chen Shang. Quite a bit of rushing the duck onto the shelf. And at this moment Chen Shang, I'm afraid that he also had to take this difficult task with a hard head. Hey! Chen Shang gripped his cell phone tightly, his ear pressed against the receiver, but the only thing that responded to him was the cold and unfeeling busy signal. For a moment, he actually didn't know what to do, and his entire body looked like it was fixed in place, appearing somewhat at a loss for words. Does it mean that the old guys just left it alone? This thought flashed through Chen Shang's mind, causing him to feel a chill rise up his spine. There was no doubt that they had left Sakura's affairs entirely in his hands, but this was undoubtedly a huge problem for Chen Shang. You should know that the matter of suppressing Sakura was originally a spur-of-the-moment decision by the Jade Rabbit. Until then, he had never even seriously considered all the issues involved. Now that's great. The thought of dealing with this 100 million plus population of cherry blossoms. Chen Shang then felt his head buzzing as if it was about to explode. Let's not talk about anything else. Just to bury all these people. How much earth would need to be dug up? And there's no telling how much money will be spent to complete this massive project. The more he thought about it, the more Chen Shang felt a splitting headache. And in his heart, he was even more secretly bitter. Just then, Lin Tianyu, who had been absently fiddling with his fingers on the side, noticed Chen Shang's bewildered face, as if he had lost his way. He couldn't help but be curious and came forward to ask, Hey, my good buddy, what's going on? You look like you're in some kind of trouble. After hearing his best friend's inquiry, Chen Shang came back to his senses slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly told what had just happened one by one. Only his brows were furrowed, and his eyes revealed a bit of worry and confusion. After listening to Chen Shang's narration, Lin Tianyu was silent for a while, seemingly thinking of a response. Chapter 159 The Customs Industry State and the Island Company. After a moment, he looked up, eyes flashing with a hint of cunning and excitement. He made a bold and shocking suggestion to Chen Shang. I say, brother, in my opinion, it's too bad if those people were buried like that. How about we start the largest custom industry nation in all of Blue Star and Sakura? All women can officially start work as soon as they reach the age of 18 and work until they retire at 50. This will definitely make a lot of money. Immediately afterward, Lin Tianyu became more and more excited as he continued to expound on his plan in a heated manner. As for the males, send them all to Mars. Let them build the plant there. When the plant is built, let them put screws in it. And then after work install a brain-computer interface for each of them to utilize their brain's arithmetic to develop AI technology. All the Sakura people are all male and female separated, so they won't be able to breed the next generation in the future, and in the long run they'll be extinct. Ha ha, what do you think of my idea? After hearing Lin Tianyu's suggestion, Chen Shang couldn't help but frown slightly. After a while, Chen Shang slowly raised his head, a complex expression on his face. In his heart, he secretly pondered. This Lin Tianyu is really an unabashed devil. Such a tricky, weird and unbelievable idea can be thought up by him. Thinking of this, Chen Shang could not help but fall into a brief moment of contemplation. His eyes flickered as if he was weighing the feasibility of what the proposal entailed over and over in his mind. It's true that the solution is a good idea, but there is a certain degree of difficulty in actually implementing it. Shang Renchen frowned slightly, a slight look of contemplation spreading across his face. Immediately after he said, the specific details of the operation we still need to deliberate a good deal. Think long and hard about it. In my opinion, why don't we simply set up an island company first? When the fresh term island company, which he had never heard of before, came into his ears, Lin Tianyu, who was originally a bit careless, was instantly aroused by a strong curiosity, and his whole body was invigorated, only to see him hastily come to Chen Shang. Cannot wait to ask, what is the island company? Tell me about it. Chen Shang thought briefly, and realized that he didn't know how to accurately explain clearly to Lin Tianyu for a while, and after hesitating for a while, He decided to adopt a roundabout tactic to answer this question, so he opened his mouth and asked Lin Tianyu tentatively, "Then, have you ever heard of the East Tianju Company?" As soon as Lin Tianyu heard the words East Tianju Company, his eyes immediately stared as wide as bronze bells, his face filled with disbelief, because he knows what this name means. And now Chen Shang even put it forward as an analogous object, which means that what Chen Shang is planning in his heart is absolutely non-trivial, and his ambition is simply beyond imagination. Fruit of the Loom is really his buddy. I have to say, his brilliant brain is just different from his own. Like this kind of subtle and brilliant idea, even if he racked his brain and thought hard, he would never be able to come up with it. Look at the way people think. So unique and creative. It's really something to behold. And yourself? It's just stupid in comparison. Right at this moment, Chen Shang slightly narrowed his eyes, a cunning light flashing in his eyes, as he unhurriedly continued. First of all, let's craft an island company in Sakura. Let this company monopolize the lifeblood of everything Sakura. Next, we have to raise a puppet government in this land that seems to be obedient and compliant. This government has a great deal of splendor on the surface, but in reality it is completely in our hands. It will be like a puppet on strings, following our predetermined script, step by step, transferring the power in its hands to the island company. And the end, naturally, is marvelous. We can ruthlessly exploit that group of naive Sakura people, extracting a constant stream of wealth and resources from them, while at the same time unknowingly making them willingly and slowly hand over all of their power to our hands. In that case, we can sit back and enjoy it without worrying. After hearing those words from Chen Shang, Lin Tianyu couldn't help but subconsciously reach out his hand and gently stroke his head. Then, his gaze slowly moved and landed on Chen Shang's head that also had one nose and two ears. At this moment, Lin Tianyu's heart was filled with doubts and incomprehension. Obviously, we all look similar, both have one nose and two ears, but why is there such a huge gap between the two people when it comes to thinking and dealing with things? What's the difference in power? What is the hidden mystery here? Thinking about it, Lin Tianyu finally shook his head helplessly and said to himself with a bitter smile, "Alas, it seems that I really don't have that kind of worrying life." After some deep thought, he decided that from now on, he would just completely follow Chen Shang's arrangements. Anyway, as long as Chen Shang let him do what he obediently do is. This also saves himself from the trouble and effort to figure out those complicated things. So what should our first step be now? Lin Tianyu asked. Chen Shang thought for a moment and replied, "Now of course we are going to save Sakura as saviors. In the meantime, Cherry Blossom Territory. A great panic is spreading rapidly like a plague. Countless prosperous and lively cities were instantly gripped by fear. People were running around in panic, and the streets were filled with noise and confusion. Despite the fact that Sakura officials have tried their best to appease the public through various channels and methods, all these efforts seem to be just a drop in the bucket with little effect. Today, it's not just the people in the country who are terrified. Even the media in other countries have focused their attention on it, reporting on the amazing news about the heavy-duty bunnies suppressing Cherry Blossom. These overwhelming news were like a sharp sword, deeply piercing the heart of every Sakura citizen. Under the influence of this tense atmosphere, the island's Sakura populace had long sensed that things could go in the worst possible direction. Thus, a crazy rush of shopping swept in. Supermarkets, shopping malls, grocery stores, wherever the necessities of life can be purchased are not crowded with people. Various types of rice, flour, grain and oil and other important supplies became the object of competition, and the goods that were originally piled up on the shelves were swept away in the blink of an eye. Chapter 160 Expecting the Savior. At first, people were barely able to follow the normal shopping process, but as time went on, the scene gradually got out of control. At the end of the day, the so-called purchase no longer exists, only naked robbery. Those who are a little slow to act can only watch as others return with their hands full, while they are left empty-handed and with nothing to show for their efforts. In the end, those who have encountered obstacles and achieved nothing do not hesitate to extend their sin-stained hands directly to their compatriots who, like them, are facing difficulties and struggling. This nation, originally known for its meanness, has now fallen into a state of near madness after unleashing its so-called nature without any constraints. They are like a bunch of irrational beasts, wantonly trampling on the bottom line of morality and ethics. It is no exaggeration to say that if no external force intervenes in such a situation and stops it, then in less than 3 days, I'm afraid that a large portion of the population of Sakura country will be destroyed by the hands of this group of dehumanized guys, and this will undoubtedly become a tragic disaster that will shock the entire world. At this moment, the jade rabbit was silently suspended in the air, and the silver-white mech was as still as a statue. Its deep eyes gazed silently at the vast and boundless earth below, as if to take in everything that was happening on the ground. Inferior people are inferior people. Even if they are tainted with some of Yen Huan's bloodline, it won't help.
At this time, the Jade Rabbit's heart was filled with doubt and incomprehension. It really couldn't figure out why such a seemingly inferior nation would dare to declare war on the people of the Emperor of Man. With what courage and strength did these humble existences dare to challenge the authority of the supreme human emperor? Meanwhile, in the distant blue star, the major social media platforms were in an unprecedented hustle and bustle. Countless netizens flocked to various forums, microblogs, and video sites, enthusiastically discussing an astonishing event. The powerful force that had suddenly appeared and successfully suppressed the mysterious Mecca of the Sakura country. This mysterious force was as dazzling as a shooting star passing in the night sky, instantly attracting the attention of the whole world. There is a lot of curiosity and speculation about the source and purpose of this unknown force and the secrets hidden behind it. Various remarks surged like a tidal wave, causing the entire online world to boil over. Pickles. It's long overdue for the Sakura people to get a taste of this. PickleNet, that's right. If anyone dares to help them this time around, we'll bid for the entirety of his family's folklore festivals and historical ethnicity. Focus on it, Daisha. As a networker, Shiva must have manifested and sent his holiness to suppress the cherry blossoms. Kimchi. Shiva is the Similac of our kimchi nation. Gallic chicken netizen, upstairs lezzies. Shouldn't this matter be related to Dacia according to conventional rational analysis? John Bull, that's right. It was almost as if Dacia had just revoked Sakura before it was suppressed. And I even suspect that the mech was built by Dacia, Duarian nation. That's right, the technology they have now is simply beyond our imagination. Eagle Jam. Strongly condemn Dacia's hegemony. Baba Sheep Netizen, condemnation? You should be glad technology is in civilized hands. Right about this time, inside the Sakura Combat General Command Room, time seemed to have frozen. The atmosphere, however, seemed extraordinarily heavy and depressing. Inside the originally spacious, bright, and technologically inspired huge space, now surprisingly, only Tanaka-born and a handful of loyal henchmen were left. These remaining people stood with grim faces, their gazes meeting, and they all seemed to be able to read the firmness and determination in each other's eyes. In stark contrast are the others who had sworn to follow to the end. Seeing that the situation was already irreversible, they did not hesitate to take off the clothes with special markings that symbolized their status and responsibility. Then, they quickly disappeared into the sea of people like ghosts, trying to blend in with the general population as a way of escaping the consequences they may face. Sakura has always had a unique strategy of military development, placing extreme emphasis on naval and air power while treating the construction of the army with relative indifference. However, time has changed, and now the air force of the Sakura country has suffered a devastating blow, and the entire force has surprisingly been wiped out. Meanwhile, its navy was in great distress, facing the powerful Dacia navy, especially those advanced destroyers equipped with electromagnetic cannons of 10,000 tons. The navy of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom could be said to be powerless and was deadlocked. Although there are conflicting opinions on the exact power of these mysterious EM guns, but judging from the swift and comprehensive changeover of the Great Summer State, the effect must have been extraordinary. There are even rumors that even the powerful Eagle Jam Nation's Hooker Carrier battle group was taken out by a certain 10,000 ton electromagnetic gun destroyer. From this, once the navy of the Sakura country dared to act rashly, then what awaited them would definitely be the tragic end of total annihilation. Despite appearances, Dacia had not officially declared war on the Sakura country, but anyone with a little insight can easily see the difference. Just after Dacia had just completed its evacuation operation, the Sakura country was surprisingly subjected to a merciless crackdown. This close convergence in time, if it were hard to say it was pure coincidence, I'm afraid even the most obtuse dog would scoff at that. At this moment, however, the situation is worse for the Sakura country. Looking at the entire blue planet, there was actually no country that dared to come forward and openly accuse the Great Summer of what it had done. Even the few countries that are so self-reliant and unaware of their own fate have only secretly instigated their own netizens to speak out on the internet. As for themselves, they were like birds of prey, not even daring to spit out half a word easily. What's more, some countries that are cowardly by nature have panicked and hastily revised a new law and regulation, euphemistically called the Law on the Destruction of Diplomatic Relations with Dacia. The reason for this behavior is that these countries are really afraid that their own spammers who have nothing to say will cause devastation to their own countries. As a result, whenever anyone dared to slander and defame Dacia in public, he or she would be regarded as having violated the law without mercy. Right now the Sakura country has fallen into a desperate situation where it is isolated and helpless, crying out for help but no one responds. Some of the islanders are even beginning to expect someone to come out and take charge of the situation and put an end to all this chaos. As for what Sakura was going to be called from now on, they, the underclass, didn't care. Chapter 161 Expecting the Savior 2. Yet there are often huge differences in the way people think and focus.
This difference makes it hard for people to really think of one another. This is evident in Tanaka. Tanaka was born in a high position, enjoying all the privileges brought about by glory, wealth and power. He simply cannot understand the deepest longing, pain and helplessness of the people at the bottom. For him, no matter how you choose, it's hard to escape death in the end. Since this was the case, it would be better to rise up and fight against his fate as hard as he could. At least this would allow him to appear to have some backbone on the surface and not be too much of a mess. And as for the series of consequences triggered by his behavior, he simply didn't want to care. After all, when one is ready to die, how can one care about the survival of others? But surprisingly, even those under him failed to agree with him. These men have not fled to this day, not out of personal loyalty to him. In reality, they are just tightly bound by that responsibility they have taken on themselves. They were well aware of the hellish scenario Sakura would face if they were to run away from the battlefield and lose power. So, even though they might not agree with Tanaka's approach in their hearts, they had to follow it with a stiff upper lip. At this moment, Sakura was facing an unprecedented huge crisis, and the situation had developed to an extremely dangerous juncture. I am afraid that the slightest mishap will turn into a miserable human inferno. So, after some urgent deliberation, several of Tanaka-born's powerful men agreed that the only way to get rid of Tanaka-born was to get rid of the root of the problem. Only by getting rid of Tanaka, who was close to insanity, was it possible to gain a chance of survival for the upwards of 100 million Sakura people. However, just as they were about to put it into action, they encountered a tricky dilemma. The now Supreme Minister of Sakura surprisingly chooses to end his life by committing suicide, and Tanaka-born learns of this and is close to a maniac. In that case, who else can step forward to save the day and preside over the situation, which is a matter of life and death for the country? Just as the people were fretting and pondering over this, Councilwoman Furukawa Saemon, who has always been known for her calmness and sophistication, stepped forward and proposed, "If we can't find a suitable candidate, we might as well ask Princess Chiharu to take on this important task." As soon as her words fell, the people present were first slightly stunned, and then they nodded their heads in agreement. Indeed, with things having come to this point, it seemed that a more suitable candidate than Princess Jiching could not be found. It should be known that the Sakura royal family has been renowned since ancient times, and its legacy has never been interrupted after countless generations of change. But the only problem before us now is how to successfully persuade this princess, who is only 18 years old, to willingly put aside her dignity and surrender for peace. At the same time, Lin Tianyu looked at Chen Shang with a puzzled expression. "You mean you're going to save those little cherry blossoms?" Chen Shang nodded. On the surface, although Lin Tianyu didn't know Chen Shang's plan, he believed that Chen Shang's dislike for the Sakura people was definitely no less than his own. It was just that Lin Tianyu couldn't figure out how Chen Shang could appear at Sakura as a savior. What would he have to do to get the cherry blossoms, which had just been blown to smithereens, to clamp down on him as the culprit? Then what are we going to do now? Lin Tianyu asked Chen Shang suspiciously. Chen Shang didn't answer him directly. Instead he turned his head to him and said, "Go get Lin Yi to come over. I want her to drive me in the wind god. I'm going to meet someone." Lin Tianyu nodded his head and agreed, then asked somewhat less assuredly, "Is it reliable to let that guy Yi do such an important thing?" Chen Shang turned to leave without looking back and said, "It has to be her. Smart people can't do this job." A few minutes later, with a vigorous stride, Chen Shang quickly boarded the wind god armed helicopter that was controlled by Lin Yi. As soon as he sat down, his eyes met with Lin Yi beside him. Only Lin Yi turned her head and revealed a sweet smile to Chen Shang, as delicate and attractive as a flower blooming in spring. This smile seemed to fill the entire cabin with warmth and sweetness. "Where are we going?" Lin Yi asked softly. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Shang skillfully fastened his seatbelt while answering bluntly, "Sakura Imperial Residence." Hearing this destination, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. The already vibrant face was now even more radiant with a different kind of glow. As it turned out, she had always had her heart set on going to the Sakura Royal Residence to hover over it for a while, and in the process give those pretentious little cherry blossoms a good ribbing. Unfortunately, this wish was never realized due to my father's previous obstruction, and now that the opportunity had finally come to her, how could it not make her excited and heart-pounding? Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but tighten her grip on the joystick, secretly looking forward to this trip in her heart. Maybe that group of little cherry blossoms upset Chen Shang. Maybe Chen Shang will just order himself to throw a bomb 10,000 into the cherry blossom eastern capital for fun. She'd been wanting to do this for a long time. At the Sakura Imperial Residence, Princess Chiharu was wearing an incomparably gorgeous Wu costume, kneeling demurely on top of the soft tatami mats. Her pretty and moving cheeks were now covered with full of sadness, as if they were covered with gloomy clouds, making people feel pity when they saw her.
Right now, the beautiful land of cherry blossoms has suffered a great calamity like never before, and it's amazing that none of those ministers in the court can really be relied upon. This made Princess Jiqing feel incredibly anxious and helpless. What is even more heartbreaking is that her beloved father is already very sick and dying, and the flame of life is faltering. At this moment, the life and death of more than 100 million people in the entire Sakura country, as well as the future fate of the country, all weighed heavily on the shoulders of this young and tender princess. However, in the face of such a daunting task, Princess Chiharu couldn't help but ask herself, am I really capable of accomplishing such a mission? At this time, the maid on the side comforted, Your Highness, perhaps the situation is not as bad as you think. I don't see that the mecha has any intention of hurting civilians. Princess Jiqing shook her head inside. The situation is far worse than you think. Now Sakura's official authority has been completely shattered by that mech. Even if that mecha in the sky immediately retreats now and stops attacking Sakura, Sakura will instead be thrown into even greater chaos. By that time Sakura could be plunged into the Warring States era again, when the average age of the general population would hardly live to be 30. Chapter 162, Here to Collect You. When the maid heard the words spoken by the princess, her body trembled violently, and she stood frozen on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. Her beautiful eyes were round and filled with disbelief. She had never expected things to turn out so grimly. All this time, she had naively thought that such earth-shattering events had nothing to do with ordinary people like her, who were at the bottom of the social ladder. After all, she was just an insignificant little person who cared about nothing more than trivial daily matters. However, it was only at this moment that it dawned on her that, as the saying goes, nothing is left untouched by the overthrow of the nest. When the whole country is in crisis, who can stand alone? Today, this once beautiful and serene land of cherry blossoms is hurtling towards an extremely scary and creepy future. Those unstable factors that had been lurking in the depths of darkness and lying dormant for a long time were like beasts that had smelled blood, and had begun to stir up and jump to their feet. As the old proverb says, it is better to be a dog in the prime of life than a man in chaos. The deeper meaning of this statement is especially pertinent at this moment. People living in times of peace and prosperity may be able to enjoy peaceful and comfortable days, but once the chaotic times come, everyone will face endless suffering and torture. At the thought of this, the maid involuntarily shivered, a chill surging up her spine and instantly spreading throughout her body. She knew deep down that there were many other loved ones and dear friends with her in the city called Sakura. She just couldn't imagine what kind of doom they would suffer if Sakura really fell into a miserable hell on earth. With a heart full of worry and fear, the maid raised her head and looked earnestly at the honorable Princess Jiqing in front of her. It was as if all hope of life rested on the woman who stood tall. With a trembling voice, she asked, Your Highness, you must have the ability to save the day and save us all, right? It wasn't just the obsequious maids. At this moment, every staff member in the entire imperial residence, whether it was the servants responsible for sweeping the courtyard, the chefs who carefully prepared the delicacies, or the guards who diligently guarded the palace gates, all of them, without exception, had all cast their gazes that were either full of anticipation, anxiety, or full of reverence towards where Princess Jiqing was. These gazes were like heavy mountains. It seemed to put everyone's hopes and expectations for the future on this delicate princess. Now that the situation has reached a critical point, the once high-powered top minister of the Sakura kingdom has chosen to end his life in such an extreme way as disemboweling himself. The Minister of Defense, who is responsible for the security of the country, goes mad and ends up dying at the hands of his loyal subordinates. The high and mighty emperor, suffering from microcephaly, has not only lost his former majesty and sanity, but even urinates and blasphemes daily towards the ancestral tablets in a state of delirium. In this case, the only person who could stand up and save the stormy Sakura no Kuni was the seemingly weak but actually strong girl in front of her, Princess Chiharu. Princess Jiqing was keenly aware of the countless gazes raging from all directions. That one gaze burned her like a blazing fire. It was as if cold frost stung her, causing her to instantly feel an unprecedentedly great pressure suddenly attacking her like a mountain. Even though she was an honored princess, what she studied on a regular basis was nothing more than those red-tape royal ceremonies. Apart from this layer of nobility, how different could she really be compared to other ordinary young girls? Princess Jiqing opened her small cherry mouth as if she had something to say, but in the end, she hesitated and did not make a sound. She had wanted to decisively reject what was before her, but the thoughts in her head were so jumbled that she didn't know who to say no to for a moment. After all, as the princess of a country, these things were really her responsibility that she couldn't shirk in a way. However, the current situation Sakura was facing was just too tricky, not to mention a weak woman like her. Even if a divine immortal with great powers descended, I'm afraid it would be difficult to turn the situation around. You know, at the moment, Sakura couldn't even find a way to surrender. although on the surface it appeared as if Daxia had launched an attack on it. Daxia officials vehemently denied this. Since the Daxia side refused to recognize it, it was naturally impossible to accept a surrender request from Sakura. However, if it didn't work on Daxia's side, was it really necessary for her to rush straight up into the sky like a bird of prey to find that mysterious and powerful mech and surrender to it on bended knee? This thought had just flashed through Princess Shi Qing's mind before she quickly dismissed it, not to mention whether or not they could find the mech. Just imagining what it would be like to be alone against such a terrifying force was enough to send chills down the spine. However, today's Sakura country has fallen into a kind of anarchic chaos. Time just went by day, but the situation became more and more out of control and worse. Each day's delay has caused the situation in the outside world to snowball, and the level of chaos has intensified by several orders of magnitude. If this chaos eventually sweeps across the entire Sakura country, it will be much harder to re-establish social order and restore the peace and tranquility of the past. In the face of such a serious situation, Princess Shi Qing's heart was burning with anxiety, and deep down in her heart, she was incredibly eager to have a strong and courageous person to step forward and save the country from being in dire straits, to calm the storm of growing chaos so that the once wonderful world out there can get back on track. Just as Princess Shi Qing was thinking, a guard hurriedly walked in. "Your Highness, there's a Daxia airplane coming outside with a man and a woman coming down from it." Princess Shi Qing's expression was solemn when she heard that it was Daxia who had come over. Now as long as one could still talk to Daxia, then there was still room to salvage everything. Princess Shi Qing asked eagerly, "Did the people outside say what they were here for?" Hearing Her Highness's inquiry, the guard hesitated for a moment, but finally replied stiffly, "I once studied in Daxia. I can probably understand what they said. That man came in and didn't say a word. That woman did say bad things. E.g." Seeing the guard's stammering look, Shi Qing hurriedly pressed, "Such as what?" The guard said stiffly, "Like, that woman has been yelling this, to collect you guys here." Chapter 163, Daxia's Honored Guests. Actually, as far as Lin Yi's broken mouth personality was concerned, she was really mouthing off and spouting off a whole bunch of even more unpleasant words next. In the midst of this, there were even those foul words unique to the Great Summer Kingdom that even the guards could understand. However, even so, this guard knew very well in his heart that he would never be able to tell the princess these hard words in their original form in any case. After all, if he really said it, not only would it make the faces of the people present become more and more embarrassed and awkward, but it wouldn't be able to play a substantial role at all. So, after much deliberation, the guards finally decided to bury all these unpleasant words deep in their hearts and not mention a word about them. However, at that very moment, when Princess Haru heard the words, "I've come to collect you," the sadness that might have appeared on her face miraculously disappeared. In its place was a surprising look. Not only did her expression not become ugly, but it gradually eased down, as if a big stone in her heart had finally fallen to the ground. It was important to realize that if at this moment, Daxia was really willing to accept the Sakura country, then for the more than 100 million people within the Sakura country, it might be able to usher in a ray of hope. After all, they were on the brink of life and death, and every opportunity seemed so precious and crucial. Only a huge question mark remains. That is, can the words of the two Daxians standing outside count or not? Are there any unknown variables or machinations hidden in this? Everything is still unknown, and the suspense has left everyone's hearts hanging in mid-air. Princess Shi Qing turned around with a hurried expression. To the guards standing beside him with solemn faces, he eagerly commanded in a loud voice, "Quickly have them come in. Remember, the front door must be opened wide to show our respect and welcome. There must not be the slightest negligence." When she said that, her beautiful and soulful eyes made a point of sweeping the guards. It seemed to be afraid that they might be negligent. Immediately afterward, Princess Shi Qing slightly sidestepped her body, and her gaze quickly fell on the group of maids standing respectfully not far behind her, only to see her raise her jade hand and gently wave it, and then use a clear and pleasant but with a few degrees of majesty voice to command them. "You will quickly go and fetch the Wu costume that I wore when I participated in the ritual, and help me change into it in a hurry. Be swift in your movements, so as not to make your honored guest wait in a hurry." As soon as the words fell, the group of maids turned around like butterflies and left, hurriedly carrying out the princess's orders. Inside the cherry blossom imperial residence, the sunlight spilled down through the luxuriant branches and leaves on top of the corridor leading from the Hall of Eternal Harmony to the main hall, forming a patchwork of light and shadow. Lin Yi walked in between with a light step, but her face carried a clear look of dissatisfaction, and her mouth muttered incessantly, "Aya, this cherry blossom country is also too outdated. In this day and age, there are still feudal emperors. It's unbelievable." Chen Sheng, who was beside her, heard Lin Yi's words and hurriedly opened his mouth to solve her confusion. "The royal family of this cherry blossom country is not quite the same as our Grand Xia." Only after a slight pause,
He continued. Their imperial family has been around for more than 2,000 years, and no matter how much the country's regime changes and turbulence, that emperor has always remained an emperor, and his status has never changed. After hearing this, Lin Yi blinked her big soulful eyes and seemed to be very puzzled by the situation, and couldn't help but frown and ask, so how did that happen? Have they just kept up this old tradition and are unwilling to make any changes? Chen Shang gently shook his head and patiently explained. That's not true. Unlike our Xia, whoever is stronger and has a bigger fist can ascend to the throne and rule the world. And here in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, there are strict regulations and limitations on the inheritance of the royal family. That's why this situation occurs. After listening to Chen Shang's explanation, Lin Yi skimmed her mouth and made a face before saying disdainfully, "Humph, it's just pedantic to the extreme. I really don't know what the hell they were thinking." Immediately afterward, she continued to sputter as if she had suddenly remembered something. By the way, I also heard earlier that their royal family never intermarries with the outside world and has always been inbred. No wonder those royals all look like potatoes, with no features to speak of. It was at this moment that the guards walking ahead who were responsible for leading the way overheard these words from Lin Yi. In an instant, his face became extremely ugly, and he secretly screamed in his heart. At this moment, he was incomparably regretting why he chose to study in Daxia in the first place. If he simply couldn't understand what these two people behind him were saying, wouldn't that have saved him a lot of trouble? However, with things having come to this point, he could only hold back his inner displeasure and continue to lead the duo forward with a stiff upper lip. It didn't take long. Chen Shang and Lin Yi followed the guards all the way through the heavy courtyards and corridors to the main hall of the Sakura Imperial residence, and at this moment, Princess Shi Qing had already been waiting in the hall for a long time. She was dressed in a gorgeous pink kimono with beautifully embroidered cherry blossom designs. The long, black, shiny hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, with a few dazzling beaded hairpins dotted between her hair. Upon seeing Chen Shang and Lin Yi walk in, Princess Shi Qing immediately had a gentle and gracious smile on her face and quickly stepped forward to greet them. The two honored guests have come to visit. Ji Qing failed to welcome them from afar. It is really a lot of impoliteness. I hope that the two of you can be more forgiving. After saying these words, Princess Shi Qing unexpectedly bowed deeply to Chen Shang and Lin Yi. This action instantly caused an uproar from all the guards and maids on the side. As the only beloved daughter of His Majesty the Emperor, Princess Chiharu does not need to make such a big salute even when she meets the heads of other countries. However, on second thought, the crowd thought that it seemed justifiable. After all, nowadays, the Sakura country was in the midst of a storm and facing the crisis of its demise. In such a difficult situation, I'm afraid that this once high and mighty princess will have to put her foot down and seek the help of others. In this way, everyone was relieved about her saluting Chen Shang and Lin Yi. Just in the heart silently sigh. In the past that the highly respected Princess Royal Highness, now even fell into this kind of field. Really saddening. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at Princess Sakura who had been bowing without getting up in front of her, but she did not have a good face. Growing up, she was influenced by her family and had an extremely poor impression of the Sakura people, plus being the only daughter in the family, she never cared about protocol. Chapter 164. Therefore, Lin Yi has always been a straight-talking person since she was a child. And what she thinks in her heart will come straight out of her mouth. She never hid anything about many things and was always outspoken in her opinions and thoughts. Likewise, she pressed the princess from such a small country, especially this one in front of her. Not only did she come from a bullet-ridden place, but she was also a downtrodden princess who was about to lose her country. In Lin Yi's opinion, such an identity was really insignificant and not worth her attention at all. Had it been a princess from another country, even if Lin Yi wouldn't have paid too much attention to it, but she would still take care of at least the superficial courtesies. After all, as a lady of the house, the basic norms of etiquette were still very clear in her mind. However, when faced with the princess named Sakura in front of her, the situation was completely different. If she didn't take the opportunity to step forward and stomp hard, then spit a few spitballs towards the other person, that's just not good enough for your own great-grandfather. Even if it wasn't for the fact that Chen Shang had just stopped her, she had just wanted to throw a bomb 10,000 down directly in the sky. With the current international status of Daxia, blowing up this group of small cherry blossoms can be solved with a very sorry sentence at most afterward. As far as financial loss goes, at most a couple of reeds and picking up the cheapest dog's tails. Too good for them to deserve. In short, influenced by a strong national sentiment, Lin Yi showed extreme disdain for the sycophantic and falsely polite behavior of that informed princess. She stood there, her eyes cold as she looked at the pretentious princess in front of her, secretly snorting in her heart. Level off, Lin Yi expressionlessly said indifferently to Princess Shi Qing, who was still half bent over and had yet to fully stand up straight. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable majesty. Princess Shiqing couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth twitch slightly after hearing these cold words from Lin Yi. However, she soon realized the awkward situation she was currently in and the grim reality facing the entire Sakura kingdom, so she had to forcefully hold back her inner dissatisfaction and anger. After all, this was not the time to get carried away, and if he offended the other party because of his impulsiveness, he was afraid that it would bring even more trouble to the country. At this moment, Princess Shiqing could not help but feel some remorse. She thought to herself, if I had known that I would be in this situation today, I shouldn't have spent so much time and energy learning the Daxia language in the first place, but now the wood is gone, and it's too late for regrets. Before Princess Shiqing could stand up straight, Lin Yi asked again, your name is Shiqing? I remember that you people in the Sakura country have to have at least 2 characters in your last name. Since your name is Shiqing, then may I ask what your last name is? This time, however, before Princess Chiharu had a chance to reply, the Sakura minister standing aside who was in charge of the festival couldn't wait to interject. In a fluent Daxia language, he said loudly with full of arrogance and pride, our great Sakura kingdom's royal family is the descendant of Amaterasu Amakami, honored beyond measure, and is not comparable to those mundane people. Therefore, our heavenly emperor does not need to have a family name at all like ordinary people, much less a so-called household registration. After saying these words, this minister even deliberately lifted his head high. A look of contempt filled his face. It seemed that the Lin Yi and Chen Shang in front of them were nothing more than 2 country villagers who had never seen the world and were ignorant of the world. Just as that Sakura minister's words fell, all the Sakura ministers present straightened their backs. They held their heads high, their eyes scanning the surroundings as if they were the masters of the land. And those staff members of the imperial residence were not to be outdone. Each one of them had a proud look on their faces and the corners of their mouths were slightly raised, as if they were extremely agreeable to what this minister had said. A look of undisguised pride spread across their faces. This pride is a strong sense of belonging to a country, a nation, and a cultural tradition. That pretentious demeanor seemed to be written all over his face. However, just as all the little cherry blossoms were looking smug, Lin Yi's face revealed a cold smile of disdain. Humph, so it's a wild seed that doesn't even have a household registration or a family name. Although Lin Yi's voice was not loud, her words were deafening, and everyone present was able to clearly hear her words filled with contempt and disdain. At this moment, the originally lively scene instantly became silent, and all of the Sakura populace present were all blue in the face. Hard to see, their eyes widened as they stared angrily at Lin Yi, as if they wanted to eat her alive. Abominable to the core. How dare you insult our honorable Princess Highness so recklessly? A guard who understood the Daxia language could no longer hold back his anger. His eyes were rounded and he glared angrily at Lin Yi, veins rippling on his forehead, his body trembling slightly from anger. However, right at this critical moment when the swords were drawn and the atmosphere was incredibly awkward and tense, Princess Shiqing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Do not be rude to your guest. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but the majesty it contained was unquestionable. Immediately afterward, Princess Shiqing turned her head, similarly glaring angrily at the impulsive guard, and pouted. Have you already forgotten your duties as a guard? The guard's body trembled violently at those words, realizing as if in a dream that he had made a huge mistake. His face was pale and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He did get impulsive just now. Now there was a good chance that the future of Sakura's 100 million plus people would be cut short because of a single punchline from him. His legs went limp, and he hastily fell to his knees in the manner of an earthbound seat, kowtowing to Lin Yi non-stop and begging for forgiveness with fear and trepidation. Empty teasing you privately, Marseille. Please be generous and forgive my sins of ignorance. At this moment, Lin Yi faced the guards seated under the earth in front of her without a single expression on her face. Couldn't tell if he was angry or what. Princess Shiqing looked at the scene in front of her with a very ugly face. If contact with Daxia doesn't go well today, it's sure to only get harder in the future. Thinking of this, Princess Shiqing once again swept her eyes at the kneeling guards in front of her and coldly spoke. Disembowel yourself. Then never looked at the guard again. At that moment, the captain of the guards took out a short sword and threw it in front of the guard with a R sound. Mustang, be brave. I'll be your mediator. At this moment, Lin Yi did not have the slightest bit of compassion in the face of the scene in front of her. Chapter 165. Lin Yi's face did not show the slightest hint of guilt, as if those who might have lost their lives because of her had nothing to do with her. In fact, deep down inside her, everything was so clear and unambiguous. One must know that among the many guards in this Sakura imperial residence, there might be hidden the descendants of her great-grandfather's undying enemies back then. As soon as she thought of this, a glint of hatred flashed in Lin Yi's beautiful eyes. For these guys? She thinks they all deserve to die. After all,
They are the descendants of that group of cruel people. Those who are so sinful are not worthy of death. If she could make a Sakura person die without a burial place just by her simple words, she would not hesitate even if she had to scream her throat out until blood gushed out of her mouth. If it wasn't for Chen Shang saying that he wanted to keep these Sakura people as biochips to provide arithmetic power, she doesn't even bother to talk to these things. As for Chen Shang, who was behind Lin Yi, he hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end. To outsiders it looked more like a bodyguard protecting Missy. Right after the guard who had just lost his tongue was hurriedly taken away from the scene, the already slightly tense atmosphere instantly froze, and the scene once again fell into a suffocating awkwardness. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, no one knowing how to break the eerie silence. Time passed by, and finally, it was that Princess Shi Qing, who was always known to be calm and sophisticated, who could no longer hold back her inner anxiety and uneasiness, and was the first to hold back from opening her mouth first. After all, the situation at the moment was too unfavorable for them, and the initiative was already completely in the hands of the other party. There is no way around it. Princess Shi Qing could only put aside her noble status and took the initiative to lower her stance, saying in an almost pleading tone, "May I ask what exactly your side must do to stop this brutal attack and spare us innocent people?" Her beautiful and slightly sad eyes stared tightly at Chen Shang and Lin Yi in front of her, hoping to get a hint of even an extremely slim chance of a turnaround from them. However, what everyone had never expected was that in the face of such a sincere question from Princess Shi Qing, Lin Yi had behaved like a dumb goose. It was as if she couldn't understand a word she was saying. It just stood there with a blank, unresponsive face. For a while, the atmosphere on the field became more and more gloomy. Just as the situation was about to reach a stalemate once again, Chen Shang, who had been silent on the side, suddenly took a step forward. Slowly, he raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then spoke in an unhurried manner. "Your Highness, if you'll excuse me, I think you may have some misunderstandings about the current situation. As a matter of fact, we have never initiated any kind of offensive action against Sakura Nation since the beginning. On the contrary, all of us are deeply sorry and saddened by the misfortunes that have befallen Sakura Nation." His voice was low and magnetic, and his words revealed an undeniable sincerity. Princess Jiqing was originally immersed in her own thoughts. When she coldly heard Chen Shang suddenly open his mouth to speak, she could not help but be slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise spread across her face. Her beautiful eyes quickly turned to Chen Shang, as if she wanted to capture more information from his expression and words. After a short period of being stunned, Princess Shi Qing's gaze began to move back and forth between Chen Shang and Lin Yi. She watched the two men's expressions change carefully, trying to decipher the relationship between them and the true intentions of this meeting. When she noticed that Lin Yi remained silent while Chen Shang appeared confident and composed, her mind gradually came to a conclusion. It turned out that among the man and the woman, this seemingly ordinary boy was actually the real dominant one. However, just as Princess Shi Qing was secretly speculating, the answer given by Chen Shang was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart hard, causing her mood to instantly sink to the bottom. Because Chen Shang made it clear that Daxia would never admit to launching an attack on the Sakura country, this news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Princess Jiqing, meaning that the Sakura kingdom had not only currently lost the possibility of negotiating with Daxia in order to settle the dispute, even the opportunity to voluntarily surrender for self-preservation is gone. Just when Princess Chiharu felt as if her heart was dead, as if the entire world had lost its color, suddenly, a dazzling golden light suddenly unfolded like lightning in the depths of her mind. This mysterious and radiant light instantly dispelled the gloom and despair in her heart, giving her a faint but firm ray of hope. Princess Jiqing knew that since the other party would come to her door so proactively, they must have some sort of ulterior motive. After all, there was no such thing as a long journey to this place for no reason. However, as long as we can understand the real demands of the other party, we may be able to find the key to solving the current dilemma, so that everything can be turned around. Thinking of this, a ray of hope gradually flickered in Princess Jiqing's originally dull eyes. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement, then tried to make her voice sound as delicate and feminine as possible, only to see her slightly pursing her lips, lightly opening her vermilion mouth. Using the most gentle and mild tone she could show, she slowly opened her mouth to ask Chen Shang in front of her, "Then may I ask what it is that you two have come all the way, thousands of miles, to do?" Facing Princess Shi Qing's delicate and pretentious voice, Chen Shang was not moved in the slightest. This exotic princess, finally breaking the conversation back on track. This princess has been kowtowing and killing again since they first came in. Just don't talk business. Chen Shang hates people like this. How good is it to ask sooner? How much less time is this delaying you? Ahem. Chen Shang coughed lightly twice, then said, "We're here for world peace." Chen Shang then closed his mouth and said nothing. Princess Jiqing waited for half a day to see Chen Shang without context.
Then he spoke hastily. Then you mean to accept our surrender? No, no, no.
Chen Shang shook his head repeatedly.
Sakura doesn't need to surrender to Daxia because Daxia hasn't attacked Sakura. This time, Princess Jiqing was a bit confused. Somewhat puzzled, he asked Chen Shang, then what do you mean by world peace? Chen Shang had a second or two to open his mouth and replied. The world peace I'm talking about is me helping you with that mecha above Sakura's head so that he doesn't continue to attack Sakura.
Now Princess Jiqing probably understood what Chen Shang meant and asked,
then what price does Sakura need to pay? Chapter 166, Full Takeover of Sakura Defense. Cost? When he heard this term, the corners of Chen Shang's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, secretly feeling a bit ridiculous in his heart. He looked deep into the distance, as if he had seen the impending fate of the land known as Sakura. And this so-called price is undoubtedly the entire Sakura country. Not only this vast land, but also the more than 100 million living beings who live on it. They will all be fertile nutrients for Chen Shang to take to the next grand step, nourishing his plan to thrive. However, Chen Shang deeply knew that at this moment, he must not reveal the truth to this princess in front of him. So, he quickly gathered his mind and without hesitation, he moved out the words he had carefully prepared long ago, only to see him say with a sincere face, Your Honorable Princess, please believe in my heart of sincerity. The reason why I chose to help your country's cherry blossom is purely out of the humanitarian spirit. In addition, I would like you to realize one important fact, all the assistance I have provided to Sakura has been carried out in my personal name, and has nothing to do with our great Daxia. Immediately afterward, Chen Shang paused for a moment, observing Her Highness's reaction before continuing. Of course, since I've paid so much, naturally, I will also have that little bit of a small request. First and foremost, the future Sakura must revert back to a constitutional monarchy system of government, and that throne is to be assumed by you personally. Speaking here, Chen Shang's eyes became firm and seemed to be full of confidence in this. Finally, he patted his chest and assured, regarding all the resistance that this matter may encounter, you need not worry about half of it, because I will go all out and use all the power I can muster to ensure that all obstacles are cleared for you to help you ascend to that coveted throne of the emperor. At this moment, Princess Jiqing stared at Chen Shang in front of her with her beautiful eyes wide open, her face filled with disbelief, her little cherry mouth open slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Princess Jiqing couldn't help but think secretly in her heart, does this man even know what he's talking about? How dare he presume to say that he alone can make the mighty great Summer Kingdom stop its attack on the Sakura Kingdom, and to reverse the course of the regime of an entire country on his own? How is this possible? It's just crazy and ridiculous that it's a fool's errand. And at this moment, the key issue facing Sakura was not at all who would sit on the throne that day. The reason why she was so eager to bow down to the mighty Daxia and submit a letter of surrender was actually very simple. The Sakura country was about to be plunged into a chaotic situation. Once this chaos completely erupted, then it was highly likely that it would turn into a gruesome and bloody massacre. More than 100 million vicious thugs will fight each other like wild animals, and the whole country will be gripped by endless violence and fear. In such a desperate situation, it was undoubtedly the wisest and most feasible way to surrender to the Grand Xia and ask them to send a powerful army to suppress the civil unrest. Only by relying on the powerful force of Daxia could the havoc that was about to sweep across the country be quickly quelled. However, the man standing in front of Princess Chiharu, though he might have some exceptional qualities, Princess Jiqing did not feel that he possessed the kind of extraordinary ability that would be enough to quell the chaos of more than 100 million mobs. After all, to successfully suppress a riot of this magnitude requires more than just enough resources to mobilize your capabilities. More than anything else, you need to have a well-trained, well-equipped and numerous ironclad division to do so. However, the man standing in front of her at this moment, for Princess Jiqing, was the only bridge that she and Daxia could successfully tie up. One must know that until the moment of last resort, Princess Jiqing would never dare to easily mess with Chen Shang. After all, a little carelessness could lead to a total loss. In the end, after much deliberation, Princess Jiqing decided to adopt an extremely cautious and strategic approach to remind Chen Shang. Only a slight nod of her head was seen, and she said softly, respectfully, Sir, I have generally grasped the meaning of what you have expressed. Immediately afterward, she paused for a moment and took a deep breath before continuing. But then, there is another crucial matter here that I feel I must tell you frankly. Nowadays, the Sakura country has already fallen into a state of chaos bordering on anarchy. The severity of the situation is simply worrisome. Speaking of this, Princess Jiqing couldn't help but frown, a deep look of worry spreading across her face. Even worse, there also seems to be an undesirable trend within the current Sakura nation's defense team of falling apart and going their own way. A civil war could start between them at any time, making the entire country's security defense system precarious.
Princess Shi Qing said this while gently shaking her head, as if she was overwhelmed by this current state of affairs. At the same time, due to the tremendous impact brought about by the unceasing war, nowadays in the interior of Sakuragami, the streets and alleys are filled with those rampaging and disorderly people. Ordinary law and order administrators, faced with such a chaotic and overwhelming scene, have long since appeared to be overwhelmed, making it difficult to effectively maintain the basic order of society. All in all, Princess Shi Qing had said so much like a series of shots, and her purpose was nothing more than to subtly hint at Chen Shang. In the face of such a flawed and crisis-ridden cherry blossom kingdom, are you going to be able to withstand it or not? If you can't top it, it's better to report it to your superiors before it's too late, so that Daxia can intervene sooner. Chen Shang stood there quietly, frowning slightly, and after listening to Princess Shi Qing's words, a hint of impatience gradually surfaced on his originally calm countenance. That trace of impatience seemed as if it had been suppressed for a long time before it finally came out, making his entire body look a bit irritated. This Princess Shi Qing seemed to have completely failed to comprehend the meaning of what Chen Shang had just said, and she was still talking about something unimportant to herself, causing Chen Shang to secretly grumble in his heart. One must know that Chen Shang had always been a straightforward person who hated dragging his feet. For this kind of unfocused and long-winded way of communication, it was really hard for him to endure. At the moment, he only wished he could end this mind-numbing conversation as soon as possible so he could attend to other important matters. This time, without the slightest hesitation or detour, he resolutely chose to be more forthright and clear. Chen Shang's gaze that was as sharp as an eagle's seemed like two bolts of lightning shooting straight at the noble princess in front of him. His eyes revealed an unspeakable firmness and determination, as if he wanted to see through the person in front of him completely. Chapter 167, Puppet Emperor. Only Chen Shang frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure surfacing on her face, but she managed to hold back her emotions and try to keep herself calm. Opening his mouth, he said, "As I said, you just do your job as emperor, and you don't need to bother about the rest." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable majesty. As for the Sakura country's national defense and the many thorny problems that exist in terms of social security, I am able to deal with all of them with ease and perfect solutions, Chen Shang said confidently, revealing an unrivaled certainty and calmness between his words. However, it should be noted in advance that all expenses incurred during this period due to the resolution of these problems will be borne by the Sakura country itself after the full restoration of social order. Chen Shang squinted his eyes slightly, a seemingly unnoticeable smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was under control. So, about what I've said, you finally heard me thoroughly this time, haven't you? Finally. Chen Shang stared at the exotic princess across from him with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to catch the slightest feedback from the other party's expression or response. After Princess Shi Qing heard what Chen Shang had said, a flash of shock appeared on top of her delicate face, and her eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, glared round because of the sudden words. She gazed incredulously at Chen Shang, trying to catch a trace of a joke or exaggeration in his demeanor. However, what surprised her was that Chen Shang's handsome face did not have the slightest hint of teasing on it, but instead had a face of seriousness and certainty. Princess Shi Qing secretly pondered in her heart, could it be that what he said is true? Her gaze once again fell on Chen Shang, scrutinizing every subtle change in his expression, wanting to find an answer in it. Gradually, she began to realize that the man in front of her was not making up his own mind, but rather had a good plan and a good word. That self-confidence and calmness seemed to be innate, deeply imprinted in his soul, and was by no means something that could be displayed through camouflage. The kind of temperament that radiates from the inside out is like a dazzling pearl. No matter what kind of environment it is in, it can't hide its dazzling light. Whether in the face of difficulties and obstacles or questioning, he always maintains that calm and self-assured posture, so that people cannot help but fall for it. This self-confidence is not blind arrogance, but from a clear knowledge of their own abilities and unremitting efforts to accumulate the bottom. This calm is not a pretense of composure, but through 1,000 sails after the precipitation of a calm state of mind. Princess Shi Qing stared at her beautiful and soulful eyes wide open at the moment, her cherry mouth slightly open, revealing an incredulous expression. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled, and the silk handkerchief she held in her hand almost slipped off. Obviously, what happened in front of her was completely beyond her expectations, making this princess who had always been well-bred and well-informed feel incredibly shocked. One must know that a character who could easily mobilize such a huge amount of resources in Blue Star was simply a phoenix-like existence. I'm afraid that when you do the math, you can count such people on the 10 fingers of one hand. They are either business giants who control huge empires of wealth and have influence in all areas of the world, or politicians who wield great power and make decisions that affect the destinies of countless people. These men stood at the pinnacle of power and wealth, becoming the center of attention and the protagonists of legendary stories. But the man in front of him until today, Princess Jiqing, was unheard of. I really don't know where this is a bigot that came out of nowhere. But these were not Princess Jiqing's greatest worries. At this moment, Princess Jiqing's heart was most eager to accomplish the most urgent thing, was to verify as quickly as possible the real ability of the man standing in front of her, because it is crucial for her, related to a series of subsequent plans can be carried out smoothly and the future direction of her own destiny. Therefore, her beautiful and intelligent eyes stared closely at the man in front of her, not sparing any of his subtle expressions and movements, trying to find clues that could prove the strength of his ability among these clues. However, Princess Jiqing locked her gaze firmly on Chen Shang, looking carefully and up and down for a long time, but no matter how hard she looked, she failed to detect even the slightest hint or clue from him. As time passed by, Princess Jiqing's frown grew deeper and deeper, her heart filled with doubts and incomprehension. It was amazing that she couldn't see through this man. In the end, she could only ask Chen Shang softly, "So nowadays, what exactly can I do?" The words revealed her confusion and helplessness, as if she had lost her way in front of this complicated situation. Without hardly any thought, Chen Shang replied without hesitation, "Look at those ministers around you who specialize in sacrificial ceremonies. Aren't they all standing here properly?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze swept around the surrounding ministers who were dressed in gorgeous costumes and solemn expressions. Then, Chen Shang took a step forward, close to the other party, and continued in an unquestionable tone, "Currently, there is only one thing that you need to do, and that is to solemnly announce to the entire blue planet that you will be succeeding the important news of the Heavenly Emperor. As for all the other matters, you don't have to worry about them at all. Just leave them all to me." Chen Shang raised his chin slightly. The corner of his mouth hung with a smile if nothing else. His low and magnetic voice slowly sounded, "All of this is just a pawn on my chessboard. Every step is within my grasp." His eyes were firm and deep, as if they could penetrate the mysteries of the world. As his words fell, Princess Jiqing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, deeply shaken by the unrivaled confidence he exuded. She secretly pondered in her heart, could it be that this seemingly ordinary man in front of her really had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, and could manipulate everything in the palm of his hand? This of course included Princess Jiqing herself. In her heart, she understood very well that if she really acceded to Chen Shang's request, then from now on, she would completely fall into his hands as a puppet with no autonomy. No matter what Chen Shang wanted her to do, she could only obediently do as she was told. If Chen Shang told her to go east, then even if her heart didn't want to, she definitely wouldn't dare to take a step west. Even if Chen Shang asked her to do something even more unwillingly, she was afraid that she would have to find a way to try it out, because once she became Chen Shang's puppet, she would lose control of her own destiny, and everything would be up to Chen Shang. Chen Shang beastly. She'll just have to pout this right away. Chapter 168, A Flood of Volunteers from Daxia. All of a sudden, Princess Jiqing's heart shook violently. The scene in front of her actually made her feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity surging through her heart. As if turning back the clock, memories of the past came rushing back like a tidal wave. Once upon a time, and that was still in the distant past, it was with such devious and cunning tactics that they, the Sakura Kingdom, went against other countries. At that time, they thought that they were extremely clever and skillful, but they did not expect that the wind and water would turn around and the same trick would fall on their heads. It is really true to the old saying, the heavens have spared no one. However, at this moment, even though Princess Jiqing understood in her heart that this was undoubtedly an elaborate trap, what could she do? The reality of her predicament was like a heavy mountain weighing her down, because she didn't have any choice at all. Even if there was a mountain of fire in front of her, she could only grit her teeth and harden her head and go in without hesitation. In fact, the reason couldn't be simpler. For Princess Jiqing, Chen Shang was able to give her such an opportunity is already like a great gift from heaven. You know, if anyone else were to handle this matter, I'm afraid that they would really order the complete annihilation of the entire Sakura country's population of upwards of 100 million people without mercy. Thinking of this, Princess Jiqing couldn't help but shiver, and a thin layer of sweat beads up on her forehead. But even with fear and helplessness inside her, she took a firm step toward the seemingly menacing trap. Princess Jiqing nodded her head slightly, her beautiful eyes flowing with a hint of obedience. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, softly said to Chen Shang, "Okay then, I will definitely follow your instructions to act, and I will never dare to have the slightest bit of slackness." After saying that, she gently brushed a strand of hair in front of her forehead. Her posture was elegant and dignified, just like a blooming delicate flower, which caused people to love her. At this moment, she had already become a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered, without the power to fight back. The situation is already so bad, but why can't we use our own strengths to try to get more out of it? Even if it just prompts Chen Shang to act quickly, it's still good. After all,
Any glimmer of opportunity that might lead to a turnaround should not be taken lightly. Chen Shang absently glanced at Princess Shi Qing. The gaze was like a dragonfly glancing over. Yet it seemed to carry an unspeakable deep meaning. He was slightly silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words in his mind, before slowly opening his mouth to reply. Honorable Princess Shi Qing, if you are able to successfully complete the enthronement ceremony and sign the relevant decree granting me full authority over the Sakura Kingdom's defense affairs, then I am fully confident that I can immediately take action to suppress those rioting and restless mobs outside. And, please believe in my ability and efficiency. It won't take more than 3 days at the most for Sakura country to return to the kind of organized and productive order it had before the war. When she heard Chen Shang swearing that it would only take just 3 days to restore the entire country to its original state, a hint of skepticism clearly appeared on Princess Shi Qing's face. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the confident man in front of her, secretly pondering in her heart just how much credibility the other party's words had. After all, it was not easy to quell the riots and re-establish order in such a short period of time, and it required extremely powerful strength and means to do so. However, in the face of the grim situation in front of her, Princess Shi Qing also knew that she had no choice but to believe what Chen Shang said for the time being. Princess Shi Qing nodded slightly in agreement. Her eyes were firm and bright, revealing a sense of boldness and determination. Good. Since it's been decided, I'll start preparing for the live broadcast boarding tomorrow. She paused and continued. At that time, journalists from all the major platforms in the entire southbound region will be invited by me to come and witness this important moment. Subsequently, Princess Shi Qing lightly opened her vermilion lips and continued. After everything is arranged, I will smoothly and openly announce that thereafter, you will be the one to take over the defense of the Sakura Kingdom in its entirety. Hearing this, Chen Shang nodded solemnly. He was well aware that although this move was only a face-saving endeavor, holding a gun barrel in his hand was where the real strength lay. As long as this message is spread, I am sure no one will dare to openly dispute it. After all, any voice of opposition pales in the face of absolute force. At this moment, the immediate task before him was to think about how to quickly and effectively suppress the Sakura mob that was running around like a tidal wave, numbering up to more than 100 million people. These mobs are like wild horses running amok in the streets and lanes, seriously disrupting social order and normal life. Not only that, he had to get these mobs back to normal productive work in just 3 days. Undoubtedly, this is certainly an extremely large and complex project. Achieving such a goal is by no means an easy task. However, looking at the entire situation, I am afraid that the only one capable of taking on this important task and successfully accomplishing it is the powerful Daxia military. After leaving the Cherry Blossom Royal residence, he didn't hesitate for a second and decisively picked up his cell phone to dial Yan Guofeng's number. In Zhanghai City, sunlight poured into a spacious and bright office through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside this exquisitely decorated office with a simple and generous layout, a young-faced staff officer in military uniform was holding onto a black telephone and walking hurriedly towards Yan Guofeng's desk. One could only see that this staff officer looked serious, and a layer of fine sweat was even slightly oozing from his forehead. Chief, it's a call from number 2. The staff officer walked up to Yan Guofeng and said respectfully, and handed over the black phone in his hand. Yan Guofeng, who was sitting on the office chair, heard this, and his face remained as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. However, only he knew in his own heart that at this moment he was actually filled with anticipation and curiosity deep inside, because just a short while ago, he had gotten word that Chen Shang had just departed for the Sakura region just a little over an hour ago. According to common sense, it should be difficult to achieve any substantial results in such a short period of time, but for some reason, Yan Guofeng always felt that this young man would bring himself unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, Yan Guofeng slowly stretched out his right hand and took the phone handed to him by the staff officer. Immediately afterward, he held the receiver close to his ear and waited quietly for the other man to speak. It didn't take long for a familiar voice to come out of the receiver, and it was none other than Chen Shang's voice. Chief Yan, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Can I ask you to lend me a group of men? Chapter 179, A Flood of Volunteers from Daxia 2. Just then, I only heard Chen Shang say clearly, I need to borrow some manpower on my side to help with something. Yan Guofeng's original expression that was still a bit relaxed and casual instantly froze, and his eyes looked like they were fixed in their sockets, not even blinking. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses, secretly pondering in his heart, this kid is really so capable of getting things done so quickly? It's really a bit unexpected. Thinking about it, the expression on Yan Guofeng's face became more and more complicated, with both surprise and a hint of undetectable admiration. His eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had seen the most incredible sight in the world. His mouth was slightly open, but not a single sound could come out of his throat. It was as if his heart had set off a shocking wave. Unable to calm down for a long time, he muttered, I am surprised that I will be able to see with my own eyes that Daxia is stationed in Sakura in my lifetime. Now even if Yen Guofeng has passed away, when he meets his father at the bottom of the 9 springs, he will be able to straighten his back like a green pine. I have held fast to this kingdom you have given me. Not only that, but we've really made a name for ourselves now, even having our own garrison in the land of cherry blossoms. That once little Sakura is now once again a vassal state of our great Xia. If things go on like this, it won't take many years nah. Flowers will be ours. Take back the excitement. Yen Guofeng turned his words around and asked, about how much manpower is needed. Chen Shang frowned slightly, pondering in his heart. After some weighing, he had an idea. It was important to know that the present-day Sakura had long since ceased to be as powerful as it had been in the past, and its so-called army had lost its true sense of combat power and organization. And look at all the people who signed up for the military in large numbers. Most of them just want to use the opportunity to oppress their unarmed and defenseless compatriots. When faced with well-equipped and loaded regular soldiers, these usually proud guys may not really dare to make a move. Thinking of this, Chen Shan gradually had a bottom in his heart. He thought that if it was just to achieve a specific goal or accomplish a certain task, having a team of several tens of thousands in size should be more than enough. After all, too many people are not only difficult to command and control, but also prone to problems such as confusion and internal friction. Thus, Chen Shang took a deep breath, then summoned up the courage to report to the chief. Chief, please give me roughly around 100,000 people. I believe that with this force, I will be able to accomplish the mission successfully. When Yen Guofeng heard that Chen Shang had even asked for only 100,000 men, the expression on his face instantly froze for a moment, and a hint of disbelief and consternation appeared in his eyes. He pondered in his mind, what can these 100,000 people do? It's a drop in the bucket. You know, on weekdays when they do military exercises, the number of cooks who are responsible for cooking alone is well over 100,000 people. Yen Guofeng frowned, shook his head, and said to Chen Shang, that Chen Shang, not that I'm talking about you, don't underestimate the maintenance of order. Oftentimes maintaining order in the backcountry requires more than 10 times the number of people than even fighting on the front lines. In my years of experience, that's not enough troops. You have to listen to me. You have to send at least 1 million men now. Only then will we have a good enough chance of winning, and ensure that we can succeed in one fell swoop and achieve ultimate victory. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand vigorously, as if he had absolute confidence in his judgment. When Chen Shang heard the astronomical figure of $1 million, black lines instantly appeared on his forehead, as if the figure had become a heavy lead weight on his heart. He pondered in his heart. It was not true that this building was rich and powerful, but it could not be taken for granted that any other country had such a strong financial power. After all, there are very few countries that can afford an army the size of millions. Thinking of this, Chen Shan couldn't help but shake his head and said to the credulous old man with a bitter smile, Master, you are really standing on your feet. Don't you realize the huge amount of money it takes to support 1 million soldiers? The cost of daily expenses, equipment purchases, and military training, etc. alone, is a mind-bogglingly astronomical sum. Then, Chen Shang changed his words and continued, let's not talk about anything else. Take Sakura for example. Even if they are in the most prosperous economic period, the total number of its defense force is only 250,000. But you, on the other hand, just asked to quadruple the number of soldiers. This is not a fool's errand. If we really follow what you say, I'm afraid that it won't take long for Sakura's GDP to completely collapse due to excessive military spending. So Chen Shang cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone in his hand, saying to Yen Guofeng on the other end of the phone in an extremely sincere and patient tone, Chief, you're right. Theoretically speaking, of course the more people the better. But the actual situation right now is that I really don't have the means to come up with that much money to support such a large-scale operation. This is not a small amount. Even if I emptied my family's pockets, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, if our great Xia suddenly sends millions of troops to Sakura, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Other than that, this move alone will definitely cause the other countries on the blue planet to feel extremely panicked and uneasy. They might think that we're going to make some big move and cause a series of unnecessary troubles. It wouldn't be good to mess up and scare the other critters. Although we're not afraid to fight them now, we still have to do business with people now, don't we? After Yen Guofeng heard what Chen Shang said, his heart couldn't help but move, only to feel that his words were like an enlightenment, instantly allowing himself to understand many things. Now everyone looks around. The country and the trade between other countries in a good situation are in a favorable position in the trade surplus. The wealth earned is simply more than staggering, can be said to be full of pots of water.
Rich and oil this buy low, sell high business deal couldn't be more cost effective. If you put such a surefire deal not to do, it is not a missed opportunity, a big loss. However, everything needs to be thought through. If those other countries, which are like small animals, are driven to desperation because of their greed for momentary gains, they will choose to adopt the extreme means of shutting down the country in response once they are desperate. By then Dacia would have to go and get cannons to blast their gates open. Weirdly troublesome.